Chapter 1. Abandoned at the engagement banquet. Look, this is Chi Fiwen, the #1 yes man of the imperial capital. At my ear, there was already a derisive laugh from someone. Chi Fiwen no longer cared about all that, and desperately held onto Tang Zifeng's sleeve with a pleading look in her eyes. You can leave any other time, but please, not today. Today was her engagement banquet, but her fiance received a call from another woman and insisted on leaving without any consideration for her face. Tang Zifeng's eyes flashed with guilt, but he had made his decision. With great strength, he forcefully pried her fingers off him one by one, so harshly that her manicured nails cracked. The pain of the 10 fingers connected to the heart pierced into her soul. I'm sorry, she needs me now. With those words, Tang Zifeng strode away without even sparing a glance back at her. She wanted to hold him back, but as she lunged forward, she stumbled, clumsily falling to the ground. Her white wedding dress was dirty. People around quickly helped her up. She struggled to maintain composure and told everyone, "The engagement banquet continues. He'll be back soon." Everyone waited, and she looked forward anxiously. Her mind constantly recalled their past, hoping to capture some sweetness, but instead found only bitterness. After the accidental death of her parents, she had been raised by her grandfather, who chose Tang Zifeng for her. What did she see in him? As an illegitimate child of the Tang family, his situation was fraught with difficulty, which made him easier to control and suitable for marrying into her family. At first, Tang Zifeng visited her home frequently. Although he didn't particularly like her, he was obedient and would do whatever she asked. She followed her grandfather's arrangement because the Qi family needed a man willing to marry into the family. After her grandfather became severely ill, she felt unprecedented fear. She was afraid that everyone she cared about would leave her, so she wanted to hold on to Tang Zifeng tightly. For him, the proper young lady even washed her hands to cook. She thought that as long as she loved him wholeheartedly, they could support each other till old age and her grandfather could die in peace. However, it wasn't long before he started seeing Jiang Yan. That woman was nothing more than the daughter of a maid, taken in by her grandfather after the maid died, because he pitied her and wanted a companion for himself. Now, with Jiang Yan being rushed to the hospital for attempted suicide, Tang Zifeng, upon receiving the hospital call, left without hesitation. He isn't a doctor. As night fell, it got chilly, and yet she stubbornly stood at the door watching, freezing to the bone in the wind. Over and over again, she dialed Tang Zifeng's phone and sent texts begging him to come back at least to go through the procedures. She needed to give an account to the countless eyes watching her, to her critically ill grandfather. But he never responded. Finally, a text message came. Jiang Yan has been driven to suicide by you. Can't you stop being so selfish and only think about yourself? I won't be going back. I'm waiting for her to wake up. If anything happens to her, I will never forgive you. She stared blankly at the words on the screen, feeling her heart torn apart. What does Jiang Yan's suicide have to do with her? He was supposed to be her fiancé. Oh, thinking about all these years of endless giving, disregarding dignity and status, only asking for one person to stay by her side for eternity so she wouldn't be alone anymore. In the end, what did she receive? She only felt excruciating pain, her vision went black, and she fainted, landing on the cold marble floor. When she woke up 3 days later, in the spacious ward, only Aunt Li was taking care of her. Did Tang Zifeng leave? She asked anxiously. It must have been a bad timing that she woke up. Aunt Li was so angry that her voice trembled. That son of a bitch didn't even come once, Mississippi. You had a continuous fever this time, nearly dying. Nearly died. She murmured, repeating it. At that moment, everything she had been holding on to seemed shattered. It turned out, she almost died. What a disgraceful sight. She couldn't cry or laugh. Give me my phone. She took the phone, still hoping that if Tang Zifeng had made a single call or sent a message, it would be fine. She could let bygones be bygones. However, there was nothing. Only a news pop-up appeared. Imperial Capital's #1 yes man Chi Fiwen turns into a laughingstock. The bold headlines stabbed her eyes. The Chi family was a prosperous household, sitting firmly in the top position in the Imperial Capital, and countless people tried to reach too high for them. But since her parents passed away, her grandfather was getting older, and she herself being a girl, the family gradually declined. Even so, the Chi family was not to be underestimated. Her grandfather was worried that men with complicated backgrounds would take advantage of her, so he didn't dare choose from noble families, instead choosing Tang Zifeng, the illegitimate child, thinking it would be easier to manipulate and control him. But who would have thought they would fail miserably in such a trivial matter? Is a man like this worth it? Does he deserve her? She sniffed, trying to suppress the sourness in her heart. Are three-legged frogs hard to find? Are two-legged men any harder to find? Tang Zifeng started out low enough, didn't he? As a bastard, he relied on the Qi family to establish himself in the Tang family, yet he couldn't behave. So who else would be willing to behave? A vague idea formed in her mind. Among the noble families of the imperial capital, isn't there a fool? The fool from the Shen family? Mrs. Li was well informed and immediately thought of him since he was quite famous. What's his deal? Even though Mrs. Li didn't understand why Chi Fiwen brought this up, she still shared the details. The fool from the Shen family is 26 this year, the son of Shen family's current patriarch from his late wife. He damaged his brain when he was a teenager, but before that, he topped the list of 10 most accomplished gentlemen in the imperial capital. Now he's been foolish for over a decade. Now his father has remarried and had another son and daughter. I've heard that he doesn't have it easy at home. Miss, what are you thinking about by asking this? From now on, his life will get better. Chi Fiwen wiped away tears from the corners of her eyes, as if making a final decision with her past. Her voice was steady and strong, like pearls falling onto a jade plate. Go prepare the dowry. I'm going to propose marriage myself. In the eyes of others, her behavior was always wild and bold. She did a lot of foolish and embarrassing things for Tang Zifeng. She simply didn't care what others thought of her. All she knew was that her grandfather was gravely ill, and the only thing he worried about was her. He feared that after he passed, she'd live alone forever. Therefore, she needed to get married, even have a child to comfort her grandfather so that he wouldn't die with regrets. She also feared being lonely after her grandfather was gone. She didn't want to live alone, enduring boundless loneliness. She didn't need Tang Zifeng's love, just his unwavering choice of her, his steadfast company. This was enough. Was this too much to ask for? If he can't even do this much, why should she continue humiliating herself by chasing after him? If not for nearly dying this time, and realizing Tang Zifeng completely ignored her, perhaps she wouldn't have summoned the resolve. What Tang Zifeng disregarded would surely matter to someone else. It definitely would. She didn't mind marrying down, even to a fool, as long as it could put her grandfather's mind at ease. She didn't want to spend the rest of her life alone. The Qi family convoy set off in grand style and arrived at the Shun family estate. Both were prominent families of the imperial capital, so no one dared refuse her. Lady Shun came to greet her. I wonder which wind blew Miss Qi our way. Even Lady Shun, who had seen many fine things, was dazzled by what Qi Fiwen had brought along. I've come to marry into the Shun family. These are my dowries. She said it nonchalantly. Qi Fiwen had pursued Tang Zifeng for over a decade, running all over for him, losing all face, and now wanted to marry into the Shun family? Could her son accept someone like her? But then she suddenly realized that although the Qi family was declining, their assets were still substantial. Moreover, Qi Fiwen lost both her parents early, and her elderly grandfather was clearly on his last legs. If her son married Qi Fiwen and took sole possession of the Qi family fortune, he could later kick her out without any problems. Lady Shun's expression changed several times before ultimately grinning broadly and leading her to the back garden. Grandfather Shun favored traditional, elegant furnishings. His furniture was Wangwali wood, and incense was lit with sandalwood. The Shun family's architectural style resembled Suzhou gardens, with shifting scenery and pavilions around waterscapes. As they stepped onto the bridge, they heard laughter coming from afar. Come on, bark like a dog, and we'll give you something to eat. Chapter 2. Hurrying to create a family. A man sat on the ground, his gaze clear and clean, staring intently at the food in the other person's hand. Surprisingly, he really began to bark like a dog. Haha, this fool is actually barking like a dog. Eat. His voice was as clear as jade beads falling onto a plate. He looked longingly. The two male servants sneered and threw the food on the ground. Fool, pick it up and eat it. Eat, no waste. The man mumbled softly, then moved forward to pick up the already dirty rice ball from the ground. He even knew to remove the dirty parts before putting it into his mouth. Just at that moment, someone grabbed his wrist. You'll eat something dropped on the floor? Qi Fiwen furrowed her brow. This fool's condition was worse than she had imagined. But he was incredibly good-looking. This was the eldest son of the Shun family, Shun Lubai. Shun Lubai looked at her with confusion, his eyes shining with a faint tea-colored light, full of the innocence of a child. Qi Fiwen pulled him up, took the rice ball in her hand, and then grabbed the collar of one of the male servants, stuffing the rice ball directly into his mouth. When she was done, she raised her hand and slapped him twice, and then kicked another person harshly. All of this happened too quickly for anyone to react. Madame Shen's face paled slightly. This Qi Fiwen truly lacked manners. It was no wonder, given that her parents died early. She, the mistress of the house, was still present, yet Qi Fiwen, an outsider, dared to reprimand her servants. If it weren't for coveting the Qi family's wealth, Madame Shun would have chased her out long ago. Her voice carried a touch of anger as she rebuked the people around her. What are you standing there for? Take that fool away. Weren't you supposed to lock him properly in the warehouse? Is it not embarrassing enough to let him roam around like this? Upon hearing her words, the servant immediately rolled up his sleeves roughly, preparing to forcibly take Shin Lubai away. Shin Liubai's face showed fear but dared not resist, because resistance would mean getting beaten. Qi Fiwen lost her temper. Whoever dares to touch my man, I'll take their life. At these words, everyone was stunned. Madame Shin thought she must have misheard. What man? What do you mean? Whose life? I want to marry him, and starting now, he will leave the Shun household to establish his own branch. To be precise, it should be called marrying into my family, so consider that as my dowry. You're serious? Can Madame Shin make this decision? If not, then we'll bring the head of the Shin family here instead. In fact, my son Shin Mo also admires you quite a bit. Madame Shin was still somewhat unwilling to give up. Shin Mo was her son. Can he marry into your family? That's impossible. My family has an estate to inherit as well. She refused outright. So I choose him. Madame Shin's eyes flickered. Though greedy, there was nothing she could do about it. Raising such a fool just wasted rice. Better to sell him and get a high dowry in return. Thus, she nodded, agreeing to Shin Lu by marrying into Qi's family without needing to consult old Master Shin. Starting from now on, follow me. We'll go register our marriage. In the future, I'll protect you. As long as I have food, you won't go hungry. She turned toward Shin Lu Bai, speaking word by word, very seriously. Eat. His eyes instantly lit up, then he nodded without hesitation. Okay. Qi Fiwen pinched the bridge of her nose. She suspected that he couldn't understand her at all, only grabbing hold of the key word, eat. Thus, she took Shin Lu Bai back home. The vast villa, aside from the servants, originally had only her as the master. Now, they gained one more. First, she registered the marriage with Shun Lubai and transferred his registration to her family. Then, she instructed the staff below to prepare wedding items. What about the engagement stuff? You can keep it for use during the wedding. Brotherly asked. Chief Fiwen frowned. Get rid of all those things. They bring bad luck. The Chief family isn't short on money. Everything should be replaced with new ones. The wedding must be grand, inviting all the nobles in the capital. But don't write down anything for the groom's side. Leave it blank. Blank. Yes, blank. She stressed her words, having her own plans in mind. After giving instructions, Shun Lubai emerged from taking a bath, his dark hair hanging down soft and wet. His eyes were bright and pure, appearing obedient and adorable like a little puppy. It was hard to tell that he was 26 years old. Saying he was 16 would probably be believed by some. Hungry? Do you want to eat? All right, but first we need to set some rules. From now on, I'm your wife, and you're my husband. You must obey every command I give you. If I tell you to go east, you can't go west. If I tell you to hit someone, you can't hit a dog. As long as you're good, there will be plenty of food and drink, a big house to live in, and countless amounts of money to spend. Understand? Shun Lubai lowered his head this time, seemingly deep in thought. In Chief Fiwen's unseen presence, his eyes flickered, eyebrows furrowed slightly, and a trace of struggle flashed through them. But soon, he restored his purity. All right. Shun Lubai lifted his gaze and smiled brightly, selling himself completely. Chief Fiwen's heart pounded fiercely. This man was too good-looking for words. When Shun Lubai ate, he was famished, but he ate slowly and carefully. Not a single bit of food was wasted, and he ate with perfect cleanliness. After finishing, he even wiped his mouth and cleaned his hands, acting impeccably gentlemanly. Chief Fiwen was thoroughly pleased. She had found a clean, loving fool. If only Tang Zitsong would spare her a glance, she'd still go mad for him, regardless of the cost. But unfortunately, at the thought of Tang Zitsong, her heart surged with conflicting emotions, bitterness, sorrow, anger, everything but sweet joy. Ever since Jiang Yin appeared, Tang Zitsong hadn't even given her a single drop of affection. Everyone assumed that she couldn't live without Tang Zitsong. Sure, Tang Zitsong was important, but her grandfather mattered more. Her grandfather wasn't well. His dying wish was to see her get married and have children. Therefore, it was time to move on to the next step, to have a child with Shun Lubai. She didn't know if his foolishness would be passed on, as it wasn't congenital, but rather caused by an accident later in life. There should be no issue. As night fell, Chief Fiwen squatted outside the guest room, idly drawing circles on the ground. There were two reasons she chose Shun Lubai. First, Tang Zitsong was a bastard son, so humiliating him by marrying a fool seemed fitting. Second, fools were easy to control, making it simpler to fulfill her grandfather's expectations. Yet now, she hesitated. Impulsiveness truly was the devil. In the morning, getting the marriage certificate seemed doable, fueled by a rash decision. But at night, when calmness returned, how could she bear doing something so shameful with a stranger she had known for less than a day? It was her first time after all. Just as she decided to give up, her phone rang suddenly. Seeing the caller ID, her nerves tightened immediately. It was the doctor exclusively in charge of her grandfather's care. She picked up quickly. How is Grandpa? The situation is not good. He started babbling tonight. It doesn't look like he can last more than a year. All he talks about is when you will have a child, whether he'll live to see his grandchild born. The doctor had cared for her grandfather for years, beyond a simple doctor-patient relationship. More like a junior member of the family, familiar with Chief Fiwen as well. He also genuinely cared about her grandfather's final wish. Yes, definitely. Chief Fiwen replied firmly. Previously hesitant, she now wished she could already carry a child inside her. Hanging up, she directly turned the knob and entered the room. Inside, pitch-black darkness engulfed the space. It looked like the fool was already asleep. Did he even know what they were supposed to do? Even herself, who only vaguely knew from books she read as a child, wondered if Shun Lubai would struggle to figure out what to do. Would he cry? Was she going to have to soothe this fool while trying to make a baby? Thinking about it gave her a headache, but she had no choice but to push forward recklessly. She felt her way to the bedside and blindly pulled back the covers, slipping in. The body beside her stiffened for a moment, but quickly relaxed. She began unbuttoning Shun Lubai's clothes. Shun Lubai finally snapped. This woman was too hasty. Humiliated by Tang Zitsong, she acted impulsively by rushing into marriage. Did she think saving him from the Shun family warehouse was some sort of favor? Far from it. She was ruining his plan. With an iron grip, he caught her restless hand, pinching hard enough to make her wince. You're not asleep? In the darkness, her voice trembled, her face heating up instantly. What are you planning to do? His tone was sharp and cold, laced with a frosty chill. Chapter 3 Drawing a Big Pie. She was stunned for a moment. Was this fool really so sharp in his speech? Just as she was suspicious, she suddenly felt her grip loosen. How did you end up on my bed? His voice was full of confusion. Chief Fiwen came back to her senses and wondered if she had been too nervous, causing her to hear things. He had been foolish for so many years. Mrs. Shin probably verified in multiple ways whether he was truly or falsely foolish. There couldn't be any mistakes. I was thinking of pulling you into some adult exercise. Can you do it? Exercise? No, it will make me tired. I can't run. Not that kind. It's more like. Chief Fiwen's voice quivered, her body trembling lightly. Fortunately, the fool didn't come closer or touch her. Otherwise, she could have found herself wanting to crawl into a hole. Her small hand tried to explore downward, touching his abs. The fool's physique wasn't bad at all. Her fingertips glided gently and smoothly downward. Shin Liubai's heart surged with ferocity momentarily. If this shameless woman truly pushed him to his limits, he would certainly chop off her hands and crush her throat. Outwardly calm, his mind was strung taut. Not only him, but Chi Fiwen was also tense. They were almost at the point where further exploration would occur. Shin Liubai harbored murderous intent, ready to strangle her neck when suddenly she panicked, hastily pulled back her hand, quickly threw open the blanket, put on her clothes, and fled without saying a word. He was stunned for a second before regaining his composure, letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she hadn't acted recklessly. At that moment, there was movement on the balcony as a black figure jumped onto it. "Master, are you all right?" That person bent down respectfully, their attitude humbly submissive. Shin Liubai sat up, closed his eyes for a few seconds, and upon reopening them, an intimidating coldness radiated from him in the dark. "I'm fine. How did you get in?" "I slipped in quietly through the back door, covering all surveillance. After Master left the Shun household, I followed closely. I'll arrange for a few informants later. If Master wishes to leave here, I will find a way to bring Master back to the Shun residence." "Not yet." Shin Liubai didn't want to alarm anyone prematurely. "There's no need for contact during this time. I'll reach out when needed. You stay where you are for now." "Yes, Master." This man came in under cover of night, and now he disappeared in the same shadows, scaling walls skillfully and moving freely within the expansive villa without disturbing anyone. After being disturbed by Chi Fiwen, Shun Liubai's drowsiness had vanished. In his memory, Chi Fiwen relied on the wealth of the Chi family, doing whatever she pleased and having no sense of propriety. Everyone in the capital knew she liked Tang Zifeng, to whom she'd gone to great extremes for. Tang Zifeng had a beloved, yet despite that, she wouldn't stop, and even went so far as to harm him multiple times using her influence, coercing him into being with her. But he paid no attention to her whatsoever, leaving her alone at their supposed engagement party and making her the laughingstock of the capital. Everyone thought she would swallow her pride and continue to chase after Tang Zifeng like a lovesick puppy. But instead, she made a shocking move and married him, the fool. Chi Fiwen had done it intentionally. Her wild behavior disrupted his plans, forcing him to halt numerous arrangements temporarily. As he thought about this, Shin Liubai grew even more disdainful towards Chi Fiwen. At that moment, Chi Fiwen returned to her own bedroom, burying her face in the sink. The cold water helped lower the temperature of her burning cheeks. Tonight was simply insane. There was no way she could go through with such actions with a complete stranger. It was far too immodest. And besides, Shin Liubai understood nothing. Thinking of his pure and innocent eyes from earlier, she felt like a beast, someone deceiving an unsuspecting young man. Let's take a pause first. We'll nurture some feelings before taking the next step." She trembled as she attempted to motivate herself. That night, she slept poorly and looked haggard the next day. She rushed to the nursing home to see her grandfather, who remained unconscious, with declining vital signs. The best-case scenario was he'd hold on for another year or half. The worst, any time could be his end. She stayed for the morning, speaking to her grandfather extensively before reluctantly leaving. Unexpectedly, she saw Tang Zifeng downstairs at the nursing home. His back was toward her, standing by the car door while on a call. "I'll clarify with her. She decided to have a wedding with me without consulting me first. It was entirely out of line. Don't worry, I won't fail you." Chi Fiwen overheard these words as she approached, feeling her breath catch sharply. 5 days ago, this man should have been engaged to her. But now he promised another woman he wouldn't betray her. What about her? What exactly was she? Her heart shattered painfully, but she forced herself to act indifferent as she walked past him, heading toward her car. Tang Zifeng noticed her and immediately called out, his tone sharp. "Chi Fiwen." She paused her steps but didn't turn around. "You're sending out invitations everywhere, saying you want to hold the wedding in half a month. Did you ask for my consent? How could you decide on your own?" He caught up with her, his face full of anger as if she had committed murder. "I will not be there that day, don't bother thinking about it. You'd better cancel the wedding now, otherwise, you'll lose face." "Tang Zifeng, do you even know how embarrassing it was for me? At the engagement party, you left me alone, making me a laughingstock in the imperial city. Did you think about how I felt at that moment?" Upon hearing this, Tang Zifeng's eyes flickered, seeming to realize he might have been a bit excessive. But what did it matter? Although Chi Fiwen had a bit of a spoiled girl temperament, she never failed him. Hadn't he also done some extreme things before? At first, he was quite scared of her tantrums, but one time when he dared not soothe her, he found that despite being angry for several days and ignoring him, Chi Fiwen soon acted as if nothing happened, appearing happily before him again. He had already planned it all out. Calm Jiang Yin down first, finalize the contract with Chi Fiwen, and go through a 5-year contractual marriage. During these 5 years, he would secure control over the Tang family's wealth, and then he and Jiang Yin could live happily ever after. "I know I've wronged you, but..." Jiang Yin tried to commit suicide. "She got so affected by your engagement announcement that she nearly died. Do you know? If the hospital didn't treat her fast enough, she really would have been gone. She is your sister. How can you be so heartless? Don't just leave her to die. Her emotions are unstable. She can't endure further shocks." These words caused Chi Fiwen to feel nauseated. Jiang Yin was taken into the household when she was young. Her grandfather added Chi to her name, treating her like a member of the Chi family. She used to genuinely like Jiang Yin, considering her obedient and sensible, more like an elder sister. But later, she discovered all those were pretenses. Jiang Yan harbored hidden intentions and played nice superficially. Even when she was dating Tang Zifeng, Jiang Yan schemed against her secretly, succeeding in breaking them apart. Afterward, she made Jiang Yan restore her original name and forbade her from using the Qi family name. My parents only had me, so I have no so-called sister. If she truly wanted to die, they shouldn't have saved her. These tricks of hers only fool you. Qi Fiwen. Tang Zifeng turned red with fury. You're too vicious. How dare you curse her death? Every time you hurt Jiang Yan, she always forgave you, treating you like a younger sister. And now you act this way. You've let me down so much. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It was as if heaven and earth fell silent, leaving only a buzzing in her ears. Vicious? Disappointed? She closed her eyes, suppressing her pain, and mocked herself silently. See, she indulged this illegitimate child so much that he dared to scold her now. She simply didn't want to argue with Tang Zifeng anymore. A breakup wasn't something impossible. They'd both part amicably. She turned to get into the car, surprising Tang Zifeng. In the past, Qi Fiwen would always argue, then throw a tantrum and seek reconciliation afterward. But this time, she remained silent. Without much time to ponder further, he quickly grabbed her arm. In short, cancel the wedding immediately, I'll marry you later. Later? When? She curiously asked, not expecting anything. She just wanted to see how big of a pie Tang Zifeng would draw. Chapter 4, Group Waste. Tang Zifeng saw her questioning, which made her feel a little more at ease. We need to see how Jiang Yan is doing. Oh, then take your time. She looked down, remembering the moment he abandoned her at the engagement banquet. Following his example, she pried his fingers away one by one and then got into the car, driving off triumphantly. The car moved forward continuously, and she thought she would cry wildly once inside, but unexpectedly her eyes were dry with not even a single tear. Apparently, realizing everything all at once and completely letting go feels so good. Dog man, I don't want you anymore. Whoever wants to pick up the garbage can do so. She quickly returned home, dismissing all the servants. She just felt a bit tired and wanted to curl up on the sofa alone, sleeping until heaven knows when. But at this moment, there were footsteps behind her that startled her. In theory, the servants should be obediently staying in their rooms, and no one should come out. She suddenly remembered that there was now a male master in the house. Turning around, she saw Shen Lubai. Let's eat. The fool came out of the dining room holding clean bowls and chopsticks. She glanced at the time. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, far past mealtime. Lunch at her house was always served promptly at 11:30, so he should have eaten long ago. Haven't you eaten? I've been waiting for you, to eat together. Each sentence he spoke was earnest, his voice like clear spring water trickling over a brook. Hearing this, she went to the dining room and found the food had grown cold. This fool hadn't touched a bite. Have you been here the whole time? I'm hungry. He looked at the table, quietly swallowing saliva, his Adam's apple moving, incredibly handsome. At that moment, Qi Fiwen's heart almost exploded with emotion. While troubled by Tang Zifeng, she hadn't even considered crying, but now seeing someone waiting for her to eat, her eyes actually welled up. She stubbornly acted as if nothing was wrong, nodding forcefully. All right, let's eat. Your bowl. Like receiving an order, he immediately handed her a set of bowls and chopsticks, then sat down to start eating. It's all cold, we should warm it up. So hungry. He couldn't even wait to reheat it, yet he had waited for her for an hour and a half. Then just eat. It won't kill you to occasionally eat cold food. Though the taste of the food was severely compromised, she ate happier than ever before, as if a strong beam of light had suddenly pierced through the gloomy skies. She actually felt that her world would soon be filled with sunshine. She didn't know whether it was because she'd resolved things within herself, stepping back and finding clarity, or if it was a sudden impulse brought on by his presence. She also wasn't sure. All she knew was that the feeling of having someone accompany and wait for her was simply too wonderful. After finishing the meal, she became curious about what Shen Lubai usually did when alone. As it turned out, he was exceptionally quiet, either sleeping or sitting alone. Now, whenever she was at home, wherever she was, Shen Lubai liked to follow her around, showing quite a bit of dependence. From her investigation, Shen Liubai's position in the Shun family was awkward due to his father Shen Jizhou's indifference, resulting in everyone being able to bully him. Calling like a dog and eating dirty rice balls from the ground was normal, and worse still, he had drowned, been whipped, and there were those who, attracted to Shen Liubai's pretty face, had wanted to violate him. Thankfully, he had loyal servants left by his birth mother who protected him, otherwise, his situation might have been even worse. Despite all these terrible experiences, he maintained an innocence in his eyes without any stain. Although she herself had suffered a lot, in comparison, Shen Lubai seemed to have suffered more. Unable to help it, she developed a little more compassion. Regardless of whether they were true partners or not, as long as Shen Lubai stayed with her faithfully, she would protect him from being bullied and living under someone else's roof. As long as she lived, she would surely die to defend Shen Lubai. Inside the study, she had a video conference going on. The older directors were each talking noisily about something, most likely the strategic focus for the second half of the year and market plans. She understood absolutely none of it. She tried to learn, even majored in business at university, but failed every subject and could only pass makeup exams with teacher leniency the following year. Getting her diploma was truly a painstaking effort. On graduation day, the professional teachers cried, finally saying goodbye to this troublesome student. Give it to Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng was her career manager, managing the group while her grandfather was seriously ill. He was her most trusted business partner. Again, Lu Zheng. The directors roared. He's an outsider after all. This is core confidential information of the group. How can we let him know? Then you go ahead and do it. I'll support it. She said dejectedly. With you, Qiyao Group isn't far from bankruptcy. Unable to bear it any longer, someone slammed the table, pointed at the screen, and angrily shut off the video. Qi Fiwen stared blankly. She was just a poor-performing student forced to score high marks in higher mathematics, which was harder than climbing to the heavens. But what could she do? The Qi family had only her as its daughter. She hung her head, feeling the utmost melancholy. She had thought that after marrying Tang Zifeng, he would help her. Thinking of this, she looked at Shun Lu by nearby. He had been quietly playing with a puzzle. Sensing her gaze, he looked up and gave her a radiant smile. Relying on this fool was definitely no hope. She felt even more disheartened. Just then, her phone rang. Wan, you've won the Oscar of Fashion for Best Female Designer. When I collected your award, so many brand sponsors mobbed me, mistaking me for you. Coach, Burberry, LV, they all threw out olive branches. Sister, you're about to be famous. The message also included a picture of the grand prize. Her friend's excitement could be felt through the screen. Self-taught in design, and now she was renowned overseas. But her rigorous study of finance proved fruitless. At another time, she might have gone crazy with joy, but not now. Her mind was filled with the words. Qiyao Group has you, and it seems bankruptcy isn't far off. This couldn't happen. She couldn't let her grandfather's life work go to waste. Stiffening her resolve, she opened the document. It stretched over 50 pages, all of which she read through. It seemed like reading a foreign language, but soon enough, she caught a keyword. DE Group. She quickly called one of the directors who were friendly with her. What does DE Group mean? Are we planning to cooperate with them? Miss, old chairman has been ill for 2 years, and you know nothing about group affairs. All the operations have relied solely on a career manager, and the group is already walking on thin ice. Our intent this year is to collaborate with the newly rising DE Group. If successful, we won't reach new heights, but stability can be assured for some time. And if it's not successful? Layoffs, reducing projects, cutting expenses. Miss, do you understand what it means? Qi Yao is in decline. If things keep going this way, bankruptcy will be declared, and the company swallowed up. Qi Fiwen's head buzzed. On her own, the money earned by the group these years could sustain a comfortable lifestyle for her. But what about her grandfather's hard work and the employees relying on the group for survival? Then go negotiate with DE for cooperation. Miss, you're oversimplifying things. Too many people in the capital want to cooperate with DE. Qi Yao doesn't hold much advantage. Then arrange a meeting with their leader. I'll go personally. All right, I'll try. After the call ended, she searched online and found that this group had suddenly emerged this year, listed overseas, opening a branch in the capital. Within a year, it secured military contracts and received strong social support. The company had a vast range of interests: pharmaceuticals, technology, securities investment, high-end luxury goods, and the most popular game development in recent years. It was as if they were almost making all the money in the world. As for the person in charge of DE, no one knew his true appearance. Rumor had it that he suffered a severe fire in his youth, disfiguring his face, so he withdrew from public view. Little was known about his personal life, yet in business, he was decisive, ruthless, and never took a chance unless certain of success. In financial circles, he was already considered a legend. Around 8:30 p.m., the director called her back, saying an appointment had been set up. The other party agreed to see her tonight, at 10 o'clock, at the Vienna Music Club. Upon hearing this, she hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, changed her outfit, and stepped out under the moonlight. The moment she left, a tall and elegant figure slipped past the servants and headed toward the back door. Sir, the car is ready. Chapter 5. A love-struck brain even zombies won't eat. Shen Lubai got in the car, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Qi Fiwen wanted to discuss a collaboration with him. How interesting indeed. The Vienna Music Hall, the favorite golden nest for the rich. Inside, the neon lights flickered as revelry and music filled the air. Qi Fiwen drew countless gazes from everyone upon entering. Her seaweed-like hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. She wore a black spaghetti-strap dress, exposing skin that glowed like it was emitting light. Slender shoulders, a thin back, a fine waist, long legs. This figure, not a single flaw could be found. As for her face, she applied light makeup, stunning beyond words. She could appear seductive or enchanting, clean or pure. Any style suited her perfectly. But despite being so beautiful, no one approached her. Because Qi Fiwen was infamous for fawning over Tang Zifeng for years, known by everyone in the capital. No one would take the initiative to approach her voluntarily, since she was busy organizing her wedding to marry Tang Zifeng. With such beauty, why resort to paying attention to someone who won't even reciprocate? I heard Tang Zifeng already stood her up once at their engagement party, and she still didn't learn her lesson. She continues to prepare for the marriage without pause. Doesn't she fear the day of the wedding when there may only be a bride and no groom? She's just waiting to become a laughingstock again. Clearly, she doesn't care. People chattered incessantly. Qi Fiwen was too lazy to argue with them. Her purpose today was clear: convince the head of DE to collaborate with Qi Yao Group. She arrived at the appointed private room, mustering her courage to knock on the door. Come in. A deep, sensual voice came from inside. Upon entering, a man sat relaxed and aristocratic on the sofa, sunk into a luxurious leather seat. His long legs were crossed, his sharp and well-defined fingers holding a glass of red wine. The lights flickered, momentarily obscuring his features. She greeted politely. Hello, my name is Chi Fiwen. I am the current general manager of Chi Yao Group. May I ask how you should be addressed? My last name is Bai. The man replied while leaning forward slightly. When Chi Fiwen saw his face, she couldn't help but inhale sharply. Burn scars twisted and terrified across his face, spreading all the way to his neck. Only his eyes remained, sharp and piercing like a hawk's. While looking at him, he was also sizing her up, his gaze stopping at her chest. Shen Lubai snickered in his heart. Her attire was indeed revealing, a tight black leather mini dress that accentuated her curves. Every quick glance revealed an enticing cleavage. He surmised that she clearly knew what she was doing, arranging a late-night meeting in this ambiguous club where a man and a woman would find themselves alone. Mr. Bai, I'd like to collaborate with you. Someone from Chi Yao has contacted me before. The plan they proposed wasn't impressive. Comparatively speaking, there are other better options available. If Mr. Bai truly had no intention of giving Chi Yao a chance, you wouldn't have agreed to meet me personally, right? She smiled sweetly, her face breathtaking. She was very confident in her appearance, boldly claiming that if she ranked second prettiest in the capital, no one dared to claim first. Many internet celebrities and minor stars had even undergone plastic surgery to resemble her. Chi Yao has one advantage others do not. I know it's me, right? She quickly followed up, taking the initiative to sit beside him and pour him more wine. She deliberately lifted the hem of her skirt, exposing thighs that shimmered white as snow, teasingly positioned near the root of her thigh. Although seemingly covered, her coy gestures were provocative and tantalizing. For a moment, Shun Liubai's breathing became uneven, not because of desire, but out of frustration. This woman truly lacked shame. You're quite proactive. He showed no courtesy, flipping her under him, forcing her hand to touch the wrinkles on his disfigured face. Chi Fiwen felt horrified and disgusted, yet suppressed any outward sign. Meeting so late, she knew what awaited her. But for Chi Yao's future, she had no choice but to take the risk. She didn't want to disappoint her grandfather or let others mock the Chi family for having no son. She didn't resist. Instead, she emitted a coquettish laugh. Why are you laughing? I'm laughing because you don't seem picky, Mr. Bai. If you've been living here, surely you've heard the gossip about me. I'm deeply in love with someone, losing face and becoming a laughingstock for it. Look, I might be pretty, but no talented young men in the capital bother with me. They're sensible, finding me repulsive. Because I'm just a hollow beauty, a flower vase with nothing substantial inside. My mind here is a romantic one even zombies wouldn't eat. She poked her own head. Anyone associated with me will only tarnish their reputation. Today, I accompany Mr. Bai for a pleasurable night. And tomorrow, people will say the mighty CEO of DE can only get leftover shoes rejected by Tang family's illegitimate child. When Shin Lubai heard this, his eyes darkened immediately. Because in Chi Fiwen's bedroom, he had seen private items belonging to Tang Zifeng. Even underwear and toothbrushes were there, proving that Tang Zifeng had stayed overnight. So you know your own worth, do you? Knowing you're a broken shoe? He grabbed her chin tightly, his grip hard enough to cause her pain. She couldn't help but take in a sharp breath, tears almost brimming in her eyes. Yet she stubbornly held them back, still looking at him with bright eyes. Yes, I'm a broken shoe. Do you want me? Her heart ached with the barb. For Chi family's future, she cast away her pride. Shin Lubai, seeing her smile in response, became consumed with anger. What gives you the qualifications to talk about cooperation with me? Get out. Disgusted, he shoved her body away. Losing her balance, she fell to the floor. Even with the carpet beneath her, her knees throbbed with pain. Silently pausing for a few seconds on the ground, she stood up, continuing to look at him with calmness. I heard Mr. Bai wants to create a domestic clothing brand, one that rivals foreign top brands, wanting to be the leading force within China. And then, recently, there's a Chinese-American designer abroad who just won the Oscar of fashion design, invited by all major brands. I can introduce him to you. This was also the reason she dared to come tonight. She searched online for gossip and found several pairs of eyes focused on this year's fashion competition. The Tang family is an old established clothing company with a vast network of offline factories. Now they urgently need a transformation into high-end brands, hiring many excellent designers. Another pair of eyes belonged to DE, as they too wanted a piece of this pie. The famous foreign designers refused due to racial prejudice and unwillingness to work in China. They desperately needed a renowned designer to anchor their presence. Chi Fiwen watched Shin Lubai closely, noting his indifference. Biting her lip, she continued. Free labor for 3 years. Can you make such decisions? I can. She's my best friend. She hasn't returned from abroad yet. As soon as she comes back, I'll immediately introduce her to you. We can sign a contract, everything clearly written down. If it doesn't work out, I'll pay an exorbitant penalty fee. Shin Liubai's eyes flickered, and after massaging his temples, he finally spoke, letting out a single yes. Chi Fiwen's suspended heart finally eased as she hastily took out the prepared contract, eagerly watching him sign. At the bottom of the document, Bai Huai. Thank you, Mr. Bai. She clutched the contract tightly in her arms. There's nothing else, so I'll not disturb you anymore. Seeing that the other party didn't intend to keep her around, she quickly turned to leave. Shin Lubai watched her retreating figure disappear, his gaze becoming colder and colder. Before long, quite a few young, beautiful girls appeared at the door. His brows furrowed severely. Who sent you here? Miss Chi arranged us. asking us to accompany Mr. Bai well for drinking and singing. The leader among them trembled noticeably, her voice shaky at the sight of his harsh expression. Enraged, Shen Lubai clenched his fists silently tight. Not necessary. Upon hearing that, the group ran off hastily. He massaged his temples and called for his assistant to come in. Once the door closed, only he and his assistant remained inside. He slowly removed the lifelike mask from his face, tossing it aside. Slowly devour the Qi Yao group. This woman disgusts me too much. The assistant hesitated, but she's your newlywed wife. At this remark, Shen Lubai cast an irritated glance at him. The assistant instantly lowered his head. Yes, sir. Chapter 6. Fireworks. Qi Fiwen held tightly onto the contract all the way home, as if it were the last straw for a drowning person. She sat dazedly on the couch, wanting to cry and laugh at the same time. She had really succeeded. Compared to what it would take for the group to develop steadily in the future, this humiliation was nothing. She wanted to find someone to share her joy with. Instinctively, she picked up her phone and opened the chat window with Tang Zifeng. All her joyful emotions froze solid like ice. The screen was still stuck on the last engagement banquet message when Jiang Yan had attempted suicide, and he said he needed to settle accounts with her. Scrolling up further, she realized all the messages were from her. Zifeng, how's this dress? Will it be appropriate for that day? Have you looked at the drinks list? Which wine do you prefer? Which venue setting is more beautiful? Option 1 or 2. From choosing the engagement location, the guest list, to what color flowers to use. Regardless of size, everything was done personally by her. Even each invitation bore the names of both of them, written carefully by her. But Tang Zifeng only replied once. I'm busy. Decide for yourself. Scrolling even further, Qi Fiwen now saw just how ridiculous she had been, enduring all these hardships merely for a long-term companion. She exhaled a heavy breath and directly blocked him on WeChat. Just as her mood improved slightly, her phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Who could possibly call her so late? Puzzled, she answered, but an abhorrent voice greeted her from the other side. It turned out that she had mistakenly blocked San's phone number. Now Jiang Yan called again using another number. Zifeng is sleeping right next to me. Jiang Yan's tone was full of boasting. She eagerly awaited Qi Fiwen's angry outburst. Instead, the receiver responded with Qi Fiwen's distinct, sweet, relaxed voice. Have you guys been together so long without sleeping together? Qi Fiwen, don't think because you can't get Zifeng, you have to say bad things. I know your brother has never touched you. I'm calling to tell you. I'm pregnant. I am carrying his child. Qi Fiwen remained silent. The moment she heard Jiang Yan's voice, she guessed what this conversation would contain, just bragging. Although she was now quite composed, hearing that Jiang Yan was pregnant still left her somewhat disheartened. What bothered her? That man had promised her just this morning, asking only for her patience until they married. But by nightfall, he had climbed into another woman's bed and gotten her pregnant. Qi Fiwen found the whole situation hilarious. I've heard that you're already preparing the wedding. Are you planning to force Zifeng to marry you? How hideous. Let me tell you, give up on this idea. Jiang Yan's arrogance could be sensed through the screen. Qi Fiwen wanted to retaliate but decided against it. Responding would merely give Jiang Yan satisfaction. She didn't need Tang Zifeng present, nor did she care about Jiang Yan being pregnant. She simply wanted to see how Tang Zifeng would survive without the Qi family support. Without her, Tang Zifeng was absolutely worthless. Qi Fiwen's nonchalant response infuriated Jiang Yan. In her mind, Qi Fiwen should be raging and tearing her hair out, followed by a good cry, making Tang Zifeng dislike her even more. This time, however, Qi Fiwen reacted so calmly, which made Jiang Yan uneasy instead. Qi Fiwen, stop pretending. Aren't you jealous? Tang Zifeng despises you. The type of girl he hates most is exactly people like you. In his heart, there's only me. Tired of listening further, Qi Fiwen hung up the phone. Before, she had considered recording such calls, hoping to expose Jiang Yan. But Jiang Yan wept uncontrollably, accusing her of defamation and stating that the audio clips were fabricated. Tang Zifeng believed her without question. Consequently, Jiang Yan became bolder, provoking her every now and then. Qi Fiwen had thought of letting go, but felt increasingly annoyed after taking a step back. She directly called someone in the tech department. Get me the best professional sound analyst to help analyze some audios and contact lawyers to notarize. Now she understood, believing Tang Zifeng was his choice, but let's see whether netizens would believe her. A mere Jiang Yan dared to flaunt herself before her face. How indulged she must have become in the past. Her good mood from the entire evening was utterly ruined by these two. She walked over to the liquor cabinet and fetched a fine bottle of wine, intending to take a small sip to help her sleep, but soon couldn't stop drinking. It wasn't to drown her sorrows, it was simply because the wine was too potent. Before long, the bottle of red wine was empty. She burped, staggering upstairs to head to her bedroom. When she tried to turn the doorknob, she found it locked from the inside. Huh? Is the door broken? Where are the keys? All the spare keys were in the study. She rushed there, grabbed the key, and unlocked the door with a snap. The man in bed had already woken up when she was fumbling with the lock. He half sat up now, glaring coldly at the swaying woman. Eyes closed, she reached out, blindly searching for the bed edge, then collapsed atop it. She wanted to pull the blanket over her, but instead touched a muscular wall. She opened her eyes and met a pair of deep, unfathomable phoenix-like eyes. A colorful dream? This vivid, huh? She dreamt that there was a man in her bed, and not only that, he was such a handsome guy. Look at this figure, it seems pretty good. Those broad shoulders and narrow waist, those long legs. What a bargain. Since it's not real, might as well hug and kiss him quickly. Qi Fiwen thought this way and acted accordingly, throwing herself forward and hugging him tightly. Shin Lubai clenched his fists, the knuckles white. If it weren't for the fear of exposing himself, he would have thrown her off by now. That pinkish, plump lips landed on his cheek. Her whole body felt hot, and also fragrant, soft, tender. Chi Fiwen, is that enough? His voice was hoarse and calm, yet harbored an indiscernible irritation. Not nearly enough. She accurately captured his lips with hers, merely brushing them briefly without further action. Shun Liubai's pupils contracted, his body tensed sharply, and the next moment lost control and threw her away directly. Chi Fiwen tumbled along with the blanket onto the floor with a small, ouch, then remained still. He stood up and found her actually sleeping wrapped in the quilt due to alcohol consumption, emitting faint snoring sounds. Furrowing his brows, his gaze turned icy, his fingertip lightly caressing his lips. The aroma of red wine, together with the unique and rich fragrance of a young woman. Disgusting. He directly lifted her up and dumped her back into her room. As he was about to leave, she grabbed his hand tightly. Grandpa, please don't go, all right? Today I secured the contract, and I can do something for Chi Yao too. I'm so good. Why don't you open your eyes and look at me? She muttered softly. She has been striving to live according to her grandfather's expectations all the time. Now she's getting better and better. Why doesn't he open his eyes to look at her? She silently withdrew her hand, curling up into a tight ball and holding onto the quilt. Her long hair obscured her face, making it unclear. It seemed like she cried. Shin Lubai frowned slightly. Women crying were the most troublesome. If your grandpa knew how many embarrassing things you've done, he probably wouldn't even want to recognize you as his granddaughter. He said disdainfully, and then left arrogantly. After returning, Shin Lubai should have had a sound sleep, but he tossed and turned unable to rest. The air was filled with that woman's scent. She hadn't been here for more than 15 minutes, and the feeling of having her delicate form in his arms lingered. He hardly dared to move for fear of breaking her, like she was made of fragile tofu, where every touch could cause damage. The sensation of her lips brushing against his, wet and soft. Shin Lubai became extremely agitated. Chapter 7. Taking the unwanted son-in-law home. The next day, Chi Fiwen was sore all over her, but even had a bruised spot. She found it perplexing. Had she drank too much last night and bumped somewhere? She couldn't remember what happened at all. She didn't dwell on it and rushed to the group company to finalize the details of the cooperation agreement. The directors who used to speak coldly to her were now much more pleasant. In good spirits, she left the group. While driving, she received a call from her close friend, Xia Zuqingqing. As you expected, the Tang family extended an olive branch, and I signed the contract for you. Not necessary yet. Huh? Zuqingqing questioned with confusion. Isn't this why you studied fashion design on your own, because of Tang Zifeng? Something has changed. Just give them a verbal promise for now. Don't sign the contract yet. Keep them hanging. What's wrong? Zuqingqing sensed something was off. Did something happen between you and Tang Zifeng? He made Jiang Yin pregnant, and it's over between us. Come back at the end of the month for my wedding banquet. I've switched partners. There was a full minute of silence on the other end of the phone, stunned by the enormity of the information. Tang Zifeng, a bastard son, fully depended on Mr. Chi's patronage to climb up and marry the daughter of the Chi family. He dared to cheat. Even more importantly, her dear sister just had a flash marriage. Who did you switch to? Zuqingqing's voice trembled. To a cute little puppy dog who's obedient, smart, and good-looking. Never mind. In a few days I'll be taking him home, so I need to buy some gifts to bring along. She hung up and went to the mall to buy some expensive gifts. Soon, it was time to go home with her husband. This day wasn't too extravagant. They simply drove to the Shun family's house. Shin Nan, Shin Liubai's father, was also there this time. He wouldn't even glance at his son, but curiously eyed Chi Fiwen instead. He separately called Chi Fiwen to the study. She assumed her father-in-law wanted her to take care more of her foolish husband, but unexpectedly, he was there to discuss business matters. Chi Fiwen immediately felt overwhelmed, sitting uncomfortably as she listened for more than 10 minutes before she couldn't bear it anymore. Dad, I understand. Later, I'll let the board directors get in touch with you. Lubai still has things to pack, so I'll help him tidy up. Go ahead. Shun Nan didn't stop her. She quickly left and began looking for Shun Lubai. He wasn't in the living room, probably going to the warehouse to fetch something. She passed through the courtyard and suddenly heard some commotion by the nearby pool. Why are you so careless? If something fell into the water, just let it go. Why do you insist on diving in after it yourself? Shin's wife mocked from the shore. Shin Lubai stood alone in the pond, clearly panicking. Once he surfaced to catch his breath, he immediately dove underwater again as if searching for something. On the bank, a group of people stood around, watching mockingly. Chi Fiwen instantly flared up with anger. They were bullying her husband. What are you doing? Miss Chi is here? You see, Lubai here is truly stubborn. Something accidentally dropped into the water, but it wasn't anything important. Just let it go. But no, he insisted on diving in to retrieve it. We couldn't stop him, and there was nothing we could do about it. Upon hearing that, Chi Fiwen's face turned pale with fury. Shin Lubai, come up. She shouted towards the pond. There was no response from beneath the water. How long had he been under there? An ordinary person could only hold their breath in water for 4 or 5 minutes, and he was no professional diver. How come he hadn't resurfaced yet? Could it be? Her heart sank. Quick, send someone down. He can't come up on his own. We can't swim. Is there anyone among you who can? Or we'll drown ourselves trying and only create more chaos. The servants glanced at Mrs. Shun and shook their heads in unison. Fiwen's heart was chaotic. There was no time to argue with them. The top priority was to rescue her husband. But she was terrified of water. What should she do? Hesitating any longer would make her a widow. Mrs. Shun, none of you know how to swim, right? Well, if I, Chi Fiwen, drown in your pond, your family is done. With that, she jumped straight in, plunging into the water. The icy pond water enveloped her tightly, causing her body to shiver from the cold. Desperate for air, she ended up gulping water instead. The feeling of suffocation gripped her tightly. She tried to save herself. She once knew how to swim, but ever since that incident, she had developed hydrophobia and lost the ability. She tried to wave her arms and legs to regain balance, but her limbs wouldn't cooperate. Her body stiffened as if bound by invisible ropes, slowly sinking deeper. This man-made pond was deep, and she sank for a full minute before reaching the bottom. When she thought she might drown, the surrounding water rippled, and someone swam forcefully towards her. Struggling to open her eyes, she saw Shun Liubai's figure. He was fine. Shun Liubai swiftly approached, wrapping an arm tightly around her waist. Seeing her almost giving out, he hesitated for a second before covering her lips with his thin ones. A breath was delivered, preventing Chi Fiwen from fainting immediately. He quickly swam towards the surface and encountered the Shun family's waiting servants. Mrs. Shin naturally couldn't watch Chi Fiwen die under her roof, as she wouldn't be able to explain herself no matter what. The two were pulled out of the water. Chi Fiwen coughed violently, unable to shake off her fear. Shin Liubai remained silent, looking at her with a somewhat complex gaze. Underwater, he had somehow regained control of his body. All day long, he was nothing but that fool. But when Chi Fiwen got into trouble, all the fool could think of was one thing: saving her, no matter what it took. He was also slightly surprised by how rigid her limbs became underwater. Clearly, she couldn't swim, yet she still risked her life for him. He really didn't know if this woman was stupid or smart. Let's go home. Seeing her completely soaked, the wet clothes clinging tightly to her curves revealing the outline of her lingerie, Shun Liubai frowned. He immediately removed his thick coat and draped it over her. Then in the next second, he picked her up horizontally and walked away. What about that thing? You're not going after it anymore. Mrs. Shun was shocked. It was the last keepsake from his deceased mother, something he usually treasured beyond measure. Now, seeing it tossed into the water, the fool hadn't argued, dumbly diving in to retrieve it. When he came up empty-handed, he simply walked away. Don't need it, Shun Liubai said without looking back. Anything left in the pond would eventually be found. One day, he would return and reclaim what was rightfully his. Mrs. Shin did, however, leave someone behind. She might not care about the life or death of a fool, but since Chi Fiwen had fallen into the pond at her house, it wouldn't look good if word got out. They went to the guest room. Are you looking for this? Chi Fiwen's teeth were chattering as she spoke. In the next second, she extended her little hand. In her palm lay a jade pendant carved with two fish playing with a pearl, translucent and exquisitely crafted. Shin Liubai's expression faltered. How did you find it? He searched for so long but couldn't locate the jade pendant. Yet Chi Fiwen dove down once and found it effortlessly. What was this supposed to mean? Chapter 8. The Big Wrongfully Suffering Soul. I don't know either. After I fell, I sank to the bottom, and then it was like I saw it. Aren't you looking for something? I thought this might be it, so I grabbed it first. Here, if you think you can't keep it safe and it's easy to drop, I'll help you open a bank safety deposit box. He didn't say anything, but tightly held the thing in his hand, and neither did she say much. This matter cannot just be let go like that. Chi Fiwen had been holding on to her anger, wanting to take a step back to find peace, but suddenly she couldn't anymore with everything that was happening. She'd almost become like a ninja turtle through all these years of enduring. Now, she decided not to endure any longer. I must take care of this humiliation for you. With me around from now on, let's see who will dare bully you. Shin Liubai did not respond, thinking he probably couldn't understand her due to his condition. After taking a hot bath, the construction team also arrived. Soon after, messy noises started coming from the yard. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Do you believe I will report this to the police? Lady Shin shouted loudly in the courtyard as those people began filling up the artificial lake without a word. Chi Fiwen, what do you mean by this? When Lady Shin saw her come down, she angrily asked. The artificial pond is too dangerous. I nearly drowned in it, and have had nightmares ever since. It's time we drain the water and fill it up. You still want to meddle in our family affairs? Lady Shin got so mad her nose almost tilted sideways. I've taken him in as an adopted son-in-law, which means he is already half a Shun family member. My late husband suffered enough silently in this household with no one advocating for him. But times have changed now. He has someone standing by him. If Lady Shun doesn't want the reputation of mistreating a stepson, then please fill up the pond, dismiss those servants who can't swim, and this incident will be over. Otherwise, you're threatening me. Lady Shun's voice turned shrill. Yes, exactly, a threat. Chi Fiwen seriously nodded. Husband. At this moment, Lady Shin saw Shun Nan approaching, crying and complaining bitterly. I'm still her elder relative, and she spoke disrespectfully to me. Husband, you have to stand up for me. It's just a lake. Fill it if you need to. Then he lowered his voice. Enough. You have no shame, but I do. What would it look like if this news got out? Lady Shin reluctantly wanted to protest further, but when her eyes met Shin Nan's piercing glare, she immediately shut up. And so, there was chaos in the Shun family backyard. Chi Fiwen felt fully satisfied as she left, holding Shun Liubai's hand firmly, affirming, rest assured, as long as I'm around, no one will dare to hurt you again. I'll protect you for the rest of my life. Shin Liubai looked down, a different kind of emotion passing through his heart, but only for a second. A few days later, Chi Fiwen brought him to try out groom's suits at a boutique, as their wedding was imminent. She originally wanted to design them herself, but plans never seemed to catch up with changes. With the wedding closing in fast, they could only make do by altering ready-made outfits to fit the sizes needed. Entering the fitting room, she put on a dazzling white bridal gown under the assistance of a saleswoman. Her waist being quite slim, a regular-sized dress would require adjustments at the waistline before it could fit her perfectly. Looking at herself in the mirror, she felt as though she were dreaming. She was getting married. She was so lost in her thoughts that she didn't even notice the curtain opening. Shin Lubai stood behind her, neatly dressed in a suit. He couldn't deny, it was an exceedingly beautiful woman he saw. The magnesium lights above illuminated her, emitting a pure and radiant glow, accentuating her flawless skin and exquisitely sculpted features even more than the lavish gown itself. Taking large strides forward, his strong hands circled around her slender waist, pinching lightly. It seemed to him that with even a slight pressure, he might break her delicate figure. Only now did Chi Fiwen regain her senses, sensing the fine details of his touch and softly inhaling. Shin Lubai leaned in closer. Hearing that gentle sigh escape her lips, his Adam's apple involuntarily rolled. Beautiful. He simply made his evaluation and stayed silent afterward. A fool should not have too many emotions or words. Chi Fiwen also didn't feel anything odd about him suddenly hugging her waist. After all, during the wedding, they would inevitably be close to each other. You also look good. Recollecting herself, she glanced at him and found that he possessed the standard model posture. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, pure walking hormones. If he weren't silly and knew how to charm girls, wouldn't he be a killer for countless young women? Quite well fitted. That's it, I'll pay now. After changing back into normal clothes, she went to the front desk to settle the bill. Although she rarely paid attention to receipts in the past, this time it was the wedding gown, so she pulled out some of her collection of jewelry for embellishment, requiring additional craftsmanship costs. Out of curiosity, she took a quick look but discovered some items that weren't supposed to belong to her purchases. Gentleman's tie? Shoes. When did I buy these? It was another Miss Chi who bought them. Since you're from the same family, all purchases have been charged to your account. Upon hearing this, Chi Fiwen's face turned beet red with anger. I want to check the consumption records. She didn't know until she checked, and it was quite a shock. Jiang Yin had been flaunting the banner of the younger Miss Chi, brushing her face for purchases, and then letting her, this unfortunate soul, foot the bill. Over these years, Jiang Yin had bought items worth millions, presumably gifting the men's stuff to Tang Zizong, while using the women's items herself. In other words, she had been funding their love affair with her money. Chi Fiwen felt her blood pressure soar in an instant. She not only investigated this store, but also went to several others she used to frequent. It turned out that Jiang Yan's meals, bags, skincare products, and cosmetics were all purchased with her money. All of it was charged to her account. She felt like she was having a heart attack. Over these years, she'd been incredibly stupid, beyond redemption. As the daughter of the Chi family, money was just a string of numbers to her. She never carefully examined where it went. She would just swipe her card and leave with the items. Jiang Yin had clearly taken advantage of this fact, hiding in the shadows like an invisible leech. What made her angriest wasn't this much, but rather that Tang Zizong must have known. He knew Jiang Yan's financial situation better than anyone. How could he fail to notice the many expensive gifts he received? He had known all along, yet he didn't say a word, treating her like an easy mark. For these years, even if he didn't love her, he didn't have to take such advantage of her like this. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became, but she bit her lips firmly, eyes red-rimmed, stubbornly refusing to let a single tear fall. She squatted alone in the corner, drawing countless circles on the ground, forcefully suppressing the sorrow in her heart. This was her personal little habit, the only way she could slightly relieve the stress. Shin Lubai watched from the side, feeling that this woman was both foolish and pitiful. He couldn't bear to see it anymore, so he took large steps forward, pulling out a wet tissue from his pocket and wiping her dirty fingers very seriously. Her eyes misted over as she looked at him silently. Was your money stolen? He asked gently. It was cheated, a lot of money was taken. The key wasn't about regretting the loss of money, it was feeling stupid, thinking how wicked Jiang Yin was, and how malicious Tang Zizong was. If you were cheated, it's illegal, he continued speaking. Originally, Chi Fiwen still couldn't swallow this insult, unsure what to do. But when she suddenly heard his words, her muddled mind cleared up immediately. That's right, Jiang Yan's actions were illegal. With this amount of money, it constituted an economic crime, punishable by imprisonment of at least 12 or 20 years. Either repay every single penny she stole, or rot in jail forever. Chapter 9. My wedding is not cancelled, nor delayed. She suddenly came back to life, her eyes sparkling. Fool, you're too smart. How could I not have thought of that? After saying this, she excitedly tiptoed, hooked his neck, and gave him a happy kiss on the cheek. Then she immediately took out her phone and dialed Chi Yao's legal affairs number. Shin Lubai absent-mindedly touched his cheek. The warmth was still lingering there. He seemed to not be completely repulsed by her proximity. Still, he wasn't going to argue with money. He would proceed with the merger regardless. On the wedding day, in the largest church in the imperial capital, all the entrances were cleared. A week ago, grass was planted despite it being almost autumn. The grass was lush green, and just this piece of lawn had cost quite a bit, let alone the Roman arch columns, drones scattering petals, and a special piano band playing the wedding march. The open-air dining table was loaded with expensive delicacies and fine wines. The backdrop wall was LED lights, all showing photos of the bride alone, including the welcoming posters which displayed the bride's full dress. All the people who received invitations had come. Some were here to give the Chi family face, others purely to see the comedy unfold, wondering how Chi Fiwen would disgrace herself so much, laughing until their jaws dropped. Even before the wedding reached its climax, she had already stayed at the top of the trending list for days. This public wedding made the media restless, one by one carrying cameras, rushing to the scene. They had even planned the headlines already. Shock. The first bride without a groom in history. Over here, everyone awaited the wedding with anticipation while Tang Zifeng's private residence. Tang Zifeng spent the whole day looking troubled because Qi Fiwen hadn't canceled the wedding but invited the media instead, clearly determined to make a big deal out of this situation, causing him great headache. Just as he was about to go to the hospital for a checkup, he was still standing on the balcony, making call after call. Jiang Yin hugged him from behind, her voice gentle. She still refuses to pick up, doesn't she? She is too reckless. That's her temper. Did you just find this out today? You should go to the wedding venue. I can go for my checkup alone. How can that be allowed? I promised you. Tang Zifeng looked at her with deep concern, as if her compromise meant such a significant sacrifice. Jiang Yin shook her head. I'm fine. Your engagement party last time already made her uncomfortable. We can't do that again now. It's a wedding day, and so many people are watching. She's simply too capricious, actually resorting to this trick to force your marriage. I really feel sorry for you. With a slight shift in words, Jiang Yin effortlessly stirred up Tang Zifeng's disgust towards Qi Fiwen, making her appear even more considerate. You should go now, or it will be too late. I know you won't formally name me as your wife. It's okay. I don't care about those things, no matter if it's kept hidden. As long as you have feelings for me inside, I don't feel wronged. After I give birth, I'll kneel down with my child and apologize to her. I'll just work as a maid in your house, taking care of you and watching you. I will feel satisfied. Her attitude was very humble, provoking more sympathy from him. Tang Zifeng tightly embraced her. I can only go today, otherwise, she will lose face for sure. I also need this marriage to maintain my status in the Tang family. Please bear with me a little longer, at most a year or half. Then I will let the child recognize his ancestry. I believe you won't betray me. She leaned into Tang Zifeng's arms, the two getting cozy for a moment, before she saw him off. After waiting for him to leave, a smirk appeared on her lips. She intended to employ the same trick again. When the wedding reaches its halfway point, she would say she fell, putting the baby's life in danger. Tang Zifeng cared so much about her and the child in her belly. He would certainly, without hesitation, abandon Qi Fiwen and rush over. At the thought of this, she laughed even harder. Tang Zifeng rushed there, meeting the Qi family fleet right in front of the church. He stopped them immediately, trying to pull the car door, but it was locked from the inside and wouldn't open. The car window was one-way glass, unable to reveal what was happening inside. Qi Fiwen, in the wedding right now. Stop embarrassing yourself. I've come here purely based on past sentiments. Don't be ignorant. Tang Zifeng was genuinely angry. Why must Qi Fiwen put him in such a predicament? She'd endured for so many years. Why couldn't she endure just a bit longer, a year or half? He had promised to marry her, yet why was she so impatient? There was no sound from the car. Tang Zifeng gritted his teeth in anger. You won't get out, will you? Then I'm leaving. What will you do when the next step of the wedding has no groom to attend? He clenched his fists tighter, raising his voice. He specially stopped outside the church to avoid guests seeing the embarrassment. But gradually, some guests started to approach along this road. It drew attention, even startling some church visitors. A group of people gathered, pointing fingers, gossiping wildly, voices rising as they discussed the situation. Tang Zifeng also felt humiliated. He was no longer a nobody and cared about his reputation. I'm sorry everyone, but it seems like you've made a trip for nothing. Today's wedding is cancelled. Fiwen is just like that. She loves to joke around. Some other day, we'll hold the wedding again, and I will definitely invite you all for a drink at the celebration. Everyone, please go back. Tang Zifeng shouted loudly, making the decision first. Upon hearing this, the guests started talking even more. Qi Fiwen really asked for this herself. It looks like there won't be any celebration drinks after all, and we've seen enough of the farce. Let's head back. It's over. Let's go. She'll make headlines again. Hurry up. Prepare every department. 360 degrees angle shooting. Must keep the video. Photos need high definition ones. We've got material for these past few days. The outside was noisy, with guests ready to leave, forcing Qi Fiwen to step forward. She glanced at Shen Lubai by her side. Wait for me in the car. I'll deal with the garbage and come back. After saying this, she opened the car door and got out. Inside the dimly lit vehicle, Tang Zifeng only caught a glimpse of someone sitting at the back, thinking it was a bridesmaid or something, so he didn't pay much attention. When the bride appeared, everyone stopped to watch. Though continuing to mock her, they were left amazed by Qi Fiwen's beauty. That wedding dress was extremely gorgeous, yet Qi Fiwen overshadowed it effortlessly. Across the entire imperial capital, only she could pull it off. Tang Zifeng, my wedding is not cancelled, nor delayed. It's happening today. She declared each word firmly. This isn't the time to act whimsically. Tang Zifeng, if I tell you that you only have one chance today, you stay, the wedding continues. If you choose to leave, I won't hold you back. But from now on, there will be no ties between us. Bridges are bridges, roads are roads. We sever all ties forever. Her voice was clear and powerful, reaching everyone's ears. Tang Zifeng frowned heavily. He hated being threatened, especially by a woman. Because of his illegitimate son status in the past, he endured countless humiliations and discrimination, feeling inferior to others. Over the years, he had long since held his head high, tolerating no further threats from others. It triggered too many painful memories. Yet, Qi Fiwen had struck exactly the right nerve. Deep down, he knew that he had been counting on Qi Fiwen's feelings for him, along with the old man Qi's influence, to ensure her compliance. But if Qi Fiwen really cut off all ties ruthlessly, his position would also become precarious. Tang Zifeng hesitated. He even thought about simply agreeing. After all, they hadn't registered their marriage yet. They weren't legally husband and wife. Just as he was about to agree, his phone rang. He quickly glanced at it, and without hesitation answered. Qi Fiwen watched calmly, guessing it was Jiang Yan, that woman. What? You're bleeding? Don't worry, I'll be there immediately. Tang Zifeng panicked. Chapter 10. I will take responsibility for you for a lifetime. He hung up the phone and hurriedly said, I'll go to the hospital first. Your sister needs me. I promise you, we will get our marriage certificate tomorrow. I will never betray you. After saying that, he was about to leave. But Qi Fiwen opened her mouth indifferently. Stop him. Several bodyguards got out of the car and stopped Tang Zifeng. What are you doing? Tang Zifeng roared in anger. You're not a doctor. If Jiang Yan has problems, what use would you be? I'll send someone to take a look. I know many famous doctors in the imperial capital. I can guarantee instant cure. I'll fight you if you dare to lay a finger on Jiang Yan. Qi Fiwen didn't even look at her, just gave a nod to her subordinates. Jiang Yan must attend the wedding, even by force. They all had to keep their eyes wide open, to see clearly that she isn't unwanted, that without Tang Zifeng, her wedding could still proceed. She found a handsome and obedient man. She tapped on the car door. Soon, the door opened, revealing an extraordinarily handsome person standing before everyone's eyes. She naturally took Shen Liubai's hand. Welcome, everyone, to my and Liubai's wedding. Who is this guy? It's the fool from the Shen family. Yes, it's the fool from the Shen family, Shen Liubai. What exactly is Qi Fiwen planning to do? Everyone thought Qi Fiwen was crazy, too stimulated by Tang Zifeng, mentally unclear, and ended up marrying a fool. Tang Zifeng looked extremely uncomfortable, having forgotten that Jiang Yan cried while telling him that there were signs she might miscarry. He only had one thought now. He was cuckolded. How could Qi Fiwen find another man? What kind of position does this put him in? Qi Fiwen, do you know what you're doing? His bloodshot eyes glared fiercely, like an angry lion. If he wasn't restrained, he would have probably pounced already. Qi Fiwen understood well. The reason Tang Zifeng cared wasn't because of love, but chauvinism. He treated her as his possession, something he could abandon, but others couldn't claim. Huh, what nonsense, trying to limit her. Without even sparing a glance, she affectionately held Shen Liubai's hand. Dear, let's start. Shen Liubai nodded with a slight smile on his lips. For this, she was quite satisfied. As long as he didn't speak, no one could detect any foolishness. In fact, when he smiled, he looked rather handsome. She didn't know that the person next to her appeared to be smiling, yet inside felt completely cold and heavy. He heard everything clearly from the car. She wanted to give Tang Zifeng one more chance. But what if Tang Zifeng really agreed? Would she hesitate and push him away instantly? At this thought, Shen Liubai's chest tightened, making him feel unbearably stuffy. Where would the guests want to leave now? This was a big drama, and they all returned to the church. And Tang Zifeng was forcibly detained and seated at the front row, closest to the altar, ensuring he could see every detail clearly without missing a single one. The two stepped over the red carpet, followed by two children scattering rose petals in the air. Around them, the recitation of scriptures intertwined with wedding march music. Seated were prestigious families from the upper middle class of the imperial capital. This wedding was under everyone's gaze. Whether it turned out to be a joke or a perfect match, it was at least steadily proceeding. Neither the groom nor the bride was absent. Moreover, they looked incredibly well suited. Qi Fiwen was too beautiful. Her beauty resembled wild roses growing on cliffs, bold and vivid. In the entire imperial capital, no one else could rival her elegance. No matter how brilliant a young talent stood beside her, he always seemed inadequate. But strangely, the fool from the Shen family beside her matched perfectly, equally shining. Shen Liubai's outstanding appearance and excellent temperament left no trace of brain issues. His deep, mysterious gaze contained 1,000 emotions. Subsequently, everyone sincerely blessed the couple. After all, Tang Zifeng truly wasn't worth it. A fool who can show kindness was sufficient. The audience below had relaxed, except for Tang Zifeng, whose bloodshot eyes glared ferociously as he breathed heavily, emitting low growls. Today was supposed to be his wedding day. He was supposed to be the main character, the groom. How could Qi Fiwen casually find someone, and even a fool, to humiliate him? Absolutely not. Yet he could do nothing. He helplessly watched them exchange vows under the priest's blessing, promising each other they wouldn't part whether in poverty or wealth, sickness or health. Next came the ring exchange. She extended her hand first, waiting for Shen Liubai to place the ring on. She spent last night awake, repeating today's procedures with Shen Liubai, ensuring no mistakes. But he seemed stuck all of a sudden, unmoving, as murmurs grew louder below. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and put the ring on me. I'll give you good food at home later. Quick. Her tone carried a bit of enticement. Shen Liubai didn't care about the food but instead asked, Qi Fiwen, marriage isn't a game. Are you sure? His voice was calm, without modulation, yet it stirred up ripples in her heart. She actually pondered the question seriously for a moment. Nonsense. She tossed back those two words. Did he really think she was just out for revenge on Tang Zifeng, and that was why she did all this? He wasn't even worth it. What she truly wanted was to marry someone, to find a lifelong companion. She didn't care about romantic feelings. All she cared about was whether that person was well-behaved, obedient, and could spend their entire life with her. Upon hearing this, Shen Liubai stopped asking further questions and slipped the ring onto her ring finger. Then she put one on his. She reckoned that although he seemed foolish, he wasn't really dumb. Just like a child frozen at the teenage years, very innocent. He should have some basic understanding of marriage. It wasn't something entirely foreign to him. Even fools need a sense of security. If it weren't inappropriate for the setting, she would have been tempted to pat his head. Next, the groom may kiss his bride. The priest smiled as he announced this. Shin Lubai gazed deeply at the breathtakingly beautiful woman before him, trying to find any hint of reluctance or unhappiness. But instead, he saw her radiant excitement and nervous anticipation, even with a light flush on her cheeks. Her lips were temptingly inviting, adorned with lovely lipstick, making them look plump and attractive. He pressed his lips together slightly, forming an idea in his mind. Kiss her. But he made no move. Chi Fiwen couldn't wait anymore. She had forgotten to teach him this part. Shin Lubai probably wouldn't know. No matter, she'd take the initiative. She tiptoed and quickly placed a kiss on his cheek, her lips brushing against his earlobe while whispering swiftly, "Relax, I will take responsibility for you, for a lifetime." Her voice was sweet and playful, echoing around his ears, lingering long after. Even though she had moved away, the faint scent unique to her still lingered at his nose. People in the audience cheered and laughed, but weren't surprised by such antics. It wouldn't even be surprising if Chi Fiwen tore off the groom's clothes on the spot. The wedding ceremony was almost over when Jiang Yin arrived. "Brother Zifeng, save me." Jiang Yin sobbed pitifully. "Chi Fiwen, what are you doing? Let her go? She's pregnant." Tang Zifeng lost his composure and roared loudly. Hearing this, Chi Fiwen shouted loudly. "Everyone has been laughing at me, Chi Fiwen, for years, right? Today, I'll show you exactly what's going on." Chapter 11, Bold and Beautiful. She pointed at Tang Zifeng and said, "This is the illegitimate child of the Tang family. His mother saved my grandfather years ago. She wanted him to be acknowledged by his bloodline, so she came to seek help from my grandfather. My grandfather agreed and helped him secure his footing in the Tang family. The only request was that he marry me." Tang Zifeng agreed back then, but now he has gone back on his word, showing his ugly face. And this one is Jiang Yin. She no longer carries the Qi surname and has absolutely nothing to do with my Qi family. Her household registration has been removed long ago. She's the daughter of our housemaid who encountered a family tragedy. My grandfather took her in, and we called each other sisters. Tang Zifeng was betrothed to me, but secretly consorted with her all along. He promised to marry me while simultaneously getting her pregnant. When these words were spoken, the entire crowd was stunned. They all knew Tang Zifeng had someone he loved, assuming it was someone he'd met before Chi Fiwen. It was rumored outside that Chi Fiwen used her power and influence to force the Tang family, thus forcing Tang Zifeng into their relationship, making him extremely reluctant, cold, and harsh towards her. No one expected that Tang Zifeng would accept benefits from the Qi family, yet refuse to honor the marriage contract, even having an affair with someone else. Everyone began to feel sympathy for Chi Fiwen and couldn't understand how she, with her identity and status, could endure silently all these years like a mute person. Chi Fiwen, shut up. Tang Zifeng became anxious. Jiang Yin didn't expect Chi Fiwen to disclose everything today either. Wouldn't this make everyone in the capital know she knowingly became the second woman and acted shamelessly to rise in status? She panicked and immediately clutched her belly. My stomach hurts so much. Fiwen, you want to kill the baby in my womb just to satisfy your hatred, don't you? Her cry of pain made the two bodyguards hesitate to hold her any longer. What if something really happened? It hurts so much, my baby. If anything happens to my baby, Chi Fiwen, you will be a murderer. Jiang Yin. Tang Zifeng struggled free from the restraint of others and rushed over, tightly embracing Jiang Yin. Hearing this, Chi Fiwen couldn't help but laugh. That laughter seemed like flowers blooming across the city, stirring fame for thousands of miles. It sounded as though she'd heard the biggest joke in the world. Jiang Yin, aren't you mistaken? You're sleeping with my fiance, carrying his bastard child. Moreover, I haven't touched you, nor have my people come near you. How could this possibly be my fault? Oh, right, Jiang Yin, there's something else for you. A court summons has been sitting on my desk for several days. What? What kind of summons? Jiang Yin was utterly confused, her voice soft and weak, appearing fragile and helpless. Chi Fiwen tossed the court summons at her. It clearly stated that she was filing charges against Jiang Yin for economic crime and the illegal acquisition of improper wealth. She then pulled out a thick stack of neatly organized A4 papers and handed a copy to everyone present. As they opened them, all of them detailed the luxury items Jiang Yin had purchased over the past few years, amounting to several tens of millions. Everyone see here, Jiang Yin has, for many years, been purchasing luxury goods under my name, all being charged to my accounts without my knowledge. This constitutes a criminal act. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin's complexion turned white as snow. She hadn't thought about whether she was committing a crime or not until now. However, the allure of luxury goods was irresistible. And since she managed to slip through undetected for a year, Chi Fiwen never noticing anything, she grew more brazen. Plus, Chi Fiwen liked Tang Zifeng, so even if things went south, Tang Zifeng would protect her, which wouldn't cause too much trouble. But now, Chi Fiwen was set to marry someone else. Would embarrassing Tang Zifeng still work? Jiang Yin could handle this no further and merely kept shouting about her stomach pain. She needs to go to the hospital. Chi Fiwen, why are you so malicious? If anything happens to my baby, I'll never forgive you. Fine, send her to the hospital immediately, but my people won't touch her. Is anyone willing to accompany her to ensure both the mother and baby are safe? I will. A concerned bystander raised their hand. Chi Fiwen expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your help, but please don't get too close to her. Otherwise, if anything happens to her or her child, she will pin the blame on you. Understood. Tang Zifeng was about to leave with Jiang Yin and escape this messy situation when Chi Fiwen stopped him. Your woman is currently unable to confront me directly, so what? Are you, as a man, going to run away? How exactly do you plan to address the debt owed? In public then, let's take it to court and make it widely known, forcing you to return all the money you've taken from us. Then, it's not just you who will lose face, but your whole Tang family as well. Qi Fiwen, you're truly ruthless. Tang Zifeng didn't recognize Qi Fiwen now. She looked completely different from before, strangers compared to the old Qi Fiwen who obeyed him in every way. Am I ruthless? Qi Fiwen was so angry that she came down from the podium, lifting her skirt and approaching Tang Zifeng. Seeing her so agitated, Tang Zifeng felt a glimmer of joy in his heart. It seemed he still had a chance. But unexpectedly, Qi Fiwen swung her arm and slapped him hard across the face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the hall. Tang Zifeng was stunned by the slap. A clear handprint soon appeared on his cheek, each finger clearly defined. His eyes turned red, and instinctively he raised his arm to strike back. Qi Fiwen felt a sudden shadow block her view as a figure stepped in front of her. She looked up into Shun Liubai's eyes, her heart warming. The slap landed heavily on Shun Liubai's back, and her heart sank. She quickly grabbed his hand and pulled him behind her. Don't move around. I'll protect you. Shun Liubai frowned. He didn't need her protection. Tang Zifeng, seeing that Qi Fiwen hadn't been hit, was still infuriated and aimed to deliver another slap. However, Qi Fiwen straightened her spine and coldly stared at him. Go ahead and try to hit me. This statement was firm and resounding. The entire wedding scene suddenly fell silent. Even a pin drop could be heard. Tang Zifeng was intimidated by this woman, his arm suspended in midair, unable to bring it down. Qi Fiwen stepped forward, tilting her face upward, meeting him head-on. Her brows were bold, her eyes cold, and her whole person was like a bright but thorny rose. Tang Zifeng, go ahead and hit me. If you dare to slap me, I, Qi Fiwen, will take vengeance for every slight. For the rest of my life, I'll never stop pursuing you until death. You've relied on the power of the Qi family to establish yourself in the Tang family, but now you turn on me when you're done using me? You betrayed me first, betraying the cultivation and promotion grandfather provided. You're disloyal and unrighteous. Slapping you is already lenient. Everyone present, listen carefully. From now on, there will be no connection between us. I've done some foolish things before, and all my sincere feelings have been wasted. I wish them here 100 years of good marriage, but childless forever. Her words were loud, piercing through the church, almost depleting all the air from her chest. Everyone was impressed. Qi Fiwen, with her intelligence fully engaged and not clouded by romantic emotions, shone brightly. Even Shun Liubai behind her couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, looking at her approvingly. In this state, she was both fierce and beautiful. Chapter 12. The sole heir of the Tang family. Tang Zifeng's face turned red as a liver, appearing extremely angry yet unable to counter. This slap was now impossible to land. He couldn't bear the consequences. True, he had some say in the Tang family now, but not much. It wasn't as if the Tang family was ruled by his word alone. But behind Qi Fiwen stood the entire Qi Yao group, and on top of that, he himself was at fault. Good, very good. Qi Fiwen, I've wanted to sever ties for a while. It's just you being shamelessly persistent. He tried to rationalize his position. Then he glared at Shun Liubai, pointing an accusing finger. Your judgment is only this good, finding someone foolish. You'll cry over this later. It proves that no one else wants you except me. Without me, your only option is to stay with a fool. Hearing this, Shun Liubai frowned deeply, a trace of coldness flickering in his eyes. Being cursed directly to his face really angered him. He wanted nothing more than to break the man's finger. Just as he was pondering this, a slim figure moved slightly in front of him, blocking his view and tightly gripping his large hand. Her small hands were boneless, warm and tender. Instantly, his anger dissipated. Being protected by his wife didn't feel half bad either. So he continued pretending to be oblivious. Qi Fiwen was clearly upset about Tang Zifeng's insult toward Shun Liubai. Try pointing your finger again. Do you want your fingers chopped off? Humph. He threw up his sleeves to leave, but was stopped by bodyguards. Will you recognize this bill? Yes. He gritted his teeth and answered. All right, settle privately and pay 10 times the amount. Otherwise, I'll sue and drag this out for as long as possible, to publicly shame you all. Not for compensation, but for justice. You? Tang Zifeng widened his eyes in shock, clearly agitated. These past years, she had deceived him well. She used to appear so obedient, carefully flattering him all the time, but now her true colors showed through. How vile she truly was. What could Tang Zifeng do now? He had to agree. Taking this matter to court and publicizing it further would lose him too much face. Not to mention trouble for the Tang family, which would worsen his own situation. Having accepted responsibility, Tang Zifeng thought he could finally leave, but Qi Fiwen insisted on making him sign an agreement. Seeing the prepared documents made it clear she had planned ahead. It wasn't impulsive. Furious but resigned, he signed, muttering under his breath. You malicious woman, it was right of me to reject you. After saying that, he strode toward the exit, but abruptly, there was a noisy commotion outside. Several cars parked in front of the church. A man stepped down and directed his people to carry some items inside. The leader shouted loudly. Congratulations to the newlyweds from DE Group by Hawaii. May they grow old together in love and harmony. DE Group? Wasn't this sir known to be quite mysterious, avoiding all contact with others? When did his relationship with the Qi family become so close? It was rumored earlier that Mr. Bai bypassed many excellent enterprises to collaborate with Qi Yao. Is it true? It's said he is grotesque in appearance, but is it real? Some also claim he's handsome and accomplished, young and capable. Voices buzzed around him. Chi Fiwen was also taken aback. Bai Huai rarely participated in social events, aloof and enigmatic. Even if their companies were collaborators, coming uninvited seemed out of character. Yet, despite their weight, Bai Huai remained unseen. One man approached, courteous and humble. I am Bai Huai's special assistant. Miss Chi, please call me Xiao Shui. Shui Hao spoke calmly. Bai Huai holds deep admiration for Mr. Chi, hence his sudden visit without invitation. Please accept these modest gifts, hoping Miss Chi doesn't find them offensive. Subordinates aligned themselves neatly. Top-quality ginseng, precious fungi, a set of high-end jewelry, antique paintings and scrolls, pearls, emeralds, even a hot spring villa, a limited edition Maybach. All this went far beyond monetary value. Many items were irreplaceable treasures. What once seemed a shallow business relationship now revealed a deeper connection between the two families. People who previously thought the Chi family was declining, those who avoided associating with Chi Fiwen, reconsidered their stances. All for me? She was utterly shocked. While she had seen luxury before, preparing such extravagant gifts herself would have caused even her physical pain. Of course, these are gifts from Bai Huai. Shui Hao subtly glanced at Xin Lubai. Half an hour ago, Xin Lubai had suddenly messaged him, instructing him to deliver gifts in the name of DE Group. Time was tight, so this was all that could be gathered within the hour. Given more time, perhaps the offerings could have been upgraded. Unsure whether the master was satisfied. Did Bai Huai say anything else? Her voice trembled noticeably. No. Once the gifts were delivered, I decided not to disturb further and take my leave. Shui Hao made a grand entrance, leaving quietly, without disturbing a single cloud, leaving everyone present stunned and speechless. Even Tang Zifeng nearby stood perplexed. He had completely forgotten about Jiang Yin, who was sent to the hospital, and paid no attention to his own flesh and blood. His head buzzed with noise. He thought he had already finished using the Chi family. He didn't want to please Chi Fiwen anymore. The gap between them hurt his self-esteem. So he chose Jiang Yin, who was not comparable to Chi Fiwen at all, aiming to restore his confidence. But now seeing Chi Fiwen's great relationship with DE Group, he wavered. It was obvious that Chi Fiwen could still bring him benefits. So what if he sacrificed his dignity? What if he shamelessly flattered her? As long as it helped him climb higher, he could care for nothing. Fiwen. His tone softened a bit. Only then did Chi Fiwen realize this person was still here. She showed no kindness. Get out. Tang Zifeng left with red cheeks, feeling his manhood greatly disgraced. He could only force himself to temporarily put this matter aside, thinking more about his beloved Jiang Yin and the child in her belly. But the scorching pain on his cheek reminded him. How could he ignore it? How could he forget? The image of Chi Fiwen being spirited and unrestrained floated in his mind, stirring up ripples in his heart. How could he not like the beautiful, graceful, radiant Chi Fiwen? But he was a man after all. He needed self-respect. Everyone mocked him for relying on the Chi family to rise, even though she never mentioned the gap between them or the help from the Chi family. Yet deep down, he couldn't get over it. When he trampled on Chi Fiwen's sincerity and saw her humiliate herself to beg for mercy, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He must be extremely excellent for Chi Fiwen to absolutely need him. Jiang Yin wasn't as good as Chi Fiwen in terms of wealth, background, appearance, or figure, but she was inferior to him. If she left him, she would have nothing. He was totally indispensable to her. Unlike Chi Fiwen, if she left him, she'd still be the young miss of Chi Yao Group and would have admirers. Tang Zifeng was full of contradictions. At this moment, his phone rang. It was his mother Sui calling. Mom, what is it? There was indescribable annoyance in his voice. Your father passed away. What? Tang Zifeng immediately perked up. Not only your father, but also your older brother is dead. They were in a car accident. The car crashed straight off the winding mountain road and fell down the slope. By the time the police found them, their bodies were already cold. Zifeng, our family has finally made it through the hard times. You're the only male left in the family. The inheritance right definitely belongs to you. We've finally made it. Chapter 13, Protecting One's Own. Sui burst into tears. It was a cry of joy. Tang Zifeng was also thrilled. He had just been worrying about Chi Fiwen getting married and him losing his backing, which would surely make his older brother make life difficult for him. But he never expected that his biggest enemy would die. He no longer cared about Jiang Yin in the hospital and immediately rushed to the Tang family estate. The police had already brought back the bodies. Both were unrecognizable, so Tang Zifeng hastily arranged for their burials. By the afternoon of the same day, a board meeting was held, and he immediately assumed his position. His first move upon gaining power was to order the PR department to suppress, at all costs, the scandal from Chi Fiwen's wedding. This time, he finally achieved his goal without relying on Chi Fiwen, sitting in the position he had desired. It seemed even heaven was on his side. Sitting on the chair of the chairman, Tang Zifeng leisurely spun around as dazzling neon lights outside the floor-to-ceiling window illuminated half the sky red. Right now, his mind was completely filled with thoughts of Chi Fiwen. He had finally surpassed Chi Fiwen. Now he could appear before her without feeling inferior anymore. Chi Fiwen could look up to him. He would lead the Chi Yao Group to brilliance. Just as he was thinking, Sui came in. Both mother and son had been busy until deep into the night, yet they showed no signs of fatigue. I heard Chi Fiwen got married today. You refused to marry her, so she found a fool just to spite you? The circle was small, and news traveled fast. She's only mad at me temporarily. Now I can stand tall in front of her. If she knew I used to love her but was too insecure to do anything, she would definitely forgive me. But still, today she did marry a fool. Aren't you worried she might do something to betray you? It won't happen, Tang Zifeng firmly declared. Chi Fiwen seems brash and reckless on the surface, but she is quite conservative when it comes to that kind of thing. Even after being with me for such a long time, she didn't agree to go all the way. She must be pretending to marry a fool just to get back at me. She knows her limits. Thinking of this, Tang Zifeng couldn't help but sigh. At the beginning, he didn't want to make mistakes either, but Chi Fei was simply too reserved. He wouldn't have lost control if he hadn't gotten drunk and ended up together with Jiang Yan. Mom, I will marry Chi Fiwen. Jiang Yan doesn't have the background to be my wife. What about the child in her belly? The baby inside her is a boy. I want to keep him first, raising him separately. Please help take care of him for me, Mom. My top priority now is to reconcile with Chi Fiwen. He wore a confident smile. After all, everyone in the capital knew that Chi Fiwen loved him obsessively. She remained devoted to him despite how he treated her before. Now if he simply extended his hand, she would certainly come running back right away. Alright, Chi Fiwen is indeed someone worthy of you now, while Jiang Yan is clearly not suitable. But the child is innocent, so let's not drag them into this mess. I'll visit the hospital on your behalf. Jiang Yan understands things well, so she'll definitely cooperate. Su Wei looked at her son with great satisfaction. Previously, she wasn't always so confident. When did this change start? It probably began when Chi Fiwen, the heiress of a wealthy family, stubbornly clung to her son. As a mother, she felt a tremendous sense of accomplishment. Without formal title, she had always been laughed at, but after Chi Fiwen fell for Tang Zifeng, those rich wives willingly accepted her in their social circles. At every event, she would belittle Chi Fiwen, saying that she wanted to force herself to become their daughter-in-law like some annoying nuisance, utterly loyal to her son, refusing to let him go unless she married him. By belittling Chi Fiwen, she garnered attention from many people, making herself feel high above others. Though she thought Chi Fiwen unworthy earlier, she still felt the same now, considering it beneficial for her son's career. Su Wei went to the hospital. When Jiang Yan saw it wasn't Tang Zifeng himself who came, she couldn't help but ask, Mom, why are you here? Although they weren't married yet, Tang Zifeng had already made grand promises to her, and she had been calling Su Wei Mom ever since. In the past, Su Wei liked hearing it, but now, things were different. Jiang Yan no longer matched her son. Zifeng is busy, but he's concerned about you, so he sent me to check on you. Oh, by the way, Zifeng has inherited the Tang family. Su Wei briefly mentioned the death of the father and son of the Tang family. Jiang Yan was overjoyed. Her hard days were finally coming to an end, and she would soon become the mistress of a wealthy household. Mom, really? With excitement, Jiang Yan grabbed Su Wei's hand, her eyes tearing up, though the tears didn't fall yet. Immediately, Su Wei harshly pushed her hand away. Yan Yan, I've decided to adopt you as my goddaughter. From now on, you and Zifeng will address each other as brother and sister. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's heart sank. Mom, what do you mean? Zifeng's career is now ascending rapidly. He has just taken over the group and needs a capable assistant. In the past, he sacrificed too much for you, and now he should properly compensate for Chi Fiwen. However, you can rest assured, Zifeng will still take responsibility for you. You just need to focus on giving birth to the child, and your material needs will be secured. Even if you become my goddaughter, the child can still be registered under the Tang family household. Jiang Yan's body trembled. What a betrayal after using her. Because of his twisted sense of pride, Tang Zifeng had humiliated Chi Fiwen, which gave her an opportunity to rise. She had flattered him, indulging his machismo, but now that he was in power, he wanted to kick her aside? Jiang Yan was furious enough to go mad, but she restrained herself. On the surface, she was obedient, speaking softly. I'll do whatever Aunt says. I know Zifeng is a man with great ambitions and cannot let personal feelings hold him back. I'll just take care of myself during the pregnancy and do exactly what you tell me to. Good girl, it's such a pity that you have to endure this. Though Su Wei said so, there was not a hint of sympathy on her face. Jiang Yan mentally cursed their mother and son team, condemning them thoroughly. If Tang Zifeng wanted to reconcile with Chi Fiwen, it would depend on whether Chi Fiwen agreed. Tang Zifeng couldn't simply cast her aside. Each of these people harbored ulterior motives, yet none of them realized that Chi Fiwen, drunk as a skunk, knew nothing about their scheming. It was her wedding day, and many people came to toast her, keeping her extraordinarily busy. Having consumed too much alcohol at noon, she spent the afternoon vomiting and lying down, only to start drinking again in the evening. During the toasting sessions, guests subtly probed into her relationship with Bai Huai. She dodged their inquiries skillfully, for even she couldn't articulate much. It was true she had met him only once and didn't know of his admiration for her grandfather. Yet others assumed she was concealing information and hiding facts, believing that the alliance between the two families indicated some major move, perhaps signaling the redistribution of power within the capital city. Some began to feel anxious, seeking ways to protect themselves, and therefore became more attentive and obsequious in offering toasts to Chi Fiwen. Shen Lubai had intended to drink alcohol too, but Chi Fiwen was very protective over him. She thought how foolish Shen Lubai was, not even able to take care of himself, and thus should certainly avoid excessive drinking. Naturally, she intercepted every drink intended for him, silently watching her raise one glass after another, until her cheeks flushed pink and her gaze grew unfocused. Chi Fiwen retched several times in the middle of the night and staggered out of the restroom unsteadily. Do you really want to keep drinking? Shen Lubai frowned deeply. Chapter 14. Your name sounds nice. There are still so many people I haven't toasted with yet. No more toasting. No, it won't do. Chi Yao Group needs investment now. They all suspect my relationship with DE Group is unusual. Quickly, we should seize the opportunity and confirm some contracts. You're not entirely stupid. Shen Liubai's tone clearly meant praise, but when it came out of his mouth, it sounded slightly sarcastic. Unfortunately, the person already drunk didn't notice any of it. Chi Fiwen threw up again, vomiting out all the acid from her stomach. At this rate, she might end up in the hospital from drinking. Shen Lubai couldn't stand to watch anymore. Seeing that she was still trying to force herself to drink, he stepped forward directly, took her glass, and drank it down himself. I'll drink on her behalf. Hey, you fool actually cares about your wife. Does this fool even know how to drink? Everyone burst into laughter. Fool, come on, let's clink glasses. A drunk man, completely carried away, poked Shen Lubai with a wine glass, calling him a fool repeatedly. The next second, red wine poured over him from head to toe. Who? That person instantly sobered up, angrily turning around to see Chi Fiwen. Chi Fiwen. He has a name, Shen Lubai. Remember that? If you don't, I wouldn't mind making sure it stays in your memory. Chi Fiwen showed favoritism. She could call someone a fool, others couldn't. She immediately grabbed Shen Liubai's hand and splashed the wine in his cup onto the other person's face as well. Shen Lubai seemed like a puppet under her control. The puppet now stared at the girl's reddened ear tips, having an impulse to bite them. The man trembled with anger but didn't dare retaliate. The relationship between Chi Yao Group and DE wasn't clear yet. It wasn't a big deal to offend Chi Fiwen, but offending the people behind her wouldn't be good. That person left the banquet angrily. This little episode did not affect the mood of the rest. They continued raising their cups, though they were much more polite towards Shen Lubai from then on. Afterwards, no one tried to force drinks anymore. Chi Fiwen had drunk too much and finally went upstairs to the hotel suite for rest. She fell into a deep sleep. Just as Shen Lubai was about to leave, she suddenly grabbed his hand. Your name? Sounds really nice. What? I like your name. The idea of leaving blank space reveals vastness within limited confines. Lubai. She mumbled in her drunken state. His body stiffened slightly. It was the name his mother gave him, and many people didn't understand its meaning. But somehow she did. Just go to sleep. He maintained his usual indifferent expression, but silently tucked her disheveled blanket back in place. He needed to go out for a while. He quietly left the hotel, soon disappearing into the blind spots of surveillance cameras. He got into a car. He had an important engagement coming up. Sir, the Tang family has replaced personnel. Tang Hui and his son died unexpectedly in a car accident. Now Tang Zifeng has taken over the company. Public relations have bought off the media, so there won't be any unfavorable reports about him tomorrow. Sir, do you want me to interfere? No need. However, send someone to break his index finger since he pointed at me today. I'm very upset about it. He said it casually. Understood. Chi Fiwen slept for 3 hours. The guests downstairs had mostly left by then, and the time was getting close to midnight. Fool. She called out once, but there was no response. She forced herself awake, assuming he was in the restroom, but when she checked, he wasn't there. She suddenly sobered up. Fool. She looked in the wardrobe, balcony, behind the curtains. None of these places held Shen Liubai's figure. He wasn't inside the room. She searched outside, asking the staff who said they had seen him, but that was several hours ago. When she reviewed the surveillance, she saw him leaving alone and hadn't returned until now. Her heart leapt to her throat. He was a fool, couldn't recognize directions or people. What if he got kidnapped by human traffickers? He was so handsome and likely to attract trouble. She mobilized many people to look for him and reported it to the police, but they couldn't open a case without waiting 24 hours. She paced anxiously, running around to various places, and even went to the Shun residence, nearly turning it upside down. But after checking every room large and small, there was still no sign of him. Where could that fool have gone? Suddenly, she received a call from the hotel. They said Shen Lubai had returned and was currently at the hotel entrance. She immediately sprinted back. At the sight of that slim figure, Chi Fiwen's eyes watered instantly. She rushed over, shoving him violently, landing a heavy punch on his chest. Shen Lubai stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. Where have you been? Do you know how worried I was about you? Afraid you'd be scammed, starve, freeze, or lose your way back. I thought the Shen family hid you privately. I was this close to tearing things apart. Where have you been? Why didn't you say anything? You scared me to death, do you know that? At this moment, Shen Lubai handed her something. There were some prescriptions of dried orange peel, hawthorn mixture, yogurt, honey. What are these? You drank too much. These will help with the alcohol. He spoke clearly. Every word seemed exceptionally serious. Upon hearing this, Chi Fiwen's head immediately buzzed. So he had gone out to buy her something to sober up. But why did it take so long? Got lost. The next second, Chi Fiwen, who had been rushing around and was drenched in moisture, tightly hugged him. Shen Lubai stiffened slightly. He felt a warm wetness on his shoulder. She was crying. Were these tears of gratitude? In that instant, Shen Lubai felt choked up inside. He had only been lying, casually making up a lie. He thought Chi Fiwen wouldn't care so much about him, and had bought these things just to fool her while coming back. But he hadn't expected her response to be so enthusiastic, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Let's go home. She hastily wiped her eyes, not caring that her makeup had smeared. She tightly clutched the items he bought, as if she'd gotten hold of some treasure. He had simply bought them, really randomly. He suddenly regretted not carefully choosing medicine for sobriety at the pharmacy, not picking a blueberry-flavored yogurt. Even the honey was purchased arbitrarily. He should have bought a better quality one. Back home, Chi Fiwen gave him a very serious lecture. From now on, you're not allowed to leave alone. Here's my phone, press 1 to call me. I'll answer no matter what I'm doing. The people in this uniform are police officers. They're good people. You can ask for help and have them bring you to me. She showed him a photo of a police uniform. Also, remember our house address and door plate number. If you ever get out by accident, don't be afraid. This is your account that I set up for you. With face recognition payments everywhere, just scan your face and pay. When you're thirsty or hungry, don't suffer. Eat well. I've got plenty of money. If you accidentally get separated from me, always stay where you are and wait for me. I'll definitely come back for you, understand? Even though she instructed him thoroughly, covering all aspects, she still couldn't help but feel worried. Shin Lubai, after all, wasn't really stupid and found her instructions laughable. But he couldn't smile. Today's Chi Fiwen seemed different. She was valiant and spirited when confronting jerks on stage. Sweet and adorable when they exchanged rings and kissed. Strong and domineering when shielding him and defending his honor. Finally, across the road, she eagerly ran toward him. Her rabbit-red eyes, the hoarse voice, the angry shove against him, then the tight embrace. She was fragile, like a flower ready to wither at any moment. He actually harbored the desire to protect her. Chapter 15 The Last Chance. Have you memorized everything? She asked. Seeing him nod, she forced him to recite her phone number and home address again. All right, you've had a tiring day. You can go rest now. She patted his shoulder. Why are you so nice to me? As soon as the words came out, Shin Lubai felt like an utter fool. This question shouldn't have been asked unless one was dumb. Chi Fiwen thought for a moment and answered earnestly. It's because you only have me. Shin Liubai's body jolted. These words delivered a profound impact on his soul. Since I took you out of the Shin family, I will be responsible for you for a lifetime. Chi Fiwen thought it through very simply, just like adopting a stray cat or dog. Once adopted, responsibility lasts forever, and they cannot be abandoned halfway through. Patience and love are needed when dealing with fools. But these words carried a different warmth when heard by Shin Lubai. A person who had tasted both coldness and warmth finally heard such a warm-hearted sentence for the first time. He hastily lowered his gaze, hiding the flurry of thoughts inside. All right, go to sleep quickly. She was also feeling drowsy, yawning. She was still waiting to wake up early tomorrow to see the jokes of Tang Zifeng and Jiang Yan. That night, she slept extraordinarily soundly, dreaming that she trampled over Tang Zifeng, the great scoundrel, and slapped Jiang Yan's face repeatedly with both hands. Then Shi Yao Group ascended under her leadership step by step. Her grandfather's condition was also controlled, and he could live for another 100 years. She laughed in her dream. In the end, she bore 2 children within 3 years with Shin Lubai. Shin Lubai became a house husband, turning into a little puppy, wagging its tail at her constantly. When she woke up, she was still savoring the dream, licking her lips. It was too exhilarating. She immediately opened her phone, intending to see Tang Zifeng's misfortune. However, unexpectedly, not a single media outlet made any sound. They merely said some formalities about how her wedding ceremony was grand, and that she was blessed with good marriage luck, not even mentioning DE Group sending gifts for congratulation. She understood this might be because DE Group wanted to keep a low profile and suppress the news. But why weren't there any reports on Tang Zifeng and Jiang Yan, that pair of adulterers? She continued scrolling through the trending topics, and suddenly a line of text caught her eye. Tang Corporation changes era. New successor holds press conference. She clicked on it and saw Tang Zifeng speaking confidently, looking self-important. Where was the embarrassment from yesterday? The next headline read, Tang Corporation CEO, horribly hit by a car. After reading them all, Chi Fiwen remained deeply shaken inside. How come she couldn't squash Tang Zifeng? His luck really blew off the charts. She then brushed past Su Wei's adoption of Jiang Yan as a foster daughter's news, infuriated. At that moment, her phone rang. It was a strange number. She had a premonition that it was Tang Zifeng. She didn't answer. Very soon, she received a text message. Late. If you willingly apologize to me, I'll forgive you. Don't waste time arguing with a fool out of anger. Deep down, I do care for you, but I can no longer endure your temperament. If you're willing to admit your mistakes and mend yourself, we still have the chance to start anew. Remember, this is my last chance for you. The scumbag's tone was arrogant. Was he delusional? Had Tang Zifeng lost his memory? Didn't she make it clear enough already that she didn't give a damn about him anymore? He probably has way too many phone numbers to block. Chi Fiwen's good mood for the whole day completely shattered. It seemed that in order to thoroughly crush him, she would need to take down the Tang Corporation. Then, let's battle it out. Chi Fiwen's annoyance dissipated as soon as she saw Shin Lubai. Such a good-looking little puppy drinking milk so obediently. She rushed to the dining hall and sat next to him. Did you sleep well last night? Your milk looks really delicious. Otherwise, why did he drink it so slowly, savoring it carefully? She grabbed it outright, greedily sucking it in. It indeed tasted better than hers. Shin Lubai stared blankly at his now empty hand, still adapting to Chi Fiwen's brashness and brightness. But, seemingly, he found it less difficult to accept. Later, I'll take you to tour around the company, then we'll go shopping. The doctor said your condition should avoid being cooped up indoors all the time, which is unfavorable for recovery. You want to cure me? Of course. Though I don't mind their odd glances, and I think you look great now, I hope you get better. Don't worry, I have money. Even if I can't cure you, I'll take care of you for life, ensuring that you never lack food or clothing, and nobody will dare bully you ever again. This wasn't the first time Shin Lubai had heard forever from her mouth. So long a time span, full of countless uncertainties and unknowns, yet she spoke it with such certainty, her eyes so sincere. He almost fell into the vortex in her eyes, believing every word of her forever. He didn't respond, lowering his head to continue eating. He would not respond to anything uncertain. After breakfast, Chi Fiwen took him to the group headquarters. There, Shin Lubai also saw the professional manager of Chi Yao Group, Lu Zhang. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, looked efficient and steady, just over 30 years old, with a calm demeanor like an unperturbed ancient well. Shin Lubai quickly analyzed this person. Cruel. Ambitious. Not someone who would stay in a small pond. Lu Zheng also curiously checked him out. Just a fool. Soon, Qi Fiwen went to a meeting, and Shun Liubai's phone rang. It was an email. Plan to merge Qi Yao Group. It meticulously documented every step that should be taken. In the end, Qi Yao would fail to pay the cooperation tail amount. They'd be directly sued in court, their assets auctioned off. Qi Fiwen could then officially declare bankruptcy. Sir, please review it. Shuao sent a text message. After rapidly going through it all, Shin Lubai couldn't find any issues. A precise strike, leaving no room for Qi Yao to recover. He should be satisfied with the efforts of those beneath him, but why wasn't he happy? Instead, he felt suffocated, unable to breathe easily inside the room. He exhaled a turbid breath and made the judgment expected from a businessman. Execute. After sending the command, he erased all traces without leaving even a speck behind. After finishing the meeting, Qi Fiwen felt like she had been through hard labor reform, since listening to things she completely didn't understand was exhausting on her brain. This wedding brought great benefits, numerous orders all at once. Although Qi Fiwen couldn't handle all of them, if she missed this opportunity, she might never encounter it again. She clearly knew that there was no deep relationship between her and DE Group. Once they realized that, they wouldn't look at her favorably anymore. So, for these orders that literally fell into her lap, she had to take as many as possible. Of course, she also faced enormous risks. If she couldn't deliver the quantity stated in the contract upon the due delivery date, she would face huge penalty fees. The board members hesitated, none daring to make the decision, fearing being remembered as historical sinners. Qi Fiwen could only make the decision alone, signing a war pact, taking full responsibility for all consequences. Success meant wealth for everyone. Failure meant she'd have to sell her shares at a low price to compensate for the losses. Qi Fiwen was under immense pressure, but she had to do this. If she followed standard procedures, Qi Yao Group would still be doomed. After returning, she slumped onto the sofa. Very tired? He asked. Not tired. This is what I'm supposed to bear anyway. It's just that someone has carried the burden for me for so many years. Now it's my turn to shoulder it. Forget it, you wouldn't understand this. Her next task was to find a factory for subcontracting. Their own factory was nearly saturated. There used to be a company that greatly benefited from her family. Now it should be time for them to help out too. She called. Uncle Dong, do you remember me? I'm 1-1. My dad used to invite you for tea frequently. I want to discuss a collaboration with you, 60-40 split. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by the other party. Niece, it's not that I don't want to help, but I just signed a contract with the Tang family. Cousin Tang explicitly said that if you come seeking help and I dare to accept, I will be done for. The uncle has elderly parents and young children to support. It can't be helped. Tang Zifeng. Her face darkened instantly. He actually still tried to trip her up. Chapter 16, Identity Exposed. Uncle, I have some things to handle on my side. Let's talk later. I'll hang up now. The other party fled quickly. You old geezer. You owe the group tens of millions, yet every year you act like a deadbeat refusing to pay your debts. Not only that, but now you don't even want to help. She was so angry her teeth were grinding. Reluctantly, she released Tang Zifeng from the blacklist. Tang Zifeng, let's have a proper chat. Shin Lubai was busy taking apart computer parts and reassembling them. Upon hearing that name, his ears twitched slightly. 1-1, you finally decided to contact me first. Are you admitting fault? I'm just below your company headquarters right now. Come down, let's eat a meal together. Fine, I'll go see you. Qi Fiwen rushed down hurriedly and saw Tang Zifeng looking quite pleased with himself. 1-1, let's pick a restaurant first. No, we'll discuss it here. Qi Fiwen's attitude was strong, and Tang Zifeng's face started showing signs of irritation. You weren't like this before. You've changed too much in this period, and this isn't good. She couldn't help laughing in anger. How I am has nothing to do with you. I didn't marry Jiang Yan. So what? What does that have to do with me? I know you can be moody, but there should be a limit. I'm a man. You should give me face. The incident at the wedding where you made me mad, I can overlook it because I'm generous and I really like you. Otherwise, I wouldn't indulge you this much. You like me? Qi Fiwen felt as if she had heard the most outrageous joke. He liked her, yet he treated her sincerely offered feelings with disdain, making her an object of ridicule. Was liking someone this kind of thing? If so, then she'd rather ask him not to like her anymore. She still wanted to live a few more years. Tang Zifeng, I didn't call you here for this conversation. Let's focus on the main issue. She found it disgusting and didn't want to continue with this topic. Wasn't the factory refusal by Uncle Don you're doing? Yes. Only if you humble yourself and apologize will I change my stance. Then our families can unite, and you can be my ideal supportive partner. Together, I will lead the Tang family group to another pinnacle. Wait, what about Qi Yao Group? Qi Yao Group is naturally to serve as a stepping stone for Tang Group. Qi Fiwen became visibly upset, her whole body trembling lightly, as she felt a cold chill rise from her feet. How could she have known such a despicable person and done so many foolish things for him? Looking at him, even for an extra second, would tarnish her eyes. She was about to leave when Tang Zifeng frowned. What are you doing again? Acting childish? Qi Yao simply cannot take so many orders. You need offline factories urgently. Right now, only I can help you. Look carefully at me. I am no longer the illegitimate child whose name was unknown. I am the only legitimate heir of the Tang family. Slap. Qi Fiwen slapped him hard. Tang Zifeng's eyes turned red with anger. Qi Fiwen, would starve to death or end up homeless before bowing to scum like you. Very well, splendid indeed. I look forward to seeing how you get through this crisis. I've discovered the relationship between you and DE Group, and it's not that deep. You two aren't close at all. I'll wait patiently for the day you kneel and beg me. Do you know how much I despise your arrogant demeanor? It makes me sick. What do you have to be so proud of? Chi Fiwen did not want to utter another word to him. Having known each other for so many years, she had never been haughty towards him. It was always Tang Zifeng's own inferiority complex that got in the way. He thought she looked down on him. He thought she slandered him behind his back. No one else cared more about his status as an illegitimate son than he did. His psychology was already distorted. He sought admiration through Jiang Yan's adoration and belittled her to feel superior. Low and laughable. Originally, Chi Fiwen had planned to take Shen Lu by shopping at the mall, but Tang Zifeng disrupted her plans so thoroughly that she lost all enthusiasm. She had to find a way to locate a substitute factory. Currently, the Dong family was the best fit. She called someone under her, monitor Dong Chongping's movements closely, report everything he does daily to me. In the following days, she was extremely busy. Shen Lu Bai, with his abundant free time, often sneaked out. Master, our offline factories are sufficient. Do we really not lend a hand to Miss Chi? She's just a girl, rushing around everywhere. It's quite tiring for her. What does it have to do with me? His voice was icy cold without a ripple. Shuahao immediately shut up. Silence fell over the office. Suddenly, he spoke up. Isn't Dong Chongping hiding a secret lover in the shadows? Someone very well concealed. Yes. Shuahao cultivated a team of informants who spied on major wealthy families, knowing many secrets people outside the circle were unaware of. Good. You may leave. He dismissed him. What does that mean? Why did the boss suddenly inquire about this? Shuahao started sweating profusely. Boss's thoughts were as unpredictable as needles in the sea. He made a bold decision. Find a way to let Miss Chi know, without leaving any trace, that Dong Chongping has a lover. After several days of intensive research, Chi Fiwen finally found Dong Chongping's weak point. He was the typical soft rice man, fully relying on his father-in-law's family to rise. His wife was famously a tigress, unable to tolerate any sand in her eyes, and the old father-in-law was still alive, ready to crush him at any moment. Dong Chongping had always appeared as an exemplary son-in-law and husband, but it turned out to be all pretense. He had long been cheating on his wife. She didn't want to go too far with the matter. She called him again, lowering herself greatly and pleading for his help, reminding him of the previous loan. Uncle Dong, back when you were in trouble, my father treated you like a brother and handed over 1 billion yuan without hesitation. Now that my dad has passed away, I just want to keep everything he worked so hard to build. Otherwise, I can't explain this to him. Uncle Dong, have some pity on me, your younger relative. If I can get through this difficulty, in the future, all collaborations with the Dong family will come with benefits from me. It's not that Uncle Dong doesn't want to help, but I simply don't have a say in the household. It's truly a case of willing heart, but powerless hands. And Uncle Dong, you owe the group 700 million yuan. Can you repay it? It's been years. Little one, Uncle has something to do. I'll hang up first. Dong Chongping shamelessly hung up the phone. He neither wanted to pay back the money nor to offend Tang Zifeng. There's no such thing as having your cake and eating it too. If she could find evidence of Dong Chongping's rendezvous, she would have leverage over him, and he would definitely help her then. She learned that Dong Chongping had booked a room in a 5-star hotel, and she sneaked in ahead of time, wearing a mask and dressed as a housekeeper. When she arrived at the room, she used an employee card to enter. She hid inside the wardrobe, pulling out a needle-hole camera, adjusting the angle from the gap to aim it at the big bed. Soon enough, someone entered the room, and things got heated quickly. Before long, 2 bodies, naked and intertwined, appeared on the bed. Chi Fiwen felt sickened. It was nothing like the adult movies she secretly watched in her free time. Those were obviously glorified versions. After they indulged themselves thoroughly, they went into the bathroom to shower. She seized the opportunity and quietly sneaked out, almost reaching the door when suddenly the woman emerged from the bathroom. I brought some bath essential oils. Wait for me. Who are you? What are you doing in my room? The woman screamed upon seeing Chi Fiwen. Dong Chongping also rushed out in a panic, hastily dressing himself. Who are you? Damn it, don't you want to live? Coming here to catch me in the act. Chi Fiwen didn't have time to think, immediately sprinting out of there. He chased after her. Grab her. Hey, somebody grab her. This commotion alerted the security guards, and just as Chi Fiwen reached the elevator, several bulky men came out. That's her, quick, grab her. Chi Fiwen quickly ran back and hurriedly entered the safety stairs. Voices echoed from below, forcing her to run upwards. She eventually arrived at the rooftop door only to find it locked tightly. All along the route, there wasn't even a place to hide anything. She left the safety staircase and found herself on the top floor where a row of presidential suites stood, places not meant for ordinary people. Just as she was unsure what to do next, a door suddenly opened. A strong hand abruptly clutched her waist, dragging her forcefully inside. The room was pitch dark as no light was on yet. She was held tightly by a muscular embrace. Goodness, the person was bare-chested. Water dripped from his hair ends. It seemed he'd just finished taking a shower. Instinctively, she reached for the wall switch, but a large hand caught her wrist firmly, pressing it against the wall. No lights, but it was already too late. With a click, the lights turned on. Chapter 17. This waistline, any way to play, is visually pleasing. She blinked her eyes, and her eyelashes brushed against something. A sudden darkness engulfed her. She felt the man in front of her was tall and imposing, with a refreshing aura coming towards her face, which carried an intense sense of pressure. Faint light leaked through the gaps between his fingers. His face remained blurry and unclear. You? What are you doing blocking my eyes? I just finished taking a shower. I'm naked. Are you sure you want to look? The atmosphere at this moment became mysterious and ambiguous, and her hands had no place to rest but rested on the muscular chest of the man. A mixture of a clean scent from the shower gel combined with male pheromones pervaded everything. Drops of water falling from the ends of his hair were cold and slid down the collar of her clothing. Her face turned red, and she felt somewhat indignant. It's not like I care. Who are you? Why did you save me? I am Bai Huai. One of my subordinates saw you. So out of kindness, I helped you. Mr. Bai, after all, having only met once, it was normal not to recognize his voice. So helping me comes with no conditions? There is one. Close your eyes. Don't open them. I haven't fully dressed, and I need to go to the bathroom. Turn on the light after I've entered. In a while, someone of mine will come to take you away. He quickly turned off the light, and then let go of her, turning around and walking towards the bathroom. Her eyes gradually adapted to the darkness, as she stared at his broad and solid back for a long time, lost in thought. He was offering kindness. Yet, she couldn't quite figure him out. Only after he had gone inside did she turn on the light, soon followed by a knock at the door. Miss Chi, it's me, Xiao Shui. Only then did she feel reassured enough to open the door. The outside situation has been handled properly. Allow me to escort Miss Chi home. Shui Hao's attitude towards her was respectful. Upon hearing those words, she completely exhaled, ready to leave, but suddenly remembered something, addressing towards the direction of the bathroom. Thank you, Mr. Bai, for helping me. If there's ever anything I can do for you in the future, I will definitely comply, without hesitation. After she left, Shin Lu Bai came out from the inside, without wearing a mask on his face. This woman was simply too foolish. It would have been more than sufficient to directly capture pictures of Dong Chongping entering the hotel with another woman. However, she insisted on going in to shoot a video to thoroughly condemn Dong Chongping, meaning, she must have seen everything. What a little girl, not finding it disgusting and unbothered by the possibility of acquiring stigmata. At the mere thought, Shin Lu Bai grew a bit uneasy. He was halfway through his shower when Shui Hao's phone call reached him. Chi Fiwen had been discovered, with security personnel rapidly closing in. Her only option was to head upstairs. There wasn't even time to put on his mask. At that moment, his mind held only one thought: rescue her first. The door opened, and without any hesitation, he extended his hand. Before the petite one could react, he pinned her against the wall. Her waist was shockingly slim, incredibly soft to the touch, yet with some muscle strength beneath it. With this waist, visually pleasing, every way to play. In a flash, his mind was occupied solely with this notion. After Chi Fiwen's departure, Shin Lu Bai also took the shortcut back to the villa. Eat. He obediently sat on the sofa, looking at her as he spoke. You eat first. She hastily said that, and went upstairs. First handling the video by adding a mosaic, she sent it to Dong Chongping. This time, Dong Chongping initiated contact with her. Through the phone, she could already hear his gnashing teeth. Chi Fiwen, you're scheming against me. Do you even realize your actions are illegal? I could have the police arrest you. Uncle Dong, isn't cheating on your spouse also against the law? Even before the police get to you, your in-laws will already be dealing with you. All I'm asking for is simple. The 700 million you owe the group, you invest entirely in production, any surplus you may add later. If there's still profit left, I won't pursue it with you further. I know Tang Zitsong has been troubling you, but behind me stands the entire DE group. Tonight, who came to help me? I think you should be clear about that, right? Dong Chongping jumped with anger. It was supposed to be possible to catch Chi Fiwen tonight, but at Chung Yaojin, a term meaning an unexpected intervention, showed up halfway. Bai Huai, residing on the top floor of DE group, intervened in this matter, arranging for Chi Fiwen to immediately depart. Fine, you win. So, Uncle Dong, when do you have time? I'll go find you to sign the contract. All right, then tomorrow morning, I'll come to your company. With matters settled, she gleefully rolled around on the bed. She now felt a strong urge to share her joy. Hurriedly going downstairs, upon seeing Shin Lu Bai, she impulsively hugged him tightly. I found an agency factory. This time, regardless of how many orders come, I can handle them all. Chi Yao can make a comeback, and I am no longer a useless person. Hurry, let me kiss you. Chi Fiwen held his face and gave it 2 hearty smacks. Then, Shin Liu Bai's ear tips burned bright red. It was as if she had discovered a new world. Could it be you're blushing? She blinked her eyes, where they seemed to shine with stars. Did you just kiss me, or do you kiss everyone? Shin Lu Bai gripped her wrist, furrowing his brows slightly. You're not that stupid after all, are you? You know how to be jealous. We're married, so we're husband and wife. There are some things that can only be done with me. If they're done with others, I'll get angry, and the consequences of my anger are serious. He spoke deliberately, one word at a time. His voice was steady and forceful, as he suppressed an alarming chill. It seems even the little fool isn't easy to deceive. Don't worry, it's just you. That's fine. I'm hungry, let's eat. Didn't you say not to wait for me? Without responding, Chi Fiwen pulled his hand to go eat in the dining room together. The next day, she took him out to sign the contract with Dong Chongping and deleted the video in front of him before leaving. There was more good news today. She also heard gossip about Tang Zitsong injuring his index finger accidentally while inspecting the lower levels. Half of it had been severed. Chi Fiwen thought she could have 2 bowls of white rice soon. Since I'm in a good mood today, I'll buy you something. At the mall, when buying things, Chi Fiwen didn't hesitate to open her wallet. Unexpectedly, fate brought them face to face with Jiang Yan. She was surrounded by several girls, looking bright and radiant. Of course, being someone's chosen one raised one's status overnight. Even though she wasn't formally married, she was acknowledged as a godmother-in-law, no longer an ordinary person. Jiang Yan went out under the name of Miss Tang, but her relationship with Tang Zitsong was well known. She was simply the mistress he kept outside. Now many people wanted to befriend Tang Zitsong, and there were those planning to approach through Jiang Yan or Su Wei. Thus, Jiang Yan lived a life surrounded by attention and admiration. When Jiang Yan saw her, her complexion turned pale for a moment, but soon realized her current identity had changed dramatically, so she straightened her back. Sister, are you shopping too? You seem quite leisurely despite worrying about orders, huh? Anyway, you've always ignored the group, doing as you please. Jiang Yan's signature false smile was like welded onto her face. Qi Fiwen didn't want to argue with her and was about to leave with Shen Lubai. Seeing this, Jiang Yan thought she was afraid and became even more smug. If Grandpa sees that you're still acting carelessly and lacking discipline, his condition will surely worsen, won't it? Qi Fiwen paused. Angry, she clenched her fists tightly. If it weren't for Jiang Yan being pregnant, she would have really wanted to hit her. At this moment, Shen Lubai tugged on her sleeve. Isn't she in cahoots with that bad man? Yes, what about it? That bad man got injured. Why doesn't she go take care of him? Why is she here shopping instead? Qi Fiwen's eyes lit up. Jiang Yan probably hadn't heard yet about Tang Zizong's accident. He was still unconscious in the hospital. If Jiang Yan spent money lavishly outside and caused trouble, wouldn't that bring attention? Chapter 18, Getting Ahead. So, you cooperate with me later. She quickly whispered into Shun Liubai's ear. He just felt the warm breath continuously seeping into his ear, making it itchy. It was as if a little cat's paw was scratching at his heart. She had gotten too close, her red lips brushing against his earlobe, leaving behind faint traces of lipstick. Her body also carried the fresh fragrance of jasmine. Even though she moved away, the scent still lingered in his nose. His heart involuntarily accelerated its pace. He feigned calmness. Jiang Yan, my family's affairs are none of your business. You'd better focus on yourself. In fact, if you were a bit more polite to me, help carry my bag or clean my shoes, I would put in a good word for you to Brother Zizong, letting him help you for my sake. She particularly emphasized for my sake. Qi Fiwen was amused by Jiang Yan's boldness. Right at this moment, actor Shen Lubai took his place. Buy me another set of clothes, okay? That one looks good. He pointed at a suit in the brand store window. Qi Fiwen's mouth twitched at the corner as she said, Isn't it? Isn't it just a suit? I'll buy it for you, and I'll buy you anything you want. She intentionally shouted very loudly, but gave off an impression of lacking confidence. She dragged Shen Lubai into the store. As expected, Jiang Yan would definitely follow them inside. Perfect timing. I'll pick out a couple of outfits for Brother Zizong too. Don't you guys want that suit? Why don't you try it on? It doesn't look like it would fit, she mumbled. Miss, may I take it down for you to try? It's a limited edition. There's only one set in the whole country. Try if you insist. The less confident she appeared, the more excited Jiang Yan got. She kept urging, and whenever Qi Fiwen had any intention of giving up, she became condescending and sarcastic. Are you saying you can't afford it? The Qi Yao group is only SOSO. Before long, Shen Lubai came out after trying on the clothes. One must admit, he was a perfect coat hanger, walking around like a standard model. That silver gray suit, entirely handmade, was cut beautifully and hugged the waistline elegantly. Shen Lubai looked refined and elegant, almost impossibly dignified, clean, and gentlemanly. Just standing silently, no one could tell that something might be amiss with his mental acuity. With pure eyes looking at her, he smiled lightly. I like it. Shall we go for this set? How much is it? Hello, the total comes to 32,150,000 yuan, including a complimentary men's belt. So expensive? Are there any discounts available? Sorry, this is a new limited release. There's only one item nationwide, handcrafted by a famous Italian designer. The waist doesn't seem well fitted either. Take it off, it's not suitable. I don't want to. I want this one. I told you to take it off. Can you hear me? Do you even know what's going on back home? Spending 30 million on clothes. Do you have any idea how many orders this money could produce? How can you be so ignorant? Qi Fiwen berated him and forcibly stripped him of the suit. The shop assistant's face changed. Be careful. If it gets damaged, you'll have to purchase it. On the side, Jiang Yan, arms crossed, smugly retorted. You buy it then, buy it for Tang Zizong. Jiang Yan's smile froze. The shop assistant then looked at her with great enthusiasm. Miss, would you like to take a look? It's a bit ill-fitting. That's fine. If it doesn't fit, we can send it back to Italy and get it tailored. You stop talking nonsense to her. She doesn't have the money to buy it. Qi Fiwen delivered a final jab. How could Jiang Yan admit that? She could lose face in front of anyone, but not in front of Qi Fiwen. Back then, didn't she snatch Tang Zizong just for this? She couldn't tolerate Qi Fiwen acting superior and went through every possible means to drag her down into the mud. Now, with a golden opportunity to slap her hard in the face, how could Jiang Yan let it slip? Who says I can't afford it? Charge it to my card. Jiang Yan acted extremely generous, pulling out a black gold supplementary card. The shop assistant eagerly accepted it. In no time, a beautifully gift-wrapped box was presented to Jiang Yan. Do you need delivery? No, I'll carry it myself. I'll personally give it to Brother Zizong. She was about to hold it and flaunt it all the way. After seeing this, Qi Fiwen felt completely satisfied. Good thing she sent back everything she bought before. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to fool Jiang Yan. She now pretended to look humiliated and angry as she glared at Jiang Yan, causing Jiang Yan to laugh even harder. Jiang Yan even extended a friendly invitation. Would you like to do some window shopping with me? It's okay, even if you're not buying. Who says I'm not buying? That suit didn't fit, so I'm not buying it. It's certainly not because I can't afford it, she said angrily. Then she followed Jiang Yan, and Shen Lubai was very savvy. He picked the expensive items and kept clamoring for them, only to be scolded by Qi Fiwen afterward. And then a psychological strategy was used, questioning whether Jiang Yan could afford it too. Jiang Yin was immersed in this false facade of prosperity and couldn't extricate herself. At first hesitating, but soon didn't need any more provocation from Qi Fiwen. She was eager to flaunt her wealth. As long as Qi Fiwen looked at something and mentioned that she couldn't afford it, Jiang Yin would rush to buy everything all at once. Qi Fiwen acted as a decoy all afternoon and was already getting tired. She stretched her arms and yawned. Miss Jiang, you're truly remarkable. I can't compete with you. I concede defeat today. I'm leaving. Some people slink away with their tails between their legs. What's this, Miss Qi? I don't see much to boast about. After all, fortune favors everyone in turn. You won't be so audacious forever. Jiang Yin looked down on her through her nose, exuding arrogance. Qi Fiwen rose and approached her, causing Jiang Yin to subconsciously feel fear despite herself. What are you doing? You wouldn't hit me, would you? I'm pregnant. Jiang Yin's voice was trembling. Her rational mind told her not to be afraid, but her body wouldn't obey. It was entirely due to genetic dominance. Don't be so nervous. She merely patted Jiang Yin's shoulder lightly and smiled warmly. Did you know? The things you bought are all limited editions. They can only be exchanged, not returned. So what if they can't be returned? Once I bought them, I haven't planned to return them. Don't underestimate me. Sure. Now that you've attached yourself to the Tang family, Tang Zizong has come into his own, and so have you. Here's another friendly reminder. Your beloved Zizong brother should currently be in the hospital, half a finger gone. You might want to hurry up and check on him. Jiang Yin was startled. How do you know that? It must have been you who did it, right? Her immediate reaction was to suspect Qi Fiwen's retaliation. Yes, it was me who did it. Today I could cripple one of his hands, and next time I could. She deliberately cast a chilling look at Jiang Yin's belly, frightening her into retreating. And I'm not struggling at all. The matter of orders has already been resolved. Zhang Zizong's clumsy tricks aren't worth my consideration. Also, your so-called influence is utterly useless. Don't think too highly of yourself. After saying this, Qi Fiwen walked off cheerfully hand in hand with Shen Lu Bai. She hadn't gone far when Jiang Yin's phone rang. Su Wei's voice roared out. Jiang Yin, are you trying to bankrupt yourself? How could you spend that much money? You don't earn a single penny yet waste so extravagantly. Who will support you? If you don't return those items and get the money back today, don't even bother coming home. Mom, these items can't be returned, but the ones not meant for me were bought for you and Zizong. Shut up. I only want the money. Qi Fiwen turned around and smiled radiantly as she saw Jiang Yan's ashen face. She couldn't help feeling overjoyed. You despicable pair deserve to rot together. She would let neither escape. Chapter 19, The Plan to Frame Someone. Jiang Yan arrived at the hospital in a daze, and even before she entered, she heard Su Wei filing complaints. My son, you've lain here like this, but that little tramp doesn't feel a bit of pain for you. She's still splurging outside. If it weren't for you, how could someone from such a rural place have such a good life? Look at the credit card bill I received today. It's as high as 80 million. Does she deserve it? Tang Zifeng felt like his headache had doubled. Jiang Yin was truly out of line and had no awareness of her own identity. She wasn't really a wealthy young lady like Qi Fiwen, so why did she feel entitled to buy all these luxury items? In the past, when she spent Qi Fiwen's money, he simply turned a blind eye to it. But if things continue this way now, he can't afford it. Besides, he'd had bad luck today. A worker bumped into him, almost pressing his face against the machine. Although he lost half a finger, he still felt grateful. If his face had been pressed on, would he even be alive? With a broken finger that couldn't be reattached, and Jiang Yin still behaving irresponsibly, Tang Zifeng grew even more irritated. Mom, when she comes, I'll definitely talk to her. Jiang Yin now harbored deep hatred for Qi Fiwen. If it weren't for her taunts, how could she have gotten so carried away and bought so many things? But regretting now was futile. She had no choice but to tough it out. Big brother Zifeng, Mom. Don't call me Mom. How can I possibly raise a daughter like you? Su Wei said angrily. Tang Zifeng didn't defend her either, scolding her loudly. Jiang Yin was filled with bitterness. Through her tears, she sobbed and accused Qi Fiwen of all sorts of evil deeds, blaming her entirely for the trouble. Tang Zifeng became restless upon hearing this. Did she still have time to go shopping with that fool? It seemed she realized there was no hope of turning things around and just wanted to enjoy her final days of luxury. At that moment, Tang Zifeng's phone rang. It was Dong Chongping calling. I still can't stand by and watch you sink. She's after all my late friend's daughter. Our cooperation ends here. As for the gifts I sent you, I will return them. After finishing, Dong Chongping hung up. Tang Zifeng didn't even get a word in edgewise. Wah? Big brother Zifeng, it was all because of Qi Fiwen pushing me. I did it for your dignity. Earlier, Tang Zifeng had softened at her crying, but the moment he heard Qi Fiwen's name again, a surge of anger flared up instantly. He actually got out of bed and viciously kicked Jiang Yin in the body. Damn it. She told you to buy things, so you bought them? Are you brainless? You don't think for yourself at all. You're just a fool being manipulated by her, making me lose face everywhere. Oh, Jiang Yin screamed in agony, her face turning deathly pale as she clutched her stomach. Soon, blood stained her skirt. Zifeng, save our child. Tang Zifeng showed no compassion. Things were different now. He could easily have countless children anyway, and plenty of women would fight over having his baby. Jiang Yan's intelligence was already subpar. Losing this one would prevent her from giving birth to a dumb kid, which was probably for the better. Flustered over her grandchild, Su Wei quickly sent her to the hospital. The child couldn't be saved. It was already 3 months along, but due to placental abruption caused by the brutal kick, it couldn't survive. They then arranged for a dilation and curettage procedure. Jiang Yin cried uncontrollably, and Su Wei sighed repeatedly. This is fate. You and this child had an encounter without destiny. Don't be too heartbroken. Take care of your health. You're so young, you'll have another. Jiang Yin cried endlessly, and Su Wei considered it ominous to stay any longer. Even though this was her son's fault, others might fall once or twice without injury, but Jiang Yin was overly delicate. Without a rich girl's luck, she'd inherited all the rich girl's illnesses. Alone in her hospital room, Jiang Yin clenched her fists tightly, overwhelmed by humiliation. She now understood Tang Zifeng's true colors clearly. As soon as he gained a bit of success, he started looking down on others. Back when Tang Zifeng was bullied by the eldest son of the Tang family, lifting his head was a struggle. He often lamented his illegitimate status, and facing Qi Fiwen left him feeling utterly diminished. Yet at those times, she was his only refuge, clinging tightly to his promises of loving her forever. Now, with the death of the child, their soul connection had been severed. With Tang Zifeng's current status and position, she could be discarded at any time. No, she must make herself useful to Tang Zifeng. Though his character had become despicable, she had no other options. She wanted to live a good life, to live above others. Struggling despite her weakness from the abortion, she went to Tang Zifeng's room. Su Wei exclaimed sharply, "How dare you come? A woman who just miscarried carries bad luck. Don't infect my son." Jiang Yin gritted her teeth fiercely upon hearing these words, swallowing all her humiliation. "Zifeng, it's my incompetence that I couldn't hold on to the child. But should this child just be let go like this? If Qi Fiwen pushed me to an abortion in broad daylight before everyone, wouldn't this be a huge blow to Qi Yao Group? In this way, Qi Yao stocks would fall, wouldn't they?" Tang Zifeng's eyes brightened. "How are you still standing there? Come and lie down quickly. Your face is so pale." Tang Zifeng helped her onto the bed. "Mom, I want to eat bird's nest soup. Can you buy some for me?" "You eating bird's nest? Mom, go and buy it. She needs to replenish her body well." Tang Zifeng immediately gave the order. Su Wei had no choice but to comply. For now, Jiang Yin postponed the curettage operation. She bribed the doctor to conceal the truth about her abortion. The doctor also mentioned that surgery must be done as soon as possible, because a dead fetus staying too long inside could easily lead to bacterial infections, which might even be fatal. Because she hadn't gone through with the operation, she was bleeding intermittently, with large clots of dark blood, making it look quite convincing. Now everything needed to be expedited. Tang Zifeng needed an opportunity to make Qi Fiwen appear and publicly confirm her involvement in causing someone's miscarriage. However, there were no upcoming banquets hosted by anyone recently. In the end, Tang Zifeng had no choice but to host a banquet himself. It was to celebrate his taking charge of the Tang family group. He asked Dong Chongping to contact Qi Fiwen. "Niece, if you don't come, Zhang Zifeng will deal with me. I have no choice. Just come, or I'll be done before you can even act against me. You don't want anything happening to me, right? Otherwise, I won't be able to ship your orders on time." "All right, I'll attend." Qi Fiwen reluctantly agreed. She always felt that this banquet was very suspicious. She knew Tang Zifeng was overjoyed at inheriting the Tang Corporation. He probably cursed every day for his father and brother to die early. Now his wish had finally come true. He should have been more low-key, rather than hosting a celebratory banquet so soon after their deaths. What would the media think? What would people think? Isn't this pure self-inflicted damage, especially of the kind that can't be washed off easily? Is Tang Zifeng crazy? Just then, she received a text message on her phone. "The banquet tomorrow night, you must come. I want to show you how far out of your league I am now." Qi Fiwen sneered. So it was all about this, that ridiculous sense of pride. Fine, she'd attend. Chapter 20. The petite husband of the tyrannical female CEO. Qi Fiwen was picking out clothes in the wardrobe, comparing them on Shen Lubai. "This set looks good, spirited." She had never seen anyone wear a white suit so well before. Others just looked like wedding ceremony MCs. "What's this for?" His pure eyes looked at Qi Fiwen. "There's a banquet tomorrow. Will you attend with me? I'll be an embarrassment to you." "Not at all. There will be lots of delicious food. We can just eat all day." She ruffled his hair. Since he was more than a head taller than her, she had to stand on tiptoe. Previously, Shen Lubai had strongly disliked being touched on the head. Could a man's head be casually petted like a cat or dog? It made him feel very uncomfortable. But now, it didn't seem to bother him much. He remembered that in the Shen family, when guests came over, his stepmother would always have people block the door to the warehouse, fearing he would come out and embarrass her. He thought that if he came to Qi Fiwen, it would be the same. Ideally, he could be locked away, left alone, which would make it easier for him to sneak out. But the reality was, as soon as Qi Fiwen got a chance, she would take him out. She encouraged him to socialize more with people. If he didn't like crowded places, they would go to the park to play with children, fly kites, and catch butterflies. She didn't think of him as a fool or something embarrassing. Whenever someone pointed fingers at him and said hurtful things, Qi Fiwen, like a little chili pepper, snapped back immediately. The next day's banquet arrived quickly. Qi Fiwen wanted to keep a low profile, but as soon as she got out of the car, she was surrounded by people. She did her best to protect Shen Lubai. "Tonight, don't surround me. This is Mr. Tang's big day, you should focus on him. My husband is hungry, let's go eat first." She took Shen Lubai to the dining area, where there were many pastries. "The rabbit-shaped one looks cute, try it. This is good, you take it. How about it?" She looked at him hopefully. Shen Lubai had a little secret. He loved sweets. But for a grown man to enjoy overly sweet things seemed strange. So, he had been suppressing his nature. But now, Qi Fiwen kept bringing him little cakes one after another. "I don't like eating," he deliberately muttered. "Don't like it? I see how you always look twice at the milk cubes in your coffee. I thought you liked sweet stuff." Shen Lubai stiffened slightly. She actually noticed such tiny details. He didn't know that Chi Fiwen was always extremely attentive to those she cared about. She noticed how every time she brewed coffee, he would glance at the milk cubes. Just a glance, but she saw it and remembered it. Eat, this is good. She shoved a piece of mousse cake directly into his mouth. It was sweet, fine-textured, and very delicious. He really liked it. He finished it all. Do you like it? He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I want this. He began taking the initiative, pointing to a mango crepe. Let's share it. Everyone else was busy mingling socially, while the two of them were happily indulging themselves, going from one treat to another. At first, Shen Lubai was a bit reserved, but later, he completely relaxed. He had to admit, Tang's pastry chef was good. Every dessert hit the spot. Chi Fiwen also enjoyed herself thoroughly. What was this called? The petite husband of the tyrannical female CEO? There's definitely something to it. Later, Tang Zifeng made his grand appearance, and everyone raised their glasses to toast, trying to become familiar faces. Chi Fiwen didn't join in. Seeing his face made her feel nauseous. Her little darling husband was far more pleasing to look at. Tang Zifeng noticed from afar that Chi Fiwen's gaze wasn't even on him, despite all his efforts to dress up. His hand wasn't fully healed yet, and he'd spent quite a bit making sure it could pass muster in order to accuse someone. He proactively approached Shen Imo. Mr. Shun, who would have thought your brother would have such good fortune? Congratulations. Shen Imo had been smiling happily, but upon hearing this, his face darkened instantly. Chi Fiwen was a famous beauty in the capital city. If she dared to claim second place, no one would dare to claim first. At first, Shen Imo didn't think much of Chi Fiwen either, chasing after Zhang Zifeng, lowering his status and appearing incapable without a man. Initially, his mother had called him, mentioning that Chi Fiwen had brought dowry to propose, which he had ridiculed. Then his mother analyzed the pros and cons. Regardless of whether the Chi family lacked a son, Chi Yao group might be on the decline, but even a fallen camel was still bigger than a horse. When it became his stepping stone, his status would rise significantly. Plus, Chi Fiwen was incredibly beautiful, and he was somewhat jealous. That last point convinced him, so he eagerly headed home, only to find out that Chi Fiwen was after that fool. Shen Imo suddenly felt displeased. At first, he didn't care about Chi Fiwen either, but now that she had already chosen him, rejecting someone like him who was fully functional and smart in favor of a fool, wasn't this an insult to his face? Now Tang Zifeng intentionally brought up the topic, which infuriated Shen Imo so much that he downed a glass of strong liquor. Chi Fiwen is really blind. Look at the kind of men she chooses. Tang Zifeng's face turned dark too. Shen Imo was socially inept and didn't even realize he'd offended someone. A mere fool doesn't deserve to tie my shoes. Having said that, he moved closer to Chi Fiwen. Miss Chi, would you join me for a drink? No. Chi Fiwen directly refused. Shen Imo immediately tugged at her arm. Do you know who I am? I'm Shen Imo, the future heir of the Shun family. I'm better than this fool in every way. Why do you choose him over me? Are your standards for picking a man this bad? Someone as handsome and elegant as me, and you don't want me? Did you hit your head on a door? Shen Imo, having drunk too much, couldn't let it go. Do you know how Shen Lubai used to act like my dog? Crawling on the ground, fetching things with his mouth. Shen Liubai's expression soured. He knew all these things. Even though he told the fool every time that what he did was wrong and they were trampling on his dignity, the fool would naively counter-question. What is dignity? Can it be eaten? In the fool's eyes, eating came first. But after meeting Chi Fiwen, the fool could skip meals if needed, waiting for her. He could even give up control of his body during the day, just to help her. So what was so great about Chi Fiwen? The next moment, she showed him. Chi Fiwen picked up the largest cake from the table and slammed it right into Shun Mo's face. Blind from the cake, Shun Imo screamed in panic. Chi Fiwen followed up with another kick, sending him sprawling to the side. Shun Imo clumsily stood up, wiping the cake off his face and clutching his stomach. You? How dare you hit me? So what if I hit you? Am I supposed to pick a day for it? She said it fiercely, clearing her throat. Everyone here knows now. Shen Lubai is my husband, the son-in-law of Chi Yao Group. As long as I, Chi Fiwen, am around, no one can bully him. Whoever looks down on him as a fool will receive a beating from me. You? Are you being reasonable at all? I haven't been reasonable for a long time. Do you want to test me? Chapter 21. Can your face be eaten? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at each other in silence. Chi Fiwen was always the arrogant and domineering type, as bright and vivid as a rose with thorns. You! How dare you kick me, you wretch? Shen Imo wiped the cream off his face and trembled with anger. He didn't care about the disgrace of hitting a woman. All he knew was that this hussy had embarrassed him, and he couldn't let it slide. He immediately swung his fist and struck hard. Chi Fiwen was initially planning to dodge, but someone moved even faster than she did. She was pulled into a strong embrace, which carried a faintly cool minty fragrance. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Shen Imo screamed in pain. Chi Fiwen focused her gaze and saw Shen Lubai directly grabbing the man's hand and fiercely twisting it. He can hit me, but hitting her is out of the question, he said, emphasizing every word. You fool, let me go. Shen Imo became enraged, yet the grip did not loosen. Instead, the pressure increased little by little, causing Shen Imo to cry out like a slaughtered pig. Finally, Tang Zifeng stepped in. Little Shun is my invited guest. Could you please give me some face? Tang Zifeng tried to play the peacemaker, but before he could finish his sentence, Shen Lubai interrupted him. Your face? Can it be eaten? This remark caused an uproar of laughter from the entire crowd. Tang Zifeng's face turned red with embarrassment. Chi Fiwen's eyes lit up. Good job, idiot. They say children speak their minds freely, and the same applies to fools. This statement coming from Shen Lubai was most fitting. Tang Zifeng ascended through illegitimate means, mourning neither father nor brother properly, but celebrating hastily with lavish feasts instead. What face does he have? Are people here because of his face? No, it's because the Tang group established by his father and brother commands respect. Qi Fiwen, can't you control your people? He vented his anger at Qi Fiwen. What's wrong with my people? And I am still Shin Mo's sister-in-law, right? As you've seen, he was drunk, making inappropriate advances towards me and tarnishing my reputation in front of his deceased brother. So what if I reprimanded him? This is my first banquet. Do you really want to embarrass me? Tang Zifeng lowered his voice, his eyes burning with fury. Do you hate me that much? No. Tang Zong, don't ever say that. I neither love nor hate you. I don't care if this is your first banquet or not. I'm just stating facts. His disrespectful behavior towards me and his own brother deserved our reprimand. You? How come I never noticed how venomous you are? Upon hearing this, Qi Fiwen didn't get angry. She smiled brightly, revealing her white teeth. There's so much about me you don't know. Though Qi Fiwen brought him down a peg, she also realized things shouldn't get too out of hand. After all, Shen Mo would eventually inherit the Shen group. She signaled Shen Lubai to release his grip. Reluctantly, he let go, his face carrying a slight hint of dissatisfaction. Her baby husband was upset. She held his hand, drawing circles on his palm while softly consoling him. Don't stoop to their level. Let's keep eating. Tang Zifeng watched their affectionate interaction and thought back to how Qi Fiwen used to speak tenderly to him. His heart felt a twinge of sadness. How can you change your feelings so fast? Red-eyed, he accused her bitterly. Anyone unaware might think Qi Fiwen betrayed him with infidelity, causing him immense suffering. How can he be such a good actor? Disgusting. Tang Zifeng, do you want me to broadcast your great achievements loud and clear at your banquet? If you don't, then scram. Tang Zifeng froze momentarily, angrily retreating. Qi Fiwen was in high spirits now, dragging Shen Lubai along to continue eating and drinking. At that moment, a waiter carrying a tray full of drinks accidentally slipped. Be careful. A gentle but firm voice sounded in her ears. She was well protected by him, only getting a speck of red wine on her shoes. But Shen Liubai's back was entirely drenched. With his white clothes, it looked absurdly comical. The waiter was flustered beyond belief, bowing deeply over and over, practically kneeling to apologize. Qi Fiwen didn't wish to make things difficult for him, understanding how hard it was for him to work. Clean it up and go back quickly. She quickly said this, fearing he'd get penalized. Thank you, thank you. The waiter trembled, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Shen Lubai silently stared at her. This demeanor of hers contrasted drastically with her earlier arrogance. This white suit had been dirted and couldn't be worn anymore. She immediately called her secretary to fetch another set. There was a VIP lounge upstairs where she took Shen Lubai. On the staircase, however, they encountered Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan had a bruised face, quickly covering it with her hand upon seeing Qi Fiwen. She turned her back, reluctant to look at her. Qi Fiwen paused briefly, then continued walking upwards. Soon, the secretary arrived with clean clothes. When she opened the door to get something, she saw Jiang Yan lingering outside, her eyes flickering as if she wanted to say something but held back. She was about to close the door when Jiang Yan suddenly rushed forward and firmly wedged herself into the doorframe. Qi Fiwen wasn't prepared and accidentally caught Jiang Yan's hand in the door. Jiang Yan let out a cry of pain. What are you doing? Qi Fiwen asked coldly. Little sister, my dear little sister. Shut up. My mother only gave birth to me. I don't remember having any older or younger sisters. I know it's my fault. Jiang Yan fell to her knees with a thud, sobbing uncontrollably like pear blossoms dripping with rain. Before, Tang Zizong promised to marry me, but after he took over the group, he looked down on me. He and his mother worked together to make me their goddaughter. I knew this was just a way of brushing me off. Previously, because of my stubbornness, I competed with you, buying so many things. Not a single one of those items was for myself. When he scolded me for spending money recklessly, I was pregnant. And he actually hit me. Jiang Yan cried even harder. She showed the wound on her face. It wasn't just there were bruises under her sleeves too. Qi Fiwen's expression remained icy. She didn't know whether to pity Jiang Yan or to mock her for what she deserved. But one thing was undeniable. Tang Zizong had once again shattered her lowest expectations. I regret so much now, ruining things with you over such a man. It must be pig grease that has clouded my heart. Jiang Yan was distressed and began slapping herself hard across the face. Each slap landed heavily, quickly turning her cheeks red and swollen, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Qi Fiwen finally couldn't bear it anymore and stopped her. Now that it has come to this, it can't go back. Why are you telling me all this? Do you still hope we can go back to how things were before? That's impossible. Forget about it. I never dared to dream of going back to how it was. But the child in my belly is innocent. All I want now is to escape from the Tang family, take the baby back to our hometown, and raise him properly. Just consider all the loyalty your parents showed to our Qi family throughout their entire lives. And think of grandfather's face. The child is innocent. Qi Fiwen was slightly moved. Yes, the child is innocent. Even though Jiang Yan acted shamefully, once she became a mother, for the sake of her child, she could show a bit of humanity. What do you expect me to do? Chapter 22. Go die. You. Tell Tang Ziqiu for me that our relationship has ended. I don't want his money. I only have this child. Given his current status, he doesn't lack women willing to bear his children. If you don't help me, I really don't know how to leave the Tang family. Both my child and I will die at their hands. All right, just wait a moment. Thank you, thank you. Jiang Yan was constantly bowing her head in gratitude, looking completely thankful. Chi Fiwen entered the room and handed over a set of clothes to Shen Lubai. Wait for me here and don't wander around. I'll be back shortly. Shen Lubai had already overheard their conversation. He had hardened his heart these past years, unshaken by anyone's influence. In this world, he trusted only himself and never entrusted his back to anyone. He didn't trust Jiang Yan. So, unable to help himself, he subtly reminded her. Where are you going? Will it be dangerous? Those people will hurt you, won't they? It's fine. Unless I willingly allow it. No one can bully me. Good girl, wait for me here. Shen Lubai couldn't explain things too meticulously. After all, he was currently playing the role of a fool. Just remember to come find me later. He hesitated for a moment, but decided not to stop her. Some things had to result in personal failure before one could learn from them. Of course, he hoped she wouldn't fall. Chi Fiwen followed Jiang Yan downstairs. As they stood at the foot of the stairs, Jiang Yan suddenly grabbed her hand firmly, stopping Chi Fiwen from descending further. What is it? She looked curiously at Jiang Yan. I'm scared. Don't be afraid. Before Chi Fiwen could console her, she noticed Jiang Yan's previously humble and begging demeanor change into an expression of cruelty and malice that Chi Fiwen hadn't seen before. What I'm afraid of is not being able to crush you to death this time. Chi Fiwen, I hate you. I curse your family to ruin. I curse you to die an unfortunate death. I curse your life to forever be stuck in the gutter without hope of turning over. You, go, die. With every word, her lips stretched into a grotesque smile. The next second, Jiang Yan grabbed Chi Fiwen's hand and pushed herself forward, making it appear as if Chi Fiwen had shoved her off the stairs. Though Chi Fiwen used no force, her hand appeared on Jiang Yan's chest, as though Chi Fiwen had personally pushed her down. Standing higher up, Chi Fiwen watched with horror as Jiang Yan screamed and fell. This immediately drew the attention of the guests below. My stomach hurts so badly, my baby, what happened? Su Wei and Tang Ziqiu were the first to rush over. Jiang Yan's face turned pale as she clutched her stomach, blood pooling between her legs. It's Chi Fiwen. It was her who pushed me. I know I've wronged her, but now she's married. I thought this matter was over. I tried to make peace with her. I even kneeled and slapped myself when she asked. I admit my mistakes. Why does she have to harm my baby? Jiang Yan cried out loudly, directing her accusations towards Chi Fiwen upstairs. All around, indifferent stares were cast upon Chi Fiwen. No matter how arrogant she may seem, it's still incredibly immoral to do such a thing to a pregnant woman. Yes, the unborn child was innocent. How could she be so cruel? Someone took pictures, others recorded videos. Chi Fiwen's mind went blank, forgetting both to evade and explain. At the moment, all words felt empty and hollow. Just then, a warm hand grasped hers tightly. Only then did Chi Fiwen return to reality and turn to see. Shen Lubai was looking directly at her. His eyes remained calm, showing no ripples or disturbance. Though he hadn't said a single word, his presence beside her now gave her immense security. Soon, Jiang Yan was taken to the hospital, and Chi Fiwen followed. All she wanted was to know about the state of the child. The doctor emerged quickly and shook his head, causing Chi Fiwen's heart to plummet. My apologies, we couldn't save the baby. The mother suffered excessive blood loss and is now experiencing brain shock, requiring immediate surgery. Chi Fiwen, you evil person, what have you done to my daughter-in-law? Su Wei was now calling Jiang Yan her daughter-in-law repeatedly. She charged forward, like a rabid dog. However, Shen Lubai promptly stepped in front, shielding Chi Fiwen. Su Wei tore at his clothes and pulled at his hair, shoving and kicking violently. But he, steady as a mountain, simply held Chi Fiwen close. No matter how vulgar Su Wei cursed, he paid no heed. Until, you calamity. You caused your parents' deaths, made your grandfather seriously ill, and now you've harmed my grandson. Your family deserves extinction through 8 generations. Is this what you wish for my family? Chi Fiwen's mind buzzed. She wasn't sure what she had done. By the time she came to, Shen Lubai had moved to block Su Wei behind her, and Su Wei fell onto the ground. Chi Fiwen pushed Su Wei with trembling hands. Su Wei didn't fall heavily. She was stunned at first, but soon she began crying and shouting on the floor, continuing to abuse Chi Fiwen. More and more strangers gathered in the corridor, all taking out their phones to record. This is the surgery area, what are you doing? There are still people being treated inside. The medical staff came to shoo them away, but it was futile. Just then, Lu Zheng arrived. Go back first. Lu Zheng walked ahead with his bodyguards. You cannot leave. You must compensate for my grandson's life. The bodyguards blocked Su Wei. Hey, is there no justice in this world? Someone killed another and doesn't have to pay with their life. There's no law. Su Wei's voice gradually faded into the distance. Chi Fiwen got into the car, her body trembling from the cold. Shen Lubai stayed by her side. On the way back to the villa, Lu Zheng frowned while holding a tablet and said, this event has caused a huge stir across various social media platforms, so Qiyao Group's stock price will undoubtedly fluctuate tomorrow. The board of directors has already held an emergency meeting, and I believe they'll reach a decision shortly. I'll do my best to control public opinion, but clearly this time the other side launched an unexpected assault that caught us off guard. You shouldn't get involved. Let me handle it, and follow the board's resolution. Seeing Chi Fiwen's pale complexion and distracted look, Lu Zheng pressed his lips together wanting to comfort her with a hug, but refrained due to his position. He could only turn to the fool beside her. Can you take care of her? His tone carried heavy doubts. Yes. Shen Lubai gave a bland reply, without even looking at him. Lu Zheng was taken aback. Even though Shen Lubai wasn't supposed to be sharp-minded, why did he feel overwhelmed? Lu Zheng left eventually, and Chi Fiwen glanced online where high-definition videos had leaked, with endless abusive comments beneath them. Now, Whether Jiang Yin was a mistress or not was irrelevant. What mattered was that she pushed a pregnant woman down the stairs, something so horrific. Encouraged by some people, the situation worsened rapidly and terribly. Unable to bear it any longer, Chi Fiwen turned off her phone. I want to be alone. Staggering back to the bedroom, she forgot to close the door and ignored his following her inside. She went into the bathroom, leaving him standing outside, fingertips grazing the cold glass. He regretted. People must experience setbacks to grow up. But he could protect Chi Fiwen from suffering setbacks, from growing up, allowing her to remain a naive and carefree little girl forever. Chapter 23, Dress Sexier. Chi Fiwen was ostensibly arrogant, but deep down she was still kind-hearted and tender. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken so many silent losses for so long, getting played by Tang Zifeng and Jiang Yan. He knew that because of that child, she had an inappropriate feeling of pity. He clearly guessed everything, could have said more, could have prevented it. After she left, he immediately regretted it and rushed out in big strides. However, it was already too late. She stood alone on the high pedestal, pointed at by 1,000 people and cursed by 10,000. The cold and ruthless gazes of those people were like knives and icicles. She was like a newborn young animal, without any protection, killed by those people with words and stares. He felt guilty, so guilty that he couldn't breathe. He immediately called Xue Hao. Can you control the public opinion? Sir, I'll try. Xue Hao couldn't guarantee it either. It was clearly a trap. Even if the public opinion was stopped, the loss caused to Qi Yao Group was already inevitable. Qi Yao Group and Xue Hao together suppressed the public opinion. Take down hot search topics. Buy others dirt. Even exposed several traffic star scandals. Still, the effect was minimal. The police also intervened, and they were already downstairs. Chi Fiwen opened the door and came out, drenched from head to toe, with no blood color on her face. Without hesitation, he draped his coat over her, trying to warm her up with his body temperature. Don't be like this. His throat was hoarse. Why? Why is she so cruel? How can she gamble with a child? That's a human life. Even I, as an outsider, care about it. Why doesn't she care? She couldn't figure it out. Human nature could actually be dark to this extent? She had repeatedly cursed herself for being stupid in her heart. But what truly made her sad was, that child was gone. Jiang Yin and Tang Zifeng would actually use the child as leverage to frame her? I know everything. His big hand gently caressed her head. Change your clothes, dry your hair, okay? You might catch a cold. She didn't respond. Shen Lubai took the initiative to go get the clothes. She remained motionless, with an empty gaze. He hesitated for a moment, bit his teeth, and started taking off her clothes. She took a cold shower, completely frozen. Now wasn't the time for him to think about other things, yet seeing the girl's nearly perfect body, his breathing tightened slightly. With great difficulty, he changed her clothes and took her downstairs to meet the police. Chi Fiwen only had one sentence. I didn't push her, I didn't. Shen Lubai also acted as a witness, explaining the purpose of Jiang Yin coming to see Chi Fiwen. What about physical evidence? Is there any? She shook her head. There was no physical evidence on Jiang Yan's side either, but so many people witnessed it. Her hand was indeed on Jiang Yan's chest. Whether or not she used force was something only the two of them knew in their hearts. In the eyes of outsiders, she pushed Jiang Yan, leading to Jiang Yan's miscarriage, which constituted intentional injury. We need Miss Qi to assist us with the investigation. Chi Fiwen was taken away. After spending a night locked up, Shen Lubai let Xue Hao bail her out. He couldn't go personally to pick her up, so he could only send someone to watch over her. As soon as Chi Fiwen came out, someone threw rotten eggs and spoiled vegetable leaves at her. Xue Hao reacted quickly and instantly blocked it, escorting her all the way to the car. Mr. Xue. Chi Fiwen was a little surprised. Xue Hao grinned and said, just happened to pass by. Miss Qi, what a coincidence. Chi Fiwen pursed her lips and didn't say much. She wasn't stupid, and she could hear through such a clumsy excuse. Since he said that, he definitely didn't want to say the real reason, so she didn't continue asking questions rudely. On the way, Chi Fiwen received a call from the group, asking her to go back for a meeting. She asked Xue Hao to take her to the company. The result these old guys discussed all night was, let me apologize privately to Jiang Yan. That's right, we can only make them change their statements and claim that it was an accident where she fell down, in order to clear everything thoroughly. Today's stock prices are already out. The company fell by 1%. This was just the result after one night. If this continues to fester, the loss will be greater later. Right now, every second, the market value is evaporating. It's a pointless loss. My lady, can't you tone down your showy personality a little? I did nothing wrong. Why should I restrain myself? She stood straight, tightly gripping her fists. She only had one thought now. If Grandpa was here, he would definitely unconditionally protect her. But because of your personal reasons, the losses caused to the group must be accounted for somehow. You better think carefully yourself. Look at yourself, whether you want to continue acting recklessly or resolve the group crisis. Do you know, several companies have come to return goods. They'd rather pay breach penalties than keep the contract. Currently, a lot of people are boycotting the products produced by our group and refusing to consume them. This matter must be resolved quickly. The other party threw a pile of documents on Chi Fiwen's desk. Some people angrily left, while others shook their heads in regret. Lu Zheng was the last one to stay behind, lightly patting her shoulder. Right now, apologizing and making the victim willingly change her statement is the best solution. I know you're upset, but for the bigger picture, you should think about it carefully. In the end, only she was left alone in the meeting room. She stubbornly bit her lips, refusing to shed any tears. She clearly hadn't done anything wrong. Jiang Yin wasn't the victim. She was. But, for the group, what could she do for her grandfather's lifelong efforts? Her grandfather had once said that she wasn't cut out for business. She was too straightforward and didn't have the necessary twists and turns in her mind to deal with those cunning merchants. She would always get hurt in the end. 1-1. We're not afraid of losing out. What your grandfather fears most is seeing you hurt. Your character may not harm others, but it makes you vulnerable to slander. I believe you can just be yourself, but I'm afraid that someday you might be forced to stop being yourself. So, he hoped she could find a man willing to live under her family name, to help manage things and take care of everything for her. She didn't understand her grandfather's meaning before. After Tang Zifeng set a trap for her and Dong Chongping made her situation difficult, she managed to solve it without much trouble, thinking that all the tricks in the business world were nothing special. Now, she finally understood how ruthless some people could be. She was still saddened and grieving for that child, but perhaps his parents might not even care. Anyway, they could always have more children later. They might even think that sacrificing an unborn fetus after just a few months was worth it if it brought so many benefits. She exhaled deeply, suppressing the nausea in her heart as she called Tang Zifeng. This indeed was due to her personal issues that caused losses to the group. Though she was the heir of the group, she couldn't act recklessly. What makes you think of me now? Tang Zifeng spoke somewhat mockingly, making her feel nauseous upon hearing him. What does it take for Jiang Yan to change her story and say this was merely an accident? Wear something sexier tonight, then come find me in room 2036 at the Hilton. A surge of anger rushed to her head. She was so mad that she wanted to hang up right away without cursing him. She was furious beyond control. Just then, her phone rang. Thinking it was Tang Zifeng, she didn't bother checking the caller ID and started yelling right away. Tang Zifeng, if you think you can force me into bed this time around, forget about it. Even if the group goes bankrupt, I won't beg you. You go to hell. Did Tang Zifeng ask you to sleep with him? An extremely icy voice came from the other side. Who are you? This voice sounded familiar, but it wasn't Tang Zifeng. So who could it be? Chapter 24. Chi Fiwen, I've set my eyes on. Bai Huai. The other party was concise and to the point. Mr. Bai? Yes. Sorry, I just thought you were someone else. What did Tang Zifeng threaten you with? The other party's voice remained terrifying. It's nothing much. She stammered hesitantly, as the topic was rather shameful. Besides, she wasn't familiar enough with Bai Huai for such intimate details. Speak. A single word carried an overwhelming sense of pressure, causing Chi Fiwen to immediately cave in. I went to a banquet and got tricked by Tang Zifeng. Now, he wants to settle it privately, and the other side will. Her words trailed off. Go on. He told me to dress sexily tonight and go to Hilton room 2036 to see him. With nothing left to lose, she blurted it out without holding back. All right, I understand. That. Mr. Bai, why are you contacting me? Because of your personal negligence. I'm worried about our collaboration prospects, and you're dragging me down. Do you understand? His voice still sounded cold and detached. Chi Fiwen was so ashamed that she couldn't lift her head. She remembered a clause in the contract stating that if any one party causes changes in production or market prices due to personal reasons, the other party has the right to terminate the contract unconditionally. She had already prepared the factory and purchased hundreds of millions of raw materials. If Bai Huai withdrew now, Chi Yao Group would really be finished. Mr. Bai, please don't cancel the contract. I'll find a way to resolve this matter. How do you plan to resolve it? Go to him. I don't know. This time, she was truly lost. She clenched her lips tightly, tears welling up in her eyes but refusing to let them fall. She tried her best to make her voice sound calm, but he could still detect a slight tremble. He paused briefly, realizing his tone might have been too harsh. He softened his tone. I intend to increase my investment. What? The new contract will be sent over by someone. If you have no objections, sign it. As for the outside public opinion, leave it to me. Leave it to you. Now, this is no longer just your concern. Since we're collaborating, you've affected me. I'm a businessman and won't do business that leads to losses. I haven't failed since I started. Am I going to mess up here with you? You're not worth it, understand? Oh, then I'll bother Mr. Bai then. Although his words weren't very pleasant, his actions spoke volumes. Since she didn't have the ability to smooth things over, Bai Huai certainly did. The call ended. Shun Lubai redrafted the contract and had Shuai Hao deliver it. Shuai Hao glanced at the document curiously. Hadn't they planned to bankrupt her? This was a perfect chance. If he canceled the contract, Chi Yao Group had already bought equipment and leased factories, and all the goods they produced wouldn't have buyers. Eventually, this accumulation would crush her. This would even achieve bankruptcy earlier than expected. But now, Sir was clearly throwing money at her. Is there a problem? Shen Lubai shot him a glance, the meaning implicit. Shuai Hao instantly lowered his head obediently. Prepare the car for this evening. I need to go out. Chi Fiwen didn't specify what time in the evening, so he decided to go a little early. He wanted to see for himself just how much backbone Tang Zifeng had, daring to touch his person. As dusk fell, Chi Fiwen's steps were detained by Shuai Hao while discussing the new contract matters inside the group. The driver picked him up and took him to the Hilton Hotel. Tang Zifeng was already waiting there, taking a shower, tying the bathrobe loosely around him, humming as he opened a bottle of champagne. At that time, Jiang Yan had just undergone uterine cleaning surgery and was unconscious in critical condition. He ignored her entirely, fixated only on the certainty that Chi Fiwen would surely come tonight. Otherwise, she wouldn't survive this predicament. All she could do was ingratiate herself and plead with him beneath him. Just thinking about it excited him immensely. He was leisurely sipping wine when there was a knock at the door. He hurried to open it. You finally came. Before he could finish, his smile froze mid-sentence. You? Who are you? DE Group, Bai Huai. Mr. Bai? Great honor. Please, come in quickly. Though puzzled, Tang Zifeng welcomed the visitor inside anyway, hastily draping a sleeping robe over his somewhat indecent attire. Mr. Bai, why are you here? Chief Fiwen, I've set my eyes on her. Having delivered the succinct statement, Tang Zifeng's face immediately turned ugly. Blushing furiously, his first reaction was whether Bai Huai was competing for her attention. Should he dare stand up to Bai Huai? Still, he felt reluctant. I don't understand what Mr. Bai means. Chief Fiwen was my ex-girlfriend. We almost got married. Our relationship has always been tangled. Moreover, she's married now. Isn't it inappropriate for Mr. Bai to say such things? You also know that she's married now. Shen Lubai raised an eyebrow and looked at him coldly. This glance sent a shock through Tang Zifeng's heart. Mr. Bai, you're overstepping. This is my private matter with Chief Fiwen. Before Tang Zifeng could finish, Shen Lubai interrupted. The Tang family doesn't have only one illegitimate child. At this statement, Tang Zifeng was struck as if by lightning. Mr. Jia is known for his promiscuity, leaving behind women wherever he goes. During his business trips, he can never resist temptation. Your mother was the housemaid, so your existence as an illegitimate child was under his nose. But what about those not in the capital? All of them are sons of Tang'an. How you inherited power can be questioned. Others can similarly claim it since there's no will, and all are blood-related. You haven't consolidated your position yet, and the board isn't fully on your side. What exactly do you plan to do? Chief Fiwen pushing someone? I wonder if it's true. Use the same public pressure that you used against her to clear her name completely. Otherwise, my patience is limited. By dawn, if I don't see results, you'll just be fighting over the estate with someone else. I assume you're not utterly stupid. Don't become my enemy, or the consequences won't be something you can handle. Tang Zifeng broke out in a cold sweat. He wasn't particularly afraid of someone returning to take his inheritance. It might complicate things a bit, but he wasn't without confidence. What terrified him most was losing the support he shouldn't have had, making his situation truly difficult. He still hadn't fully secured his position because of the banquet incident, which already offended the higher-ups within the group. If he made enemies like Bai Huai, his end would be certain. With narrowed eyes filled with unhidden resentment, he stared at the other party. The horrifying face etched into his memory bore ugly burn marks. Tang Zifeng sneered. Chief Fiwen must have some skill. She probably did a lot of work in bed to make you feel so comfortable. There's no way they didn't have some sort of sexual deal going on. Tang Zifeng couldn't believe otherwise. So modest toward him, yet capable of swallowing such an ugly man. It's clearly only because Bai Huai has more money and power than himself. She's just a fickle woman. Don't let her deceive you with her looks. She flatters me one way in bed and surely has another approach for you. You're nothing more than one of her toys. Don't think you've grasped her completely, when in reality, her schemes run deep. Shen Liubai's eyes turned colder with disdain. They obviously slept together. Chapter 25 Curiosity, wanting to kiss. He reminded himself inwardly that this was the relationship of a man and a woman. They had been together for years. This was normal. If nothing happened, that would be strange. But it still felt uncomfortable to hear it. Shut up. He silenced her with a reprimand. What's between her and me is none of your business. After finishing his sentence, he started to get up and leave. Tang Zifeng couldn't help laughing out loud. No way. Could it be you're actually developing real feelings? Also, if you didn't truly like her, why go to such lengths for her approval? Chief Fiwen really is talented. Believe me, you wouldn't be her first conquest. With her skills, there will be many more men in her life. She simply cannot stand loneliness. Shen Lubai ignored him and left straight away. Upon getting into the car, despite the windows being wide open, he still felt suffocated. He tugged at his tie, letting fresh air circulate. Tang Zifeng's grating voice still echoed in his ears. Could it be you're actually developing real feelings? No. It's just that they are now married, and no man could tolerate wearing a green hat. That's why he took action. If he and Chief Fiwen were divorced, whether she lived or died, he wouldn't care at all. It must be this way. So how many men she has, or what she's like in bed, what does it matter? Chief Fiwen returned home very late. From last night until now, it was only a span of 24 hours, yet her emotions had fluctuated wildly like a roller coaster. She was tricked by Jiang Yan, plunged into a whirlpool of public opinion, and everyone hoped she'd sacrifice herself to preserve the bigger picture. Even she herself felt that this time it was truly over. If Bai Huai hadn't made that call, what would she have done? At her wit's end, she impulsively even thought about taking a knife and pressing it against Tang Zifeng's neck, forcing him to reveal the whole truth. Even though it was a foolish idea, but she was truly at her wit's end. There was no way she would have an affair with Tang Zifeng. That was so disgusting. It was better to die than endure it. Thankfully, Bai Huai came through, giving her a huge hand. Now, she didn't need to worry about the business matters anymore, and the outside rumors could be smoothed over. Even though she hadn't yet seen the results, she simply believed him. Her mood had swung from highs to lows, and when she got home, she felt as if she were a lump of limp mud, sinking wearily onto the sofa. So tired. With her eyes closed heavily, she noticed someone approaching. Assuming it was Shen Lubai, she offered no resistance. I passed by a newly opened dessert shop. There was a long line, but I managed to buy a few desserts for you. Try them later. She suddenly snapped her eyes wide open. A magnified handsome face appeared before her. Too exhausted to react promptly, her brain was slow, and she hadn't noticed the strong smell of alcohol on him. Not until his lips approached, forcefully prying open her jaw, did she realize the heavy alcoholic breath enveloping her completely. Only then did she come to her senses. You drank alcohol? Her first reaction wasn't that he had kissed her, but rather that he actually drank alcohol. She sharply pushed him away, and instantly all traces of fatigue vanished. Shen Lubai appeared to have had quite a bit to drink, his flawless pale complexion now tinged with a pinkish hue. His ears were also red, as if adorned with 2 red carnelians. Although his eyes were somewhat unfocused, he pressed down on her and refused to get up. "How dare you drink?" she reproached. Shin Lubai frowned, disliking her scolding tone. "I'm not a kid." Without hesitation, he leaned over again, plunging her soft lips, sucking on the sweetness within. Her lips were tender and delicate. He nibbled repeatedly, savoring them as if devouring the most exquisite cake. This wasn't kissing, it was more like eating something. What did he know? The fool. This experience was utterly inexperienced. Annoyed yet amused, she laughed softly despite the pain of his biting. She reflected inwardly. Because of his injury to the head, even though he had the body of a normal adult male, she had subconsciously treated him as a teenager. After all, he was several years older than her. Well, perhaps they should try for a child? She was right on her ovulation period. The moment she thought of this, her cheeks flushed redder than the person who had consumed alcohol. Summoning her courage, she trembled slightly as her small hand reached for the buttons on his shirt. The one indulging deeply in kisses suddenly stopped. All he could think of at this moment were Tang Zifeng's words. He wouldn't be the first. She'd approach many more people in the future. Whatever tricks she used on Tang Zifeng in bed would likely work on him too. This woman, she's tainted. And she's unworthy. He abruptly regained his coolness, gripping her mischievous little hand tightly. The pressure was a bit too much, hurting her. "You?" She was stunned. Hadn't he been eager just moments ago? He created some distance, letting in cold air. Strangely, a chill ran through her body. Even though he still looked harmless, his unwavering gaze felt like a black hole that could swallow her whole, leaving no trace behind. She instinctively recoiled, feeling her scalp prickle under his scrutiny. "You? What's wrong with you? Is this only for me, or can anyone have it?" His voice was devoid of any warmth. "What do you mean?" She didn't understand what he implied. Shin Lubai frowned, thinking she was pretending to be innocent when she was an old hand at manipulating men. Was she this forward with every man? Did she act the same way with Tang Zifeng? The thought infuriated him. Why should he care about her affairs anyway? Have some cake. He suddenly reached for the cake behind Chi Fiwen. Next, Chi Fiwen witnessed an odd scene. A drunk grown man quietly eating a piece of cake, without a hint of his previous wildness. Now she felt somewhat awkward and unconsciously touched her lips, wondering if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. "Why did you drink alcohol?" "Curiosity. Wanted to." "And just now, why did you kiss me?" "Curiosity. Wanted to." Chi Fiwen was left utterly speechless. Indeed, the logic of a fool was different. She felt a pang of resentment and annoyance building inside her. "Then why don't you just find someone random to try it out? You're my wife. I can only come to you." Quite clear on that, aren't you?" Her sarcasm couldn't be controlled anymore. "And what about you? Do you even know you're my wife?" He retorted. "I know you're such a big idiot." With that, she stormed off in anger. He came on to her, kissing her passionately enough to ignite all sorts of inappropriate thoughts, but then turned around with an innocent look, claiming it was mere curiosity. And that was that. She couldn't force herself on him either. It was maddening. So, there she was, leaving immediately, feeling deeply frustrated with no outlet for release. Shin Lubai usually skipped late-night snacks, but since Chi Fiwen had brought them, he ate everything clean up despite not really tasting anything due to his sour mood. Calmly reflecting, Shin Lubai scolded himself for being so foolish as to consume so much alcohol just because of Tang Zifeng's words, almost making a fool of himself in the process. He didn't even like Chi Fiwen. How many men she had, or what went on between her sheets were none of his business. He certainly had no interest in finding out. Not interested. Chapter 26. He said I was foolish. She didn't sleep well that night. Her mind was full of concerns, fluctuating between thoughts of the child she felt sorry for, the pressure from the group, and finally the memory of being kissed by a fool. The next day, with dark circles under her eyes, she reached for her phone. At 6 in the morning, Jiang Yin appeared on social media, looking unwell. She repeatedly claimed that it was an accident where she fell down the stairs, having nothing to do with anyone else. Due to her coma and hospitalization, she hadn't been following public opinion, leading to the situation worsening. She sincerely apologized. Chi Fiwen watched the video. Jiang Yin looked very tired, her eyes still brimming with tears. She didn't know what methods Bai Huai used, but the issue had been resolved now. As she got up, her legs went limp, and she almost fell. Instinctively, she touched her forehead. She had a fever. After taking a cold shower a few nights ago and spending the whole night at the police station, followed by a busy day, she had gotten sick suddenly. Without even making it to fetch some cold medicine, she fainted. When she woke up, she found herself in the hospital, with Shun Lu Bai watching over her. "You're awake." He immediately asked her how she felt, then checked her forehead. It was still warm. Have I been unconscious for long?" "For a day." Chi Fiwen glanced at the outside. It was already pitch black. Looking at her phone again, new headlines had replaced hers. Netizens were now more interested in entertainment news and paid less attention to her story. She let out a deep sigh, feeling relieved. She rested for 2 days and recovered quite a bit. It wasn't until she was about to be discharged that she realized she and Jiang Yin were in the same hospital. She had already been discharged, looking much better, whereas Jiang Yin was still wearing her hospital gown and paying at the front desk alone. Their eyes met, and they both froze slightly. Chi Fiwen remained calm and composed, whereas Jiang Yin was visibly shaken, her eyes bloodshot as if she were a wild beast ready to attack. She rushed forward, Shun Lubai instinctively stepping in front of Chi Fiwen to protect her. "Chi Fiwen, you're really something. This time, you didn't die when I tried to step on you. Is it worth it?" Chi Fiwen glanced at her stomach. If she had a child, she would have protected it with all her might, just like how her parents protected her. But Jiang Yin had given up without hesitation. So, not all mothers love their children. It's worth it. Tang Zifeng is going to marry me, and you two will never have a chance again. Jiang Yan was no fool. She nearly bled to death during surgery this time, but she thought it was worth it because Qi Fiwen wouldn't be able to fight back soon. However, Tang Zifeng confronted her that night, demanding she clarify things face to face. Someone had put pressure on him, making it inconvenient for him to have enemies right now. Therefore, he was willing to sacrifice her. She used this fact as leverage, forcing Tang Zifeng to marry her. Helpless and reluctant, Tang Zifeng agreed. So, she finally entered the ranks of high society. In the future, there would be little difference between her status and Qi Fiwen's. They'd both be true members of high society. Congratulations then, she said lightly. Why do you look so smug? Jiang Yan's eyes blazed with anger, clearly dissatisfied with Qi Fiwen's indifferent attitude. She should have been furious, screaming, and behaving like someone wanting to kill her. Instead, it felt like trying to punch through cotton wool. Qi Fiwen smirked, folding her arms. I've already told you, I don't care about Tang Zifeng anymore. He doesn't even deserve to carry my shoes for me. You treat him like treasure, but in my eyes, he's just grass. Your choice, not mine, to adore his stinky feet. And you've seen my previous miserable state. Congratulations, you're in an even lower and pitiful position than I was. Pitiful? You pity me. Jiang Yan was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. With pale hands, she lunged forward. Qi Fiwen easily dodged, causing her to clumsily fall to the ground. She grabbed Shen Lubai. Don't touch her. I've already made a mistake once. Let's stay away from trash like her to avoid getting dirty. Qi Fiwen looked down at Jiang Yan sprawled on the floor. With your current condition, it seems like you won't live long. I implore you, recover well and tie yourself to Tang Zifeng firmly, so he won't harm any other girls. Jiang Yan, I will never pity you because you don't deserve it. Saying that, she turned and left without a second glance. She has no regrets about trusting Jiang Yan that one time. What if it was true? What if it was true and she saved a young life? She indeed lacked cunning, unfamiliar with various conspiracies and tricks, lacking ruthlessness. Most of the time, it was mere lip service, but her heart was still soft. She will continue to believe in the inherent goodness of human nature, doing her best to do good deeds and accumulate merit. Though she disappeared, Jiang Yan's gaze never left Qi Fiwen's bright figure, her eyes fixated like the tongue of a venomous snake clinging tightly to Qi Fiwen. She would certainly defeat Qi Fiwen. She would trample Qi Fiwen underfoot forever. She was ready to fight. It had just begun, and she would win. She definitely would. A week hadn't passed when Qi Fiwen saw the news. Tang Zifeng was going to marry Jiang Yan. It was clear that Jiang Yan was anxious, probably fearing he might change his mind. The wedding photos showed a face that no amount of blush could hide, the unhealthy pale condition from her illness. Even a blind man could see that neither Tang Zifeng nor his mother were happy, while the expressions on the guests' faces were quite intriguing as well. Perhaps the happiest person there was Jiang Yan herself. She finally became Mrs. Tang, thinking she'd made it after all, but in reality, there was still much time before that happened. Qi Fiwen stopped paying attention further because Su Qingqing was finally coming back. Su Qingqing had originally planned to return to serve as her maid of honor, but got held up because her graduation thesis was delayed, and the school refused to let her go. On the day of her wedding, Su Qingqing had an oral defense and couldn't make it back. Now, finally finishing everything, she returned as a golden qualified elite overseas student. Your design award trophy, I brought it back for you. At the airport, they hugged each other tightly. Then Su Qingqing pulled the trophy out from her bag and handed it over to Qi Fiwen. Qi Fiwen quickly kissed her on the cheek. What do you want to eat? Did you bring him along? Who? Don't pretend with me. You know, your husband. I didn't even get a chance to screen him before you married him. That's not fair at all. Today I'm going to test his drinking capacity. He can't take me home drunk or he'll never get my best friend. Why don't we have dinner at home? How about hot pot? The first meal back in the country must be lamb hot pot. Soon they went back home. On the dining table, the steaming pot bubbled enthusiastically, Shen Lubai eating quietly. Eat already. This is your favorite tripe. Qi Fiwen served the food to Su Qingqing, but Su Qingqing kept her eyes wide open, her mouth slightly agape, unable to believe what she saw. All right, if she doesn't eat, then you do. Qi Fiwen served Shen Lubai instead. Shen Lubai looked up at her and smiled, showing his clean white teeth. His smile was pure and bright. Then he continued eating without pausing for a second. Su Qingqing broke down. So this is your husband? He's a fool. Upon hearing this, Shen Lubai stopped eating and stared at Su Qingqing. She called me foolish. Qi Fiwen hurriedly soothed the situation. She didn't say you are. Continue eating. Let me take her outside for some fresh air. He's a fool. Su Qingqing was stuttering now. Chapter 27, Pregnant. Qi Fiwen quickly pulled her to the backyard. All right, don't say anything more. I can't understand it. With your conditions, you could find anyone. But why do you have to settle for a fool? Isn't that too much of a sacrifice for yourself? Does your grandfather know about this? If he finds out. Before Su Qingqing could finish her sentence, she was interrupted. I am not sacrificing myself. She looked seriously at her friend. He is very obedient and listens to me. Whatever I ask him to do, he does it. When I go out, he waits for me to eat. That's enough for me. Qingqing, from beginning to end, what I've always wanted is exactly this. Someone who thinks of me, won't misbehave outside. Someone who can be my companion and support each other. His mind isn't great, but he's no low-functioning individual, maybe like a teenager in his understanding. He understands quite a lot. Having him by my side gives me peace of mind. I have motivation every day when I come home. When Grandpa wakes up, I'll bring him to visit. I'm just afraid that Grandpa won't wake up. It won't happen. Your grandpa will definitely wake up. Su Qingqing immediately hugged her tightly, feeling sympathy. Everyone knows that Qi Fiwen is overbearing and gets her way through life, acting on whims as she pleases. But who would have thought all that was an act? She lacks security, doesn't play tricks, and fears loneliness. Well, you pick whoever you want, and if you don't like them later, just switch. At that time, wouldn't that mean switching out one little wolf dog? The puppy has already been tried. She teased with a smile. Both burst into laughter instantly. Shen Lubai originally intended to call her back to eat dinner. When he came over, he caught part of their conversation. The fleeting chill in his eyes vanished. Such an restless woman, planning to replace him with some puppy. Two-timing, eyes on the bowl, glances at the pot. Lacking virtue and decency, Qi Fiwen caught sight of the vague figure at the door and immediately ran enthusiastically toward him. Why did you come? The food has gone cold, and cold food doesn't taste good. Let's eat. All right, let's go eat. She took his hand and headed towards the dining room. Shen Lubai glanced down and smirked faintly. Since Su Qingqing didn't currently have a place to stay, she lived with Qi Fiwen's family. What? You want me to take over your designer position and communicate with DE Group? You are the one who appeared to accept the award on my behalf, and since you've been overseas for years, just tell them Luciana is your English name. Don't go into the office. Try communicating online as much as possible regarding design requirements. Would that work? Even if it doesn't, we must make it work. Back then, DE Group really wanted to cooperate with me, and this is my only advantage. My reputation back then was terrible. They were hesitant already. If I told them that I am the actual designer, I'm afraid they'd dislike it even more. The lie has been released. We can only cross the bridge when we come to it. Also, I need you to impersonate me to negotiate with the Tang family. I want Tang Zifeng hooked. Tang Zifeng and Jiang Yan colluded to ruin her so badly. It couldn't end like this. If she doesn't get revenge, she won't forgive herself. All right, leave it to me. Su Qingqing was dependable, and Qi Fiwen trusted her completely. That night, both lying on one bed, Su Qingqing suddenly asked impulsively, "Have you guys slept together yet? How does it feel? Can the fool?" "Not yet." She sighed dishearteningly. "Grandpa's condition is bad. I was thinking about having a child early, but Shen Lubai doesn't seem to know much about. That's truly a loss for you. If he's good at it, a bit foolish would be fine." Enough, enough, stop talking about this. Hey, you're blushing. Both wrestled around laughing. At that moment, Qi Fiwen's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, she immediately sat up. It was Grandpa's private doctor. "Miss Qi, please come over as soon as possible. The old man has developed complications, and his fever hasn't subsided. If things aren't handled well, he may not last the night." At that moment, Qi Fiwen felt dizzy and disoriented. She quickly got out of bed, but as she stood up, dizziness struck her, almost making her fall. Su Qingqing rushed to steady her. Given Qi Fiwen's state, Su Qingqing didn't trust her driving, so she went to the garage, started the car, and got behind the wheel. "Calm down first. Perhaps the situation isn't that bad. Don't scare yourself. Qingqing, let's head to the maternal and child health hospital first." Qi Fiwen, pale-faced and silent, suddenly spoke. At this time, why go there? Just go? Hurry. She had a friend working inside. She needed a fake certificate. They drove around and returned to the rehabilitation center at 4 o'clock in the morning. Grandpa's fever had retreated, and he was regaining some consciousness. Wearing an oxygen mask, his dim, misty eyes gazed at her. He wanted to speak, but couldn't muster a sound. Qi Fiwen didn't want Grandpa to know about her unpleasant matters with Tang Zifeng, so she kept it a secret. She took out the ultrasound report, which showed a small figure. "Grandpa, look, you're going to be a great-grandfather. I'm pregnant, and the baby is already 10 weeks old and very healthy. You must hold on and see his birth. I'm also waiting for you to give him a big red envelope." Hearing this, Grandpa's breathing quickened significantly. He tried to reach for the report, but his hand wouldn't lift no matter how hard he struggled. Qi Fiwen quickly placed the report in his hand and held it up in front of him. He strained to keep his eyes open, fighting off unconsciousness. In the end, a tear appeared at the corner of his eye. Good child," he finally managed to utter words. Qi Fiwen could barely hear through the oxygen mask. She sobbed uncontrollably, wiping away the tears streaming down her face. "Grandpa, you must be good and not leave me." She stayed at the rehabilitation center all night. The next day, there were signs of improvement in Grandpa's condition. His fever had subsided, and his heart rate was normal. But he remained in a coma, as if merely asleep. The doctor encouraged her to go home. "It's thanks to your pregnancy that this happened. It works better than any cardiac stimulant. His ECG is much more stable than before. This is good news." "Really?" Qi Fiwen was overjoyed. "You come back every week and update on the baby's situation. I believe Mr. Qi's condition isn't uncontrollable. All right, I'll come again next week." Returning to the car, her heart finally settled. She had been overly obsessed, always thinking having something in her belly was an obligation. Could they fake it? After all, Grandpa wouldn't know anyway. With this thought, she felt a sense of relief, no longer in a hurry about the baby issue. "Go home and get some good sleep. You've spent the whole night awake and look exhausted. I will help you contact Secretary Shui today. Qingqing, you should rest too. I'm adjusting my jet lag. Not tired, full of energy now." Su Qingqing drove her home, instructing her to eat a bowl of warm congee before resting, then left. Where would Qi Fiwen care about all that when she was utterly exhausted? She collapsed on the bed and fell asleep immediately. Soon after, Shen Lubai brought up the hot congee he had prepared. He knocked several times on the bedroom door, receiving no response, becoming worried and entered directly. Qi Fiwen was sleeping rather awkwardly. Her quilt was kicked aside, hugging a pillow, curled up into a small ball, indicative of a lack of security. He shook his head helplessly, covering her well with the quilt. Eat a little before sleeping. It will be better for your stomach. He poked her face irritably. It felt really nice. He poked again. Don't bother me. So sleepy. I need to sleep. Please don't disturb me. She mumbled and turned over to continue sleeping. Fine, don't eat then. He didn't indulge her further. As he prepared to leave, he kicked against something. Chi Fiwen had carelessly tossed her bag on the floor, scattering its contents. Lipstick, cushion powder, and an obvious prenatal examination slip. He frowned and picked it up. Chi Fiwen, female, 23 years old, 10 weeks pregnant, single embryo checkup. Shen Liubai's face darkened instantly. Chapter 28. Wanting to kill her. Chi Fiwen was sleeping soundly when she felt someone choking her. She was so tired that she thought it was just a nightmare. She didn't fight back. Her face only turned red. In that moment, Shen Liubai had an impulse to kill her. He had said marriage was no game. Regardless of her intentions, once they were husband and wife, maintaining loyalty was the most basic attitude. But now, his mind was filled with images of green pastures, imagining raising another man's child in the future. At the thought, he tightened his grip. Her neck was long and snow-white, her skin delicate, and the veins beneath clearly visible. The fragile bones. A little more force, and it could snap completely. She moaned in discomfort, and he trembled, instinctively loosening his grip. She turned over and continued sleeping, her heart seemingly enormous. She turned over and continued sleeping, her heart seemingly enormous. Shen Liubai looked at the warm porridge on the bedside table and then went out to call Shuehao. Get me some abortion medication. Shuehao was startled. Who was it for? They had only been married for a short while, just half a month, and already this had happened? Sir, when do you need it? Now. His voice was cold. The sooner, the better. All right. Soon. A servant appeared by Shen Liubai's side, respectfully presenting the medicine. Sir, I'm a mole placed by Secretary Shui. You can call me Xiao Wu. It's best to use this kind of medicine under a doctor's guidance. It might cause heavy bleeding, and in severe cases, infertility or sterility. Xiao Wu kindly reminded him. Leave. He didn't listen further but crushed the medicine, mixing it into the hot porridge before returning to the room. He would not raise someone else's illegitimate child. He forcibly woke Chi Fiwen. She was full of anger, ready to explode, but as soon as she saw Shen Liubai, she immediately became gentle. What is it? She yawned and asked. Eat breakfast. He pushed the bowl into her arms. Chi Fiwen wasn't in the mood to eat breakfast at all. She just wanted to sleep. But she realized if she refused, this fool might keep waiting. She was sure to sleep through the day. How could she let the fool starve himself for a whole day? All right, I'll eat. Don't wait for lunch for me. Eat well yourself and get nice and fat. She gently caressed his face, her eyes full of indulgent laughter. She tested the temperature and stuffed a bit into her mouth. As soon as she took a bite, he suddenly raised his hand and overturned the bowl. The bowl shattered, and the carpet was stained. Chi Fiwen frowned. What are you doing? She was already getting angry. He lowered his eyes. I accidentally tipped it over. I'll fetch another bowl. He bent down to clean the mess, picking up shards when, distracted, he accidentally pierced his fingertip. Drops of bright red blood began to appear. Chi Fiwen felt a pang of sympathy and quickly fetched the first aid kit to tend to him. After such commotion from him, she was no longer very sleepy. Her band-aids were cartoon patterns, looking somewhat immature when applied. All right, stop fiddling with these. Let the staff handle it. Have you eaten breakfast? If not, let's go downstairs together. Shen Liubai stood up. His amber-colored, pure eyes gazed at her now, yet she couldn't decipher the emotions within. Although they seemed calm and waveless, for some reason, she had a strange feeling. Dark undercurrents roiled underneath, crazily intense. Do you like children? How did such an odd question come up out of nowhere? Sure I do. She answered truthfully. If you had a child, what would you do? Of course, I'd give birth to them and raise them. What's wrong with you? Why ask this all of a sudden? Can I have children? Hearing this, Chi Fiwen instantly regretted any earlier concerns, realizing how terrifying this fool could seem at times. It must be because he read something somewhere about children and was curious for the moment. You can't have children, men can't give birth. Only women can. Why? Then where will the child be? Here. He gently placed his large hand on her flat stomach. Here, a life was meant to grow, but not from his seed. His jet-black eyelashes hung low, hiding the murky gleam in his eyes. He now only felt that his pity for her was truly laughable. He protected her thoroughly, but what had she done? Conceived a child with another man. Stop thinking about this nonsense. It's complicated, and even if I explained, you wouldn't understand. Let's eat first. I'm starving, and after eating, I still need to sleep. She dragged him to the dining room for a meal, and then returned to bed, telling him not to disturb her. Shen Liubai paused outside her door, not understanding why he couldn't muster the resolve. He had experienced the darkness of human nature and had a hard heart. However, just as he watched her eat without any precautions, he suddenly remembered what the servant had said. The medication needed to be taken under a doctor's guidance. The place was so far from the hospital. What if she had an adverse reaction after taking it? What if there was heavy bleeding? Or infertility and sterility? Perhaps she hadn't even planned to betray him. Maybe she had only just found out about the child and hadn't realized it before. Had she known, perhaps she wouldn't have married him. Maybe she would have aborted the baby herself. Or maybe not. It was her right to decide, and he didn't have any authority over it. Besides, they weren't going to stay together forever. Once the time was right, and he no longer needed to pretend, he'd leave her without hesitation. Whom she chose to have a child with would be none of his concern. He kept convincing himself, but for some reason, his heart felt unbearably heavy. In the following days, Chi Fiwen clearly noticed that the fool didn't seem interested in talking to her anymore. She tried approaching him multiple times, wanting to play with him as usual, but he wouldn't even glance at her. She specially hired Tang Zifeng's private chef to make delicious pastries, yet he showed no interest at all. She started to wonder, is the fool having his period or something? Did I offend you? She asked. He didn't respond, pretending not to understand. You seem like you've been in a bad mood lately. I'm fine, he muttered. Qi Fiwen raised a brow. How could she possibly believe him? Could it be because I've been too busy playing with Su Qingqing recently, and you feel neglected? That's what she thought the problem was. If not this, she really couldn't figure it out. She forced him to face her, holding his face with both hands. He resisted, trying to pull away, but this time, she didn't know where she got the strength. Very seriously, she told him. To me, you're just as important as Su Qingqing. If I've neglected you, I apologize. She's already found a place, and will be leaving soon. Afterward, I'll take 2 days off and take you out for a good time, okay? Don't be sad anymore. It makes you look ugly. You look so handsome when you smile. She pinched his lips, then sneezed the next second. I think I might be catching a cold, she mumbled. I'll go take some medicine. Shen Lubai perked up at the mention of medicine. Was she planning to take medicine while pregnant? Chapter 29, sharing the same bed. He instinctively grabbed her hand. Not angry anymore. She was surprised. Drink scallion and ginger water. Wow, you actually know about that? All right, then scallion and ginger water it is. She drank a large bowl of it, feeling much better during the day. However, as night fell, her body became feverish, her forehead burning hot. She wrapped herself in blankets, but still felt so cold. She frantically searched through the medicine box to find some antipyretics, but the medicine had expired. She immediately forced herself to have Aunt Li buy more. Soon, the medicine was bought back, and she hastily took it to Qi Fiwen's room, just as Shen Lubai saw. What is this? The young miss has a slight fever. These are antipyretics. Shen Lubai quickly glanced at them. They weren't the kind specifically for pregnant women. He slightly furrowed his brow and held them in his hand. Let me do it. Can you? Yes. Aunt Li had been observing Shen Lubai for quite a while now. He wasn't utterly clueless, always neat and tidy, constantly reading books or disassembling electronics for fun. Very obedient, he understood whatever was said, though his thoughts were quite simple, like those of a teenage boy. Thinking it would be good for their marital relationship to grow, after repeated instructions regarding dosage, she allowed him to enter. After entering, he immediately instructed little Wu to purchase specialized antipyretics for pregnant women. But going and returning would take time. He looked at the little bundle covered up tightly, his emotions complex. Have the medicine arrived? Shen Lubai touched her forehead gently. It was very hot, the thermometer already showing 39 degrees Celsius. She must be feeling awful. Not yet, please wait a little longer. I'm in such agony. Could you fetch me another blanket? I'm freezing. She kept sweating cold sweat. Shen Lubai fetched the blanket as she asked and watched her almost wrap herself into a dumpling. She shivered from the cold, uncontrollably. Shen Lubai gave her lukewarm water and stayed by her side. Could I hug you? Her glossy black eyes blinked innocently, teary like a helpless and cute baby animal. Hearing these words, his body froze momentarily. She didn't wait for his answer, assuming he agreed, and hugged him directly, pulling him onto the bed. Realizing what happened, he became agitated and somewhat angry. Qi Fiwen. His voice turned sharper. She mumbled incoherently, using all her strength not to let go. But she was sick, thus too weak, and Shen Lubai could have easily escaped. Still, seeing the tears in the corner of her eyes, inexplicably moved, he stopped. Just like that, she pulled him into the bed. The thick blankets covered them both. Her hands started wandering beneath the covers, directly touching his skin. He tensed up all over. What a flirtatious woman. You're so warm. Your body feels so hot and comfortable. She sighed in comfort, wishing she could strip him naked entirely and sleep hugging him like a hot water bag, which must feel incredible. But she resisted, still keeping her moral restraint. Qi Fiwen's red cheek pressed against his chest as she heard the deafening heartbeats. Little fool, your heartbeat is so fast. With her eyes closed, she casually commented. Like drumming, sounds rather nice. Let me go. Nope. I feel less miserable when holding you like this. Maybe I'll recover without medicine. While hold me. When I was a kid, my mom held me like this when I was sick. After they left, no one ever consoled me again by hugging me. You held me last time you got sick for a long while too. It's reciprocation. Despite running a high fever, she babbled nonstop, suddenly spirited and talkative, all without catching her breath. An exasperated feeling rose in Shen Liubai's heart. Other girls would probably act reserved and proper, but fate threw him someone shameless and brazen like Qi Fiwen. Fortunately, she made no further inappropriate demands, only clinging to him like an octopus. She quickly drifted off to sleep. He tried to leave, but as soon as he moved, she instantly sensed it and subconsciously tightened her grip even more. Her arms were firmly wrapped around his, allowing him to clearly feel her fullness, plump, elastic, not small in size. His ears reddened slightly, imperceptible though. He would absolutely never entertain any improper thoughts about Qi Fiwen. He found it distasteful. Then little Wu knocked on the door, but he had no free hand to get out of bed and open the door. He touched Qi Fiwen's head, discovering that it wasn't so hot anymore, indicating signs of her fever breaking. She was pregnant, and it was best if she avoided taking medicine. Thinking about it, pregnant women really suffered. Qi Fiwen certainly came off as a spoiled daughter who couldn't endure hardship. He didn't know why, but his heart softened towards her with a bit of sympathy. His fingers unconsciously caressed her face. As red as an apple, warm and soft. Her chubby cheeks begged to be pinched, looking adorable. He played with it, unwilling to let go, and time passed unnoticed. Chi Fiwen woke up after a nap, sweating all over, finally feeling better. She opened her eyes to find the outside bathed in bright sunshine. Her whole body was sprawled on the cushion. When she propped herself up, she saw that there was actually a living person lying in bed. Shin Lubai was still asleep, his handsome face looking youthful and fair-skinned, like a peeled egg, especially delicate. She envied him while observing. His sleeping look seemed so obedient. Her playful mood soared momentarily as she lightly caressed his prominent eyebrows, long lashes, and high nose bridge with her fingertips. Finally, she reached his thin lips. A pale pink, very enticing. She couldn't help but touch them slightly. Only for the next second, a mouth suddenly opened and bit her fingertip. She could even feel the wet, soft sensation swirling around her fingertip. She froze. Shin Lubai felt the same way. Just waking up, he had sensed something strange on his lips and instinctively bit and licked it. But soon he realized it was wrong. He opened his clear eyes, locking gazes with Chi Fiwen. Although her fever had broken and her face wasn't flushed anymore, at this moment, it quickly turned red, her earlobes even redder, as if bleeding. In one swift roll, she climbed off the bed and fell down. You are good. You worked hard taking care of me yesterday. I'm fine now. I'll take a shower, change clothes. She scrambled away awkwardly. Shin Lubai slightly furrowed his brows. Was she blushing? What a joke. Would someone so shameless blush? Didn't she accept everything willingly? After taking a hot shower, Chi Fiwen came out to find Shin Lubai had left, allowing her to sigh in relief. Upon going out, she followed her routine, first heading to the maternal and child hospital to pretendfully get an 11-week ultrasound prescription from a friend, then visiting the nursing home. Perhaps Grandpa thought he now had something to look forward to. In just a week, he could breathe on his own, needing the oxygen mask only at night. During the day, his moments of consciousness also increased. This change was enormous. Seeing Chi Fiwen come, he obviously became excited, moving his lips, wanting to speak. Now, he could only utter blurry sounds. Chi Fiwen talked to him for a long time, saying the group was doing well, and she had secured several big deals. Her relationship with Tang Zitsong was also good. He's just too busy to visit you. He's taken over the Tang group, completely lost in work. Grandpa, you didn't misjudge him. He's a man to rely on. She mentioned Tang Zitsong with discomfort. The grandfather's condition had just improved, not yet stabilized. If he knew his precious granddaughter had been tormented for so long by the wrong person, the old man definitely wouldn't bear it. Chapter 30. All in the water. Why? Are you happy? He struggled to piece together his words. Happy, very happy. If Grandpa could recover and the baby could be born healthy, it would be even better. Grandpa, I want to celebrate the new year with you. Is that okay? The grandfather nodded forcefully. It was only October now, still a long way from the new year. But people always need something to look forward to. On her way back, she specially bought a booklet and put all her prenatal checkup slips inside for her grandfather to review easily. After returning, she placed it right by the bedside, without avoiding anyone because after all, her pregnancy was fake. Shin Lubai entered her room many times, but didn't ask any questions, likely assuming that fools wouldn't understand such a profound subject as life creation. She didn't know that he had flipped through the book countless times, watching as the embryo slowly developed and took shape like a tiny human. He clenched his fists tightly, wanting to destroy everything. Soon, Chi Fiwen received an invitation. A renowned antique collector was hosting an auction where all proceeds would go to charity. Many of the wealthy elites were invited. This event definitely needed to be attended since it would surely be heavily reported on by the media. Her previous image had been greatly damaged, and she desperately needed to repair it. Besides, this was for charity, which was also good for the group's development. She wanted to bring Shin Lubai along, but he wasn't feeling well, so she decided against it. Not long after she left, Shin Lubai went out. Sir, the government is also participating in this event. If we donate a large sum, being a publicly listed company with an upright image, it will be beneficial for us to secure cooperative projects with the government. He absently agreed. Shuahao understood and wisely closed his mouth. Mr. Shin's mood had been off lately, so he'd better tread carefully. Chi Fiwen soon arrived at her destination, wearing a red velvet long dress, her hair pinned up, pearl earrings dangling. She looked stunningly elegant and exuded charm and confidence. She greeted acquaintances graciously and then sat down at her designated guest seat. Before long, she saw Tang Zifeng attend with Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan warmly greeted them too. Your wife is so young. This is my daughter. Mrs. Liu, nice to meet you. You call me Mrs. Liu? That woman covered her mouth and laughed. Then I really have to thank you. I hope your blessing helps me become the real Mrs. Liu sooner. What nonsense. She's Mr. Liu's lover. Tang Zifeng's face darkened entirely. Jiang Yan felt awkward too. After all, she wasn't truly from high society. She had climbed to her current position through less than honorable means and was clueless about the complex interpersonal relationships within this circle. Disgusted with her disgraceful behavior, Tang Zifeng told her just not to speak anymore. Jiang Yan could only stand beside him with resentment. As she looked around, the moment she caught sight of Chi Fiwen, the dejected look on her face turned into one of fiery determination, almost like a rooster pumped full of adrenaline. She held her chin high, practically snorting air through her nose. Just then, the business partner shaking hands with Tang Zifeng hesitated and asked, "Does Mrs. Tang have any dissatisfaction with me?" No. Jiang Yan panicked inwardly and quickly explained herself, but the more she talked, the more confused things got, causing a major embarrassment. Chi Fiwen coldly watched from the side and sneered in her heart. She then turned and went to the restroom when she suddenly felt uncomfortable in her stomach. She realized with a jolt that her period was coming. In haste, she asked someone to bring her supplies and spent more time in the restroom as a result. There were several voices conversing outside. Did you see that Mrs. Tang? She is completely unfit for high-class occasions. She looks like a clown jumping around. Yes, today there's the Lumiere Chateau Musigny Grand Cru wine from the 90s on the auction list. She actually said it's just a bottle of wine. It's shameful they're trying to auction it off for millions. Did you see that fool of a husband over there with Chief Fiwen? No, didn't notice him. Maybe he didn't show up, probably embarrassed. Well, although he's skinny, he is exceptionally handsome. If given a chance, I might try playing with him. Anyone here brave enough to find out how much per night he costs? I wouldn't dare, she's crazy. Oh yeah, did you see that vixen near President Liu? Now, President Liu doesn't even bother hiding her and brings her everywhere, including fancy banquets. She has far better taste and style compared to Jiang Yan. They chatted about the gossip going around. At that moment, there was sudden movement from the next stall. Someone burst out shouting, "What's wrong with my taste? Are you shameless, talking behind people's backs like that?" "We're shameless? You're the shameless one. We attended Chief Fiwen's wedding, and we know very well what kind of person you are. You. Jiang Yan couldn't endure such humiliation. She always thought that her current status was no small thing. They should respect and admire her. But on the outside, no one paid her any attention. Behind closed doors, they mocked her. There was a loud bang as someone heavily slammed into Chief Fiwen's bathroom door. Chief Fiwen felt somewhat helpless. Auntie had arrived, and it really hurt. They were so noisy, couldn't they just quiet down? Finally, she arrived, bursting into the restroom and startling the others present. Sorry. Then, she knocked on the tightly closed cubicle door. A delicate white hand stretched out from inside. All of them exchanged puzzled glances. There was still someone in there. After emerging, Chief Fiwen calmly washed her hands with an air of composure. The faces of the other women turned pale. They had just been speaking ill of Chief Fiwen. However, Chief Fiwen didn't care. After all, it was just idle talk. This kind of circle often worked like that. Whoever messed up ended up losing face quickly, and soon everyone within the circle would know. It didn't prevent people from enthusiastically doing business when necessary. They ceased their gossiping and hurriedly left in a flustered manner. As Chief Fiwen wiped her clean hands and was about to leave, she was stopped by Jiang Yan. Are you going to let them say such bad things about you? What then? Like you? Tear at their clothes and hair like a madwoman? You? Jiang Yan was momentarily speechless. Anyway, they are not wrong. My husband is handsome. Women want to spend money on him, but I won't allow it. I, Chief Fiwen, am crazy, I admit it. How about you? You know the truth, but don't have the guts to admit it. Haven't you said even worse things about me behind my back? Are you trying to make me angry, get me to bother them, and help you vent your frustration at the same time? Huh, you're dreaming. Having said that, she left. Jiang Yan stared at her with resentment, clutching her fists tightly. Discontent, humiliation, sorrow, all emotions welled up within her. This was her first time participating in such a gathering, and she now realized how out of place she truly was. But she insisted on fitting in, becoming part of real high society. Chief Fiwen was busy socializing when she overheard people discussing Bai Huai. Mr. Bai is here too? She immediately approached for more information. Yes, he's resting upstairs in a private lounge where someone is bidding on his behalf. Chief Fiwen still felt grateful for his assistance last time and quickly headed upstairs with her wineglass in hand. She knocked on the door. Who is it? His voice came from within. It's me, Chief Fiwen. May I come in? Upon hearing this, Shen Lubai felt a pang in his chest. He thought he should probably see a cardiologist soon because he had been experiencing shortness of breath lately. He instructed Shui how to open the door. Chief Fiwen noticed an embroidered screen blocking her view. Beyond it, a shadow sat comfortably on a sofa exuding an indescribable aura of authority. But his face was hidden from sight. She moved closer, only to be stopped by Shui Hao. Miss Qi, let's speak right here. Sir does not wish to see anyone today. Chief Fiwen understood her limits well enough and didn't push any further. I wanted to thank Mr. Bai for helping me last time. Since I saw you here, I specially came upstairs to offer you a toast. What? A toast? Bring her warm water instead. Chief Fiwen was a bit perplexed. Warm water? What kind of drinking etiquette was that? Soon, a cup of warm water was placed in her hand, and she awkwardly said, So, all is in the water? Chapter 31. The Auction of the Purple Clay Teapot. Without waiting for his reply, she gulped down her drink in one go, exuding an air of grandeur. There's nothing else. You can leave now. I'll take my leave then. I'll treat you to dinner some other time. Just as she was about to leave, he stopped her. No drinking alcohol. Not even tea. I understand. With a puzzled mind, Chief Fiwen left. What were these strange demands? Some kind of health regime? But the big boss had spoken, and she could only comply, refusing every offer of drinks, no matter who it came from. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the auction began soon after. Chief Fiwen was eager to bid, but the big boss' financial power left her breathless. With just a few taps, he started off with bids in the tens of millions, making others too intimidated to open their mouths. Of course, the big boss didn't bid on everything. He only went for some valuable calligraphy and paintings, all starting with a minimum bid of 10 million. It was evident he was donating money to the charity organization. Chief Fiwen eventually let go of her desire, thinking that if she couldn't win, she might as well enjoy the fun. Then finally, when they began to auction Shi Jichang's purple clay teapot from the Qing dynasty, with a starting price of 3 million yuan, she was moved. This was the master of purple clay teapots her grandfather liked the most. Considering the price, it was relatively high. She had noticed before that at the 2011 auction, the final selling price was merely over 3.3 million yuan, and this set already began at 3 million. She quickly raised her paddle. 3.5 million yuan. The sporadic bidding gradually ended, with her reaching 6 million. Finally, there was silence below. 6 million from bidder number 26. Any higher bids? 6 million once, 6 million twice, 6 million. Just as the hammer was about to fall, Jiang Yin held up her paddle. 6.5 million. She gave Qi Fiwen a smug look. It was unclear what she had told Tang Zifeng, but he didn't stop her from bidding. Qi Fiwen frowned. Jiang Yin, who had lived in the Jiang household, naturally knew her grandfather's affection for this craftsman's purple clay teapots. She obviously knew. Even though they did not get along, her grandfather treated her so well, yet she failed to repay kindness. A despicable person. 7.5 million. Jiang Yin. 8 million. 9 million. 10 million. Jiang Yin gritted her teeth. The price had become far too high. Even Tang Zifeng, who initially supported her, was now frowning. He wasn't interested in the purple clay teapot anyway. It was Jiang Yin who had said Qi Fiwen wanted it very much, wanting to cut her down to size, which made him agree. But now, Jiang Yin tried to raise her paddle again, but he grabbed her hand, still adding, I'm not doing it for myself, but for your face. Tang Zifeng hesitated for a moment, then released his hold. 11.2 million. The audience gasped. The auctioneer on stage was astonished, enthusiastically proclaiming, bidder number 26 has increased the bid to 11.2 million. This set of purple clay teapots has, because of bidder 20's enthusiasm, rekindled a brand new value. Are there any higher bids? Anyone? Qi Fiwen clenched her fists tightly. She must secure this purple clay teapot at all costs. Just as she was about to raise her paddle, someone shouted unexpectedly. 15 million. Bidder number 11 is at 15 million. Qi Fiwen turned to see none other than Xue Hao. Her brows furrowed, feeling somewhat hesitant. She didn't mind paying more to secure the purple clay teapot. After all, it was her grandfather's favorite. However, DE Group was currently her financial backer. If the other party secured it, would it be inappropriate for her to continue raising the bid? After deliberating for a long time, she painfully decided against continuing her bid. On the side, Jiang Yin grew annoyed and wanted to place another bid, but was scolded by Tang Zifeng. You're still increasing the price? Is my money any less valuable? How can such a broken purple clay teapot cost so much money? Jiang Yin bit her lips hard, keeping silent. To others, money meant real assets, but to certain wealthy magnates, it was just a string of numbers. In the end, Xue Hao successfully secured the bid. Subsequent items left Qi Fiwen uninterested, and she eagerly awaited the banquet to begin. She followed instructions carefully and only drank freshly squeezed juice, making it awkward for her to socialize among those indulging in alcohol. Unexpectedly, some people were simply inconsiderate. Jiang Yin arrived, accompanied by a few familiar faces. Weren't they the women who badmouthed Jiang Yin in the restroom before? Qi Fiwen, you're right. There's no need to take gossipy talk to heart. Now, their families seek help from the Tang Group, and all they can do is humbly flatter me. What's said behind closed doors really important? What matters now is they're fawning on me, treating me like a lapdog because I'm Madame Tang. She leaned in closer, lowering her voice. Even so, there was unmistakable excitement in her tone. Qi Fiwen squinted her eyes, speaking coldly. You intentionally competed with me for that purple clay teapot, right? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin became even prouder. Although she didn't secure the teapot herself, her bids consistently outdid Qi Fiwen's, leaving Qi Fiwen in the dust. What? Did you put a label on it? Here, money talks. If you have the money, you can bid for it too. She raised an eyebrow and said. Qi Fiwen clenched her fists. She would make Jiang Yin pay. Su Qingqing had almost everything arranged, just waiting for the fish to bite. Seeing that Qi Fiwen didn't say anything, Jiang Yin grew even more outrageous. Qi Fiwen, you're nothing special. Before she finished her sentence, Xue Hao came over, beaming with joy. Miss Qi, I've been looking for you everywhere. Mr. Xue, what's wrong? The master saw that you liked this purple clay teapot, and someone unwise was competing with you, so he bid on it for you. Please accept it kindly. He respectfully presented a gift box, inside which lay the very set of purple clay teapot tea set that had been auctioned earlier. Jiang Yan's face turned pale immediately. Oh, Mrs. Tang is here too. Xue Hao seemed to notice this person only then, pretending to be surprised. What acting? Simply unmatched. Qi Fiwen's mood instantly improved. Normally, if one received something without contributing, they wouldn't dare to take it for fear there might be strings attached. But now, that's embarrassing. Please convey my thanks to Mr. Bai for his thoughtfulness. It's no big deal. Xue Hao left. Qi Fiwen's fingers, delicate like green onions, gently tapped on the box. Oh well, this is truly destined for me. After all the twists and turns, it ended up in my hands. You? Jiang Yan's face had regained its color. Only now it had turned a pig liver red from anger. Xue Hao called her unwise right in front of her. And Qi Fiwen was mocking her. What kind of relationship do you have with him? Why does he treat you so well? Jiang Yan calmed down, and then it hit her, sneering sarcastically. I understand now. Qi Fiwen, I really underestimated you. Makes sense, a fool wouldn't satisfy you. So you've been messing around with people from DE Group. Jiang Yan, repeat that again. Qi Fiwen emphasized each word, her eyes icy cold. The beautiful face was full of frost. Jiang Yan jumped, but refused to give in. Am I wrong? You're nothing but a slut, mixing around with men, unable to live without them. Grandpa would be angry enough to die if he woke up. Jiang Yan's face received a hard slap. You, how dare you hit me? Help, somebody help. She screamed loudly, and everyone gathered around. Jiang Yan directly threw herself into Tang Zifeng's arms. Wah, she hit me. Tang Zifeng once harbored some feelings for Qi Fiwen, But now he felt more hatred, unable to get her, and wanting to utterly destroy her. Even though he didn't like Jiang Yan anymore, she was still Mrs. Tang, his woman. Hitting her was as good as slapping his own face. Qi Fiwen, you've gone too far. I don't hit women, Jiang Yan, go back. Chapter 32, 15 million. Jiang Yan immediately perked up, ready to make a move, but Qi Fiwen took out a voice recorder. All of Jiang Yan's vulgar words were recorded. I didn't provoke her. It was she who came over and started talking nonsense. Oh, by the way, she also said you guys fawn on her, flatter her, like dogs. As soon as these words were spoken, those little henchmen glared angrily and stood by Qi Fiwen. Jiang Yan instantly became at a loss. These people might not be from the Tang group, but they were still real young misses from wealthy families. And now she had offended them all. Fake. It's synthesized. Would you let me call in technicians to analyze it on the spot? Jiang Yan, ever since you accused me of pushing you down the stairs, I've kept an eye on you. I learned my lesson, bought several recording pens, and carried them every day, especially during occasions with you. Not only that, your past provocations and challenges to me. I've recorded phone calls of all those times. As soon as I get home, I'll have someone upload them online so everyone can see your ugly face. She took a hard drive out of her handbag and handed it to Tang Zifeng, whose face was already turning sour. This contains all her call recordings. You could buy it from me, or else I will do everything tomorrow to make sure all Chinese citizens know about your wife's misconduct. That's enough. This is our personal matter. Tang Zifeng was still rational enough to realize that continuing would make the Tang family a laughingstock. He shooed away the other guests, his eyes darkly and venomously fixed on hers. This gaze resembled that of rats lurking in the sewer, bloodshot with envy, ugly. But she had no fear. Since their masks had been torn off, why should she care about this anymore? Besides, it wasn't like she initiated trouble. Clearly, Jiang Yan messed up herself, got a major setback over the child issue, and thought she was in complete control. Whenever there was a chance, she tried to humiliate Qi Fiwen heavily. But what was the result? Tripped up by her own stones. Tang Zifeng, your wife's IQ is truly touching. Qi Fiwen, you've been playing with me all along, haven't you? Pretending to be harmless, acting devoted to me, while in fact constantly finding loopholes in me and trying to ruin my reputation. Isn't that sinister? Qi Fiwen slightly curled the corner of her mouth, offering no response, just a self-deprecating laugh. Tang Zifeng thought she had previously hidden her abilities and now had pulled a trick on him, which left him very unhappy. In reality, she once genuinely wanted to marry him, to spend her whole life with him. She willingly deceived herself and never minded how he repeatedly hurt her. Now, she's deemed wicked. Don't bother me with those empty talks. I'm asking you. Will you buy this? It contains dozens of phone call recordings, plus your bed photos. Bed photos. He was shocked and immediately looked at Jiang Yan. I blurred it, she panicked. Yes, you blurred it, but I hired someone to clean it thoroughly. Guaranteed, the netizens will recognize both of you at first sight. You? Tang Zifeng gritted his teeth as he stared at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was truly foolish. Such implicit photos shouldn't be released outside. Jiang Yan was regretful beyond measure right now. She just wanted to show off, and those pictures had been posted long ago. If Qi Fiwen had any action, it should have happened much earlier. So, she was reckless until now, not expecting Qi Fiwen to wait for the perfect moment. I'm sorry, Zifeng. What should we do now? Tang Zifeng gritted his teeth. If it was only audio, he could hire someone to counteract by saying it was forged. But bed photos, even if he claimed they were fake, with so many people seeing them, regardless of whether they're true or not, it doesn't matter. What matters is that that's his face. How much do you want? 15 million. Qi Fiwen, how dare you? What am I afraid of? She raised an eyebrow. You did worse things than me, didn't you? Don't tell me I can't do something. Either pay up quickly or one call from me, and you'll be stuck at the top of the trending topics forever. The reason she hadn't used this before was that the technical wizards needed time to wash away the mosaics from old photos, which she initially found disgusting and thus hadn't preserved them. Later, she sent her phone over for cleaning, uncovering some surviving pictures and removing the mosaics. She only received these photos yesterday. They were fresh and scorching. Looking at them again brought different emotions. The first time she saw them, it hurt, and she numbed herself, pretending nothing happened. Now, Tang Zifeng's figure isn't too great. It's somewhat chicken-like. Although he wore shorts, judging by the scale, it seemed average. Jiang Yan had half-exposed breasts, definitely edited with beautification filters. They aren't as big, nor as white as hers. Fine, I'll give you the money, but hand over the hard drive. At least let me check if it's worth it, right? Sure. Anyway, I have made a lot of backups. You can take it back and enjoy it slowly. Oh, by the way, Jiang Yan also cursed your dead father and brother. She made great contributions for your rise. Enough. Tang Zifeng's face was already as black as the bottom of a pot. He took the hard drive and immediately left. Jiang Yan glared at her angrily before rushing to follow him. She waited about half an hour before starting to message Tang Zifeng to hurry up with the money. Soon, he sent someone with a check for 15 million. She happily took it and went to find Bai Huai. When she entered, he was still behind the screen. Excitedly, she handed over the money. This is for the purple sand pot. The money came from Tang Zifeng, and she didn't feel a bit reluctant parting with it. If she kept it any longer, it would truly make her feel nauseous. Where did you get it? From Tang Zifeng. She said this carelessly. Only, Mr. Bai, why did you give me the purple sand pot? She didn't go into detail about why Tang Zifeng gave her the money, but rather just wondered why Bai Huai had helped her. But Shen Lu Bai seemed distracted, his mind full of that one sentence. Tang Zifeng gave it. Why did Tang Zifeng give her money? Could it be that she had confessed already, so this was the child support fee? Or compensation for abortion? By President, Mr. Bot, Shin Fiwen called out several times without response, until Xue Hao went to call him. Get out. Shin Lubai lowered his voice, with anger, shocking her. What's wrong with you? Get out. Don't irritate me. Go as far as possible. Miss Chun, you should leave. My master isn't in a good mood. Upon hearing this, Shin Fiwen quickly fled, fearing she might get herself into trouble. After seeing her off, Xue Hao returned. Master, since coming to this auction, Master has been very abnormal. There was a screen inside the room, displaying surveillance video covering the entire auction venue. At some point, the camera's focus was solely on one person. Shin Lubai just started spacing out. When he saw that Chi Fiwen wanted that purple sand pot, and it seemed like she might miss it, he ordered him to bid below. Even though there were people downstairs bidding on behalf of him, it seemed like the master didn't trust anyone else, insisting that Xue Hao do it personally. Xue Hao, under what circumstances would a woman who broke up with her ex-boyfriend still give birth to their child? He was pressing his temples, lightly rubbing them. Chest tightness, headache. It must mean she still loves the other person. Xue Hao hadn't thought too much and answered instinctively, but soon realized something alarming. Could it be? Chi Fiwen was pregnant, and the child wasn't the master's? You've lost your annual leave, overtime then. Shin Lubai opened his pitch-black eyes, speaking each word heavily and grimly. When Chi Fiwen returned, her mood was particularly wonderful, but it didn't last long, as her mood quickly plummeted. The doctor called her. Her grandfather was conscious for longer periods now. He made a request. He wanted her to bring Tang Zifeng to see him. Chapter 33. Confronting the Shin family. She immediately became a little panicked. Her grandfather had just recovered a bit. He definitely couldn't be subjected to any shocks. If he found out that Tang Zifeng, whom he had promoted, and Jiang Yin, whom he had kindly adopted, were teaming up and bullying his beloved granddaughter, it would surely cause him enough anger to suffer a massive hemorrhage. If he got sick again because of this, there would be no way back. Chi Fiwen excused herself as being busy and said she would take Tang Zifeng to visit later. She rubbed her sore temples and went home. However, upon arriving, she discovered that her little fool was still awake, waiting for her. Why haven't you slept? I want a divorce. What? She suddenly snapped to attention, realizing she wasn't hearing things. Her little fool had indeed asked for a divorce. Had he been watching too many TV dramas and picked up new words? I want a divorce. What's wrong with you? Instead of getting angry, she questioned him very patiently. He turned his head away and ignored her. Did I do something wrong? Did I make you unhappy? I don't like you, and you don't like me either, so we shouldn't be together. Where did you see such a thing on TV? She couldn't help but laugh, not taking it seriously at all. The little fool didn't understand anything about liking or disliking someone. Yawning, she then patted his shoulder. In the adult world, many things are beyond our control. Liking someone doesn't mean they will stay with you, and disliking someone doesn't mean you can't go on living. Fool, you should be laughing in your dreams to have found someone like me. Smart, capable, good-looking, and with a great figure. All right, I'm not in the mood to play with you now. I'll take you to eat something nice another day. I don't want food, I want a divorce. If you don't like me, who do you like? I don't like anyone. Then when you find someone you like, we'll talk about it. She stopped caring and went straight to her room. Shin Liubai's eyes grew colder, feeling that he had given Chi Fiwen enough face. He hadn't wanted to make things awkward, but if she insisted on being so naive, then it wasn't his fault for being heartless. The next day, Chi Fiwen heard some news from Lu Zheng. The DE group intended to suppress the Shin group. There was even word circulating. Whoever allied with the Shun group would be considered opposing them. This made the board of directors extremely worried, fearing that because of Shun Lubai, the fool, their cooperation with Chi Yao group would be harmed. Chi Fiwen was also at her wit's end. Why was everything suddenly targeting the Shin family? Was it because someone had offended the powerful men? The board suggested she call and sound out whether the collaboration between the two companies would be affected. Chi Fiwen immediately made the call. She could only reach Xue Hao. She didn't have the authority to contact the boss directly, though the boss could contact her whenever he wished. This was the power of capital. Secretary Xue, what does director Bai mean by suddenly having a conflict with the Shin family? This isn't sudden. Our sir has long-standing grievances with the Shin family. What specifically these grievances are, I don't know. But I can clearly tell you one thing. The reason sir has shifted his focus back to domestic development is precisely to suppress the Shin family. Is it that serious? She was somewhat shocked, as she hadn't noticed anything before. I know what Miss Chi is worried about. I advise you to get divorced from the fool, so as not to drag down Chi Yao group. A fool is all he is anyway. Sending him back to the Shin family, he will live exactly as he did before. What if I refuse? Do you want to try provoking the boss's wrath, Miss Chi? Xue Hao's tone suddenly turned serious. At that moment, Chi Fiwen felt a tightening in her chest. I understand. The call ended, leaving her heavy-hearted. Later, Lu Zheng came to ask her, what exactly did D mean? Not much said yet, let's see. She didn't reveal the truth. After responding briefly, she ended the chat, utterly exhausted, and descended the stairs. One crisis after another. When she went downstairs, Shin Lubai was still not down for breakfast. The main morning meal was nourishing millet porridge. She instructed the servants to always add a bit of white sugar to the porridge. The son-in-law likes sweet food. Please take note while cooking. Miss truly treats the son-in-law well. Without the miss, the son-in-law might be living heaven knows how. Auntie Li sighed meaningfully. Chi Fiwen paused momentarily. If they really divorced and sent him back to the Shin family, everyone would then bully him openly, making him crawl like a dog, pick things up off the floor to eat. There would be people slapping and scolding him, pulling his hair. He might even face life-threatening dangers, as happened last time when he looked for something in the water. She had promised to be responsible for Shun Liubai's life forever. There wouldn't be a situation where she ate meat and he drank soup. As long as she had meat, Shun Liubai would also eat meat. For the next few days, take good care of him. I'll visit the group first. In the following days, Qi Fiwen became exceedingly busy. Shun Liubai waited at home for Qi Fiwen to come back and file for divorce with him. She couldn't hide it for long, because soon after, Shuehao came to the house with a group of people to deliver the message. The executives were all nervous, urging Qi Fiwen to hurry up and get divorced. The repeated persuasions all emphasized that this was not for her own good, but for the benefit of her grandfather and the livelihoods of thousands of employees in the company. In short, it wasn't worth sacrificing everything for a fool. At the Monday meeting, those people didn't even report on the progress of last week's work before starting to pressure Qi Fiwen to determine when she would file for divorce. She was so tired of hearing it that she couldn't stand it anymore and scratched her ear irritably. Are you done yet? We've finished speaking. What's your decision, President Qi? The decision is adjournment. President Qi, today you must make a decision. Are you going to wait until DE Group starts pressuring us hard before regretting it? That's right, several projects from the Shin family have already been sabotaged. Our turn is next. Shut up. Qi Fiwen finally lost her patience and slammed the table. How long are you going to badger me? If it's Shun Liubai today, what if it's you tomorrow who needs to divorce or give up your child? Would you also tell me grandiosely that it's for the greater good? What's wrong? You don't feel the pain until the blade cuts through your own skin, right? Sure, I can divorce him, so why don't all of you divorce as well? Can you do it? People present exchanged glances awkwardly. Finally, someone whispered, this company is your grandfather's life's work. What will you say to the old man if because of this his legacy gets destroyed? I understand my grandfather better than any of you. If I can abandon even my own husband just to keep from offending anyone, am I still human? If grandfather were here, he'd fire all of you. You're using your experience and age to bully me, a junior, but left and right all you do is preach about the greater good, and for the sake of the group, almost making me forget that our company doesn't bear the surname Qi, but it seems it should follow yours instead. I respect you and know my own shortcomings. I'm willing to learn humbly, but that doesn't mean I'll let you pull my strings. If you think I'm incapable and will lead Qi Yao Group to destruction, then go find another capable boss. I wish you a bright future. Chapter 34, A Small-Minded Person. Qi Fiwen directly shattered the last layer of the window paper, tearing off their cover-up. Some people were enraged and left in a huff. Others muttered quietly and stayed put. In the end, several people left. A sudden resignation in the high-level board of directors is very damaging for a group and may even affect the stock market fluctuations. Sure enough, Qi Yao Group's share price fell to a new low, and many investors were already grumbling. Qi Fiwen forced herself to keep going. She could not be a purely cold-blooded businessman. She valued feelings more and often acted with personal emotions. She knew this was wrong, but there was nothing she could do about it. If she only did business at all costs, without any moral bottom line, and was willing to sacrifice even her own husband, then what if someone demanded her grandfather's life? Would she weigh the pros and cons and decide that since her grandfather was old and didn't have much time left anyway, allowing him to die sooner would help the group? So give up on her grandfather? Thinking about this made her more resolute in her thoughts. The ones she cared about, she would not abandon. Her abilities were limited, and she would take the group as far as she could. If it really went bankrupt, she would accept it. At least she would not betray her conscience. Master, several directors of Qi Yao Group have resigned. What? The result I found out is, Miss Qi refused to sacrifice you for the group's interest. Shun Liubai was silent. Qi Fiwen surprised him. She actually tried her best to protect a fool. At that moment, it seemed like there was a warm current flowing through his body. He had always been the one who was abandoned. This was the first time someone chose him so firmly. If only she didn't have that past with Tang Zizong. If only there wasn't that illegitimate child. How nice would that be? Perhaps, he would still pretend, continue to act alongside her. Unfortunately, no matter how she is now, it cannot change his resolve to leave. Continue to apply pressure. Master, isn't this a bit cruel? Miss Qi still looks like a young girl. If she can't take it, she'll know what to do. He said lightly, without a hint of sympathy in his voice. Soon, problems arose in the cooperation between the two groups. DE Group is withdrawing its investment. If he doesn't provide money, all those orders in hand will cause losses that Qi Fiwen has to bear. Even after paying breach of contract penalties, it still won't solve the problem. Short-term capital chain interruption would completely drag down Qi Yao Group. Miss Qi, Master's attitude is already very clear. Hope you don't refuse his generosity. Tell him whatever, Auntie's done serving. What's so great about having money? But your mind is as small as a needle nose. Did everyone from the Shin family offend him? Even a dog from the Shin family comes out. Does he have to bite it? I don't believe it. My man is dumb like that. How could they have conflicts? Is it ancient times now? Are we talking about joint punishment? Does he think he's the emperor? Miss Qi. Shuehao was stunned, staring wide-eyed at Qi Fiwen. When Qi Fiwen blew up, she looked just like a red-hot chili pepper, her mouth opening and closing without rest. Shuehao was wearing Bluetooth earphones, connected with Shun Liubai on the other side. All these words reached his ears without exception. Shun Liubai felt somewhat complex at the moment. It seemed like he was scolded, yet it also seemed like he wasn't, feeling uncomfortable caught between breathing in and out. Miss Qi, please watch your words. What words do I need to watch? Do what you want to do. Don't let me see him again, otherwise, I'll beat him every time I see him. Menace man really needs beating. Shuehao, switch to speaker mode, let me talk to her. Shuehao turned off the Bluetooth earphone, and a deliberately lowered voice came from the phone. Did I hear that you wanted to hit me? As soon as the voice came out, Chi Fiwen trembled slightly. Her first reaction was to look around, searching for Shun Liubai's figure. Seeing none, she then looked at the phone. She immediately held the phone with both hands. Mr. Bai, am I small-minded? His tone was slightly cool. Why are you eavesdropping? That's immoral. Did I say anything wrong? Maybe my mind is even smaller than a needle point. She couldn't help muttering. Chi Fiwen. Shun Liubai was quite angry. Here. Let me ask you one last time. Are you solving Shin family's fool or not? No divorce. Looks like Chi Yao Group is not important to you. No, it's very important to me, but it shouldn't sacrifice my family. I don't know how the Shun family offended you, but you demand everyone pays the price. But he's just a fool, unable to harm anyone, and you won't even spare him. Honestly, I look down on you. It's not your place to judge me. Do you think you can protect him? His voice was filled with anger, and Chi Fiwen's face turned pale. Her hand holding the phone was trembling. It was a lie that she wasn't scared or hesitating. But still, she chose to resist. Rest assured, only I can protect him. Even if it's just for a second, I will stick to the end. I invited him as a son-in-law, so I have to take responsibility for him. He is human, not some cat or dog to be discarded at will. Besides, if I really had a pet cat or dog, I wouldn't throw them away so easily. After saying this, she waited for an angry scolding from the other side. She angered everyone around her for the sake of a fool. But what she didn't expect was a long silence from the other end. Chi Fiwen couldn't gauge his intention for a moment. Mr. Bai. In response, all she heard was a busy tone. He's really impolite. She pouted. How dare he hung up without even a word. She handed the phone back to Shuahao. Could you help me convey a message? No matter what happens next, I don't regret my decision today. Shuahao pressed his lips together, gave her a deep look, and then left. She felt somewhat baffled. Why did Shuahao look at her with such admiration? For the next few days, Chi Fiwen lived in torment, even preparing to sell all her valuables to get through the current predicament. She must ensure that the group continued to function properly. It couldn't collapse. But DE Group's retaliation never came. There was no withdrawal of investment, and the latest payment already hit the account. Chi Fiwen didn't know what the other side was thinking about. Did they forget to instruct their subordinates? She wasn't foolish enough to call and remind them, so she let out a sigh of relief. She could finally go home now. Staying in the office was nowhere near as comfortable as being at home. She was eager to return. When she got home, she changed her shoes and coat and instinctively asked Aunt Lee, "In these past few days when I wasn't here, how has his appetite been? Has he been unhappy?" "Not at all. Your husband has been fine." "That's good. As long as the fool is happy." She sighed in relief and carried her things towards his room door. The door opened quickly. Shin Liubai was dressed in clean white pajamas, his hair loose and soft, his facial features smooth and gentle. He was like an angel in the snow, a symbol of pure whiteness. Even though she was originally exhausted, seeing him instantly erased all her fatigue. She tiptoed, reaching up to touch his head. "I bought you some hot roasted chestnuts. They're still warm. Try some." Shin Liubai looked down at the paper package. His emotions stirred slightly. He wanted to ask why she didn't give up on him. He was merely a fool. Even if he were sacrificed, she shouldn't feel any guilt. It would simply mean returning him to his previous life. A fool would not hold a grudge. "What are you thinking about?" She noticed he was unusually quiet. "No one has ever brought me roasted chestnuts before," he said softly. Chapter 35, Mistaken Identity. So it was moved by the gesture, "Huh? If you like to eat them, I'll buy them for you often in the future. We don't just have sugar-roasted chestnuts, but other delicious treats too." Chi Fiwen smiled at him, her smile particularly contagious, and she seemed like a wild rose blooming against the wind, splendid, bright, and touching. Shin Liubai's heart tightened slightly, as if the deepest part of an icy lake had cracked with a barely audible sound. She hadn't boasted about taking on pressure just to protect him. She thought all of that was what she should do. A promise is a promise, and one must go all out to keep it. And she felt that fools who couldn't understand, why bother adding trouble? She told Shin Liubai to sleep well and gain some weight, then she left. Shin Liubai stayed alone in the room, staring at the steaming sugar chestnuts absent-mindedly. Shuahao was still waiting for his next command. He could seize this opportunity to bankrupt Chi Yao, but he wavered again. He sent Shuahao a text message. "Leave Chi Fiwen alone and keep an eye on the Shin family." He peeled a chestnut and put it in his mouth. It was incredibly sweet. He really liked it. Chi Fiwen slept at home until she lost track of day and night, forgetting about the trip to the sanatorium altogether. It wasn't until the doctor called again that she suddenly remembered. What's Grandpa's condition? The old man is more alert now, but due to lying down for too long, the blood clot pressing on his brain has affected his nerves, causing slight cognitive impairment. But overall, he's recovering positively. If you come, his condition might improve further. "I understand, I'll try." She hesitated for a long time before proactively contacting Tang Zitsong. Chi Fiwen. Tang Zitsong gritted his teeth when he answered her call. Initially, he had some plans, but after being repeatedly embarrassed, he hated her to the core. She'd better never fall into his hands, or else he would make her suffer endlessly and turn her into his plaything. What Mrs. Tang? She didn't deserve the title and could only be a golden songbird he kept in secret. "What do you want from me? Are you threatening me again?" He was somewhat wary, still fearful. Chi Fiwen sighed helplessly, temporarily setting aside their resentment, and asked, "Grandpa wants to see you. Can you accompany me to visit him? The grudges between us shouldn't escalate in front of the elders, right? You've achieved where you are today, thanks to Grandpa's help. Don't you still feel gratitude towards him? Now that Grandpa's condition has improved, he really wants to see us getting along. I hope you can act a little with me, okay?" Tang Zitsong laughed upon hearing this. "Chi Fiwen, so now you're begging me?" After these words came out, She felt a lump in her throat. She truly wanted to punch Tang Zitsong's dog head through the phone line. What a show-off. She clenched her fists tightly, but thinking of her grandfather softened her tone. Yes, I'm asking you. Chief Fiwen, this isn't how you beg someone. If you spoke nicely, I might consider helping, said Tang Zitsong. Tang Zitsong, don't push it. She furrowed her brows. Am I pushing it? All I need is you to say Big Brother Zitsong. Please, I know I made a mistake, and I'll forgive your minor transgressions. Beep 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 beep. Chief Fiwen hung up angrily. She couldn't bring herself to call again. Just thinking of Tang Zitsong's revolting face made her sick. If nothing worked, she'd tell her grandfather that she'd fallen in love with someone else. She cheated. Her grandfather would scold her at most. She pondered for a long time and decided to take Shen Lubai to see her grandfather. She bought many things for Shen Lubai, making him carry them. She bought him clothes that looked very obedient, denim jackets, white casual pants, looking like a sunny young boy. His fine hair moved in the morning light, and his face below was impeccable. Remember, the person you're going to meet is the most important and cherished one to me. You have to be careful what you say. Don't reveal that you're a fool, all right? Is being a fool bad? He asked. You're great. She indulgently ruffled his head. But Grandpa is old and hopes I find a good place. If he knew your situation, he would worry even more about me. In his eyes, I'm also a little girl who needs to be taken care of. Yet now I am trying to be an adult caring for you. He would be concerned. It doesn't matter anyway, since you wouldn't understand. So, just talk less, watch me for cues, and I'll answer for you, okay? She helped straighten his clothes and repeatedly warned him in the car. Shen Lubai could sense her anxiety. She kept rubbing her hands nervously, and her voice faltered. When she talked about her grandfather, her expression became unbearably gentle, her eyes filled with light. But she was afraid her grandfather would be disappointed. That light could shatter easily, making her heart ache faintly. Today, she wasn't at all showy. There was no heavy makeup or short skirts with sky-high heels. She looked meek like a high school girl. After everything was arranged, she entered as if walking to the execution ground. Shen Lubai followed closely behind, his mind full of her words from just before. I'm also a little girl who needs to be taken care of, yet now I have to take care of you like an adult. He stared at the back of her head. All her hair was tied to one side in a fishtail braid. As she walked, the braid swung gently. He felt as though those strands of hair flicked his heart. So you've finally come. The old man has been thinking about you for quite some time. Isn't that Mr. Tang? I've changed people. She summoned her courage and pushed the door open. Seeing the elder sitting up in bed, her eyes misted over. Grandpa, the old man slowly turned around, his face full of wrinkles but radiating kindness. Nanny's here. Come closer and let Grandpa see you. You haven't visited in days, breaking my heart. Trembling, he came closer, and the two embraced with excitement. Oh, Zifeng is here too. Her grandfather looked at Shen Lubai and smiled warmly. Shen Lubai frowned slightly. Was the elder man's eyesight not good? Grandpa, I'm. Before he could explain, Chief Fiwen pulled him and stopped him mid-sentence. Grandpa, what do you call him? Zifeng. This child is still as handsome as before, perfect for you. At that moment, Chief Fiwen was filled with joy. She suddenly remembered what the doctor had said. He had cognitive impairment, and it seemed to work in their favor this time. Yes, he's Tang Zitsong. Now he's accomplished, already the leader of the Tang group. Under his leadership, Chi Yao group is thriving daily. Your precious granddaughter doesn't have to do anything. All she does is eat well and sleep well, like a little piggy. You do just that too. There's a baby inside your belly. The elderly man laughed happily, perhaps because life had given him something to look forward to. His spirit was bright and lively, and he chattered happily. The only one probably having a heart attack during the entire exchange was Shen Lubai. He was mistaken for Tang Zitsong, the scum, and he felt dirty himself. Why didn't Chief Fiwen explain? Could it be that she still had lingering feelings for Tang Zitsong? Chapter 36. Taking back something. She didn't hide from herself, constantly circling around the child in her belly, saying she liked sour food, which meant a boy would be born. Whether it's a boy or a girl, Grandpa loves them all. I only hope for a well-behaved baby, so you don't suffer. Grandpa, aren't you longing for a great-grandson? Not at all. Grandpa just wants you to have less pain, no matter if it's a boy or a girl. Grandpa, when my parents had me, did you not mind that it was a girl? Why should I mind? How good is our Nwan? Those rough boys, how could they possibly compare to our sweet and considerate Nwan? Chief Fiwen's eyes misted up. Her mother had physical issues that made pregnancy difficult. They tried IVF several times, enduring much suffering. Her father, heartbroken by the pain she endured, wouldn't continue, dragging on for years without having children, deciding to let things happen naturally. If they couldn't conceive, they'd adopt from a distant relative. Grandpa was always very open-minded about this, never uttering a word, fully supporting them. After she was born, Grandpa immediately made her father get sterilized to avoid her mother suffering again. Grandpa had always been proud of her, never sparing his praise for her. No matter whether she was male or female, no matter how capable she was, Grandpa's wish has always been for her to happily be herself. Grandpa, she hugged the old man tightly, unable to hold back her tears. You're still like a kid, crying easily. Why doesn't your husband say anything? Is Wanwan bullying you? No, she's great. He said softly. Wanwan is spoiled by me. If she bullies you, tell me, I'll teach her a lesson properly. But you can't lay hands on her, understand? You can say a couple of harsh words, but you cannot hit a woman. Otherwise, I will hold you accountable with my frail body. The old man spoke solemnly. Shen Lubai also nodded earnestly. Chief Fiwen finally relaxed, originally worried about being found out, but the fool acted very well. They stayed behind to have a meal with Grandpa. At the dinner table, Shen Lubai kept offering her dishes, and this gesture pleased Grandpa greatly. When she left, she was reluctant to go, her eyes red. In the car, she finally couldn't help but cry into Shen Liubai's arms. She was like a helpless child, finally finding an outlet. Grandpa was critically ill. She was cruelly abandoned, partly out of anger and partly out of looking for someone obedient. So she married Shen Lubai. After taking over the group, countless people didn't look favorably upon her, predicting her downfall. Step by step, she made her way here through hard work. Now, everything is getting better. There's hope for Grandpa's illness. All her efforts are worthwhile. How much she wishes she could return to the past, under Grandpa's protection, ignoring everything, recklessly doing as she pleased in the capital city. But she can't. It will never be possible. Grandpa is aging. She needs to protect him and her intellectually disabled husband while preserving Grandpa's legacy and fulfilling her responsibility to thousands of employees. She can't go back. Thinking of this, her tears flowed even more heavily. Shen Lubai remained still, letting her embrace him. Idiot, at this moment, you should be hugging me tightly, comforting me. She was a little upset due to his inaction. Shen Lubai frowned slightly, ultimately embracing her gently. This is close enough, she muttered. Thank you today for making Grandpa so happy. His appetite improved. He ate half a bowl of rice. Next time, will you come with me again to visit Grandpa? I'm not Tang Zitsong. He enunciated each word clearly. Huh? Do you actually understand this? I'm not him. Why must I pretend to be him? I dislike it. He held Qi Fiwen's hand, somewhat displeased. I don't want it either. Isn't it because he refuses to come? Shen Liubai's face turned grim. So, if Tang Zitsong were willing to come, then there would be no place for him. Then what was he? The more he thought about it, the more restless he became. Unconsciously, he tightened his grip, causing her wrist to hurt. What are you doing? She pulled away forcefully. Next time, I'll just be myself. He lowered his eyes to obscure the complicated feelings inside, and the hand hidden behind his back had already clenched into a fist. The veins on his hand stood out prominently, intertwining like tree roots. He was trying his best to suppress his anger. All right, let's talk about it next time. Who knows when next time will be? She took Shen Lubai back home and unexpectedly met Mrs. Shun at the door. Mrs. Shun. She was a bit surprised. I came to see Lubai. Mrs. Shun warmly grabbed Qi Fiwen's hand, full of enthusiasm. Qi Fiwen instantly felt she was hypocritical. They've been married for so long. The Shin family didn't even attend their wedding. Now they suddenly claim to be coming to see their son? Qi Fiwen didn't expose it. As expected, after entering the house, Mrs. Shin didn't even glance at Lubai and immediately asked what DE Group's actions meant. Previously, they had made a big fuss about dealing with Qi Fiwen, forcing her to harm the fool, creating quite a stir. Many people thought that Qi Fiwen wouldn't be so lucky this time to escape unscathed. But unexpectedly, it ended with nothing happening. Now, the Shun family was in a difficult situation, with several projects being taken over, and talents were also poached. The vicious blows left them significantly weakened. Mr. Shun felt embarrassed to show up, so this task fell on Mrs. Shun's shoulders. If not absolutely necessary, she would never lower herself to a younger generation member like this. Miss Wan, since you're close to Mr. Bai, could you help us figure out what we've done to offend him? If it is truly our fault, we will apologize. Isn't such commercial suppression excessive? Madam, I'm not familiar with Mr. Bai. Mrs. Shin heard these words, her eyes saying as if, do you really expect me to believe that nonsense? Currently, all of the capital city knew that their connection was intimate. Without DE Group, Qi Fiwen would have been finished long ago. Miss Wan, this isn't just for us, but also for Lu Bai. After all, we are relatives by marriage. If one side perishes, the other suffers too. Helping us indirectly helps yourselves. Did you take anything from my husband? She suddenly asked. What kind of thing? You go back and think hard about it. What did you take from him years ago? Once you figured it out, come back. And bring Shun Mo along next time. After leaving this message, Mrs. Shun returned home in anxiety. What did she want? Lu Bai curiously asked. Nothing much. Do you remember what they took from you before? Last time when we went to Shun's place, didn't they throw something into the water? My mother's keepsakes. Anything else? I can't recall clearly. It doesn't matter. This time I'll help you get everything back. She clenched her fists, her eyes shining unusually bright. That pure, dazzling light struck directly into Shun Liubai's heart. Qi Fiwen called Shui Hao as soon as she returned to the room, wanting to talk with Bai Huai. After waiting for half an hour, the call finally came through. What do you want? His voice carried an indescribable coldness. Mr. Bai, I wanted to ask what you plan to do about the Shin family. What does it have to do with you? It doesn't concern me, but I think the Shun family is still one of the oldest established families in the capital city, hard to completely ruin in a short time. Why don't we lie low now and find another opportunity later? Speak plainly. I want you to give me a favor, refrain from moving against the Shin family for now. Of course, I'm not shamelessly asking for favors without giving anything in return. I'm willing to offer 2 percentage points in profits. Would that work? However you proceed afterward is your business, but within this month, can you leave the Shun family alone? Give me a reason. I want to retrieve some things for my husband. Chapter 37, The First Snow. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. After a while, he finally found his voice. A fool is all, is it worth it? 2 percentage points meant that Qi Yao Group would work for free for a month, in complete loss. And she would fight for justice for a fool? He's a fool, no question about it. But he's married into my family. He's in my household registration book, and he's my family. Moreover, other than being foolish, there's nothing wrong with him. What about Tang Zitsong? That's all in the past, Mr. Bai, don't mention it. It's embarrassing. Mr. Bai, I apologize for what happened last time. Since you didn't continue to make things difficult for me, that shows you're a good person. Can we just have 1 month? Please. Whatever. I'm only waiting for the money. The call ended. Shen Lubai alone in the room, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. Chi Fiwen said he was a good person? He'd never heard a joke like that in his entire life. Moreover, she wanted to get things back for him. Chi Fiwen was truly unfathomable. While carrying another man's child, she still showed great concern for him. It made Shen Liubai's emotions rise and fall, unable to find peace. DE Group stopped their actions, and the next day, Mrs. Shun arrived with Shun Mo. She brought quite a few items, all packed in boxes. They were all from Shun Liubai's mother's dowry. Not necessarily expensive, but they were all relics left by his mother, each holding different significance. Chi Fiwen asked him to count them and see if anything was missing. Shun Lubai went through everything, and a pair of bracelets was still missing. He pointed at the white jade bracelet on Mrs. Shun's wrist. This might be the best item in the dowry. Give it here. Chi Fiwen held out her little hand, and Mrs. Shun reluctantly pulled it off, clearly unwilling. I've brought everything. Is that fine? These things are his anyway. This is called returning them to their rightful owner. So what else do you want? Aren't we family? My mother-in-law has already passed away. What kind of family relationship does that leave between me and Mrs. Shun? Let Shun Mo kneel down, bark like a dog, crawl around. If that makes him laugh, then this issue can be settled. She still remembered what Shin Mo had said at the banquet. Shin Mo's expression suddenly changed. What did you say? You, disgusting woman, do you want to die? Shun Mo was about to strike, but Shun Lubai stepped in front without hesitation, tightly gripping his wrist and applying force gradually. Shun Mo couldn't break free, feeling as if Shin Liubai's hand was a steel clamp welded firmly on, causing excruciating pain. You idiot, let go of me. He was furious, but Shin Lubai stood as steady as Mount Tai. You, Mrs. Shin panicked. I've made my decision. I want Shin Mo to bark like a dog and crawl around, making my husband laugh. Otherwise, this matter won't end. I could stop by Huai or make him continue. Not only that, Chi Yao Group will also oppose the Shun family. Don't overdo it. Am I overdoing it? It's you who have been overdoing it. Stealing the mother's legacy, taking advantage of his foolishness because no one stood up for him. I've only asked you to give back less than 1/10 of what you took, and you're already freaking out. Chi Fiwen's radiant face was covered in frost. I only want fairness. Let me bark like a dog? Impossible. Shin Mo felt ashamed and turned beet red. My son, since there's no outsider present, why don't you try it once? If your father knows, he'll definitely take her side, and when he gives an order, you'll lose even more dignity. Mrs. Shun understood Shen Nin very well. If letting Shun Mo sacrifice this much could achieve their goal, Shen Nin would certainly agree, and it would likely result in an even uglier scene. Shen Mo clenched his lips tightly, filled with reluctance. In the end, however, he bent his knees, hands and knees on the ground, crawling a few steps and barking like a dog. Wong, wong wong. He painfully managed to produce the sounds, fists clenched tightly in humiliation. Do you like it? She looked at Shen Lubai. There was a shade of unreadable emotion in Shun Liubai's eyes, overly calm, not knowing whether he was happy or something else entirely. Yes. If you like it, then that's good. We won't return to that cursed place ever again. I don't want to see them. All right, then we won't. You can leave now. My son, let's go. Chi Fiwen, you slut. Just wait until I get you back. Shun Mo cursed and stormed off, completely ignored by Chi Fiwen. Well, bring these things back to the room. I need to go to the study. Just as she was about to leave, she unexpectedly found herself encircled by a strong pair of arms, tightly hugged. Instinctively wanting to break free, she instead was embraced even tighter. Don't move. Let me hold you for a while. His voice was exceptionally light, as if a gust of wind could blow it away. He bent his tall back, burying his head deep into the crook of her shoulder. His clear breath sprayed on her neck, tickling her a little. In fact, you don't have to do all this. His voice was slightly hoarse. I've been through these years like this. That was before. Things are different now. As long as I can, I'll make sure you're happy every day. If you feel indebted, just provide me with emotional value. Stay by my side obediently and wait for me to finish eating. That's enough. He didn't need to do anything. Just standing obediently in front of her was enough. Let there be something for her to look forward to when she comes home, so she's not alone anymore. You wouldn't understand even if I told you, little fool. Go play. She ruffled his head affectionately. Shen Lubai watched her retreating figure, his emotions complicated. Chi Fiwen, what am I supposed to do with you? At first, I disliked you so much, but now my heart refuses to stay hardened. Even though, there's still plenty about you that irritates me. But my heart cannot return to where it started. Chi Fiwen worked overtime until 11 at night, utterly exhausted. At this moment, Lu Zhang brought over some soups and snacks. Don't work too hard. His tone remained as always, businesslike. He stood by her side, ever the competent manager. It's fine. I've gotten the hang of the group's affairs now. Even if I'm not an expert yet, at least I'm not completely lost. The first batch of goods is coming out soon. We must inspect them thoroughly before shipping them out. There can be no mistakes. Understood. All right, you should head back too. Thank you for your effort. It's snowing. Suddenly, Lu Zhang looked out the window and said. Chi Fiwen glanced over and indeed it was snowing. The first snowfall of winter, and it was quite heavy. This is the first snow. They say people who are together on this day will receive blessings. Do you actually believe that? Chi Fiwen didn't expect the rigid Lu Zhang to buy into those K-drama lines. Lu Zhang just smiled at her. Lu Zhang left first, and Chi Fiwen followed shortly after, heading to the garage to get her car, only to find it wouldn't start. She called someone to repair it and decided to hail a taxi instead. Just then, Her phone rang. It was Aunt Lee calling. "What's up, miss? When will you be back? Your husband has been waiting for you to eat dinner." I suggested he eat first, but he refused, stubborn as ever. Put him on the phone. "Still waiting for me to eat?" "Yeah. I'll probably take another 40 minutes or so. Have something to tide yourself over while you wait." Suddenly, static filled the line. Quickly, it seemed like the phone had fallen heavily to the ground. Chapter 38. Deliberate Fools. "What are you doing? Let me go help." Then, the phone call ended. Shin Liubai's heart tightened instantly. How did the young miss respond? Shin Liubai didn't answer. He stood up and went back to contact Xue Hao. "Find out for me. Chi Fiwen is in trouble." Chi Fiwen was on the roadside making a phone call and waiting for a car, not noticing an unlit black business vehicle approaching her. Suddenly the car door opened, and someone inside violently pulled her in. Before she could cry for help, her mouth was tightly covered by something. Soon, her consciousness became blurred. While unconscious, Chi Fiwen was taken to a residential area. Half an hour later, Shin Mo returned drunk as a skunk. Two young and beautiful maids greeted him. He immediately grabbed their butts and chests roughly. The two maids were already accustomed to this behavior. Has the person been sent over?" he asked while burping. "The person has been sent over, clothes changed, and she's already on the bed. The camera is set up too. You're really to my liking, most understanding of my needs." He leered at the faces of the two women, and under normal circumstances he would have dragged them into wild antics long ago. However, there was now an even better prize awaiting him. He rubbed his hands excitedly and walked toward the bedroom. When he saw Chi Fiwen lying on the big bed dressed in a black lace sleep dress, his eyes nearly popped out. "A sexy vixen. You've finally fallen into my hands. You've continuously humiliated me. Now, let me show you what it's like to be tormented by me." He took out a whip and mercilessly lashed it across her body, and her fair skin quickly showed fresh red lash marks. Still unconscious, Chi Fiwen couldn't resist, like a lamb awaiting slaughter, which made Shun Mo even more excited. Tonight, he could do whatever he wanted with her. After beating her sufficiently, he threw the leather whip aside, releasing his pent-up anger and began hurriedly undressing. Before he finished pulling down his pants, he jumped onto the bed, eager to take advantage of Chi Fiwen. But at that moment, a voice came from outside. "Who are you? This is private property intrusion." "Mr. Mo, bad news." "Damn it. Who is so blind to dare ruin my fun?" Shun Mo roared furiously, jumping off the bed to open the door to see who dared to challenge him. However, just as he reached the door, it was kicked open forcefully. With a loud bang, the door slammed into Shun Mo's body, causing him excruciating pain. He hadn't even clearly seen who it was when a shadow advanced toward the large bed. Shin Liubai looked at the battered Chi Fiwen, his eyes turning cold as ice. He quickly removed his jacket and draped it over her. "You fool." Shin Mo stared at him wide-eyed, unable to believe what he saw. Time was pressing. Shin Liubai couldn't care about disguises anymore. In that instant, he had only one thought: to find Chi Fiwen as fast as possible. The moment Xue Hao discovered Shin Mo was involved, he guessed she might be here, so he came first. No disguises mattered. Shin Liubai noticed the raised camera and realized Shin Mo intended to use this afterward to control Chi Fiwen. Damn, such vile methods. And yet they shared similar bloodlines. You aren't foolish?" Shin Mo struggled to stand, full of shock. "Good. You've been faking insanity all along, Shin Liubai. Truly clever. Now I know you're dead. I'll immediately call my mom and let her finish you." As Shin Mo picked up the phone to make the call, Shin Liubai rushed to him, grabbing his neck firmly, then kicked his stomach with a powerful blow, throwing him almost a meter away. Shin Mo lay on the ground, struggling to get up. Shin Liubai approached and stomped hard on his face. Shin Mo felt his mouth fill with blood, as if his molars had fallen out. The pain left him breathless, unable to speak a single coherent sentence. "I've endured you for too long. You dare touch someone who belongs to me? That's suicide." Shin Liubai was genuinely enraged. His leather shoes ruthlessly crushed Shin Mo's face, breaking the skin until it bled, looking ghastly and terrifying. "Which hand touched her?" he asked. His voice sounded like it was coming from the deepest pit of hell. "Whoa." Shin Mo whimpered in pain. "This one." Slowly stepping on Shun Mo's left hand, he ground down slowly, skin torn apart. "Was it this one?" Then he switched to the right hand, crushing each finger one by one. Shin Mo screamed, passing out instantly. Even though Shin Liubai had avenged him somewhat, he still felt unsatisfied. If he had arrived just a little later, he wouldn't want to imagine what might have happened to Chi Fiwen. Just imagining this trash greedily lusting after Chi Fiwen, fantasizing about whipping her and violating her, caused his blood to boil and his eyes to turn crimson. He broke Shin Mo's arms and legs, so the man would remain unconscious in intensive care for quite some time before awakening. This period was already more than enough. After torturing Shun Mo, he gently picked Chi Fiwen up and walked out of the door. Xue Hao had already arrived with reinforcements to clean up the mess. He placed her in the car, and unexpectedly, the little figure in his arms emitted a soft moan. At that moment, Shun Liubai's body froze. Was she about to wake up? Her eyes remained closed, but she kept snuggling closer into Shun Liubai's embrace, occasionally making alluring sounds as if yearning for something. These actions were completely instinctive since not only had she been given drugs to cause dizziness, but also, this had been done by the two maids to make Shin Mo's enjoyment even better. The drug effects were just beginning now. Shin Liubai quickly became unsure of what to do, feeling her body grow increasingly warm. Chi Fiwen finally regained a bit of consciousness. She was in the car. A man was beside her. It was pitch dark outside, and the interior lights of the car were off. No good. The man's hand reached over. Though her body desired touch desperately, her rationality remained intact. She couldn't let this happen. Curling herself into a ball, she shouted sternly, Don't come closer. I'll chop off your hands otherwise. Shin Lubai froze again, afraid to move in case he revealed himself. Both were incredibly tense. You're not Shin Mo? She hesitated, remembering that the driver mentioned Shin Mo right before she lost consciousness. Bai Huai, is it you again? She was surprised, struggling to open her eyes to see clearly, but all she could make out was a dark silhouette. The figure was familiar though, giving her an inexplicable sense of security. She even felt an urge to fall into his arms. Why was this always happening so conveniently? Bai Huai had helped her countless times. Whenever she was in trouble, he would be the first to come and help her solve it. Even this time, he managed to rescue her. But the current situation was rather awkward. I happened to pass by and saw Shinmo's people taking you away. Thank you. Can you get out of the car? My body is uncomfortable, and staying here with you makes me fear. I don't mind. He replied calmly, while his words conveyed indifference. In his heart, he thought menacingly. Chi Fiwen, if you dare cheat on me mentally, I will take your life. Chapter 39, knocking herself out. Chi Fiwen didn't respond. What? Do you think I'm ugly? No, not at all. Then what is it? I'm married. Is that all? His voice was mocking. You're in a special situation now, so a little recklessness won't hurt. Besides, your husband back home is an idiot. He'll never know anything. Chi Fiwen, if you dare to fool around, you're dead. Feel me, see if you like it. The moment those words left his lips, he was shocked too. He had never said such things before. For a time, he even thought of himself as a scoundrel. He extended a large hand, tightly gripping her burning palm, and bluntly pressed it against his own chest. Chi Fiwen's heart raced. What shameless nonsense. Even if Bai Huaishui were amazing beyond measure, what did that have to do with her? It wasn't right to take advantage of someone's ignorance by bullying them. She really wanted to slap him. But this person had been kind to her, and was also a powerful figure. She couldn't hit him, and she shouldn't make any mistakes either. Her only option now was. Chi Fiwen shut her eyes, clenched her teeth, and with all her strength, pushed away the man whose presence captivated her, then collided forcefully with the windshield. Severe pain surged through her, making her dizzy and disoriented, and in the next second, she passed out. Shin Lubai. Chi Fiwen had knocked herself unconscious. He quickly turned on the car's interior light, revealing a face that looked exceptionally charming. Her lips were red, her teeth white, her bright eyes enchanting, truly a sight of unmatched beauty. The only thing out of place was a significant bruise on her forehead. Shin Lubai observed her face with great interest, unable to help but curve a smile at the corner of his mouth. She still seemed a bit cute somehow. Soon after, the driver came up. To the hospital. Shin Lubai took her to the hospital, asking the doctor to thoroughly check her. She's pregnant. Make sure the fetus isn't harmed. Before the results were out, Shuehao arrived. Sir, we need to leave. The Shin family has come looking. If they see your face, it will interfere with our plan. Shin Lubai didn't reply. Shuehao knew what he was thinking about. Rest assured, I've already informed the Qi family people to come over. Upon hearing this, Shin Lubai finally left. No sooner had he departed than the doctor appeared with the report sheet. Huh? This person isn't even pregnant. Chi Fiwen woke up, her head aching painfully. Lu Zheng and Aunt Li were seated by the bed, watching over her. Where am I? Miss, you're in the hospital, suffering from a minor concussion. You scared me half to death. Aunt Li wiped away tears. Chi Fiwen felt embarrassed. Looks like she went quite hard on herself. Where's Bai Huaisher? She asked anxiously. When I got here, there was no one, but Mrs. Shun is outside, cursing loudly for a long while, apparently wanting to settle scores with you. Is that so? Chi Fiwen smirked coldly. Let her in. I'd like to see what accounts she plans to settle. Mrs. Shin stormed in, pointing her finger at Chi Fiwen and yelling curses, blaming her for being heartless and torturing her son into a state where both his hands and legs were fractured, 2 ribs broken, and his front teeth shattered. Now he was in intensive care, unconscious. I'll sue you. Go ahead. Your son tried to force himself on me, unsuccessfully, and I acted in self-defense. Let's see who ends up in jail first. She said unflinchingly. You don't talk nonsense, my son is not that kind of person. You should be most aware of what sort of character your son possesses. Stop creating a fuss with me. I have no patience to deal with it. If you really can't stand it, hire a lawyer directly. I'll also examine my injuries. Mrs. Shun was speechless. I won't bother you. Just hand over the person who hit him so I can settle accounts with them. Nothing to disclose. She directly ordered Aunt Li to escort her out. Mrs. Shun was shoved out. She sent Lu Zheng to check the surveillance footage, worried Bai Huai might be exposed. But the result was that Bai Huai had done everything perfectly clean, leaving no trace. She wouldn't be foolish enough to tell the Shin family that Bai Huai had injured their son like this. The Shin family would be at fault in this matter and would not publicize it anyway. When Aunt Li went back to fetch some food, she left Lu Zheng to look after her. As he peeled an apple for himself, he hesitated as if wanting to say something. What do you want to say? What exactly is your relationship with Mr. Bai from DE Group? Rumors abound outside, saying that you two have a secret affair. Hearing this, Chi Fiwen didn't get angry. She had heard such rumors countless times. A wealthy and powerful man helping a beautiful woman inevitably made people speculate scandalously. However, in reality, she and Bai Huai were purely innocent without any improper relationship. Everyone assumed Bai Huai treated her well, but what they didn't know was that she had also sacrificed much. Still, she was grateful to him. Despite his greed and exploitation, the benefits he brought were limitless. At the very least, though some people didn't hold Qi Yao in high regard, due to the influence of DE Group, they were willing to extend an olive branch. Let the outsiders say whatever they want. I don't care. Their words won't take away an ounce of my flesh. But, Lu Zhang pressed his lips, his gaze on her becoming complex for a moment. In the end, he said nothing. Her stomach growled with hunger, and she didn't wait for Aunt Li, but instead for Shun Lu Bai to arrive. Did you come here on your own? The driver brought me. Upon hearing this, she sighed in relief. Have you eaten yet? No, I'll eat with you. I'll feed you then. At this moment, Lu Zhang spoke up. He stepped forward, pushing Shun Lu Bai aside, picked up the ladle, blew until the food was warm enough, then passed it gently to Qi Fiwen's lips. Be careful, it's hot. He reminded her softly. Thank you. Qi Fiwen paid no attention. Shun Lu Bai watched coldly from the side. Could it be that Lu Zhang had feelings for Qi Fiwen? Lu Zhang had been at Qi Yao Group for 3 years. Back then, Qi Fiwen knew nothing about the company when Lu Zhang suddenly appeared, saving her life. He stood firm alone, handling everything for her. Therefore, Qi Fiwen relied on him heavily, and their relationship was more than just superior and subordinate. Lu Zhang had deeply embedded himself into her life, able to freely enter and leave her residence. If there really was something between them, as soon as Tang Zizong refused the engagement, they could have been together long ago, leaving no room for Shun Liubai's chance. Despite this thought, Shun Liubai still felt uneasy seeing Lu Zhang so close to Qi Fiwen. He even took out a tissue to wipe her lips gently, with a tender look on his face. It was like how a brother cares for his sister, and most importantly, Qi Fiwen didn't resist, looking very contented. Shun Liubai felt deeply uncomfortable. Eat mine. He sat down on the other half of the bed, holding his share and feeding it to Qi Fiwen. Qi Fiwen was startled. Eat yours. No, I want to feed you. If you don't eat, neither will I. All right, you're such a kid. Seeing this, Lu Zhang silently put down the chopsticks. With him here to take care of me, you should head back to the group. Without you, it can't work. Can he really take care of you? He can. He's obedient. If I tell him to do something, he does it. Wan, are you really content spending the rest of your life with a fool? Lu Zhang suddenly became serious. You two don't share any common ground. His mental capacity is always low. You might not feel it now, but what about later? Sooner or later, you'll get tired. It would be better to resolve this early and find someone more suitable to stay by your side and take care of you. Chapter 40 Tempting the Fool. Who can I replace? My reputation is already notorious in the circle. Who would dare to take me? In any case, you need to think about it carefully. Lu Zhang left after saying this. Does he look down on me for being foolish? Shun Lu Bai asked sorrowfully. Qi Fiwen thought his current appearance was too adorable, so she couldn't help but pinch his face. He resisted somewhat, trying to break free, but Qi Fiwen wouldn't let go. In the end, Shun Lu Bai gave up and allowed her to pinch him. As long as you don't look down on me, that's all right. Do you know, fools have their own good fortune. Your blessings are yet to come. At this moment, a nurse came in to change the medicine, and Shun Lu Bai specially asked, can she use these medicines now? Of course, the doctor will definitely prescribe medicines according to the patient's condition. They won't do anything rashly. Only then did he feel reassured. But the next second, he furrowed his brows. Why does he care so much about the illegitimate child in Qi Fiwen's belly? It's not even his child. But if they don't divorce soon, the child will have to call him dad when born. Does it matter who the biological father of the child is? What matters is that the child's mother is Qi Fiwen, and the child calls him dad. Thinking of this, Shun Lu Bai also felt at ease. Shun Lu Bai had been in the hospital for several days, and Aunt Li observed him carefully, feeling very reassured. She was quite satisfied with Qi Fiwen's marriage. She didn't ask for much ability from her son-in-law. As long as he knows warmth and cares for people, giving Miss Qi someone to rely on when she comes back, that's enough. He slept on a small companion bed at night. His height of 1.87 m seemed somewhat cramped, requiring him to arch his back and curl his legs. He always slept poorly at night, but never complained. After observing a concussion for 2 days and finding no issues, he was discharged from the hospital. Before leaving, Qi Fiwen found out which ward Shinimo was in, specially asking the doctor to give him more care, allowing him to stay in bed longer and be in pain for a few more days. She didn't avoid Shun Lu Bai while bribing the doctor. A hint of laughter was hidden in Shun Liu Bai's eyes. Qi Fiwen's bold personality, in fact, was rather adorable. As long as she wasn't love-crazed and could distinguish clearly, being decisive and refreshing was mesmerizing. Because it was close to the new year, plus the first batch of goods had safely shipped out, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, and there was nothing that required her attention, so she could enjoy a long vacation. She became a disengaged manager again, letting Lu Zhang handle the work. The new year was approaching, so she had to dress beautifully. All sorts of beauty treatments, skincare, and spa appointments were arranged, and she must shop until she drops with her best friends. She also bought many things for the fool, all of which were toys children loved, ensuring that her young husband would be thrilled. However, she didn't know that someone now had designs on her man. A female maid delivered afternoon snacks to Shun Lu Bai and directly locked the door from the inside. Shun Lu Bai was quietly reading a book in the corner and didn't notice this. He thought that the person would leave after putting down the things, but instead, the person came closer. Reading? It's still related to astronomy, isn't it? Can you understand it? The maid couldn't help laughing. Shun Lu Bai didn't respond. What kind of book are you reading? Look at me. The maid had locked the door, thinking that the person was a fool and just needed some coaxing, so she was especially bold. She threw the book aside, then fell into Shun Liu Bai's arms, hooking her neck and gazing at him with seductive eyes. Shun Lu Bai frowned deeply and immediately threw her away. What are you doing? Hey, the fool gets serious. Actually looks like something proper. You and the miss always sleep separately, don't you? Is it because the miss looks down on you, thinks you're boring? I've had my eye on you for a while. So handsome. Who wouldn't like that look? Let sister teach you a thing or two. There's a lot to learn here. You'll surely love it. Sister has been wondering since the first glance how enticing you'd be working hard in bed. Thinking Shen Lubai couldn't comprehend her words, she spoke rather brazenly. Shen Lubai only thought his ears had gotten dirty. Do you want to play the undressing game with me? Wow, you know about it. You undress first, then I'll undress. Then we roll around naked in bed, right? Exactly. Hurry and play with me. Then you undress first. Shen Lubai said seriously. All right, I'll undress first. The maid smiled mischievously, took off her coat, then wanted to undress Shen Lubai, but he kept shaking his head. Not enough. You have to take it all off. Without overthinking, the maid continued undressing until she was only left in her underwear and refused to take off anymore, insisting Shen Lubai start undressing. Shen Lubai stared at her body as she vigorously wriggled, showing off her figure. Ugly, short stature, not big enough chest, not slim enough waist. Do you know what you look like now? Like what? She innocently followed up. Like a twisting, turning pretzel. Shen Liubai's lips curled into a sneer as he grabbed her clothes and directly threw them out onto the balcony. Hey, who's throwing clothes around? Whose undershirt is this? A voice from below belonged to Aunt Lee. The maid was shocked and rushed to the balcony, covering her chest as she made eye contact with Aunt Lee below. Aunt Lee paused for a moment, then suddenly realized something and hurried upstairs in a panic. The maid didn't have time to spare and hastily wrapped herself in a blanket. When Aunt Lee opened the door, she just happened to meet the maid fleeing out. Quick on her feet, Aunt Lee caught the blanket in one swift move and yanked it hard. The blanket fell to the floor, revealing the woman in nothing but her underwear. You? What were you doing? Aunt Lee shouted furiously. That maid was quick-witted. She knelt down with a loud thud and sobbed dramatically. Wah! Aunt Lee, you must help me. Master Shen forced himself on me. What? Aunt Lee stared at the maid for a while before glancing into the room, where Shen Lubai was still sitting in the corner reading as if nothing had happened. Realizing the situation was unresolvable, without consulting Qi Fiwen, Aunt Lee decided to report it to her immediately. Qi Fiwen was getting a spa treatment with Su Qingqing when she heard about this incident. She felt an ominous green shadow hover over her head and returned home right away. Her expression was grave. Explain. What exactly happened? The maid continued to cry and accuse Shen Lubai of his misconduct. Miss, I went to deliver snacks as usual, but this time, Master Shen suddenly stopped me, asking me to stay and play games with him. Then he forcibly stripped me. He's the master, so I dared not resist or risk losing my job. Fortunately, Aunt Lee discovered us in time, and I managed to push Master Shen away. Wah! I am so ashamed I can't bear to go on living. I might as well die. The maid began to threaten self-harm, forcing Aunt Lee to restrain her. Aunt Lee, what do you think? It's true. Her clothes were thrown from Master Shen's room, and when I saw they were a woman's, I immediately went to check. I didn't see exactly what happened, but I noticed her rushing out anxiously. Come here. Qi Fiwen gestured sharply to Shen Lubai. Tell me what really happened. Would you believe me even if I told you? He looked directly into her eyes, emphasizing each word. In just one short sentence, Qi Fiwen's heart trembled violently. Believe or not believe? Could she trust a fool's words? If she doesn't trust, then does it matter what he has to say at all? Yet, looking at this supposed fool, how could he ask such an awakening question? Chapter 41. You are more beautiful than her. She seemed to have made a great determination. I believe you. Go ahead and speak. Shen Lubai recounted the course of events. After hearing it, Qi Fiwen's face turned even darker. She clenched her fists tightly. Ugh, sir, how could you wrong me? It was clearly you. Ugh. Miss, I have been working in your house for 3 years now. Don't you know my character best? He is lying. I am very sorry, but I really do not know what kind of person you are. Do you know that I have installed infrared thermal imaging surveillance in the fool's room? We will soon find out who seduced whom. Aunt Lee, go to the monitoring room and check the surveillance. Aunt Lee's eyes lit up with understanding as she quickly accepted the task. Upon hearing this, the maid became somewhat flustered. She had never expected that there would also be surveillance inside the room. She began stammering, unable to explain. Aunt Lee came back soon after. Miss, I've watched it. It was her seducing the sir. Aunt Lee pointed at the maid. The maid turned pale-faced, knowing that her deeds were uncovered, and started bowing continuously. Isn't it because he is handsome and appetizing? Qi Fiwen squatted down, mercilessly pinching her chin. It's just that I lost my sense for a moment. Do you think I believe you? I hate it when others covet what belongs to me. Her actions pierced Qi Fiwen's heart, stirring up some unpleasant memories. Back then, Zhang Yin secretly conspired with Tang Zifeng, poaching someone from under her nose. By the time she discovered, it was already too late. This kind of thing can only happen once. It cannot be allowed again. Some people simply do not know their place. Banned, she said indifferently. As long as she stays in the capital city one day, I will make sure she can't find a job or rent a house. Let everyone in her hometown know about her shameless behavior. Since she has no regard for shame, I don't need to cover for her either. Don't, miss, I have realized my mistake. Ugh. That woman cried with sorrow, but Qi Fiwen remained unmoved, thinking only that her kneeling dirtied the carpet at home. Throw her out, she said impatiently. Aunt Lee quickly dragged her away, while Qi Fiwen tightened Shen Liubai's hand and returned to the room. You tricked her. Huh? How did you know? She was a little surprised. In fact, there was no surveillance. She intentionally bluffed the maid. Aunt Lee understood her the best. So after starting off, Aunt Lee knew what to do. If the other person hadn't done anything wrong, they surely would have argued their case firmly. Because she felt guilty, everything was revealed. Guessed. My foolish one is smart. What if she were a good actress and kept saying she didn't? Would you still believe me? His dark and glossy eyes stared at her without blinking, as if they could peer into the deepest parts of her soul. Although she must have hesitated, she suddenly became resolute for some reason, choosing to trust him. Perhaps it was due to that fleeting image of his clean eyes like those in the mountain streams when they first met. When they first met, she was captivated. At that moment, she had only one thought: to protect these pure eyes so he would forever remain untouched by filth. This original intention has never changed. Believe you. No matter what happens, I will always believe you. Shen Lubai did not expect her answer to be so resolute, and for a moment, his heart was disarrayed. By the way, did you watch everything? Suddenly realizing something, she grew a little jealous. He obediently nodded. Beautiful. Not as beautiful as you. As soon as the words were spoken, even he was a little startled. He hadn't seen Chi Fiwen stark naked. That night, she slipped into his bed wearing nothing, but the light was off, and he saw nothing. Later on, she wore alluring clothing which highlighted her good figure and smooth as snow skin. Therefore, he guessed that her body should look quite appealing. Imagery popped into his head, unhealthily causing his ear tips to turn red against his control. Chi Fiwen noticed something new. Was he feeling shy? What are you thinking about? Surely you're not fantasizing about that woman's body. She placed her hands on her hips, somewhat angered. Not thinking about anyone else. He hurriedly explained. Then why are your ears red? Speak up, what are you thinking? He pressed his lips together, unable to say. After all, he hadn't experienced women yet, and wasn't particularly interested in matters between men and women. But if it was Chi Fiwen, he thought that such an act should bring immense happiness. Once the thought sprouted, it couldn't be stopped, causing his entire ears to redden. Chi Fiwen became even more curious. What on earth was this silly person thinking? Will you tell me or not? If not, I'm ignoring you. She nudged him, yet he still wouldn't speak, frustrating her immensely. Too young to learn bad things, filled with dirty thoughts, I won't talk to you anymore. Angrily, she threw off her sleeves and left. Shen Lubai panicked, hastily pulling her back in his haste. Because of inertia, she suddenly fell towards him, and as a result, neither of them kept their balance, both tumbling onto the bed. She was on top, he beneath her. She tried to get up but found herself tightly held by his strong hands around her waist. Touching the muscular body underneath her, she couldn't help but marvel again at how deceptive Shen Liubai's cute and obedient puppy image really was. She'd always thought of him as a 15 or 16-year-old boy, innocent and pure. But in reality, he was 3 years older than her. Tall and well-built, with bulging muscles, he exuded a powerful masculine charm. Beneath her touch, every inch of him was hard muscle, difficult to pinch. What are you doing? She glared at him angrily. I wasn't thinking about her, I was thinking about you. His throat moved as he hesitated slightly, then still voiced the truth in his heart. She froze. You were thinking about me? What about me? Imagining you naked, prettier than her. He answered seriously, matter-of-factly, causing Chi Fiwen's face to flush red. How do you even think about these things? You asked me. You? She was so infuriated she couldn't find words, her cheeks glowing red, looking incredibly enticing. In that instant, all rationality disappeared, leaving him with only one thought, wanting to taste what her lips felt like. And he acted on it. One hand gripped her nape, pulling their bodies closer, before plunging into a deep kiss. Shen Lubai wasn't particularly adept at this. Last time, alcohol had fueled his boldness. This time, he was completely sober. His actions were clumsy, his body stiff, his nerves taut. It was an effort just to pry her teeth apart, and soon Chi Fiwen took the lead. Yet men seemed to have an innate talent for such things. He quickly grasped the gist of it. After all, practice makes perfect, and memories from their drunken encounter last time started to awaken. She had no choice but to succumb, their lips intertwined. Shen Lubai forgot to breathe altogether, holding his breath for some time until realizing it, and hurriedly releasing her, panting heavily. His face was flushed red, his ears burning. Realizing what he'd just done, his eyes clouded with confusion for a moment before turning away, unwilling to look at Chi Fiwen. Chi Fiwen felt awkward too, not faring much better. She felt like an ancient brothel visitor who'd bought the first night of a young novice. Even though Shen Lubai had made the move first. Why did you kiss me? Were you curious again? She lay atop his chest, her fingertips tracing his Adam's apple, teasing him slowly. He felt ticklish, unsure if it was his skin or his heart. He could feel a fire inside him rising uncontrollably, needing some measures to extinguish it. Secretly, he yearned for more. Chapter 42. Invitation to join. Clueless? What kind of answer is that? She seemed displeased. Just clueless. He stubbornly replied, pinching her chin. If I feel like kissing, I'll just kiss. Is that not allowed? If you don't want me to kiss you, then who do you want to kiss you? He looked somewhat fierce, and clearly there was a hint of embarrassment in his annoyance. After saying this, he couldn't resist giving her a couple more hard kisses, more like bites, making her shiver with a mix of pain and tingling sensations. Kissed into submission, she mumbled, Idiot. You're hurting me. Shen Lubai hearing this immediately pushed her away, sitting upright and stiffly. He actually picked up the pillow, using it as a shield over a certain area. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Shen Lubai became irked by her laughter, wanting to have his way with her right there, but then remembered she's pregnant, carrying their child. All his ardor was extinguished as if someone had mercilessly dumped a bucket of cold water on him, leaving not even a wisp of smoke behind. He deeply glanced at her belly before leaving outright. Freaking shy, she muttered. Looks like I won't mention that again. She massaged her cheeks, nearly laughing till her face went rigid. At this moment, her phone received a notification. Out of curiosity, she opened it, finding an email from Su Qingqing inviting her to attend a domestic fashion show. This show was currently considered the most prestigious in the country, with many outstanding young designers. Dear Miss Lucia, we sincerely invite you to participate in this exhibition as a judge. Will you go? Su Qingqing asked her. Yes, but I don't want to be a judge. Just a guest for watching the runway show. You might have to go alone. I'll be on a business trip that day and may not make it. It's fine. I'll go by myself. She wouldn't refuse such an exhibition. It would also provide a lot for her own improvement. The day soon arrived. Chi Fiwen concealed her identity, presented the invitation, sat quietly at the very back, intently watching the exhibition. Afterward, there was a banquet. It was akin to a disguised recruitment event. The excellent young designers displayed their abilities on stage, offering themselves for the highest bidder. They might have favored companies, or were waiting for brands to extend olive branches to them. Several well-known domestic clothing brands were present, and she even spotted Jiang Yan. She didn't see anyone from the DE group, estimating they thought little of these inexperienced rookies. Having finished watching the fashion show, she took fancy to two individuals, intending to inquire whether they had already signed contracts with other companies so she could potentially sign them with DE. Best if they could serve directly under her as assistants. After the fashion show, they changed venues for the banquet. This time, Jiang Yan was evidently much more polished than before, navigating smoothly without a trace of nervousness. She worked to minimize her presence, wanting to keep a low profile since the new year was approaching. She didn't want unnecessary trouble. She had her eyes on two individuals, one named Tang Yin and the other Zhou Yang. Both are graduating seniors from the Academy of Arts, preparing for job hunting post-graduation. In the fashion show competition, Zhou Yang placed third, while Tang Yin didn't even secure a special award. Mainly due to inconsistent style, yet highly spirited work, she quite liked it. As she prepared to approach them and lure both away, unexpectedly, they recognized each other and headed towards Jiang Yan together. Damn, what bad luck. She immediately sneered disapprovingly, feeling somewhat put off. Unsure what the three discussed, ultimately the two walked away. How envious I am that you managed to join Tang's company. Tang Yin said wistfully. Zhou Yang looked rather confident, sipping champagne and slapping his shoulder. Don't lose heart. I'll vet it for you first. Come later when you're ready. I think she looks down on me. Tang Yin appeared deflated. Because he hadn't won any awards, Jiang Yan barely gave him a glance and decided on Zhou Yang. He aggressively promoted himself only to receive her contemptuous look, severely affecting his confidence. Tang Yin, I'm telling you, you must cater to the market. The environment here in China is like this. You need to learn to be adaptable. Adaptable. All works in the world are copied from big foreign brands. Copy bits here and there, patchwork everything. Isn't that your creation? Only this way will the domestic market recognize you. Only this way will people buy. You are too idealistic about your stuff. People look at you as a domestic designer. No matter how good your design, no one will buy it. Zhou Yang, Tang Yan's face turned green. Forget it, talking to you is pointless. You are overly proud and bound to hit a wall sooner or later. Zhou Yang wasn't interested in further conversation, heading straight toward Jiang Yan. Defeated, Tang Yan wandered off to a corner to brood over drinks. Chi Fiwen approached closely. Don't listen to his crap. A designer without the resolve to support originality is not human. I like your designs a lot. Would you consider working with me? Which company are you from? It's a small company, just established. We work independently. The salary is not very high, but the most important point is that we have good conduct. We don't support plagiarism and insist on originality. Even if only one customer likes it, we will persist in serving them. These startup companies are tough. Are you willing to come? Yes. Tang Yan's eyes lit up. He didn't even ask about the specific salary or which company it was, and immediately nodded. Chi Fiwen added his contact information and, upon looking up, found Tang Yan staring at her with a silly gaze. He was watching her without blinking, clearly stunned by her looks. Why are you looking at me? You're too beautiful. I've never seen such a pretty girl. When called out on it, his cheeks turned bright red. This scene reminded her of the idiot at home. Are you a celebrity? Why do I feel like I've seen you somewhere? What? Do you say this to every pretty girl you see? No. He panicked and shook his head repeatedly. Just then, Zhou Yang came over. My friend called me. I'll go over there for a moment. Tang Yin went past, and Zhou Yang immediately asked, who was that person? What were you talking about? She invited me to join her company and work with her, and I agreed. How much is the monthly salary? How does the commission work? Which tier of social insurance and housing fund is paid? Tang Yan's face was full of question marks. Aren't you afraid of being cheated? Let me let Sister Jiang check it out. Sister Jiang? Tang Yin felt a bit jealous, realizing that in such a short time, Zhou Yang had already become close with the president's wife of Tang Group. His social skills were truly enviable. Zhou Yang called Sister Jiang over. It's a small company. Small companies can hardly survive these days. Exactly. My friend here is straightforward. I'm worried he might get scammed, so I specifically want you to take a look. Zhou Yang, full of youthful vigor, sweet words, and adept at handling matters, circled around Sister Jiang, praising her endlessly. Sister Jiang also particularly cared for this younger brother figure. Who doesn't enjoy being flattered, especially when Zhou Yang's compliments were just right? Chi Fiwen was eating quietly in the corner, unaware that Tang Yin had brought people over. Upon meeting Jiang Yan's eyes, Chi Fiwen suddenly lost her appetite. She regretted finding this fool. Chapter 43, a bet. Is that you? Jiang Yan frowned. You're also doing a clothing company? You can't even manage Chi Yao Group well, and yet you want to dabble in other industries. Chi Yao Group specializes in precision components for medical equipment, primarily in the pharmaceutical field. Unexpectedly, Chi Fiwen impulsively decided to launch a fashion brand? This was wonderful. It's Tang Corporation's forte. Tang Zifeng specifically gave her a studio to develop her own brand. He even mentioned hiring the famous Chinese designer Lucia to bolster her team, and they had almost reached an agreement. By then, she would have her own business. Let's see who would dare look down on her. If she could crush Chi Fiwen in the same industry and leave her utterly defeated, how gratifying would that be? At the thought of it, she immediately became intrigued. Jiang Yin crossed her arms. Tang Corporation is considered a pioneer in this field. If you insist on entering this industry, why don't you learn from me? I'll magnanimously teach you. Chi Fiwen nearly threw up hearing that. What audacity! When Jiang Yin was probably still playing in the mud abroad, she had already been winning awards. I am indeed an amateur, but I've hired professionals. Have you heard of the Chinese designer Lucia? I've already invited her. Lucia? The Chinese female designer who won the Oscar this year. Tang Yan's eyes lit up. If this were true, he'd be willing to work for free. Hearing this, Jiang Yin couldn't help but burst into laughter. How preposterous Chi Fiwen was being. They had already convinced Lucia, and they were finalizing the salary. As an outsider, how could Chi Fiwen possibly attract her? Moreover, they had sent someone right when Lucia received her award. Chi Fiwen couldn't have acted so early. Is that so? Are you sure you've hired Lucia? What a coincidence, so have we. What? Chi Fiwen's eyes darted nervously, her tone full of shock. In Jiang Yan's eyes, she was panicking. Chi Fiwen was flustered. Didn't she exaggerate her boasts? Chi Fiwen, are you not even fabricating lies now without preparation? Who said I lied? I've already invited her. Is that so? Then why don't we place a bet? Let's see who Lucia will choose. If she comes to my studio, I'll make you, Chi Fiwen, bow and kneel before me. Such arrogance? Afraid? Just admit you just lied earlier then. I won't laugh at you. Jiang Yin, don't go too far. Subsequently, she deliberately lowered her voice, leaned closer, and whispered softly. Your two younger brothers are here. Can't you give me some face? At least as president of Chi Yao Group. How do I continue in the future? The fashion industry, I admit, I'm no match for your Tang Corporation. But it's because I like clothes and want to create my own team to design for myself. I really don't want to make money. It's merely for fun. Give me some leeway, okay? Her tone was urgent. Jiang Yin grew even more excited. Chi Fiwen was practically begging her. How could she just let it go? All you need to do is admit you lied. Is that not reasonable? I didn't lie. Everyone, come take a look. Miss Chi claims she has hired designer Lucia. How hilarious. Jiang Yin called others over to ensure Chi Fiwen would lose face completely. People gathered like bees to honey. Countless eyes focused on Chi Fiwen. Chi Fiwen wanted to leave, but was tightly held back by Jiang Yin. Chi Fiwen, if you admit you lied, I won't pursue it further. Jiang Yin, you're simply overbearing. Making me admit in front of so many people now might as well be asking me to die. Her face flushed red, her eyes burning with rage. Chi Fiwen sighed inwardly, realizing her looks were only matched by her acting talent. Not pursuing a career in showbiz was truly a loss for her. At least one Oscar for Best Actress would have gone her way. Chi Fiwen, there will be a day like today for you. It's you forcing me. She feigned anger, shouting loudly. Yes, I did invite designer Lucia. So what? There's nothing wrong with that. Coincidentally, designer Lucia has also agreed to join my company. Let's place a bet. See who can convince her to come. If you lose, Chi Fiwen, you'll kneel at the entrance of the commercial complex in the city center, holding a banner declaring yourself a liar. How does that sound? City center? That's right. Fine. Biting her teeth, she agreed. What about if you lose? Just like me. Good. I will certainly get her. 1 month. We'll announce the result after the Lantern Festival, alright? Alright. Anyway, there's still time. Huh. Seeing her agree in front of so many people, Jiang Yin couldn't suppress her grin anymore, bursting into laughter. What are you laughing at? Chi Fiwen furrowed her brow. I'm laughing at how stupid you are. After finishing her call, Jiang Yin dialed another number, and the voice of Su Qingqing came from the other end. Mrs. Tang, is there anything I can help with? Miss Lucia, you said you would consider it. How about now? Yes, I still prefer Tang Corporation a lot. After all, it's the leading company in China's fashion industry. Since I've decided to develop my career back in China, I naturally want to join a place with endless potential for me. Moreover, the conditions Mrs. Tang offered are too good to refuse. However, I've been busy lately, so it might be after the Lunar New Year that we can finalize the contract. Is that all right? That's perfectly fine. If there's any inconvenience when you return to China, just let me know and I'll handle it for you. You're so thoughtful, Mrs. Tang. In case if anyone else offers you an opportunity, Miss Lucia, what would you do? No matter who it is, they wouldn't beat Tang Corporation, right? Absolutely. Jiang Yin ended the call as everyone around burst into laughter, eagerly awaiting Chi Fiwen's downfall. Chi Fiwen deliberately clenched her fists, acting furious and humiliated. Jiang Yin, did you set a trap for me? Why? Am I the only one who can set traps? This will be interesting on Lantern Festival. Huh. Jiang Yin raised her glass, took a sip, and then left with ease. Tang Yin, good luck to you. Zhou Yang also looked at Tang Yin sympathetically. They were classmates, but because of a minor fashion show, their destinies were going to be completely different from now on. He was destined for greatness, while Tang Yin, who was once his equal, would never have a chance to shine again. Just thinking about this made him feel great satisfaction. Are you alright? Tang Yin didn't leave. From start to finish, he stood behind Chi Fiwen, as if fearing she couldn't take the blow, quickly supporting her arm. You've seen, I'm about to suffer soon. You can still back out now. Anyway, we haven't signed any labor contracts yet. No. Chi Fiwen looked at him, but he avoided her eyes, stammering nervously. Truthfully, He was already regretting his decision, but seeing her as a frail woman having to shoulder everything alone made him pity her. He felt at this critical moment, he couldn't abandon her. He wanted to protect this beautiful girl. You're not leaving? I promised I won't back out. Then why are you blushing? She looked at him confusedly. Anyway, I'll stick with you. Having said that, he darted away as if she were a ferocious monster. Unbeknownst to her, Tang Yin ran to the restroom immediately afterward, dunking his head into the sink to cool himself down. Qi Feiwen decided not to stay longer either, or Jiang Yin would see through her act. She had to give Jiang Yin the impression that she was fleeing in embarrassment. That scheming and foolish woman was probably gloating triumphantly right now. Chapter 44, Amusement Park. In order to make the fish bite the hook even deeper, she went to Su Qingqing and asked her to shove her hard in public. Qi Feiwen fell to the ground. Su Qingqing didn't even glance at her before getting into the car and driving away arrogantly. Her face was filled with sorrow and humiliation as she left in a disheveled state. Su Qingqing got out of the car halfway and boarded her stretched Bentley. Did you get hurt? She hurriedly asked. No worries, I'm tough-skinned and sturdy. She laughed playfully as if it didn't bother her at all. I just came back to live at your place after returning from abroad. Will it be fine? What if they find out? Don't worry. I've already erased all traces. Unfortunately, I can't take you to soak in the hot springs on the mountain for the new year. You'll have to bear with me this time. After the holiday, we can go again alone. This isn't important. I also want to see that San Air miserable. She dared to steal my best friend's boyfriend, so let her pay dearly. As such, these kinds of scenarios played out every now and then. Even if Jiang Yin wasn't deliberately paying attention, Qi Feiwen still managed to pass these messages along. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of her excellent acting skills? After completing all of this, she patiently waited for the New Year celebration. She even took the fool to the amusement park. Have you been here before? He shook his head. His mother passed away early. Shin'en was always busy and had no time for him. Not long after, he remarried and had a new son. At the Shin family, he was always an invisible presence, surviving cautiously. His childhood lacked toys, gifts, and even amusement parks. I will often bring you here to play from now on, alright? I am not a kid anymore. Not being a kid, what does that matter? These things are too childish for kids, but perfect for adults. Come on, let's go inside and take a look. They wore masks and fluffy hats, not worrying about being recognized. The amusement park was lively, bustling with crowds, voices echoing everywhere. She held his hand tightly, fearing he might wander off. The next moment, she found herself tucked under his arm, walking close to the inner side of the path to avoid bumping into others. The fool could care for others quite well. She wanted to take him on roller coasters, pendulum rides, drop towers, but all were rejected by him. He pointed at the Ferris wheel. This isn't thrilling, it's not worth it since we're here only once in a while. It's rather boring. She expressed dissatisfaction. For some unknown reason, Shin Lu Bai seemed to give her a look that said, you really have no sense. We're going with this. He was resolute, pulling her to line up. She shrugged helplessly. Okay, today she would follow the older kid's wish. What she didn't know was that Shin Lu Bai avoided those thrilling rides out of consideration for the child in her belly. Shin Lu Bai chose some gentler attractions, though there was nothing exciting about them. Yet he looked focused, truly playing with sincerity. How are you feeling? Are you having fun? It's fine. Next time, don't come. I'm not a kid anymore. He emphasized it again, which made Qi Feiwen laugh in her heart, clearly looking forward to it, yet pretending to be serious and aloof, acting like he wasn't interested. She also noticed that deep down, he actually wanted to experience the more thrilling projects. When passing by, he couldn't help glancing at them twice. Qi Feiwen incited him, but he refused to budge. Time passed quickly, soon reaching evening with water-based rides and fireworks shows available. This amusement park was among the few with fireworks. Brilliant fireworks burst forth into the sky, blooming above their heads. They came in all colors, with some shaped as small animals and others like pumpkin carriages. The firelight reflected on his face, the big boy watching attentively. His long eyelashes flickered, revealing bright flashes in his eyes. He looked far too handsome to resist. Unable to control her mischievous nature, she couldn't help but tiptoe to give him a quick peck on the cheek. Big guy, let me bring you out to play often, alright? I'll make up for all the things you missed in the past. Shin Lu Bai's hard and cold heart seemed to develop a small crack, much like springtime when resilient things slowly take root and grow. His Adam's apple moved slightly. Amidst the sounds of bursting fireworks, his faint response could be heard. Alright, I hope every year can be like this year. The people I love and care about remain healthy and happy. She shouted aloud, but her voice was instantly drowned out. There was an imperceptible shimmer of moisture in her eyes, gone in a flash. Shin Lu Bai didn't respond, instead gripping her hand tightly. A thin layer of sweat formed on their palms. Despite the sticky sensation, neither wanted to let go, wanting to keep holding hands indefinitely. Halfway through, Qi Feiwen went to the restroom, telling him to wait for her at the designated spot. She reminded him multiple times not to wander around recklessly, not to eat food offered by strangers, and not to interact with anyone who approached him. Shin Lu Bai had no choice but to obediently nod despite feeling somewhat helpless. Even so, she was still uneasy and returned soon after, only to see her silly guy arguing with someone. Wah, you owe me an ice cream, wah. The boy was clutching 2 cones, the large blobs of ice cream having dirted Shin Lu Bai's pant legs. The little boy then plopped onto the ground and began bawling loudly. His mother immediately scooped him up and scolded Shin Lu Bai without hearing both sides. What's wrong with you? Bullying a child. What's going on? Qi Feiwen rushed over at once. I didn't do anything. He just ran into me and stained my clothes. Now, they want me to pay for the ice cream. He pointed toward the nearby mobile ice cream cart. Upon hearing this, Chief Fiwen turned to the mother. You heard it. It was your child's fault. I'm not even asking you to cover the dry cleaning cost for my clothes, but you're demanding we compensate for the ice cream? Maybe you should teach your child some manners instead of letting them run around and falsely accuse others. The mother grew incensed at this. Who are you calling a liar? My child is so well behaved. Clearly, both of you adults teamed up to bully my kid, and now you think you're right. That mother stood there aggressively, hands on hips, ready to throw a tantrum. Do you want an ice cream? She bent down to ask. You have to give me two. The little boy's eyes were darting mischievously. Chief Fiwen went over to the cart, bought out all the ice creams, and then brought back 2 cones. At the sight of the ice cream, the boy became extremely excited. He jumped up and down. Give it to me, give it to me. Being short, he couldn't reach them no matter how hard he tried, and started getting agitated. Tell me, who made the mistake? It's me. Didn't your teacher tell you that in public places, you must watch where you're going and not run around recklessly to avoid bumping into others? Yes. The little boy stared fixedly at the ice cream in her hand, almost drooling. So what should you do? Uncle, I'm sorry, I was wrong. He immediately apologized to Shen Lubai. Hearing this, the mother became furious again and hugged the child tightly. What are you doing? Who gave you the right to lecture my child? Lecture your child, and you get upset? But when you lecture my man, I feel the same way. You? The mother was left speechless by these words. Chief Fiwen took a bite herself and handed the remaining cone to Shen Lubai. She announced, I've paid for all the ice creams. I'm treating everyone, first come first served. But what about mine? The boy was anxious. Sorry, I didn't say anything about giving you one. The boy was momentarily stunned, not expecting such a big person to toy with a child, then burst into tears. Chapter 45. Why don't you go rob money instead? Wah, I want ice cream. The little boy was rolling on the ground. Look at what you've done. You're an adult, and yet you're quarreling with a child. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? The mother glared furiously at Chief Fiwen. Ashamed? Fine then. If I'm so shameless, then I won't quarrel with the child, and instead I'll settle accounts with you. You dirted my husband's clothes, so you must pay for the dry cleaning. It's just a piece of broken clothing. My husband is a manager earning 2 or 3,000 a month. Do I even care about this pittance of yours? She crossed her arms, completely unconcerned. 2 or 3,000 a month is indeed a lot for an ordinary family. You admit it, so go directly to the dry cleaners after that. How about the bullying our child received, huh? It's your fault for making unreasonable demands. What does that have to do with us? How is it not related? If my child gets emotionally hurt, you'll be responsible. Quickly give him an ice cream. Impossible, Chief Fiwen said firmly. Upon hearing these words, the little boy immediately got up from the ground and lunged like a rabid dog towards her. He had already grabbed Chief Fiwen's arm when Shen Lubai interjected, grabbing the collar of the boy's shirt and pulling him aside. The boy then took the opportunity to bite down hard on Shen Liubai's hand. The bite was severe, causing bloody wounds. She couldn't imagine what kind of ugly scar would remain if he bit her arm instead. Shen Lubai, feeling the pain, immediately threw off the boy who fell back to the ground, crying more vigorously now due to his injury. The mother, as if blind to Shen Liubai's bleeding hand, instead hugged her child and loudly shouted. They hit the child. They hit the child. You all saw it. He beat my child. Are you alright? Chief Fiwen, seeing this, grew red with anger, tightly holding his still bleeding hand. Bacteria in saliva could cause tetanus given such a deep wound. Don't worry, I've got your back. Chief Fiwen wasn't going to put up with the unruly child anymore and decided to report it to the police for handling. Before long, the police arrived, and everyone headed to the police station late at night. Once there, the mother wailed, accusing them of not sparing even a child. However, soon enough, the police pulled up surveillance footage showing the entire process where the mother and son were clearly unreasonable. Her face flushed with embarrassment. He's just a kid. So young. How can he understand anything? And they are adults and yet argue with a child. I will not argue with a child. Chief Fiwen's voice was calm and cool. That's right. The mother paused briefly, but Chief Fiwen continued. And I will argue with you. Medical expenses, damages for mental anguish. You owe me everything. How much money could it possibly be? The other party dismissed it lightly. Chief Fiwen directly called a lawyer and then sent the people to the hospital for injury verification. She hired the best experts, used the best medicines, and arranged for hospital observation. Even for this stupid clothes dry cleaning amounted to 20,000 yuan. Altogether, the compensation required adding up to 15 million yuan. This number was already minimized. When the mother saw the compensation bill, she was immediately astounded. Why don't you go rob money instead? Officer sir, you must stand up for us. They're scamming us. Chief Fiwen didn't say a word and left the matter to the lawyer to handle fully. After all, each year the Chi Yao Group pays significant legal advisory fees, and they aren't meant for nothing. These compensations were based on reason and evidence. No extra money was asked for. My client is mentally unsound. We have disability certificates. Your actions escalate to insulting disabled individuals. Our claims are all legitimate. Disabled? Stupid? Then what about the clothes? What clothes require 20,000 yuan dry cleaning fees? The lawyer showed her the receipt for the clothing. A single pair of pants cost over 1 million. Regular dry cleaners wouldn't suffice. Special stores with full manual processes were necessary, which costs approximately 20,000 yuan. The mother was stunned, realizing she had offended someone genuinely wealthy. Her husband's salary suddenly seemed insignificant. So much money. It would mean her family worked for a whole year for nothing? This is unreasonable. Let's take it to court. I'm not afraid either. Let me remind you, if you lose the lawsuit, you must bear all the litigation fees. Litigation fees? Yes, and they're not low. The mother's complexion turned pale, as if she had lost hope. She looked to the police officer with her last hope, but the officer shrugged. The mother was clearly at fault and cannot act with impunity under the pretense of having a young child. This is a society governed by law. This is your private compensation issue. Resolve it yourselves. However, one point requires our intervention. Both of you need to apologize to Miss Chi and Mr. Shun. Under the watchful eyes of the police, they could only offer their apologies. The child still refused, remaining arrogant, believing himself not at fault. At this moment, the mother didn't protect her child anymore. Instead, she grabbed him, pulled off his pants, and started spanking him with a loud slap slap slap. By the end of it, the boy's bottom was red and swollen, and he howled as he cried. Chi Fiwen couldn't bear to look at the pair, keeping them at a distance and letting the lawyer handle everything. Every penny of the more than 10,000 yuan would make sure they remembered this lesson. She had originally planned on taking Shenlu Bai to an aquatic park for fun in the evening, but all her good mood was gone, leaving only a handful of wounds. Does it hurt? She looked at him with concern. He was injured because of her. It doesn't hurt. How could she not be upset? His eyes were already rimmed red. There was truly nothing wrong with him. What pain was this compared to the countless times he nearly died, when bullets almost pierced his chest? He had never thought much of such things before, but now, caught under her moist, concerned gaze, he suddenly felt even the smallest cut was unbearable. And you say it doesn't hurt. Look at how deep those wounds are. If I had known, I wouldn't have provoked that little brat. You, let me blow on it. It won't hurt if I blow on it. She held his hand gently, blowing softly on it, her actions solemn and focused. He stopped breathing entirely, afraid one exhale might break the moment's beauty. In fact, his injuries didn't need hospitalization, so after spending a day there, he returned home. On the way back, she deliberately took a detour to buy lots of small fireworks. If she couldn't set off the big ones, buying smaller ones would work, right? And paper cutouts, rabbit lanterns, all sorts of red envelope designs too. By then, I'll definitely give you a large red envelope. If Grandpa's condition improves, we might bring him home for the new year. Her face was beaming with joy. He quietly observed her, finding her particularly adorable. Shen Lubai was in a good mood throughout the journey, but it quickly shattered. Because waiting by their front door was someone. Chi Fiwen's smile froze at the sight. How did Tang Zitsong show up at her house? How unlucky. She didn't even want the house anymore. What do you want here? Aren't you going to invite me in? No, just say what you want quickly. Tang Zitsong must be here for something. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come personally. Chi Fiwen guessed it was about the bet with Jiang Yan. Tricking Jiang Yan was already exhausting, and having to trick Tang Zitsong again. What a headache. Chapter 46. I'm taking his life today. I've already learned about your bet with Jiang Yan. You basically have no chance of winning. I was the one who personally negotiated with Lucia. There's no way it could go wrong. I know you care about saving face, but this time you've really gone too far. So, aren't you going to invite me in? He arched an eyebrow. Chi Fiwen really wanted to kick him out. But if she firmly refused him entry, Tang Zifeng would definitely start suspecting something. She gritted her teeth and said, then just get inside. Why didn't I notice before how rude you are? Chi Fiwen ignored him and led Shen Lu Bai into the house. Tang Zifeng followed behind, feeling a little jealous in his heart. Even now, he still believed that Chi Fiwen belonged to him. Her being with Shen Lu Bai was a betrayal of himself, giving him horns on his head. He wouldn't allow anyone else to take away what was his. You go upstairs and wait for me first. Shen Lu Bai lowered his eyes, hiding the complicated expression within them. They were going to be alone. Even though it was just in the living room, he wasn't feeling happy inside. But he showed nothing outwardly, turning around to leave without heading towards their bedroom, but instead waiting at the staircase. He hadn't expected that one day, he'd find himself eavesdropping. So, now you know about our bet. What then? Are you so kind-hearted as to help me? Are you going to give up that designer? That's impossible, but I can make the bet null and void. However, you'll need to pay some price. What do you want from me? Tang Zifeng was about to say spending a night with him, but recalling the last meeting proposal at the hotel, which resulted in Bai Hui appearing, some things can't be rushed. He might as well take a roundabout approach. I want to cooperate with Chi Yao Group. With cooperation, they would interact more, always creating opportunities to make a move. Chi Fiwen frowned. Though inwardly resistant, part of her thought this as a businessman wasn't such a bad thing. There are no permanent enemies in business. It's all about interest. All right, this is not the only condition you're putting forth, is it? Certainly not. I want 80% of the profits. Are you crazy? She snapped. Receiving less than the cost? And why shouldn't I rob you outright? He smirked back. Chi Fiwen clenched her fists tightly. Even though it was all for show, she felt genuinely infuriated. The sight of Tang Zifeng profiting off her misfortune was truly disgusting. She was stuck pondering how to act convincingly to refuse Tang Zifeng while making sure he wouldn't doubt her intentions. Tang Zifeng knew her well, knowing how much she cared about appearances. If it was preordained that this bet was bound to fail, continuing obstinately would seem somewhat fake. She needed Jiang Yan to walk happily into this setup, where she would humiliate herself in front of the entire nation. If any flaws were noticed now, Jiang Yan might run away, only surfacing once the storm had passed. Before Chi Fiwen could devise a convincing response, Tang Zifeng saw something shocking. He gripped the ultrasound report tightly in his hands, shocked. What is this? Wasn't it clear enough already? 16 weeks pregnant? That's 4 months. But you've only been married to that fool for 3 months. So this child has been here all along, wearing a green hat on his head since the beginning? He widened his eyes, unable to accept this fact momentarily. It was clearly him who gave Chief Fiwen a green cap. He was supposed to be the victorious party. Chief Fiwen. His voice was sharp and grating. Explain yourself. What is there to explain? Haven't you seen everything already? Let's go, follow me to the hospital, and get rid of this baby. He grabbed her arm and forcibly tried to take her away. She struggled hard. You must be dreaming. Let go of me, Tang Zifeng. This baby has to go. Otherwise, after its birth, everyone would calculate the dates and know that he had been made a fool of. How could he lose face like this when he was now someone important? We're over. How dare you interfere? She cried out loudly for help. Help! Someone! Tang Zifeng instinctively covered her mouth, and she bit down mercilessly. Tang Zifeng, in pain, roughly shoved her away. She stumbled several steps, but managed to regain her footing. Since you won't come to the hospital, then I'll send this devil back to its place right now. Tang Zifeng, eyes red with rage, clenched his fists tightly as he moved closer to her. As long as he hit Chief Fiwen's stomach forcefully enough, this bastard would miscarry. Chief Fiwen panicked and quickly called for help. But he was too close. The fist, accompanied by a fierce wind, came down hard, heading straight for her stomach. She cowered in fear, curling up into a ball. But the expected pain never came. Instead, she found herself enveloped in a strong embrace. She recognized the familiar crisp scent. It was Shen Lubai. This fool always arrived just in time. How could she have known that whenever Tang Zifeng acted strangely, Shen Lubai would rush down from upstairs, fearing she might get hurt? You, wait for me. He left her with those 4 words before walking towards the frenzied Tang Zifeng and delivering a punch with precision and strength. Her eyes widened in surprise. This fool could actually fight, and so skillfully. Shen Lubai was genuinely enraged. Damn it. How dare this beast hit a pregnant woman? That child was his own. Even tigers don't eat their own cubs, yet Tang Zifeng planned to make Chief Fiwen miscarry in such a cruel way. He hadn't even considered protecting her health. Tang Zifeng wasn't even human anymore. Since learning that Chief Fiwen carried Tang Zifeng's child, he had been bottling up his anger. Now, finally, he could unleash it all. Every punch connected solidly, like dense raindrops falling on Tang Zifeng, leaving him completely defenseless. In the end, all Tang Zifeng could do was cringe and cry out in pain while covering his head. Shen Lubai straddled him and started raining blows on his face. He knocked out his molars, broke his nose, and made him spit blood non-stop. Chief Fiwen was terrified. Shen Lubai clearly lost control, and if this continued, someone would die. Tang Zifeng deserved punishment, but not this way. Otherwise, Shen Lubai would face legal consequences and spend the rest of his life in jail. She hurried to intervene. Fool, you can't keep hitting him. You'll really kill him. She tightly embraced Shen Liubai's arm. His fists were clenched so tightly they creaked, and veins bulged visibly along his arms. With bloodshot eyes filled with fury, he glared at her like an untamed beast. Do you still protect him? He growled fiercely. He'll die because of you. She panicked. A murder case was no laughing matter. There was no need to sacrifice themselves for such a worthless person when she was looking forward to spending her entire life with him. But to Shen Lubai, her words sounded as if she still cared. I'm taking his life today. He spoke each word slowly, completely devoid of reason. No, not allowed. She cried out desperately, clinging tightly to his body. If you keep going, it will really result in death. Fool, calm down. Let go of me. Enraged, he pushed her frail frame away with force. She fell to the ground, her bottom nearly shattered. Ow! Her eyes watered, filled with tears. Shen Liubai's whole body froze, abruptly regaining his senses and realizing what he'd done. He ignored Tang Zifeng, immediately lifting her into his arms, and rushed out the door. You? What are you doing? She was startled but instinctively hooked her arms around his neck to prevent falling. To the hospital. Chapter 47, No separate sleeping. I just have a sore butt. To the hospital. There was an unyielding command in his tone, and she was intimidated, too afraid to argue back. Then she foolishly went to the hospital, where he immediately grabbed a doctor. Examine her. Hurry up. The doctor saw his urgent expression and thought something had happened to Chief Fiwen, so quickly conducted a series of examinations on her. But in the end, the results showed she couldn't be better. There's no problem here. If you're not reassured, you could do a comprehensive physical checkup. Some results will take a few days. Has there been any bleeding? He anxiously asked. No. That's good. He sighed with relief. Idiot. What exactly is wrong with you? She helplessly asked. He awkwardly turned away. He couldn't tell her that he was worried about the child in her stomach. Could he? After all, it was Tang Zifeng's child. At the thought of this, his heart became unbearable. He didn't want to say anything. Shen Lubai did not respond, so she stopped asking further. She didn't want to stay at the hospital. It was almost New Year's and going to the hospital frequently seemed very unlucky. She took Shen Lubai home. On the way, she received a call from Tang Zifeng. Chief Fiwen, you'd better be ready to bow down and admit defeat. His voice was slightly breathless. It looked like he had been severely beaten. Before she could say 2 words, Tang Zifeng angrily hung up the phone. It seemed that their scheme backfired. Now they didn't have to worry about fooling them anymore. Judging by these 2 lovers' reactions, they were eagerly anticipating that day, which would be great because neither of them could escape that day. Shen Lubai had also heard about that bet, and he wasn't worried at all since Chief Fiwen and Su Qingqing were good friends. Everything was well planned. He assumed Chief Fiwen wanted to make Jiang Yan feel humiliated and possibly vent anger for her unborn child. After all, due to Jiang Yan, she and Tang Zifeng hadn't worked out, leaving the child without a father. Thus, fundamentally speaking, Tang Zifeng still mattered a lot. Even if it was hate, he still occupied a significant place in her heart. Upon realizing this, his heart felt clogged up. Since he can't forget Tang Zifeng, why bother treating him so nicely? Promising forever so easily. What a hypocritical woman. Trash. Chi Fiwen had no idea she had already hurt this idiot's heart deeply, yet she was gloating over the success of her plan. Soon, it was time for the New Year celebration. Lanterns hung everywhere, and the festive atmosphere was rich. She invited the doctor and her grandfather back home. On New Year's Eve, they stayed up together eating dumplings, watching TV. She even taught Shen Lubai how to play mahjong. You just need to remember, 2 identical tiles form a pair, the rest must either be 3 identical sets or runs. 4 are required for Kong, and you draw 1 extra tile. After explaining, she let him try, which went rather smoothly. Strangely enough, whether it was because of his luck or otherwise, Shen Lubai kept winning every hand, and they were always big wins. Things like great 4 wins, all one suit, Kong and draw. They won till they got dizzy. Everyone else won except for her, not once. Several times when she thought she was close, Shen Lubai interrupted from upstream. She started feeling something wasn't quite right. Since the Tang Zifeng incident last time, this idiot seemed to hold some resentment towards her. When Chi Fiwen reached the point of impatience. Let's continue. I don't believe I'm this unlucky not to win once. Miss, please don't go on. Your man is too talented. If we keep playing like this, I'll go bankrupt. This year's hard work will all be wasted. The doctor complained. Little Tang is truly amazing. The grandfather smiled happily. My name isn't Little Tang. Suddenly, Shen Lubai interjected. Chi Fiwen twitched in anxiety, realizing what he was about to say, and instantly covered his mouth. Shen Lubai glared at her in annoyance. Huh, you're not Little Tang, then what is your name? Zifeng, she quickly added. Grandfather, we're tired. Let's go to sleep. You should get rest early too. I'll wish you a happy new year tomorrow. With that, she dragged Shen Lubai back inside. She brought him into her room and closed the door, glaring at him in irritation. Why say those things? What if grandfather gets angry? You nearly. Her sentence was cut off as her lips were suddenly sealed. In a whirlwind, she was pushed down onto the bed. She wondered how it happened so fast. He breathed heavily, red at the edges of his eyes, looking at her unwillingly. I don't want to be anyone's substitute. I have my own name. Chi Fiwen realized she was being unfair to him and felt sorry. He might be silly, but not entirely clueless. Grandfather is sick. Can you help me? No. Now is not the time to be stubborn. I'll buy you sweets. I'll take you out to play, and I'll spend more time with you. Okay, little idiot. My good husband, can you help me? What did you call me? Little idiot? The next word. Good husband. Whose? Hey, is this dummy being serious? Mine. She replied tentatively. How about putting it together? He insisted on asking. My good husband, do you like this title? She seemed to have discovered a new world. She glanced at the tip of his ears, which were indeed red. Who would have thought? This fool had quite some excitement going on inside. Shall I call you that from now on? Humph. He gave an arrogant humph. There's hope. My dear husband, could you help me out? Grandpa's condition has just stabilized. I don't want to upset him. Once he gets better, I will introduce you properly. You are not anyone's substitute. You're yourself, you're Shen Lubai, the man I chose. This somewhat satisfied Shen Lubai, so he temporarily ceased to hold her accountable. He slowly got up, yawning. I'm sleepy. Then let's go back and sleep. She sent him off, also feeling a bit tired since she needed to wake up early tomorrow to give Grandpa New Year's blessing. She escorted Shen Lubai back to the guest room, but as soon as they opened the door, they saw Grandpa there. He was still in the position of pressing his ear against the door, hard not to suspect that he was eavesdropping. Grandpa, what are you doing? Cough, cough. The elder tactically coughed. Too much food. I came for a walk. What are you two planning to do? I'm going back to bed. Shen Lubai, after some thought, straightforwardly replied. He secretly had a little expectation. The old man deliberately eavesdropped on his granddaughter, wouldn't it be? Sure enough, the moment the old man heard this, he immediately got anxious. Did you two fight? A married couple shouldn't sleep separately. You idiot. You really are an idiot. Chi Fiwen lowered her voice to criticize. Wanwan, did you have a quarrel with Tang Zifeng? Tang Zifeng, Wanwan is a girl. You should tolerate her more. Grandpa, we didn't fight. Then why are you sleeping separately? We aren't. She quickly denied. His meaning is, have a snack before bed. Now we're suddenly not hungry anymore. Let's sleep. Really? Would I lie to you? In that case, he called the doctor, who started moving things inside. Sofa, reclining chair, spare bedding set, silk quilt, etc. all were moved away. No chance even for a makeshift bed on the floor. All right, you can sleep now. Newlyweds should show affection. If you argue at the head of the bed, make peace in it. The old man left satisfied. Chi Fiwen was stunned. This move was too smooth. When did Grandpa become so mischievous? Now what to do? Sleeping in the same bed with the fool. Oh well, she wasn't very against it either. Again, she couldn't help thinking about some indecent matters. Chapter 48 Snowball Fight. That night, will we sleep together? She got into bed quickly and patted the spot next to her. She thought she must be like the seductive woman in TV dramas, calling a pure young man to bed with enticing gestures. Shen Lubai guessed Grandpa's thoughts correctly, but he didn't think about what he should do next. It seemed like he was looking for trouble. He indeed wasn't interested in that kind of thing, but, after all, he was a normal man who lived side by side with a woman every day and now had to lie on the same bed. This woman was overly beautiful, exceptionally charming. If he had no such thoughts, he would feel bad and need to see a urologist. He used to be resistant to doing something with Chi Fiwen. Now, he was actually looking forward to it. But, she was pregnant. What if they did something inappropriate and hurt her body? We need to shower before sleeping. Right, us clean freaks need showers. You go first. She generously gave up the bathroom to him, so he went first. After washing her hair, blow-drying it, and curling it, she smelled like shampoo and wore a sexy burgundy silk pajama. She refined herself down to every strand of hair and nail. Excitedly coming out, she found that the fool was already asleep. She was stunned for 3 full seconds. Why was creating life so hard? She climbed onto the bed feeling unbalanced, starting to move around. Shin Lubai woke up because of her movements, grabbing her hand directly. Not going to sleep? I'm very tired. We still have to get up early tomorrow to celebrate the new year. Well, when a man and a woman sleep in the same bed, there is always something to do. Do what? In the dark, she could feel his foolishness. How could a girl say it outright? It was about making a baby. Why don't you speak? He kept asking. The courage she had worked up just moments ago had vanished. Never mind. Let things take their natural course regarding having children. Even with her thick skin, she was a little embarrassed. She pulled her head back and muttered from under the blanket. Sleep then, sleep. Chi Fiwen inwardly lamented that if she were to take the initiative again in the future, she would turn into a dog. Let whoever want to bear the child go ahead and do it. After thinking it through, she didn't care about the person beside her anymore and turned over to fall asleep. Her sleeping posture was nothing to commend. She tossed and turned, kicking her legs onto his body, resembling an octopus, grabbing onto him. Her face buried in his neck, breathing hot air against his chest that felt like feather touches tickling his heart. She smelled so good. Not the heavy fragrance of perfume, but the light scent of shower gel, shampoo, and a faint body smell from her. She had thin arms and legs, but she was full-figured, well-endowed. At that moment, she hugged his arm tightly, her soft touch squeezing him and leaving his brain completely blank. All night long, he kept reciting, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form," countless times to suppress his wild desires. If this continued, he might drive himself crazy. He clearly used to dislike Chi Fiwen very much. Why was he now filled with thoughts of getting close to her? It must be because he was a normal man who needed physical intimacy. Actually, any other person would do. It didn't have to be specifically Chi Fiwen. It seemed that Xue Hao should arrange a woman for him. Shin Lubai spent the entire night deep in thought and finally made it through the night. Chi Fiwen slept soundly without dreaming, waking up at dawn. When she woke up, Shin Lubai was still sleeping. She didn't disturb him and quietly got up to start preparing red envelopes. By the time he woke up, she had almost finished. They walked out of the house door together and first handed out the red envelopes to Grandpa. Grandpa, Happy New Year, wishing you longevity, as vast as the sea. Late Late also has a red envelope. I hope you stay healthy and happy, Late Late. Xiao Tang also has one. Xiao Tang needs to stay healthy too. Grandpa, there's also a gift for you. This is a Zisha teapot from your son-in-law, made by your favorite master. Wow, Xiao Tang has thoughtfulness. I have no other hobbies. I just love tea and especially treasure tea sets. Shin Lubai felt somewhat uncomfortable, sensing it was like making wedding clothes for Tang Zifeng. So humiliating. Lu Annie, here's your red envelope. Happy New Year. Please distribute the rest to everyone. There's only one left. Here you are, friend. She took out the thickest red envelope and solemnly placed it in his hand. Is it this much? It was even more than what she gave to Grandpa. You can keep a few of these in your pocket when you go out to buy things. This money can be used to buy toys and eat delicious food. Also, here's my supplementary card. Use it as you please. The password is your birthday. Don't tell anyone else. Only you should know. I also bought you a piggy bank. You can put the leftover money in there. I'll give you a red envelope every year. She smiled brightly. She guessed that Shin Lubai had never received a red envelope before, so she specially prepared the thickest and largest one for him. And her guess was correct. Shin Lubai hadn't received a red envelope since his mother passed away. On the New Year's Day when families gathered happily, he always watched others celebrate, while he remained utterly alone. He looked down at the heavy red envelope in his hand, his emotions swirling. Even though it was freezing cold outside, his heart felt warm and heated. Haven't you ever played in the snow? Let's go and have some fun. We'll make a snowman. And a bit later, we'll set off fireworks. Hurry up. Excitedly, she grabbed his hand and ran to the courtyard, directly throwing a snowball right into his face. Come on, let's play together. At this moment, Chi Fiwen was like a child, her smile radiant and bright. Shin Lubai had initially felt somewhat uneasy, but gradually, the deepest longing inside of him began to awaken. He remembered how he used to hide by the door, enviously watching Madame Shun playing snowball fights with Shin-Imo. Shin-Imo would use his lucky money to buy the most advanced toys, and all the kids would look at him with envy. But him? He had nothing. During the reunion dinner, he would quickly finish his meal and retreat back to his room. They were a family of 3, and he didn't belong. Staying too long only invited unnecessary dislike. But things were completely different now. He could feel that Chi Fiwen truly regarded him as part of the family, wanting to make up for the losses in his past. She retrieved those moments of happiness he once missed, carefully placing them back into his palms. Thinking about this, he gradually relaxed and then hurled an enormous snowball at Chi Fiwen, causing her nose to start bleeding. Ouch, that hurt. She held her nose, nearly tearing up. Shin Lubai froze in place. Isn't that how snowball fights are supposed to be? He hadn't even made a larger snowball yet. I'm sorry. Next time I'll use a smaller one. Does it hurt a lot? Why don't you hit my nose back? He was clearly flustered, trying hard to mend the situation. He didn't know where to put his hands. Chi Fiwen had been a little angry at first, but seeing him like this, her anger vanished instantly. In retaliation, she grabbed a handful of snow and shoved it down the back of his collar. The snow melted immediately, seeping cold water through his clothes. Shin Lubai didn't dare to dodge, allowing her to pull these mischievous stunts. Alright, it's not a big deal, let's keep going. She stuffed a tissue into her nose, looking rather comical. Next, Shin Lubai obviously became more restrained, partly letting her win, always throwing small snowballs that landed lightly on her clothes. But Chi Fiwen didn't care if he went easy on her. She was almost tossing icicles at him. Grandpa sat in his wheelchair, watching the two of them playing in the yard, his expression filled with kindness. Look at the two of them. Aren't they just a perfect match? Chapter 49, Finding a Woman to Quench His Fire. Yes, the son-in-law cares for Miss Chi and obviously yields to her. Is that so? Last night, he interrupted Miss Chi several times. I was worried that these two children would have a conflict. But now it seems that I overthought it. Grandfather, you can rest assured. In the future, there will be someone by Miss Chi's side. Yes, I also believe he can take good care of Miss Chi. This child is not bad. Miss Chi has better eyesight than me. The grandfather coughed a few times from the cold wind, then the doctor wheeled him back inside. This year, Chi Fiwen had an exceptionally satisfying spring festival. Her grandfather's condition improved, and he returned home. She also had a fool to play with her. She hoped every year could be like this, just as this year. After the 3-day spring festival, the Lantern Festival was not far away. Everyone was paying attention to her bet with Jiang Yan. Chi Fiwen had already stopped going out much, making them think she was afraid. These days in the evenings, they all slept together. Except for the first night, when she was actively forward. Afterward, she no longer messed around but slept soundly because the fool did not understand romantic feelings. What she didn't know was that the fool had reached the point where he needed to take cold showers to calm his desires. He slept at the edge of the bed every day. They could easily fit a 200 kilograms man between them. Yet soon, she would unconsciously cling to him, wrapping her arms and legs around him. Her long, elegant legs rubbing against him, her soft, supple lips pressing against him, driving him nearly mad. He needed to cool off. After the New Year vacation ended, Chi Fiwen was going to the group company. The grandfather was also returning to the nursing home. He found the opportunity to leave the villa. Shuehao rushed here, as Shun Liubai's orders were particularly urgent, and he thought something serious had happened. But then, unbelievably, he poked his ears again. Master, what did you say? I want a woman. Shuehao's eyes widened, shocked though he dared not say much. What kind of woman do you want? Any kind. Someone who can temporarily satisfy me. Someone to mess around with. Well, why does Master have such high demands, playing around so recklessly? Since the boss gave the order, Shuehao naturally made every effort to arrange it. Slim or plump, let's try them all. Innocent, seductive, intelligent and gentle, classical and elegant. Upon seeing that line of women, Shun Liubai's face darkened. There were actually so many. He pointed to one randomly behind the screen, then turned off the lights and drew the curtains so the other couldn't see his face. A pair of thin little hands came toward him, trying to undress him, leaving Shun Liubai feeling extremely uncomfortable. His first reaction was guilt about betraying Chi Fiwen. How ridiculous. Anyway, he wasn't planning to spend his whole life with her. They'd get divorced sooner or later. Where does this sense of sin come from? If anyone should feel guilty, it's her for having someone else's child. He repeatedly brainwashed himself, suppressing all discomfort, allowing her to take off his shirt. Those hands approached his pants, attempting to unbuckle his belt. Snap. The lock opened, the sound unusually crisp in the darkness. Master, please be gentle later, okay? I'm very scared of pain. The other cooed softly and was about to continue. Suddenly, a strong hand cruelly gripped her wrist. What perfume is this? YSL's men killer. Smells awful, get out. He harshly pushed her away. Shuehao saw the seductive one come out and thought Shin Lubai disliked those who were too aggressive, so he pushed the innocent one in. The girl trembled in fear, felt her way to his side in the dark, then lay in his arms. I'm ready. This is my first time. Get out too. Before the girl even finished her sentence, Shin Lubai had lost patience. The girl cried as she came out, scared into tears. Shuehao furrowed his brows. Then let the two of you go in together. Within 5 minutes, both came rushing out. Shuehao was puzzled. Could it be that he hadn't encountered his type yet? No, the boss's request must be met. Keep searching. With such a large club, there must be someone Shin Lubai likes. He went downstairs and met Chi Fiwen, who had come for an engagement. As soon as Chi Fiwen saw him, her eyes lit up. Secretary Shui. He was here, so the big boss must be nearby. Miss Chi, I'm here to accompany guests for a meal and drinks. I've just finished. Is Mr. Bai here? I still want to wish him a happy new year. My gift is in the car. I always keep it ready. She wanted to build a good relationship with Bai Huai and develop a long-term partnership. Though she'd asked several times before, Secretary Shui had refused her each time. Now that she'd accidentally run into him, she couldn't miss this chance. That, Master might not be very convenient right now. What's inconvenient? I'll just say a few words, drop off the gift, and leave. I won't delay Mr. Bai's time. Secretary Shui, you're the best. I also prepared a red envelope for you. Chi Fiwen, with her mischievous nature, spoke a few sentences that left Shuehao unable to respond. Confused, he led her into the private room. Mr. Shan is inside. Please finish quickly and leave. His time is valuable. Understood, understood. Chi Fiwen entered and discovered that it was pitch black inside, even in broad daylight, with no light at all. Mr. Bai, can you turn on the light? She tentatively asked. At this moment, Shun Liubai's mood was extremely agitated. Although he had been holding back for these past 2 days, nearly dying to suppress his urges, he couldn't help but feel disdain for Chi Fiwen's current condition. Why did none of those women earlier stir any interest in him? He started making mental comparisons. The first woman had vulgar perfume, not like Chi Fiwen. The second one was too timid, always crying, nothing like the bold Chi Fiwen. The last two were either too gentle or too serene, unlike Chi Fiwen's lively character. That carefree and spirited woman, burning like the wind and fire, always as radiant as the morning sun and bright as flowers. As Shin Lubai was deep in thought about Chi Fiwen, suddenly, a voice from the doorway sounded eerily similar to hers. Strangely compelled, his explosive temper immediately calmed down. No lights. Come over here. Chi Fiwen felt somewhat helpless, stumbling awkwardly toward the sound. Her knee collided painfully with something, but she dared not complain since this was a big shot. Her benefactor. She struggled her way to the sofa behind the screen and finally let out a sigh of relief. Mr. Bai, I am here too. Before she could finish saying, wishing you a happy new year, she was abruptly pulled by a strong hand. Caught off guard, she fell directly into an unyielding embrace. Her mind went blank for a moment, stunned. Shin Liubai's large hands embraced her slim waist. The figure resembles hers. Even the scent is familiar. This woman suits his taste. He bent down to kiss her, but her annoyed face suddenly flashed in his mind. If you dare to kiss her, I will ignore you. In his mind, her hands were on her hips, showing great anger. He froze entirely. Why is her image constantly filling my mind? What witchcraft is this? While hesitating, a slap came swiftly. A loud slap echoed, unusually crisp. The woman in his arms used all her strength to break free from his embrace. Mr. Bai, you should respect yourself. I only came to wish you a happy new year. I wish your business prospers, and may everything go smoothly. Hopefully, our cooperation will be more harmonious in the new year. Oh, I placed the gift at the entrance. I'll take my leave now. Chi Fiwen fled in disarray. Only then did Shin Lubai realize who had come. Chi Fiwen. He called her name tentatively. Chapter 50. Who's the joke? Bang. She walked too hastily and crashed straight into a wall. I'll go now. With great difficulty, she finally exited the room. Her head was swollen from bumping it, and her knee had scraped its skin. She looked at her aching hand. Most importantly, she slapped the boss. What on earth should she do now? Miss Chi, what happened to you? Has anyone slapped your boss before? Who dares to slap my boss? Do they not want to live anymore? Shuai Hao furrowed his brow. Finished. I'll come again for a visit in a while. I'm leaving first. She slinked away. She'd just wait until Bai Huai calmed down before coming back. This couldn't be entirely her fault, right? He made the first inappropriate move, and she couldn't help but retaliate with a slap. Shuai Hao watched her fleeing backside. Concerned about Shin Lubai, he immediately went in. He turned on the light, only to see his master stroking his red and swollen cheek, lost in thought. The moment he realized it was Chi Fiwen, joy sprang into his heart. In that instant, he knew he was completely finished. He really liked Chi Fiwen, though he so clearly disdained her. Disdainful of her shamelessness. Disdainful of her bastard child. Disdainful of her being brainwashed by love, a hollow flower pot. Yet he had fallen for such a person. Master, are you alright? Shuai Hao worriedly asked. Did Miss Chi slap you? She certainly didn't know her own strength, hitting so hard. At the moment, Shun Liubai's face bore the clear imprint of a slap, revealing how small and delicate Chi Fiwen's hands were, with fingers fine and evenly shaped. No issue, give me some ice. And do we still need more women later? A few more have been found here. No need. He irritatedly massaged his temples. Even if he liked Chi Fiwen, so what? It must just be physical attraction due to being around each other constantly over a short period, typical between men and women. The plan to let Chi Yao Group go bankrupt will still proceed as planned, and divorce will similarly take place as planned. No one can stop his plans, especially useless women. Chi Fiwen was scared for several days, not daring to contact Bai Huai voluntarily. From Shuai Hao, she probed and learned that the boss didn't seem to care much about her, the little fish that she was. She also exhaled slightly in relief, preparing some gifts for Shuai Hao to deliver on her behalf. Thus, time passed day by day. Soon the Lantern Festival was over. Jiang Yin was afraid she wouldn't keep the appointment, so she specially came to block her at the doorstep. Jiang Yin will surely try to pull me into the car and drive downtown. You two act as if you're resisting a bit, just for show. But don't overdo it, understand? Alright, miss, we'll know our limits. Aunt Li gave an okay gesture. She took acting seriously too. Chi Fiwen began to act up dramatically, refusing tooth and nail to get into the car. Jiang Yin anticipated this and specifically brought along a few women from the martial arts school, forcibly grabbing Chi Fiwen and throwing her onto the car. Where are you taking the miss? This is kidnapping. I'll call the police. Miss. Aunt Li's performance was top-notch. In the end, she helplessly allowed them to take Chi Fiwen away, along with Shin Lubai, who got in the car willingly. He followed her because he feared Jiang Yin might harm the child in her belly without knowing the extent of their action. So, all throughout the ride, he stayed closely nearby, shielding her from any reckless actions. Jiang Yin, what are you doing, kidnapping? I'm just worried that someone won't agree to lose gracefully. Jiang Yin sneered. The more frightened Chi Fiwen acted, the more Jiang Yin became triumphant. I simply forgot about our bet recently due to busyness. Don't be so stubborn. I've invited the media and a few witnesses from that day. Chi Fiwen, you're done for this time. From now on, you'll be nailed on the pillar of shame. No chance to turn things around ever. Chi Fiwen, you're inexperienced in competing with me. This time, I'll make you realize what fear is, and next time you see me, you better avoid me automatically. Jiang Yin, let me out. I want to get off. Jiang Yin paid her no mind and drove all the way to the commercial building in the city center. She even rented the LED display screen, repeatedly playing the bet Chi Fiwen had made with her on that day. Soon enough, the large square filled with people. She even saw Tang Zitsong, whose venomous eyes flickered back and forth between her and Shin Lubai. wishing they could be strung together like candy skewers. This spiteful individual sought revenge for getting beaten that day. The surrounding crowd pointed and whispered, "This is the infamously famous love-struck girl from the capital. She would lose all decorum for a man. There's going to be a good show to watch. Chief Fiwen will definitely lose. So self-important and yet so incapable. Now isn't she thoroughly embarrassed? She's so stupid. Clearly, it's a setup, yet she fell obediently into their trap like an idiot. Are things getting this out of hand with her now?" Some cursed Chief Fiwen for being stupid, others condemned the third daughter for being malicious. Jiang Yan's complexion turned a bit sullen, knowing that her association with third had already pinned her on the pillar of shame. Nevertheless, she would make the same choices all over again, even at this point. Now, she was going to drag Chief Fiwen down to hell with her. Chief Fiwen, honor the bet and accept the loss. You are the esteemed young miss of Chi Yao Group, aren't you? Would you rather cheat your way out of this? Jiang Yan, I'm giving you one last chance. Don't go too far, or you'll regret it. One last chance. Jiang Yan couldn't help but burst into laughter as if she'd heard the funniest joke in the world. Chief Fiwen, with death around the corner, why pretend? If you were to beg me now, admitting that you're nowhere near my level, and Zifeng chose correctly by picking me, I might consider sparing you some dignity. Tang Zizong, don't you care to rein in your woman? She looked to Tang Zizong, who completely ignored Jiang Yan. Tang Zizong's gaze lingered lecherously on her body, fixating on her stomach. Jiang Yan stomped her foot in anger, fully aware of Tang Zizong's intentions. As he leaned closer, Shun Lubai immediately stepped in front of Chief Fiwen. Tang Zizong's eyes grew even more menacing. He lowered his voice. Chief Fiwen, if you get rid of the baby in your belly, I could possibly give you a hand. You dream. There is no way I am parting with this child. She deliberately patted her stomach, making Tang Zizong flush red with fury. You just wait. Tang Zizong stormed off, taking his place beside Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan immediately wrapped an arm around Tang Zizong, glaring provocatively back at Chief Fiwen. At that moment, a car approached. Out came Su Qingqing. Look, Lucia has arrived. Someone in the crowd called out. The Chinese-American designer who won the most prestigious design award, an accomplishment worthy of national pride. Su Qingqing greeted passers-by with a warm smile, showing no sign of nervousness. Without so much as a glance at Chief Fiwen, she walked straight toward Jiang Yan. Mrs. Tang, are we signing the contract here? Absolutely. I've invited the media. It is our honor to have you choose the Tang Group. It's also my honor. Su Qingqing smiled, but her smile sent shivers down Jiang Yan's spine. It seemed like the smile of someone mocking a fool. At that moment, Chief Fiwen stepped forward. Miss Su, surely you won't reconsider my offer? Whatever the Tang Group gives you, I'll match or better it. Are you sure you won't think about it? Not interested, sorry. With those words spoken, Chief Fiwen's fate was sealed in devastating defeat. The onlookers leisurely awaited the mockery of Chief Fiwen. Chapter 51, Jiang Yan loses. Jiang Yan was ecstatic. She had just slapped Chief Fiwen's face in front of everyone. It felt so satisfying. Some media outlets were already approaching with their cameras. Miss Chi, what are your thoughts? Why didn't you concede earlier? Could you share how you feel right now? Are you really going to kneel? They asked her questions in a cacophony. Chief Fiwen noticed something. This wasn't being recorded for later broadcast. It was live. Are you broadcasting this live? She curiously inquired. Yes, the entire nation can watch. That's wonderful. She couldn't have been happier. This meant Tang Zifeng wouldn't have a chance to manipulate things behind the scenes. Not like last time during the wedding when within a night, the media had been pressured to silence everything. Everyone thought Chief Fiwen had gone mad from the stress, thinking she'd lost her mind. At this moment, Jiang Yan had already taken out the contract and was planning to sign publicly with Su Qingqing. The journalist zoomed in on the contract for a close-up shot. Jiang Yan said sarcastically, Chief Fiwen, once this contract is signed, you'll need to keep your promise. What promise was that again? Don't act like you've lost your memory. I truly don't remember. Would you mind repeating it? The loser has to kneel down and carry a banner declaring themselves as a liar. Yes, I remember now. Let me tell you, I've already prepared the banner. Oh, you really have thick skin. Not at all. After all, it's not my first time to lose face, right? She spoke meaningfully, but alas, Jiang Yan was too foolish to understand. Well then, I'll wait. I'm waiting too. Hurry up and sign the contract. Chief Fiwen urged her. Jiang Yan was boiling with anger, but Tang Zifeng began to feel something odd was happening. Chief Fiwen had clearly resisted coming here initially, yet upon arrival, she remained calm. Given her pride, why would she remain indifferent while waiting for herself to lose? Was there a variable involved? As he was contemplating this, Su Qingqing spoke up. Mrs. Tang, if I'm not Lucia designer, will you still sign with me? Upon hearing this, there was a commotion throughout the venue. What do you mean? Jiang Yan stared dumbfoundedly at her. Only now am I reading through the contract clearly. You want me to be a fashion designer? But my major is finance. If the project involves expanding business by dealing with banks, I'm quite capable. As for designing clothes, I know absolutely nothing about it. But didn't you win an award? Yes, but that award belongs to my friend. Since she couldn't attend personally, the organizer let me accept it on her behalf. The late Mr. Tang also contacted me, and I explicitly told him I'm not the designer himself. Did he not inform you? Su Qingqing acted utterly innocent though in reality, she hadn't even informed the late Mr. Tang either. Since the latter had passed away, there was no one to verify, so who knew? Then why didn't you say earlier? Jiang Yan was stunned. Bringing up the issue at such a critical juncture could only spoil her plans. Could it be that they ended in a tie, leaving no clear winner? This was her prime opportunity. What a pity. What Jiang Yan didn't know was that the next part wasn't a tie. It was her absolute defeat. It's because the young Mr. Tang took interest in my professional ability and wanted to hire me as a financial advisor. Then something happened to him, so you came looking for me instead. I assumed it was for the same reason as with the young Mr. Tang, so I didn't ask further. Su Qingqing acted completely blameless. So, will you still sign the contract with me? For now, we don't need a financial advisor. That's too bad. Su Qingqing shrugged nonchalantly. Qi Fiwen, consider yourself lucky that it's a tie. Starting today, our bet is nullified. She said unwillingly. Who said it was a tie? I've genuinely hired Lucia Designer. Qi Fiwen gave a mischievous smile. Jiang Yin felt a tremor in her heart. It's impossible. You misunderstood too, didn't you? Misunderstood what? I actually want Qingqing to work as my financial advisor. Qi Yao Group has already prepared a position for her. Isn't that right, good friend? Of course, I'll definitely come to help out in your company. Even without pay, I'd still go. Su Qingqing confidently stepped over to Qi Fiwen's side. At that moment, Jiang Yan's face went pale. She suddenly realized she might have been fooled. The same old tricks. How could she fall for them again? She specifically glanced around the crowd. Qi Fiwen didn't bring anyone else along. Perhaps it was just bluffing. How easy could it be to hire someone like Lucia Designer, especially someone who had won awards, often looking down on everything, usually refusing to collaborate with domestic brands? Qi Fiwen, stop pretending. If even Tang Enterprises couldn't contact Lucia, you, a complete outsider, would never stand a chance. Jiang Yin regained some confidence. All thanks to the Tang Corporation backing her. It's your Tang Corporation's incompetence. She explicitly told me she doesn't look up to the Tang Group. With you two dogs around, the Tang Corporation will go bankrupt sooner or later. You, Qi Fiwen, clean up your mouth. If you say you've invited someone, where's that person? Qi Fiwen stepped forward and patted her chest. It's me. Jiang Yin froze for a second, then burst into laughter, laughing until she doubled over. It's too funny. You're a business school student who has to take makeup classes every year. Your major subject teachers get headaches just thinking about you, letting you graduate as a favor. Now you tell me you are Lucia Designer. Huh? I'm dying of laughter. Seems like you don't believe me. So let's present some evidence. After Qi Fiwen went out, Aunt Li left with something in hand, now waiting at the periphery of the crowd. Aunt Li knew it was time for her to appear. She took out the gilded trophy from the big cloth bag she carried when buying groceries, nonchalantly pulling it out. On it was Qi Fiwen's name along with her English name. Qi Fiwen then took out some certificates recognized internationally and made an on-the-spot video call to the award-giving organizers, greeting them amicably. Lucia, it's a real pity you didn't stay in our country to develop. It's clear there's a much bigger stage here. I prefer my own country. That's fine, I respect your choice. The brief chat ended there. Everyone had their mouths agape, unable to believe this bungling woman was the renowned designer, an existence bringing glory to domestic brands. No, this isn't possible, it's all acting. Jiang Yin widened her eyes, her voice trembling and sharp. The journalists nearby saw the foreign man in the video clearly and instantly searched on Baidu. The organizer representative was a globally recognized design master, currently the chief of the LV brand. So, it was all true. Qi Fiwen was the Lucia Designer everyone had been vying for. So this bet, Jiang Yin lost. Apologize. 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 Someone in the crowd shouted loudly in agreement, the voices getting louder. Jiang Yin panicked, and her first reaction was to leave quickly. But Qi Fiwen immediately blocked her way. What? Not willing to concede gracefully. I've already prepared the banner for you. Qi Fiwen. Jiang Yan's face had turned purplish red from anger, unable to utter a complete sentence. Husband, save me. She realized she would surely lose, so she placed all her hopes on Tang Zifeng. Unexpectedly, Tang Zifeng fled hastily. He quickly got in the car and ordered the driver to leave quickly. Zifeng. Jiang Yin was left behind alone, feeling abandoned by the whole world. She started to spin around and almost fainted, but Su Qingqing caught her. Don't pass out yet. I also invited a doctor who brought a stimulant needle. It will guarantee that you'll feel better instantly. Qi Fiwen laughed while saying this. Chapter 52, 6 coins. Qi Fiwen, must you be so ruthless? In front of all these people, you want me to kneel and admit my mistake? Aren't you trying to kill me? We're all important figures. Don't push this too far. Or, how about we solve this with money like we used to? I have a lot of money now. I'll give you whatever you ask. 10 billion. You? These 3 words left her speechless. I know you can't afford it. Don't think you're that important at Tang Corporation. Tang Zifeng won't spend much on you because you don't deserve it. When Jiang Yin heard this, all the color drained from her face. She didn't even have the courage to argue back. Because deep down, she knew that Tang Zifeng had no intention of helping her. Not divorcing her was already a kindness. Forget 10 billion yuan. Even 10 million or 1 million. Tang Zifeng wouldn't part with it. Her heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. What could she do? Qi Fiwen, are you really going to push this to the very end? She looked at Qi Fiwen pitifully, tears glistening on her lashes. Anyone uninformed would think Qi Fiwen had done something terrible to her. Qi Fiwen smiled. With her arms crossed, her gaze was cold and frosty as she stood there with an icy elegance. What gives you the nerve to say this to me? When I asked you to revoke the bet, what did you do? Now you dare to accuse me of being ruthless? You're blaming me. She stepped closer, lowering her voice as she whispered near Jiang Yan's ear. When you exploited my goodwill and framed me for having that child, I already planned how to deal with you. I've never wavered, not for a second, because you no longer deserve anything from me. This is simply returning the favor. Please accept it graciously. Having said that, she slowly stepped back. Without hesitation, she grabbed the microphone from a journalist and loudly declared, I demand Mrs. Tang keeps her word and gets down on her knees. Hold up a banner and confess that you're a liar. Kneel. Kneel. The crowd erupted in chaos. Jiang Yin couldn't bear the humiliation of kneeling down in apology in front of everyone. At first, she attempted to pretend she fainted to avoid it, but the stress became too much, and she actually passed out. She hit the ground with a loud thud, leaving no one sure whether her head was injured. Did she really faint? Su Qingqing nudged her with her foot, but there was no response. It seems real. Let's take her to the hospital. No need for any trouble here, she said indifferently. It no longer mattered if Jiang Yin knelt or not. This time, her reputation was utterly ruined. Stealing men, knowing fully well what she was doing despite claiming otherwise, and breaking her agreement in public. Now, she was truly infamous. For the rest of her life, she'd walk with her head hung low, feeling ridiculed and judged wherever she went. Every moment would be filled with anxiety and fear. So perfect. So satisfying. Qi Fiwen departed with grace, impressing many admirers along the way. Through this live broadcast, she'd undoubtedly gained popularity, which was good news for Qi Yao Group. She was even considering starting a live stream commerce channel, sure to make a fortune. In the car, Su Qingqing embraced her excitedly. Sis, that was incredible. Finally got some payback. Huh? So you just admitted publicly that you're Lucia. What about DE Group? How will you explain that? Qi Fiwen's face instantly showed a giant, embarrassment expression. The joy she had moments ago dissipated instantly. Not only was this awkward to explain, but there was still unfinished business regarding the slap from earlier. Returning home, Qi Fiwen anxiously gave gift after gift to Xue Hao. However, every single one came back unopened. Mr. Xue does not accept them. What do you mean he doesn't accept them? She felt close to tears. Doesn't accept means doesn't accept. I don't know why. Xue Hao responded, smiling insincerely before dropping the gifts and walking away without a backward glance. Disturbed by all this, Qi Fiwen hadn't slept properly for 2 nights and lost her appetite. Shen Lubai wanted to scare her straight. But when he saw how quickly the baby fat disappeared from her face over just 2 days, he realized she was becoming gaunt. He thought about it and decided to call her, hoping to reassure her. While at the company, Qi Fiwen received a call from Bai Huai. Bai General. Her voice trembled. I hear you're looking for me. Is there something? Did you see the news? I've seen the current events, economic updates, and gossip columns, all of it. But I'm not sure which part you're referring to. Upon hearing this, Qi Fiwen immediately understood that he already knew but wanted to hear her confession. Taking a deep breath, she boldly admitted, I'm sorry, Mr. Bai. I deceived you before. Actually, I'm the Chinese-American designer. The first time we met, you had such a poor impression of me, while Qi Yao needed your help badly, so I lied. If I had told you then that the designer was me, you definitely wouldn't have agreed. Mr. Bai, it was my fault for deceiving you, and I sincerely apologize. As long as you don't ask for anything excessive, I'll fulfill your request. There was a long silence on the other end of the line, leaving her clueless about what the bigwig was thinking. The silent atmosphere only intensified her fear. Then come to my place and cook me a meal. Ah. She froze, utterly surprised by this unexpected compensation. Not happy about it. Happy, absolutely happy. It's just that my cooking skills are mediocre. Just don't poison me. I'll send you the address. Go there yourself. He tossed an address before abruptly ending the call. How could Qi Fiwen cook? She'd always been someone who had everything done for her, never setting foot in the kitchen, yet now she had to prepare the meal herself. She specially consulted a chef, opting for simple dishes instead of complicated ones. Plain stir-fried vegetables, egg custard, boiled shrimp, and one more dish, a shiitake mushroom soup. Absolutely no challenge at all. Qi Fiwen believed she understood both in theory and practice after her research. With full confidence, she headed to Bai Huai's private residence, a villa halfway up a mountain with elegant interior decoration, indicating the owner had exquisite taste. However, the colors were rather somber, and there wasn't a soul inside, impeccably clean to the point of seeming unnatural. Everywhere exuded coldness, devoid of any sign of domestic life. Moreover, despite the spring festival celebrations still lingering, not a single red couplet or red lantern could be seen here. She shivered, finding the master of the house quite chilly indeed. Once she put on the apron, she busied herself in the kitchen, exerting immense effort until she finally finished cooking. There was a warming plate on the table, ensuring the food wouldn't cool down. After finishing, she left. Upon her departure, Shen Lubai returned promptly, noticing the red envelope on the dining table. He tore it open and found 6 coins inside. Best wishes to Mr. Bai for everything to go smoothly. In the new year, make lots of money and take me along to earn big. How interesting Miss Qi is, giving merely 6 coins. Xue Hao, upon seeing this, couldn't help but say. He thought Shen Lubai would be upset, but unexpectedly, a smile curved his lips. Xue Hao immediately understood. These 6 coins had made a profound impression on the master. Chapter 53, Food Poisoning. The gentleman may dine. Xue Hao served him, and Shen Lubai eagerly took a taste, only for the smile on his lips to freeze. With great effort, Shen Lubai managed to swallow it. How does she manage to make such simple dishes so inedible? Shen Liubai's face was filled with disdain. Xue Hao also tasted it, immediately searching everywhere for a trash can. Just as he was about to vomit, a chilling voice from Shen Lubai reached his ears. Try spitting it out and see what happens. Xue Hao's face twisted like someone suffering from constipation as he painfully swallowed it down. Master, he lamented. Eat together. Not this too. She put a lot of effort into making these. It's clearly her first time cooking. There must be no waste. Eat nicely. The soup they had earlier was unbearably salty. as if an entire bag of salt had been thrown in. Shui Hao ate a shrimp. Master, these shrimps haven't had their heads removed or veins picked out. So, be careful when eating them. Shen Lubai began to shell the shrimp. This green vegetable seems uncooked. There are eggshells in the steamed eggs. Master, I just remembered there's something I need to handle. I'll take my leave. If he continued eating, it would cost a life. Though Master Shen had lost sight due to love, he was still lucid. Shui Hao hurried away, leaving Shen Lubai alone. The food was indeed terrible. With every bite, he felt compelled to curse Qi Fiwen once more. You can't even cook such simple dishes. You're really stupid. Is she some kind of kitchen killer? I suspect she did this on purpose. In the end, he finished all of it, just because she made it. After Qi Fiwen settled the affairs of the group and returned, she felt a sense of accomplishment, having prepared a proper meal that she could show off in front of her grandfather. Has the fool gone to sleep? The son-in-law has already slept, and didn't come down for dinner either. Odd, he didn't eat dinner? I should go check then. That fool is always enthusiastic about eating. This was very abnormal. She went to the guest room, where the lights were not turned on inside. After turning on the light, she saw him lying in bed, facing away from her. Why don't you eat dinner? You've gone to rest so early, isn't something bothering you? Shen Lubai. She noticed Shen Liubai's face, which looked rather pale, his lips somewhat bluish, and his forehead dripping with sweat. His body seemed curled up, as if he was enduring pain. Frightened, she sent him to the hospital at night. It turned out to be food poisoning. He underwent gastric lavage, received intravenous fluids, but was still weak. How could the food at home cause food poisoning? How does the kitchen operate? Qi Fiwen was a bit angry. There was nothing wrong with the noon meal. Could it be that the son-in-law ate something dirty without our noticing? All food at home must be strictly monitored from now on. This kind of thing mustn't happen again. Looking at Shen Liubai's current state, she couldn't help feeling a little sorry. She stayed awake the entire night, only catching a short nap by the bedside when dawn was breaking. Upon waking, Shen Lubai saw the grayish indoor lighting and realized instantly that he was in the hospital. Trying to move, he discovered heavy weight pressing on his arm and numb pain on the back of his hand. Qi Fiwen had lain on his needle puncture site. He was in the process of blood returning through his foreline. This idiot. He couldn't help but poke Qi Fiwen's forehead, waking her up from her groggy state. She got up with her eyes still closed and familiarly picked up the water basin next to the bed, heading toward the restroom. However, bang, she hit against the glass door, crying out in pain. Shen Lubai frowned deeply. He thought he might need a neurologist consultation. How could he ever fancy a woman this stupid? Right at this moment, Qi Fiwen emerged from the restroom. Still drowsy, she brought warm water, wrung out a towel, and began wiping him. She wiped his face first, then his body, and next. His breathing quickened. Had she treated him like this all night? He quickly grabbed her tiny hand, causing Qi Fiwen to snap out of her haze. Huh, you're awake. Realizing instantly, she became both delighted and angry. You are going to kill me. The doctor said you suffered food poisoning and were in a coma. If it had been later, your life could have been in danger. What did you eat indiscriminately that caused this? It could lead to death. Do you know that? Shen Lubai switched on the light and locked gazes with a pair of red-rimmed rabbit-like eyes. She was crying. Seeing her tears, Shen Lubai immediately softened. Why are you crying? I'm fine, see? It's sheer luck. What did you eat anyway? What did he eat? Unripe greens, dirty shrimps, extremely salty mushroom soup. He didn't even want to recall that ordinary meal. I don't remember. How can you not remember such a big deal? Are you trying to drive me crazy? Her anger mixed with anxiety. Seeing how much she cared about him, Shen Liubai's heart felt heavy. These hardships seemed insignificant in comparison. I'm fine, don't cry anymore. He lifted his hand, and the warmth of his fingertips gently wiped away her tears. Qi Fiwen had no choice but to stay with him for a while, chatting with him until someone delivered nourishing congee. Even though she was somewhat drowsy, she was very attentive when awake. She would blow on the hot porridge until it was lukewarm, feeding him spoonful by spoonful. She adjusted the bed to a comfortable height, talking and playing games with him. Shen Lubai thought that he could endure another meal like that without an issue. After staying at the hospital for 2 days, Qi Fiwen returned home feeling unlucky this year. Either she was in the hospital or Shen Lubai was. She specially went to the temple to pray for a blessing of peace, which she hung at home. Because Shen Lubai was recuperating at home, she also moved her work back. Recently, her workload was exceptionally heavy due to the live streaming event. Orders for Qi Yao Group exploded, and many were reaching out for collaboration. Meanwhile, Zhang Yin had been pretending to be unconscious in the hospital. Now she didn't dare leave because reporters were staking out daily. And Tang Zifeng hadn't visited once, continuing his normal life and attending events. When reporters asked his stance on the situation, he directly stated that divorcing Zhang Yin was already on the agenda. Her personal actions should not escalate to Tang Group issues. He claimed to be completely unaware of any bets involved, though obviously nobody believed him. Tang Group's reputation plummeted rapidly as the public meticulously dissected their love triangle scandal. Tang Group's stock dropped several percentage points, and shareholders, infuriated, hurled rotten eggs and vegetables at the company's gate. The commotion escalated, eventually leading to a brawl between security and the crowd that landed them at the police station. This further tarnished Tang Zifeng's image. In contrast, Qi Fiwen was riding high, while Tang Group's PR team must have been in a nightmare trying to wash off this pair's scandal. She often woke up laughing at midnight but paid the price with increased tasks. Previously, she could neglect the company affairs and act as a disinterested manager, but not anymore. Even with her mediocre skills, she had to put in effort personally. Otherwise, she'd face disdain from the board during meetings. Though exhausted, She was happy. Chi Yao Group, barely surviving 6 months ago, was now thriving. Finally, she had given her grandfather a satisfactory response. These days, Shen Liubai's health improved, and his diet gradually returned to foods that replenished and soothed the stomach. As they were preparing to eat dinner, Qi Fiwen's phone rang. It was the doctor calling. "Miss, come quickly. Tang Zifeng is drunk and causing a disturbance at the rehabilitation center with some people." Chapter 54. Grandpa is an elder. He will not be wrong. What? Qi Fiwen was shocked. "I'll come right away." She was about to leave, and Shen Liubai immediately followed her. She didn't argue back, as she had already grown accustomed to him being by her side when she went out. She kept urging the driver to drive faster, fearing that her grandpa would know that she'd been deceiving him once he saw Tang Zizong. The most important thing wasn't this. She was afraid that her grandpa would get emotionally affected. The car finally arrived. She ran too fast and twisted her ankle. There was a crack. It hurt so much that she wanted to cry. But she couldn't care less about that anymore. Stumbling over to press the elevator button, Shen Liubai, seeing the situation, directly picked her up horizontally. They quickly reached the top floor VIP ward. Out of the elevator, they heard a cacophony of voices. "The girl you've raised well. A licentious woman. What qualifications does she have to criticize me for giving her horns? What kind of person is she herself? Haven't you adopted Jiangyan? Why don't you nurture her with more effort? She turns out bad and stupid, ruining many of my plans and disgracing the Tang family's face. You are all no good. Qi Fiwen is a vulgar person, and she fraternizes with a fool. Do you know that your granddaughter's husband is a fool? Huh? I am a joke, isn't she one too?" Tang Zizong held a wine bottle in one hand and heavily hit the door panel with the other. Qi Fiwen, from far away, heard all these vulgar words. Unable to imagine how Grandpa would feel upon hearing them. Would he have a heart attack? Would he have a stroke? She could no longer worry about her swollen ankle, impatiently jumping down from Shen Liubai's arms. "Tang Zizong, are you done causing trouble?" She rushed forward, but Tang Zizong completely ignored her and continued hitting the door heavily. She was so angry that her whole body trembled. They could deal with her however they wanted, but they mustn't harm her only blood relative. Her grandfather was her sole blood relation. She was like a small beast on the verge of collapse, losing control of her emotions, grabbing his wine bottle to smash it at him. Tang Zizong sensed it and threw the bottle forcefully to the ground. "Damn it, you vulgar woman, do you dare hit me?" He was about to raise his hand to strike her. However, his hand was restrained in midair. Hitting women? Shen Liubai threw a fierce punch which struck directly at his face. Tang Zizong's nose became instantly bruised and blood gushed from it. "Damn it, do you really think I won't touch you?" He deliberately brought people with him. Just as he prepared to let everyone swarm in, the room door opened. Everyone fell silent. Tang Zizong's drunken haze cleared somewhat, becoming aware of what he was doing. He stared fixedly at the old man sitting in the wheelchair, eyes flickering, changing from initial cowardice to hatred, looking at him maliciously. Grandpa didn't even glance at her, instead turning pale and looking towards Qi Fiwen. "Fiwen, what exactly is going on between you and Xiao Tang? Didn't you say that you two were married? Am I getting old and confused? So you just bring anyone to fool me, is that it?" "Grandpa, I'm sorry. Me and Tang Zizong, we're over. The real Zizong is you. Fiwen deceived me, saying it's this person." He pointed at Shen Liubai, pushing the wheelchair closer to Tang Zizong. Trembling, he grabbed his hand. "You're the groom I personally chose for my granddaughter. Now I remember. Xiao Tang, there must be some misunderstanding between you two, right? Young people these days have big tempers, always arguing. Let Grandpa settle this today. Shall we make peace, all right?" Tang Zizong froze. Could such a good thing exist? It seemed that this stubborn old man really liked him. If she apologizes to me and gets rid of the child in her stomach, I might reluctantly accept. "Tang Zizong, you dream on. Grandpa, how could you?" She was frantic, but before she could finish her sentence, Grandpa lifted his hand to interrupt her. "I'm talking to Zizong. What's your place to speak? My original intention was to find someone talented who could help you manage the group after marriage. Look at the fool you found. How useful is he? Grandpa, you don't even know what outrageous things he has done." "What outrageous thing? Or are you trying to tell Grandpa that I've misjudged people, leading to this situation?" "Exactly. Elders like you can never go wrong." Tang Zizong immediately agreed. Still tipsy from the alcohol, his head was still floating somewhat. Things weren't going according to his imagination. He knew that Qi Fiwen valued the old man most. The old man currently had special conditions of his illness and couldn't be exposed to emotional stimuli. Otherwise, Qi Fiwen wouldn't have asked him for help to see the old man together. He deliberately caused a scene, intending to make the old man enraged and have a stroke, making Qi Fiwen pay the price. Although things didn't develop in this way, if he married Qi Fiwen, it wouldn't be bad. He would surely close the door and educate her well, teaching her to be as obedient as a dog, coming when called and leaving when waved away. The more he thought, the more excited he became, his whole body burning with heat. "Grandpa, he's a fool. What people outside say is very disrespectful. Is that so? How can my son-in-law who enters the Qi family by marriage be a fool? That's right. How could he be a fool? It's too embarrassing." Just after Tang Zizong finished speaking, the old man suddenly stood up from his wheelchair, grabbed the cane from the doctor's hand, and heavily struck it on Tang Zizong's body one by one. Where was the look of muddiness in his eyes just now? Right now, they were filled with sharpness and cold intent. His legs were strong, and the cane swung in his hands powerfully. Each strike was heavy, hitting his body hard, making Tang Zizong cry out in pain. Even if he's a fool, he's still Qi family's fool. "What are you? A despicable bastard. Also daring to comment on our family affairs. I really gave you some face. Others might not dare to touch you. But how dare you disrespect me, your elder? Am I dying? So you take the opportunity to bully my precious granddaughter? You're asking for death. You animal, ungrateful wolf. Even though I helped you rise, even if you now sit at the chairman's position of the Tang Group, the old man can still drag you down. You disgraced my granddaughter. I'd profit even if I beat you to death. Animal, white-eye wolf. You even dare to boast before me. I'll break your leg. Tang Zitsung dared not fight back. If he slightly pushed him, and the old man fell motionless on the ground, then what would he do? Beaten step by step backward, he had no choice but to withdraw pitifully. Scoundrel, next time if you dare to appear in front of me again, the old man will beat you every time he sees you. Daring to humiliate my little princess, you don't want to live? Cough, cough. The old man started coughing uncontrollably from the intense exercise. The doctor quickly wheeled the wheelchair over for him to sit, and took his cane back. Grandpa, Chi Fiwen came to herself, seeing her grandpa protecting her. Her tears flowed unstoppable. She knelt on the ground, throwing herself into the old man's arms. Grandpa, I'm sorry, I haven't done well, disappointed you. Foolish child, you've already done very well. The only thing that dissatisfies me is, for my sake, you endured so much hardship and allowed these bastards to abuse you. Even if Grandpa dies, he won't die in peace. Grandpa won't die. Grandpa still needs to accompany me for a long time. She shook her head immediately. Child, Grandpa asks you, have you really considered carefully allowing this person to be your husband? Upon hearing these words, Shen Lubai unconsciously held his breath, listening subconsciously. Was she just acting on impulse, or did she really plan to spend the rest of her life with him? Chapter 55. Wear a green hat for me, and you die. Chi Fiwen was about to respond when her grandfather pulled her hand. Don't stand outside the door anymore. Follow me inside. Shen Lubai also wanted to go in, but was pushed out by the old man. Yizhou, take him for some fun. The doctor immediately nodded. Shen Liubai's frown soon relaxed, as if nothing had happened. The grandfather and granddaughter entered the room, with the grandfather looking serious as he opened his mouth solemnly. You don't need to rush answering Grandpa's question. Think it over carefully before responding. Grandpa, I've made up my mind. I recognize him as my husband. Nuan, Grandpa used to be sick, causing you humiliation at Tang Zifeng's place. But now, Grandpa is clear-headed. This old body can still protect you. You can completely pick a remarkable and outstanding youth in the capital. This time, Grandpa will certainly monitor strictly. Before the grandfather could finish, she interrupted him. No thanks, Grandpa. I've thought it through. Why? There's only me, Chi family's daughter. No matter who it is, I'd suspect their hidden intentions. After being bitten by a snake, one fears a well rope for 10 years. I'm afraid of encountering another Tang Zifeng. Even though Shen Lubai is stupid, he listens and understands, won't betray or hurt me. Although I care for him more, being with him makes me feel very comfortable. Sometimes, he protects me too. We get along harmoniously. You two don't have love. So what? Two people deeply loving each other, coming together is rare. But people who don't love each other, they just take and give, staying together like business partners, having an even stronger relationship. Grandpa, I want someone to accompany me long term. Initially, I was impulsive bringing him into the family. But since I took on the responsibility of Chi Yao Group, I realized I couldn't act capriciously just playing around. I want to take responsibility for Shen Liubai's life. I also want to prove that I'm no longer a child. I can bear the consequences of my actions. She spoke word by word, her eyes determined. In the past, she always relied on others. Before Grandpa fell ill, she depended on him. When he was critically ill, she depended on Lu Zhang. She also wanted to marry Tang Zifeng early so he could help manage the group. She always wanted to hide like a turtle, but reality mercilessly pushed her forward. She stepped one step after another until now, not wanting to be someone else's golden bird any longer. She also wanted to become a guardian for others. Grandpa, from now on, I'll protect you, protect him. Okay. Hearing these words, the elder man burst into tears. Mein Wan has grown up. If your parents knew, they would be heartbroken for you. There isn't a parent who wishes their child lived such a hard life. Grandpa, protecting those I care about doesn't tire me. I am willing and proud. She tightly gripped her grandfather's emaciated hands resembling tree bark and smiled faintly at him. Grandpa, if you truly care about me, then stay by my side for another 10 to 20 years, letting me honor you properly. All right, Grandpa will try. Grandpa, I must apologize. I lied. My connection with Tang Zifeng broke a long time ago. I took advantage of your inability to identify people, so? Do you think I've only realized this now? I was never confused. Old Chi snorted loudly as Chi Fiwen widened her eyes. Then why did Dr. Yi say? You kept delaying bringing Tang Zifeng to see me, which made me suspect something was off. Though the nursing home is remote, it's not entirely cut off from the internet. I had Dr. Yi check for me what happened outside. I know everything crystal clear. And yet you still. My darling granddaughter's pure-hearted effort. How could I bear to disappoint her? But back then, I was genuinely scared to face it. Even Grandpa has times of fear and shame. If not for me, how could someone as proud as you humble yourself so much? Grandpa, you're so good. I'm not good at all. Now, I'm extremely angry. Not only did you conceal such a huge matter from me, but you even pretended to be pregnant. Grandpa, you found out. Chi Fiwen became nervous instantly. You were raised by me. Could I not understand your tricks? The reason I wanted to live was for you, not anyone else. However, if you really gave me a grandson, Grandpa promises to live several more years, watching him grow up. I'm old and should retire. Let me help you raise your children at home. At these words, Chi Fiwen's cheeks turned red. A fool knows nothing indeed. How did having kids make its way onto the agenda? But since her grandfather already said it, how could she refuse? Guarantee to accomplish the mission. Good girl Nwan. The grandfather and granddaughter chatted for a while more until the grandfather tired, and she returned home with Shin Lubai. As soon as she left, the old man called Yi Zhou to his bedside immediately. Little Yi, go visit the Tang family once for me. What does the old man intend to do? Recognizing Jiang Yan as the adopted daughter of Qi family, tell the Tang family that the daughter of Qi can only accept widowhood and not divorce. How could these bastards, wanting to be together so much, part ways halfway? What if the Tang family doesn't agree? Then ask Su Wei whether all these years of support have gone to dogs. If she doesn't even care about her dignity anymore, then let her wait for the contempt of the world. All eyes have seen how much the Qi family has helped Tang Zifeng over the years. The old man wants to announce to the media with great fanfare to officially recognize Jiang Yan's identity, which also restores Tang Zifeng's face. He eventually married Qi's daughter. If Tang Zifeng still divorces, it would be slapping the old man in the face. To disregard someone who has helped him for many years would make anyone reluctant to do business with Tang Group in the future. Tang Zifeng is good at calculating and won't block his own path. Yi Zhou ran an errand late at night. Not only was Tang Zifeng filled with anger, but he couldn't divorce Jiang Yan either, raging at home and wishing to kill someone. Too excessive, even meddling in my marriage. Son, you need to calm down. Isn't it just a woman? Find a way to say she's crazy or sick later. Dismiss her casually, and you can find as many as you want. This is what the Qi family patriarch personally said. It's different from that girl Qi Fiwen's opinion. The old man has extensive connections and face in the capital. Everyone needs to give him some respect. You're the younger generation, and we mother and son came back to the Tang family because of him, so there's no excuse not to listen. Shit. Tang Zifeng also understood what Su Wei said. It's not like he couldn't continue tolerating Jiang Yan, but he was burning with rage inside. He had climbed to this position already, thinking he could dominate everything, only to still be suppressed and unable to breathe freely. First by Huai, now the old man. Qi Fiwen was completely different from when they were together before. One might say she was like a different person. Now, she's radiant and assertive, like a rose growing towards the wind, full of thorns. And in the past, she was obedient and considerate, always prioritizing him. But for some reason, he actually preferred the current Qi Fiwen. Her graceful yet confident demeanor had etched itself into his heart. Though she constantly challenged him and ruined his plans, he wasn't furious to the point of being uncontrollable. Having her fall for him made him feel even stronger. Can I not touch anyone? But isn't that fool within reach? Can I get rid of him quietly? Qi Fiwen can only be mine. That old coot can protect her for how long? She will be mine eventually. What are you planning to do, son? I'm going to make that fool disappear forever. Wearing a green hat for me, then die. Tang Zifeng spoke coldly. Chapter 56, Human Trafficker. At this moment, Qi Fiwen returned home and found Shin Lubai had been following her all the way, eventually standing at the door of her room, refusing to leave. What's wrong? Grandpa? What did he say? He had been holding back on the road, constantly hinting to himself that it wasn't necessary to care. But he just wanted to know the answer. It's nothing much, just some private talk. It's not that. Do you really consider me your husband? You're still thinking about that? She was somewhat surprised. What is your answer? The fool's excessive fixation was evident. His eyes were pitch black, like a deep pool, dark and unfathomable. Under such a gaze, she actually didn't dare to lie or respond lightly. Rest assured, you will always be my husband. Really? Of course it's true, I won't deceive you. In that case, I believe you. Just now he had looked so awkward, but suddenly his lips curled up in a smile, the profundity in his eyes turning clear as if clouds dissipated and the moon became visible. Good night. He turned around and left. Qi Fiwen felt crystal clearly that the fool was happily departing. Was this response worth making him so delighted? Qi Fiwen went back into her room and touched the empty half of the bed. Not even having slept together with Shin Lubai for long. How come she was finding it hard to fall asleep now? Isn't it said that forming a habit takes 21 days? It hasn't been long enough yet. She had already not slept well for several consecutive days. Plus the turmoil last night. She felt mentally weak altogether. She kept adjusting her posture and only fell deeply asleep when dawn was approaching. She hadn't rested well, and on the other side Shin Lubai was no different. He also couldn't sleep, despite clearly rejoicing that the old man had gone back, finally allowing him to return to his own room to sleep. No more need to endure the discomfort. No more need to be clung onto by her like an octopus. However, fact proved that all he saw when closing his eyes was the image of soft jade nestled in his embrace. The next day, Qi Fiwen went to the group company with yawning, discovering that Grandpa highly acknowledged Jiang Yan's identity publicly. She didn't interfere, guessing something subtly. She protected Grandpa in her own way, while Grandpa similarly safeguarded her with his method. Let those two wretched beings remain locked together, lest they harm others if separated. In the evening, Su Qingqing came to the house for dinner. Qi Fiwen then told her everything that had happened the previous night. Is Tang Zizong that disgraceful? Truly Zhexin, my lower limits again. Disgusting dogman. At least Grandpa is fine, otherwise I would have fought him desperately. By the way, did you really tell Grandpa that you'd protect that fool for life? Of course, after bringing him home. How could I not take responsibility for life? This feeling of yours, is it not like adopting stray cats or dogs, where once adopted, you must take responsibility? Isn't it? Qi Fiwen countered. Su Qingqing widened her eyes and slightly opened her jaw. After a while, she recovered from her daze. Not really. You really think this way? Aren't couples supposed to be based on love? You're overthinking it. How can there be any romance between me and a fool? He wouldn't even understand if I talked sweetly with him. I've already told Grandpa, there's no sentiment between us. I don't even like him. I'm just fulfilling my due responsibilities. As the words gradually spread upwards, Shin Lubai at the staircase entrance heard every word clearly. Originally intending to go downstairs for dinner, coincidentally hearing them discussing last night's matters caused him to stay for a short, while unintentionally. Yesterday's joy seemed to have been doused by a bucket of ice water, dissipating completely. So, recognizing him as her husband has nothing to do with love. Just because he was brought back, he was to be maintained. That's all. His eyes dimmed colder, realizing that pretending to be foolish too long made him seem genuinely foolish. How could he have fallen for a heartless woman? She clearly doesn't like him, yet he stupidly moved his heart. Shin Lubai, how laughable you are indeed. From here on, he would never show mercy to this woman. Let her and Chi Yao group both descend to hell, never able to rise again. He didn't go downstairs for dinner, but instead returned to the room and saw a text message sent by Shui Hao. Mr. Our man monitoring Tang Zizong has replied. He's devising ways to counteract you. Shin Lubai narrowed his eyes and stared at the message. Perhaps it was time for him to leave. No need to waste time here. Since Tang Zizong has gotten involved, then let's use his hand to resolve this matter. The next day, Chi Fiwen went to the group company, helping Su Qingqing familiarize herself with the business operations. With her help as a returned overseas finance PhD, handling bank credit aspects was basically a done deal. She was in the middle of a meeting when suddenly her phone rang. It was Auntie Li bringing the call. Her eyelids twitched instinctively. Auntie Li wouldn't disturb her unless it was urgent. She immediately stopped the meeting and picked up the call. From the other end came Auntie Li's flustered voice. Miss Chi, it's terrible. I lost Master Shun. What? Master Shin insisted on pestering me this morning. He wanted me to take him out because he intended to buy you a gift. He said he had saved up quite a bit of New Year's money and hadn't bought anything for himself. He only wanted to buy something for you. I also wanted to give Miss Chi a surprise, so I took him along. Just now he was still there. While I went to the restroom, he disappeared. The surveillance showed that he followed a little girl into a small alleyway, and then he vanished. Chi Fiwen's veins on her forehead bulged as she tried to force herself to stay calm. Did you report it to the police? Yes, the police have already intervened and said that it might be the human traffickers who abducted him. Upon hearing this, Chi Fiwen almost lost her footing. Human traffickers? Women could be sold into deep mountains or forced into prostitution. Children might be maimed to beg or sold to infertile couples. Men, generally, were sold as laborers or trafficked to Myanmar or the Philippines. But Shin Lubai is mentally challenged. Once the traffickers discover this, God knows what awaits him. She immediately rushed to the police station where officers were trying to soothe her anxiety, assuring her not to worry. How could she possibly not worry? Auntie Li was crying her eyes out. Miss Chi, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have taken him out. No, it's my fault. If it weren't for his wanting to buy me a gift, this wouldn't have happened. I must find him. She clenched her fists tightly and made a silent vow inside her heart. Chi Fiwen also activated her personal network and disrupted several human trafficking rings, only to learn that Shin Lubai was heading south. Su Qingqing also helped her look for him. Seeing how worn out Chi Fiwen looked from going 2 days without sleep, Su Qingqing couldn't help but urge her. You should sleep. You're not made of steel. How are you holding on? I can't fall asleep. She rubbed her painful temples. Every time she closed her eyes, she would dream of Shun Liubai's death. Sometimes she dreamed of his limbs being broken and thrown onto the street to beg. Other times she dreamed of him being sold as a laborer in the Philippines, growing increasingly thin every few months due to the harsh environment. Eventually, he died from poor conditions due to bacterial infections because there wasn't any medicine available in that place. Another nightmare involved him being sold to a wealthy widow who beat him daily, worsening his mental state. After becoming bored with him, she abandoned him in an abandoned warehouse where he coexisted with vicious dogs. He eventually froze to death on a winter night. Shin Lubai cried endlessly for help, shouting her name in despair. Wan, where are you? I'm so scared. Wan, will you come rescue me? Wan, I'm dying. Each cry of help felt like a blade cutting her heart, making her wake up in the middle of the night drenched in sweat. Chapter 57. The person is already dead. She dared not rest. As long as the police mentioned a piece of news, regardless of whether they found Shin Lubai or not, she would make a long journey to check it out. In the past 2 days, she went to the remote mountains where the roads were impassable by car, and they could only hike. She walked for 5 hours straight until her heels were worn out and fell once on the way. Despite her weariness, she climbed up and managed to find someone who had been trafficked. But it wasn't Shin Lubai. Disappointment etched onto her face quickly gave way to renewed determination as she moved on to the next suspicious location. Sometimes it was the police who found clues, sometimes it was her own people. For these 2 days, she raced from one place to another without ever taking a good night's sleep. Su Qingqing and Lu Zheng accompanied her all along. Aunt Li wanted to follow too, but she was old and her body couldn't endure the strain. Sitting inside the car, she drank some warm water and ate a little bread. Even though she hadn't eaten anything all day, her appetite was almost non-existent. Her thoughts were far away. She didn't know where Shin Lubai had gone. She worried about his fear, hunger, and if he might have been beaten. As soon as this crossed her mind, her eyes welled with tears. Su Qingqing looked at her beside her and sighed inwardly. Was this truly the kind of sentiment reserved for stray cats and dogs? Finally, Lu Zheng discovered a clue. It was likely that the person had boarded a smuggling ship. There were many undocumented individuals aboard, sailing across the seas towards the Golden Triangle region. Many illegal activities happen there, such as the trafficking of organs, tobacco, firearms, and drugs. Lu Zheng did not recommend proceeding further. They might never come back. It's simply too dangerous, and we're not even sure if he's actually aboard. Su Qingqing frowned deeply. Qi Fiwen sat silently, her face pale. The image of their first meeting floated in her mind. Shen Liubai's clear, innocent gaze. He followed her just because of food. He waited for her to eat and stayed by her side. When she was with him, whenever danger arose, he was always the first to arrive. Tang Zizong bullied her once, and he lost control in rage, wanting to kill the man. How could she let go of such a person? I need to make a phone call. She stepped aside from them and called her grandfather. 1-1. After the line connected, Qi Fiwen remained silent for a long while. The elderly gentleman began to worry. Grandpa. Qi Fiwen finally regained her voice, unable to suppress her sobs. Grandpa, what should I do? I've lost that fool. I brought him out, promising clearly to care for him and protect him for life. But look how soon after making that promise, he got snatched by human traffickers while trying to buy me a gift. He's mentally challenged, trusts people easily, and doesn't understand how to survive in this society. Foolish child, what do you want to tell me? He may be on a smuggling ship. It's very dangerous there, maybe even impossible to return alive. Grandpa, I don't know what to do now. Upon hearing this, her grandfather exhaled a deep sigh. You resemble your father, both headstrong and stubborn, not suited to business, but to uphold integrity. Once you set your heart on something, others find it hard to sway your resolve. If you decide not to go, and something happens to him, you'd live with regret forever. If that happens, my Wan won't be happy anymore. All I want is for my grandchild to stay healthy and cheerful. Go ahead then. This old face of mine still holds some weight. Go and protect the person you want to protect, and leave the rest to Grandpa. I'll also find ways to safeguard my granddaughter. Thank you, Grandpa. I promise not to cause any trouble, and will return immediately once I find him. Go, child. Grandpa will wait for you to come home for dinner. No matter how late, I'll wait. Once the call ended, it was as if a boulder had lifted off her shoulders. I've made my decision, I'm going. You two should go back first. I'll go with you. Su Qingqing said decisively, without hesitation. Reason told her that risking herself for a mentally challenged individual wasn't worth it, venturing into such perilous waters filled with unsavory elements. But her closest sister-in-arms was determined to go. Su Qingqing couldn't sit this out. She'd feel guilty for life if anything happened to Qi Fiwen while she stayed behind. Not possible, it's too dangerous. I'm going if you're going. Stop wasting time. Su Qingqing responded resolutely. Lu Zheng bit his lip as if torn between options, but eventually also nodded. I can't let the two of you go alone either. I'll accompany you. We're no cops, ready to stir things up. We'll try our best to remain safe and untouched. They wouldn't wish for trouble either. Everyone unanimously agreed without a second thought, swiftly arriving at the coast. As soon as they laid eyes on the vast, endless sea, Qi Fiwen started losing her balance slightly. Are you alright? Has your fear of water lasted this long? I'm fine. She gritted her teeth and endured. They boarded the ship and, upon clearing customs, transitioned to a private yacht. Hiring locals to navigate the boat, they gradually left the private sea area. Qi Fiwen sat in the cabin, feeling the boat sway, with the sound of the waves outside. Her face was deathly pale, and every time she closed her eyes, scenes from that day would flash before her mind's eye. The car's brakes had failed, causing the vehicle to crash through the railing and plunge into the sea. The salty seawater had surged through the windows incessantly. A suffocating sensation enveloped her entirely. She could feel her parents squeezing out through the window, struggling as they held her up. The rescue team and nearby fishermen all scrambled into action. Save our daughter. Exerting all their strength, they pushed her towards safety, but due to being submerged too long, they were already dead by the time their bodies were retrieved. Since then, Qi Fiwen harbored an intense fear of water. When she was little, she used to be an excellent swimmer, but during that unforeseen disaster, overwhelmed by immense water pressure at her young age, she fainted. For a long period afterward, she found it hard to accept the reality of that incident, even refusing to take showers. Gradually, she managed to overcome this obstacle somewhat, but swimming pools or seas remained off-limits to her. Even the sight of lakes or rivers would make her keep her distance. The last time, in an effort to save Shen Lubai, she jumped into an artificial lake. The moment she was inside, her limbs went rigid. She simply couldn't conquer the years of pent-up fear, letting herself sink straight to the bottom. Now here she was, on the vast ocean. Vivid recollections of her parents' tragic deaths repeatedly replayed in her mind. She felt as if she were losing her mind. Meanwhile, her smuggling ship drew closer and closer. Shen Lubai was indeed aboard the smuggling vessel. He had traced the whereabouts of his mother's heirlooms, which someone had auctioned illegally, intending to smuggle them to Country M via this ship. This journey went smoothly since others learned he was the president of DE Corporation. They immediately gave him some respect, handing over the items without hesitation. He planned to disembark midway, but Xuehao rushed over in panic. I thought I saw Miss Qi. Shen Liubai's heart skipped a beat. Am I seeing things? No, I think it really is Miss Qi who has come looking for you. Xuehao was also surprised. An aristocratic lady like her had probably never witnessed such perilous scenes. The sole reason for her coming here must be to look for Shen Lubai. Curiosity made Shen Lubai glance at his boss. His boss looked slightly displeased. Shen Lubai said coldly, "Then tell her that the fool is already dead. From now on, I have nothing to do with her." He decided to escape unnoticed while using another identity, Bai Huai, for convenience. Since Shen Liubai's status as the family fool was unknown after this disappearance, he could operate more freely. There was no longer any need to stay hidden. Even exposing his real identity wouldn't be a problem. However, he didn't want Chief Fiwen to know about this. Yes, sir. Chief Fiwen stepped onto the cargo ship, requiring constant support from Su Qingqing just to walk. A supervisor came to meet her. A fool? Yes, we had one here, but a few days ago, he got infected with a virus and died. Died? What happened to the body? It was dumped into the sea. Death out here means nothing. Human life doesn't hold much value. Did he look like this? Chief Fiwen still clung to her last shred of hope. After glancing at the photo, the supervisor nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's the idiot. Hearing these words, Chief Fiwen turned pale and fainted outright. Chapter 58, Colluding with Human Traffickers. When she woke up, she was already back in the capital. Su Qingqing was keeping vigil by her bedside. You're finally awake. You scared me to death. The doctor said you fainted due to overwork and some malnutrition. It probably also has something to do with your fear of the sea. Where's Shen Lubai? She wouldn't let go, clutching at Su Qingqing's sleeve. Yin Yin, didn't you hear? The dead cannot come back to life. Try to take it easy. You still have me, and Grandpa. You're so young. There's no need to worry about not finding a husband. In the future, you'll meet someone who understands you better. You've done enough for him. If he'd been left in the Shen family, who knows what kind of torment he would have suffered. Besides, he wandered off on his own. This isn't your fault, so don't put so much pressure on yourself. Chief Fiwen fell silent. She thought she would cry loudly, but her eyes were dry, and not a single tear fell. Qingqing, I want to be alone for a while. I'd rather stay with you for a bit. Su Qingqing felt uneasy leaving her. I'm fine. I can't allow myself to stay sad for too long. I still have to manage Qi Yao Group and take care of Grandpa. I'm still young. It's not worth losing my mind over an idiot. I'm just tired. Maybe I haven't fully recovered yet. I just want to rest a little longer. That's good. Call me if you need anything. I'll be outside. She pulled the blanket around Chief Fiwen more snugly, and then left the room full of concern. The large ward was now all hers. She curled up into a ball, tightly hugging herself. Even though the air conditioning was on and the quilt was thick, why did she still feel cold? She had assumed, even if she came late and something happened to him, she would at least bring back his remains. But unexpectedly, the final outcome was that there wasn't a trace left. If only she hadn't been stubborn and hadn't taken him out of the Shin family. Perhaps he led a hard life, getting bullied by others, but after all these years, he might have gotten used to it. At least, he could live well within the Shin family. He was an idiot, didn't hold grudges, and as long as he was fed, that was enough. The Shin family mistreated him, but they wouldn't deprive him of food. He could exist in his own world, carefree and content, living day by day. It would be better than being dead. How useless she was, overcoming her parents' death and troubling her aged grandfather. Now, she had killed an innocent fool. Her heart was filled with grief and pain as she closed her eyes, feeling like it had been frozen solid. Everyone worried that Chief Fiwen would lose all hope. Unexpectedly, she quickly returned to normal. She never mentioned Shin Lubai, nor the cenotaph, continuing her routine, going home, visiting the sanatorium, heading to the company. She dressed brightly, her makeup impeccable, shining like a fiery rose. She never announced Shun Liubai's death, pretending as if nothing had happened. But behind the scenes, Chief Fiwen donated a large sum of money to the police department, demanding that all smugglers and criminals pay the price. She continued to privately send people to investigate this matter, but she still hadn't found that little girl. That child had tricked Shin Lubai away. No matter the offender, whether a child, a pregnant woman, or an elder, they must all pay the price. Chief Fiwen started working early and coming home late. She knew very little about the many things involved in the group, often lacking the patience to handle them. Now, however, she forced herself to learn. If it took more than an hour, she'd spend 2 hours, 3 hours. As long as she invested enough time, she would surely understand everything thoroughly. Though she wasn't naturally suited to business, she wasn't stupid. As long as she worked hard and spent the effort, she would succeed. She even separately founded a foundation dedicated to patients with intellectual issues, providing them treatment. If they couldn't be cured, they would be sent to specialized nursing homes. She donated money to the nursing home, provided bonuses to the caregivers. Whenever she missed Shin Lubai, she would go see them. Looking at these people made her feel close, always making her think of that young boy who waited for her meals and protected her without hesitation. To everyone else, Chief Fiwen seemed perfectly normal. Only her grandfather and Su Qingqing worried endlessly. At the company, Su Qingqing's eyes seemed glued to her, fearing she might suddenly collapse. Her grandfather even moved back from the convalescent hospital to stay with her longer. After work at night, unwilling to return home, she chose to stay overtime. She kept busy until after 11. Her phone rang. It was the private investigator she had hired calling her. A flicker of emotion crossed her heart. Did they find the whereabouts of that girl? She answered the call quickly. After listening, her phone fell heavily to the ground. They hadn't found the girl's location. However, the private investigator uncovered something else. This wasn't just a simple case of human trafficking. Someone had fanned the flames. Tang Zifeng had made deals with these devils. It was him. She had originally thought it was an accident, but now it turned out to be a man-made event. Overwhelmed with emotions, she went to the underground garage and sat in the car, her mind unsettled for a long time. She slammed the gas pedal, driving the car straight out. The car arrived smoothly at the Tang family villa without any hindrance. Miss Chi, I'll announce your arrival. Before the gatekeeper finished his sentence, Chief Fiwen's car began reversing slowly and then honked furiously. The headlights were blinding, making it impossible to look directly. The loud horn disturbed those inside, and someone came out. From afar, she saw Tang Zifeng's figure. She narrowed her eyes fiercely and then stomped hard on the gas. The car roared as it shot forward. With an immense bang, the iron gates were sent flying. Without slowing down, the car continued toward Tang Zifeng. Tang Zifeng's mind went blank. He had no time to think, his legs rooted to the ground as if they could not move an inch. Just as the car was about to hit him, it abruptly stopped right before him. The tires screeched against the asphalt, producing a sharp sound. Because of the massive inertia, Qi Fiwen's forehead collided heavily with the steering wheel. Bruised from the force, her forehead began bleeding and immediately swelled, turning dark with bruises. But she seemed oblivious to the pain, sitting coldly in the car, glaring at Tang Zifeng. Shaken but recovering slightly, Tang Zifeng fell on his behind. In that moment, he had felt Qi Fiwen's intent to kill him. As the deformed door opened, she stepped out, wearing high heels, immaculately made up, with the red blood dripping from her forehead resembling a gory decorative mark. Walking in front of Tang Zifeng, she smelled a foul odor. He trembled uncontrollably, terrified to the point of soiling himself. When Tang Zifeng regained his senses, he exploded in rage. Qi Fiwen, what the hell are you doing, crazy woman? It's just a door, and it's not like I can't pay for it. Is it just about the door? You're too arrogant, thinking I wouldn't dare to do anything. Before he could finish, Qi Fiwen coldly interrupted him. You conspired with human traffickers and caused Shun Liubai's death. This matter will not end here. I can't find evidence now, so there's nothing I can do to you. But you wait. One day, I will send you to prison and make you pay. Tang Zifeng frowned deeply but did not show a hint of fear. So what if she uncovered it? He had been meticulous, leaving no trace of evidence. Still, she dared to attempt murder for the sake of an idiot. Qi Fiwen, anyone can talk big. Let's see who wins this game. There will come a day when I make you wish you were dead, but cannot die. And you will become my humble subordinate. Hearing this, Qi Fiwen felt utterly repulsed. For now, she truly couldn't touch Tang Zifeng, and Tang Zifeng couldn't defeat her either. Then let them face off, in the business world. Chapter 59. Thank you, Big Shot. She didn't say much more. Even talking to Tang Zifeng now made her feel sick. She got into the car and drove away in her dilapidated vehicle. Son, do you think she'll make any rash moves? She wouldn't dare, or the car would have collided today. Qi Fiwen, just wait. I will take revenge for today's humiliation. He looked at his wet clothes, and his face turned red with anger. To lose his male dignity in front of her was unacceptable. He must reclaim it. Qi Fiwen called her grandfather saying she'd be working overtime and would sleep at the company instead of going home. She headed straight to the bar and sat in a corner. She drank alone, one cup after another. She had already called her secretary to come over later and drive her back to the group. In the meantime, many people came to flirt with her, but Qi Fiwen was not in a good mood, acting like a powder keg and driving everyone away. Eventually, she was almost unconscious. The table was piled high with empty bottles, including strong liquors like whiskey. Miss, are you okay? Why are you drinking all by yourself? Get out. Her speech was already slurred. Come on, let me drink with you. Just as the man was about to sit down, someone placed a hand on his shoulder. She's mine, stay away from her. The man hearing this felt extremely dissatisfied, turning around ready to lash out. But upon seeing an horrifying face, he became utterly frightened. His face turned pale, and he couldn't utter a word, then fled away crawling. Shun Lubai sat opposite Qi Fiwen. Soon the manager arrived. This lady is a VIP customer here, sir. Please find another seat. The manager saw Shun Liubai's face and trembled all over, yet did not forget his duty. If Qi Fiwen encountered trouble in their establishment, that would spell disaster. She's not entirely stupid. Shun Lubai consoled himself somewhat. He'd been watching her from a nearby booth, still a little angry. For her to get drunk so recklessly, didn't she fear being taken advantage of by unscrupulous men? From what he could see now, she had backup. Sir, please move somewhere else. The manager said kindly. Shun Lubai had no intention of bothering Qi Fiwen anymore and was about to leave when suddenly a soft little hand grabbed his sleeve. Shun Lubai, don't go, okay? These few words startled him. Instinctively, he touched his face to ensure the mask was on. But why? Qi Fiwen struggled to lift her head, looking forward expectantly. But when she saw his face, she froze for several seconds. Bye Zone. She snapped back to reality. Just moments ago, in her hazy state, she sensed something familiar, her silly husband's aura. She thought Shun Lubai had returned. It was just false hope. How coincidental, Bai Zong also comes to drink. Manager, you don't need to bother with us. Bai Zong is my benefactor, and I want to have a few drinks with him properly. Miss Qi, are you sure? The manager worried she was saying nonsense due to intoxication. Yes. His character is very good. He won't cross the line, she said while patting her chest. The manager instinctively followed her hand and blushed furiously. He quickly turned away but met Shun Liubai's terrifying gaze. What kind of eyes were those? Pitch black and profound, filled with chilling ferocity, as if it were tangible. How could he dare entertain evil thoughts? And scared off immediately. Qi Fiwen clumsily poured alcohol for Shun Lubai, half in the glass, half spilling out. Drink. Today, I want to drink with Bai Zong. Shun Lubai remained motionless, glancing instead at the wound on her forehead. Thick blood scabs formed, yet it did nothing to diminish her beauty. Rather, it added a tinge of brokenness, like a rose swaying in wind and rain, on the verge of being destroyed by merciless storms, evoking the desire for tender care. You're injured, you shouldn't be drinking, he said lightly. Not drinking. Qi Fiwen did not urge him further, and continued drinking silently herself. By the end, she was dry heaving and vomiting. Yet she kept drinking. Shun Lubai could not bear to watch, seizing her wrist firmly. Stop drinking. Qi Fiwen stared at him vacantly. All right, listen to the big shot, I'll stop drinking. Then, let's talk business. Bai Zong, give me your price. How can you help me ruin that Tang Zifeng? So hateful toward him. Can't part ways amicably? After all, he is the father of the child in your belly. Huh. She looked at Shun Lubai in confusion. The big shot was strange. How did he know there was a child inside her? Wasn't that her trick to deceive grandfather? She had never mentioned this to outsiders. But now her mind was such a mess, she couldn't think clearly. Besides, none of these mattered. Right now, she only wanted Tang Zifeng to pay the price. Isn't he so concerned about Tang Group? Doesn't he want to climb up using the Qi family and sit in that position? If he falls from that position and watches as the Tang Group goes bankrupt and collapses bit by bit, it would surely be worse than death. Take away what he values the most. I want to take him out. Mr. Bai, shall we join forces? If you want to enter the apparel industry with the Tang family standing in your way, it's tough for you to develop. But if we work together, we'll achieve twice the result with half the effort. I have no grudge against Tang Zifeng, and besides, I have so many profitable projects under me. If one investment doesn't pan out, I don't care. Qi Fi, when hearing this, felt somewhat disappointed. It seemed she'd have to put in more effort to slowly destroy Tang Zifeng. But the next moment, Shen Lubai dropped a comment that gave her hope again. Of course, if you offer a proper price, it's not impossible. What kind of price? She asked innocently. That look of bewilderment was tinged with a light mist, fine fragmented lights sparkling within. Her cheeks were flushed, and her beauty was alluring, like a seductive spirit. I need a wife. Not possible. I'm already married. She supported her chin, seriously refusing. That fool is already dead. He isn't dead. Before Shen Lubai could finish his sentence, Qi Fiwen rudely interrupted. He is dead, thrown into the sea to feed fish. Shut up. He is not dead. If he's dead, then so be it. You didn't even care about him. Just find another man. Without warning, Qi Fiwen picked up the glass of wine in front of her and splashed it in his face. Shen Lubai glared fiercely. Qi Fiwen, do you want to die? Have I spoiled you too much? You've forgotten who's the boss here. Without me, Qi Yao would have perished long ago. Who gives you the audacity to defy me? I'm telling you, he's dead, just some foolish guy. Slap. Qi Fiwen slapped him across the face again. Shen Lubai licked his burning lips darkly and locked his vengeful gaze on her, just as he was about to explode, but saw her tears. In an instant, every trace of fury evaporated. Why are you crying? He's not dead. My silly husband isn't dead. It's my fault. I didn't protect him well enough. It's all my fault. Do you think he hates me? Why doesn't he come visit me in my dreams? I miss him so much, I really miss him. Unable to suppress her feelings any longer, tears streamed down her face endlessly. She squatted on the ground, curling into a small ball, tightly embracing herself. Shen Lubai was momentarily at a loss. Don't cry. You didn't care about him, right? Well, instead, she cried louder. Shen Lubai was at his wit's end. Stop crying. I'll let you see him, all right? The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. How can someone already dead be seen? He hoped Qi Fiwen had drunk too much and didn't hear clearly, but surprisingly, her hearing was exceptionally sharp. Thank you, big shot. Shen Lubai. Chapter 60. Farewell, fool. You heard wrong. His voice was cold and hard. When Qi Fiwen heard this, her lips quivered, and large tears immediately fell down. You tricked me. You're not human. How dare you trick me? Whoa. She cried so sadly that Shen Lubai couldn't handle it. I'm scared of you. Then, can you really help me meet that fool? He did not respond, but turned to leave. She hurriedly followed unsteadily. Upon leaving the bar, she saw Qi Fiwen's secretary. Miss Qi, there's no need for you to pick me up. Go back home first. After speaking, she got into Shen Liubai's car. Shen Lubai took her back to his residence and let her wait in the room. He stood in front of the mirror, hesitated for a long time, then sighed, tearing off the mask on his face. Qi Fiwen anxiously waited, thinking about what the first sentence should be upon seeing him. Before she could decide, the door opened, and a gust of ghostly wind came through as all the lights suddenly went out. This scene was just like the horror movies she used to watch when she was little. Her eyes were blurred by the wind. When she opened them, the door had already closed, and a shadow appeared on the balcony. The bright moonlight illuminated the silhouette of a person, looking lonely and cold. Upon seeing the familiar face, her tears cascaded down. Her throat choked up as if filled with a hot clump of cotton. She couldn't resist moving forward, but was stopped by him. Just say from there. Why do you want to see me? She quickly stopped, afraid that if she came closer, he would vanish into thin air. There were so many things she wanted to say, yet now that she truly saw him, she couldn't utter a single word. Her sobs, soft and frequent, reached his ears, and Shen Lubai subconsciously felt his heart tighten. Don't cry. His heart was disturbed by her crying. It's just some random stray cat or dog that you decided to take home, due to a sudden burst of kindness. Why should you be sad? I'm just a fool, right? That's not true. Your name, Shen Lubai, sounds so good. You are my husband, the person I have vowed to care for all my life. Tears streamed down her blurry eyes. You're not some stray cat or dog. Nobody else should look down on you. Only I can call you a fool. No one else deserves to. If anyone dares to say it, I'll break their jaw. Tell me, am I really someone cursed? Did I kill my parents? Did I kill you? Is it because of me that Grandpa is sick? Does that mean, if I disappear, will they all come back? Will everything be okay again? Shen Lubai frowned heavily upon hearing these words. Who has been talking nonsense to you? Each person has their own fate. It's not something you need to atone for. Stop overthinking and live your life properly. Then, can you come back? Can you stay with me a little longer, all right? I miss you so much. He remained silent. His fists clenched quietly. It was he who decided to leave, but at this very moment, he actually wavered. If you can't come back, can you visit me often in my dreams? Did those people hit you? Did you starve or freeze? Were you very scared before you passed away? I arrived too late. Do you hate me? He still didn't speak. Can I hug you? She mustered up the courage to step forward. However, at that exact moment, the curtains moved, blocking the moonlight shining on the windowsill. Her vision was full of darkness. Panicked, she rushed ahead regardless of anything, even falling over in the process. But when she reached the balcony, there was no sign of Shun Lubai. He was gone. Shun Lubai. She called out his name. Vast as the world might be, there was no response. She curled up in the spot where he once stood, letting the chilling night breeze blow over her body. At this time, the light turned on. Bai Huai entered from outside and pulled her up. The floor is cold. She didn't utter a word, like a delicate porcelain doll, carrying an aura of fragility, as if any effort might break her apart. Is he that important to you? His voice was raspy. She remained silent, staring blankly without the former sparkle in her eyes. He knew what she had done recently. Engaged in charity work, visited hospitals for disabled children, relentlessly pursued the whereabouts of a certain little girl, even crashed her car into the Tang family gates. Although he knew he should completely distance himself from her, at nightfall, his car inexplicably parked downstairs at the Chi Yao Group office building, silently watching the lights on the top floor in the dark. Go to sleep. Still, she gave no response. He pursed his lips. Sleep well, and he'll return tomorrow. Hearing this, Chi Fiwen finally reacted slightly. Her tear-filled almond eyes shone with hope as she looked at him. I'll bring him back. He hesitated a moment, then softly placed his big hand on her head. As he stroked her head, the gesture carried a sense of intimacy and ambiguity. Even he himself hadn't noticed the look of pure indulgence in his eyes. Chi Fiwen finally slept soundly, having inexplicable trust in Bai Huai, as though there wasn't anything he couldn't resolve. Since he had agreed, surely, he would certainly make it happen, right? She was truly exhausted as well, and under the influence of alcohol, she drifted into a deep sleep. Shen Lubai stayed by the bed for a long time, only getting up to leave when dawn broke outside. He changed clothes and removed his mask. Shuahao was greatly shocked upon seeing this. Master, continue pretending to be the fool in Qi's family. Master, sometimes swift action is better, since you have already decided. Before he could finish his sentence, Shen Lubai cut him off. I don't need your advice on how to do things. Just follow my orders. Shuahao immediately shut his mouth. As soon as the sun rose, Chi Fiwen woke up. She still remembered what happened last night and was immediately invigorated by the words of the big boss. She didn't even bother putting on her shoes and rushed out of the room to find Bai Huai. But suddenly, in the restaurant downstairs, she spotted a familiar figure. He sat quietly, staring at the delicious food before him but not touching it, seemingly waiting for someone. He seemed to sense someone at the stairs and looked up. Upon seeing her, his face lit up with a bright smile. Wan, come eat. I'm hungry. When Chi Fiwen heard that familiar, clear voice, tears fell down rapidly, blurring her vision. She wiped them away hastily, fearing that if she blinked, he might disappear. It really was Shen Lubai. Overwhelmed with joy, she ran over and jumped onto him. Startled, he quickly reacted, supporting her body with great speed. The sweet fragrance of her presence enveloped him. At that moment, he realized just how much he had missed Chi Fiwen. Even seeing her every day wasn't enough. He yearned for her presence. He desired physical contact, desired holding her, breathing in her scent. It turned out, he had been missing her too. Wan. He buried his face in the hollow of her shoulder, his voice deep and hoarse. That sound seemed to come from an ancient place far away, calling to his beloved. Fool, it's really you. Am I dreaming? Did the big boss make it happen? Are you really back? Ugh, you didn't die, did you? Excitedly, she cupped his face, entirely unafraid of this fool dropping her. She pinched it gently, so elastic, warm to the touch. He wasn't thinner or darker. He looked exactly like before his disappearance. Could this be an illusion? Or perhaps she hadn't woken up yet. Chapter 61, One-on-One Teaching. At this moment, Shuahao walked over. Secretary Shue, where's Mr. Bai? She quickly got off Shen Lubai. Mr. Bai went on a business trip. He had an early morning flight. So early. Mr. Bai helped bring the person back for you. There was a misunderstanding in the information. He was only taken to the far south. Because he's mentally disabled, he was abandoned along the way and was rescued by a kind-hearted person who actively contacted the police. Mr. Bai sent someone to check it out and brought him back. Chi Fiwen didn't doubt it, although she also sent people to search, but she couldn't find him while Bai Huai effortlessly brought him back. It must be that Bai Huai had stronger influence, far beyond what she could compare with. But what did I see last night? She froze. Didn't she see Shen Liubai's ghost last night? Last night, you drank too much and came back with Mr. Bai, falling asleep as soon as you hit the bed. Did something happen? Shuahao asked. Nothing. I might have blacked out from drinking. Really? Thank Mr. Bai. Did Mr. Bai say anything before he left? He said you two should eat breakfast before leaving. When he comes back, I'll definitely bring this silly one over to properly thank him. Shuahao smiled and nodded, then left. Finished. This time Mr. Bai is completely ruined. It seems he needs to be nice to Chi Fiwen. After all, she's going to be the future boss lady. Late, you're not wearing shoes, not good. After finishing, Shen Lubai actually picked her up horizontally. She suddenly became suspended and frightened, instinctively hooking her arms around his neck. By the time she realized, Shen Lubai had already carried her upstairs. She didn't refuse, perhaps due to the reason of being separated and reunited after a long absence. She just felt his embrace was exceptionally warm. Back in the room, he gently placed her on the edge of the bed, then knelt down on one knee, carefully wiping her feet and then meticulously putting her shoes on. Next time, take care of yourself. You too, don't run around recklessly. The gift is lost. I'm sorry. I don't want any gifts. Your return is the best gift. Her eyes turned red again. He raised his hand, wiping away the wetness at the corner of her eyes. I won't lose you again. After finishing breakfast, they returned together. Did you find the person? Really? Then I'll come to your house for lunch. Hot pot. Su Qingqing was thrilled on the phone. Qi Fiwen chatted for a while, then hung up. When she got home, the old man saw Shen Lubai, and his eyes were a little moist. Coming back is good. Coming back is good. Then I'll go to the convalescent hospital tomorrow. Grandpa, why leave us? Don't you want to stay with us? Stupid girl. A married couple needs their own private space. With me here, you'll feel restrained. Grandpa also wants to see some movement soon, so I can hold my grandchild. The old man pulled her aside to whisper. Qi Fiwen, it's still undecided inside. She felt somewhat embarrassed. He doesn't understand. So I've kept someone who understands to teach him. Can this kind of thing even be taught? Qi Fiwen widened her eyes. Upon hearing this, Yizhou proudly patted his chest. Yes, he took on this important task. If I'm not mistaken, Dr. Yi is still a virgin, right? Upon hearing this, Yizhou blushed. I'm a medical professional. My theoretical knowledge is impeccable. Trust me, I will ensure that this matter is handled splendidly. After hearing this, Qi Fiwen became even more curious. What methods could there be to make a dim-witted person understand these things? As night fell, Yizhou cheerfully came to Shen Liubai's room. He was a bit confused. All men here will squeeze into one room. Shen Lubai didn't say much. After entering the door, Yizhou hung a diagram on the wall, opened it, and pointed to a spot. Cough cough. This is the female breast. Feels good. Different sizes give different feelings. This is a type of sex organ. It also has breastfeeding function, nurturing the next generation. Shen Lubai frowned unconsciously. How can this doctor seem so improper? This urethra, this is, cough cough. Although we are both grown men, I am still a bit shy. I'm also inexperienced. Let's try to understand each other. Brother, you have good fortune, marrying the young miss. The young miss is so beautiful. Many people yearn for her. We've strayed from the topic. Let's continue class. Discuss the physical structure of men and women. Our area here is the corpora cavernosa. Through some stimulation, it will grow larger. Did you wake up in the morning? Have you ever experienced the surging power within you? This is the male prostate. This is our descendants' blessing bag. This is... Theory class is over. Come, let's watch video lessons. Yizhou spoke more and more fluently, giving the impression of being fond of teaching. He turned on the TV and switched to a channel. Shen Lubai originally thought he was going to watch some inappropriate educational films. But unexpectedly, Yizhou opened up Animal World. The first sentence was, Spring has arrived. It's mating season again for all creatures. A male zebra walks across the great savannah. It's looking for its ideal female zebra. Shen Lubai felt exasperated. How he wished he could kick this person out. So next, Yizhou took him on a natural exploration journey, watching videos of lions, wolves, foxes, zebras, and various other animals mating. He even played underwater world videos showing male seahorses raising their young. There were also videos of turtles and snakes laying eggs. Did you understand? Yizhou pulled an all-nighter, with dark circles under his eyes. He yawned while looking at Shen Lubai. Shen Lubai rolled his eyes. I'm sleepy, let's sleep. Looks like you've understood. Brother, let's sleep together. They slept until noon. Qi Fiwen was very curious about what Shen Lubai had learned. What did Yizhou teach you? This is the chest. Shen Lubai pointed to her chest. I have a chest too, in that spot. Why can't I breastfeed? Hearing this, Yizhou became flustered from behind. Who asked you to breastfeed? What about everything I taught you? When spring comes, what does it mean? The season for all things to mate. Shen Lubai replied in perfect sync. Qi Fiwen could no longer tolerate it. She slapped Yizhou on the head. I should never have counted on you. A lifelong bachelor, so much. You've really messed this up, miss. If it doesn't work next time, I'll show him autopsy footage, carefully explaining every bit of where and why. Get out of here. Qi Fiwen kicked his butt. Shen Lubai raised his eyebrows. That kick was finally delivered, making him feel much better inside. With a howl, Yizhou left. Qi Fiwen turned around and looked at Shen Lubai. His clear eyes were gazing at her, evoking a strong sense of guilt within her. She'd ruined another innocent child. He said a lot, but I didn't quite understand everything. He mentioned that for the practical lessons part, you would teach me. Late, how will you teach me? He took large steps forward, radiating an inexplicable oppressive aura. Perhaps this was the innate pressure men had over women, from height to build. Instinctively, she stepped back. But the corridor upstairs wasn't big, and after a few steps, she hit the wall. He was right against her now. The uniquely masculine pheromones enveloped her intensely, making her cheeks flush hotly. Why isn't Late speaking? Your face is so red, like a red apple, looking very edible. He wanted to take a bite. As soon as this thought arose, he couldn't resist leaning down. At the moment he bit down, he was slightly stunned. What exactly was he doing? Chapter 62, Bleeding. Her mind was a mess of confusion, but the real sensation coming from her lips told a different story. It was soft and tender, making her crave for more. Her tongue swirled as she indulged in another bite. Qi Fiwen stiffened. This action was far too ambiguous. The two were so close their breaths intertwined. His large hand had already habitually wrapped around her waist, leaving no space between them, tightly pressed together. Even through their clothes, they could feel each other's scorching body heat. Thump thump thump. Her heart raced. Shen Lubai was the first to come back to his senses. He quickly separated from her body, stepping back. They looked at each other, both avoiding the other's gaze. I'll go to the study and handle some things. After saying this, She fled like there was a flood or fierce beast chasing after her. He watched her retreating figure, frowning slightly. She had been with Tang Zitsong for so long that they even had a child together. Why was she acting shy now? Shin Lubai returned to the room, opening his wristwatch, a mini computer screen able to handle official business. He locked the door from the inside, then made a video call to Xue Hao, briefing him on some matters. After finishing the briefing, Xue Hao pondered for a while before cautiously probing. Master, should we halt the plan to bankrupt Qi Yao Group and then acquire it? Shin Lubai hesitated. He was always clear about distinguishing public and private affairs. Acquiring Qi Yao would be beneficial to his grand scheme. To end the plan for the sake of a woman, that didn't align with his usual style. No need, continue. Xue Hao. I get it. I will proceed slowly, always keeping an eye out for opportunities for the master to reconsider. The boss mind isn't clear right now. As his right-hand man, he cannot afford to be similarly confused. Otherwise, in the future, if Miss Qi causes trouble over this matter, it might drag me down along with everything else. Understood. Though Xue Hao appeared subservient on the surface, in secret, he prepared to strike hard. Later that night, Yizhou would visit, but Qi Fiwen kept him outside the door. Miss, let me in. This time I brought a model. I'll surely teach him. Liani stopped him outside the door. Miss has asked you to fall in love yourself before teaching others. Isn't this just making things difficult for me? Yizhou's face displayed his difficulty. Qi Fiwen herself was also mulling over how to consummate the marriage with Shin Lubai, though she felt this sort of thing should be initiated by the man. For now, without a better plan, they had to put this issue aside temporarily. Most importantly, the group's workload for the first quarter was heavy, leaving her barely any time to breathe. In the daytime, she took Shin Lubai to the group and even specially hired a teacher for him, specifically catering to those with intellectual challenges. After finishing a meeting, she sat for quite a while. Miss Qi, your complexion is terrible. Are you not feeling well? The secretary worriedly inquired. Qi Fiwen held her stomach, looking painful. Her lower abdomen cramped with pain, and her waist ached especially. Auntie, a colloquial term for menstruation, must be coming soon, probably within a day or two. Every time before, she experienced similar symptoms. It's fine. She waved her hand dismissively and went back to her office. She took a pain relief pill and continued working. The medicine kicked in quickly, relieving much of her discomfort. Yet, her complexion remained poor, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Late. Shin Lubai saw her like this and was somewhat concerned. I'm fine, continue playing. She smiled faintly, stood up, and walked toward the bookshelf behind to fetch some materials. As she balanced on tiptoe, landing awkwardly, she nearly fell. But she ended up in a warm and solid embrace. Fool. She was puzzled because his expression brimmed with anxiety. Without a second thought, he picked her up and rushed out. She could only grip his neck. What's wrong with you? To the hospital. I'm fine. There's no need to go to the hospital. Ignoring her protests, he sprinted ahead without a word. He hailed a taxi nearby. To the hospital. Which one? The nearest. Shin Lubai, what's wrong with you? You're bleeding, did you know that? Qi Fiwen froze momentarily. Could Annie have arrived early? Upon carefully sensing, she indeed felt the steady warmth flowing. It was just the start of her period. There was no need to go to the hospital for this kind of thing. I'm fine. Resting for a few days will do. Before she could finish, Shin Lubai sternly interrupted her. Must go to the hospital. This baby was about 5 months old already. She was slim, focusing on maintaining her shape, so her belly wasn't very noticeable. If this turns out to be a miscarriage at this point, it could severely damage her health. Tang Zitsong didn't want this child, yet she insisted on having it. If anything happened to this child, how would she cope with such heartache? Fine. The fool must have seen a lot of blood and panicked. Well, let's go to the hospital and get some medication for warming the uterus. The driver, upon hearing the word bleeding, immediately sped up, even running a red light despite Qi Fiwen repeatedly saying it wasn't necessary. But the driver was very righteous and revved the engine, sending her straight to the nearest hospital. She wanted to get out of the car and walk herself in, but Shin Lubai picked her up again and went directly to the gynecology department. At that moment, Qi Fiwen's mind was still buzzing. How would the fool know to go to the gynecology department for Andy? Men are not allowed past this point in the obstetrics and gynecology section, so only Qi Fiwen went in alone. As she prepared to enter, he tightly gripped her hand. Will you be okay, right? He looked deeply into her eyes, enunciating every word as he asked. He was nervous. His hand gripping hers trembled slightly, his palm all cold sweat. His gaze was ardent, warming her heart. This was the reason why she had unwaveringly protected the fool, because whenever something happened to her, he was the first one to think of himself, protecting her. I'll be fine, just wait for me. All right. She entered, explained her situation, and the doctor prescribed some medications for warming the uterus, instructing her to keep herself warm regularly. Her clothes were dirty, so she had someone bring fresh ones over. When she came out, other men were engrossed in their phones, but he stood upright, constantly watching the entrance. Thus, he noticed her the moment she appeared. He quickly strode toward her. How are you? Do you need to be hospitalized? No need, just rest at home after we return. Shin Lubai sighed with relief. Since they could go home, it meant there was nothing seriously wrong with her health, and the baby was fine too. As long as her body was without issue, then the child didn't matter. Are you still bleeding? It's hard to say. It might last a few days. This is normal. Afterward, I should be good. The doctor gave me some medicine and told me to take it when I get home. Then follow the doctor's advice. He's a man and doesn't understand pregnancy in detail. Nobody around him ever informed him about such matters either. Since the doctor said this, then he trusted the doctor's advice. Let's go back. Okay. He agreed with a sound and continued holding her in his arms. People around them instantly looked over simultaneously. Her cheeks flushed red. Put me down, people are staring. You're a patient and must be taken care of properly. After speaking, he completely ignored the odd looks from the people around and left. This scene was captured by someone and posted online. Some keen-eyed individuals noticed the 3 words obstetrics and gynecology and began suspecting good news for the couple. Initially, people weren't supportive of this pair since Chi Fiwen had quite a scandalous past, and Shin Lu Bai was considered an idiot. But now everyone started shipping this random CP. Chapter 63, Paying the Ransom. Tang Zifeng turned livid after seeing this video. Why? Shin Lu Bai, that idiot, did not die. He was already abducted. In a towering rage at home, Su Wei didn't dare to approach him. Not until he tiredly sat down did she dare to step forward. Son, perhaps this is what they call fool's luck. He's just an idiot. No need to take it too seriously. With bloodshot eyes filled with resentment, Tang Zifeng retorted. That despicable Chi Fiwen. How dare she betray me and hook up with that fool? Mom, why? I'm successful now, and yet she's being more outrageous than before. It's her who doesn't know how to treasure you. My talented son, a prodigy among men. If she doesn't understand, naturally others will. Son, look here. These are all the distinguished daughters of prestigious families in the capital, none worse than Chi Fiwen. Sitting upstairs, Jiang Yin clenched her fists tightly upon hearing this. Bound by grandfather's orders, Tang Zifeng couldn't replace her for the time being, nor could he do anything harmful to her. Otherwise, once anything happened to her, it would be quite natural to link it back to Tang Zifeng. For the short term, she must have a foothold to survive, otherwise her end would surely be terrible. Jiang Yin had made up her mind. Chi Fiwen was originally clueless about business, but now managed everything independently. If Chi Fiwen could do it, so could she. She could befriend those bosses and encourage them to invest. When the time comes, Tang Zifeng would realize her importance. Recently, Chi Fiwen was having headaches. The centennial celebration of Chi Yao Group was approaching, inviting many people. What's more, gifts should be prepared for some long-term cooperating partners, thanking them for their care throughout the year and hoping for continued cooperation in the next year, achieving win-win. Gifts for others could be handed over to Lu Zhong, but Bai Huai's gift must be personally chosen. She called Shui Hao, but he politely declined. He said no matter what she gave, the big shot would be happy. That obviously sounded false. Definitely not convenient to reveal the specific preferences of the big shot. Big shots were always enigmatic and unpredictable. This troubled her immensely, prompting her decision to head to the mall for a look. She even saw Jiang Yan walking together with several women dressed as powerhouses, exuding a vibe of industry elites at first glance. Had it not been for knowing Jiang Yan's true background, one might think she possessed exceptional capabilities. Su Qingqing came along to accompany her in selecting gifts. At the moment, she whispered softly, I heard that Jiang Yan has started her own business lately, hiring a professional manager, appearing quite serious. She's also stepping out for entertainment, meeting those business partners. Apparently, she's achieved some success, and Tang Zifeng has become a little kinder to her, mainly because he hopes she mingles with those wives from aristocratic families, pulling relations for the Tang family. But as you know her origin, though promoted 3 times, many still look down on her. Let her be. Chi Fiwen wouldn't spare another glance at Jiang Yan. Every extra glance felt like disrespecting her own eyes. She headed straight to the men's store. She bought some men's belts, cufflinks, etc., then visited other luxury stores. Above was a dedicated jewelry shop selling jewels and accessories. She planned to buy a good jade piece for health and peace. While picking, commotion erupted outside. The jewelry store employees were unaware of what was happening. What's going on? What happened downstairs? Bang! A sharp sound jolted everyone's hearts. Flushing white, Su Qingqing exclaimed. Just now? Wasn't that a gunshot? Chi Fiwen frowned deeply. Regardless of what it was, the immediate task was to leave the area. She immediately pulled Su Qingqing's hand and departed. The elevator was already stopped, so they had to use the stairs. But just when they arrived at the staircase entrance, they saw a group of menacing individuals pressing the emergency stop button on the elevator and forcing the people heading down to go upstairs. Anyone daring to resist would be gunned down instantly. Several people already lay in pools of blood. All of them were holding rifles, clearly reckless bandits. Chi Fiwen could only retreat under force. The criminals deliberately herded them into luxury stores, then forced the clerks to lock the gate. There were about 4 or 50 people trapped inside, making the store feel crowded. Hug your heads tightly. If anyone makes a move, they'll get shot in the head. Got it. Among them were children, timid ones directly scared into crying. Frustrated, the criminals shouted angrily. Why are you crying? Cry again, and I'll kill you. The child cried louder. Terrified adults immediately covered his mouth. If we follow your orders well, I am the family member of real estate tycoon Zhou Xiong. Call him. He's willing to pay ransom for me. Please, don't kill us mother and son. All right, call your husband. Demand 50 million as ransom. Those of you whose families are rich, quickly make the calls to save yourselves. Ransom based on headcount. 50 million per person, not a single penny less. Transfer the money to this account. The gangsters provided an overseas electronic account, and as soon as they received the ransom, they would immediately close the account. While ordering people to make calls, the gangsters were also looting all the expensive jewels from the counters. The gangsters were smart. They only herded the people from these 2 floors into this area, because these 2 floors were entirely filled with high-end luxury goods, which most people couldn't afford. Those who could shop on these 2 floors were undoubtedly very wealthy. Almost half of the people had already made phone calls to pay the ransom. Chi Fiwen also called Lu Zheng. 100 million yuan. She could still cough it up. All right, I'll transfer it right away. Lu Zheng hurriedly replied. Chi Fiwen didn't know that in the farthest corner there was a familiar face. Jiang Yan was among them too, and she could only call Tang Zifeng. Brother Zifeng, I've been kidnapped, and they're asking for 50 million yuan as ransom. Please, send the money quickly and save me. She spoke with a sobbing voice. An irritated voice came from the other end. Jiang Yan, you spendthrift woman. Since marrying me, how much money have you spent? And now you want another 50 million? Do you really take me for a fool? Brother Zifeng, this is a matter of life and death. If you don't save me, what am I supposed to do? Then I should thank those gangsters for helping me solve a problem. Now the old man can do nothing about it, can he? Tang Zifeng coldly laughed and hung up. Jiang Yan refused to give up and tried calling again, but the phone was already off. At that moment, a chill ran down her spine to her feet. What should she do? Could she only die here? She bit her lips tightly and suddenly spotted Chi Fiwen nearby. Though she felt humiliated inside, she still moved closer. Seeing this, one of the gangsters immediately pointed a dark gun at her head. What are you trying to do? I'm with them. She will pay the ransom for me. Let me go over there. Hearing this, the gangster didn't stop her. I don't know you. Chi Fiwen looked at her with disdain. Jiang Yan grabbed her sleeve, and tears immediately fell. Sister, if you don't save me, I will die? Tang Zifeng truly doesn't care about me anymore. Wah. Please save me. I don't want to die here. Chapter 64. Selling for a good price. Chi Fiwen hadn't even made a move yet, and Su Qingqing was already fed up. She kicked the person away with one foot and pulled Chi Fiwen to hide on the side. Don't come and disgust us. Big brother, we don't know her well. She's the president's wife of Tang Corporation. Ask the sales clerk. She should recognize her. Her family is extremely wealthy. She just pretends to be poor so as not to pay the ransom. In just a few sentences from Su Qingqing, the thug had aimed the pitch-black gun at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was scared stiff, nearly wetting herself. Do you know her? Is she the boss lady of some big company? Yes, she is. The sales clerk knew quite a lot about rich people. How could she forget someone as famous as Jiang Yan? If you're pretending to be poor, then pay an extra 50 million yuan. I want 100 million. Hearing this, Jiang Yan nearly fainted. Not being able to cough up 50 million, they were now demanding 100 million. If Tang Zifeng found out, he would probably call her an extravagant woman and wish she would die immediately. The thug told her not to interfere with others and ordered the money for the ransom to be brought quickly. Jiang Yan shivered uncontrollably, unsure what she should do. She could only hope that the police wiped out all these criminals. At that moment, there was some movement in the air vent, with a police officer sneaking in to check the situation inside. Unfortunately, he was discovered. The police officer met his unfortunate demise, angering the thug. He grabbed a random civilian and pointed the gun towards the surveillance camera. If you dare to mess around again, more people will die. Then, without hesitation, he fired a bullet into the civilian's head, shocking everyone present. A strong smell of blood filled the entire store. That man died in great despair, his eyes wide open. He didn't even twitch before taking his last breath. The sight silenced everyone. Subsequently, the thugs covered all the surveillance cameras. Very soon, people started bringing money over. The gates opened time after time, allowing safe departures. The first thing people did upon exiting was to break down in tears. The media also rushed to the scene to report the situation. Shen Lubai tightened his breath when he saw the news. Through the surveillance footage of the thug killing someone, he spotted a familiar figure. Chi Fiwen was actually inside. The Chi family surely could afford the ransom. The thug also confirmed that if the ransom was paid, they would release the captives. There were fewer and fewer hostages left inside. Families with modest means also negotiated their ransoms down, enabling quick releases. Eventually, those who couldn't even muster 500,000 yuan were executed right in front of the cameras. Now there were only 5 hostages still alive. They were Chi Fiwen, Su Qingqing, Jiang Yan, and 2 others, needed as targets held hostage to escort the group while leaving. You 3 are supposed to be so wealthy. Why hasn't anyone redeemed you yet? The thug glared at them. Chi Fiwen broke out in a cold sweat. What was Lu Zheng doing? The thug allowed her to make another phone call. She hastily dialed Lu Zheng, but there was no answer. She called her secretary, no response. Trying a director next, still no one answered. It was as though the entire upper management of Chi Yao Group had disappeared. What was going on? What's wrong? Su Qingqing looked at her worriedly. Chi Fiwen's face went pale. Had something happened to Chi Yao Group? No one answered the phone. Can't reach the finance department. No one is paying the ransom. She had to truthfully tell them. Su Qingqing's expression turned serious, silently tightening her grip on Chi Fiwen's hand. On the side, Jiang Yan, hearing this, couldn't help but laugh. Chi Fiwen, never thought you'd die here too. Chi Fiwen wasn't in the mood to talk to her. The thug also heard her words and had already started reaching for his gun, clearly planning to kill her on the spot. But after muttering something among themselves, they surprisingly decided to take her along instead. They demanded a helicopter from the police, apparently planning to escape the country. To ensure the safety of the hostages, the police had no choice but to agree. The cyber police department began investigating overseas bank accounts, gathering initial leads. They boarded the helicopter, giving up their initially planned hostages, and took these 3 women instead. Chi Fiwen knew that even if they managed to escape, they wouldn't let her or Su Qingqing live. She seemed to have already guessed what they intended to do. The helicopter flew straight over the sea. Each country has its airspace. They weren't international fugitives, so it was hard to leave by plane. Therefore, traveling via water was safest. The ocean was vast, each country's territorial waters limited. Once outside the territorial waters, they would be relatively secure. Already on the water surface were people waiting to pick them up, a luxurious cruise ship. It didn't look like it belonged to bandits. Rather, It resembled a yacht used by aristocrats for leisure travel. Inside, people of all skin colors were present. Men and women dressed in formal attire gifted each other items, while waiters dressed in tails served wine, weaving through the crowd. It was a scene of revelry inside. Chief Fiwen had previously boarded smugglers' cargo ships at night. They were filled with fugitives, saturated with an intense fishy sea smell. But this time, it was completely different. She even questioned if she'd come to the wrong place. Is this where criminals hide? This doesn't seem right at all, does it? Su Qingqing's voice trembled with fear. I don't know either, but this place isn't simple. These people don't seem like good sorts, Chief Fiwen replied. The three of them were brought into a room and handed over to a pale-skinned, cold beauty. Clean them up and prepare them for the auction later. This aligned closely with Chief Fiwen's suspicions. She initially thought that keeping her and Su Qingqing was meant for abuse. But now it seemed like there would be an underground auction here, one selling smuggled relics, people as slaves, and various rare treasures. These men appeared well-mannered and polite, but they were actually ruthless bandits who had become top-level criminal bosses. Even her for sale? The woman disdainfully pointed at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan felt both humiliated and furious, yet didn't dare to show her temper. She never imagined she would fall so low or be overshadowed by Chief Fiwen like this. The thug who delivered them looked at Jiang Yan as well. Still works, just lower the price. Then he left. Soon after, the three began to be groomed. Chief Fiwen's already flawless face only enhanced further under meticulous grooming, turning her into an irresistible seductress. Even the pale-skinned woman stared blankly at Chief Fiwen for several seconds. How could someone be this beautiful? And then came the next comment. Definitely going to fetch a good price. Chief Fiwen was speechless. You're not bad either. Your price won't be too low either. But you. Looking at Jiang Yan, Chief Fiwen shook her head continuously despite the careful makeup, which still made Jiang Yan look like small-town royalty. Jiang Yan almost wanted to explode from frustration. At this moment, they were all dressed in extremely sexy and seductive clothes. Jiang Yan was sent out first for the auction, where every room had a screen broadcasting the auction content downstairs. She saw Jiang Yan sold to a Chinese American for 1 million yuan. Chief Fiwen was scheduled to go much later, at a high starting price. However, Su Qingqing was earlier in the queue. As items were gradually being auctioned off one after another, Su Qingqing's turn approached. Never had Chief Fiwen's mind worked so quickly. Don't worry. Though Su Qingqing's eyes brimmed with tears, her quivering lips spoke in comfort. We need to survive first. Only then will we have hope. Chief Fiwen clenched her teeth, suddenly thinking of a plan. She immediately grabbed the eyebrow-shaping knife from the vanity table and pressed it against her own face. Chapter 65. Auction together. What are you doing? The white-skinned woman was shocked. My sister and I must be together. If we are to be auctioned, we will be sold to the same man. If they were together, she would use all her skills to protect Su Qingqing as much as possible. Are you threatening me? That's right. If my face is disfigured, it won't fetch a good price. Do you really think I'll believe that? How could you possibly destroy your own face? Before the other person finished speaking, Chief Fiwen placed the knife at her neck and acted without hesitation. The sharp eyebrow-shaping knife cut through the skin, and blood slowly oozed out. This time it's my neck, next time it will be my face. I may not have many merits, but there is one thing. I can go all in. She glared coldly at the other person. From the other's eyes, she saw anger. Good, very good, that person said with clenched teeth, then had no choice but to notify the staff below to place Su Qingqing and Chief Fiwen together for their final auction on stage. Su Qingqing, red-eyed, treated her wound and finally used a black thin silk scarf to cover it up. Fiwen, it doesn't have to come to this. It does. For the person I want to protect, I'll risk everything to protect her. She said each word distinctly. As item after item was auctioned off, Chief Fiwen felt her heart rising to her throat. She tightly held Su Qingqing's hand, knowing what awaited her next. She wouldn't give up or become desperate. She would stubbornly survive and look for an opportunity, then annihilate these villains. Finally, it was their turn to step onto the stage. They were locked in an iron cage, wearing light clothes, exposed under their gaze. She felt the greedy, lewd gazes of the men and feigned calmness, gripping her fists tightly. Qingqing, don't be afraid. I've got this. She stood in front of Su Qingqing, shielding her from most of the attention. These two oriental beauties haven't been tamed yet. Buyers will need to develop them gradually themselves. It's an unexpected gain, so the starting bid isn't expensive, 2 for the price of 1. The highest bidder gets both of these sisters to serve them in bed. The auction starts now. The opening price is 10 million US dollars. 20 million. 35 million. 5 million. Finally, the deal was struck at 70 million US dollars. This was where money was truly thrown around like water. In RMB, it was already over 100 million. Su Qingqing began joking. Next time I quit, I'll definitely set a high price. After all, I've been sold for this much money. You're not allowed to quit. You'll work for me for life. They found a bit of humor amidst their suffering. In the end, a British man bid for both of them. He looked to be in his 40s, with a brownish-red beard, appearing fierce and terrifying. They were directly sent to the British man's room, where the table was filled with various colorful tools. Drugs, whips, uniforms. She no longer intended to resist. Otherwise, she would only get beaten, which wouldn't be worth it. She would ingratiate herself to that man while keeping her conscience, fully leveraging her facial advantages. With all her might, she would find a way to escape and seize the opportunity to wipe out this entire group. Qingqing, are you ready? We're leaving. I understand. No matter how hard it is, I won't seek death. As long as we obey, maybe there will be another path for us. Neither of them were fools. If resistance proved futile, they would accept the situation. Chi Fiwen was tied to the bed, while Su Qingqing was bound to the sofa. The ropes binding them were deliberately tied, making them look extra enticing. But for some unknown reason, Su Qingqing was taken out. She became extremely anxious, struggling continuously. Despite her wrists being worn raw by the struggle, nothing worked. Suddenly, the room lights turned off, and someone walked in against the dim light. At the moment, it was impossible to tell the man's height and build. Right now, immense fear consumed her mind. Logically, she knew how she should act, but when facing this situation, feelings of unwillingness, resentment, pain, and nausea, all negative emotions surged within her. Here she was, Chi Fiwen, reduced to a mere object of entertainment, having to swallow her pride and give herself to survive. Her self-esteem was so strong that she wanted to bite her tongue and die immediately. But she couldn't. Grandpa was waiting for her to return. A fool was waiting for her to come back. She also had to safely bring Su Qingqing back. The person who came actually felt her wrist. When she thought about what would happen next, fear made her tremble all over her body. She expected forceful action, but unexpectedly, he undid her bindings instead. Had she been given freedom? What did it mean? The man in the darkness remained silent, and she didn't know where the switch for the light was either. Even if she did, she wouldn't turn it on. She'd rather keep the light off and make it quick than have it on and see his face. Biting her lip, with flushed cheeks, she moved forward in extreme humiliation and helplessness. Her delicate hands climbed onto the man's chest. Shen Lubai's body stiffened as he sensed the woman's intentions. Was this an act of voluntary submission? If he hadn't come, would another man have enjoyed her charms instead? The thought made his chest tighten with frustration. Even though he had eagerly hoped to arrive in time and ensure she wasn't hurt, a darker part of him wondered. If he had come too late, her purity might be compromised, but at least she'd still be alive. It didn't matter. As long as she stayed alive, that was all that mattered. He would rather Shifang cheat so-called loyalty than lose her life. Yet, when she actually did what he anticipated, he couldn't help but feel angry deep down, despite knowing it was the right choice for Chi Fiwen. After all, staying alive was most important. He said nothing and patiently waited for her next move. But Chi Fiwen hesitated, clenching her teeth in shame as she asked, "Mister, could you tell me where my companion is? Could you bring her back? She's scared of being alone without me. And we sisters can offer some special services. We'll take good care of you. You take care of me first, and I'll decide based on how satisfied I am." Deliberately lowering his voice, Shen Lubai responded in perfect British English. Chi Fiwen was immediately put in a difficult position. Putting things into practice was far harder than imagined. Could she really do this? "Sir, I'm not just some ordinary person. I own a large corporation, and my family is very wealthy. If you let us go, I can give you a lot of money. With your power, there's no shortage of beautiful women for you to choose from. My existence makes little difference, right? If that doesn't work, could I please call my grandfather? You'll see that what I say is true. I'll give you 100 million US dollars, or even 200 million if needed. Well then, go ahead and make the call. Thank you." She quickly felt around on the bedside table and turned on the light, not daring to turn her head toward him. What if one look triggered his beastly nature? Picking up the phone, she dialed a familiar number. What neither of them expected was the cell phone ringing behind her. Shen Lubai also hadn't foreseen that this little trickster would call him. Without thinking, Chi Fiwen turned around and saw Shen Lubai. Their eyes met, and the air seemed to grow strange and charged. Chapter 66, Saved and Returned. She saw the face scarred by the fire, and her tears fell uncontrollably. "What kind of trick are you playing with me? Do you have any idea how scared I was? Where's Su Qingqing? Hurry up and save her. If anything happens to her, I will feel guilty for a lifetime. Hurry up. Right now, she should be on my boat. So we're saved." "Yeah." He instinctively turned his gaze away. When the lights were turned on, a visual impact came instantly. She was wearing something far too revealing. She was stunningly beautiful, a typical example of looking slender in clothes, but curvaceous without them. Her delicate curves made her look not at all frail despite being thin. The places where she should have curves didn't disappoint in the slightest. Because of her fear and struggle, her hair was disheveled, her little face pale, and her eyelashes were wet with crystal tears. Any man who saw her would want to hold her tightly in their arms immediately and cherish her tenderly. Chi Fiwen finally realized this and hastily grabbed a blanket, wrapping herself up securely, leaving only a small head peeking out. "If you keep staring, I'll gouge out your eyeballs." She barked ferociously, yet her fierceness lacked any real intimidating force. Adorably aggressive, Shen Lubai chuckled and turned his head away from her. Can you get me some clothes?" She muttered softly. "What did you say? I didn't hear that. Get me some clothes. How am I supposed to see people like this?" She raised her voice slightly. Still didn't hear that. Chi Fiwen got angry, initially thinking he hadn't heard, but it was clear now that he was deliberately messing with her. Enraged, she directly picked up a pillow nearby and threw it at him. "Bai Huai." She gritted her teeth and shouted. "Just wear this for now. Your clothes will arrive soon." He handed her his suit jacket. "Why did you call me? How could Chi Yao afford so much cash flow? And you weren't afraid I wouldn't lend it to you? At a time like this, I could only take the risk." Shen Lubai helplessly shook his head. She was too bold. "I need to go talk to someone." "Here." Chi Fiwen froze but quickly caught on. The big boss, who had achieved great power, must have connections both openly and secretly, and ordinary people dared not provoke him. Naturally, he would smooth things over before taking her and Su Qingqing away. At his level, there should be people willing to give him face. She put on the boss's suit jacket, feeling the warmth he had left behind and a faint fresh mint fragrance. It wasn't men's cologne or tobacco smell, but rather a light, elegant scent of mint. refined as if it were the silent melting snow on the mountaintop. The key was, this scent was familiar. Like, the first image that popped into her mind was of a fool. Apparently, she missed her husband at home. However, why was Bai Huai here? Was it to save her? She had encountered danger several times, and Bai Huai always stepped forward. Previously, when Xin Lubai had been kidnapped by human traffickers and everyone thought Xin Lubai was dead, Bai Huai had brought him back. Bai Huai had flirted with her, but never taken advantage of her vulnerabilities. Initially, they were just business partners, but now she questioned whether their relationship was merely that simple. She furrowed her brows tightly, deciding to have an open and honest talk with Bai Huai. Soon, she changed into her clothes, and he returned. The police are already here. They'll send you back safely later, and I have to leave early. What about those bad guys? The bigwigs will naturally leave early, but the few who tied you up will stay behind to meet their end. Why can't we catch them all? They must have done plenty of such dirty work, treating people like animals and trafficking them. There may even be darker deeds involved. Upon hearing this, Xin Lubai gave her a deep, meaningful look and said, "It's obvious that you've been well protected by your grandfather." A single sentence left her speechless. These people were not clean. Behind them might be an even greater power that couldn't be easily wiped out. Even with Shen Liubai's current resources, he wouldn't dare to confront them openly. Of course, the other side also didn't want to make such an enemy, and currently, both sides coexisted without conflict. They were happy to show some face by releasing them and sending a few scapegoats to die, appeasing the anger of the police. But beyond that, it would be a long drawn-out war. It wouldn't end in this generation. It wouldn't end through generations. Where there is light, there will always be darkness accompanying it. I'm sorry, it's my greed speaking. Chi Fiwen realized she was indulging in fantasy and causing trouble for Bai Huai. The Coast Guard ship is coming. Let's discuss the rest when we get back to the capital. Take care of yourself. He left without looking back. Soon, the Coast Guard arrived and successfully rescued the three of them, capturing all the criminals. She saw Jiang Yin again. Her wrists bore the marks of whipping. Jiang Yin disregarded her own state and hastily pulled the police officer aside. Can you help me keep everything that happened on the ship a secret? If my family finds out, if they know I was, then I'll have no way out. The officer looked at her sympathetically, understanding her plight. Involving the privacy of a lady, we won't inform anyone else. Really? I can't thank you enough. Jiang Yin was moved to tears. The officer laughed, and she stood alone, thinking about the terrifying events before. That man wasn't human. She had thought she only had to serve one person. If she served him well, she could live. Moreover, he was very wealthy, and she might live the rest of her life in comfort. But unexpectedly, after he grew tired of her, he simply handed her over to his subordinates. Those men were big and burly, their bodies reeking of sea salt and sweat, making her feel nauseous and want to vomit. But for survival, she dared not resist and exerted herself to sway her hips. She was defiled, but the only solace was that Chi Fiwen fared no better than her. They were all goods, none superior to the other. Chi Fiwen didn't know what she was thinking, quickly finding Su Qingqing. Seeing her unharmed, she hugged her tightly with excitement, and tears streamed down her face. Su Qingqing also shed hot tears. It was Mr. Bai who saved me. If his subordinate Xue Hao hadn't arrived in time, I really would have been. Once we get back to the capital, you must help me thank him properly. If he's willing to meet me, I'd also like to express my gratitude in person. Su Qingqing said excitedly. I understand. I'll ask his preference when the time comes. They knew Bai Huai had intervened, but when questioned by the police officers, they didn't mention Bai Huai. Soon, they reached shore, and after providing their testimonies, they could go home. The officers kept the events on the ship under wraps, since it involved the privacy of the three girls, handling it secretly throughout. What Chi Fiwen wanted to know most was, why didn't Lu Zheng send the money? Where had everyone from the board gone? Why were their phones unreachable? Enraged, she stormed off to the group headquarters, only to find that high-level meetings had already begun to discuss who should inherit the position. Would the group be sold, distributing funds based on share ownership? Or would someone be selected from the board to temporarily manage, awaiting instructions from the patriarch? Everyone had different opinions. Lu Zheng sat in the first seat on the right side. The empty chair in the middle belonged to her. Someone mentioned Lu Zheng, seeking his opinion, but he had been lost in thought. Mr. Lu. Finally, Lu Zheng came to. Everyone has voted. It's your turn now. We're just waiting on your vote. Lu Zheng held the final vote, decisive for the matter at hand. To sell or appoint someone as an agent. Chapter 67, Outburst. Lu Zheng furrowed his brows tightly. No bad news has come back yet, and everyone is already thinking about breaking up and parting ways. Isn't that too much? If you won't go find her, I will. Lu Zheng stormed away from the table and opened the door of the meeting room, only to see Chi Fiwen in perfect condition. His eyes immediately lit up with excitement as he grabbed her hand, unable to utter a single word. The next second, he pulled her tightly into his arms. Are you okay? That's great. Do you know how worried I was about you? If something had really happened to you, what would I do? Chi Fiwen was conflicted at this moment. She thought Lu Zheng had betrayed her. He was someone she personally promoted, giving him sufficient platforms and real power, treating him like a trusted confidant. But at the most critical moment, he had stabbed her fatally from behind. Thinking about this outcome, her heart felt like it was being squeezed painfully. However, looking at him now, it didn't seem like that. Why didn't you pay the ransom? Didn't you know? I got into a car accident. I took the money from the bank, rushed to save you, and crossed the road during the last few seconds of the yellow light. An accident occurred. I fell unconscious on the spot, and people sent me to the hospital. By the time I woke up, everything was too late. This kind of situation could be verified easily, so there wasn't much point for Lu Zheng to lie. Then, what about the board of directors? She stepped inside boldly, giving them a cold look. She sat steadily in that position, crossing her legs, tapping her fingertips on the desk. Even though Chi Fiwen didn't say a word, it made the people below uneasy. Everyone looked at each other awkwardly, with no one daring to speak. She directly projected her phone screen, pointing to 3 unanswered calls. Give me a reasonable explanation. President Chi, that morning, we were exactly holding a cross-border business cooperation meeting. This project was introduced by Manager Liu, expanding our company's business. Foreign countries have sophisticated medical device technology, but their labor force and processing plants are not as good as ours. Therefore, Manager Liu wanted us to reverse export. We were just then connecting with their responsible person. We prepared for a long time and intended to successfully sign the deal that morning. Our phones were all set to silent mode, so we didn't know President Chi was in trouble. The reason why we decided the group's future development here wasn't because of the equity's interests, but for the benefit of thousands of employees underneath us. Finally, Yang Gangping, the representative of the board of directors, spoke up. This answer seemed reasonable. Did the negotiation succeed? No. A few people looked utterly embarrassed. Chi Fiwen almost laughed in anger. So, they didn't make any money, and she nearly lost her life because of this? Starting now, the decision to hold meetings in complete silence shall be cancelled. It can be changed to vibrate. If anything happens at your homes, and you're desperately trying to find someone, but you can't, what regrets will arise? Since you ignored my call for this cooperation, I'm limiting you to 1 month to close the deal. No matter what methods you use, if you fail, I'll implement layoffs, demotions, and salary cuts. President Chi, that's not reasonable. Someone expressed dissatisfaction. Not reasonable? At that time, you were discussing so seriously, and none of you even checked your phones? Is it because someone sees my grandfather getting old, seeing that I'm not good at doing business, wanting to do something to me? Let me put it clearly. This group is called Chi Yao. It's my Chi family's property. What I say here is the absolute command. I don't need your reasons, excuses, or defenses. I only need you to carry out my orders. You claim to do everything for the company. Since I truly took charge of the group, I've secured the long-term cooperation with DE Group, and I've acquired the offline factory from Dong family. Show me your skills now. If you're not worthy of your positions, stop sitting here and arguing with me. After speaking, Chi Fiwen turned and left without looking back. A few directors had complex expressions, fluctuating between red and pale faces. They could only grab onto Liu Zhang. Manager Liu, this overseas partner has always been linked by you. It was also you who suddenly said we needed to prepare fully for an emergency meeting and serve this cooperation partner well. We were highly tensed and cooperated throughout, thus missing President Chi's call. Now that President Chi has put the pressure on us, you can't just be aloof, can you? I understand. Everyone did not do it intentionally. It just coincided. I will go on a business trip in a couple of days and properly handle the relationships abroad. Please rest assured, it will surely succeed. Liu Zhang quickly reassured them. He hurried away and caught up with Chi Fiwen. She was sitting alone in the car sulking. She entrusted her life to others, and in such a helpless and desperate situation, no one came to save her. She felt heartbroken and also realized she wasn't strong enough. She even had darker suspicions, but she didn't dare to think further for fear that she couldn't bear the outcome. She leaned on the steering wheel, her shoulders slightly shaking. Liu Zhang stood outside the car door, his heart tightening painfully. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I had been more careful and hadn't gotten into a car accident, you could have returned home safely. How did you manage to escape this time? Why was there no news at all? I was nearly driven crazy with worry. I really regret. I'm sorry, Wanwan. Chi Fiwen wiped away her tears. She wasn't used to crying in front of others. It's okay, it's all over now. This time, the Coast Guard was efficient and rescued us. You must have gone through a lot of trauma. You shouldn't drive right now. Let me take you back. No, tell me what happened in the group these past 2 days. All right. Liu Zhang responded gently, stroking her head while keeping one hand on her shoulder. They were very close, her sitting in the car and him standing beside her. From afar, they appeared quite intimate. Shen Lu Bai arrived hurriedly only to see this scene. As soon as Chi Fiwen came back, she didn't immediately return home. He knew clearly that she would be in no danger anymore, yet he was still worried. Therefore, he asked Auntie Li to bring him over, but unexpectedly saw this moment. Auntie Li also felt awkward and tried to explain. They were playing a game, clapping their hands. Auntie Li, I may not be smart, but I'm not stupid. Auntie Li. She quickly called Chi Fiwen. Li Auntie, your son-in-law knows you've successfully escaped from the peril and has come to see you. He's waiting in the garage. I'll come right away. After hanging up, she immediately pushed Liu Zhang away, feeling like he was blocking her way out of the car. She caught sight of Shen Lu Bai at once and rushed over. Before she could say a word, he suddenly hugged her tightly, an unprecedented passion and initiative. You. The next second, her mouth was sealed. Chi Fiwen's mind went completely blank, her pupils constricting. The man's kissing skills had truly improved. She reacted none and bit him angrily instead. Their tongues tangled together unwillingly. Did this count as exchanging saliva? Chapter 68. Old feelings reignite. Even though she felt it was disgusting, yet, she wasn't repulsed at all. They kissed for a long while until she couldn't catch her breath. Only then did she push Shen Lu Bai away. Taking deep breaths, her cheeks flushed red. You, what are you doing? She was stammering. I missed you so much. You haven't been home for 2 days and 1 night. Miss, do you have to be so straightforward? Her face turned crimson. Did you eat properly? No. I've been waiting for you to come home so we can eat together. All right, let's go home then. She drove them back to the car, feeling somewhat embarrassed to even look at Liu Zhang because he had seen everything just now. Lu Zheng clenched his fists tightly, watching Shen Lubai silently. He almost got the sense that this fool's glance towards him seemed like a provocation. Shen Lubai held Qi Fiwen's hand tightly, as if announcing that the flower already belonged to someone. Lu Zheng, I'll go back first. She closed the car door and drove off. Lu Zheng stood in the same spot for a long time until the car disappeared from sight. He lowered his head slightly, narrowing his eyes. His fists were tightened, nails digging deeply into his skin until blood dripped down. The three of them had returned safely from the kidnapper's hands, but rumors spread around outside. People believed they must have been assaulted. This gossip inevitably reached Tang Zizong's ears too, compounded by Su Wei spreading malicious talk behind her back. As a result, Tang Zizong started growing increasingly annoyed with Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan herself sensed her position within the family becoming precarious. She needed to take some action, otherwise, she might really lose everything. Her explanation was that the three of them failed to pay the ransom, so they were locked up in a dark room. Outside, people speculated about selling their organs. Eventually, the maritime police arrived and arrested all the criminals. That evening, she packed her things and wore the same yellow floral dress from when she first met Tang Zizong, letting her long hair flow freely and applying an understated yet scheming makeup. She drafted a divorce agreement and waited in the living room for Tang Zizong to arrive. Tang Zizong came back from a social engagement reeking of alcohol. The moment he saw her, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. What are you doing here? His tone was filled with impatience. Jiang Yan remained silent, pulling out the divorce agreement. Just look through it, and if there's nothing wrong, sign it. What is this? Tang Zizong grabbed it, and upon seeing that Jiang Yan wanted to leave the household without any possessions, he asked, "Are you filing for divorce?" He was somewhat surprised and noticed how she dressed today reminded him of the day they first met. Jiang Yan studied at university elsewhere before returning to work at Qi's house after graduation. Back then, he was currying favor with Qi Fiwen in order to solidify his position within Tang family, something which grated against his male pride. When he encountered Jiang Yan, who greeted him with a smile resembling a forsythia blossom, offering him tea and initiating conversations, their exchanges brought him a comfort he had never experienced before. Perhaps due to Jiang Yan's humble status, he didn't need to feel inferior when facing her. Whenever Jiang Yan expressed admiration, it gave him a hint of pride. Subsequently, every visit to the Qi residence made him eagerly anticipate meeting Jiang Yan again. As time passed, their romantic feelings blossomed naturally. Upon discovering that Jiang Yan carried his child, he was genuinely overjoyed and excitedly awaited the arrival of their baby. But somehow, their paths began diverging. Maybe it started when he succeeded to the leadership role and thought Jiang Yan no longer matched his status. Or perhaps it was when Jiang Yan fell for Qi Fiwen's tricks multiple times, making him lose face repeatedly. Or perhaps, the order from the elder disallowing divorce forced him into a rebellious state. In summary, at this point, he wished to sever ties completely with Jiang Yan. She had become a burden to him. Initially, Jiang Yan refused to divorce stubbornly, which only made him dislike her even more. Now, witnessing her current demeanor, as she willingly initiated the divorce, he unexpectedly found himself troubled. Why? He asked these rather comical 3 words. Jiang Yan kept her head down, her voice trembling slightly. In the past, you were frustrated and needed encouragement from someone like me. But now, you've become someone above everyone else while I remain stationary. Without you, I'm nothing. How could I possibly stand in your way toward a better future? Even if that future doesn't include me, does it matter? To love someone means wishing for their progress regardless of my own standing. Now with rumors spreading around, even if the police prove us innocent or I explain tirelessly, we still can't win against public gossip. It's me causing you repeated predicaments. I have no face left to stay beside you anymore. Me leaving would be good for you. Regarding Mr. Qi, I will deal with him myself. If he becomes aggressive, I'll commit suicide right in front of him. No one can stop you. You are the dragon soaring across the 4 seas, the phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens. Please let me do one last thing for you. These words deeply moved Tang Zizong. He was reminded of all Jiang Yan's goodness. When he was disheartened and lost, only she stood by his side unswervingly. She was gentle, sweet, and considerate. She had never changed. It was him who did, beginning to disdain her. Though she was the one wronged, she had thought about him all along. Thinking to this point, Tang Zizong was moved and tightly embraced Jiang Yan. Don't talk about leaving me. When I was an unknown, illegitimate child, you didn't despise me and followed me through thick and thin. How could I leave you now? Aren't you also doubting my innocence? If so, let me go. Allow me to retain a shred of dignity while leaving. What will I do if you go? Tang Zizong had drunk too much, plus her appearance being reminiscent of the past stirred up the softest spot in his heart. The current lighting was just right, and she dressed innocently. Without saying anything more, he pushed her down. The divorce agreement was thrown directly into the trash can. Tonight would definitely be a night of tempestuous passion. Qi Fiwen thought that Jiang Yan and Tang Zizong were bound to break up this time. But unexpectedly, after 2 days, she saw them together even closer than before. Tang Zizong publicly displayed their love and announced trust in his wife and the police's conclusions. Besides, Qi Fiwen had previously issued lawyer warning letters to those spreading rumors, reinforcing the belief that nothing happened between them. Qi Fiwen was still wondering what spell Jiang Yan had cast on Tang Zizong again, making him obsessed with her. But she didn't pay too much attention because the board meeting had secured cooperation from overseas businesses, giving Qi Yao another channel to export. This meant Qi Yao was rising higher. Most of the credit went to Lu Zhang. The other party wasn't very willing initially, but they agreed gladly after Lu Zhang was on a business trip for a while. Yet, She received an anonymous letter. The letter said that Lu Zheng was not as simple as he appeared. Chapter 69, The Informer. Lu Zheng has been in the group for several years and has taken over a number of large projects. Some of them were initiated by him, each with a very promising future. However, no one knows why, but all the projects end up losing money in the end. It's either an issue with the equipment, or there is an accident with the product at delivery time, or it could be safety issues involving personnel that halt the project. The huge upfront costs go to waste, they can't deliver the goods on time, and then they have to pay breach of contract fees. These kinds of situations are hard to pin down directly on Lu Zheng since he only acts as a middleman and doesn't participate in contract signing. So when problems occur with the projects, many are often attributed to internal reasons within the group, and they can't be blamed on him. There are several project accounts, and at a glance, all show red numbers. The anonymous email didn't write anything else. It only contained the details of these projects Lu Zheng had been involved in. After Qi Fiwen finished reading, she was both startled and deeply frightened. If Lu Zheng truly harbors ulterior motives, his intent is clearly only one, to ruin Qi Yao Group. Yet this person was discovered and promoted by her personally, given great actual power. If she turns out to be the one handing over the knife, how will she ever have the face to look her grandfather in the eye? And there's another question. Who knows about the financial information inside the group? Is it someone who dislikes Lu Zheng, or is it an outsider? In any case, she must catch this person and have a good talk with him. Perhaps he holds more evidence showing Lu Zheng's attempts to dismantle the group. She really doesn't trust anyone else to handle this matter, so she finally called Su Qingqing. She remembered Su Qingqing has an overseas classmate majoring in computers who graduated top in his field and is already a top-level hacker at a young age. Su Qingqing understood her intention after hearing and immediately promised with confidence. Relax, I'll take care of it. Well then, thanks. Why do you thank me? You're treating me like an outsider. In that case, we'll eat hot pot after the matter is done. Agreed. Meanwhile, Shen Liubai's room. Shuahao made a call. Sir, it's all arranged. Now Miss Qi already knows Lu Zheng's true nature. Lu Zheng's car accident wasn't fake. But when he went to pick up the money, the high-level overseas partner Lu Zheng had long been hanging on is suddenly called, demanding a video conference to review Qi Yao Group's asset strength. As a result, the executives were scrambling around, unable to handle other things, and missed Qi Fiwen's desperate call. And once trouble hit his side, Qi Fiwen lost all hope. If he hadn't arrived in time, who knows what might have happened now? Lu Zheng absolved himself entirely. Others might have been deceived, but he has been meticulously investigating Qi Yao Group's situation and knows exactly what tricks Lu Zheng has been playing behind the scenes. He thinks it's necessary to give Qi Fiwen a little warning. Moreover, Lu Zheng looks at him with increasingly obvious hostility these days. Am I dead to him? Recently, Qi Fiwen has been occupied with matters of the group and finally squeezed out some time to work on fashion design. The subsidiary company was registered under DE Group, and after pondering for half a day, she named it Lu Bai. She particularly loves Baidu Encyclopedia's definition of Lu Bai. A small space can also show the vastness of heaven and earth. They began with a small studio, hoping to gradually push out of the country and go international, making foreigners start to admire domestic brands. Tang Yin became her #1 assistant. She acted as a hands-off manager, delegating all miscellaneous tasks to him, including recruiting designers, assistants, cleaners, receptionists. She even handed off the indoor decoration of the studio to him. She thought of herself as being on the wrong ship, but Tang Yin seemed unaware, full of energy, as if energized by adrenaline. It had been 1.5 months since the Lantern Festival ended, and she finally found the time to inspect the office. All personnel were ready, everyone responsible for their own roles. Her office was particularly spacious, featuring a large floor-to-ceiling window, beside which stood a bookshelf filled with the latest fashion trend information. Tang Yin was explaining something to the staff below, looking serious, exuding the demeanor of a senior designer. Quickly look, this is Lucia, so beautiful. Someone exclaimed. Tang Yin turned and saw Qi Fiwen, instantly turning mute, his face flushing red. His head seemed swollen. Qi, are you late? No, Miss Qi. The first time we meet, and you stutter too? Don't I remember that? She was somewhat confused. Tang Yin wished he could slap himself. Talking to such a pretty girl put so much pressure on him. Do you have time? Let me take you to check out the market. All the big brands' new products are out. It's worth having a look. Tang Yin immediately nodded, and they left together. When they entered a brand store, all the saleswomen welcomed them warmly, because Qi Fiwen is one of their biggest regular customers. This bag is nice. This summer outfit is cute. The crocodile leather waist belt is beautiful. These shoes look good. Paired with that bag just now, let's buy them. With a wave of her hand, she decided right away. Tang Yin felt like he wasn't there to inspect, but rather to carry things. Qi Fiwen didn't even blink when she bought stuff. Did you notice anything? You're very rich. Qi Fiwen rolled her eyes. I know that already. No need for you to remind me. I'm asking what you think of these new items. It seems a bit retro-styled. Pretty good. So, do you understand where we're heading next? I anticipate the big hit this autumn will be retro caramel tones. She continued saying more, and after she finished, Tang Yin was still lost in thought. Great, got myself a fanboy. You take the stuff back to the car, I'll take another look. Tang Yin nodded obediently, struggling under the weight of all the bags as he left. But at the escalator, he spotted his old friend Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang had also reinvented himself, now dressed impeccably in a suit with shiny leather shoes, carrying a briefcase under one arm, with 2 assistants trailing behind him, looking every inch the part. On the other hand, Tang Yin was almost bent double under the weight of the packages. His clothing was simple, nothing special, making it clear he was just an employee. Zhou Yang immediately smiled as he approached. Why are you carrying so much? My boss bought them. I'm helping her load them into the car. Isn't this treating you like a junior staff member? You're doing design work. How can you do something so lowly? Hurry up. Why are you standing there stunned? Help him carry them. The people behind Zhou Yang instantly took the items from Tang Yan. Zhou Yang draped his arm around Tang Yan's neck. What have you been doing for over a month? Renovating my house, buying furnishings, recruiting employees. Nothing serious, huh? There is. Just now, I accompanied my boss while she shopped, and she took me along. Before Tang Yan could finish, Zhou Yang cut him off. You haven't done any real work, have you? Such a waste. Has your salary gone up? No, it's still those few thousand yuan. I'm earning 20,000 already. Want to consider joining me? Thanks, but I've signed a labor contract. You're too stubborn. Zhou Yang criticized. When Tang Yan was sent to the underground garage, as Zhou Yang turned away, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by a cold expression. Tisk, you're just some second-tier player. How foolish of me to ever consider you a rival. If you give me some more time, I'll make my mark in the design circle. Tang Yan was just waiting by the car door when Chief Fiwen showed up. I saw your classmate. What did you talk about? Tang Yan, being honest, recounted everything. Stay away from people like him in the future, alright? Chapter 70, Fiance. Are you really this obedient? Listening to the boss is never wrong. Tang Yan's face was flushed. In that case, you'll definitely listen to your wife well. That's great. Send these things to the company first. You can study them carefully and dig deeper. Then return them to me later. These things are quite expensive. So what? I can wear them later. Fashion design overseas has always been ahead, representing global trends. Are you going to shut yourself in and try to reinvent the wheel instead of studying properly? I'm grooming you, so you need to give me a good fight. There's a young designer competition in the second half of the year, and I plan to let you participate. I will definitely work hard, Tang Yan said excitedly. He could feel that Chief Fiwen really intended to cultivate him. It was his luck to meet such a good boss. Chief Fiwen drove him to the studio. On the way, they passed by the hospital road but encountered traffic, so they waited for a moment. Unexpectedly, she saw a fully disguised person wearing sunglasses, a mask, and a high-neck trench coat. She immediately recognized Jiang Yan. They had been battling each other for so long, making her features deeply imprinted in Chief Fiwen's mind. What kind of illness could make her behave so secretly? While Chief Fiwen was deep in thought, the car in front had already started moving, and the one behind began honking impatiently. Only when she snapped out of it did she step on the accelerator hurriedly. Due to excessive acceleration, someone was about to cross. Chief Fiwen quickly slammed on the brakes, but she still ended up bumping into them. The woman fell to the ground. It turned out to be a girl wearing a pure white wool skirt, with serious knee abrasions, blood flowing freely. Because she obstructed the lane, they decided to settle it privately without calling the traffic police. She asked Tang Yan to drive away while she helped the girl go to the hospital. I'm really fine, just a small injury, and it was my fault for not noticing your car as I crossed the street. The girl spoke softly and very reasonably, showing no resentment towards Chief Fiwen for not driving attentively. Feeling even more guilty, Chief Fiwen quickly took her to the outpatient department. Antiseptic, iodine tincture, then bandaging. My name is Chief Fiwen, what's yours? Fong Yumal. Where do you live? I'll send you back. I'm staying at a hotel. You can drop me there. It's trouble enough for you. That's all part of it. It's my fault for not driving well. I'll cover your medical expenses and nutritional fees. I'm really sorry. You should pay attention next time. It's dangerous for everyone, including yourself. Understood, understood. Chief Fiwen humbly accepted the advice. She supported Fong Yuma out of the hospital. Nearby was the pharmacy, where someone rushed over hastily. Not watching their steps, the person accidentally collided with Chief Fiwen, scattering things all over the floor. In a panic, the person tried to gather the items quickly, but Chief Fiwen noticed clearly a prenatal test report lying among the scattered items. It showed suspected early intrauterine pregnancy, recommending re-examination after 3 days. Jiang Yan. She called out once. The person looked like they'd met an enemy, not responding at all and fleeing as if escaping from something. Chief Fiwen was puzzled. Pregnancy with Tang Zifeng's child should be good news. Why did it feel so secretive? Was this baby not Tang Zifeng's? She merely thought about it casually, yet found herself completely stunned. Could it be? This baby wasn't actually Tang Zifeng's. Half a month ago, on that ship, Jiang Yan had already been auctioned off. The sea police came too late. Everything that needed to happen or shouldn't have happened had concluded. However, whether this baby belonged to Tang Zifeng or not was none of her business. She certainly wouldn't remind Tang Zifeng of becoming a father. What's wrong? Fong Yuma noticed her being lost in thought. Nothing, I'll drop you off first. Chief Fiwen hailed a taxi and sent Fong Yuma to the hotel. On the way, she learned that Fong Yuma was of Chinese descent. A few years ago, her entire family moved abroad. These 2 days were due to work needs. She had come over for a business trip. It was only her first day, and she hadn't accomplished anything yet when Chief Fiwen ran into her. If you need anything, call me. I'll arrange it for you. Chief Fiwen was afraid of affecting her work. If she could help, it would be best, giving her peace of mind. Thank you, you're really nice. Fong Yuma gave her a sweet smile. What surprised Chief Fiwen was that although Fong Yuma looked much younger than her, she was actually 2 years older. In that case, would you like to join me for dinner tonight? It's on me. How could I impose? I haven't been back here in a long time. I'm unfamiliar with everything now. I hope you can introduce some new places to play around. Wait for me. I'll take a shower first. My clothes are dirty. Watch out that your wound doesn't get wet. All right. Fong Yuma didn't guard against her, opened her suitcase, and rushed to grab clothes to go to the bathroom. Chi Fiwen was sitting on the couch playing with her phone, but was drawn to a prominent item inside the suitcase. Lying inside the luggage was a photo frame. In the photo were two people together, and it seemed to be from Fang Yuma's teenage years. She looked young and naive, still wearing her school uniform. She was leaning on a boy, blushing and smiling shyly. The look in someone's eyes when they like a person can never be hidden. All of her sidelong glances were directed toward the handsome, big boy standing beside her. Shenlubai? Chi Fiwen's eyebrows furrowed tightly. She couldn't help but pick up the picture frame and examine it closely. The idiot had looked normal back then, with one hand resting on the girl's shoulder, smiling brightly at the camera. They truly made an extraordinary golden boy and jade girl pair. Chi Fiwen found herself admiring how well matched they were. She didn't know how long she had stood there gazing at the photo when Fang Yuma emerged, appearing irritated at what she saw. Who gave you permission to touch my things? Ignoring her injured knee, she rushed over and snatched the photo frame from Chi Fiwen's hands, hugging it as though it were a precious treasure. I'm sorry, your suitcase wasn't closed properly, so I accidentally saw it. So who gave you the right to take it out? Could I ask who this is to you? My fiance, Chi Fiwen. What a drama. You have an engagement contract? What's it got to do with you? Let me introduce myself again. My name is Chi Fiwen, and I am Shun Liubai's current wife. Fang Yuma stared at her in shock. You're married to Brother Shin? That's impossible. He isn't even fully recovered. Who would want him? I find his looks appealing. Is that a problem? Fang Yuma clenched her lips tightly, her face turning pale. For a long while, she remained silent. In the end, tears began streaming down her face in large drops. She gazed at Chi Fiwen with a pitiful expression. Please give us our chance. Brother Shun and I truly love each other. If my parents hadn't forced me to leave by threatening their lives, I wouldn't have parted with him. You're just playing around with him. You don't truly love him. Please give me a chance, won't you? She cried incessantly, recounting the history between the two. They were childhood sweethearts whose families were old friends, hence the early matrimonial arrangement during their youth. They attended the same elementary school, middle school, and high school. Later, Shun Lubai skipped grades and was directly recommended to university. He was a prodigy, impossible for anyone to ignore. But alas, heaven envied his talent. Due to an accident, he sustained brain damage and became mentally incapacitated. Subsequently, the Shun family abandoned treatment, confining him at home to avoid public embarrassment. On top of this, he endured harsh treatment from his stepmother and bullying by his younger brother. During this time, Fang Yuma protected him countless times, even forcing her parents to fund his medical care. However, the Fang family deemed it wasteful for their daughter's youth and forced her to emigrate abroad by threatening suicide. Yet despite all these years apart, Fang Yuma's feelings had not faded. She had finally persuaded her parents to allow her return to visit Shin Lubai. Unfortunately, the first day back, before any news could be gathered, she learned that Shin Lubai was already married. I can't live without Brother Shin. Without him, I wouldn't know how to go on living. Please give me a chance, she begged. I will never leave Brother Shin's side. Without him, I don't know how to continue living. Please give us our chance. Chapter 71, Mistaken Collision. She cried out. Chi Fiwen felt as if her head was splitting into two. The son-in-law she recruited and pampered. Why should she hand him over to others? She wasn't Sanner who had snatched him away. They hadn't been in touch for years. The marriage contract was nullified long ago. Shin Lubai is a free individual, capable of being with anyone. So, why should she facilitate others at her own expense? She's no Mother Teresa. Sorry, we're already married. I won't divorce easily. Maybe I can persuade you to give up on him and find someone else. Fang Yuma's face immediately turned deathly pale as she collapsed onto the ground. You waiting for him in place is your business. He not waiting for you is his business. These two cannot be equated, right? Today, I hit you by accident. I'm sorry. If you want to pursue legal action, I support it because I am at fault first. But I can't send my husband away just because of this small debt. In the future, if you need anything, contact my secretary. As long as it's reasonable, we'll meet your needs. I'm skipping dinner now. Goodbye. Chi Fiwen left decisively. Fang Yuma said nothing. Once the person left and the door closed, she rose from the floor. Her tears instantly vanished, and she stared coldly at the tightly shut door. The thing she wanted has never slipped out of her grasp before. On the way back, Chi Fiwen's heart was heavy. When she checked Shin Lubai earlier, indeed he mentioned having a little childhood friend, but that person had already left. She didn't think much of it, never expecting the person to come back and openly express love so brazenly. It seems the little fool is still in demand. She sent people to investigate the overlooked details. It was consistent with what Fang Yuma said. She was the perfect girlfriend. Even when her boyfriend suffered a brain injury and lost his bright prospects, she remained steadfast without leaving. She worked tirelessly to take care of him for 2 years, until her parents intervened and forcibly took her abroad. In the ensuing years, Fang Yuma went on countless blind dates with wealthy and powerful individuals, but she never found anyone suitable. She exhausted herself for years, determined not to marry anyone other than Shin Lubai. Seeing her persist like this, her parents agreed under duress. Chi Fiwen couldn't help feeling somewhat lamentable. The girl seemed nice, but unfortunately, fate did not bring them together. After returning home, no matter how she looked at Shin Lubai, she couldn't feel at ease. Lying in bed that night, she grew increasingly furious, kicking him off the bed in a fit of anger while he was sound asleep. Shin Lubai immediately woke up, confused and looking at her. What happened? I'm upset. You sleep on the floor. What have I done wrong? He was utterly baffled. Could women's emotions become this nonsensical all of a sudden? Chi Fiwen didn't reply, burying herself under the covers and sleeping through it all. Shin Lubai could only shake his head helplessly and obediently fetched a blanket to sleep on the floor. As he was about to drift off, he wondered why Chi Fiwen was already 6 or 7 months along, yet her stomach showed little sign of pregnancy. He'd also investigated, understanding that some slender people show less due to variations in body structure, and that later stages would become more critical. So he needed to be extra cautious, preparing for any sudden delivery. The next day, Chi Fiwen looked terrible after a restless night. There was an important engagement tonight, where they were finalizing talks with overseas collaborators. Their representatives would arrive today, requiring her personal attendance. After she left, Xuehao called Shin Lubai. Miss Chi will have social engagements tonight, expected to end around midnight. So, I've arranged for Mr. S engagement to start at 8 p.m. and conclude by 10, ensuring he gets home ahead of Miss Chi. Alright. As dusk settled, Xuehao arrived to pick Shin Lubai up. At 9:30 during the event, Xuehao received a call. Chi Fiwen had ended her part early and was already heading home. If Shin Lubai wasn't there upon her return, it might prove difficult to explain. Thus, this engagement had to be cancelled promptly. Xuehao sped up due to urgency. Making a turn, although noticing no one ahead, he didn't decelerate, only to see a dark shadow suddenly dash out once the bend was cleared. There was a loud bang, a collision. Mr. Xuehao nearly lost his soul. Shin Liubai's expression turned serious. What are you hesitating for? Get him into the car. There's a hospital nearby. Take him there immediately. No longer caring about Chi Fiwen's side now, given that life was on the line. Xuehao also hadn't seen the features of the fallen figure, merely lifting him into the car quickly. Fang Yuma experienced temporary unconsciousness from the pain. She deliberately crashed into Chi Fiwen's car earlier in the day, but not this evening. She paid Shin's family a visit earlier, playing the emotional card. She knew it wouldn't help. No one in Shin's family would fight for her cause. But it didn't matter. What mattered was that more people knew about her deep devotion. Returning from Shin's family, her car broke down halfway. Seeing headlights approaching, she attempted stopping the vehicle to ask for assistance. Instead, she got hit. Pain seared through her body, making her want to curse. But then she overheard a conversation. I'll call Miss Chi right away. It should be in time. Mister, it's all my fault. I will definitely be more careful next time. There won't be a next time. A very familiar voice. It was coming from the next room. Fang Yuma struggled to open her eyes and pushed aside the disheveled hair on her face. She made eye contact with someone. Fang Yuma's mind worked quickly, and she immediately squeezed out some tears, rushing into Shun Liubai's arms. Brother Shun. Shin Lubai froze. His hands didn't move at all in response. His brows furrowed tightly, struggling to believe that he had just hit his former fiancée. There was no way for him to hide his identity now. The atmosphere in the back seat of the car became somewhat awkward. Sister Fang, is it really you? Am I dreaming? Fang Yuma's voice trembled. Shin Lubai pressed his lips together and remained silent. Is your illness cured? Are you not dumb anymore? Shin Lubai groaned, holding his forehead. To the hospital first. They quickly arrived at the hospital, but Fang Yuma refused treatment, demanding to see Shin Lubai instead. Shin Lubai had no choice but to meet her. Why aren't you cooperating with the treatment? The doctor said if your bones are not reset, it will affect you for life. Aren't you afraid? Fang Yuma was naturally scared, but she couldn't afford to worry about it now. What she wanted desperately to know was why Shin Lubai concealed the fact that his illness had been cured. The secretary beside him didn't seem like an ordinary person, treating him with respect by calling him Mr. So, what was Shin Liubai's current status? You tell me first, when did your illness get better? 2 years ago. That person calls you Mr. now, what do? I started my own business. Fang Yuma obviously didn't believe it, but she was even more certain that Shin Lubai was no longer an ordinary man. She was also more convinced that Shin Lubai still harbored feelings for her from the past, which meant they had a much higher chance of reuniting. No matter what you do, MOMO will always support you. This time, MOMO won't be so timid and let you slip away again. Brother Shun, this time I'm determined to die alongside you. Regardless of whether you've recovered from your illness, how wealthy you are, or if you're still the heir to the Shun family fortune. I don't care about any of that. All I've ever wanted is you. For these past few years, there hasn't been a day when MOMO didn't miss you. MOMO truly regrets everything. If I could relive those moments again, I would never leave you. Brother Shin, can you not abandon me either? I came back specifically to find you. MOMO misses you so much. She cried bitterly, completely disregarding her injuries, hugging his waist tightly. Her scorching tears soaked through his shirt. Chapter 72. If you want to kneel, go ahead. Shin Lubai felt a complex mix of emotions at that moment. So many years had passed, and everything was different now. Don't overthink it, just focus on the surgery. His voice was as bland as lukewarm water, but Fang Yuma didn't care at all. You don't leave. If you stay, I'll do the surgery properly. After hesitating for a long time, he finally nodded in agreement. But when Fang Yuma came out after the surgery was finished, the person was already gone, leaving only Xuehao behind. Fang Yuma had requested local anesthesia, hoping to see Shin Lubai when she woke up. However, seeing only Xuehao did not disappoint her. At least, Shin Lubai cared about her. She noticed that the ward, medical staff, and medications were all of the highest standards. Her head was still a little dizzy, but she insisted on checking her phone. What's your name? My name is Xuehao. Fang Yuma typed in the name, and the latest information that popped up was Xuehao, the administrative special assistant of DE Group, and Bai Huai's trusted aide. Bai Huai. As she continued clicking through, she saw a burned face, initially feeling quite frightened, but upon closer inspection, she noticed many details. Could it be that Shin Lubai and Bai Huai were the same person? Both names contained Bai, because Shin Liubai's mother's last name was Bai. Their height and physique were very similar. If they weren't the same person, how could Shen Lubai command Xue Hao to run errands for him? She forced herself to stay alert and looked at Xue Hao. Did your boss say anything when he left? Boss Bai. Just Shen Lubai, he's the president of DE Group, isn't he? My master didn't say anything when he left. Xue Hao had no choice but to admit this. Fang Yuema's heart settled back into place. This return even brought unexpected gains. Then she wouldn't let go either way. Shen Lubai was hers to claim. She couldn't believe that so many years of their feelings could be overshadowed by Qi Fiwen. With great satisfaction, she drifted off to sleep, and this sleep was particularly sweet. At Qi family's villa, Qi Fiwen was almost at the doorstep when she received Xue Hao's call, saying that Bai Huai wanted to eat midnight snacks late at night. She eagerly rushed over, only to find there wasn't a single soul. She returned past 2 o'clock in the morning. Thinking Shen Lubai might be asleep, she was surprised to see him standing on the balcony, seemingly lost in thought without noticing her presence nearby. It couldn't possibly be thoughts about some former lover, could it? Wouldn't be thinking about some old lover, would he? She deliberately joked while asking. Shen Lubai snapped back to reality and showed his usual perplexed innocence. Have you come back? Where were you? Why are you back so late? I was worried about you. No problem. Prepare to sleep. I'm sleepy. After staying up until so late, she was really exhausted. Having slept poorly the previous night, she practically fell asleep the moment she hit the pillow. Shen Lubai, however, stayed awake throughout the night, looking at the woman next to him with complicated emotions. He struggled for a long time, eventually gently hugging her. The moment he hugged her, it felt like his heart had settled back down heavily. The next day, Fang Yuema insisted on being discharged from the hospital, with her arm in plaster hung around her neck. She went to DE Group first, watching from afar the imposingly magnificent office building. It was currently rush hour for work, and men and women in uniforms were streaming in one after another. Such a huge corporation had arrived in the capital city not long ago, but had made an aggressive entrance, suppressing several of the local large corporations. It seemed Qi Fiwen hadn't known about all this. Shen Liubai's deliberate concealment suggested that Qi Fiwen wasn't significant. Upon reflection, the two had no feelings between them. Qi Fiwen was Tang Zizong's lickspittle, ending up losing everything, enraged enough to marry a fool to humiliate Tang Zizong. How could Brother Shen tell her that he had such wealth? Clearly, she was destined to become Mrs. Shen. Fang Yuema didn't rush to look for Shen Lubai or Qi Fiwen. Instead, she established a foundation and invested 5 million into it. Moreover, she started reviving her social media accounts from a few years ago and began sharing personal updates again. Her account had been well operated, previously being a makeup and fashion blogger with many fans. Even after coming back, she still had support from old fans. She stated she hadn't returned for several years, during which the capital had undergone tremendous changes. Not only did she share her daily outfits, but she also explored various gourmet restaurants, presenting as a beautiful young lady with good figure and money to spare, loved by everyone. Today, she checked in at a 5-star restaurant. I'm live streaming today, but I don't want to attract too much attention from the restaurant staff, so I didn't bring any ring lights. No professional team, just pure sharing. I don't need money, so no tips needed. Thank you all. First, put the phone near the potted plant. Try not to let anyone discover I'm filming. She hid the phone carefully, preparing to order her meal when she saw a familiar figure. I've met an old friend. I'll go and say hi. Miss Qi. Qi Fiwen had invited Su Qingqing to dine here. Before she even sat down, someone had called out to her. Seeing it was Fang Yuema, Qi Fiwen furrowed her brows slightly. Would you like to join me? I'm eating alone. I have a friend coming, so no thanks. Oh, do you often eat here? Can you recommend a few dishes? Is this one good? Fang Yuema pulled Qi Fiwen down to sit and asked about several dishes. Qi Fiwen responded to each of them. Are you really not reconsidering what happened last time? I truly love Shen brother. Fang miss, please take your time to enjoy your meal. Fang Yuema pretended not to hear. Qi Fiwen, why did you marry Shen Lubai? You know the truth. It's because you were repeatedly rejected by Tang Zizong and wanted to provoke him, so you intentionally chose Shen brother. Have you got proof to say otherwise? Yes, at first, that was exactly why. If so, why won't you just let him go to me? Tang Zizong is already married now. There's no chance for the two of you anymore. Why are you still clinging on to Shen brother? Haven't I waited for him long enough? Please, can you just let him go? So, if I asked you to give me all your family's money, would you? My investment projects are in desperate need of funds. Please, hand over everything and don't hide anything. With this money, I could get through this tough period. You're such a good person. Surely, you wouldn't stand by while I perish, right? After hearing this, Fang Yuema was completely speechless. Her teary-eyed appearance looked as though Qi Fiwen had bullied her. Qi Fiwen crossed her arms and gazed coldly at her. Fang Yuema gritted her teeth and suddenly knelt down before her. Miss Qi, stop playing around with me. You don't love Brother Shen. Please let him go. Qi Fiwen hadn't expected Fang Yuema to kneel before her in public, disregarding her own dignity. What are you doing? Get up. Fang Yuema clutched Qi Fiwen's clothes humbly and sobbed uncontrollably. The pure face appeared entirely like an innocent lotus flower. And Qi Fiwen, naturally charming, seemed exactly like the big villainess from dramas. I'll do anything you ask. I've already found the best doctor. This time, I returned intending to take him abroad for treatment. You don't care about him at all. You treat him like a fool. But to me, he's my Shen brother. Qi Fiwen's face darkened. This was sheer moral coercion, wasn't it? She decided not to finish her meal. If you want to kneel, go ahead. With that, she turned and left dramatically. Fang Yuema cried aimlessly for a long while until a waiter helped her up. Realizing her state as if waking from a dream, Fang Yuma wiped away her tears and said into the camera, "Sorry, I disturbed everyone with my personal matters. I forgot I was live streaming. Sorry. Chapter 73, How is the child? After speaking, she quickly ended the live stream and curled her lips into a cold sneer. Then she found a few people to start manipulating the tone online. Chi Fiwen became famous once again, attacked by the entire internet. Because Fang Yuma's live stream had pushed her onto the hot search list. The omnipotent netizens burst with surprising strength, digging deeply into Fang Yuma's past. Her past with Shen Lubai was uncovered clearly, and everyone was immediately moved by the deep emotional persona. She turned herself into an old maid, finally able to be together with her first love again. But Chi Fiwen, for her own selfish reasons, took it by force. In the eyes of netizens, Chi Fiwen was the bad woman who snatched others' lovers. Fang Yuma also replied insincerely on the internet. I truly didn't know it would cause such a big reaction. I hope everyone will stop paying attention to this matter. It's our private affair, and I believe it will certainly get well handled. Below was all kinds of replies. Sister is too kind, that's why she gets bullied. You are the righteous one for Shun brother. She's bullying the disabled person. I've already called the Disabled Persons Federation. I've read your whole story. It's truly touching. Your unwavering commitment and struggles against your parents, sister will surely succeed. Defeat the seductive trash. Subsequently, someone revealed that Fang Yuma donated several million yuan to a foundation. Overseas netizens stood up to speak, saying that Fang Yuma had searched high and low for famous doctors, constantly researching ways to resolve intellectual damage issues. This infatuated persona was truly top-notch. The internet traffic was played by her perfectly clear, and so-called seductive trash comfortably sat in her office, leisurely drinking coffee. Aren't you worried at all? Look at how they insulted you online. Find some water, army. Let them criticize me as well. What? Su Qingqing thought she heard wrong. Hurry up, don't let the heat drop. Then find some ads for me. I'll start live streaming to sell goods. The price being lowered doesn't matter. Let's see which brand dares take this risky move. Black fame is still fame. Su Qingqing hesitated for a moment, but chose to trust Chi Fiwen. There were still bold and fearless ones finding her, selling some edible products. After tasting them and finding them pretty good, she was willing to open a live stream to promote these products. Sure enough, the live stream's popularity surged unprecedentedly. Few people bought things, but those questioning her and cursing her filled the screen. Chi Fiwen acted as if she hadn't seen any of it, continuing to earnestly sell the goods. Just then, suddenly a staff member rushed in from behind, splashing tea all over her. Her hair hung with scattered tea leaves. You siren, how dare you snatch someone else's fiancé? You're simply not human. You're crazy. I'll dismiss you immediately. Pack up your things and go home right now. The boss angrily shouted in the live stream room. The bullet chat flooded through rapidly. Support this little sister, don't dismiss her. I'm placing an order immediately. I've placed an order. If you dare dismiss this little sister, I'll leave a bad review. Yes, bad review. Within 10 minutes, 1,000 orders shipped. The speed kept climbing rapidly. Later, Chi Fiwen stepped back, instead letting the staff who splashed water begin promoting the goods. Chi Fiwen was in the lounge where the boss nodded obsequiously over. President Chi, brilliant. Chi Fiwen took off her tea-stained coat. She specially selected a not-so-expensive one, so wasting it wouldn't hurt. This was a play she scripted herself. Relying on her to sell goods, no one would buy them. But countless people wanted to see her humiliate herself, so satisfy them. When the slap felt painful in the air, one day she would pay back double. Remember to give me a 10% cut according to the transaction volume. She didn't want appearance fees, only commission. The boss assumed there'd be no sales, just wanting everyone to remember this brand. Sometimes fans have rebellious minds. The blacker it gets, the more they buy. If only they knew tonight's effect would be so good, they could have negotiated prices. Chi Fiwen left. She didn't accept advertisements anymore after that. That one live stream generated 100 million yuan in transaction volume, and the purchasing power of netizens was astonishing. She earned tens of millions directly transferred half into Su Qingqing's account. Having money means bringing your girlfriends along to make profits. Su Qingqing realized what she intended to do and asked excitedly, do we need to buy water army later? Don't buy, someone will buy them for us. Who? Jiang Yan. She's most hoping for my misfortune. Spending her money to stir up my public attention. How good is that? When exactly will you counterattack? I'm quite angry. Why rush? To earn more money. I can't compete for just a temporary advantage. Have you asked Shen Liubai's opinion? Suddenly, Su Qingqing asked. Upon hearing this, Chi Fiwen's face immediately became serious. You haven't been home for several days, planning to avoid that fool? What? Are you afraid he really chooses his former lover? Su Qingqing broke it down straight. Chi Fiwen gave her an annoyed glare. True friends indeed. Every word stabs right at the heart. Tell me, are there really men in this world who don't leave my side, don't have ulterior motives for my family's wealth, and always put me at the center of everything? Perhaps there are some. In fact, you also think it's unlikely, right? I'm Chi family's only daughter. Having Tang Zigfeng as a cautionary example, I will be on guard against all men. I always feel they're after our family's fortune and won't truly love me 100%. Shen Lubai is an idiot. I don't have any such concerns with him. He can only stay by my side, and I also enjoy being needed by him. I want to protect him, not because he needs my protection so much, but because I enjoy this feeling. I crave recognition and the need to be needed. You've got me, Wan. Su Qingqing held her tenderly out of pity. I know, but I want more. Chi Fiwen felt heavy-hearted. So, I don't want to let go. But what if his heart isn't with you? What's the point of deceiving yourself? Chi Fiwen fell silent. What if the fool wants to go with Fang Yuma? After all, They had feelings for each other for so many years. Even though he might be stupid now, he would still deeply remember her, wouldn't he? Back then, she was deceiving herself regarding Tang Zixfeng. Now, was she doing the same thing with a fool? Let me think it over alone. Qi Fiwen sat alone for a long time, until the sky turned dark outside before she moved to head back. When she went to the garage to drive away, unexpectedly, all 4 tires were punctured. She immediately called the security office and asked them to investigate the surveillance footage while arranging a new car to send her home. But no sooner had the call ended when a shadow suddenly caught her peripheral vision. A flash of cold light, and she instinctively dodged. Bang! The iron rod came down heavily. Her arm felt like it was on fire, as if it was about to break. The man was wearing a baseball cap. Seeing that he missed her head, he looked vicious as he raised the iron rod and continued striking at her. She hurriedly evaded. The stick hit the car window, shattering the windshield. The broken glass flew out, cutting her ear. Warm blood flowed down. Help! She screamed. Bang! Another strike landed heavily on her leg. An excruciating pain shot through her body. She collapsed onto the ground. She leaned against the car, retreating painfully. As the next blow approached, Qi Fiwen thought her end had come when the security staff arrived and stunned the assailant. The sound of the stick falling to the ground rang out faintly. That taut string in her mind snapped all at once. Her vision blacked out as she fainted. Qi Fiwen was sent to the hospital. Soon after, Aunt Li arrived with Shun Lubai. Is she alright? What about the child? Chapter 74. Liking someone means eating together for a lifetime. He lost his composure, anxiously grabbing the doctor's clothes. Child? What child? She's pregnant, and she's in her late trimester. You're joking. The patient isn't pregnant. She didn't break any bones, but she got quite a fright. She'll be fine once she wakes up. Shin Liubai's mind buzzed. What does not pregnant mean? Isn't she pregnant? He stared blankly at Auntie Li. Her prenatal examination sheet was lying around carelessly, and Auntie Li had seen it too. That's fake. It's to fool the old master so that he can become more spirited. Auntie Li quickly explained. For a moment, Shin Lubai wasn't sure whether he should feel happy or not. The child is fake, which erased his greatest worry. However, he became angry because she was attacked. The attacker had an iron rod and wanted to kill her without hesitation. What if the next time he uses a knife? The police have already caught the person. That man was one of the group's cleaners. He was engaged back home and had paid over 100,000 yuan as a dowry. He worked hard outside, waiting to return home for his wedding. When he went back, he learned that the woman had run off with the money and married someone else. So when he saw Fang Yuma's live stream, he naturally identified with her, thinking they were both pitiful people. He sent private messages to Fang Yuma's account, and after talking with her, he thought Fang Yuma was the best woman while Qi Fiwen was a bad woman. The last message they exchanged was, Fang Yuma, if only there weren't Qi Fiwen in this world, then no one would hinder us. The murderer admitted that it was due to this statement that led him to conceive a murderous intent. But this sentence couldn't be used as evidence against Fang Yuma. The police also found Fang Yuma. Fang Yuma innocently countered. Is there anything wrong with what I said? I just made a comment. Is it a crime? This phrase has no leading role, right? The police couldn't respond. For those with ulterior motives, these words might indeed imply something. But normal people wouldn't think of it this way. They could not charge Fang Yuma with any crime, released her, and the murderer had already been brought to justice. Thankfully, Qi Fiwen suffered no serious injuries, just minor bruises. Her arms and calves were swollen badly, and she was covered in bruises. She wouldn't be able to walk or lift heavy objects in the short term. Shin Lubai stayed by her side all night, taking such meticulous care of her that Auntie Li couldn't even help. Su Qingqing rushed over and looked at him, clearly furious. Do you know how much nonsense your fiancé spread outside, causing my Wanwan so much trouble? And you acted as if nothing happened. Why should my Wanwan bear all this? I don't have a fiancé. I only have Wanwan. Shin Lubai said each word deliberately. Are you sure? Haven't you forgotten Fang Yuma? There's such a person. We knew each other before, but we aren't close anymore now. All right, tell the netizens that. Su Qingqing turned on the camera, and Shun Lubai looked at the lens very seriously. I only like Wanwan. I want to be with Wanwan forever. After the words came out, he slightly paused. It was an impulsive remark, seemingly affirming his true feelings deep inside. He pressed his lips together as if accepting fate. I like Wanwan. Whether Wanwan likes me or not, I will only like Wanwan. I want to protect Wanwan and stay with her for life. As he said this, his expression seemed relaxed. The video was uploaded, and Shuahao acted like a dog that smelled meat. He immediately manipulated behind the scenes, pushing it to the top trending topics, buying massive traffic. Meanwhile, he saved the video so that in the future, when their relationship hit bumps, he could play it repeatedly for their boss who claims otherwise. Initially, the netizens were indignant, but seeing the male protagonist take responsibility publicly, some of them felt confused. This wasn't forceful acquisition, was it? Or was real affection born? The ones who previously scolded Qi Fiwen fell silent. Su Qingqing continued releasing photos of Qi Fiwen's incident, exposing the chat records of the murderer. She kept unveiling powerful evidence. What was 5 million from Fang Yuma worth? Look at what Qi Fiwen has done. Founded a charity foundation. Visited intellectually disabled children at welfare institutions. Invested in the medical industry. Qi Fiwen actively took her partner out to experience new things despite the strange looks from others. Going to parks, attending banquets, visiting amusement parks. If being 26 years old makes one an old maid, what does being unmarried at 30 make one? Fang Yuma livestreamed screenshots without asking for Wanwan's consent, infringing upon her right to privacy. Our company will pursue legal action. Su Qingqing confronted Fang Yuma online. In an instant, Fang Yuma lost all her advantages. Not only that, Su Qingqing dropped another bombshell. She exposed several newly registered accounts purchased for marketing purposes. As for who bought these accounts, it was self-evident. Whoever did this certainly wasn't someone familiar with the industry, yet they tried using tactics from fan circles, manipulating traffic and playing with fans' emotions skillfully. Fang Yuma panicked and quickly apologized, saying it wasn't intentional. In the video, she cried her heart out, repeatedly expressing that she had no idea how things had turned out this way. I didn't hire anyone to harm anyone. I didn't intentionally market myself. If I really did it, may heaven strike me down. Woo. I'm sorry Miss Chi got hurt. It was all because of me. I will personally apologize until Miss Chi forgives me. Also, I haven't even seen Shin Brother's face, and Miss Chi wouldn't give me a fair chance to compete. Fang Yuma's seemingly innocent face had a powerful impact. She still managed to win the hearts of a large group of fans who chose to stand by her side. Su Qingqing was furious, grinding her teeth, wanting nothing more than to tear off Fang Yuma's mask of hypocrisy through the internet. It was obvious that Fang Yuma was a bit more sophisticated than Jiang Yan, playing the innocent White Lotus with great fluency. Just as Su Qingqing was furious, pondering what counter-strategy to use, Qi Fiwen woke up. She hadn't slept properly for several days, and this nap had been exceptionally restful. Wan, you're awake. How do you feel? I'm fine, please go out first. I want to talk to the fool. Su Qingqing had no choice but to leave. Only the two of them were left in the hospital room. Qi Fiwen still wasn't aware of the video. She looked earnestly at Shin Lubai. Fang Yuma is back. Do you remember her? Shin Lubai lowered his head. Qi Fiwen felt a pang of sorrow at the bottom of her heart. Even being so silly, he still remembered, which meant he must have had feelings. She still likes you and wants to be with you. Though I don't like her, her feelings for you are undeniable. Handing you over to her would give me some peace of mind. Now it's up to you to choose. If you choose her, we'll get divorced. Before she could finish, Shin Lubai suddenly kissed her, cutting off her words. She was slightly stunned. What was the fool trying to say? The kiss was surprisingly gentle. She felt as if she were drowning in clouds, her head spinning. He caressed her head, saying every word clearly. I like Wan. I want to be with Wan. Even when he thought she was carrying another man's child, he could endure it. Now there was even less reason for him to give up. He had fallen for her hard, for this woman. Even if she had been with other men for years. Even if her reasons for marrying him were just to provoke others. So what? She had protected him, never abandoning him. And he also refused to abandon her. What? Qi Fiwen stared at him in shock. Did the fool even know what liking someone meant? I like Wan. I want to be with Wan. He repeated it once again. Do you know what it means to like someone? Yes, it means wanting to eat together for a lifetime. Chapter 75, Playing the White Lotus. Qi Fiwen was amused by this sentence and wanted to refute it, but felt he was completely right. Isn't it about eating for a lifetime? Day after day, 2 people, 3 meals a day, for seasons, repeating endlessly, year after year. Her eyes unconsciously grew warm, with tears sliding down. She had finally waited for someone worthy. One word is final. What if I lied to you about something? Could you forgive me? You are such a fool. What can you lie about? Whatever you do, I will forgive you. Qi Fiwen said magnanimously. Shin Lubai let out a sigh of relief. After dealing with the Shin family, he would be able to tell Qi Fiwen everything. Later, Su Qingqing told her about the things she had done. Su Qingqing was still too hasty. The evidence in her hands could have been released gradually, layer by layer, pressuring Fang Yuma into losing her composure and leaving her no room to rebut. Releasing it all at once only yielded a single wave of response, which wasn't profitable. But Qingqing did it for her own good, so she didn't say much. She watched Fang Yuma's latest video. It blatantly stated that she didn't allow them to meet. Shin Liubai's personal video might have been made under duress, so it shouldn't be used as evidence. Moreover, she decided to visit and apologize. Even though she hadn't made any mistake, she still needed to lower her head, making fans pity her. If Qi Fiwen refused to accept or turned her away, it would be seen as her being unreasonable. Qi Fiwen had to admit Fang Yuma had some tricks up her sleeve. Meet her once. Without seeing her, your decision may be rather rash. Do you not trust me? Shin Lubai cut her off. Qi Fiwen bitterly laughed inside. He wasn't a normal person. He was a patient with low intelligence. How could she stake all her hopes on him? She always had to plan for the worst, giving herself time to prepare mentally. After all, there was already an example with Tang Zizong, which left her very anxious inside. She thought fools wouldn't have such problems, and surely no one would fight over a fool with her. But now, with Fang Yuma appearing, she lost all confidence. Shin Lubai received no answer from her, slightly knitting his brows. Before, it was him who didn't believe Qi Fiwen's forever. Now it seems she also didn't fully trust him. That I'll meet her. All right, I'll arrange a time. The next day, Fang Yuma came to the hospital with things. Su Qingqing was extremely upset. Can her face be even thicker than Jiang Yan's? This is called cleverness. What can happen if we don't see her? If we don't, she'll get the chance to create hype among netizens. I want to see her, and see her publicly. Don't let her come to the hospital. Change the place. The more people, the better. She wanted to hold the initiative. She picked a restaurant, not fearing Fang Yuma secretly starting a live stream. She herself prepared a voice recorder to prevent Fang Yuma from secretly recording and later editing the recordings to defame her. Fang Yuma didn't expect Qi Fiwen had been discharged, and she was dressed especially miserably. She walked limpingly. It was hot, yet she wore long sleeves, rolling them up to expose the bruised and swollen areas. This looked worse than when she was hospitalized because makeup effects were added. She personally applied a sick person's makeup look, looking pale with no color on her lips, presenting a pitiable figure. Some guests and waiters recognized both of them. not knowing which side to support for a moment. Chi Fiwen was beautiful and dressed plainly. She was still an extraordinary jasmine flower. Fang Yuma was surprised. She had applied cunning light makeup to appear more worn out. However, she didn't have any wounds on her body. By comparison, she looked weak and pathetic. Someone had already taken pictures and posted them online. Fang Yuma clenched her back teeth. She squeezed out a smile. It's this serious. Why were you discharged? Could I visit you? I haven't broken any bones, nor suffered a concussion, so I don't need to continue lying down. And I am the person in charge of Chi Yao Group. There are many things to deal with. Cannot slack off. Cough cough. Her words were perfect, afraid Fang Yuma might use them against her. Hearing this, the waiter bringing water sympathetically glanced at Chi Fiwen. It's my fault about what happened earlier. I should not have allowed you to be filmed without permission. Regarding the person who hurt you, I really had no idea he would be that extreme. If I knew. Fang Yuma didn't finish her sentence before being interrupted. I understand. You are so kind. How could you incite someone to commit a crime? It's his own intention, nothing to do with you. Haven't the police proven your innocence? You don't have to say more. I trust you. Fang Yuma. Why didn't Chi Fiwen make it difficult for her? How could she exaggerate her suffering? How could she make the netizens empathize with her? These are the supplements I brought for you. Hoping you get well soon. Consider it, must have cost you a lot. If you ever run into any trouble in Duda City, just speak up, I'll definitely help. As soon as Chi Fiwen saw the waiter serving the dishes, she immediately exaggerated her performance. Fang Yuma felt like she had swallowed a fly. Unable to delay further, Fang Yuma cut straight to the point and said in front of the waiter, So, Brother Shan. Chi Fiwen continued, not giving her a chance to speak. I will arrange for you to meet Shen Lubai. Let him decide. Neither of us has the right to make that decision, right? I think Miss Fang, you have things backward. You shouldn't come begging me, but should ask Shen Lubai directly. If he really wants to leave, what can I do? The waiter couldn't help but interject. Yeah, isn't it the man's choice? Why do you keep pestering Miss Chi? Fang Yuma's face turned sour. Chi Fiwen quickly took on the role of the good guy. Maybe it's just that people get blinded when they're involved. Miss Fang must not be doing it intentionally. Fang Yuma then unleashed her ultimate move. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have. No, it's not sister's fault. It's me being disrespectful, woo-woo. Chi Fiwen started pinching herself hard. She cried from the pain. It's my fault for not finding out more. Your betrothal agreement was already cancelled, and I thought he was alone, suffering in the Shin family. It was reckless of me to act out of spite and take him as an in-law husband. If I had known beforehand that sister was waiting for him, I would never have gotten married. Even though we are getting along so well now, and I have deeply fallen in love with him, does it matter? Love is about timing, right? Ultimately, I am the one who came late, woo-woo. Fang Yuma. The waiter couldn't bear to watch anymore. All I know is that love is about propriety and ethics, not some race of who comes first or last. The engagement has been broken off already, so how dare you interfere with his freedom to love someone else? Woo-woo. Please stop talking, sister didn't mean to. Chi Fiwen became obsessed with acting, initially faking tears, but now genuinely sobbing, big teardrops falling one after another. She was determined to enter the entertainment industry. Miss Chi, I support you. I followed your Weibo account. Seeing all the sacrifices you've made for your husband, don't give up, you're not the other woman. You two are legally married. She's the third party. No, sister's emotions are genuine. How could she possibly be the third party? You're too weak and too good-hearted. Be firm. Nice guys finish last, and nice people get walked over. You need to be resolute. Don't be afraid. I'm your fan, and I'll always support you. A beautiful, stylish, and kind sister will definitely have a good ending. The third party should go away where they came from. Who are you calling out? Finally, Fang Yuma lost her cool. Every word about the third party made her blood boil. Chapter 76. Find 10 or 8 men. Did I name anyone? You sure jump to conclusions quickly. They say outside that you're an innocent little flower, but I think you're a massive, shameless green lotus. The server was also filled with justice and began spewing out. Fang Yuma was so angry that she directly picked up the glass of lemonade in front of her and splashed it over. Chi Fiwen had sharp eyes and quick hands. Her acting peak was here. She could have pulled the server out of the way, but instead she hugged the server tightly, blocking the cup of water with her own body. Her whole person was soaked, with water dripping down from her hair. The server was deeply moved and immediately opened her phone, pointing the camera at Fang Yuma. I want everyone to see your true face. Don't take pictures. Fang Yuma started pushing around. Chi Fiwen deliberately crowded forward, then fell to the ground, holding her arm pitifully. It hurts so much. You pushed someone. The server shouted loudly. I didn't. Sister didn't touch me. It's just that I fell by accident. Call 120 quickly. Sister is injured. Chi Fiwen was sent to the hospital again. She leisurely ate bananas and played with her phone. Now it was Fang Yuma's turn to get angry. Finally, someone broke out of the character she had established and began to calmly analyze this incident. It was true that she and Shen Lubai had once shared a sincere relationship, but she still followed her parents' arrangement and left. The two of them dissolved their marriage and thus became two unrelated individuals. Why couldn't Shen Lubai have new feelings? Shen Lubai indeed suffered brain damage, but he wasn't regressed to the intelligence of a 5 or 6-year-old, but rather had the IQ of a teenager around 15 years old. Whoever treated him well or not was clear. Search for photos where they were captured together, and there was no trace of abuse on Shen Lubai. He often carried a smile. Moreover, after Chi Fiwen got married, she didn't fraternize with her ex-boyfriend or become involved in any scandals. Why couldn't they be blessed? Just because one side of a breakup still liked the other, did the other side have to wait forever? What kind of logic was that? From the looks of it now, Fang Yuma was simply an antagonist. The public opinion online swung entirely in one direction. So heartbroken for sister, always encountering such antagonists. Hugging sister. Sister, don't back off, we support you. Sister looks too good. Actress life, I will definitely support. We support the completely defeated couple, defeating all others. Chi Fiwen put down her phone. This was really gratifying. Even if Shen Lubai chose Fang Yuma, she wasn't afraid anymore. Public opinion would only lean more towards her side. Her personal market value skyrocketed. Henceforth, she wouldn't talk about love anymore, focusing solely on making money. At the very least, money wouldn't betray her. Su Qingqing came to visit her and helped her remove her makeup. She peeled an orange for Chi Fiwen. Sisters, this is so gratifying. I'm excited to death. Small situation, stay calm. I just can't understand. How long has Fang Yuma been around? Why do I feel like she's more disgusting than Jiang Yan? Jiang Yan's tricks are too lowbrow. She mainly works hard on men and relies more on men. So I dislike Tang Zizong more and sometimes even pity Jiang Yan. Fang Yuma avoids key issues, takes advantage of others' empathy, and even incites people to commit crimes, yet manages to keep herself clean. She gets away with whatever she wants because of her harmless face. If she were sincere, I might consider giving her a chance. Shen Lubai and her have years of feelings. Maybe giving her the person would help his condition. But she came in with strong hostility, while pretending to be pitiful, which is disgusting. Wait, do you really plan to give her him? Su Qingqing panicked. Of course, I respect Shen Liubai's choice. I won't bully him or make decisions for him just because he's dumb. What do you want anyway? You shouldn't have married him in the first place. Be careful with your words. It was a legal marriage. He moved into my family. Our future children will bear my surname. If Shen Lubai really chooses Fang Yuma, then I will never talk about feelings again, nor marry. Shen Lubai happened to hear this sentence right outside the door. His heart stirred. He couldn't let Chi Fiwen down. Then the next sentence almost made him furious. I'll play with men. Find 10 or 8 young puppies or wolf dogs, rough ones, quiet ones, half-bloods, exotic ones, and experience them all. Afterward, I'll only go through the physical without emotions. When I'm tired of it, I'll choose an excellent sperm donor, conceived through IVF. I don't need to know who the child's father is, as long as the child knows I am their mother. Why should I talk about feelings? Sadness and sentimentality. Why bother when I can revel in the world, becoming a trashy woman? By then, the media will pity me, being hurt too deeply by love, refusing to believe in love ever again. Look, I've already written the script for it. Shen Lubai outside the door wanted desperately to kick the door open, smash the door panel in her face. How dare she think like that? 10 or 8 little puppies or wolf dogs. Rugged ones, quiet ones, half-bloods, exotic ones? Just for physical pleasure without any emotional attachment? Conceive a child through IVF without knowing the father? He would break her dog legs if she even dared to think about it. Not one of them was allowed. He could ignore whatever had happened between Chi Fiwen and Tang Zizong in the past, but from now on, every single day, she could only belong to him both body and mind. Their child could only be born with him. Antley came over with the medicine. Why don't you go in? Shen Lubai adjusted his emotions, and the two of them went in together. Chi Fiwen was discussing the future with Su Qingqing. But the moment she saw Shen Lubai, her restless heart inexplicably calmed down. She still couldn't forget what Shen Lubai looked like during their first meeting. That clear gaze, she would remember it forever. He was too pure, like pristine amber that needed to be carefully cherished. The Shen family couldn't protect such a pure piece of amber. If finding this fool to marry at the Shen family was a rash decision, seeing Shen Lubai in that moment made her completely clear-headed, wanting to bring him home to protect him well. Eat. Shen Liubai's voice was icy. What's wrong? You two leave. I need to eat with Wan. Both of you go. Chi Fiwen waved her hand dismissively. Why are you mad? Who made our fool angry? She patted his head affectionately. What's a puppy? And what's a wolf dog? How many rivals do you want me to find for you? Did you hear all that? She laughed dryly. If you really leave one day, there will be nothing you can do about it. Then whatever I do will have nothing to do with you. Even mentioning this made her feel a bit wistful. Can you trust me again, like last time? Shen Lubai looked at her. She subconsciously swallowed her saliva. Why did this fool's gaze seem so intense, as if it could form threads? Why? His eyes were burning so fiercely. Was this the power of sincerity? She quickly turned away her gaze, her cheeks unconsciously turning red. Look at me. He actually cupped her face, making her look straight at him. She mumbled aimlessly, her heart inexplicably pounding like a drum. Chi Fiwen quickly arranged for Shen Lubai to meet Fang Yuma. To ensure there was no manipulation behind the scenes, the meeting would take place via live stream. Fang Yuma was extremely excited, waiting for this encounter. She thought she had an absolute advantage. While preparing to leave in her car, her phone rang. It was from an unknown number. She answered it, recognizing the familiar voice on the other end. It's me, Shen Lubai. Big brother Shen. Fang Yuma said emotionally. I don't want anyone else to know about my hidden identity yet. When we meet, you should know what to say. His voice was cold. Fang Yuma felt uneasy inside. Big brother Shen, are you threatening me? Chapter 77, Bankruptcy Plan. It could be, or it might not. Big brother Shen, why have you become like this? In the past, you always cared for Momo. Before she finished, Shen Lubai cut her off impatiently. I hold you responsible for her injuries. The fact that I haven't made things hard for you yet is due to my respect for our past. But respect has its limits, Fang Yuma. We're over, and I don't want any more trouble. Leave the capital after this meeting. In addition, if anyone finds out my true identity, whether or not you tell them, I will hold you accountable. You know full well why you came to see me. After speaking, without waiting for Fong Yuema's response, he hung up the phone directly. Fong Yuema felt as though her body had fallen into an icy dungeon. A chill ran from head to toe. Her complexion was ashen. She had been confident about this meeting, but now she was completely disheartened. Also, what did Shin Lubai mean by his words? Does he know my intentions? That's impossible. Just at that moment, her phone rang again. She saw the caller ID, feeling like it was the last straw of hope. Are you sure about this meeting? Lu Zheng's voice echoed. Fong Yuema bit her lip. I'm losing confidence. Useless. What use are you to me then? If you can't even handle such a trivial task, don't expect me to save the Fong family. I never keep useless people around. You deal with it yourself. Lu Zheng angrily ended the call. Fong Yuema felt dizzy. She was so distracted while driving that she didn't notice oncoming traffic and collided head-on. The moment she lost consciousness, she felt oddly relieved. She wouldn't have to see Shin Lubai and wouldn't get rejected again. At least, she still had time. Fong Yuema suffered severe injuries. Someone pulled her out of the shattered car. Incredibly, she hadn't fainted yet. She lay in a pool of blood and struggled to utter one last sentence. Am I dying? Can I see Big Brother Shin one last time before I die? This sentence once again elevated her tragic image. All the efforts Chai Fiwen had gone through were almost nullified by this single statement. It's infuriating how skilled she is at playing the victim. Girls like her, who look stunning but are stuck in love, easily evoke sympathy despite their wrongdoings. People who used to curse her started to pity her, telling her not to cling to the past and move on to new beginnings. To Chai Fiwen's relief, no one cursed her either. The defeated couple continued to gain popularity online, even attracting offers from talent agents. If it weren't for having a big family business to inherit, she would have already pursued acting. In the future, she could take part in some talk shows, market her public persona, and occasionally bring up Jiang Yin and Tang Zizong as a way to bash them. Every morning now, Chai Fiwen eagerly waited for the stock market to open, watching her company's stock price rise little by little. Her mood couldn't be better. Previously, she had begged others to collaborate with her and relied on the name of the DE Group. Now, however, she could rely on her own beauty and money for whatever she pleased. With Fong Yuema being in a car accident, an event of this magnitude, Chai Fiwen decided she needed to do something. So she prepared a pile of nutritional supplements and limped over to visit her in the hospital. Fong Yuema looked terrible, her spirit wandering, clearly showing the severity of the accident. What do you want here? Are you trying to act further? She showed no courtesy. After all, there was no one else around. You're the one who has been pretending this whole time. Now, I even suspect whether colliding with my car was planned. Regardless, none of it matters anymore. Let me make one thing clear. I won't give up on him, and he won't choose you either. Moreover, because of your antics, Chi Yao Group has reaped substantial profits, and my previous scandals have also been cleared up. Truly thank you. These words left Fong Yuema half dead with rage. Chai Fiwen, she gritted her teeth. You have everything. Why can't you give up just a little? If you leave him, you'll find someone better. But if I let go of him, I will never love another. What does it have to do with me? Chai Fiwen gave her a cold stare. Fong Yuema was stunned. Tears clung to the corners of her eyes, making her appear somewhat comical. She didn't expect Chai Fiwen to outright swear. What happened to her proper upbringing? Why should I pay for your feelings? Am I your mother? Do I owe you something? Everything I have is from my ancestors' hard work and my own labor. My life is free and unrestrained now, and it's exactly what I deserve. What's it got to do with you? It's not like you gave it to me. How shameless you are, demanding a man from me like this? You? How dare you say vulgarities? So rude. Fong Yuema was overwhelmed, knowing full well she couldn't match Chai Fiwen's audacity. What's it got to do with you? Fong Yuema. She burst into tears from anger. Chai Fiwen was becoming somewhat irritated. Is it true that all manipulative women love to cry? Do men always cave when they see tears? She decided she needed to practice crying too. Cry, cry, cry. Why does it never stop? Chai Fiwen muttered as she walked away, leaving Fong Yuema sobbing even harder from being called out. Chai Fiwen got into her car, ready to leave, when suddenly Su Qingqing's call came in. I've looked into what you asked me to before, and I found something. Who is it? Chai Fiwen immediately tensed up. It's... Su Qingqing hesitated a bit before speaking, making Chai Fiwen even more serious. Finally, after a long pause, 2 words came out. Bai Huai. Chai Fiwen's brows furrowed deeply. How could it be him? My master also found some other information. Let me send it to you. Just stay calm after reading it. Soon, her phone signaled that she had received an email. Bankruptcy plan of Chi Yao Group? She clicked on it with sheer astonishment, finally understanding why Bai Huai had proposed this collaboration with her. He'd shower her with large orders initially, supporting her business with early investments to earn her complete trust. Then he'd find ways for her to fail in delivering the goods. The exorbitant breach of contract penalties alone would drain all the working capital of Chi Yao Group. His plan roughly outlined taking over Chi Yao Group at below market value within 1.5 years. After reading, Chai Fiwen felt waves of turbulence inside, her breathing remaining unsteady for a long time. She wanted to meet Bai Huai again and ask him face to face why he had been so good to her, giving her numerous gifts at the wedding, bidding on the tea set she desired most, helping her retrieve Shin Lubai, even risking his life to rescue her from the smuggling ship. It turns out, it was all part of his scheme to gain her trust little by little, then manipulate her like a pawn. What he craved was Chi Yao Group. Her call with Su Qingqing hadn't disconnected yet. Su Qingqing guessed that Chai Fiwen had finished reading, cautiously saying, "We found this on Secretary Shue's computer. It seems like your group already has people loyal to him. Otherwise, such detailed data wouldn't have been obtainable." Chai Fiwen painfully closed her eyes, letting out a sound of scornful derision. He truly aims to take control of Qi Yao Group at any cost. This is what a calculating businessman looks like, huh? I've had my lesson. Chapter 78, Dogman, a slap every time I see him. Well, Will, are you okay? I'm fine. I've already dealt with someone like Tang Zizong, an animal. Would I fear people like him? I can handle the business competition and scheming. I was too naive, but it won't happen again. Lu Zheng has issues. Bai Huai also has problems. Relying on others is not as reliable as relying on oneself. She can still live without men around her. This time, leaning on Fang Yumao, didn't she just stage a pretty good comeback? She started to reduce Lu Zheng's actual power and gave him some honorary positions for appearance's sake. Privately, she planted the new talents she had been cultivating. She was also especially focused on her collaboration with the DE group, absolutely not giving Bai Huai a chance to interfere. After this collaboration, she would never collaborate with Bai Huai again. Fang Yumao fell ill after a car accident and temporarily did not have the energy to deal with herself. Thus, she could thoroughly free her hands to concentrate fully on her career. A piece of news came, within her expectations and yet beyond them. Jiang Yin announced that she was pregnant. It was just discovered through medical checkups, during which Tang Zizong accompanied her. The loving couple image captured by media spread widely, and Qi Fiwen saw Su Wei's distorted features at the edges of the photo. Just discovered to be pregnant? Jiang Yin must have known long ago. That's really interesting. The Tang family celebrated its 100-year anniversary, combined with Jiang Yan's pregnancy, double joyous events. Tang Zizong held a lavish banquet even more magnificent than the previous one. Qi Fiwen was also among those invited. She attended because occasions like this were very suitable for doing business, and it was also a perfect opportunity to stay away from Lu Zheng. If everything went according to plan, she would see Bai Huai as well, and some matters should indeed be clarified. Tang Zizong spent a huge amount of money buying a castle, which he presented to Jiang Yan, and the evening banquet took place in this castle. Jiang Yan, surrounded by a crowd, radiated happiness on her face. This time, she truly emerged on top. In such a setting, she also arranged for Zhou Yang to participate so he could meet many important figures. These were all potential hidden clients. When Qi Fiwen entered, their gazes crossed from afar. Jiang Yan's smile froze instantly, and she quickly looked away with some fluster. Interesting. Qi Fiwen ignored her and proceeded to mingle directly with other big bosses. Her outfit was extremely alluring, a red velvet long dress exposing her back entirely, with fishtail hemlines. Every step she took exuded graceful charm. Your clothes look amazing. Which brand is it? I designed it myself. Haven't you heard? I set up a design studio. As soon as I see you, I get inspiration for designs. You definitely have to come, even if I don't get paid. I want to specially design something tailor-made for you. Is it really that exaggerated? What's so exaggerated? Your figure is great. If I design for you, it will surely fit you better than what I wear now. Okay, I'll definitely visit another day. If you don't come, I'll seek you out. Qi Fiwen was eloquent and smooth-talking, charming people to the point of confusion, making them feel like they drank her bewitching potion. As she mingled with others casually, she subtly promoted her brand softly. This brand belonged to her. After working freely for 3 years, she intended to completely separate from Bai Huai, so it wasn't a loss. Below, she interacted effortlessly with various people and maneuvered gracefully amidst different circles. But someone observed her from a high vantage point. Shen Lubai was invited as well. To continue developing in the capital, it was necessary to maintain superficial harmony. There were no absolute enemies in this world, only absolute interests. He wore a mask and stayed upstairs, but didn't go down. Nevertheless, many approached him to greet him. Qi Fiwen noticed something amiss, looked up, and saw a familiar silhouette. Since last escaping from the kidnappers, it had been a long while since they last met. She raised her glass towards him, her crimson lips curling into a flirtatious smile that left countless mesmerized. With her skirt lifted, she proactively sought him out. As she neared, she brought with her an alluring fragrance. Was it the aroma of wine, or the scent of a young lady? His gaze unconsciously became opaque. She looked so edible. He disliked the lustful glances other men threw at her, finding them greedy. And he certainly didn't like her dressing this way. Only he should be permitted to appreciate her provocatively attired self like this. What qualifications do other men have? Or dare? He immediately removed his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders, covering her bare back. Beautifully justified. It's cold outside, don't catch a chill. By general, it's been ages since we last met. Regarding the last incident, I haven't properly thanked you yet. We should definitely share a meal together. It's nothing. To you, it may be a small matter, but to me, it isn't. She said it nonchalantly. She wondered whether Bai Huai would bring up the order for the next quarter. Thinking about it, he asked exactly that. That instant, she was filled with disappointment. However, she didn't show it. Let's talk inside. They went to the lounge, and Bai Huai directly took out the contract. The order was increased, along with a very favorable price, essentially handing over money to Qi Fiwen. If this were before, she would be overwhelmed with gratitude. But now, she only saw it as an enormous bait. He was waiting for her to bite, and then hang herself. Sign if there's no problem, and hand it over to legal affairs. Before Shen Lubai finished speaking, he didn't expect Qi Fiwen to snap her pen cap closed, rip up the contract, and throw it in the trash. His eyes slightly narrowed, confused about her action. Had he offended her? Isn't this just giving free money to his wife? No need. Qi Yao Group has already turned around. We don't need General Bai's charity. She said it tactfully, but was still unwilling to tear open that embarrassing window. This isn't charity. Right now, Qi Yao Group's reputation is great, and the stock market continues to rise. Working with you also benefits me. If you think the production volume is less or something else, everything can be well negotiated. By general, are you doing charity? Why such urgency to give me money? Shen Lubai was temporarily at a loss for words. Without understanding his feelings clearly, he wanted to rush to help his wife with work? Why does his wife look so unhappy? Chi Fiwen saw that he did not respond, so she straightened things out directly. By general, let's stop pretending. Would you care to take a look at this? She opened her phone and let him see the bankruptcy plan. Shen Liubai's pupils trembled with anger. His first reaction was to tear Xue Hao apart. Where did you get this? His face expression was extremely grim. How you obtain my internal data is how I got this. You know about this? Lu Zheng definitely had sinister motives, but at least he wasn't cruel like you and didn't make me bankrupt so quickly. At least, he gave me time to plan and ways to respond. In front of you. Do I look like an easy fool to deceive? You kept helping me, and I was puzzled by your kindness. It turns out you were eyeing my family business. Wan, it's not like that. Listen to my explanation. Shen Lubai became anxious, instinctively calling her Wan, wanting to reach for her hand. But just when he touched it, she ruthlessly pulled away. Chi Fiwen slapped him across the face instead. Blood appeared on Shen Liubai's lips, his features serious and looking somewhat grim. Wan is someone you can call. By Huai, regarding the final delivery order, I don't need you to pay the remaining balance. Your order indeed saved Qi Yao's life. I have nothing more to say. I'll return the money to you, and we'll consider ourselves even. From now on, bridges go their way, roads go theirs, and we owe each other nothing. I thought you were just ugly, never imagining your heart was also so vile. I haven't wronged you, yet you try to bankrupt me. You're really vicious. Don't let me see you again, otherwise every time I see you, I'll slap you again. Not a single good man among dogmen. Spit. Chapter 79, You Won't Deceive Me. Chi Fiwen was so angry that she stomped hard on his leather shoes. The stiletto heel came down, causing Shen Lubai to pale with pain. And just like that, Chi Fiwen left in high spirits, leaving Shen Lubai wishing he were dead. Xue Hao had been waiting in the car all along, ready to leave as soon as Shen Lubai finished his social engagements. He originally thought it would take more than 2 hours, but unexpectedly, Shen Lubai emerged after only half an hour. Sir, this fast? Miss Chi hasn't come back yet. Shen Lubai got into the car and took off his mask, revealing the palm print on his face. Xue Hao was stunned. Who hit you? Who dared to hit you? Chi Fiwen. Miss Chi? Why did Miss Chi hit you? Xue Hao looked utterly confused. Someone tampered with your computer, didn't you know? A carefully planned bankruptcy plan she learned about early. Now, everything good I've done for her looks calculated. And now how am I supposed to reveal my identity to her? Xue Hao, are you here to help me or to ruin me? Sir, this is my fault. Xue Hao was sweating profusely. If I lose my wife because of this, you'll have to atone with your life. Shen Lubai was seething with anger. Sir, it can't be entirely blamed on me, right? It was your plan. I suggested you terminate it multiple times, but you were stubborn and insisted. So in the end, it's my fault. That's a fair assessment. Xue Hao threw caution to the wind, deciding to confront Shen Lubai directly, since there was no turning back anyway. For the first time, Shen Lubai felt what it was like to pick up a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. You're losing your vacation. Even if I lose it, I still have something to say. Demotion and pay cut. Then I have even more to say. Not to criticize, but someone who has never tasted pork knows you mess things up. Sir, why were you so stubborn, refusing to admit you like Miss Chi? Is it shameful to admit you like her? She's so beautiful, with such a great background, and especially protective of you when you pretend to be dumb. How kind she is to you. Yet you, because of her past, have a prejudice against her and want her bankrupt. In the end, sir, it's because you're petty. Shen Liubai's face turned black as a pot bottom. Afterward, Xue Hao dared not continue saying anything, otherwise his life wouldn't be safe. Get out. This word came almost squeezing through clenched teeth. He wanted to kill Xue Hao and sew his mouth shut. Not a single word pleased him. Xue Hao was forced out of the car and watched as the car sped away. Serves you right. Xue Hao continued to comment sarcastically. Chi Fiwen cursed a bit, and the pent-up frustration inside her finally eased. She was tired, eating some snacks alone in a corner when Jiang Yan arrived unexpectedly. With a fake smile that didn't reach her eyes, Chi Fiwen stared at Jiang Yan's belly. Jiang Yan bit her lips, boldly said, You guessed right? I don't know what you're talking about. You do. You recognized me at the hospital last time, didn't you? Now you hold a piece of evidence over me. What exactly do you want to keep this secret? It depends on my mood. Chi Fiwen, if you dare expose me, I'll do whatever it takes to make you experience the loss of everything. As soon as these words were spoken, Chi Fiwen's expression became icy cold. She hadn't even threatened Jiang Yan yet, and already Jiang Yan was threatening her? Say it again. She coldly stared at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan had appeared confident just moments ago, but she lacked the courage to repeat herself. Her fear had overwhelmed her before, which led to this moment. Little sister, please. I beg you. When Jiang Yan tried to touch Chi Fiwen's hand, Chi Fiwen quickly dodged. Don't let your dirty hands touch me. If you hadn't threatened me, I might have kept silent. Tell me, how do you, Jiang Yan, expect me to pay the price? If this gets exposed, Tang Zizong will surely crush you completely, leaving you no chance to harm me. To tell you the truth, I have no intention of telling Tang Zizong. You cheating on him fits perfectly into my plan. Perhaps it's Tang Zizong's child. Oh really? So even you don't know who the father is? Jiang Yan felt a pang of guilt. It was during her ovulation period, making it difficult to ascertain. She had intended to terminate the pregnancy, but the doctor told her that her previous child was lost, and another abortion could render her infertile in the future. Without children, how could she keep Tang Zizong by her side? So, with a glimmer of hope, She prayed every day for the child to be Tang Zitsong's. If it was, everything would work out perfectly. But given her history of being sold and sleeping with others, both known to Qi Fiwen and Su Qingqing, it was absolutely crucial for her that Tang Zitsong never find out, or else she would be ruined. As long as you behave, I won't feel repulsed and may mercifully keep your secret. Will you really not tell? I've already said, it depends on my mood. If you don't provoke me, my mood will be fine. Qi Fiwen said lazily. Jiang Yin could only nod. Then what about Su Qingqing? Give her a gag order fee, you handle it yourself. Jiang Yin hesitated for a long time and finally took out a check and wrote 10 million yuan. This is all my pocket money. Tang Zitsong is really becoming more generous with you. She unceremoniously accepted the gag order fee. She needed to work hard to help her best friend become a billionaire. After leaving the banquet, she went directly to find Su Qingqing. When Su Qingqing received the check, her eyes sparkled. Love you. Unexpected wealth from heaven. You deserve it. Do you think that child is Tang Zitsong's? Who knows? In that case, I'll wish he isn't. Let Tang Zitsong reap what he sows, happily being someone else's dad. Hopefully this kid is his one and only seed, and when he's old, he'll find out. It'd be so exciting. Qi Fiwen, hearing this, enthusiastically gave her a high five. She was thinking the same thing. How amazing of a best friend to be in sync like this. Did you confront Bai Huai? Qi Fiwen nodded. Slapping him felt great. Girl, you're awesome. So it seems that only my little idiot wouldn't deceive me. Pure-hearted and simple, only knowing how to eat rice, truly great. When you put it like that, Shen Lubai is actually quite decent. At least, he doesn't have as many tricks up his sleeve. I support your choice. When choosing a man, go for the slower ones, not the overly cunning ones. They're too scary. Yes, go for the slower ones. Qi Fiwen had consumed quite a bit of alcohol and wobbled drunkenly back home. Did you drink? As soon as she entered the bedroom, she collided into a sturdy embrace. Feeling the familiar scent, she felt inexplicably calm. Thinking about all the humiliations she suffered outside, being toyed by Lu Zhong, deceived by Bai Huai, her heart ached so much. Only a fool wouldn't cheat her. She reached behind and clutched him tightly, her voice mumbling. Thank goodness for you. Even if all men in the world were to deceive me, you won't, right? Wow, you're so good. At these words, Shen Lubai stiffened entirely. Do you know? That DE Group's Bai Huai, he's simply a beast. All his kindness towards me was fake. He conspired to make my family go bankrupt. Lu Zhong approached me with sinister intentions as well. So, fool, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? In the dark, Shen Lubai could still feel her burning gaze. He couldn't bring himself to respond. Qi Fiwen couldn't see clearly and spoke without restraint. You mustn't deceive me. Those who did, I discarded them all. Saying that, she fell asleep drunk. In the dark, Shen Lubai held her for a long time before slowly turning on the light. If examined closely, there was still a faint handprint left on his face from earlier. He helped her remove her makeup, changed her clothes. She lay naked on the bed, her waterfall-like black hair draping over her beautiful back. But he had no desires. He never imagined things would turn out like this. Shen Lubai covered her well with the blanket. I am willing to be a fool for life, just for you. As long as I can be with you. Chapter 80. Nothing wrong with the wine, it's the fragrance. The next day, Qi Fiwen returned to the company and terminated the subsequent cooperation with DE Group, causing a lot of opposition. But Qi Fiwen was resolute in her decision, and no one could change her mind. Lu Zhong still stood by her side, as the top figure in the group, but his actual power was far less than it used to be. Lu Zhong looked at her now capable and independent appearance, his eyes deep and solemn. She was busy in her office when she unexpectedly found him visiting her. Lu Zhong, knowing her taste well, brewed a steaming cup of coffee for her. Don't overwork yourself. I can help you solve these problems. I need to grow myself and become a qualified person in charge. Lu Zhong, you've helped me too much already. She hid her true emotions, maneuvering around him. He watched her wanting to say something, but holding back, clenching, and then loosing his fists. What is it? Do you have something to say? Actually, she was also waiting for Lu Zhang's confession. Why did he do this? Did he receive benefits from another party, or does he have a feud with the Qi family? Let's speak plainly. There's no need to deal with these underhanded things. However, Lu Zhang shook his head. Nothing. I just worry that you might get too tired. You've been performing well recently. You've truly grown up. The current you looks even better than before. I'll keep looking good. She smiled brilliantly. Can we still be friends? Of course. Lu Zhang didn't say anything else and turned to leave. Qi Fiwen hesitated for a long time, not telling her grandfather about this matter. She wanted to handle it herself, minimizing the loss for the group while preserving her friendship with Lu Zhang. When her grandfather was seriously ill, and she lacked the ability to take over the group, Lu Zhang was like timely rain, helping her a lot. She would always feel gratitude towards him. But there won't be more than that. Because Qi Fiwen advertised at the banquet, the studio's business boomed. However, clients of this level were served personally by her. She brought Tang Yin along, generously sharing knowledge, letting him quickly grow so he could take her place. So during this period, Qi Fiwen was especially busy, sometimes going home late at night and falling straight into bed, without even having the chance to have a proper meal with her little idiot. She didn't charge people for designing, thanking them for their patronage. All they needed to do was wear the clothes she designed, attend banquets, participate in performances, serve as her living advertisement, and she'd be content. Soon Lu Bai Design Studio became widely known, mainly focusing on mid to high-end industries. Qi Fiwen was busier than ever, yet Feng Yuma still called her, saying they needed to meet and talk. No time. She didn't spare him any good attitude. Are you sure? I can cure his illness. Are you really sure you don't want to come? The hand about to hang up froze instantly upon hearing this. She had consulted many renowned doctors and received no definitive answers. If Fang Yuma was truly that capable and could find someone to treat him, what if you're lying? I won't joke about Shen Lubai. Just come and you'll know. Fang Yuma let her come to the hotel in an hour. Qi Fiwen, fearing she might play tricks, specifically brought 2 strong security guards along. Fang Yuma immediately called Shui Hao afterward. I want to see Shen Lubai. Let him come and see me. Otherwise, I'm not sure what I will end up doing. Shui Hao wanted to ask more clearly, but Fang Yuma rudely hung up. Shui Hao had no choice but to find Shen Lubai. Shen Lubai feared she would babble nonsense to Qi Fiwen and hesitated briefly before heading out. Rushing to the hotel where Fang Yuma stayed. Once inside the room, the smell of alcohol filled the air. Fang Yuma was drunk and unsteady, wearing a sexy black long dress with a particularly low neckline and a high-slit skirt, exuding a heavy scent of worldliness. He watched her coldly, unmoved. Fang Yuma moved toward him like a snake, holding his face in her hands. Why are you treating me like this? Don't you know how much I love you? Why do you push me away so far? You've had too much to drink. Previously, you never allowed me to touch alcohol. You said you wouldn't feel secure if I drank without you around. I don't want to hear anything about the past anymore. Why? Tears flowed from Fang Yuma's eyes like rain. She couldn't bear it. She came back full of confidence, believing Shen Lubai belonged to her. But why did everything change? Shen Lubai gave no response. Fang Yuma pushed him down onto the sofa. She straddled him and touched him randomly, but the man beneath showed no reaction at all. She brought the red wine again and tried feeding it to his lips, but he disdainfully dodged. The wine spilled, staining his white shirt red. Finally, Fang Yuma broke down crying. I love you so much. Why don't you want me? You haven't told Qi Fiwen her identity yet, which clearly shows you don't trust her and don't love her enough. So why are you still staying by her side? We grew up together, our childhood companions, talking about everything back then. And only in these few years, you've changed your feelings for me. Shen Lubai was sick and tired of Fang Yuma living in her self-created delusion as the infatuated one. His last bit of patience had finally worn thin. He abruptly grabbed her neck, staring at her darkly. Have you acted enough yet? Can't you do your performance alone? Why force others to play along with your schemes? Who couldn't accept that I was a fool and threatened to die to get our parents to call off the engagement? You pulled back because you were scared. I understand human nature. I don't blame you. Now you're back. What's your plan? How much did Lu Jing pay you to come back? If it weren't for Father Fang's trouble abroad almost leading him to bankruptcy and your urgent need for funding, would you have even bothered coming back? He had finally torn away the final layer of pretense. The only reason he hadn't completely abandoned her was out of consideration for their past relationship. But for Fang Yuma to take his residual feelings seriously, it was truly laughable. Fang Yuma stared at him in shock, tears dangling on the edge of her eyelids, but unshed. When did you find out? From the moment you returned to the country. If you've been paying attention to me, doesn't that mean you still care about me deep down? That's why you investigated my actions so thoroughly, right? A sudden flush of excitement appeared on Fang Yuma's face, which had previously turned deathly pale. Shen Lubai sneered. You're reading too much into this. I simply have informants keeping an eye on Lu Zhang's every move, and coincidentally, they uncovered your activities as well. If it weren't for Lu Zhang bringing you back into play, I'd already have forgotten all about you. Impossible. Fang Yuma let out a scream, completely losing her composure. I advise you to leave early, or you'll lose more than you gain by offending people you shouldn't offend. Having said everything that needed to be said, Shen Lubai pushed her away mercilessly and got up to leave. Yet just as he stood, dizziness overcame him, and his breathing became uneven. How could this be? He hadn't drunk that glass of wine. It seemed Fang Yuma noticed his surprise. The wine has nothing to do with it. It's the fragrance from the diffuser, she replied smugly, a triumphant smirk playing across her lips. I've also invited Qi Fiwen. By the time she arrives, things between us will naturally unfold. And I didn't say a word. I simply showed her. Shen Liubai's complexion grew even worse. This scent was potent, making his entire body heat up with blood coursing uncontrollably and longing for the touch of the opposite sex. Without control, his hand reached out towards Fang Yuma, gripping her tightly around the waist, just as they awaited the consummation of their encounter. Chapter 81, Savage Words. Qi Fiwen arrived at the hotel and was stopped by the front desk. Are you here to see Miss Fang? She left a room card for you, so you can go in yourself. Qi Fiwen hesitated as she picked up the room card. What's Fang Yuma up to now? She climbed upstairs with doubts, swiped the room card, and went inside. As soon as she smelled the scent inside, her eyebrows knitted together. It didn't just reek of alcohol. It was mixed with an intense aroma of incense, strong enough to make one feel like there was something seductive lurking nearby. On the coffee table lay empty wine bottles while the sheets on the bed were in utter disarray. The bathroom door was shut, but the sound of rushing water could be heard from within. Fang Yuma, she called out suspiciously once. No one answered. What kind of trick are you playing? If you don't answer, I'm coming in. She moved to the door, about to turn the handle, when unexpectedly Fang Yuma's scream reached her ears. Don't come in. I'm bathing. It's not convenient for me to see you right now. Just go back. What are you doing? Playing around with me? She felt irritated, almost wanting to burst inside and beat Fang Yuma's head to a pulp. I said it's inconvenient. Just leave. Fang Yuma's voice quivered. Qi Fiwen realized something wasn't right. She seemed fearful. Could it be some intruder breaking in and robbing her? She had read about such cases of food delivery people being involved in household murders. All right, I'll go. She pretended to agree, then quickly signaled the bodyguard. Barge in and carry her out quickly. No one is allowed to peek inside. Got it. After all, Fang Yumo is a girl who still needs her honor maintained. The bodyguard nodded and forcefully rammed open the door. With a loud bang, the bathroom door crashed onto the ground. Ah! From inside the bathtub came Fang Yumo's scream. The double-sized bathtub was both deep and large, filled with floating bubbles. Fang Yumo only had her head above water. Inside, there was another smell which she couldn't identify immediately. Didn't I tell you to leave? I'm taking a bath. What are you doing? Really just taking a bath? I thought maybe you'd been kidnapped. Anyway, you'll pay for the door. Consider it compensation for messing with me. After finishing her words, Chi Fiwen quickly fled. Fang Yumo hadn't even caught her breath when she felt the sharp sensation from behind. A figure suddenly emerged from under the water. Shen Lubai looked completely disheveled. He had held his breath for too long and kept coughing uncontrollably, as if trying to expel his internal organs. In his hand was a fruit knife pressed against Fang Yumo's waist. Fang Yumo shakily rose out of the water, her clothes still intact. The water in the pool continuously rippled, and that water, tinged with red. Fang Yumo gritted her teeth looking at his wounded thigh. Shen Lubai was really ruthless. He wasn't losing anything in this situation, yet he managed to wound himself, staying composed. Shen Lubai, this is a humiliation towards me. Shen Lubai didn't even glance at her. He threw the knife aside and hurriedly left without paying attention to the injury on his leg. He wanted to get home before Chi Fiwen returned. You dare to leave? I'll kill myself in front of you then. Behind her, Fang Yumo hastily picked up the knife, pressing it against her neck. Her emotions were wild, and she already cut through her own skin. Shen Lubai didn't even look back, throwing out cold words. Then bothered dying somewhere far away. With that, he left. Fang Yumo collapsed on the floor, her eyes turning red. She lost, but she wasn't willing to give up. Shen Lubai wasn't the same as he used to be. How could she bear to let him go? Shen Lubai rushed into the car, greatly surprising Shuahao. Master, you're injured. We need to go to the hospital. Home, hurry up. Chi Fiwen has already set off. His face was pale, enduring excruciating pain in his thigh. Shuahao had no choice but to follow orders. Shen Lubai rushed back home and asked Andy Lee for some fruits, pretending it was an accident where he got hurt. When Chi Fiwen came back, she heard this news and immediately sent him to the hospital after rushing through. Shen Lubai was too exhausted, falling asleep in her embrace while still on the car. When he woke up, he saw Chi Fiwen guarding beside the bed, feeling exceptionally relieved. Chi Fiwen sensed the difference and woke up hurriedly. How's it? Still hurts? How could you be so careless? You actually managed to injure yourself while peeling an apple? That's a deep cut, almost hitting the main artery. Her eyes turned bloodshot, her lashes damp. Shen Lubai lifted his hand, gently wiped away her tears and softly said, It doesn't hurt. Liar. All right then, it hurts, terribly. Really? Then I'll go call a doctor and get you an injection of painkiller. Anxious, she was about to find the doctor when unexpectedly he suddenly grabbed her hand, yanking her back hard. She fell into his arms. His strong arms tightly coiled around her, his thin lips kissing hers with the air of conquering new territory. Her mind went completely blank. This kiss was like a sudden storm, passionate and fierce, completely different from the usual gentle and mild fool. She was kissed to the point of dizziness, at a loss what to do. Her little hands unconsciously tightly gripped his collar. This kiss was deadly. After a long time, he reluctantly parted. Finally, he licked her lips with his tongue as if intending to taste every inch carefully. You are my painkiller. He spoke close to her ear, every word profound. Help. The fool speaking sweet words is too seductive? Especially those crystal clear eyes, so earnest. Her face immediately turned red. I want a child. Ah. Chi Fiwen was stunned. Did she hear it wrong? Shen Lubai felt somewhat guilty. He had ignobly thought about this step, using a child to keep Chi Fiwen. If anything were ever revealed one day, at least he would still have a card to hold on to her. Wan, will you give me a child? Yes. Couldn't be better. Then now, Shen Lubai couldn't help his urgency. Time for a definitive reassurance. Chi Fiwen was scared by this brash suggestion. She quickly stopped him. Not now. Let's wait till you're healed. There's no rush. We have all the time in the world. Most importantly, it's good that you finally realized, saving me a lot of trouble. Let's wait a bit longer. How could they do exercises right now when he was injured? That would be inhumane. No need to rush. Her springtime was coming. Chi Fiwen yearned for children. Finally, she could give an account to her grandfather. Both harbored their own thoughts secretly. Later on, Chi Fiwen called Fang Yumo to ask about Shen Liubai's condition. Instead, Fang Yumo shouted into the phone. Do you think he really loves you? From start to end, he's been deceiving you, with not a bit of sincerity. Chi Fiwen, do you think you've won? No, we've both lost. Have you taken the wrong medicine? Chi Fiwen frowned, feeling quite irritable. What was she babbling about? Every word incomprehensible. Huh? Fang Yumo laughed harshly, which was rather frightening. We've both lost. You haven't won over me. You're also laughable, being played by a man. I truly pity you. Chapter 82, The Machiavellian Boy. Crazy woman. Chi Fiwen hung up the phone in anger after hearing these mysterious words. It was really bad luck to hear such nonsense. Fang Yumo was still persistent and turned to Shuahao instead. I can keep his secrets as long as he pays me. I want a sum of money that can solve my family's crisis, and then I will leave peacefully. Shuahao took the opportunity and contacted Shen Lubai. Shen Lubai did not hesitate for a moment and told him to transfer the money directly. After Fang Yumo got the money, she didn't know whether to feel happy or miserable. It seems that Shen Lubai truly had no lingering feelings for her. She proactively contacted Lu Zhang. Our cooperation has come to an end. Why? Don't you want to save your family anymore? Someone already gave me the money. Fang Yuma said mysteriously. What do you mean? Lu Jing's expression immediately turned grim. Fang Yuma wanted to tell him, but under Shun Liubai's threat, she could only remain silent. In short, I no longer need your investment. My role as a pawn won't affect Shun Liubai at all. Actually, I can tell, you like Qi Fiwen, right? That's why you were so anxious to have me meddle in their divorce. If you like her, you should have made a move earlier. Don't wait until it's too late. Do I really compare unfavorably to a fool? Lu Jing's face darkened, saying that already admitted that he liked Qi Fiwen. What if one day, he is no longer a fool? Fang Yuma emphasized each word. This immediately sounded an alarm. If you're so confident, why did you seek me out? In reality, you're afraid. Maybe I can still help you, Lu Zheng. That was all Fang Yuma had to say. She left first, leaving only Lu Zheng behind. At this moment, his emotions were very complex. He indeed liked Qi Fiwen, but between them lay a blood feud. But that was the grudge of the previous generation. Qi Fiwen was innocent. If he wasn't afraid, why did he look for Shun Liubai's ex-fiancée? What if one day Shun Liubai regains his wits? Could he still compete when they are always together? In that moment, Lu Zheng was filled with a sense of crisis. He called Qi Fiwen and asked why she hadn't come to the company. My fool got injured, and I'm taking care of him in the hospital. There's nothing urgent in the group lately, so the subordinates can handle it well. Injured? How serious is it? Let me come and take a look. No need, I can take care of him alone. Qi Fiwen firmly rejected Lu Zheng, yet he still showed up, carrying a lot of nutritional supplements. Why did you come? I was worried about you. Lu Zheng asked Qi Fiwen about Shun Liubai's condition in detail, and consoled her not to worry, saying there was no injury to bones or tendons, so once the wound heals, everything would be fine. The ward had a caregiver, yet Qi Fiwen personally looked after him, though she was also a pampered young lady raised with servants attending to her every need. She may have been awkward at taking care of people, but it was clear she was putting in effort. Shun Liubai needed someone to assist him to the bathroom. Male caregivers used to help before, but for some reason, Shun Liubai felt uncomfortable around Lu Zheng and gave Qi Fiwen a pitiful look. Wan, I need to use the bathroom. Will you accompany me? Qi Fiwen hesitated only for a second. She's almost due with the baby. Why argue over this small matter? She immediately came to the bed, wanting to help him up. Lu Zheng became flustered and quickly pushed her away. Let me help. I'm stronger. If you accidentally dropped him and caused secondary injuries, what then? Qi Fiwen found this reasonable. Let him accompany you. I don't want to hurt you. Shun Liubai silently went to the restroom with Lu Zheng. Turn around. I can manage on my own. I don't like being washed while using the toilet. Lu Zheng turned around immediately. He wasn't interested in watching Shun Liubai. After washing his hands, Shun Liubai smirked mischievously and deliberately tripped, knocking things off the countertop, creating quite a commotion. Qi Fiwen rushed in to check, only to see Lu Zheng helping Shun Liubai get up from a messy floor. His thigh wound had reopened and was bleeding profusely. How did this happen? She was concerned. Shun Liubai remained silent, just giving her those big, innocent eyes filled with sadness like an injured fawn. Lu Zheng wanted to help him up, but Shun Liubai instinctively dodged. The unspoken answer was more powerful than any spoken words. Seeing this, Qi Fiwen became irritated. Are you here to mess things up? You'd better not come again. The more you help, the worse it gets. Lu Zheng's face turned black. It was my oversight, but it wasn't intentional. All right, you'd better go back to the group. They need you more there. Having said that, Qi Fiwen didn't even glance at Lu Zheng as she walked him to the door. There was nothing Lu Zheng could do but leave reluctantly. How did you fall for no reason? I don't know. Shun Liubai feigned ignorance. When Qi Fiwen couldn't get an answer, she gave up asking. Shun Liubai couldn't help but feel elated at the thought of Lu Zheng's frustrated look when he left. However, soon his mood turned sour again. Lu Zheng called Qi Fiwen to go on a business trip abroad with him. There was an issue with a batch of goods from their cooperator, and if it wasn't solved, it would affect future cooperation. Only Qi Fiwen's personal attendance could show the sincerity of Qi Yao Group. Wan, we just terminated our future cooperation with DE Group. At this critical moment, if we lose the channel of overseas cooperators as well, you know what the consequences will be without me saying more, right? Qi Fiwen looked serious. When will you leave? The flight is tonight, the sooner the better. I'll pick you up then. All right, let me pack. She had no choice but to nod in agreement. After the call ended, she guiltily looked at Shun Liubai. I'm sorry, I might need to go on a business trip and won't be in the country for a short while. Auntie Li will take good care of you. Call me if you miss me. Shun Liubai's head throbbed. Foreign lands. Unmarried man and woman together. Business engagements. If anything happened, he would have no means of reaching her and wouldn't even know where to cry. That Lu Zheng fellow had a petty heart, targeting a disabled person like this. Then come back early. Shun Liubai couldn't hold her back because he knew it wouldn't work even if he tried. Qi Fiwen went home to pack her luggage before returning to the hospital. By evening, Lu Zheng arrived to pick her up. He didn't say a word to Shun Liubai, only exchanging a glance. Shun Liubai saw the sharpness in Lu Zheng's eyes. This business trip involved only the two of them, and they booked 2 rooms. Qi Fiwen wanted to finish the work quickly and return home, but somehow, the other party kept delaying. As the client, they held all the cards, so Qi Fiwen could only worry uselessly. During the waiting time, Lu Zheng took her around to relax and sightsee. She took many beautiful photos and printed them as postcards. While visiting an astronomical museum, there was an open platform where an astronomical telescope allowed her to see stars that were light years away. Someone was there to provide guidance. That's serious, and that's. Each constellation had its own story. Qi Fiwen listened with great interest. After leaving the museum, She started asking where she could buy such a precise astronomical telescope, planning to arrange an import. What do you need this for? Did you suddenly become interested in astronomy? Not really. I just think my fool would like it very much. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Lu Zhang's lips froze. Does your fool attract your affection this much? Chapter 83, Being pushed by someone. He has no cunning mind, and he won't scheme against me. His world is without any impurity, and his heart and eyes are all about me. If I'm not there, he wouldn't eat well or sleep well. His affection is very pure, which means that the two of us will eat together for a lifetime. But he's a fool, and he's not complete. So what? His body is intact, and we can communicate normally. He smiles at me and waits for me. Lu Zhang, I don't have so many requirements. I just need someone who doesn't deceive me, who doesn't scheme against me, and who loves me without any impurity. If normal people can't do that, then I'll choose this fool. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhang felt as if something had pierced his heart hard. Does she know something? Is she talking about Shun Lu Bai, or hinting at me? No, it's impossible. He did it flawlessly, and there should be no loopholes exposed. Lu Zhang still harbored Zhao Xing a lucky mentality. He clenched his fists tightly. Wan. When a woman entrusts her future happiness to a fool, you can communicate with him now, but when you move further away from him, you'll understand that he's not suitable for you. You keep moving forward, but he remains stuck in place. Your worlds don't resonate, and maintaining this marriage will be difficult. Lu Zhang, taking over the group as a powerful woman was never my endpoint. What I want to do is stay home and design things. I like bold uncertainties, and I enjoy excitement and vividness. I have wild ideas, am free-spirited, and dislike hypocrisy and flattery. He, on the other hand, is the most compatible with me. Taking over the group is a responsibility. It is absolutely not her endpoint. After fulfilling her responsibilities, she also wants to shine brightly in the field she likes. Even if it's like a small firefly, she needs to glow fiercely once. It's Lu Zhang who doesn't understand her, trying to weigh the pros and cons with her. Lu Zhang stared at the bright girl in front of him, unable to look away since the moment he first saw her. Other women he encountered afterwards seemed ordinary in comparison. He always thought that as long as he didn't make a move, he would let her and Tang Zifeng's relationship linger pathetically while she humbly sought love. Once he made his move, Qi Fiwen would undoubtedly be his. Even if she married a fool out of spite, he wasn't afraid at all. As long as he wanted, Qi Fiwen would inevitably be his. But now, everything seems different. He no longer had such confidence. Wan, actually he wanted to boldly say it, but every word burned his throat before it came out. Bearing the blood sea of grievances, how could he abandon everything for romance? What's wrong? Qi Fiwen looked at him confusedly. Lu Zhang's shoulders slightly slumped as he shook his head and said, nothing. Lu Zhang returned to the hotel dispiritedly, drinking alone. At that moment, a woman actually came out of the bathroom, wearing his men's bathrobe. This woman was a mixed-blood beauty, curvaceous, sexy, and charming. She straddled Lu Zhang directly, picked up his glass, and gulped down the drink. You're wavering. I'm not. You can't fool me. You're wobbling right here. The red nail-painted hand pointed at his chest. It's a foreign land, and she didn't bring many people with her. This is the best opportunity to kill her. Have you forgotten the tragic death of your parents, their enmity towards the Qi family? Now, revenge is within reach. Don't you want to try? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang grabbed the woman's wrist forcefully. I'll deal with the Qi family in my own way. If you continue scheming these crooked methods, don't blame me for being ruthless. Crooked methods? Facing his threat, the woman wasn't frightened. Instead, she burst into laughter. Although the house was soundproof, he was still worried that Qi Fiwen in the next room might hear. The woman laughed until she was breathless, looking at him mockingly. When you eliminated rivals, you used me to kill countless people, didn't you? The systems of two countries are different, so don't do anything rash. Fine. I'll follow your instructions. Shall we? I desire. Not in the mood. Okay. The woman didn't force the issue, kissed him on the face lightly, and then left gracefully. Qi Fiwen had just called the guest dining service and noticed someone coming out of the neighboring room. That woman was wearing hotel server clothes. Her voluptuous figure almost seemed to burst through the fabric. As she passed Qi Fiwen, she smiled amiably at her, then quickly walked away. With the issues finally resolved here, both she and Lu Zhang were ready to return. She bought a lot of things, for her grandfather, Su Qingqing, the fool, even Antley included. She didn't know how many places she went to that day, and Lu Zhang persisted in accompanying her throughout. On the way back, Lu Zhang received a call. You're leaving soon. I've picked an outfit that fits you well. I want to give it to you. Just leave it at the hotel. I've already seen you. I'm in the cafe right across from you. Will you come and get it yourself, or shall I come to you? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang immediately looked towards the cafe. The woman was sitting by the window, waving at him. Fortunately, Qi Fiwen didn't see her. His heart tightened. Wan, I'm thirsty. Let me go buy 2 drinks. Wait for me here and don't wander off. All right, I'll keep looking. She was buying magazines at a street vendor, planning to read them on the plane to pass the time. She quickly finished her purchase, but before Lu Zhang came out, she decided to check the cafe. She had been obediently waiting for the traffic light when suddenly, a strong force pushed her from behind. Caught off guard, she stumbled onto the road. At that moment, a speeding car approached from the opposite direction. Her mind went blank. There was no time to react. The car was getting closer and closer. Just as it seemed like it would hit her, someone suddenly grabbed her and rolled aside with her. They tumbled several times, but she didn't feel any pain because she was well protected. Her waist and head were shielded securely. A familiar voice came from above. Are you alright? She couldn't believe what she saw. It was the fool. Wan. Su Qingqing also arrived. Wan, are you okay? The two circled around her, and she noticed Shen Lubai's hand was bleeding badly, yet he didn't seem to feel any pain. How did you two come here? The stitches on this fool's leg were just removed, but he wanted to find you. How could he come alone? So I brought him along. We went to the hotel, and the front desk said you just left, so we started looking around nearby. In fact, I didn't even see you. It was this fool who recognized you at once and ran here like crazy. That's when I realized something was wrong. Qi Fiwen had bought too many things and had just sent some back to the hotel. She thought it was fate that brought the fool to her. What she didn't know was that the fool had his people keeping an eye on her location, making it look like such a coincidence that they arrived just in time. Wan. Lu Zheng in the cafe had noticed the situation and rushed over, pulling Qi Fiwen into his arms anxiously. Are you okay? Let me take a good look. Before he could even examine her properly, Shen Lubai pulled Qi Fiwen behind him unhappily. She's fine. I'm injured. Why don't you care about me? Chapter 84, Making a Baby. Su Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle and nudge Qi Fiwen. She whispered, do you know why the fool was in such a hurry to find you? He said he was afraid someone would take you away. The fool may be foolish, but in some aspects, he is very smart. Don't talk nonsense. Qi Fiwen felt a little helpless. Lu Zheng, the fool got injured, so I will take him to the pharmacy for bandaging. You can go back first. I have Qingqing with me. Okay, you guys be safe. She took Shen Lubai to the pharmacy, and during the entire journey, Shen Lubai didn't seem very happy. She thought it might be because he was angry at Lu Zheng. She could see the hostility that Shen Lubai had towards Lu Zheng. I really don't have anything going on with him. Why did you jaywalk? A 3-year-old knows you should follow traffic rules. What were you doing? Huh? Qi Fiwen paused in confusion. It wasn't because of Lu Zheng. Was she talking about an accident? Was the fool actually scolding her? She wasn't angry at all and honestly replied, I didn't jaywalk. I was pushed by someone from behind. There were too many people at the time, so it must have been accidental. Now I can't find who did it, so there's nothing I can do. Someone did it on purpose? I'm not sure. Everything happened so suddenly that I'm not clear if it's just my imagination. But I promise you, I'll be more careful next time. I won't get so close anymore. Qi Fiwen hadn't even put it to heart. After all, there were so many passersby at the time. She didn't know exactly who had pushed her. There was no grudge here. It probably wasn't intentional. However, Shen Lubai remembered every word she said and immediately handed it over to Shuai to investigate. His men were only dozens of meters away from Qi Fiwen at the time, but they dared not get too close, fearing she'd notice. Someone should have seen the actual situation. Lu Zheng knew most clearly about this matter. He immediately confronted that woman. Did you do this? Yes. She shrugged, arms crossed as she raised an eyebrow at him. Why did you do this? I already told you. I will have my own way. Lu Zheng, I am your partner, not your subordinate. I trust and support you, but if you upset me, I will use my own methods. This is just a warning. If I really wanted to kill her, I wouldn't resort to such clumsy ways. You'd better pull yourself together. You should understand what I value in you. I will marry you. That's good. I don't want to be part of a drama where 2 women fight over 1 man. Don't let things end up with you being discarded by me. All right, here's your present. After saying that, she placed the clothes down and turned to leave. But then she suddenly thought of something, came back, and patted his shoulder. There are several people watching her from the shadows. Are there others who wish to harm her? Not harm, but protection. It seems like you don't understand her very well either. When Lu Zheng heard these words, waves of astonishment surged in his heart. Who was protecting Qi Fiwen in secret? Qi Fiwen returned home. She hadn't given this incident a second thought. She took Shen Lubai to the hospital for follow-up visits. The wound on her leg had healed almost completely, but the newly grown scar was rather ugly. The abrasion on his hand also recovered quickly. Shen Lubai received some news. The person hasn't been captured, but they found some clues. Alice, the general manager of biopharmaceuticals. Above her, there are 3 brothers. This company is the overseas corporation cooperating with Qi Yao Group. Alice and Lu Zheng have complicated ties. Shuai gave a factual response. Then increase surveillance. If such incidents happen again, you can quit. Understood. Shuai was scared out of his wits. Shen Lubai heard footsteps outside and hung up the phone immediately. As Qi Fiwen entered, she saw Shen Lubai sitting obediently at the bedside. Waiting for me. Shen Lubai hesitated and said, to have a baby. Qi Fiwen's face turned bright red. She almost forgot about this. Could the fool be constantly thinking about it? My leg is healed. Then, it's really possible. I'll take a shower. She rushed into the bathroom, taking out her phone to search. What should boyfriend and girlfriend pay attention to for their first time in bed? First tip, pay attention to safety. Forget about safety. She was here just for a child. Suddenly, she came across an interesting thing. For men's first time, it might be quite stimulating, which could lead to ending earlier than expected. Typically, first-timers finish quickly. For women's first time, it might come with tearing-like pain. If you pick the wrong place for the first time, the urethra, and there are different places, it hurts. Qi Fiwen also saw such posts online. How embarrassing. She had been sitting on the toilet for over an hour, and finally, the person outside started to lose patience and knocked on the door. Wan. I'll be done soon, just wait a bit longer. Frantically, she turned on the faucet, hurriedly took a shower, and picked out a silk nightgown. Should we turn off the light? Whatever you say. With the lights off, the two of them lay in the same quilt, inevitably making some physical contact. Her body was slightly cool, while his burned with intense heat, like her hand rested on a hot iron. He hovered above her, and their breathing intertwined until it became hard to distinguish between the two. It was their first time as adults. But men always instinctively know what to do. This seemed to be an innate mating instinct. He leaned down and initiated a kiss on her lips. Her body was stiff at first, but gradually relaxed, losing herself as she clutched his neck. The kiss moved from her lips to her earlobes, neck, collarbone, chest, and downward. Every touch set her on fire, as if ignited by a blazing flame. She felt like her body wasn't even hers anymore, tingling with sensations, feeling unbearably hot. Despite just taking a shower, and before anything serious happened, she broke out into a fine layer of sweat. Can we proceed? Most of their clothes were already off. Just before the final step, he suddenly paused. In the dark, his large hand gently touched her face, softly asking her if she was ready. At this moment, Shen Lubai hesitated too. Using a child to tie her down was rather despicable, but he couldn't think of any better way. As long as the goal was achieved, how could despicableness matter? I'm ready. These few short words were like a great encouragement for Shen Lubai. Upon entering, Shen Lubai froze. It was abnormally tight. Hadn't she been with Tang Zizong for many years, even cohabiting? How could this be the case? The small figure beneath him already trembled with pain, her nails scratching his arm. She tilted her head back, her body instinctively trying to evade, weakly crying out in pain. Shen Lubai realized something was wrong, but there was no turning back now. The arrow had been released, and there was nothing else to do but move forward. Be good, bear with it, it'll get better soon. How long do I need to endure? Why does it hurt so much? Her voice quivered. Good girl. He consoled her continuously, slowly claiming her. The first-timer's performance wasn't short, but her experience wasn't pleasant. Extremely painful. By the end, they both fell asleep exhausted without even managing to take a proper shower. When the light was turned on, she furrowed her brows slightly, turned over, and continued sleeping away from the light. The man stared at the red stain on the bedsheet. She was still a virgin. So all along, it was his prejudice that led to misunderstanding her. She didn't play around. She wasn't frivolous or casual. Her pale, tender body bore blotchy marks, bruises, love bites, even tooth marks, all of which belonged solely to him. Chapter 85, Turning a Blind Eye. His gaze on her grew warmer, his heart feeling as though it had fallen into a honey pot, soaked with sweetness. It was only now that he truly felt like he had a home given to him by Chi Fiwen. He tightly embraced Chi Fiwen from behind. Chi Fiwen only felt like she'd been held all night by a fiery furnace. No matter how many times she tried to push him away, it was impossible, so in the end, she gave up. The moment she woke up the next day, she quickly noticed someone clinging heavily onto her, licking her as if she were some kind of prey. Like a dog. When she turned her head, it was Shen Lubai. He was nibbling her earlobe gently, one warm breath after another seeping into her ears, making her feel ticklish. What are you doing? She pushed weakly, powerless to shove him away. Fiwen tastes good. He answered earnestly. Chi Fiwen's face blushed furiously. Get up and wash. Hurry up. She let Shen Lubai go down first since she didn't have the courage to dress in front of him. After he left, she finally got up, but nearly fell when getting out of bed. Her legs felt weak. She went to the restroom and saw the marks covering her body, which made her somewhat speechless. Such a dog. The memory of last night's madness surged into her mind, almost making her head steam. She had to admit, Shen Liubai's stamina and energy were indeed commendable. Online articles said girls would feel pain at first, but later start enjoying it. She no longer worried about her future happiness. As she went downstairs for breakfast, she found Shen Lubai staring at her, not even paying attention to his meal. Eat your own food. Are you full just by looking at me? Shen Lubai simply nodded. Fiwen tastes good. Upon hearing these words, Aunt Li also glanced at them curiously. Chi Fiwen was utterly embarrassed, choking on milk. Shen Lubai immediately came over to pat her back. Be careful. Shall I feed you? Are they really silly? Who needs caring? No need. No need. She waved frantically. Fiwen has something dirty on her lips. He tenderly wiped it with tissue paper. Looking at her, his eyes burned with devotion like a devout worshipper staring at their divine deity. Sincere fervor capable of melting everything. Chi Fiwen felt as if her entire body was burning, memories from last night assaulting her again. Fiwen, why are you blushing? I'm not blushing. Chi Fiwen was about to explode. How did he manage to look so innocent and pure? Last night, he eagerly guided her through exploring bodily functions together. Fiwen, when can we do it again? He seriously asked. I'm going to work. Chi Fiwen fled swiftly. Shen Lubai watched her departing figure with satisfaction. Teasing his wife was truly delightful. Propping his chin with his hand, he sighed faintly. Just couldn't stick to his beloved wife 24/7. Such emptiness and loneliness. Su Qingqing walked into the office, her eyes sharp as she scrutinized her for quite a while. What is it? There's a situation. She started pulling off Chi Fiwen's silk scarf around her neck and discovered the hidden marks beneath. You. Su Qingqing was too agitated to speak for a moment. Chi Fiwen feigned calmness. Normal for an adult couple, right? Have you finally put your claws on your little fool? Cough cough. Tell me, how was the experience? Chi Fiwen didn't hide anything, reflecting carefully before giving a serious critique. Ferrari equipment, tractor technology. Huh? What does that mean? Means time and stamina are decent, but only know how to rush around. He's a fool. First timer, inevitable mistakes. Haha. Su Qingqing burst out laughing until she bent over. Ferrari equipment, tractor technology, haha. You're trying to kill me with laughter. Now it's just a matter of time before I get pregnant. If Grandpa knows I'm pregnant, he'll be very happy. Fiwen, that thought is dangerous. One shouldn't fulfill obligations merely for having a child, rather due to love willingly desiring closeness. All I want right now is for my grandpa to stay with me for a few more years. What right does she have to focus on her personal enjoyment? She has much time, but every day diminishes Grandpa's time. After her body recovers a bit, she plans to visit Grandpa. While eating, Grandpa suddenly spoke nonchalantly. Fiwen, have you noticed any difference in the house? She looked at Grandpa curiously. No difference at all. Grandpa shook his head. There's an informant planted inside our home. Chi Fiwen's heart shuddered. Who? Shuehao. He's Bai Huai's secretary, thus acting under his orders. Grandpa said calmly. Upon hearing this, Chi Fiwen shivered. Yizhou brought over a stack of documents revealing several servants in the household were indeed problematic. All these people had come to the Chi household half a year ago, around the time when she first started dealing with Bai Huai and secured the contract. So it turned out that Bai Huai had not only infiltrated the company, but also planted people in her home. That meant her and Shun Liubai's lives along with Aunt Li were now in the hands of a stranger. Grandpa is sick and old, but I'm not useless. I'll help you deal with them. Be careful. Regarding the Lu group, I know you're trying to take action against him. Listen to me, Grandpa. Don't mess with him. Let him do whatever he wants. Grandpa's voice was hoarse, accompanied by slight coughing. Why? Chi Fiwen was greatly shocked. At this rate, Chi Yao will be ruined sooner or later. This is your life's work. I'm already 1 foot in the grave. Those are just worldly possessions. I've left you some money in an overseas bank. Even if Chi Yao goes bankrupt, your quality of life won't decline. Why? Lu Zheng wants to harm our family. Why indulging him? It's something I owe him, and Grandpa no longer has the ability to repay it. All you need to do is let it go. If he threatens your life's safety, then deal with it as you see fit. You're not the little girl you used to be anymore. Grandpa trusts you. Chi Fiwen wanted to ask more, but Grandpa had already waved his hand, indicating he wanted to rest. She stood dumbfounded at the doorway, feeling very upset. Dr. Yizhou soon came out. The elderly man's sleep quality has been poor recently, needing sedative medicine to fall asleep. Is it because of the group matters? Dr. Yi, do you know anything? Yizhou shook his head. Chi Fiwen knew he was lying. Yizhou could be considered Grandpa's second grandson, without the Chi family blood, but still treated equally. He was a destitute student whom Grandpa took in and supported through studying abroad. He used to work in large hospitals, becoming deputy director level despite being young. But as soon as Grandpa fell ill, he immediately quit his job, asking for no salary, insisting on caring for Grandpa, becoming the Chi family's personal doctor. Yizhou understood what Grandpa thought and felt. Yizhou, just stop tormenting me. The only thing I can tell you is, the old master made a mistake back then, harming Lu Zheng's family. He feels guilty and regretful. Okay. Chi Fiwen frowned after hearing this. Upon returning, she thoroughly reviewed Lu Zheng's information. It turns out he was from an orphanage, parentless, origin unknown. How exactly did Grandpa wrong their family? Chapter 86. She's heartbroken. Chi Fiwen racked her brains all night and couldn't come up with an answer. She barely slept, staring at the dark circles under her eyes. She counted the servants in her house. Several were missing, all of whom were suspicious. During a meal, Shun Lubai casually asked, "Where's little Lu from the flower garden? What about him? He didn't come to deliver flowers today, but he said he would deliver them every day. His family has some matters to attend to, so he won't be coming temporarily. Next time, someone else will deliver flowers for you." On Chi Fiwen's face, Shun Lubai couldn't find any unusual expression. He wasn't sure if he had already exposed himself or not. All his informants were cleaned out at once, which made him somewhat uneasy. To tell one lie, you have to use countless others to cover it up, and now he finally understood this kind of pain. What he feared was losing Chi Fiwen. Chi Fiwen was completely frazzled by Lu Zheng's situation. Even though she saw the group thriving under her hands, she now had to let someone else tear it down. She had just dealt with Bai Huai, and now here came another Lu Zheng. Truly, she was exhausted. She went to the company and restored Lu Zheng's real power. She chose to trust her grandfather. If even her grandfather doesn't care, then she'll make the old man satisfied. All these projects were handled by you. You know them best, so take charge. Uncle Zhang supports you, so let him continue working with you. For important projects and people, she handed them all back to Lu Zheng. Whatever happens, happens. She only wanted the Lu Bai studio. Lu Zheng remained silent. His deep and mysterious gaze carried a hint of obscure colors. He didn't talk much anymore. He didn't know when exactly it happened, but he always seemed so gloomy. "I'm busy recently. Can you take over more duties? I'm going to the studio." Out of sight, out of mind. She chose to no longer care. When she went to the studio, she also saw Shuehao. Wasn't this an encounter with an old rival? She decided to play dirty. She directly ordered Tang Yin to puncture Shuehao's car tire. Then, her car conveniently stopped in front of him. "Mr. Shue, is your car broken? Maybe it ran over a nail. Do you need to rush somewhere? Let me give you a ride." "That's very kind of you, Miss Chi." Shuehao hadn't realized the danger yet, thinking Chi Fiwen was only targeting Shen Lubai and wouldn't harbor hatred toward him. But as the car drove further away from the city, Shuehao began swallowing saliva anxiously. "Miss Chi, where are we going?" Chi Fiwen smiled without saying a word. That smile resembled that of a beautiful man eating flower. Silently, he gripped the handle on the roof. Soon they reached a secluded area, and she stopped the car. Tang Yin and several hooligans were waiting there. Without a word, they dragged Shuehao out and beat him up. Of course, Chi Fiwen had limits and didn't strike a fatal blow. They beat him until his nose and face were bruised, but there would be no internal injuries. "I thought your plan to bankrupt me was cruel enough, but I didn't expect you to insert spies into my home. Both of you colluded together. You're no good. This is just a warning. If you try anything worse, don't blame me for being ruthless. Miss Chi, it's all a misunderstanding. You're my boss's wife. Do you realize?" Shuehao truly had bitter words unspoken. "Go back and tell Bai Huai not to push things too far. Ugly inside and out trash. After finishing, Chi Fiwen walked away elegantly in her high heels. Shuahao limped to the hospital and finally got the chance to contact Shen Lubai, starting to complain. Don't contact me for now. I'm afraid she might catch on to something. But the upcoming events, meetings, and decisions require your signature. Postpone them if possible. Sir, pretending to be an idiot for life isn't a solution. Shuahao timidly replied. Shen Lubai stayed silent. He certainly knew, but there was no better way now. I will find an appropriate moment and explain clearly to her. However, he also didn't know when that right time would be. He could not deny that he initially did want Qi Yao Group to go bankrupt. He rejected her advances, placed spies within the Qi family, and stole financial secrets from Qi Yao Group. Even if he wanted to bare his heart and soul now, it wouldn't compensate for his initial mistakes. At night, he approached Chi Fiwen cautiously, like a frozen dog trembling with cold, drawing closer to the sole source of warmth to warm his damp body. These days, Chi Fiwen always resisted his affection, probably leaving behind some trauma, and he couldn't force her. This kind of matter should be based on mutual willingness. His hot palms caressed her belly, and at this moment, he eagerly hoped for a small life to be born here. Realizing his strong emotions, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly at himself. When did he turn into a woman vying for favors in the ancient courtyards, expecting a child could secure the other half's heart, thereby gaining stability in the backyard? Wan, if I lied to you, what would you do? A fool wouldn't deceive me. In her dream, she mumbled. She was so sound asleep, yet when his voice came, she immediately recognized it and responded right away. What if? I admit my fault just in time. I don't know. She turned over and went on sleeping. These three simple words had raised waves of thoughts within him. I don't know. It wasn't an option to live or die. He felt tormented, with a restless heart full of anxiety. Chi Fiwen would be extremely busy lately because Tang Yin was going to participate in a competition. After all, Tang Yin was a protege under her own guidance. Her care was beyond description. Even though Tang Yin was nearly the same age as her, he ranked much lower than her in terms of seniority. She registered him for the competition, helping refine his design, while also postponing a lot of orders for him. The submitted work was unofficially confirmed by the contest organizer to make it into the final round. Winning an award was almost certain. She finally exhaled in relief without telling Tang Yin, letting him experience the excitement of the intense competition by himself. However, the organizer suddenly told her that Tang Yin's entry had been disqualified. Why? She was utterly astonished. How could the work, which had already been selected, get rejected? This design is suspected of plagiarism. It would not look good for us if it caused a commotion. Plagiarism? Are you kidding me? Don't you know yet? Have a look yourself. The organizer sent a webpage link. When Chi Fiwen clicked on it, she saw it was from Jiang Yan's online studio Autumn New Collection. Designer, Zhou Yang. The two designs were almost identical, but Zhou Yang had published his earlier, and there was no proof to refute the accusation. Since she herself had participated in this design, she was sure Tang Yin couldn't have plagiarized. She angrily called Jiang Yan. What does this mean? Jiang Yan acted completely innocent. What's wrong? Chi Fiwen was somewhat confused. Could she really not know? Jiang Yan soon understood the situation and timidly said, Then should I take down the piece? As long as you don't threaten me with the child's matter, I can do anything. Would that even help now? If I publish later, how will others perceive me then? Using influence to oppress newcomers. Then what should we do? I didn't know about the plagiarism either. Forget it, it's between him and me. Will it involve me? Just go away. You stay out of this. She was very angry now. As a seasoned figure in the industry, she had been tricked by someone who just graduated, a mere rookie. Full of malicious intentions, clearly not walking the righteous path. She hung up the phone as Tang Yin walked in. He looked terrible, all dazed and confused. Looking at Chi Fiwen, he teared up instantly. Feeling his nose tingle, he started crying. Zhou Yang was too much. He came to my place for a class reunion. I went to change clothes. This guy must have sneaked into my study. What should I do now? There's no way I can come up with another work in such a short time to enter the competition. Our hard work is wasted like this. We ended up dressing him instead. Boss, I want to die. Chi Fiwen massaged her forehead. Stop crying. Men cry so easily. Aren't you embarrassed? I'm sad, all right. Chapter 87, Nanfu Battery. Chi Fiwen. After the sorrow passes? I don't know. He looked bewildered and at a loss. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Chi Fiwen smacked his head hard. Of course you reclaim the scene. A man can be killed, but not disgraced. I might be able to tolerate, but my aunt can't. There is only the difference between 0 times and countless times when it comes to plagiarism. If Zhou Yang tastes the sweetness of success this time, he will soon make his next move. Although they have eaten a silent loss this time, it doesn't mean she is willing to swallow that insult. Wait for me a moment. Chi Fiwen called Jiang Yin again, asking her to register Zhou Yang for the competition. Tang Yin looked puzzled. Why let him participate in the contest? That's a plagiarized work. We didn't keep any backup drafts. Since Zhou Yang dares to release it, it seems he's already forged the timeline of the original draft. Litigation against someone like him would be time-consuming and energy-intensive with no guarantee of victory. Why not use this time to create even better works? Tang Yin, do you know what targeted killing means? I'm going to lift him up high before smashing him down. From the very beginning, Chi Fiwen was decisive and unapologetic in love and hatred. The reason why she humiliated herself so much for Tang Zifeng was that her grandfather was critically ill and could leave her at any time. She had fallen into an extreme mindset, hoping there would always be someone by her side who would focus on her and stay unwaveringly by her side. But now, her mind is clear, and nobody dare bully her. Jiang Yin has something compromising in her hand, so she can only obediently follow. Zhou Yang's work successfully broke through the siege. He was either first or second. Tang Yin watched as the award originally meant for himself fell into someone else's hands, making him feel very uncomfortable. Yet Qi Fiwen still brought him to attend the awards banquet that night. Tang Yin sobbed into a mess of tears on the sidelines. Qi Fiwen sighed in exasperation. Now you understand how it feels. You didn't protect your own intellectual property well enough. You should cut all ties with such people. Why are you attending school reunions like this? Are you stupid? Don't scold me anymore. Don't scold. If scolded further, he really would cry out loud in public. Zhou Yang received the second place in the youth design competition. When he went up to accept the award, his face was flushed red. Qi Fiwen personally gave him the award. He seemed a little guilty and dared not look her directly in the eyes. Qi Fiwen acted as if nothing unusual was happening. After the award ceremony, there was a small banquet. Qi Fiwen led Tang Yin to find Zhou Yang. Seeing them coming, Zhou Yang quickly tried to excuse himself by saying he needed to go to the restroom. However, before he could say anything, Tang Yin erupted first. It was you who plagiarized. It's your theft of my design. Upon hearing this, everyone around them immediately gathered to watch. Knowing that he couldn't seem weak at this moment, Zhou Yang immediately denied the accusation outright. Tang Yin, though, held onto his collar, persistently accusing him of plagiarism. Then bring evidence. Tang Yin instantly wilted under this challenge. This was Zhou Yang's turn to act arrogant. If you cannot provide evidence, you are merely trying to slander me with words alone. I have every right to sue you. Qi General Manager, please stand up for me. Seeking help, Tang Yin turned to Qi Fiwen. Qi Fiwen glared disdainfully. Tang Yin, you disappoint me greatly. You've been working in the design room for so long, yet haven't created a single remarkable piece. Do you still have the audacity to criticize others? You both came from the same school. Don't you feel ashamed? Stop tarnishing my name publicly. If you continue talking nonsense, I'll fire you. With tears in his eyes, Tang Yin left. Qi Fiwen then patted Zhou Yang's shoulder. Today your boss isn't here, so let me share some heartfelt words with you. I intend to poach you. Your designs show immense talent, far surpassing Tang Yan's. Whatever salary Jiang Yin pays you, I'll triple it. Follow me, and I'll take you to see exhibitions and competitions in Europe, turning you into a famous designer. Zhou Yang became somewhat tempted. Really? Of course. Since you're from the same school as Tang Yin, once you join me, you can lead him. I'll have him serve as your assistant. Teach him properly because he's truly inadequate. If he continues showing no improvement, I will definitely fire him. What swayed Zhou Yang wasn't just the threefold pay, but more significantly, Tang Yin serving as his assistant. Having graduated from the same class, it was evident where the two were on their respective career ladders. This provided him leverage to boast among his peers in the future. All right, I'll go back and mention my resignation to boss Jiang. As soon as Zhou Yang returned, he informed Jiang Yin about this matter, leaving her thoroughly disgusted. Still, Jiang Yin dared not defy Qi Fiwen and had to let him go. Watching Zhou Yang pack happily, Jiang Yin muttered to herself inwardly. He probably thinks he's heading toward luxury life. I bet he doesn't know what's awaiting him. Doesn't Qi Fiwen possess 800 cunning strategies? How could he ever win? She has already given in for now. At the design studio, Zhou Yang got his independent office, with Tang Yin serving as his assistant. Qi Fiwen rarely visited the studio, usually summoning Tang Yin out when necessary. Therefore, few people knew about the closeness between her and Tang Yin. In the design studio, her attitude towards Tang Yin was extremely harsh, while she treated Zhou Yang with kindness and a touch of indulgence. Zhou Yang, all companies are busy preparing for the autumn collection right now, but our design studio is still stuck. We used to let Tang Yin take charge, but you've seen how far his capabilities fall short compared to yours. This leaves me incredibly disappointed. Why don't you help me out? Don't worry, it's on me. Zhou Yang puffed out his chest confidently. When he got back to the office, he immediately had Tang Yin submit another draft. Zhou Yang naturally contributed his own designs too, but since he usually spent more time studying corporate politics rather than perfecting his craft, the pieces lacked the spark that true artistry brings. He himself drew several sketches at home, but none were satisfactory. Tang Yin delivered a preliminary design within 2 weeks, a commendable pace, and Zhou Yang claimed it as his own. Qi Fiwen showered him with praise, calling him the future beacon of the design studio. Once everyone left, Qi Fiwen almost threw up from acting so fake. It would take time to see the fruits of Zhou Yang's move, but she wasn't in any hurry. She planned to crush this chicken brain completely. Even at home, she recounted the events to someone close. Are you that upset? Of course. I gave him a chance and he disrespected me like this. Qi Fiwen raised an eyebrow. I detest small-minded people like this, like Bai Huai, for instance. Upon hearing his own name, Shen Lubai felt guilty and couldn't bring himself to look at Qi Fiwen. He calculated that it must be her ovulation period. It was time to make an effort again. It's been almost a month since their last intimacy. Qi Fiwen didn't show any further intention, making Shen hesitant about pushing things. Fan, it's late. Let's go to bed. All right, I'm tired these days anyway. As she yawned and turned off the light, she quickly sensed his restlessness nearby. Realizing his intentions in the dark, Qi Fiwen blushed profusely. Fan, may I? His big hand rested lightly around her waist. Qi Fiwen felt embarrassed to respond. Her lack of refusal spoke volumes. Still sore? It's better already. How about giving me a child, Fan? Lost in confusion, she soon fell into the whirlpool created by Shun Liubai's skilled advances. Though there was still room for improvement in technique, his energy certainly left nothing to complain about. Nanfu battery, one really is longer than 6 combined. Do you like it, Fan? Darkness enveloped them as he loomed over her, pressing soft lips against her earlobe. The warm breath caressing her ears sent tingles through her body. Unable to wait for her response, he remained motionless. Wasn't that killing Chi Fiwen softly? At least, move a little bit. Chapter 88. Real name report. She twisted her body uneasily, feeling extremely empty and uncomfortable. Are you really dumb or just pretending? She was almost crying. Shin Lubai heard the trembling in her voice and didn't dare to tease her anymore. In the end, she lay weakly in his arms. I don't see you exercising much, yet how can your stamina be so good? She mumbled. Shin Lubai felt guilty and couldn't speak. As drowsiness overtook him, he prepared to sleep, but his inconspicuous children's watch on his wrist lit up. Shueihao was contacting him. This was a special time. He had specifically instructed that unless it was something very important, no one should contact him. He glanced at the person sleeping soundly beside him and gently kissed her forehead. He quietly went to the next room. What is it? Sir, I found out that Lu Zheng is using dirty tricks. Recently, he somehow regained actual control of Qi Yao Group. This batch of exported medical parts will be found to have mercury levels exceeding standards, key term being carcinogenic. If discovered by customs, Qi Yao Group will be stopped from production and investigated by higher authorities. If this drags on, Qi Yao Group will be drained to death. Moreover, not only is this batch problematic, but the items in the warehouse have been swapped as well. The amount is too large. Qi Miss might face prison time. This time, Lu Zheng had obviously let loose and had no hesitation. A fatal blow, so that Qi Yao has no chance to turn things around. Can we stop it? We can handle customs and swap out the randomly selected samples. But I'm afraid if customs doesn't find anything, Lu Zheng will report using other ways, resulting in the same outcome eventually. By Wednesday evening, I need to work overtime in the design studio. That night, arrange for me to meet Lu Zheng. Even if he refuses to show up, drag him there if necessary. Let him not regret not accepting my offer willingly. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Shun Liubai's eyes deepened slightly. No one will touch his wife's things. It quickly became Wednesday. He told Aunt Li early that he was tired and wanted to rest early. Then he avoided surveillance and left through an unnoticeable back door. Lu Zheng waited in the private room, seeing the man with an ugly face. I wonder why Mr. Bai has summoned me. I remember the cooperation between our two companies has already terminated. I won't beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. Shin Lubai cut straight to the chase, avoiding wasting time. Stop now and do not have any further designs on Qi Yao Group. Otherwise don't blame me for being unfriendly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zheng looked at him with narrowed eyes, his astonishment evident beneath his gaze. How could he know what he was doing? Mr. Bai, aren't you stretching your hand too far? This is an internal matter of our group. Lu Zheng glared coldly at Shin Lubai, unwilling to give up. Her issues are my issues. Lu Zheng, I'm not negotiating with you. I'm ordering you. Your benefactor isn't in the capital city. You can't compete with me. You've investigated me? All your tricks in Qi Yao Group, and why you weren't present when the ransom was exchanged, I am perfectly clear about them. I'm too lazy to count with you, but that doesn't mean I'll always tolerate you. Why are you doing this? Why are you so focused on me and Qi Fiwen? Lu Zheng was slightly shocked. What are you? Who would I explain myself to? Shin Lubai exuded an intimidating aura. He coldly glanced sideways like a supreme emperor. This kind of magnetic field is what Lu Zheng couldn't learn. Lu Zheng's face turned dark, gripping his fists tightly. Bai Huai, don't go too far. Do you want to try? The two men faced off against each other. Ultimately, Lu Zheng retreated. He did not have the capital to contend with Bai Huai, but he wasn't satisfied. You win. Do you think she knows about all you're doing for her? She only needs that idiot, and her eyes can't accommodate people like us. There was also a reason behind Lu Zheng's dissatisfaction. He wanted Qi Fiwen to see clearly. That idiot couldn't help him in any way. I respect her choice. You're truly great, Bai Huai. You'll regret it. Lu Zheng left angrily. Shin Lubai still didn't fully trust Lu Zheng, so he asked Shueihao to keep a close eye on him. The first batch of goods passed through customs without any issues being found. The second batch also continued to be dispatched without finding anything wrong. Just when Shueihao breathed a sigh of relief, Qi Yao Group still ran into trouble. Someone filed a real name report claiming Qi Yao Group conspired with high-ranking government officials, gaining illegal profits, disrupting market rules. This person was no ordinary individual. He was a group director. From a tall building, he leaped down, committing suicide by jumping off. The police got involved and started an investigation. Qi Fiwen was still in the design room at the time, head down at work, until the police contacted her. At that moment, the world spun, and the sensation of suffocation was just like when she had sunk to the bottom of the sea years ago, tightly surrounding her. She quickly glanced at the news. The evidence released by the director was not fabricated, but it had been done behind Qi Fiwen's back. He really did have dealings with a high-ranking official, and the cause of death was laughable, because Qi Fiwen didn't distribute the spoils evenly. He was the first to achieve success, yet received very little money, which drove him into a corner. In retaliation, he chose to end his life. His suicide report ignited a wave of public discourse. Qi Yao was instantly thrust into the limelight. All offline factories ceased production, and all assets were frozen for investigation. She knew the police would take her away soon. She let out a sigh and called her grandfather. The phone was quickly answered. Grandfather, he made his move. That director is his man. As she spoke, she couldn't hide her disappointment, unable to understand why her grandfather tolerated it so much when everything could have been avoided. She was also disappointed in Lu Zheng, considering him a friend only to find out he thought of her as a fool. Lu Zheng had always played things safe, yet this time, he didn't even spare himself. As the real manager in charge, he couldn't avoid involvement. She could only say that Lu Zheng was truly ruthless. Her grandfather sighed deeply. Nanny, you will have to endure some hardship, but I believe the law will clear your name. But Qi Yao is finished. It was the lifelong effort of grandfather and father, yet it ended in my hands. This isn't your fault. It's my mistake. Never mind. I Qi Fiwen am not useless. I can support myself, and just as well provide for Grandpa. Grandfather, I still need to tell the idiot a few words. The police will be here soon, so I'll hang up. She hastily hung up the phone and dialed home. It was Aunt Lee who answered. Miss, are you alright? I'm fine. A straight body fears no crooked shadow. The house won't be sealed off, so stay put. My accounts are frozen for now, so I don't have enough funds for all of you. You arrange for the others to leave. Aunt Lee, once I get out, I'll compensate you properly. Miss, what kind of talk is this? This is my home too. How about the idiot? The groom is nearby. Miss, he heard about your trouble and got quite agitated. Those maids talked too much, letting it reach his ears. Pass the phone to him. Wan. Shin Liubai's voice was urgent. I've got a bit of work to do, and we'll be on a business trip for some time. Stay home and listen to Aunt Lee. Don't wander around, and eat well, okay? When Shin Liubai heard these words, his heart clenched tightly. It was his failure, his inability to protect her from such suffering. Wan, I'm sorry, it's because I'm useless. Chapter 89, 1 billion. I'm really fine. You stay at home and behave. I don't want to come back and see that you've lost weight. Gotta go. Someone's coming. The police had already walked in. She calmly and composedly hung up the phone. Are you Miss Qi Fiwen? You're now suspected of involvement in an economic crime. Please come with us. She wore cold handcuffs for the first time. She was taken away under everyone's watchful eyes, all casting strange glances her way. Qi Fiwen reached the police station and cooperated fully, recounting everything she knew. Her lawyer arrived at the scene as well, and after that, she remained silent, waiting for the final verdict from the court. Can I request a visit from Lu Zheng? No. The policeman looked stern. This was done to prevent collusion between suspects. Qi Fiwen didn't make any fuss. In the evening, the lawyer informed her that Lu Zheng had applied for bail. How is it possible to succeed at this critical moment? People from the embassy came. Lu Zheng wasn't involved in any crime. He disclosed everything he needed to, so he can leave. The embassy? Qi Fiwen chuckled lightly, realizing how powerful Lu Zheng's connections were. Pulling the diplomatic card for such a thing. With so much influence, only targeting Qi Yao Group, even just an amateur like herself, was truly wasted talent. How are the stocks for Qi Yao Group doing today? They fell by 3 percentage points. Qi Fiwen knew this was just the beginning. The situation would escalate further. Qi Yao would be dragged down and eventually have to declare bankruptcy. Even if she herself could come out cleanly, but facts remain. There was true bribery among the board members, and using improper means to win projects was also true. If things continued like this, Qi Yao Group would suffer great losses unless they threw unlimited money, weathered through this wave, and then restarted. However, Qi Yao had been good for only 6 months. It lacked the substantial capital to sustain them through this harsh winter. Qi Fiwen sighed. Well, just let things happen as they will. At first, Qi Fiwen wanted to meet Lu Zheng quite urgently, but later, while staying alone in the detention room, she reminisced about the past and thought about future developments. Her heart gradually calmed down, feeling that it wasn't such a big deal. Sister Lee wanted to bring her fool brother to see her, but she refused. She didn't want her brother to see her in such a wretched state. What she hadn't expected was that Lu Zheng intended to meet her himself. She refused. Lu Zheng, however, somehow still managed to see her. What do you want? She looked at him calmly. It's what I did. I know. Everyone else suffered misfortune. Only he came out squeaky clean. There was nothing left unclear. Moreover, it wasn't something she realized only now. She had known this long ago. Lu Zheng didn't expect her to be so calm. His eyes turned red, and he roared in anger. You should be furious. When you see me, you should want to kill me. Lu Zheng, I don't know what grievances you have against my family, but Qi Yao is nearly destroyed by you. Is that enough? Are we considered even now? You owe me more than you'll ever repay. Lu Zheng looked deeply at her. Qi Fiwen hesitated to ask what kind of hatred drove him to bankrupt her, but she held back. If Lu Zheng wanted to tell her, he would have told her by now. It'd be dull to ask and receive no answer. Do as you please. I'm tired. I'm going back. She conversed briefly with the guard next to her, and then turned around and left. Lu Zheng anxiously called her back. This time, you won't have a chance to rise again. Even if Bai Huai wanted to save you. So what? Now you understand that your fool brother is completely useless. He can't help you in any way. Bai Huai. She froze. She hadn't seen Bai Huai for nearly a month. What did he mean wanting to save her? What did he do? Even if you chose Bai Huai, I wouldn't treat you this way. Lu Zheng, just say what you want to say. Stop beating around the bush. Qi Fiwen lost her temper too. Who had she offended? For some unknown reason, she got bitten by a mad dog that wouldn't let go. She hadn't felt wronged yet, but Lu Zheng stared at her with resentment and pain, frustrated because she seemed so unperturbed by it all. If she told him that she'd actually discovered his plot long ago, but deliberately allowed him to succeed due to her grandfather's command, what would he feel? Lu Zheng didn't say a word. Chatting with someone like him was truly boring, so she turned and left. Seeing her leave, Lu Zheng lost control of his emotions. He directly overturned the table in the visiting room. She was detained for at least 15 days. No more evidence could point to her being implicated in the crimes, but her subordinates were involved, which meant she still had responsibility and needed to pay a compensation of 1 billion. Su Qingqing, an executive in the company, went to handle the fine. Qi Fiwen guessed this operation would almost deplete the working capital of Qi Yao. She finally came out of the police station, and she felt that the sunlight outside was particularly blinding. She even saw Lu Zhang's car on the opposite side of the road. The window was half lowered, revealing his cold and rigid face. It seemed like he hadn't rested well, as his complexion looked a bit haggard, and stubble had grown on his chin. If Qi Fiwen had moved closer, she would have seen more clearly. For instance, the red bloodshot in his eyes and the dark, tired eye bags. Qi Fiwen only glanced at him once before withdrawing her gaze. Su Qingqing thought that she hadn't noticed, so she couldn't help but remind her. Look, that bastard Lu Zhang. She gave a faint response. When she got home, Aunt Li brought over a brazier and made her step on it. All misfortune is gone. Miss will naturally have good luck. Quick, I made something Miss loves to eat. After entering, she saw Shen Lu Bai, and her eyes instantly watered, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. Though she hadn't been emotional throughout the journey, upon seeing this fool, she suddenly broke down in tears. Seeing Qi Fiwen's tears, Shen Lu Bai's heart tightened. That strong person was now crying like a helpless child. He tightly hugged Qi Fiwen, gently stroking her hair with his large hand. It's all over, just come home, wanted. Su Qingqing subtly glared at Shen Lu Bai. Finally, when Shen let go, Su Qingqing also wanted to hug Qi Fiwen, but Shen was still holding her hand. Hurry up and eat. After so long, you must not have eaten well. I also cooked. Really? That's impressive. The young couple walked past Su Qingqing. Aunt Li, singles are still people too. If not love, then don't harm. They bullied me. Su Qingqing pouted and hugged Aunt Li. Miss Qingqing, you're no longer young either. My nephew graduated from Stanford, this year returning to develop his career domestically. Do you want to meet him? Aunt Li, hurry up and go have dinner. I'm hungry. Su Qingqing changed her expression immediately upon hearing about matchmaking. Qi Fiwen hadn't eaten such a hearty meal for a very long time. She was extremely satisfied, her belly full and round. After having enough food and drink, she went to the study with Su Qingqing to talk. What's the current state of the group? Some directors want to sell their shares. The rest of the shareholders have agreed. Minority obeys majority. So your opinion here is not important anymore. You hold 30% of the shares, making you the largest shareholder. Currently, there are 3 shareholders selling, but specific details haven't arrived yet. Is anyone still holding on? Some suggest transferring the company while the market price is still decent, to exit early. How much has the company lost on the balance sheet? Those factories that haven't started operations, along with the next batch of purchase orders, these losses added together. Does it mean we're almost declaring bankruptcy? Su Qingqing fell silent for a moment before speaking. I've borrowed some money. What? Wanan, you may not believe me, but I am actually the illegitimate daughter of a billionaire. My biological parents are very wealthy. They found me a few days ago and want to acknowledge our relationship. And since Qi Yao Group encountered this situation, I borrowed 10 billion yuan at once, which should be sufficient to cover this deficit. 10 billion. Qi Fiwen's eyes widened, looking at Su Qingqing in disbelief. Su Qingqing was somewhat uneasy, quickly lowering her head. Chapter 90. Treating the condition. Yes, it's a billion-dollar case. 100 million was given as compensation, and the rest would go to penalties, or they can proceed with the project. But now, the group has so much negative publicity that no one wants to cooperate, and overseas partners have also terminated their agreements. We need to find new collaborators. Maybe you could try this person? Su Qingqing took out a business card from her pocket. Qi Fiwen looked closely, her pupils slightly contracting. It was by Huai of DE Group. I've contacted all major biological companies in the country, and currently, only DE Group is willing to cooperate with us. Moreover, they require a large amount of goods, enough to keep us afloat for half a year. Next year, we will be able to recover funds, making things less difficult. I know what you're worried about, that he might bankrupt the company. But at this point, we have nothing to lose. What else is there to fear? Qi Fiwen was convinced because if she didn't secure by Huai's order, Qi Yao would still end up failing. Qingqing, I really don't know how to thank you. Where are your biological parents? I want to meet uncle and auntie and thank them properly. I'll repay these 10 billion yuan. I'll give them an IOU. They are still abroad, and they won't be back soon. Once they return, I'll introduce you two immediately. Whenever you need money in the future, just come to me. Your sister has more than enough cash. Rich woman, let's hug. As dusk descended, Shen Lubai gently caressed her rib cage beneath her chest, feeling somewhat sorry. She had lost a lot of weight, carrying a heart-rending sense of fragility. It was like a finely decorated porcelain, precious but easily broken, needing careful care. He held her, and neither of them did anything, like winter hedgehogs curling up together for warmth by exposing their bellies. Finally, Qi Fiwen could sleep soundly. There wasn't a single day inside where she wasn't anxious. Now, Su Qingqing solved most of her worries. The fool was right beside her, his male hormones wrapping around her, giving her immense security. She felt cold, pressing close to him, drawing his warmth. Soon, she entered a deep sleep, dreaming sweetly. Shen Lubai, however, couldn't sleep a wink. He patted her back over and over, as if comforting a child. Wan, even if the sky falls down, I'll support it for you. He never expected Lu Zhang to pull such an underhanded move. However, luckily, he could still hold on to her, no matter what cost. Tonight when the European stock market opened, Lu Zhang went long while Shen Lubai went short. He would make Lu Zhang realize some people he shouldn't offend. The next day, Qi Fiwen prepared herself and was ready to look for Bai Huai. Don't you want to take a couple of days rest? Shen Lubai pulled her hand, wanting to indulge with her a little more. She had just gotten out, yet already so busy, her vital energy hadn't been replenished, and her complexion was poor. Forget it. This is life and death time for the company. Never mind. You don't have to worry about these things anyway. Chief Fiwen thought, since he's a fool, explaining in such detail wouldn't help, so she gave up. I may return very late these days and have no time to eat with you, so remember to eat well. She touched his head, then got dressed and got up. Shen Lubai fell into deep thought. Should he continue pretending to be foolish? At least, he could communicate with her as a normal person. Chief Fiwen applied a delicate makeup, yet the fatigue in her bones was hard to conceal. Still, she forced herself to be spirited. She thought it would be hard to schedule with Bai Huai. After all, she hadn't shown him good attitude before, and she also assaulted Shuihao. Unexpectedly, Shuihao was extremely excited upon receiving her call and arranged a meeting after 9 in the evening. She arrived early, resting her eyes while leaning against the sofa, but due to excessive exhaustion lately, she drifted off to sleep unconsciously. When Shen Lubai came in, he saw the small figure curled up, hugging a pillow, fast asleep. He moved cautiously, slowly approaching her, looking at her tenderly. Unable to resist the urge, he reached out and brushed away the bangs from her forehead. He stayed quietly by her side, watching the time pass second by second. This kind of wasting time, he almost wanted it to freeze. Chief Fiwen was too sleepy. She felt someone's presence and wanted to open her eyes, but her eyelids were so heavy. When she woke up, Bai Huai was nowhere to be seen in the private room. On the coffee table lay a contract. Bai Huai had signed and stamped it, and all she needed to do was sign it for it to become legally binding. This contract practically meant free money, full payment with no penalty clauses. She would only be responsible for placing orders, ensuring her factory workers wouldn't face bankruptcy or layoffs. What was Bai Huai thinking now? She had thought Bai Huai would deliberately cause trouble or maliciously lowball acquire her group. But instead, he presented a surprising answer. Drumming up her courage, she called him. Mr. Bai, when did you arrive? Sorry, go back and have a good sleep, take a break. Everything will be fine, young lady, don't put so much pressure on yourself. Shen Lubai tried to control the tenderness in his voice. Chief Fiwen mumbled her lips, finally gathering 2 words. Thank you. Chief Fiwen got into her car and prepared to go home when her phone rang. It was an overseas number. Hello, this is Jorman Neurology Hospital. You consulted with us before, didn't you? Does the patient still need our help? Chief Fiwen was overjoyed and immediately began communicating in English. Several neurology experts could treat Shen Liubai's condition without any medical fees because the case was rare and they were willing to diagnose him for free. The only requirement was that he be sent abroad for about half a month. Chief Fiwen returned home and immediately asked Auntie Li to pack their luggage. Idiot, there's hope for your cure. From now on, we'll never have to endure others' disdainful looks again. Shen Lubai felt her excitement, warming his heart. In this world, only she truly hoped for his well-being. Unfortunately, I can't accompany you. I have too many things to handle. I'll let Auntie Li take you there, and I'll come to pick you up in half a month. All right, then I'll wait for you. Chief Fiwen, emotionally stirred, sent him off at the airport, hoping he would get there as quickly as possible, ideally starting treatment tomorrow. Shen Lubai hadn't expected her to be in such a hurry that they barely had time for a tender farewell. In the waiting hall, he tightly embraced her. Wait for me to come back. I will. She flashed him a radiant smile. Truthfully, she was a little afraid, worried that if Shen Lubai became normal, he might not want to stay behind her and settle down contentedly. Once someone has their own thoughts, they inevitably grow greedy, wanting more. This was also her bet. How could she possibly keep him like a fool forever, letting people gossip just to satisfy her selfish desires? If she won the bet, it would be one man, one woman, for life. If she lost the bet, she would go for physical intimacy rather than emotional connection, and pick handsome men as she pleased. After all, no matter what happened, she wouldn't lose. Chapter 91. Su Qingqing's Parents. Watching Shen Liubai's figure slowly disappear, the smile on her face gradually faded, and she stood alone in the wind. Suddenly, she felt this kind of night was very cold, her heart was empty. An unprecedented sense of loneliness tightly wrapped around her. With the fool not at home, Chief Fiwen had no reason to stay at home either. She lived in the group for 24 hours a day. During her detention, something happened in the studio as well. Zhou Yang really turned out to be an ungrateful wolf cub. Thinking she was about to encounter misfortune and would drag down the studio, he actually incited others to resign and follow him. Now he has his own studio, making it look quite decent, and even took away quite a few of her clients. Now there are only Tang Yan and a few newly recruited people left in the studio. The old backbone members have mostly been poached. Tang Yan, I don't have time to take care of the studio anymore. Now I entrust it all to you. Can you get it sorted out before I come back? If you lack funds, go ask Shuihao. Without clients, go find them yourself. I can't pave the way for you, nor do I have the time to push you. Can you handle it by yourself? I can. Tang Yan sounded as if he were issuing a military order, with an exceptionally firm voice. He knew well that this was also the toughest time for Chief Fiwen. If even someone like him is being worried about by Chief Fiwen, then he truly is useless. I believe in you. Chief Fiwen's 4 words gave Tang Yan immense courage. Even if she asked him to cut flesh or sell blood right now, Tang Yan would not hesitate. Chief Fiwen reorganized the group, stabilized the upper ranks, visited the lower ranks, and kept morale high. She was like a robot wound up with a spring, never stopping for a moment. The directors who once didn't think much of her finally sincerely recognized her. Chief Fiwen did excellently. For the Chief family, for those workers seeking livelihoods, she never relaxed for a moment. Su Qingqing noticed that she had lost weight again, feeling some pain in her heart. The funding isn't an issue now. You should at least rest for some time. You're not made of iron. Don't collapse later. The money owed to uncle and auntie must be repaid. Their money didn't come from the sky. I can't let them look down on me and think your friend isn't reliable. They really aren't in a hurry. 1-1. Is everything okay with you? Su Qingqing noticed that Qi Fiwen's complexion was getting worse. She sat on the chair, holding her abdomen all the while, seemingly enduring something. In the next second, Qi Fiwen directly fainted and fell onto the ground. Su Qingqing became anxious and called the emergency services immediately. She also called another person. Stop acting. Wan fainted. Su Qingqing hurriedly sent her to the hospital. Acute gastroenteritis. Due to her exhaustion during this period and refusal to eat properly, this led to it. She suffered from severe malnutrition, and her body was too fatigued. She had been resting only 2 or 3 hours each day for several days. Surgery has been done. She's still unconscious now, receiving nutritional therapy. Su Qingqing saw someone rushing over, glaring at him angrily. Aren't you the president of DE? Aren't you so capable, having power over all? But look now, you couldn't even protect your own woman. Shen Lubai didn't rebut. Actually, Su Qingqing understood it wasn't Shen Liubai's fault. He gave 10 billion yuan, and even personally came over to deliver orders. Quietly, he stabilized those directors who wanted to sell their shares, and possibly even the entire group. Lu Zheng even wanted to stir up unrest among the crowd, but he suppressed it. Qi Yao Group was now like a bottomless pit, and he filled it without counting the cost. He already did more than enough. It was Qi Fiwen who worked too hard, giving herself no time to relax. I will watch over her. His voice had become hoarse. He didn't leave the country. He deceived Aunt Li, telling her about closed treatment, so Aunt Li returned. He spent this time dealing with the remaining troubles of Qi Yao Group. When he received Su Qingqing's call, his heart almost leapt out of his throat, fearing the worst. I told you to rest well. Why wouldn't you listen? His large hand gently stroked her head. You reminded me to eat well, but why didn't you eat well yourself? Little liar, so dishonest. All the calls to me were lies. They had conversations over the phone during this time. Each time, she said she ate well and slept well, all lies. While she was saying this, he was always under the building of Qi Yao Group, watching her office light remain on through the night. You're not short of men, leave the rest to me. Even if the sky collapses, I'll support it for you. You just need to stay behind me. He said this word by word. This night, Qi Fiwen slept particularly soundly. Familiar scents surrounded her, making her especially at ease. She was asleep for a whole day and night, waking up hungry. Opening her eyes, she saw Su Qingqing guarding her beside the bed. I'm so hungry. I'll get you something to eat right away. She opened the thermos, which contained a warm, nutritious porridge. Qi Fiwen ate quite a bit, feeling much better after being full and getting enough sleep. Qingqing, can you give me the computer? I want to check if there are any urgent matters at the company. No way. You just rest and recover. I'll handle everything at the company for you. You didn't. I can. Su Qingqing firmly interrupted her. To prove that she really could do it, Su Qingqing showed Qi Fiwen several documents. They were project cooperation plans written in great detail with thorough analysis of advantages and disadvantages. Even Qi Fiwen couldn't help but praise them. After self-reflection, Qi Fiwen admitted that she herself couldn't have done it. Qingqing, when did you become this capable? Did you learn how to do this? I am omnipotent. So, all the affairs of the group were taken care of by Su Qingqing. Each one was executed excellently. Soon, Su Qingqing was promoted to vice president. Su Qingqing felt guilty inside because all of this had been handled by Shen Lubai. He hadn't been this serious about handling his own group's affairs. Qi Fiwen became a complete hands-off boss for a week, eating and drinking every day, leading a rather comfortable life. Tang Yin came to the hospital to visit her. His face was grave, clearly indicating that something had happened. What's wrong? It's nothing. You just focus on getting better. If you don't tell me now, I'll scold you. Qi Fiwen waved her hand, making Tang Yin shrink his head. Zhou Yang's studio has been invested in by Jiang Yan, and those two have collaborated again. Did you leave any evidence this time? Yes, I left some. That's fine, don't worry about the rest. Tang Yin could only nod reluctantly. Qi Fiwen kept an eye out. With Jiang Yan having a trump card in her hand, she dared to openly take in Zhou Yang and go against Qi Fiwen. She must be confident for some reason. Qi Fiwen asked Su Qingqing to investigate, and they soon got the result. She went for amniocentesis and DNA testing. The child is Tang Zifeng's. Su Qingqing gritted her teeth and said, if things get worse, we can just tell Tang Zifeng that Jiang Yan is wearing his green hat. At this point, telling him might not help. Jiang Yan could just whisper a few sweet words into his ear, and it would all blow over. Now that the child is Tang Zifeng's, Jiang Yan has effectively added another lifeline. No wonder she's acting arrogantly again. If she were Jiang Yan, she would also act arrogantly. When there's solid ground, who wants to stay beneath others, forever held under control? It's infuriating, letting such a small person get their way. Su Qingqing gritted her teeth in frustration. Enough, let her be for now. She hasn't appeared before me yet. If she doesn't know her place, I won't hesitate either. I'm going to take a nap. This afternoon, I'll go to the company. Su Qingqing was extremely busy these days, squeezing out the time to visit the hospital. After she left, Qi Fiwen wanted to rest, but heard noise outside. The nurse came over. Miss Qi, there's a middle-aged couple outside claiming to be Deputy General Manager Su's parents, and they've come specially to see you. Qi Fiwen immediately sat up, unsure whether these were adoptive or biological parents. Please invite them in quickly. Chapter 92, The Humble Employee. The two elders who came in were familiar to Qi Fiwen. They were Su Qingqing's adoptive parents, and during university, Su Qingqing often brought her over to freeloading for meals. Uncle and aunt were very kind people and deeply in love with each other. There was only Su Qingqing as their only daughter at home, and they adored her immensely. Qingqing went home and told us you were hospitalized due to illness. Now, since you're Qingqing's leader, we just wanted to come see you. Child, Too many things have happened during this time, and you've worked hard. We truly feel for you. Sue's mother sat down, looking at her with kindness. Your aunt has prepared some light food for you. Try it later. Once you're better, come over for a meal. It'll be just like old times. Treat it like your own home. Sue's father said heartily. Thank you, uncle and aunt. If it weren't for Ching Ching this time, I really wouldn't have made it through this difficulty. She contributed money and effort for the group. She is my benefactor. Are you talking about our Ching Ching? She couldn't possibly be that capable. Sue's mother knew her daughter well, staring incredulously at Chi Fiwen. If it weren't for Ching Ching's biological parents providing 10 billion yuan, our family would really be finished. 10 billion yuan. Biological parents? Sue's father and mother asked simultaneously. Evening, 1 won. This is not something to joke about lightly. Ching Ching is our daughter, born to us. Sue's mother became agitated. How could she possibly have 10 billion yuan? Is she committing crimes or violating regulations? What criminal channels allow one to instantly have 10 billion yuan? Sue's father also grew worried. This left Chi Fiwen speechless. Evening, please tell me, what exactly did she say to you? Chi Fiwen explained everything meticulously. Sue's mother wept bitterly. Is this child recognizing someone as a godfather now? She looks down on us because we're poor, can't provide such good material conditions, so she doesn't want us anymore. 10 billion yuan. What kind of family is that? This child is forsaking her biological parents for money. Old Sue, we are so pitiful. Call the child back to question her thoroughly. Sue's father became extremely angry, making a phone call to Su Chingching. What? You're at the hospital? I'm coming right away. Su Chingching had just arrived at the company, not even having time to sit down properly before rushing out anxiously as if her bottom was on fire. On the way, she contacted Shen Lubai, but his phone wouldn't connect. This is killing me. Right when I need him most. Su Chingching felt like dying right there and then, knowing that going to the hospital would mean facing a three-party tribunal. How could she explain where the money came from? She gritted her teeth and headed to the hospital. Chingching, you're here. Quickly tell uncle and aunt what's going on. You rotten girl. If you don't give us an explanation, we will sever all ties, as you already look down on us anyway. Su Chingching, if you're out messing around romantically or breaking laws, don't blame me for upholding justice by cutting ties with you. Su Chingching's headache grew twofold. Parents, let me take you home first. I'll slowly explain it to you. 1 I'll come find you afterward. I need to handle these two first. She dragged them both away forcefully. In the car, Su Chingching swore to heaven that she hadn't recognized a godfather nor broken any laws. Then tell us where the money came from. Sue's father looked seriously at his daughter. If the origin of the money turned out to be suspicious, he'd send Su Chingching straight to jail without hesitation. His phone was already paused on the dialing page for 110. Su Chingching wished she could vanish right then and there. Parents, daughters grow up and have privacy. Can we leave this unanswered? Do you ask if this violates the law? Sue's father spoke sternly. All right, let me tell you the truth, but you mustn't spread it around. This money came from Wan's husband. It was just presented in my name. Isn't Wan's husband supposed to be an idiot? No, he isn't an idiot. He's incredibly smart, adept at making money. Have you heard of DE Group? It's his. The story goes like this. After explaining, both elders stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Su Chingching sighed helplessly, remembering how she initially reacted the same way, perhaps even more dramatically, and it was Shen Lubai himself who revealed it, amplifying the shock significantly. Could you imagine an idiot earnestly saying, I am Bai Huai of DE Group, hiding my identity all these years. You are clearly an idiot. Su Chingching laughed heartily, but was quickly proven wrong. Shen Lubai didn't seem to be joking. His face was solemn, looking at her with disdain, as if observing an ignorant child. Only when Xue Hao, Bai Huai's #1 yes man, respectfully called Shen Lubai Mr., did Su Chingching finally believe. Her close friend was a billionaire, and her friend's husband was a 100 billionaire. Damn it, only she was a humble employee. Su Chingching allowed them sufficient time to process this. He was afraid that Wan wouldn't be able to handle it if he told her directly, considering his intentions weren't noble from the start. So, he could only resort to this roundabout method and wait for the right moment to explain everything gradually. In order to keep her from doubting me, I made up a story about finding my biological parents. Mom and Dad, you have to trust me. I haven't done anything wrong. I love you both very much. After much effort convincing the elders, Su Chingching still needed their help to reassure Chi Fiwen. As evening fell, Sue's father and mother returned to the ward. This child, Chingching, has kept things hidden from us. We had no idea she'd found her biological parents. Honestly, regardless of whether they're truly her birth parents or not, she will always be our only daughter. Sue's mother forced a dry smile. Exactly, this child is just too well-behaved. It makes us feel so moved. Sue's father also feigned a dishonest grin. The two of them smiled falsely, looking quite frightening. Chi Fiwen couldn't help glancing at Su Chingching repeatedly. She whispered, Are uncle and aunt really okay? Did the news shock them? Don't worry, later I'll take them home. Wan, stop worrying and focus on getting better. Let me take them back now. Su Chingching quickly left with her parents. Chi Fiwen hadn't rested all afternoon, her thoughts lingering over past events. It seemed as if Su Chingching had suddenly become someone else. Even in areas where she wasn't skilled before, she now excelled effortlessly, almost like she had divine assistance. Billions were tossed around as if nothing. Although uncle and aunt had spoken that way, Chi Fiwen still felt something was off. It seemed Su Chingching was hiding something. She wouldn't harm Chi Fiwen, so there was no reason to fear any schemes from her. The next day, Su Chingching managed to set aside an afternoon to spend time with her. In conversation, Chi Fiwen mentioned Su Qingqing's biological parents. Your biological parents haven't returned to the capital yet. Yeah, their business is huge. They're always traveling. So, what exactly do your parents do? And their names? Would it be possible for me to give them a call? I really want to thank them for helping me. Chi Fiwen closely observed Su Qingqing's expression, noticing that she didn't seem anxious at all. Instead, she calmly unlocked her phone and searched for a company name to show Chi Fiwen. Here, it's this one. Chi Fiwen silently memorized the information. You really want to meet them? Fine then, I'll call them for you. Chapter 93. The truth comes to light. Su Qingqing answered the phone on speaker in front of her. As soon as the call was connected, a warm voice came from the other end. Dear daughter, are you missing your old man? If it weren't for a big project I'm handling here, I would fly to you immediately. Later, I will have dinner with your adoptive parents and thank them properly for treating you like their own all these years. Dad, we can put those matters off. My adoptive father and mother aren't going anywhere. Actually, it's my best friend who wants to thank you. I've handed over the phone to her. You talk to her. Uncle, I am Qingqing's friend. My name is Chi Fiwen. You can just call me Wanwan. Wanwan, I've heard Qingqing mention you many times. She wasn't very enthusiastic when I asked her to reconnect with our family, which worried me a lot. But when there was trouble at your place, she came to me right away, showing how important you are to her. Uncle, do you need that 10 billion urgently? If not, could we delay for a bit? Of course, I don't care about that money. Being able to help you makes me very happy. Uncle, can I shamelessly borrow another 20 billion yuan from you? Cough cough. The uncle on the other end choked on his saliva. 20 billion yuan. Is it convenient? If not, then never mind. No. Just hold on a second. Let me discuss this with my wife, and I'll get back to you later. All right, I'll wait for your call, uncle. After hanging up, she handed the phone back to Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing was still stunned by that huge amount. Do bigwigs always start loans with hundreds of millions? Qingqing, do you think uncle will agree? He probably will. Then let's wait and see. She lowered her head and looked at her palm. Su Qingqing was truly hiding something. Not long after, Su Qingqing's phone rang. Okay, I'll lend you 20 billion. After all, you're my daughter's best friend. In that case, thank you, uncle. I'll let Qingqing send you the remittance slip later. All right, uncle, take care. Chi Fiwen turned her gaze to Su Qingqing, saying nothing. Su Qingqing felt her scalp tingle under Chi Fiwen's stare. Wanwan, why are you looking at me like this? Are you going to deceive me now too? Her words were heavy with meaning. Su Qingqing's heart skipped a beat. Shen Lubai, you're really going to be the death of someone. She maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. Wanwan, what do you mean by that? How could I possibly deceive you? Come on, repeat what your biological parents do, how much property they own, and when they found you. Su Qingqing answered smoothly. Then say it all again in reverse. Su Qingqing was left speechless. Hey, I remember I have an important matter at the group company to handle. I should go back first. Su Qingqing, if you step out of this door, we won't be friends anymore. I know you're not trying to harm me, otherwise you wouldn't have given me so much money. All I want is the truth. Wanwan. Su Qingqing's face looked completely defeated. You don't need to force me like this. Is it difficult? Qingqing, we're university classmates. We always work together on group assignments. We tell each other everything without secrets. Now, you casually mentioned being able to come up with 10 billion or even 20 billion without hesitation. You've gained the ability to handle any project, and your management skills have improved drastically. How well do I know you? You've changed so much. I'm not blind. Where does all this money come from? I'm worried about you. Are you being taken advantage of by someone? Will you have to pay some sort of price? Chi Yao Group is important, but all that are material things. I cannot ruin the livelihood of thousands of employees I don't even know personally by harming my closest friend. Su Qingqing, aren't you going to tell me? Upon hearing these words, Su Qingqing's eyes became watery and her nose red. She was deeply moved. What a great friend. Once I tell you, you promise not to hit me, and you must protect me. Tell me. Seeing there was no way to hide it anymore, Su Qingqing could only confess everything. After she had told all Chi Fiwen showed was a ghastly pale face and icy cold eyes that sent shivers down one's spine. She slowly drew back her neck, realizing she was in deep trouble. On such a massive matter, back then, she impulsively got manipulated by Shen Lubai, joining him in the deception. Having been best friends with Chi Fiwen for so many years, she knew Chi's temperament better than anyone. She hated betrayal more than anything else, along with deceit and manipulation. Shen Lubai hit every single point. Qingqing, run an errand for me. Now. What? Are you still going to act as the middleman? No, I don't dare. You don't need to say anything to him. If he finds out early, we really won't stand a chance. Qingqing, think it through yourself. I absolutely want to play with you. I swear, even if I die, I won't tell. Chi Fiwen gave her a sideways glance. Her vow wasn't very convincing. Shen Lubai really chose the wrong person. Su Qingqing could indeed persuade herself, and only the money she came up with would she feel safe to use. But Su Qingqing was very afraid of her, especially afraid of making her angry, and thus, Su Qingqing was sent away on an errand. When Shen Lubai learned that Su was on a business trip out of province, he was somewhat puzzled. Why would she need to go on a business trip all of a sudden? Wanwan doesn't trust others to do it, so she sent me. Besides, she's almost discharged from the hospital, so there's no need for me to take care of her anymore. Su Qingqing answered according to the note Chi Fiwen had written for her. All right then, be safe. You didn't leak anything in front of her, did you? How dare I? Su Qingqing shamefully lowered her head. Just let her disappear on the spot. She wanted to die? That's fine then. When you come back, just give her the money. Shen Lubai, how about? Su Qingqing was still pretty loyal, wanting to give Shen Lubai a bit of a hint. But one cold, sharp look from Qi Fiwen scared Su Qingqing into shrinking back, too frightened to dare further. What about what? How about settling my acting fee? It's hard work pretending. That's all. I still have to pack my luggage. Su Qingqing hastily hung up the phone. Late. How do you think I performed? Su Qingqing smiled ingratiatingly. Qi Fiwen ignored her. She was genuinely mad. A good friend knew something so major, and instead of choosing to come clean, decided to collude with an outsider to deceive her. Su Qingqing also realized her own wrongdoing. I didn't know back then. He convinced me. He said at first, he really didn't like you. Thinking you were infatuated with love and very frivolous, not serious. He was doing well at the Shin family, but you caused him to be moved to the Qi family, and you flirted ambiguously with other men. So, he planned to take down everything related to the Qi group altogether. But as he gradually got along with you more, he fell for you under your charm, right? After realizing his feelings, he stopped doing anything. That's the power of love. He wanted to give himself another chance, and I thought he made sense, so, you both teamed up to lie to me? Chapter 94. Anyway, it's none of your business. How can you say it's deception? It's a white lie. Qi Fiwen shot an unfriendly glance at Su Qingqing, who immediately stopped talking. I'll go on a business trip instead. Su Qingqing left dejectedly, leaving her alone in the ward. Thinking about everything Shen Lubai had concealed from her, she felt as if she were trembling with cold all over. If she had behaved poorly in the past, would her family now be destroyed? She and Lu Zheng had some grudges, so she could accept his plots. But she hadn't harmed Shen Lubai. Though inviting him to be her in-law was a sudden impulse, when she saw him, she calmed down. After they got married and received their certificate, they were responsible for each other, to support each other forever. Yet Shen Lubai wanted to bankrupt Qi Yao Group because of his prejudice against her. What if he never fell in love with her? What if she did something that displeased him? She couldn't imagine that her life and property were in the hands of one of Shen Liubai's decisions. She detested concealment, betrayal, calculation. Now it was coming from her own spouse. She thought he was a fool. Looking back, it seemed like only she had been foolish from start to end. Shen Lubai must have seen her as a buffoon jumping around. She didn't sleep all night. Her phone lit up in the dark. It was Shen Lubai contacting her. Luan, are you asleep? Have you eaten properly? I miss you, Luan. Why aren't you replying? The blue light of the screen illuminated her face, and she feebly pulled at the corners of her mouth, trying to laugh forgivingly, but feeling completely drained of energy. Her heart felt as if it had been depleted. All she wanted was someone who wouldn't leave her, who loved and cherished her, someone whose affection remained pure and without taint. Why was it so hard? The next day, she gathered herself together. I went to bed early last night and didn't see your messages. She answered the call calmly. Luan, I will be back soon. His voice was so gentle. Shen Lubai, this time, having been deceived by Lu Zheng, I've done a lot of thinking. If anyone deceives me again, I won't forgive them. So, you wouldn't deceive me, right? As she said these words, she cried silently. Hot tears rolled down her cheeks. She tightly gripped her phone, her heart suspended. This was her final chance for Shen Lubai. If he chose to confess now, perhaps they could talk things through, and the relationship could continue. If he still chose to conceal it, no matter what reason, she wouldn't forgive him. This marriage had been tainted since the beginning. Shen Lubai had squandered her sincere feelings. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. After a while, he found his voice. Luan, I won't deceive you. When I come back, for the rest of my life, I will treat you well. Everything you want, I will give to you, I promise. Good, I believe you. I'm tired, I want to sleep. Hurry and sleep. After the call ended, Qi Fiwen could no longer contain her emotions and broke into uncontrollable sobs. Master, Shuahao hesitated to speak. Shen Lubai sighed deeply. Are you asking me why I didn't take this opportunity to confess? Countless times I've wanted to tell her the truth, but I'm afraid. What if she doesn't forgive me? I'm willing to be an in-law for the rest of my life, forever safe in the background, letting her feel secure. As long as I keep concealing things well enough, she'll never know. Shuahao, when you care too much about someone, you no longer dare to take risks. His voice sounded as if it came from a distant future, heavy with sighs and regret. He couldn't turn back now. He couldn't afford to gamble anymore. One mistake, and the whole chessboard falls apart. Such a ruin could only be compromised. Qi Fiwen was being discharged from the hospital today, and Shen Lubai would be back in 4 or 5 days. She had already drafted the divorce agreement. They would part amicably, with no more ties. When it came to love, if she ever touched it again, may she be cursed like a dog. As dusk descended, she applied exquisite makeup, wore a sensual red velvet gown, and went to a high-class club. She immediately summoned 10 gentlemen. A group of handsome men revolved around her, which she quite enjoyed. Sister, drink with me. Drink. This is your tip. My dear ancestor, drink with me as well. Everyone drinks. Tips for all. After 3 rounds of drinking, she began to feel tipsy, and her stomach started to hurt. At that moment, the door of the private room opened, and someone walked in against the light. Squinting her eyes, she struggled to identify the person in front of her. Finally, she recognized him. It was Bai Huai. No, to be precise, it was Shen Lubai. Sister, who is he? Shen Liubai's mask was terrifying, but more horrifying than that were his eyes, sharp like cold blades. He swept his gaze across the crowd, causing cold sweat to trickle down their spines. My partner, I didn't invite you either. Why are you here? Get out, all of you. He barked. The group was frightened and immediately fled. Qi Fiwen became anxious. Why did they all leave? I've already paid. What kind of service is this? I want to file a complaint. She scrambled to get up and chased after them. Shen Lubai couldn't bear it anymore. He grabbed her wrist and pulled the frail woman into his arms. Chief Fiwen, have you forgotten that you're a married person? Do you even realize what you're doing? Mr. Bai, have you forgotten that you mean nothing to me? We're not related by blood or marriage. Why should you care about me? Are we close friends? Let go of me. She struggled, but Shen Lubai tightened his grip silently. There was a stark difference in their strength, and she couldn't break free. She grew increasingly frustrated. Let me go. With all her might, she shoved him. Fearing she would hurt herself, Shen Lubai loosened his hold slightly. Her hair was disheveled, her face flushed red. Her beautiful eyes glistened with moisture as she glared at him angrily. Just mind your own business. She walked toward the door. Where's the manager? Bring those men back, or I'll complain. Shui Hao, if anyone dares to come in, break their legs. Seething with anger, Shen Lubai dragged her back inside. The private room door closed, and she was pushed onto the couch. Your husband is currently undergoing treatment abroad. Are you acting recklessly while he's away? Who are you talking about? Let me think. Oh, that fool. Once I got tired of him. That was it. Nothing special. These men are more interesting. They know how to serve me and make me feel happy and comfortable. As soon as that idiot comes back, I'm getting a divorce. No more. She lifted her bright red lips, laughing joyfully. Upon hearing these words, Shen Lubai was overcome with fury. He tried to suppress his anger, thinking she must be drunk, so she was babbling nonsense. With so many things happening at the company, her stress was overwhelming, which made her want to relax excessively. He wouldn't argue with someone who's intoxicated. You're drunk. I'll take you home. I don't want to go home yet. I haven't had enough fun. She clung to the sofa, refusing to let go. However, Shen Lubai directly hoisted her over his shoulder. His shoulder pressed against her stomach, making her feel nauseous after just a few jolts. Put me down, I feel sick. Why? You damn jerk, put me down. Shen Lubai carried her straight to the street behind the club, where it was relatively quiet. His car was parked there. Once he set her down, she immediately searched for a trash can and threw up uncontrollably. Afterward, her stomach still felt like it was burning painfully. Her face paled from the pain, clutching her abdomen miserably. You were just discharged for your gastritis, and now you're drinking again. Chief Fiwen, you obviously need supervision. Not from you. She coldly brushed his hand away. Chapter 95. I want a divorce. A few short words fell heavily on Shen Luobai's heart. His breathing became oppressive. He tugged at his tie, feeling like he couldn't breathe. Shui Hao, drive to the hospital. After speaking, Shen Lubai reached for her hand. As he was about to touch it, a gust of wind blew through. She coldly stepped back several steps, looking at him guardedly. His hand remained suspended in midair. His heart felt empty and hollow. Chief Fiwen, I don't want to see you. With that, Chief Fiwen turned and left. Her steps wobbled, but she stubbornly didn't look back. Master, Miss Chi looks, something seems off. It might possibly be. Hold your tongue. Shui Hao's sentence hadn't even finished when it was rudely cut off by Shen Lubai. Of course, he knew what Shui Hao wanted to say, but he couldn't bear it. Gripping his fists tightly, his nails pierced deep into his skin. Silent, he followed Chief Fiwen. Chief Fiwen hailed a taxi on the roadside. He drove closely behind. Only after she returned home did he feel slightly reassured. His car remained parked downstairs without leaving. Chief Fiwen hid behind the curtain, observing the dark shadow of the car. Faint glimmers of light emanated from within. It was cigarette smoke. In the past, she thought he was clean and pure. No smoking, no drinking, absolutely no bad habits. He was innocent and beautiful, like a pure white camellia flower. She wanted to give him the best of everything, utilizing all her resources. Yet in the end, she was nothing but a joke. How could Bai Huai of the DE group ever be just a pure white camellia flower? He had plenty of cunning water inside him, decisive, ruthless, showing no human sentiment. That night, the fool did not send her any messages. Lying in bed, Chief Fiwen bore the pain in her stomach until she dozed off late at night. The next morning, Chief Fiwen was awakened with grogginess. What's the matter? She said weakly. Thinking of last night now filled her with regret. At least wait until her body recovered before drinking alcohol. It wasn't worth it for a dog man. The son-in-law has returned. Sister Lee exclaimed excitedly. The son-in-law came back early and the treatment was very successful. Miss, our suffering is over. Sister Lee's face was full of joy. Chief Fiwen finally peeked out from under the covers. Let him wait outside the door. After I freshen up, I'll go meet him. Outside the door? Not letting the son-in-law in. No hurry, he can wait. Sister Lee was utterly confused, but dared not contradict her command, and so went out. She took a glance from the balcony. Shen Lubai stood alone in the yard, his figure upright and straight, appearing isolated. It made her seem a bit bullying. She always had such a bad temper. She tolerated no sand in her eyes. She slowly showered and changed clothes. By the time she came down, it was already over an hour later. She then leisurely ate breakfast. Sister Lee anxiously paced around, fidgeting like an ant on a hot pan. Miss, the son-in-law is still waiting. He's just recovered. You mustn't break his heart. Sister Lee, he won't have his heart broken. The one whose heart truly aches is me. All right, I've eaten enough. Call him in. Sister Lee quickly responded and hurriedly went to call Shen Lubai in. The young miss isn't in a good mood today. You need to comfort her. She's easy to soothe. Sister Lee didn't know what happened, but was still thinking of Shen Lubai. A faint bitter smile crept onto Shen Luobai's lips. Perhaps this time, soothing her would be a little difficult. He saw the woman sitting lazily yet luxuriously on the couch. Words like alluring or seductive seemed too mundane to describe her. Wan. Even calling her name felt a bit awkward now. Back? Was it fun abroad? He remained silent, pressing his lips together. Now that you're normal again, I will no longer arrange our marriage. It wouldn't be fair to you. You have the right to pursue happiness and shouldn't be bound by me. This is the divorce agreement. You can leave without taking anything with you. Since she wasn't the party at fault, she wouldn't give him a penny. As for the money he'd given her, it was treated as borrowed. Once the group recovers, she would gradually pay him back. I'm not getting divorced. Give me a reason. She looked at him with fiery eyes. Shin Lubai hadn't admitted his mistake since entering the room because she hadn't pointed it out, so he still harbored a sliver of Jiaoxing. Jiaoxing means false hope. Even though such hope was ridiculous and laughable. Wan, if I've done anything wrong, I can make amends. You come here, let me tell you how to make up for it. Qi Fiwen beckoned him with a crook of her finger. Shin Lubai reluctantly approached. Qi Fiwen stared at his handsome face. At the time, she had also been somewhat captivated by his beauty. Truly, beauty leads nations astray, whether male or female. A heart free of men brings divine clarity. She exhaled a breath of foul air and then slapped him hard across the face. The sound of the slap echoed through the entire house. A clear imprint of a palm remained on his face. Aunt Lee was extremely distressed. Miss, what is this? Aunt Lee, you don't know yet. Our son-in-law is actually the renowned ruler of the DE group. He's not foolish at all. He's been treating us like fools. Do you remember how I fired a batch of employees earlier? They were his informants. He had my inside and out under constant surveillance. At first, he even wanted me to go bankrupt. What? Aunt Lee's voice trembled slightly. She couldn't believe it as she stared at Shin Lubai. Son-in-law, is what Miss Qi said all true? Have you been deceiving us? Qi Fiwen's eyes sparkled brightly as they looked at him. Shin Lubai took the slap, but there wasn't any anger in his eyes, as if he also thought he deserved it. He just gazed deeply into her own eyes and admitted openly. Yes. Wan, one slap isn't enough to vent your anger. Hit me again. He grabbed her hand and placed it on his cheek. Qi Fiwen was fuming with anger. Such shameless behavior. Sign the paper and let's be done with each other. Shin Lubai let out a heavy breath. The most feared moment had finally arrived. He picked up the divorce agreement, glanced at it, then slowly tore it apart right in front of Qi Fiwen before throwing it into the trash can. I won't agree. You? Qi Fiwen glared at him angrily. Shin Lubai, I want a divorce. You drank so much last night and wouldn't go to the hospital. You're looking unwell. I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup. He replied irrelevantly. Aunt Lee, please escort our guest out. We'll talk when you've reconsidered. Qi Fiwen detestedly looked at him, wanting no further contact with him. Aunt Lee too became enraged and even picked up a mop. Get out, stay far away from our miss. You fraud, get lost. Shin Lubai didn't force anything, calmly stepping out of the villa. He looked toward Qi Fiwen's room upstairs and loudly shouted. Wan, I won't divorce unless I die. I will never divorce. Still here? Get out. Aunt Lee roared angrily. Shin Lubai exhaled another heavy breath and left the villa. Not far away, Shuaihao's car was waiting. Master looks wretched. It serves him right. Make an official announcement. I am Bai Huai. Chapter 96. Fear. Yes. As soon as the news was made public, the entire capital city erupted. Everyone was shocked that Shun family's fool had transformed into the CEO of a listed group, with a net worth of over 100 billion. Mentioning Shin Lubai naturally brought up the now semi-defunct Shin family, as well as Qi Fiwen. They all said she had good taste and knew how to pick a husband, marrying a billionaire. Others said Qi Fiwen brought good luck to her husband and mentioned Tang Zifeng, saying he didn't know how to cherish what he had. The quiet Tang Zifeng was dragged out again by netizens to be mercilessly whipped, which made him feel quite humiliated. Qi Fiwen had only rested for an hour, but the internet had already exploded. There were dozens of missed calls and over 20 text messages, all from Su Qingqing. Sis, save me. I've been kidnapped by Shin Lubai. The last message stopped there. Qi Fiwen understood that Shin Lubai was forcing her to reveal herself and have a proper conversation with him. Look, if he wanted to treat you kindly, you should accept it. If he wanted to use brute force, you'd still be powerless against it. How she wished to slap his face hard because he became one of the top capitalists. She slowly released the pre-saved post without rushing. Due to conflicts in our relationship with Mr. Shin Lubai, mainly caused by disharmony in private life, we have decided to divorce. A picture of the divorce agreement content was attached below. This post was forwarded countless times, and the media began to question Shin Liubai's abilities in certain areas. After seeing the news, Shin Lubai couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't a bitter laugh, but rather a smile filled with indulgence. Shuaihao, who was standing beside him, felt bone-chilling. Is there something wrong with his brain? On the other side, Su Qingqing, who was tied to the chair and trembling with fear, stammered to ask Shuaihao. Shuaihao shivered with goosebumps all over his body. I think so too. Even his abilities are being questioned, yet he's laughing so happily. I don't know. Ever since my master met Miss Qi, he hasn't been normal. Shuaihao pointed to his head, implying Shin Liubai's brain might be problematic. Shin Lubai calmly turned off his phone and walked over to Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing closed her eyes and activated her form of solipsism. I can't see you. I can't see you. Do you think cutting off one of your ears or chopping off one of your fingers to send over would be better? You've already told her that I've kidnapped you. It's been 6 hours, and she still hasn't come. Apparently, you're not important at all. No. I'm very important. Please wait longer. Su Qingqing, I have never failed until now, but I lost this round to you. How do you calculate this account? She forced me. Shin Lubai sent her a cold glance, indifferent and slightly cool. I couldn't keep my mouth shut. Shuaihao, record a video of her and apply some special effect makeup. Shin Lubai wouldn't harm Su Qingqing unless he truly wanted nothing more to do with Qi Fiwen. At the same time, at the Qi household, Qi Fiwen's phone suddenly rang. It was an email notification. It was a remittance slip from DE Company's account, transferred to an overseas personal bank account. Seeing the recipient, her pupils contracted slightly. Fong Yuma? How could it be her? She immediately enlarged the receipt. The date was precisely when Fong Yuma left the capital. For a moment, everything seemed to spin around her. She forced herself to stay calm. Fong Yuma hadn't made a call or sent a text, but just through a receipt. It had made Chi Fuan nearly break down. She quickly had someone investigate, and soon got the result. It wasn't fake. Both the remitter and the recipient could verify this transaction flow. The Fong family had failed in its overseas transformation, accumulating years of debt crisis. But thanks to this sum of money, all problems were resolved effortlessly. Shin Lubai kept this secret from her, but revealed his identity to his ex-girlfriend and lent her money. They were legal spouses, and every penny of his funds after marriage should have been disclosed to her. Yet now, he had secretly supported his ex-girlfriend, thus saying they had no feelings and would not linger emotionally. Not even Ghost would believe it. Just as she was utterly disoriented, her phone suddenly rang again. It was a video sent by Su Qingqing. Upon opening it, she saw Su Qingqing beaten up with a bruised nose and swollen face. There was also a pool of blood on the ground. "Save me, 1-1." Her speech was barely coherent. The video ended after only 10 short seconds. Chi Fuan's mind blanked momentarily, then she boiled with rage and hastily dialed Shun Liubai's number. The call was answered quickly. "Shun Liubai, what have you done to Qingqing? Let her go? This is between you and me. Don't involve the innocent. You came to find me because of her, which makes me quite sad. You give me a break, release Qingqing. Then come find me, stop running away from me. You know where my house is." Shun Liubai hung up the phone because the initiative was in his hands now. Chi Fuan fumed in anger and could only rush over. This place was not unfamiliar to her. She had been here before when Shin Liubai was still another identity. She walked into the living room, and the servant greeted her respectfully. "Good day, Mrs. I am not your Mrs." Ignoring her words, the servant simply pointed towards the second floor. "Mr. Shun is waiting for you in the master bedroom." The master bedroom? Chi Fuan's heart skipped a beat. Having no choice, she steeled herself and went upstairs. Entering the bedroom, she saw Shin Liubai just coming out of the bathroom after a shower. He was wrapped in a bathrobe, water droplets still falling from his hair. "You came? Where's Su Qingqing?" she asked, her face ashen with barely contained anger. "She's incapable, so I've had Shui Hao teach her a lesson. Don't worry, she won't be harmed. But it all depends on your cooperation. You're threatening me? I know you well. Being gentle with you doesn't work, so I have to resort to brute force. 1-1, your personality is too stubborn. Even though you know I regret my actions and prioritize you now, you still can't forgive me. I wanted to confess everything, but I was more afraid that you wouldn't forgive me, so I kept lying to cover up my tracks. So, this is still my fault, because I'm not reasonable enough, not empathetic enough about how hard things were for you." Chi Fuan laughed bitterly, her anger palpable. It was obvious he had deceived her from the start, even plotting to ruin the Chi family. And now, he had the audacity to act like an innocent victim. Shin Liubai knew he was at fault, and his back straightened slightly less under the weight of guilt. He didn't know how to approach Chi Fuan, who was armed with prickly defenses, except by using this clumsy method. "It's my fault." He looked straight at her. "I don't deny or cover up my mistakes. But I will clearly express my intentions. I want you." There wasn't a trace of his former innocence in those eyes now. What replaced it was depth and darkness, like a black hole in the universe, bottomless and inscrutable. The way he looked at her was like a hunting hawk eyeing its prey, with unwavering determination. Chi Fuan had met countless people before, having interacted with the high society and elites of the imperial capital. Yet never once had she felt fear, until now. She was terrified of Shin Liubai. This man was calculating, manipulative, and scheming to his core. The thought of the man beside her in bed, with 1,000 tricks up his sleeve, perhaps plotting against her right this moment, made her feel utterly overwhelmed. "And what if I refuse you? I'll start with civility before turning to force." "How does that work?" She instinctively swallowed dryly. "As you've seen, I tried talking to you kindly that day, but you neither forgave nor accepted me. So, didn't I just bring Su Qingqing here? I've disclosed my identity publicly, but I haven't yet visited grandfather. Take me to see him. It's time for me to formally pay him a visit." Chi Fuan's complexion changed immediately, her fists clenching subconsciously. "If you dare to lay a hand on grandfather, I'll fight you tooth and nail. Even if I die, I'll make sure you pay the price. I won't move a finger against him if you stop me from doing so. 1-1. The decision is entirely up to you." Chapter 97. Even the children are calculating. Shin Liubai sat on the sofa, his eyes radiating an arrogance, as if he could look down upon the world. He could choose to keep the truth hidden, be a fool for a lifetime, and never disclose his real identity. He could also endure being slapped and not get into arguments with her. He admitted his mistakes, but what he wanted, couldn't escape or run away, must be his. This domineering control allowed no one to disrupt it. Chi Fuan was alarmed. Being targeted by such a person left her without any joy. There was just one thing she didn't understand. If he was involved in an ambiguous relationship with Fong Yuema, why was he still relentlessly pursuing her? Was it because he wanted a red flag standing firmly at home while other colors were flying outside? "Why is it me? Don't you still have your ex-girlfriend Fong Yuema? I think as long as you wave your hand, she'd gladly jump into your arms." Her words carried a touch of probing. Shin Liubai slightly frowned. Why bring up her name so easily? Was 1-1 jealous? "I've already completely ended things with her. There's no longer any connection." Chi Fuan scoffed inwardly. No connection? Helping someone resolve their financial crisis? Hiding it from his own wife, yet reporting to his ex-girlfriend? Can I take some time to consider? She wanted to buy some time. Fine, take your time considering. Give me an answer during dinner tonight. It's been a long time since we've had a meal together. This wasn't negotiation, it was a notification. It was essentially saying, tonight, you will have to be good with me. Chi Fiwen felt deeply powerless. She stared at him, enunciating each word slowly. Shen Lubai, I'm not your subordinate. There's no need for you to use that power play trick on me. I am your wife. We can't seem to part amicably, but we don't want a total breakdown either. When you were acting dumb, I knew how to respect you and care about your feelings. So what are you doing now? Restricting my freedom, using those I care about to threaten me? You are the wrongdoer here. I have nothing against you. This relationship makes me uncomfortable, and I have the right to divorce. You rely on your power to threaten me, and I have to comply. But remember this, I detest you, I hate you. I only like that foolish side of you. Now, I can only remark how well acted it all was. You deceived me. Now looking at you just makes me feel nauseous. Nauseous. When Shen Lubai heard this, his cold eyes narrowed. His knuckles clearly stood out as his strong hand clenched tightly into a fist. A feeling of overwhelming pressure instantly surged. He wasn't a fool. From start to finish, he has always been the ambitious, scheming Bai Huai. He didn't like being passive. He preferred everything under his control. He had once experienced a previous relationship with Fang Yuema, which was arranged by their parents. They grew up together since childhood, and he knew from memory that his future wife had been predecided for him. Just like a program set in motion, there was no need to change it, only to wait until adulthood before uniting. But that kind of relationship was fragile. He did not like Fang Yuema. The only moment he truly lost his heart was when he met Chi Fiwen. This love mixed with hatred, getting stuck deep inside and unable to extricate oneself sometimes made even Shen Lubai, who had everything meticulously planned, feel uneasy. When matters came to light, he felt an even stronger urge to obtain her using his expertise. But now, Chi Fiwen said nauseous. He quickly approached her. The flicker of fear across her face caused her to instinctively retreat, but his long strides caught up within 2 steps, bringing him beside her. She collided with the foot of the bed and fell helplessly backward. In a flash, a powerful arm wrapped around her waist. They both tumbled to the ground. It's okay. Worry was evident in his eyes. However, before he could finish his sentence, her voice of resistance reached his ears. Let me go. His expression hardened. As she struggled fiercely, she angered Shen Lubai. With little effort, he used one hand to tightly grasp her wrist, lifting it above her head, pressing down forcefully. She retaliated by shoving her knee upward. It was a hard hit. If he hadn't dodged in time, they would be calling 120 right now. Shen Liubai's face turned grimmer as he suppressed her restless legs. Shen Lubai, stop messing around. Let me go. I don't want to wait till evening anymore. Give me your answer right now. His tone carried a command. I want a divorce. If you dare harm my family, I'll fight you tooth and nail. Shui Hao, go sever Su Qingqing's finger and show her. How's her pinky? He asked Chi Fiwen. Chi Fiwen's complexion turned deathly pale. Shen Lubai. That cry was filled with anger, resentment, Wei check, and fear. All these negative emotions intertwined, plunging her into a freezing winter. At this moment, she heard Shui Hao's departing footsteps from outside, growing further away. No, Shui Hao, come back. I surrender, I surrender. She painfully closed her eyes. Make him come back. Spare Qingqing. Please, leave Grandpa alone. Her eyes glistened with tears streaming down her cheeks. Shen Lubai, looking at her in this state, didn't feel the satisfaction of conquest. Instead, he felt a searing pain in his chest, as if it were about to explode. What would it take for them to coexist peacefully? He didn't know how to romance or comfort a woman. She could punch him, stab him twice, it wouldn't matter. Just don't be like this, alright? Don't look at him this way, please. The pleading words stuck in his throat, as bitter as cotton balls, unable to swallow or speak. Shui Hao, stop. He called out. Yes, mister. Chi Fiwen heard Shui Hao's voice and immediately exhaled in relief. She turned her head, refusing to look at Shen Lubai. He reached out to wipe the tears from the corner of her eyes, though she resisted making any contact with him. It was as if he were a virus, someone she wanted to stay far away from. Her brow furrowed, even at his touch. Shen Lubai was deeply displeased. Do you find this disgusting? He gripped her chin forcefully. Her skin was so delicate, just one touch left an unmistakable red flush. As if she were easily overpowered by him. She was forced to look directly into his eyes. Chi Fiwen said nothing, only biting her lips stubbornly. Does this disgust you too? His hand moved forward impishly, exploring her ivory white and slender neck, sliding down past her frail collarbone, to the curve of her figure. Finally, she snapped. Shen Lubai, what are you doing? We're married. Isn't this kind of behavior normal? If I make you sick, then it's a bother that you'll have to endure. And best you endure it for a lifetime. His tone was malicious, as if meting out punishment indiscriminately. Chi Fiwen felt more wronged than ever. It wasn't her fault. Why was he humiliating her so excessively? Seeing her Wei chip expression, Shen Lubai felt somewhat helpless inside. He had meant to talk nicely to her, but couldn't seem to control himself. He sighed, softening his tone. Wan, will you give me a child? These words sounded so familiar. Even having a child was part of a calculation, a way to indirectly subdue her. She closed her eyes in despair, her heart growing cold. Shen Lubai looked at her pale face, devoid of vitality, his heart aching painfully. 1,000 words swirled in his mind, but none formed into a coherent sentence. In the end, he stepped back in defeat. I'll return Su Qingqing unharmed. After saying that, he turned around and left, fearing that staying longer might cause him to do something regrettable. This sort of thing needed her consent willingly. Long after the door was shut, she slowly opened her eyes. Unable to hold it in anymore, she cried softly, lowering her voice. It took her half an hour alone to calm down before she straightened her clothes and descended the stairs. Mr. is holding a meeting in the study. The kitchen has prepared your favorite dishes. Chief Ewan ignored it and left directly. When Shen Lubai came out and heard the news, he let out a sigh of helplessness. Just let her go? She's still angry. He returned to the bedroom, and upon seeing the dark stains on the bedding, his body stiffened. She had cried. Chapter 98. Contraception. At that moment, she almost wanted to follow him and hold him tightly. But he knew Chi Fan wouldn't care. After returning home, Aunt Lee greeted her. Miss, you're finally back. The old master is waiting for you in the living room. Grandpa's here. She hurriedly wiped her eyes, but it was useless now. She could not hide her feelings any longer. With her swollen red eyes, she went to see her grandfather. Did he bully you? Her grandfather trembled as he stood up, angrily pounding his cane. No, Grandpa. I'm fine. She managed to force a slight smile, unwilling to make her elderly grandfather worry about her. Nanny, no matter who it is or how powerful they are, even if I must stake my life on it, I will protect you. Tell me the truth. Did that scoundrel hurt you? No. There has been some unpleasantness between us indeed. But couples argue at the beginning and reconcile by nightfall. What conflict could there be? He's the head of DE Group, and I'm thrilled. In the future, I can do anything in the capital city. Who would dare to bully me? You've let go of your feelings? Her grandfather was extremely surprised. After being hurt by Tang Zifeng, she had become wary of romantic matters, reaching the point where she couldn't tolerate even a speck of sand in her eyes. Shen Lubai's previous actions were so definitive, monitoring her private life, wanting the company to go bankrupt. All these things were not something that could be easily erased with a few words. What's there to let go of? She shrugged nonchalantly. He did have some conflicts with me in the beginning, but that was just early thoughts. Later on, wasn't he loving me and eagerly sending me money? This is true, but such men are too calculating. Can you control him? Between couples, relationships aren't built on power suppression. If that happens, then love changes its flavor. You're proud and determined. Can you really tolerate this? Grandpa, don't say that. How would he dare to suppress me with authority? He's too busy flattering me and making amends. This time when I wanted a divorce, he almost knelt down to beg me. Don't worry, Grandpa. I can handle it. The grandfather heard this and looked deeply at her. She felt a bit uneasy, unsure whether the grandfather had seen through her. Perhaps out of consideration for her face, he did not explicitly mention it. Well, if you know what's best. The grandfather caressed her head. Make him come over. I want to talk with him. He's very busy recently. He hasn't had time. When he's free, I'll bring him to the sanatorium to see you. I'll wait here. Waiting here won't help. I'm moving back in. Grandpa, your health isn't good. Go back to the sanatorium. She didn't want Shen Lubai to meet her grandfather, fearing what might happen to him otherwise. She dared not risk her grandfather's safety. Seeing her insistence, the grandfather said nothing more, ate a meal with her, and left. In the car, the elder man looked very grave. Yizhou couldn't help but ask, should we visit Shen Lubai? There's no need. If he truly cares for Chi-Wei, he'll come find me voluntarily. Is the young miss truly happy? This girl is too stubborn. Since her parents' accident, she always reports only good news and hides bad ones, fearing I'll worry about her. If Shen Lubai isn't suitable for her, no matter who he is, anyone daring to hurt my granddaughter will fight with him until death. Old master, so will I, Yizhou solemnly stated. He already considered himself part of the Qi family. His life was given by the old master, and Qi Wei Wan was closer to him than a real younger sister. Whoever dares to hurt his younger sister, he will fight with all his might. After eating, Qi Yifan soon felt her stomach churning like an ocean storm. Unable to contain it, she vomited everything out, and in the end, even her stomach acid came out. Aunt Lee looked worriedly at her. Miss, could you possibly be pregnant? No. She was certain, since her cycle had just ended. It was due to her extreme fear and confusion, coupled with her past gastric issues, leading to some after effects. When nervous, she just wanted to throw up. Still, Aunt Lee's words did remind her. Ask someone to buy me some long-acting contraceptive pills, the kind that harms the body the least. She certainly didn't want to give birth to Shen Lubai's child. Aunt Lee immediately arranged it, quickly purchasing a box of medicine. She put it in a vitamin C bottle and carried it with her at all times, just in case. Su Qingqing was released the next day. She was very scared, thinking she'd be injured everywhere, yet found not a single scratch on her. Seeing her, Su Qingqing burst into uncontrollable tears. I'm sorry, Chi-Wei, I'm so sorry. I betrayed you. This made Qi Yifan realize she'd acted emotionally, letting Shen Lubai take advantage of this weakness. Could she blame Su Qingqing? Faced with such oppression, even she would have surrendered, let alone Qingqing, who was dragged into it innocently. It's fine, I don't blame you. As long as you're not hurt, that's all that matters. Protecting yourself is more important than anything else to me. You, Yizhou, and Grandpa, none of you can get hurt. You three are my last family. Wan. Su Qingqing burst into even heavier tears upon hearing these words. I'll send you home, take a shower, and sleep well. It was just a nightmare. Su Qingqing got into her car. In the car, she hesitated for a long time before speaking up. Shen Lubai only tied me up. He didn't mistreat me. The food and clothes were all good. Shuahao said Shen Lubai wouldn't harm me because of our connection. His threats were just to scare you, not real ones. I know. Qi Yifan had already understood by now. But so what? Once those words are spoken, true or false, the nature of it changes. She muttered softly. You don't have to worry about my affairs anymore. I can handle it. I will go talk to him properly right away. After dropping off Su Qingqing, Qi Yifan went straight to DE Group. She bypassed the reception desk and headed directly for the elevator, wanting to reach the CEO's office. But security stopped her quickly. Who are you? Do you have an appointment? Do you even know where this elevator goes? I'm here to see Shin Lu Bai, our boss. Do you have an appointment? Go register at the front desk. Chi Yifan was sent back to the front desk. Excuse me, do you have an appointment? No. In that case, I'm sorry, but you can't go up. Can't I schedule one now? Not possible. Our president doesn't meet outsiders. So, even I am not an exception? Chi Yifan felt somewhat helpless, still working under someone with such closed-off information. Who are you anyway? Is it mandatory for the president to see you? The receptionist couldn't help but laugh. Chi Yifan slowly removed her sunglasses, revealing a pair of gorgeous, fox-like eyes that pierced through the receptionist. The smirk on the receptionist's lips froze instantly. Miss Chi, it seems you're not completely clueless. No problem, I don't have an appointment, so it's understandable that you can't let me pass. I'll just wait here. Anyway, I've got all the time in the world. With that, Chi Yifan sat down in the waiting area. The receptionist and the guards were terrified and kept persuading her to leave, but she refused to budge. Then they scrambled around her trying to make amends. Chi Yifan asked for yogurt, then coffee, playing them around until they were utterly exhausted. Bring me a glass of red wine. My throat needs moistening. The receptionist quickly brought the wine and poured it out for her, but as Chi Yifan reached for the glass, a large hand suddenly appeared and took it away. Shin General. The receptionist saw the man behind her and trembled in fear. You have a bad stomach. You shouldn't drink alcohol. He set the glass down. But Chi Yifan didn't listen, reaching out for it again, only to have her wrist tightly gripped by him without mercy. Not obedient enough. This sentence carried a hint of affection. The next moment, she was pulled off the sofa and fell straight into his embrace. If you want to drink, you can't do it here. Come upstairs and drink alone with me. His words were filled with innuendo. Chapter 99. A big appetite that can't be satisfied. Never mind, I won't drink it. Chi Fiwen backed down instantly. You're such a good girl, let's go. No, I want to talk here with you. Oh. Shin Lu Bai raised his eyebrows, then sat opposite her. What do you want to talk about? With great effort, Chi Fiwen shouted. I want 10% of DE Group's shares. This sentence was undoubtedly like asking for the moon. Shin Lu Bai was the largest shareholder, holding 40% of the shares. If he were to allocate 10% to her, she would have voting rights in all major and minor decisions in the future, which could potentially cause significant trouble for DE Group if she acted recklessly. Chi Fiwen provocatively looked at Shin Lu Bai. Not getting a divorce had its price. All right. To her surprise, Shin Lu Bai didn't bat an eye and readily agreed. This time, it was Chi Fiwen's turn to be stunned. 15%? Sure. 20. That works too. What if I want it all? I'll keep 1% and I'll work under you, doing whatever you say. He smiled at her, eyes full of indulgence. I don't even know the structure of DE Group. I wouldn't take that much anyway. She wasn't shameless enough to take everything from Shin Lu Bai. Then number 2. I will not move in with you. You are going to be the son-in-law living with my family, and any children we have must take my last name. Got it. Got it. Are you really agreeing to this? Our child is both yours and mine, so whose last name they take doesn't matter. Shin Lu Bai showed no temper. Chi Fiwen gritted her teeth. She couldn't believe there was nothing she could do to him. Third, you and I will visit the urologist together. Don't show any resistance. If we need help, we'll see a doctor since modern medicine has advanced so far. Taking medication or adding supports can lead to happiness eventually. She emphasized the word happiness. Upon hearing this, everyone present looked over. This topic was way out of line, something they shouldn't have heard. They instinctively covered their ears, fearing Shin Lu Bai might find trouble for them later. Shin Lu Bai wasn't sure whether to laugh or be angry. She really wasn't giving him any face at all. He stood up immediately, encircling her waist and pulling her closer to his chest. Do you even know whether I'm capable? Seems like your appetite is huge, because I clearly haven't been able to satisfy you. If that's the case, for our future happiness, I'll certainly cooperate fully with treatment. What does my appetite mean? What does not being capable mean? He retorted. Chi Fiwen was caught speechless. This topic wasn't one they should continue discussing. After all, she was pretty well aware of whether he was truly capable. Fourth, she quickly moved on to the next subject. Go ahead. He deeply gazed at her, his expression clearly showing that he'd let her do whatever she pleased on him. Fire them. I came to look for my man, but was stopped downstairs, making me very angry. Miss Chi, we were blind. Please give us another chance. The security guard and receptionist were nearly crying, but Chi Fiwen acted as unyielding as a rock. Fire them. All right, listen to the wife. He gave Xue Hao a hint, and Xue Hao immediately led the few people away. Chi Fiwen scanned the hall. You'd better be careful. If anyone accidentally offends me and irritates me, you'll have to pack up and go home. She showcased her arrogance and haughtiness to the fullest extent. Shin Lu Bai let her do whatever she wanted. Is there anything else, fifth or sixth? Let's hear them out and solve them together. You will provide free orders to Chi Yao from now on. Sure. I want to handle this resort project at Nanwan Neighborhood. Nanwan Neighborhood was a newly acquired project by Shin Lu Bai with promising prospects. Chi Yao Group wasn't skilled at land development, but their goal was purely to suppress Shin Liu Bai's spirit. Fine, I'll hand it over to you. When the time comes, I'll send some professionals to assist you, ensuring you won't have to worry about a thing. Chi Fiwen. Aren't you angry? Even herself felt excessive in pushing so hard. Yet Shin Lu Bai remained smiling pleasantly and amicably from start to finish. It seemed as if he never got mad. She was striking deep at his foundations, but why was he so unmoved? Shin Lu Bai. Now it was her turn to lose her cool. Shin Lu Bai glanced at her, eyebrows lifted, eyes filled with laughter, as if he already had her thoroughly figured out, which made her both frustrated and flustered. In the end, she drooped like a wilted eggplant. Fine, you win. After saying this, she turned to leave, only to have Shen Lubai hold onto her wrist. You made so many requests, and I've agreed to them all. Is it too much to ask you to stay and have lunch with me? Too much. I need to go back. Not a good girl. He faintly uttered 2 words, carrying a hint of displeasure. The next second, he directly swept her up into his arms and strode toward the exit. She was forced into the car. He bent down to fasten her seatbelt. If you don't agree, I will get angry. So do consider it. Chi Fiwen instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. In the car, he opened his mouth. When will you take me to see Grandpa? What do you want to do? You have too much hostility towards me. I want to officially visit him as your fiancé. Grandpa isn't in good health, so you'd better not disturb him. She quickly refused. Shen Lubai slightly narrowed his eyes, pressed his lips together, and ultimately said nothing. Upon arriving at the restaurant, she surprisingly saw 2 familiar people. Tang Zifeng and Jiang Yan, with her noticeably pregnant belly, were just paying the bill and stepping out. The 4 of them bumped into each other head-on. Shen Lubai instinctively glanced at Jiang Yan's swollen belly, feeling a twinge of envy. He had been quite active trying, yet Chi Fiwen still showed no reaction. Was his success rate not high enough? Even Tang Zifeng, the scum, had 2 children, so why didn't he and Chi Fiwen have any? Shen Liubai's fleeting glance scared Jiang Yan, making her face pale white. She hurriedly hid behind Tang Zifeng. When Tang Zifeng saw Chi Fiwen again, his emotions grew complicated. What you can't have is always restless, especially since Chi Fiwen used to obey everything he wanted. But now she had become so outstanding, and the fool beside her had also transformed into someone more capable than him. They hadn't even shared a proper kiss or embrace, let alone how restless he felt inside. Previously, he thought with some effort he could still win back Chi Fiwen, but now he felt it was entirely impossible. This crushed his pride immensely. The 2 left almost sheepishly. Chi Fiwen found this somewhat satisfying, and her mood improved slightly. During the meal, she kept her head down eating, refusing to look at Shen Lubai. When Shen Lubai spoke, she vaguely responded, appearing completely distracted. As he watched her retreating figure when sending her to the group's building, his expression became complex. Are all the things prepared? We are short of 1,000-year-old ginseng root. It will arrive in a couple of days. All right, once everything is ready, we'll pay a visit to the old man. Chi Fiwen's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar international number. She hesitated for a moment before answering. There was silence on the other end for a long time, and she assumed it might be a wrong number, preparing to hang up when someone finally spoke. Chi Fiwen, is this deliberate on your part? It was Lu Zheng, who apparently had consumed quite a bit of alcohol and then belched. Did you team up with Shen Lubai to toy with me? That's why you suddenly handed over your authority, forcing me to act and driving me completely out of Chi Yao Group, right? His voice was sharp and filled with deep resentment. Psycho. Chi Fiwen cursed, about to hang up the phone, when she heard from the other side. Chi Fiwen, how could you forget everything? How can you forget? Chapter 100. Don't you know how serious the injury is? Chi Fiwen was startled. What did he mean? Did she forget something? Lu Zheng, what do you mean by that? Chi Fiwen, you have no conscience. Following this, the sound of drinking came from the other side. The phone seemed to fall to the ground, and his voice was barely audible. Chi Fiwen could do nothing but worry. Finally, it was Lu Zheng who ended the call. What exactly did Lu Zheng mean by those words? She strained her mind to recall every detail about Lu Zheng, trying to trace back in reverse. She racked her brains until her head hurt, yet found nothing. It seemed like she had forgotten something important. These past 2 days, she had been busy with studio matters. Shen Lubai had called several times, inviting her for dinner or waiting for her at home, and she always found an excuse to decline. In the end, she stayed overnight at the studio. Busy until 8 o'clock in the evening, which was considered a break, her phone suddenly rang. Yi Zhou was calling. Shen Lubai has come to see Grandpa. The 2 have been chatting alone in the ward for nearly half an hour. I've heard the sound of cups being thrown and things being smashed inside. I'm a bit worried. Do you want to come take a look? Upon hearing this, Chi Fiwen was terrified. She rushed over immediately. Bursting through the door, she saw her grandfather lying on a chair, struggling to breathe. Shen Lubai was looking for an oxygen mask. Seeing this, Chi Fiwen pushed him aside. Shen Lubai hadn't expected her arrival and was caught off guard, retreating several steps until he bumped into the dining table. Instinctively, he supported himself on the table, stabilizing himself, but felt a sharp pain. Looking down, he saw a piece of porcelain piercing deeply into his palm, blood gushing out. When he pulled it out, the torn flesh was visible. Yet Chi Fiwen didn't even glance at him, and Yi Zhou quickly began supplying oxygen to the grandfather. Within a short time, the grandfather couldn't fully recover and couldn't even utter a word. She glared angrily at Shen Lubai. What did you do to Grandpa? If anything happens to him, I'll die with you. I haven't done anything. If you haven't done anything, then why is he like this? Didn't I tell you not to come to see him? Get out. I don't want to see you. Go. Chi Fiwen was genuinely furious. Her grandfather was her only remaining blood relative. If anything happened to him, what would she do? Shen Lubai silently clenched his fists and said nothing, turning to leave. As he reached the door, he heard Chi Fiwen's icy voice. You'd better make sure nothing happens to my grandfather, or I will never let you go. Shen Liubai's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile as he muttered faintly. Whatever I say, you think I'm just making excuses. These words swept by like a breeze, leaving Chi Fiwen no time to digest them. Her eyes were solely focused on her grandfather. After several minutes, the grandfather finally managed to catch his breath, his complexion returning to normal. Grandpa, are you alright? Did Shin Lubai do anything to you? Her eyes were red, her lashes damp, nearly crying. The grandfather looked at her, stroking her head. He hasn't done anything to me. How is that possible? Why did you suddenly? I got sick on my own. When he saw I couldn't breathe, he wanted to give me oxygen and called for help. Just as you two walked in, you witnessed that scene. This left Chi Fiwen speechless for a moment. Grandpa, you don't have to cover for him. Didn't he anger you, causing your blood pressure to rise and oxygen deficiency? Wan, you're a good child. Admitting when you're wrong isn't bad. Chi Fiwen's face turned bright red. So why did he come to see you? Yizhou said he heard the sound of objects being smashed. Upon hearing this, the grandfather cast an unfriendly glance at Yizhou, disapproving of his talkativeness. He came to deliver some items, wanting to apologize and gain my approval. At the time, I was angry and threw a cup at him. This kid didn't dodge. He got hit in the forehead. The grandfather lifted his hand and pointed to the corner where expensive health supplements were scattered, including a rare 1,000-year-old ginseng, worth a fortune. He admitted his mistake and asked me to help plead on his behalf. I refused. Wan, you're an adult now. Your feelings should be your decision. After all, Grandpa made one mistake already, and I am truly afraid. When he saw I wouldn't agree, he didn't say much. He recommended 2 doctors, hoping I would travel abroad for treatment. Right after that, I got sick. The grandfather explained everything clearly. He had spoken so many words, breathing heavily. Yizhou helped support him to rest. Chi Fiwen stood still in place, watching as the nurse came in to tidy up. Who got injured? There's such a large patch of bloodstains. The nurse exclaimed in surprise. Only then did Chi Fiwen notice a pool of blood on the table, dripping onto the floor. She suddenly remembered that she had forcefully pushed Shin Lubai, causing him to collide with the table. There were shards of cups left on the table. At first, she hadn't clearly heard the sentence Shin Lubai muttered as he left. But for some reason, that sentence kept replaying in her mind over and over again now. Whatever I say, you think I'm just making excuses. Was this his way of showing disappointment in her? After the grandfather took his medicine and fell into a deep sleep, she also quietly left the room. Yizhou turned around and ran away immediately, fearing she would give him trouble. She couldn't help but lament internally about how many pigs were in her team. As she drove halfway back, she was still conflicted. Should she return to the studio or go home? Should she apologize to Shin Lubai? She realized she had been extremely unreasonable today, not even giving him a chance to explain himself. Even a criminal sentenced to death is allowed a lawyer to speak on their behalf. But she had directly pronounced the death sentence. Shin Lubai had left with an injury on his hand. Surely there was also a void in his heart. However, at that time, the situation was urgent, and all she could think about was her grandfather's safety. Plus, she had explicitly told him not to visit her grandfather, but he didn't listen. So, she wasn't entirely wrong, was she? Chi Fiwen parked the car downstairs at the studio but hesitated before getting out. A real man should take responsibility for his actions, right? Isn't apologizing just something I need to do? It won't kill me. He has every right to refuse to forgive me. Having finished saying that, she turned the car around and headed toward the villa, only to find it empty once again. Lately, Shin Lubai had been staying at Chi's house. Where's the groom? She asked Liang curiously. The groom hasn't returned yet. She paused for a moment, deciding to call Xuehao to get some hints. Xuehao's side was noisy, occasionally accompanied by male and female laughter. Where's Shin Lubai? At the Vienna nightclub. The princess's club. A dirty nightclub. Miss Chi, Master didn't misbehave. Some people called hostesses over, but Master Shun didn't ask for anyone. He's just upset and wants a place to drink. What about his injury? It hasn't been treated yet. Is his injury serious? Why isn't he going to the hospital? Miss Chi, if his wound weren't serious, would you know it yourself? You're the one who hurt him with your own hands. Chi Fiwen. Xuehao, can you speak properly? If you can't, just don't speak. Chapter 101, Playing Around. Then I'll go see him. No, sir doesn't want to see you right now. If he doesn't want to see me, then fine. I don't care anyway. Chi Fiwen angrily hung up the phone, but still hurriedly arrived at the Vienna club. She inquired briefly and learned which private room Shin Lubai was in. When she rushed there, however, Xuehao stood guard like a door god. Miss Chi, he gave a forced smile. I've come to take a look. She tried to push open the door, but was stopped by Xuehao. Sir specifically instructed that he doesn't wish to see you. Miss Chi, not to mention anything, but this time you've truly hurt Sir's heart. He cared a lot about the elder's illness, went through many connections to procure a 1,000-year-old ginseng, and arranged for foreign experts to consult. And what have you done? Chi Fiwen felt utterly ashamed. I'll go in and apologize to him. If an apology were enough, what need would we have for police? Xuehao spoke with biting sarcasm. Chi Fiwen became extremely irritated, calling Shin Lubai, but receiving only a switched-off message. Well, I'll leave then. Chi Fiwen left dejectedly, passing a hall manager on the way. The 2603 private room called for 4 masked princesses. Make arrangements afterward. Masked princess? Chi Fiwen instantly had an idea. She slipped into the makeup area, bribing one of the princesses with money and taking her clothes and mask. At this moment, Xuehao entered to report the situation. Sir, as you said, Miss Chi did indeed come looking for you. Where is she? He raised his eyelids lazily. You told me to chase her away, and I followed your orders, showing her no leniency whatsoever. Shin Lubai. Xuehao, how about trying to date someone? Shin Lubai, feeling somewhat weary at the moment, picked up a glass of red wine and drank it down. Xuehao was completely puzzled. Just then, the door of the treasure box opened, and several masked girls walked in. This was the new gimmick at Vienna. Wearing masks made it even more fun. Chi Fiwen quickly glanced around, relaxing a little when she saw no woman beside Shin Lubai. A special magnetic field seemed to form around him, cold and unapproachable. Under the colorful lights of the club, he appeared aloof and dignified, much like a high mountain flower. Sit, sit, sit. One rotund man directed them, commanding the group of young women to take their seats. Chi Fiwen immediately walked toward Shin Lubai, but was stopped. This gentleman does not require service. I want to give it a try. Her words went unchallenged, though the eyes of her opponent carried an intriguing meaning, as if expecting her to fail. As Chi Fiwen approached Shin Lubai, before she could even get close, a cold and sharp voice cut through the air. Get out. With that single sharp word, she broke into a cold sweat. He didn't even glance her way, focused entirely on drinking his liquor. She froze there, unsure of what to do next. Haha, you scared the girl. Come over here instead. While Chi Fiwen hadn't yet recovered from her shock, a hand suddenly yanked her wrist with great force, nearly dislocating her arm. Unable to endure the pain, she cried out in anguish. At that moment, Shin Lubai furrowed his brows and instinctively looked over. However, Chi Fiwen had already been dragged to another couch. Let me go. She panicked. This dirty old man's hands wandered all over her body, almost touching inappropriate areas had she not reacted quickly. Her reaction naturally enraged him. After all, he paid for enjoyment. Damn, are you giving yourself airs? If you're in this line, why pretend to be proper? I'll chop off your hand if you touch me again. Chi Fiwen grew equally angry. After hearing those words, the man became furious and raised his hand to deliver a heavy slap. Just as Chi Fiwen thought to dodge, someone suddenly appeared before her, gripping the other man's hand firmly. This woman, I'll take her. The pain caused by the grip unnerved the other man who dared not fight back. All he could do was nervously chuckle. Then Mr. Shun can enjoy leisurely. But this sister is quite fierce. Would you prefer a gentle one instead? I'll discipline her for you. I happen to like feisty ones. He answered casually. Chi Fiwen's temples throbbed violently. So, there's no keeping a man's lower instincts in check, huh? Here he was performing a knight in shining armor routine. Chi Fiwen was pulled into a corner. She sat uncomfortably. Don't know how to play? Is this your first time attending such gatherings? He raised an eyebrow and asked. Clutching her ground, she nodded without saying a word. She had to seize evidence of Shun Lubai cheating. If he dared to misbehave, there'd be no question. They'd have to divorce, no negotiation. Then let me teach you. First, pick up the drink in front of you. She obediently followed his instructions. Next, feed me. The wine cup came closer, but Shin Lubai refused to drink. You don't know the rules. Look how others are doing it. Chi Fiwen curiously looked around and realized how open-minded the people here were. They were feeding each other wine mouth to mouth. Some even got physical directly. She instinctively tensed her back, at a loss of what to do. Do you understand now? Shin Liubai's deep voice, like fine liquor, pulled her back to reality. Should I feed you wine mouth to mouth? Her voice trembled slightly. Of course. His hands lazily rested on the sofa as he leaned back, his inviting posture resembling that of a well-groomed dog. He had an air of superiority, waiting for her to take the initiative and come to him. Chi Fiwen made up her mind. No sacrifice, no gain. They must get divorced after tonight. She gulped down a sip of wine, then leaned over. Unexpectedly, Shin Lubai suddenly wrapped his arms tightly around her slim waist, pulling her entirely onto his lap. She was straddling his waist. A mere tilt of her head revealed his breathtakingly handsome face. Determined, she pressed her soft, tender lips against his. The fiery whiskey passed drop by drop. In her haste, the flow quickened a bit, causing some liquor to trickle down the corner of his mouth. A glittering thread formed under the alluring light, adding a touch of seduction. After struggling to finish feeding him one gulp of wine, she attempted to pull away, but he had no intention of letting go so easily. One hand firmly held her in place while the other grabbed her chin, applying slight pressure until her lips parted involuntarily. And seizing this moment, their tongues intertwined. He greedily swept every last drop of whiskey lingering in her mouth into his own. Chi Fiwen was completely stunned. Her earlobes grew hot and fiery. Meanwhile, she heard the jeering voices nearby. Who says Mr. Shun doesn't play? He sure knows how to have fun. Mr. Shun, aren't you afraid your wife at home will get mad? She won't know what I'm doing, right? Shin Lubai looked at the girl on his lap and mischievously blew on her neck. He missed the feeling of being with her. You temptress. Chapter 102. Try me if you dare to touch me again. Chi Fiwen was overwhelmed with shame and anger. Shin Lubai, remember what you said. Once I'm out of this door, you're done. She angrily pushed him away, and Shin Lubai didn't stop her as he watched her fleeing back. Chi Fiwen left that smoky and chaotic place, feeling like she'd come back to life. She glanced down at her clothes, a low-cut mini strapless top and an ultra-short skirt. She should change her outfit. But then, she noticed the bloodstain on her waist. It was from the wound on his palm. After entering, her mind uncontrollably got angry, forgetting the main purpose. His injury seemed really serious. She hesitated for a moment and went in again. Isn't this girl coming back? Maybe she can't help missing me. Shin Lubai joked. When this man gets serious, he's like a flower on an unattainable peak. But when he acts badly, he has a charming rogue quality that's irresistible. She couldn't help but wonder, what kind of person is Shin Lubai really? To herself, is he good or bad? She didn't have time to think about it much now. She effortlessly came to Shin Lubai and was about to sit down when suddenly, he pulled another woman's arm and sat her next to him instead. The only empty spot by him was taken. She became breathless with rage. What does that mean? I guess here you come and go as you please? He arched his eyebrows, his voice carrying a chill as cold as spring frost. Mr. Shun, I've admired your name for so long. The woman quickly got into position. All of them were eyeing Shen Lubai, the hottest figure right now, while the other men around the table were all there to ingratiate themselves with him. If anything happens between her and him, benefits will be abundant. Qi Fiwen calmed herself and then grabbed his hand directly. His palm was bright red, still seeping blood. Just as Qi Fiwen was about to look more closely, Shen Lubai quickly pulled his hand away. Try touching me again. Relax, I don't crave touching you. All of you, he's injured, possibly to an artery, and he's still bleeding. Continue having fun and taking him wild tonight. If something happens to him here, everyone seated here will pay one way or another. If you still have any brains, you should all beg and plead him to go to the hospital and get checked. Having finished speaking, she turned and left without courtesy, leaving the whole room staring speechlessly. Mr. Shun, are you injured? Why didn't you say earlier? How could I persuade you to drink just now? Let's head to the hospital. These matters can vary greatly. It's for the sake of safety. Mr. Shun, bring me along too. That woman refused to give up easily as Shen Lubai prepared to leave, immediately throwing herself onto him like a flood of spring waters. But just before she was about to land in Shen Liubai's arms, she was roughly shoved away by him. Stay far from me. He was now feeling both irritated and a bit pleased. She did care about him. But why didn't she even give him a chance to explain from the start, and trusted him so little? With this thought, his heart felt hollow, like being consumed by some demon. Qi Fiwen stormed out of the private room, ranting furiously against Shen Lubai the whole way. In the process, she failed to watch where she was going and bumped straight into someone. Who's this? Blind eyes bumping straight into me. The person cursed. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Looks like we've got a princess here. As soon as the man saw Qi Fiwen's attire, he understood her identity and stared lecherously at her. Qi Fiwen felt utterly uncomfortable. Sorry, I am willing to compensate. Qi Fiwen hadn't finished her sentence when the man already pulled and yanked her. I don't need compensation. Tonight, I want you. I'm not part of this place. I'm Qi Fiwen. Let go of me. The man had tunnel vision, unable to understand her words clearly. None of the people passing by would help her. After all, according to her current status as merely a princess, such pulling scenes occurred every day here. As Qi Fiwen was about to be dragged into a nearby private room on the same floor, her heart sank heavily. Would she still be able to emerge pure after stepping inside? In panic, she bit hard. An instant blood-red tooth mark appeared on his arm. His grip loosened, and she quickly escaped. You damn. But the next second, the man brutally pulled her hair. It hurt terribly. She gasped sharply from the pain. Refusing my wine, but accepting my punishment. What pride does a princess have? I'll see where you run. As Qi Fiwen was about to be pulled into the room, a group of bodyguards swarmed in. The man was beaten to the ground, giving her the opportunity to flee, glancing behind repeatedly while running until she bumped into someone. A familiar crisp scent, mint. She was pulled tightly into someone's arms. You're learning quickly, already knowing how to throw yourself at me. The person who arrived was Shen Lubai. How is it you? You belong to me. It's not yet your turn for others to covet. After saying that, he dragged her upstairs. She followed in a daze, completely forgetting to be angry. She was taken to a luxurious suite and unceremoniously dumped onto the bed. In no time, the man loomed over her. With a job like yours, does it mean you can do anything? Qi Fiwen suddenly came to her senses and took the initiative to wrap her arms around his neck. Mr. Shun, don't you care about the person at home anymore? What's there to care about? I'm not important in her heart. Whatever I do, she doesn't care anyway. Upon hearing these words, Qi Fiwen's heart raced. As he spoke, he intently looked at her with deep, unfathomable eyes that revealed emotions she couldn't fully grasp. Somehow, she could feel his sorrow. Were those words meant for her? Or were they for some random princess he didn't even know? She soon regained her composure as Shen Liubai's hand began to move under her clothes, slowly ascending, claiming territory. Her heart trembled as she quickly caught the misbehaving hand. What are you doing? She scolded him angrily. What do you think? His voice carried a tone of seduction. A lone man and a lone woman, alone in a room, already on the bed. What would happen next was obvious enough. Qi Fiwen thought it was her moment. She prepared to remove her mask, but was stopped by him. Keep it on. While wearing it, he still had the chance to say a few honest words, to touch and tease her freely, and to speak boldly. But once she removed it, she would be Qi Fiwen, and he would be Shen Lubai. Their relationship was stiff and brimming with tension. Right now, she was just an unknown stranger. He could still pretend not to have seen her clearly and act recklessly without consequence. Shen Lubai, I am. Before she could finish, her mouth was sealed. This kiss was extraordinarily long and sincere, free from any taint of mixed feelings. Chapter 103. Get ready to be filthy rich. Shen Lubai acted very quickly. Since she didn't have much clothing, it was all gone in just a few moves. The only thing that remained unchanged was the mask on her face. Her mouth finally got a little bit of reprieve. I am Qi Fiwen. This statement came with a quivering tone and, coupled with the present situation, had an air of stirring one's emotions. His palm was burning hot as Qi Fiwen couldn't stop shivering. That makes even more sense. He rasped, with no intention of stopping. You know? She was extremely shocked. When he learned it was her, he showed not a bit of surprise. When did she expose herself? When checking his wounds? Or when feeding him alcohol? Her mind was spinning. At this moment, Shen Lubai gently bit her earlobe, his throat hoarse. From the moment you entered the door and spoke your first sentence, I knew it was you. Qi Fiwen, I originally intended to let you go, but since you've come to me willingly, don't blame me for being rude. You? Qi Fiwen's cheeks reddened with anger. Let me go. We are lawful, so you have an obligation. What kind of obligation? She rebutted, and then her mouth was claimed once again. Chi Fiwen struggled to breathe, her face turning red. Why did you come to me? Even at this moment, he still had the leisure to ask questions. Shen Lubai, you son of a bitch. I hate you. Her eyes were red, like a pitiful little rabbit. And this rabbit was about to be completely devoured by him. Weren't you worried about me? All right, I'll go see the doctor later. I don't care about you. Let me go. Chi, you're wonderful. He answered without addressing her question. Chi Fiwen was pulled into one vortex after another by him. In her muddled state, Shen Lubai took her to wash up. She instinctively grabbed his injured hand. Don't get it wet. She wasn't sure why she cared about him instinctively. Afterwards, after drying off post-shower, her body was placed on the large bed. Even if Chi Fiwen didn't open her eyes, she could still feel his scorching gaze falling greedily on her abdomen. A large hand softly caressed, while his deep, hoarse voice sounded in her ear. Chi, give me a child. This was almost a plea. Shen Lubai never fights battles without certainty, nor does he use his power oppressively. But now, as long as he could gain Chi Fiwen, making her obediently stay by his side, he would be cunning and despicable, using every means possible. The next day, the moment Chi Fiwen woke up and tried to rise, she wanted to die. She stumbled clumsily and fell beside the bed, which just happened to be seen by someone who walked in at that moment. Shen Lubai quickly strode over, cradled her horizontally in his arms, and carried her into the bathroom. Toothpaste, a cup for rinsing, everything was already prepared. He even helped her wash her face. Shen Lubai took care of her, as though she were disabled. She noticed that Shen Liubai's gaze had deepened, now fixed on the nape of her neck. She looked into the mirror. My goodness, a whole circle of hickey marks on her neck. Shen Lubai bent down, buried himself in the crevice of her shoulder, inhaling the pleasant scent from her body. If each expression of apology turns out like this, I wouldn't mind if you make mistakes often. She was too furious to utter a word. Shen Lubai continued shamelessly. Considering how big of a mistake I made before, should I compensate you physically? Chi Fiwen nearly choked on her own breath. Shen Lubai, go to hell. She reflexively grasped his right hand, seeing it properly bandaged and noticing the lingering smell of antiseptic, which somehow relieved her. Although the process was absurd, her purpose was achieved. That was the only comfort she could take for now. I'm going to work. She turned and left, limping slightly as she walked. Shen Lubai knew she had thin skin and was still upset, so he didn't pursue her further. After leaving the club, Shuihao already had a car waiting for her. Miss Chi. He smiled obsequiously, which was a complete contrast to last night. Chi Fiwen shot him an unfriendly glare. If it weren't for his deliberate interference, she wouldn't have been put in such a situation. Shuihao, I'm developing an Africa aid program and think you're quite suitable. How about going on a trip to Africa for me? Shuihao's smile froze. Miss Chi. His eyes were almost filled with tears. Pack your luggage as soon as possible. Chi Fiwen got into the car, with its windows tightly shut, refusing to spare him a glance. Of course, she wouldn't really mess with Shen Liubai's assistance. This was just to scare him. She went to the studio, and the first thing she did upon closing the door was take a dose of long-term contraceptive. She called Tang Yin and asked about Zhou Yang's situation. These are preliminary sales figures. We should have gained several 100,000 yuan. How is this mere amount? Can Jiang Yin market effectively? She furrowed her brow and complained. The money is a bit less, but it's enough for you. Are you ready to take revenge with me? I'm ready to be filthy rich. Tang Yin nodded excitedly. At such a young age, they were about to achieve financial freedom. Chi Fiwen had said that she would cover the legal fees and sue Zhou Yang until he was utterly disgraced, making him pay as much in compensation as he had earned. Chi Fiwen called a lawyer and provided a complete chain of evidence, then asked the court to issue a summons. She directly approached the media and began heavily publicizing the case. Zhou Yang had slapped her face before, and now everything would come back to him. This time, they were prepared and wouldn't let Zhou Yang find any loopholes. Jiang Yin started sacrificing the pawn to save the king, stating that she was unaware of the situation and apologized to Tang Yin, showing respect for every original design. The lawsuit demanded 50,000 yuan in compensation from Tang Group, primarily for copyright infringement and mental anguish. Zhou Yang personally had to pay 80,000 yuan in damages. After losing in the first trial, Zhou Yang requested an appeal, which was immediately rejected by the court. This effectively solidified the fact that he had plagiarized. Zhou Yang went from being arrogant to utterly defeated. He was supposed to return to his alma mater to give a speech, but they quickly replaced him and instead sent someone to invite Tang Yin. Tang Yin initially envied this opportunity to make a name for himself, but this time he declined. He felt that compared to Chi Fiwen, his level was far too low. Even Chi Fiwen, a great talent, was so humble and focused on creating, not chasing fame and wealth. What qualifications did he have? He settled down, magnanimously refusing this money, asking only that Chi Fiwen take him as an assistant so he could learn more. Of course, Chi Fiwen didn't want his money. She didn't even look at these trifles. The event happened quickly, within just a week. After dealing with Zhou Yang, she focused on preparing for the next quarter's theme. Everyone else had gone home, but she stayed late discussing designs under lamplight. Chi Fiwen had sharp hearing and noticed a beep sound. It seemed like someone had used an access card. Curious, she walked out, instinctively clutching a vase tightly, just in case there was some troublemaker around. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion overhead. The wiring had burned out. Everything around her suddenly went pitch black. Her heart leapt into her throat. At that moment, she smelled a strong, pungent odor of gasoline. Just as she thought about it, her foot slipped, and she fell hard to the ground. She touched the wet spot beneath her, brought her fingertips to her nose, and instantly sounded the alarm bells in her mind. It really was gasoline. If it met an open flame, the entire office would go up in flames. Chapter 104. Escape from the Sea of Fire. Her first reaction was to escape, but she saw a shadow at the gate. A person stood outside the glass door and lit a lighter. The faint firelight illuminated his face, revealing a sinister and terrifying smile. His eyes gleamed with malice, emitting a greenish glow as he stared at her like the forked tongue of a venomous snake. Chief Yiwen's heart raced violently. It was Zhou Yang. He had gone mad. Under the glow of the fire, she read Zhou Yang's lips. You die. After uttering these words, he threw the lighter through the gap. The glass door was electronically controlled. Now with the power cut off, it couldn't be opened either from the outside or the inside. As soon as the lighter touched the gasoline on the ground, flames shot up instantly and spread quickly. Chief Yiwen knew there was no chance of escaping through the main door. She could only retreat further in. Her office didn't have any gasoline. Moreover, it contained an independent bathroom. First, she turned on the water supply and drenched herself thoroughly. While soaking herself, she placed her phone nearby and called Shen Lubai. Before she could finish dialing, the water stopped flowing. Even the water valve was shut down. 1-1. Shen Lubai felt surprised by Chief Yiwen's proactive outreach. Shen Lubai, listen carefully. You still owe me, and I haven't forgiven you yet. All you need to do is promise me 2 things, and we'll be even. 1-1. What's wrong with you? Listen to me first. Take care of Grandpa and Ching Ching for me. Let Grandpa live out his golden years happily, and make sure Ching Ching grows up happy and content. Second, it was that lowlife Zhou Yang who harmed me. You must avenge me, so my death won't be in vain. 1-1. Where are you? The studio. Cough. Thick smoke had already begun to choke her, and she struggled to cover her mouth and nose while enduring painful coughs. It was getting increasingly difficult for her to speak. She no longer paid attention to the call and faintly heard Shen Liubai's voice over the line. I'm nearby, just wait. Outside, the smell of charred objects and the fire crackling all around made her terrified beyond measure. She used everything capable of storing water to fill up with water, hoping it would buy her some time. Crouching in the corner, her heart ached immeasurably. Burning alive was truly unsightly. Her body contorted in agony as her skin burned and blackened. How heartbroken would Grandpa be when identifying her remains? Cough. The smoke thickened around her. She collapsed on the floor, realizing that even if she didn't burn alive, she'd suffocate and die. Oxygen became scarcer with each passing moment, making it hard for her to breathe. Her consciousness grew weaker and weaker. Not even the great immortal of the Taoist world could save her now. Could they? In despair, she fell into unconsciousness. Shen Lubai happened to be close by attending a social gathering when he received Chief Yiwen's call. He rushed here immediately. He and Shuehao arrived at the scene to find the glass door surrounded by a crowd. The electricity was still out, and the door wouldn't open. Moreover, the tempered glass was heated scorching hot, especially the stainless steel handle. Shen Lubai burned a patch of his palm just by touching it. Shuehao, get some water. Shuehao acted without hesitation. Shen Lubai noticed the fire extinguisher in the hallway had been tampered with, but thought breaking the glass might work. Move aside. He cleared the area, then struck the glass forcefully with the fire extinguisher. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. With a loud crash, the entire glass wall shattered into pieces that kept falling. Some sharp shards slashed his hand, neck, cheek, even his ear. Yet, he felt no pain. At this moment, Shuehao returned with a soaked coat. Sir, I'll go inside and bring Miss Qi out. She's my wife, and nobody is more qualified than me to help her. Stay put. Saying this, Shen Lubai put on the wet coat and dashed straight into the raging fire. His figure quickly disappeared into the inferno. Chief Yiwen? Wan. He continuously called out her name, unsure exactly where she was. He could only search blindly. Not in the tea room. Not in the restroom. Not in the working area. Only in the deepest part of the office remained unsearched. Without hesitating, he charged in. At this very moment, a wooden board broke suddenly and crashed down heavily. Arg! The man drew in a sharp breath of cold air due to the sudden searing pain. Even with the wet coat as protection, after searching for so long in the fire, the water on his clothes had nearly evaporated entirely. He felt excruciating heat on his back, but ignored it. Pushing forward relentlessly, he finally found Chief Yiwen lying on the bathroom floor. She hadn't caught fire but had inhaled too much smoke, causing her to fall unconscious. If she wasn't taken to the hospital promptly, her life would still be in danger. Shen Lubai tightly embraced her, draping the life-saving coat over her before rushing toward the exit. Charring debris continued to rain down. Just as they were about to reach the door, an iron rack plummeted down sharply. In that instant, Shen Liubai's mind raced with calculations. If he didn't rush over now, both of them would be trapped in the sea of flames, unable to escape. He had no choice but to take a gamble. As the iron rack fell sharply, he braced himself and used his back to bear its weight. The searing heat burned through his skin as hot sparks rained down on him. Things crashed heavily onto him, yet he tightly shielded Chief Yiwen in his arms. Mister. A door, a curtain of fire. From outside, Shuehao's voice echoed through the inferno. I'm coming in to help you. Shen Lubai shouted loudly. Shuehao rushed inside immediately. Take her away first. But mister, hurry up. Time was life. Chief Yiwen had been deprived of oxygen for too long, choking on thick smoke, and she could succumb at any moment. Shuehao carried her out without delay. With all his remaining strength, Shen Lubai pushed the burning rack aside and managed to escape from the fiery blaze just in time. When he reached the ground floor, he saw Chief Yiwen being wheeled into the ambulance. As the vehicle sped off into the distance, he let out a heavy sigh of relief, collapsing onto his knees from exhaustion. Mister, are you alright? Hurry, call another ambulance. Without uttering a word, Shen Lubai fainted right there. Unconscious throughout the journey to the hospital, Shen Lubai regained consciousness as soon as they arrived. He refused anesthesia, fearing he'd miss news about Qi Fiwen if he were unconscious. His wounds were hastily treated, and his body was wrapped tightly in bandage after bandage. How is Wanwan? He asked anxiously. The doctor said she was brought in just in time. If it had been any later, she might not have made it. I want to see her. Although Shen Lubai himself was injured and needed medical attention, his first concern was visiting Qi Fiwen. Seeing her frail form lying on the bed filled his eyes with an endless amount of heartbreak. He tightly held her hand, noticing a burn mark on her hand back. Cold fury instantly crept into his eyes. Have you found the person responsible? Yes, it's Zhou Yang. He used to work here in the studio. When Miss Qi was detained, he quit but never returned his work ID. He was thoroughly familiar with the electrical and water system layout in the office building and also knew exactly when Miss Qi stayed late alone. This gave him the perfect opportunity. He set the fire, then went to Jiang Yan. He's now hospitalized, seemingly under care for a pregnancy. Make sure he's watched closely. Upon hearing these 4 words, Shuehao understood exactly what needed to be done. Chapter 105, Little Sister Shun Yi. Qi Fiwen had a terrible nightmare. In the first part, she was drowning in the ocean. A suffocating sensation surrounded her, unable to breathe and unable to ask for help. This feeling made her wish she were dead. Just as she struggled out of the water, suddenly she found herself surrounded by flames. Her skin was cracking, the fire consuming her alive. She was about to be burned alive. At this moment, a pair of big hands suddenly grabbed her tightly and pulled her out with force. Next came endless darkness. She didn't know how long she walked, until she finally saw a glimmer of light. She opened her eyes laboriously, the air filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant. Was she in the hospital? She tried to move, but suddenly realized someone was holding her hand. Qi Fiwen focused her gaze and saw Shen Lubai. He looked exhausted, his lips pale and bloodless. He was also wearing patient's gown, his wound reopened, blood seeping through the bandage, soaking into his clothes, leaving a large wet patch on his back. It was Shen Lubai who rushed into the fiery sea and saved her. Thinking about this, her heart tightened slightly. This involved risking his life. She couldn't understand. Wasn't he still emotionally entangled with Fan Yimou? Why did he relentlessly pursue her without wanting a divorce? He wanted both women, but she had a jealous streak and refused to share her man with anyone else. At this moment, there were sudden hurried footsteps from outside. Brother? Brother! Someone was coming. Qi Fiwen tightly closed her eyes, pretending not to have awakened yet. Shen Lubai was woken up. Just as he opened his eyes, he saw someone rushing in. Recognizing the visitor, he didn't stop her from clinging on to him. Mrs. Shun was Shun Nan's second wife, giving birth to a pair of children later. He and Shun Mo weren't getting along well, but he felt deeper affection for this younger sister. Shun Yi respected her elder brother very much, stopping Shin Mo from playing dirty tricks on him, always asking for double portions when asking for things and secretly handing one portion to him. The rare warmth he experienced at home all came from Shun Yi. But Shun Yi's health wasn't good. 8 years ago, she went abroad for treatment. Before leaving, she hugged him crying, worried that others would bully him if she left. He also promised her that he would take good care of himself. With a lot of effort overseas, he managed to let Shun Yi fully recover. Calculating the timeline, it was indeed time for her return. Due to his injuries, Shun Yi, like a koala bear, hanging on to him, he let out a muffled groan in pain. Shun Yi quickly let go and, seeing the bloodstains on his back, her eyes brimmed with tears. Brother, why are you so careless? Can't you take care of yourself? I'm fine. Brother, I know everything that's happened in the family. Only when returning from abroad did Shun Yi learn of the great changes at home. Her brother had gotten married. The Shun family had encountered calamity, no longer possessing its former glory. As soon as she got home, her mother embraced her in tears, accusing Shen Lubai of having a blackened heart, targeting their own family members, causing severe losses for the Shen family. Are you here to question me? Shen Lubai was somewhat tense. No way, they deserve it. With more money, they came up with all sorts of bad ideas. Now with less money, they don't have as many cunning schemes. They're too busy trying to preserve what's left to bother you anymore. The second brother has been acting like a playboy all this time. Now that there's little money at home, it's good timing to push him forward. Besides, the money belongs to you. It was hard-earned by Dad and your stepmother. My mom just got lucky picking leftovers. You can handle this inheritance any way you want. Brother, I fully support you. Shun Yi looked sincerely at him. Shen Lubai sighed with relief and touched her head. Brother will never neglect you. Later, Shuehao will arrange your accommodation. If you want to work somewhere. To Shun Yi, naturally Shen Lubai was the perfect older brother, wishing nothing but to take care of her life entirely, letting his younger sister live worry-free and happy forever. Brother, I'll stay at home. We already have a place to live. It's unnecessary to make room for me. Don't give me anything. If Mom finds out, she'll definitely egg me on to ask you for stuff. It's annoying. I'm afraid you might feel wronged. What's wrong with it? I've gained weight anyway. It's high time I lost some. Shun Yi said with a smile. Then, she glanced at the person on the bed. Brother, this is Qi Fiwen, isn't it? Looks just like a fox-faced woman. No wonder. Yi. Shen Lubai, who had always been amiable, suddenly changed tone and scared Shen Yi with his seriousness. Come out. Shen Lubai was afraid Qi Fiwen might wake up at any time. Hearing these words wouldn't be good, so he pulled Shen Yi outside. Brother, you're being mean to me. She seemed aggrieved. She's your sister-in-law. You should respect her. In the past, she had such a poor reputation and clearly didn't deserve you. Inviting you to become a part of her family showed disrespect toward you, while she continued flirting with her ex-boyfriend. I only recognize one sister-in-law, and that's Sister Fang Yuma. When I left, she sacrificed so much for you. The Fang family used to be close friends with the Shin family, so she and Fang Yuma had played together since they were young. Even when she was very little, she would chase after Fang Yuma, calling her sister-in-law. She thought that even if her brother stayed a fool forever, Fang Yuma wouldn't have minded it. Sooner or later they'd get married. But then, after 8 years, things changed drastically. You went abroad for treatment not long before the entire Fang family moved overseas. I know. Sister Yuma came to see me once. She was drunk and cried all night. She said she couldn't keep holding on, though her heart still belonged to you. Her family put enormous pressure on her. I blame Sister Yuma too, but these past few years, she often visited me. She helped me with psychological counseling and accompanied me on trips outside the city. Her heart is still with you. Even when there were good opportunities for arranged marriages, she never took them. She simply couldn't face the reality that the man she loved deeply turned into a fool, unable to give her a future. Brother, you should give Sister Yuma another chance. Otherwise, it's not fair to her. Did you meet Fang Yuma before returning? Upon hearing this question, Shun Yi's eyes flickered nervously. Yes. What did she say? She wants my help. Did you know Sister Yuma has lost a lot of weight? She even tried cutting her wrists over you. I saw the wound. It was deep. Brother, I'm really scared that Sister Yuma might do something reckless again. I am already married. Weren't you doing this to get revenge on Sister Yuma? You deliberately picked Chi Fiwen to upset her, trying to tell her that Chi Fiwen could accept a fool, but she couldn't. So now that you've recovered, you only recognize Chi Fiwen. In fact, your heart still belongs to Sister Yuma. Wasn't it you who solved her family's crisis? She truly knows she made a mistake. She should have persevered for a few more years. Brother, how long has Chi Fiwen been taking care of you? Sister Yuma didn't untie her clothes day and night for 2 full years taking care of you right after the accident. Shin Liubai's face turned deathly pale. If it weren't for their past relationship, he wouldn't have helped the Fang family through their difficulties. Nor would he be so tolerant of Fang Yuma's disturbances. This is my personal affair. I'll make my own decisions. Please don't meddle in it. Brother, I beg you, stop hurting Sister Yuma. She feels worse than dead now. You've known Chi Fiwen for such a short time, yet you've grown up with Sister Yuma since childhood. I don't believe you've forgotten about her. You must still be angry at her. Well, we'll discuss this matter later. Go home first. I need to take care of the patient. Brother, go home. Shin Liubai's tone carried an authoritative command. Shin Yi had no choice but to let it go. Shin Liubai glanced into the ward. Chi Fiwen's eyes remained tightly closed. It seemed like she hadn't woken up yet. These words shouldn't reach her ears. Chi Fiwen pretended to be unconscious, but the tightly clenched fists under the blanket had already given her away. What she couldn't understand, Shun Yi finally revealed to her. Why did Shin Liubai act as if he still maintained a connection with Fang Yuma, but was unwilling to divorce? It was out of anger. He wanted to compete seriously with Fang Yuma by involving herself. Fang Yuma cared for him for 2 whole years, while she herself only began caring for him recently. He concealed his true identity from her, but during this time, he disclosed it to Fang Yuma. Probably, he intended to make Fang Yuma regret it. Naively, she thought Shin Liubai loved her. There was no love, only acting. A single tear slid quickly down, disappearing among the raven black hair near her temples. Chapter 106, All Lies. She lay there for over half an hour before pretending to wake up. You're awake. An anxious voice came from her ear. Do you feel unwell anywhere else? Chi Fiwen wanted to speak, but suddenly found herself unable to make a sound. Her attempt to croak out some noise only caused immense pain. She pointed at her mouth, her expression filled with fear. Shin Liubai's face turned grim, and he quickly called the doctor who then took her to the examination room. A preliminary diagnosis showed that her vocal cords were damaged. She would need nebulization and medication. Her diet also required attention, preferably liquid food, until her throat improved and other foods could be reintroduced later. Will she recover fully? Inhaling too much smoke caused the swelling and inflammation of her vocal cords, which could indeed lead to muteness. However, her condition isn't so severe yet. With proper treatment, she may recover within days, or it might take 1 to 2 months. Please follow up on your re-examinations. She shouldn't become mute. Only then did Chi Fiwen feel her heart finally settle. Good. She had no desire to speak to Shin Liubai anyway. Shin Liubai meticulously cared for her, while his own wounds were given cursory treatment. The doctor advised him to rest in bed, but he paid no heed to the advice. Zhou Yang has been caught, facing a minimum 10 years behind bars. Deep inside, Shin Liubai thought something else. He would never come out alive. In the future, I'll pick you up in the evening, and the security around your office needs strengthening too. Otherwise, I will worry. You must follow the treatment and take your medicine properly. When you are discharged, I'll take you to eat all the delicious things you missed. Shin Liubai chatted with her to keep the ward lively. Every day, he brought a bouquet of flowers, filling the room with a faint aroma, making it feel more vibrant. He cut fruits for her, managed official business on her behalf, taking care of every detail as if he wished to handle everything for her. During this time, Shin Yi came almost daily, always eyeing her with discontent. Chi Fiwen didn't care about mending their relationship either, choosing to ignore her every time. After nearly a week of medication, her throat gradually recovered, but still, she chose not to speak. She truly had nothing to say to Shin Liubai. She was taking a shower in the bathroom when her phone suddenly rang. Drying off her body, she emerged to find an email waiting for her. Opening it, it revealed a segment of surveillance video. The indoor environment seemed familiar to her. Soon, Fang Yuma appeared and the door opened. Shin Lubai walked in. Fang Yuma sat with a glass of wine in hand, perched on the man's lap. Chi Fiwen froze completely, feeling cold all over. She remembered where this was, the hotel Fang Yuma lived in. The surveillance date. That day, Fang Yuma had invited her to the hotel. So, before she arrived, Shin Lubai was already there. Yet the hotel wasn't big enough for her to have seen anything. Bathroom. Shin Lubai had been hiding in the bathroom the entire time. Now she understood why Fang Yuma had been so nervous. Fang Yuma had invited her without knowing that Shin Lubai would find her at the hotel. When she arrived, Shin Lubai had no choice but to hide in the bathroom, fearing that she might discover him. The footage had its beginning and end cut out, and the last scene showed Shin Lubai leaving with his clothes soaking wet. The lighting was dim, preventing her from seeing any further details. She estimated that Shin Lubai had stayed in the hotel for nearly 20 minutes. 20 minutes, plenty of time to do something, if they wished. Even if they hadn't done anything, being alone together, a man and a woman in one room. Chi Fiwen, couldn't believe they harbored no thoughts. Fang Yuma had deliberately left these evidences, just to slap her face hard. All those sweet words, I only like Wan. All those promises to share meals forever. They were too ridiculous to be believed. How could she trust them? Gripping her phone tightly, tears silently fell down her face. Not even crying. She dared not cry too loudly, terrified that anyone outside would hear. She didn't want to appear disheveled in front of Shin Lubai. When Chi Fiwen stepped out, she saw Shin Lubai standing by the window, speaking on the phone, with his back towards her. Glancing once at the open hospital door, she left without looking back. Chi Fiwen moved swiftly. In her haste, one slipper fell off, but she didn't turn back to pick it up. Stepping out of the hospital, she wandered aimlessly along streets bathed in the cool night air. The chilly autumn wind blew fiercely against her. Already in autumn, the nights bore an air of solitude and sorrow. As she walked and wept, she felt like a child without a home. Why? Why had they deceived her feelings, hurt her? Tang Zifeng's ill intentions were clear-cut, but Shin Lubai had used his charm, gentle but lethal every time. Exhausted from walking, Chi Fiwen sat down at the roadside. Under the lamplight, she curled into a ball, tightly hugging herself. She wasn't sure how long she sat there, until several unstable figures approached. A group of drunkards, having consumed too much alcohol, now surrounded her with malicious intent. Little sister, you're alone? How did you get so pitiful? Come on, go with your brother. I'll take you somewhere nice to eat. With that said, they began to touch her face roughly. Chi Fiwen remained unresponsive, lost in thought. The group exchanged glances, then conjured up ill intentions, ready to pull her off the ground. Just at that moment, a distant voice roared out. If you dare touch her, I'll take your lives. Scared by the approaching figure, the drunkards quickly fled. Chi Fiwen came back to her senses and, hearing the voice before seeing the person, trembled with fear. In a panic, she scrambled to her feet and ran. At that moment, Shin Lubai spoke again. Chi Fiwen, do I have to break your legs for you to stay beside me quietly? His words were dark and heavy with anger. Chi Fiwen stopped in her tracks, no longer daring to flee. Shin Lubai approached, picking her up horizontally from behind. He looked down at the person in his arms. With eyes closed, Chi Fiwen was pale. Her once vivid red lips now lacked all vitality, resembling a beautiful flower slowly withering, losing its life. Her eyelashes fluttered as tears slowly slid down. Shin Liubai's heart clenched painfully. He couldn't understand what was wrong with Chi Fiwen, whether she had been frightened or was struggling to accept her inability to speak. But one thing he knew for certain was that she wanted to escape him. He wouldn't allow it. Instead of returning to the hospital, Chi Fiwen went back to her family home. He gently placed her on the bed, using damp wipes to carefully clean her feet. Why are they so cold? He hugged her legs against his chest, warming them bit by bit. Is the hospital too dull? Then let's come back. With Aunt Lee taking care of you, I can rest easy. Fiwen, if something is bothering you, just tell me. Before Shin Lubai could finish speaking, Chi Fiwen had already pulled the covers over herself and curled into a ball. Sighing silently, he gently patted her head. In the next few days, I'll be busy and won't return. Take good care of yourself and have Aunt Lee call me if anything happens. He knew she didn't want to see him. Perhaps some distance would give them both time to cool down. When Shin Lubai was gone, Chi Fiwen noticeably felt more at ease. The following morning, Aunt Lee came in with breakfast and noticed her face was flushed. Miss Chi, do you have a fever? She reached out to check and confirmed that Chi Fiwen had a slight fever. I'll call Master Shun. Chi Fiwen immediately grabbed her hand in alarm. Don't tell him. Miss Chi, you can speak? That's wonderful. Aunt Lee was so excited she nearly cried. I'll inform Master Shun. Don't tell him. Don't say anything. I never want to see him again. Miss Chi, Master Shun really cares about you. It's all fake. Seated on the bed, she hugged her knees tightly. It's all an illusion. Don't be deceived by his pretense of kindness. I wish he'd never show his face in front of me again. Chapter 107. Fell ill. Aunt Lee did not know what had happened, but she still respected her. Chi Fiwen's low-grade fever recurred, and every night, it would spike. Taking medicine did nothing to help. She also didn't want to go to the hospital, and so just endured. Shin Lubai returned 2 days later. She continued being silent. When he came to see her, she feigned sleep. Once he left, Aunt Lee looked at her with concern. Miss, why aren't you speaking to your husband? I don't want to. There's nothing worth saying. Did your husband do something wrong? Something that hurt you? Doing this isn't good for him. You won't tell him, so he doesn't know my voice is already fine. Are you planning on never speaking again? To him, I am. Outside the door, Shin Lubai had returned to get a change of clothes, but overheard this conversation. His heart felt as if pierced by a sharp weapon, leaving a bloody hole behind. When Shin Lubai got into the car, Shuahao acutely noticed something was off. Mr. Shun's complexion was terrible, the atmosphere heavy and suffocating. He wisely kept his mouth shut and didn't dare to touch any bad luck at this moment. Shin Lubai hadn't come back these past 2 days, not even making a phone call. Chi Fiwen wasn't concerned at all and even felt more relaxed. At 8 in the evening, she went to bed early. As soon as night fell, her fever returned. Her head spun, and she drifted off to sleep. In her daze, she felt something like a furnace pressing down on her, making it hard to breathe. She tried to push it away, but it was too heavy. After a couple of attempts, there was no effect. Flames licked at her. It seemed like her clothes were being burned away entirely. Chi Fiwen felt something was off. With great effort, she opened her eyes to see someone in the dark pressing against her. The instinct to speak nearly let her blurt something out, but she quickly suppressed it. Using all her strength, she pushed at him, her palms sweating profusely. Shin Lubai flipped on the light, looking at her with bloodshot eyes. He smelled strongly of alcohol, and his skin was burning hot. Chi Fiwen. He called her name hoarsely, then lowered his head and bit down. Her neck itched and hurt. He was like a hawk, teasing the rabbit he'd caught. Chi Fiwen could take no more and shakily called out his name. Shin Lubai, stop this. Finally willing to talk, huh? At those words, her mind went blank. What did he mean by that? Could it be? Chi Fiwen's gaze became uneasy, and Shin Lubai couldn't help but smirk mockingly at her expression. That instant, Chi Fiwen understood. When exactly had she exposed herself? You can speak after all, you just chose not to speak to me. All this while, I have been tirelessly seeking remedies, fearing that you'd become mute. Is this how you repay me, Chi Fiwen? His face darkened as he gripped her throat. You're testing my patience bit by bit, wanting to push me to my limits, aren't you? Chi Fiwen felt the pressure of death. Instead of struggling, she closed her eyes. Go ahead, kill me. Shin Lubai looked at her fearless stance and gritted his teeth angrily. So you're not afraid, are you? In fury, Shin Lubai swung his hand wildly, and the last bit of fabric covering them disappeared. No, it was too late now. There was no gentleness, no prelude, just an invasion and endless demand. That night, she felt worse than dead, having to lower herself to beg for mercy. Yet his response shattered her pleas into pieces. She didn't know how she endured that night. The ordeal ended only at dawn. Shin Lubai pulled away from her and looked at her coldly. Chi Fiwen curled up, her body was burning hot. She had a fever, and it was getting worse. And her body hurt all over. At 9 o'clock, Aunt Lee knocked on the door. She was groggy and lacked the energy to even respond. Aunt Lee thought she was still sleeping, given how much noise there was last night downstairs. She guessed Chi Fiwen must be exhausted. At 10 o'clock, she knocked again on the door. Miss, are you awake? If you don't want to come downstairs for breakfast, I'll bring it in. Miss, calling several times without response made Aunt Lee increasingly worried. Moreover, since the door was unlocked, she entered directly. Chi Fiwen was completely unconscious with a high fever, her face flushed red. Miss, Aunt Lee almost cried in urgency. Let me call your husband. No. Chi Fiwen responded weakly, her voice barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. Don't notify him even if I die. Miss, stop sulking at your husband. It doesn't benefit you. Sometimes, girls need to learn how to yield. Anyway, don't tell him, Aunt Lee. You love me the most. Please help me. I don't want to go to the hospital. Just taking some medicine will be fine. My lady, I won't die. Aunt Lee fetched the fever-reducing medicine, and after taking it, it took effect quickly. But this only lasted a few hours before her fever returned. Chi Fiwen had no appetite at all, unable to eat anything. Go, find a gynecologist to come over. Aunt Lee immediately arranged it. In the room, there were only Chi Fiwen and the female gynecologist. Minor tearing needs time for the wound to heal. These are herbal bath ingredients. Soaking twice a week will be good enough. To say, young people should practice moderation. The doctor kindly said. Chi Fiwen wished she could find a hole to hide in. While Chi Fiwen avoided Shin Lubai couldn't ignore her. He kept probing subtly for information about Chi Fiwen. Shuahao was also clear about what was going on and gave a little information wisely. Aunt Lee invited a doctor, but I'm not sure if Miss Chi is sick. Is she ill? Shin Liubai's heart tightened, and he instinctively stood up, eager to go back and check the situation. But thinking of Chi Fiwen's stubborn and obstinate nature, he felt uncomfortable again. Since the doctor has gone, whatever issue arises, the doctor can solve it. I am no doctor, so even if I know, what difference does it make? He forced himself to sit down calmly. Just then, Shin Yi arrived. Big brother. Shin Lubai noticed that she was wearing the company's employee badge. What's this? I applied for the position of accounting assistant, and now I'm an intern. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't tell my big brother on purpose. None of them knows I'm your sister. I want to rely on my own abilities. Shin Yi had none of the airs and graces of a wealthy young lady. Having lived abroad for so many years, she also embraced freedom. She was rather protective of her loved ones, supporting them unconditionally whether right or wrong. I snuck up here. I can't let anyone see me. I just missed Big Brother and came to see you. Take a look around casually. Shin Yi clearly sensed that her brother was somewhat distracted, constantly checking his phone as if waiting for a call or text message. She called out several times before Shin Lubai responded lazily. By the way, my main treating doctor will come over for an exchange in a few days. We should invite him for dinner. Doctor, what exactly happened to Chi Fiwen? Is her condition serious or not? Chapter 108. Not wanting to see him. He could no longer hold back, and in one swift motion, he stood up, grabbing his coat. Brother has something else to do. We'll talk next time. With that, Shin Lubai quickly left. Shin Yi stomped her foot in anger. Shin Lubai returned to the villa. Auntie Lee saw him and hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Where's Wanwan? The young miss? She's upstairs, asleep. Shin Lubai furrowed his brows tightly, guessing something. Does she not want to see me? Auntie Li didn't dare say more. It was all just my one-sided hope then. Shin Liubai's expression darkened as he turned to leave. Auntie Li simply couldn't bear it anymore and hurriedly stopped him. Son-in-law, go up and check on Miss. She has a high fever and also saw a gynecologist. We don't know exactly what's wrong with her. She's just stubborn-mouthed, but deep down, she's soft-hearted. If nothing really serious had happened, the young miss wouldn't be like this. Son-in-law, you're a man, so be more inclusive of her. Shin Lubai paused his steps. Why call a gynecologist for a fever? Is it some kind of gynecological disease? Could it be pregnant? At the thought, Shin Lubai rushed upstairs, finding Chi Fiwen wrapped up like a bear, trembling from the cold under the covers. How can you still be so hot? She had already taken antipyretics and was expelling heat in large quantities, feeling like a leaky sieve all over. She was extremely cold, her surface temperature dropping sharply. When did you start running a fever? Chi Fiwen was now unable to answer his question. Auntie Li hurriedly said, she's had low-grade fevers these past few nights, fluctuating without improvement. When you left this morning, by the time I came in, her fever was already quite high. She's already taken medicine once, but once the medication wore off, the fever immediately spiked. Why didn't you go to the hospital? The young miss refused to go. This is disobedience. How about the gynecologist then? I don't know, only the two of them. Shin Lubai frowned deeply. He carried Chi Fiwen across horizontally and ordered Shuehao to investigate that gynecologist. In the car, Shuehao had already contacted the doctor. He handed the phone to Shin Lubai. What illness did Chi Fiwen come to you for? The doctor dared not hide anything and confessed everything honestly. After hearing this, Shin Lubai felt terrible all over. This is due to excessive intensity during intercourse. I recommend being a bit more restrained. The doctor put it tactfully. Thank you for your trouble, doctor. That, for a week, you should not pay attention so that the wound can heal properly. Understood. Then, Mr. Shan, is there anything else you need? Can I consult you about pregnancy? Just at this moment, Chi Fiwen woke up. Hearing this, she wanted to die on the spot. She wanted to jump out of the car. Shin Lubai looked earnest, nodding continuously in response. It is recommended that both partners undergo a comprehensive medical examination for effective family planning. I and my spouse will come. We'll make an appointment with your expert clinic then. Finally, the phone call ended. Chi Fiwen continued to pretend she was unconscious. When they arrived at the hospital, the doctor administered intravenous fluids for her. But the needle slipped slightly, causing her pain, and she let out a soft moan. Suddenly noticing that Shin Lubai was looking at her, she quickly resumed pretending. Shin Lubai watched her, narrowing his eyes, feeling helpless. How unwilling is she to see me? Once the doctor left, he sat by her bedside, his voice deep. Chi Fiwen, let's have a talk. If it's because of the thing where I hid my identity, it's been such a long time already. You never showed such strong reactions before. Now suddenly rejecting me like this seems a little unreasonable. What exactly is going on with you? Chi Fiwen remained silent. He fell quiet for a moment, reminiscing. Was it when you went to the hospital? Did you hear something that day? Chi Fiwen's eyelashes fluttered, confirming his guess. You little liar, your acting is getting better and better. Though you heard everything, you still pretended like you knew nothing. The Shun and Fong families are old acquaintances, so Yi liked playing with Fong Yuma since childhood and favored her. That's Yi's choice, not related to me at all. Do you not believe me? Do you think I'm deceiving you? Chi Fiwen finally opened her eyes, staring seriously at him. Shin Lubai, if you're using me as a pawn just to get back at Fong Yuma, making her regret, please let me go. Could you find someone else? So you really don't trust me? Shin Lubai clenched his fists tightly, silently. He would sacrifice his life for her, but all he got in return was distrust. Shin Lubai, let me lay my cards on the table. In fact, I don't love you. What did you say? You didn't mishear me. I don't love you. She mustered up the courage to say it, even though every word cut through her heart painfully. I'm not happy at all that you've come to your senses. I preferred the fool. My parents passed away early, and my grandfather is old. I really hope someone could be with me. Tang Zifeng betrayed me, so I thought finding a fool could fulfill my wish. I yearned for love and longed to be needed. But now, you don't need me anymore. My feelings for you have gradually faded, so let's part ways amicably. Chi Fiwen, say that again. The man was angry. Chi Fiwen summoned her courage to look him in the eye. Shin Lubai, let's part ways amicably. Chi Fiwen, remember this. It was you who provoked me. Even without love, this marriage must continue. Shin Lubai didn't dare stay longer, fearing he might hurt her impulsively again. He stormed out, slamming the door hard. As soon as he left, Chi Fiwen's tears began to fall. She swore that after divorcing Shin Lubai, she would never touch this nonsense called love again. Not long after Shin Lubai left, the doctor came over to draw a tube of blood from her, and then gynecology personnel came to check her wounds, even scraping them with some tools. She didn't take it seriously. However, Shin Lubai hadn't left the hospital at all. Instead, he went to the prenatal care department. Nowadays, emphasis is placed on healthy childbirth and pre-pregnancy examinations are necessary. After coming out, Shuehao told him that everything was ready. Sir, if I heard correctly outside the door, Miss Chi wanted to divorce you. I didn't agree. Shin Lubai said indifferently. Shuehao was shocked by his boldness. Shin Lubai had an expressionless face, masking the turmoil within his heart. The report will take some time, and we'll also have to wait until Miss Chi recovers before conducting more tests, including examining the uterine cavity. No rush. Chi Fiwen received intravenous fluids for an entire day and finally broke her fever. After staying a few more days, she was almost fully recovered. The doctor took her through another round of tests, claiming to investigate the origin of this viral cold. In the end, they even did an ultrasound. Chi Fiwen left bewilderedly, not placing much importance on the matter. When she returned to the group company, she found there was a new person in her secretary's office. "Ms. Chi, good day." The person greeted her with a fake smile. Chi Fiwen frowned deeply at Shun Yi. "How did you end up here?" Chapter 109, New Secretary. Shun Yi was originally going to DE Group, but seeing her brother completely bewitched by Chi Fei Wan, at this rate, Sister Umo would really have no chance. When she returned to the country, Sister Umo pulled her hand looking extremely haggard and asked for her help. Since she had already promised to step in, naturally, she wanted to help matchmake between her brother and Sister Umo. She thought about it. Rather than watching her brother, she might as well keep a close eye on this fox spirit, studying her tricks to entice others. Women know women best. She wanted to let Chi Fei Wan realize how formidable she could be. "I'm a proper applicant for the position. From now on, I'll be your secretary. That means if you didn't pass the probation period, you're fired," Chi Fei Wan said without hesitation. Knowing full well that Shun Yi didn't like her, yet keeping her around, that would mean she's truly foolish. "What did I do wrong? Why are you firing me?" "Because you irritate me," Chi Fei Wan said frankly without any reservations. One sentence left Shun Yi speechless. She calmed down later, gritting her teeth, saying, "Do you think I enjoy looking at you? Then you should be fired even more." She waved her hand and asked someone to deal with it. Just then, her phone rang. It was Shun Lu by calling. "Has Yi started her job?" "Preparing to fire her." "Hold on to her." "What if I don't?" Chi Fei Wan. "This is not a negotiation, but an order." Shen Lu Bai also didn't want to communicate nicely with her anymore. Sometimes commands worked better. In the face of absolute authority, everything else is just window dressing. This made Chi Fei Wan catch her breath slightly, but feel powerless. She tightly clutched her mobile phone, ultimately feeling powerless. "If that's the case, then don't blame me for being strict. When she can't stay, don't come find me for trouble." After speaking, she hung up the call. Shun Yi was watching her silently from the side. "You come with me." Chi Fei Wan led her into the office and called personnel. "Is Shun Yi hired by you guys? How much salary do you offer?" "President Chi, it's 6,000. Cut it to 2,000. After speaking, she hung up the call. Shun Yi looked at her angrily. "What do you mean? Your recruitment clearly stated starting at 5,000 yuan. Didn't you see the small print underneath? The final right of interpretation lies with me. If you don't like it, leave directly. The door is over there. If you go, I'll buy you a bag. I'm not interested anyway. 2,000 or 2,000, I don't depend on you to eat." Shun Yi's stubborn temper showed too. "You will never get rid of me. I will watch you closely for Sister Umo and won't give you any chances to play tricks. So, you are one of Fan Yumo's people? Then you wasted your efforts. I want to divorce your brother, but he desperately refuses. I'm also troubled by it. Do you know how many men are waiting for my summons? You are indeed a fox spirit. My brother doesn't divorce you to irritate Sister Umo. Don't think so highly of yourself." Shun Yi straightforwardly blurted out what she had been thinking. For a moment, Chi Fei Wan felt her smile stiffen. Never lose the upper hand. She quickly pulled herself together. "Are you her spearhead?" She withdrew defeated after I attacked her. Now she dares not show up anymore. "Don't talk about Sister Umo. My brother likes cultured and gentle women. He doesn't like people like you at all. Deduct 500. Why? Because I don't like what you said. Is that okay? I don't support idlers. Go work for me." Shun Yi studied finance and was exceptionally good at her major. Being a small assistant in the secretarial office was burying her talent. As a ruthless capitalist, she couldn't let such cheap labor slip through her fingers. "Ching ching, deliver the financial work next door, and buy more coffee. She will need it a lot." At the same time, when Shun Yi buried herself in hard work, Chi Fei Wan had almost finished her investigation. Shun Yi hadn't been home for 8 years and had been treating an illness. She had the closest relationship with Shun Lai Bai and the Shin family. She disliked Shun Mo and leaned towards Shun Lai Bai. Though she had recovered, her body was still weak. She was severely allergic to alcohol. Excessive intake could lead to death. She memorized several key points. People could be squeezed, but issues must not arise. Forget it, don't let her over time. Her body is fragile like glass. Better not have anything happen to her here, or I will have some explaining to do. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. As night fell, Chi Fei Wan had a social engagement. She arrived at the underground garage and noticed Shun Yi was also there. "What are you doing here?" Dealing with a bunch of old men alone. Definitely involves something suspicious, like casually holding hands or touching faces. I'll be watching you, and then, if I ever catch you engaging in secretive behavior with another man, I will definitely tell my brother." Shun Yi brimmed with determination like a saintly warrior. Chi Fei Wan helplessly rolled her eyes and didn't want to let her get into the car. "No problem. If you don't take me, I'll just follow your car by myself." Chi Fei Wan was at a loss and had no choice but to let her in. As soon as she got in the car, Shun Yi started criticizing Chi Fei Wan's taste. An old lady who still likes pink car decorations? Chi Fei Wan was utterly speechless. She was only 24, a flower-aged girl. How did she become an old ant in the mouth of a 20-year-old Shun Yi? Chi Fei Wan suspected that Shun Lu Bai deliberately sent her here to annoy her to death. When they arrived, wine glasses were clinking in toasts. Chi Fei Wan introduced Shun Yi as her secretary. Since she hadn't returned for 8 years, everyone was unaware that she was Shun Lu Bai's younger sister. Chi Fei Wan didn't let her fend off any drinks on her behalf, and drank quite a lot herself. Shun Yi sat in a corner, finding such social engagements very dull. She even sensed that Chi Fei Wan disliked such occasions, but had no choice but to attend. Drinking too much soda, she went to the restroom. As soon as she came out, she collided with a drunken man. It was one of the bosses from the banquet. Aren't you the little secretary that Director Chi brought? You're so pretty, why aren't you drinking? Accompany Big Brother for 2 cups. I don't drink. How can that be acceptable? Losing half the game in the workplace if you don't drink. Don't worry, Big Brother will teach you. Don't start with something too strong. Shun Yi was shoved against the wall, and the man with his beer bottle tried to force it into her mouth. Seeing this scene, Chi Fei-wan was almost scared out of her wits. She quickly moved to stop him. She really can't drink, Mr. Wu. Let me accompany you. Who said I need your company? I want her. If she drinks this glass of alcohol, I will sign the contract. She cannot drink. If she can't drink, then why did you bring her? Are you playing with me? Don't think that because you're Shun Lu Bai's woman, I'm afraid of you. The drunkard hated when others refused his offering of wine, feeling insulted. He got even angrier, pinching Shun Yi's mouth to force the alcohol down. Seeing this, Chi Fei-wan didn't hesitate anymore, immediately grabbing the nearby empty wine bottle and smashing it down hard. Chapter 110, Detained for a Night. You. The man stared in shock at Chi Fei-wan, blood already trickling down his forehead before he fell straight down. Chi Fei-wan, you. Shun Yi was utterly terrified. Chi Fei-wan had fully woken up. She had been too anxious just then. After all, Shun Yi's life was on the line. She dialed 120, and Mr. Wu's people called 110. What to do? What to do? Look at what you've done. You shut up. I was the one who hit him. It has nothing to do with you. Go back. I'll handle it myself. She threw the car keys to Shun Yi and went off to send Mr. Wu to the hospital. Shun Yi climbed into her car, still shaken. She would experience severe breathing difficulties when exposed even to small amounts of alcohol, and in severe cases, it could lead to death. Just now, she had almost been forced to drink a glass of wine. If Chi Fei-wan hadn't struck the person down in time, what would have happened to her? Was it because Chi Fei-wan acted impulsively, or was it because she knew about her alcohol allergy? The more she thought about it, the more disoriented she became, unable to control herself from calling Shun Lu Bai. Big Brother. Her voice trembled. What's wrong? Did 1-1 make things difficult for you? Shun Lu Bai sounded somewhat skeptical because he knew that Chi Fei-wan wouldn't deliberately trouble a young girl. His sister might lack judgment in people, but she wasn't unreasonable either. Perhaps after some adjustments, there wouldn't be any conflicts between them. That was why he deliberately left her at Chi Yao Group. Something's happened. Chi Fei-wan bashed someone's head. There was a lot of blood. She did it for my sake. That person was forcing me to drink. It was the first time Shun Yi had ever witnessed such a scene. Catching her breath as she choked out the rest, Shun Lu Bai felt his heart drop. Don't worry, Big Brother is here. Nothing will happen. Okay, Big Brother, you must get her out. After Shun Lu Bai hung up the phone, he grew restless. He kept an eye on his phone, hoping Chi Fei-wan would call him. The elder man was at the nursing home, and being Chi Fei-wan's type, who only reports good news but hides troubles, she wouldn't possibly ask for help. Then there was Su Qingqing. She would definitely seek Su Qingqing over him. Shuahao, make sure Su Qingqing can't answer her calls tonight. Shuahao immediately went to carry out the order. As for the other individuals he might imagine, he dealt with them accordingly. Tonight, no one would show up at the police station to pay her bail and free her. She could only call him. Only Shun Lu Bai himself knew how much he anticipated this call. Chi Fei-wan was taken to the police station for the second time. After completing her statement, she was placed in the detention cell. Mr. Wu had already regained consciousness and decided not to press charges further. All she needed was to pay the bail and leave. But the people she tried to reach either had their phones off or couldn't come. At last, someone directly told her. It was Shun Liu Bai's command. Chi Fei-wan's heart froze. He was ruthless, cutting off every single connection she had so no one could bail her out. So he wanted her to endure punishment like this, locked up in the detention room. Chi Fei-wan sat in a corner, waiting silently for dawn. Shun Lu Bai also didn't sleep all night. For so long, his phone remained silent. A bitter smile emerged on his lips. Chi Fei-wan, you're truly heartless. At the first light of dawn, someone opened the door to the detention room. Chi Fei-wan, someone has bailed you out. She was released. The first rays of morning sunlight shone upon her, and though her eyes squinted slightly at the brightness, the sunlight felt refreshing. Outside the police station stood a familiar car. It belonged to Shun Lu Bai. She walked forward as if ignoring the car entirely. Shun Lu Bai could bear it no longer. He got out of the car and grabbed her wrist. What tantrum are you throwing now? Chi Fei-wan attempted to shake off his hand, but his grip was far too strong. There was no escaping it. Did you think keeping me locked up overnight was fun? You blocked everyone close to me so none of them could come rescue me. You know Shun Yi and I don't get along, yet you deliberately pushed her at me to spite me. All you cared about was making me miserable for a single night. Am I supposed to thank you for not locking me up for 10 years? I didn't mean it like that. Shun Lu Bai hadn't expected such a large misunderstanding. He did all this simply to make her contact him, to force her into giving him a call. So what exactly do you mean? Chi Fei-wan's red-rimmed eyes filled with bitterness. Shun Lu Bai, are all these things you've done for my own good? For me to let you deceive me? To toy with me? For you to bully me like this? She pushed him forcefully, her eyes red like a rabbit's. Shun Lu Bai found himself at a loss for words, standing tongue-tied in front of her. On the negotiation table, he could easily debate against a crowd. Yet here, in front of her, even the simplest sentence seemed impossible. Right then, he wanted nothing more than to silence her. And that's exactly what Shun Lu Bai thought and did. He held her waist with one hand and the back of her head with the other, forcing her to be unable to escape. His thin lips pressed down, conquering and dominating. Chi Fei-bao became angry and kicked at his shoe with her high heel, but he remained unfazed. She became enraged and bit him hard. A fresh, greasy taste of blood instantly spread in their mouths, intensifying as their tongues stirred the blood. He stiffened noticeably from the pain. She thought Shin Lubai would stop, but instead, he intensified the kiss with forceful vigor. Afterward, she was out of breath. There was a trace of blood at the corner of Shin Liubai's mouth, giving him an aura of mysterious danger. His eyes deeply gazed at her. I know that no matter what I say now, you won't believe me. I'm too lazy to explain. Even if you think I am as unruly as possible, so what? You can never get rid of me. These words gave Qi Feibao a feeling of helplessness. Get in the car. Qi Feibao simply hailed a taxi and got in. Shin Lubai didn't stop her, instead tailing her all the way to Qi Yao Group. He parked downstairs for several minutes before telling Shui how to drive away. Master, why don't you explain? Shin Lubai smiled bitterly. Would explaining work? She has already made up her mind about me. I am an irredeemably bad person. To her, any explanation is just an excuse to exonerate myself. From now on, whatever I say or do, I only need to inform them. I don't care how they perceive me as long as my goal is achieved. His eyes were enigmatic. You've come back? Shun Yi. He had been waiting outside the office since early morning. Seeing Qi Feibao return in a daze, she quickly approached her. Qi Feibao ignored her, but Shun Yi did not get upset. Are you okay? Go away, it's none of your business. She said indifferently. Shun Yi hesitated, but finally obediently left. She stayed outside the door, listening closely for any sound inside, and indeed heard faint sobs. Shun Yi was surprised and quickly sent a text message to Shin Lubai. When did you get her out? This morning. This morning? So, she was detained all night? Big brother, what are you doing? She did nothing wrong. She was trying to save me. Shouldn't you have released her last night? Aren't you supposed to dislike her? Let her learn a lesson. This is the price for bullying my sister. Shun Yi wanted to bang her head against the wall upon reading this. She truly disliked Qi Feibao, but it didn't mean she couldn't tell right from wrong. Her brother had put her in an awkward position. Chapter 111. Very naive. Shun Yi directly called Shin Lubai, intending to scold him thoroughly, but Shin Lubai hung up on her immediately. Now, she was like an ant on a hot pan, tormented repeatedly. She suddenly went to find Su Qingqing. Do you know what she likes to eat? She guessed that Qi Fewen must not have had breakfast since she came so early. What do you want to do? It turned out Su Qingqing was full of hostility and refused to tell her. Shen Yi gave her a glare. Too petty. After saying that, she turned around and left. When she came back again, she was holding several large and small bags, all filled with food. Hangzhou small steamed buns, Guangdong powder, Hunan rice noodles. She even carried a paper bag in her mouth, which contained 2 cups of soybean milk. What are you doing? Qi Fewen was quite upset that she entered without her permission. No knocking, -100. Minus it then. Shen Yi had already given up completely. Haven't eaten breakfast, right? Come over and eat quickly. I've already eaten. Qi Fewen's words were not finished when her stomach let out an extremely uncooperative growl. Shen Yi was initially surprised, then burst out laughing uncontrollably. Qi Fewen's cheeks turned red, glaring fiercely as she said, mocking the boss, everything is deducted. As long as you're happy, will you eat or not? I'm afraid you'll poison me. I'm not that petty. Last night, you helped me. I'll tell you the truth. I am allergic to alcohol. Can't drink even a drop. You helped me last night, and I have to express my gratitude somehow. I just want to know, did you know beforehand, or? I didn't know. Qi Fewen stubbornly replied. After hearing this, Shen Yi felt less awkward. Indeed, it was by chance. Then, helping Ms. Umo wouldn't weigh on her conscience anymore. Do you want to eat? I don't. If you don't, I'll eat then. Shen Yi sat on the sofa, feasting to her heart's content. That tempting smell wafted into Qi Fewen's nostrils intermittently, making her stomach growl even louder. Shen Yi, get out. I won't go out. I'm not only your employee, but also your sister-in-law. Qi Fewen was shocked by her shamelessness. Eventually, she just stormed off to eat angrily too. Why waste it if I don't eat it? Anyway, there are my favorite thin-skinned crab roast soup dumplings. So much, why do you snatch mine? Shen Yi had just picked one when it was intercepted by Qi Fewen. I want to. The two of them seriously competed back and forth. In the end, they ate until they could barely move and nestled on the sofa. Thanks. Shen Yi awkwardly said. Qi Fewen pretended not to hear. What did you say? Never mind if you can't hear. Shen Yi rested for a while, and soon after returning to her desk, the finance department delivered a pile of accounts. With the month end approaching, the finance department was like going to war. Shen Yi got her salary docked down to 0 yet had to do the job of the finance manager, feeling extremely dissatisfied inside. But what could she do? She had to stay here to keep an eye on Qi Fewen. But after watching for a few days, she realized Qi Fewen didn't have much interaction with Shen Lubai either. This made her feel somewhat empty. She began to subtly ask questions. My brother is going to attend a reception on the cruise ship today. There will be lots of pretty little sisters on the cruise. How about he loses control after drinking too much? Castrated. What? Shen Yi stared at her eyes wide open. Why are you so violent? If your husband cannot control his urges, what would you do? Castrated. So, if your brother goes rogue, I'll let him lose the ability to reproduce forever. You. Shen Yi couldn't say a word. She thought she was right, but still felt something wasn't quite right. In a panic, she left and infiltrated the cruise ship that very evening, becoming a waitress serving drinks. Sir, please have some wine. Shen Yi moved closer. Seeing her, Shen Lubai slightly frowned. How did you end up here? Isn't it because I'm worried you might act rashly after drinking too much? I won't. I know you won't, but those young women will. Your status now has changed. How many people will try tricks? Do you know? What if someone succeeds? That's why I need to keep an eye on you. If you make a mistake, Chief Fiwen would castrate you. I feel like she wasn't joking. Considering her personality, she could really do it. Does she know I'm attending the banquet? Yes, she knows. Shen Liubai's eyes darkened slightly. She knew everything, but just didn't care about him, hence indifferent. He was troubled and took a big gulp of strong liquor. Shen Yi was utterly confused, wondering why her brother started being melancholy despite their good conversation earlier. Shen Liubai actually drank way too much this time. Indeed, quite a number of people had their eyes on him, but fortunately Shen Yi and Shui Hao were there to protect him closely. Once back on land, Shen Liubai was already drunk and started talking nonsense. He mistook Shen Yi for Chief Fiwen and held her tightly. With his chin resting on her shoulder, his voice was hoarse. He mumbled something indistinct, which Shen Yi didn't catch. What he said was, "One, don't abandon me." After taking care of Shen Liubai, Shen Yi's phone rang. It was Fang Yuma calling for a video chat. As soon as she answered, she saw how haggard Fang Yuma looked. "Yuma, why are you so thin? Have you not taken good care of yourself? My heart is breaking, missing your brother so much. He doesn't reply to my texts or pick up my calls. My brother is here with me." Shen Yi let her see Shen Liubai. Fang Yuma particularly noticed that Chief Fiwen wasn't around. Where is Chief Fiwen? They've been separated for some time now, no longer in touch, making me worry for nothing. Chief Fiwen truly lacks consideration. Men need socializing outside and should be cared about properly. Humph, I've interacted with her. She has quite a severe temper as a young lady. But it makes sense. As an only daughter of the Chief family, she may naturally appear a bit spoiled. I guess she expects men to revolve around her. Just look at her previous relationship. Fang Yuma cut into Shen Yi with every word. Shen Yi became instantly annoyed, pouting. Who isn't pampered? Why single her out? Don't bring up her last relationship either. I'm already sickened by it. Yi, I see no chances left for myself. If I can't get your brother back, I'll end my life alone. It's all my mistake. If I had held on just a few more years, how wonderful would it have been? You should reconcile with Miss Chi after all, you are family in the end. With you guarding your brother, I don't think she would dare bully brother Shun. As long as I am here, she'll dream if she thinks about bullying my brother. Shun Yi immediately reassured, Sister Yuma, don't lose hope too early. Since I promised, I'll make sure I keep my words. Looking at Fang Yuma's dispirited eyes, Shun Yi felt immense pain. After all, they grew up together since childhood, along with preconceived notions. Her heart still leaned toward Fang Yuma. Even though after these days of getting along, she thought Chi Fiwen was also a decent person. Still, because of Fang Yuma's several words, her view had cooled down significantly. I don't know how to thank you enough. If we become one family, it will be great. Probably no other sister-in-law and wife could get along like us. We're just like real sisters. You already said it. We're like real sisters. What's there to thank? Don't worry, wait for my good news. Shen Yi patted her chest, guaranteeing it. When the call ended, satisfaction flashed in Fang Yuma's eyes. She wiped off her makeup and her complexion quickly restored. Manipulating Shun Yi was too easy. Full of righteous zeal, quick to get excited, always eager to act as justice enforcer, her eyes tolerate no dirtiness. Just by looking pitiful, it made them want to protect her so much. If only Shen Liubai could be tricked this easily. Chapter 112, Promotion to Supervisor. Chi Fiwen felt that just when her relationship with Shun Yi had become slightly harmonious, it had reverted back to square one. Shun Yi seemed to have some twisted nerve somewhere. She found every little thing about Chi Fiwen unbearable and would constantly make sharp remarks at the slightest opportunity. Chi Fiwen didn't back down either and simply docked her pay. The wage cuts had stretched all the way to 8 months into the future. At this rate, Shun Yi would end up working for her forever. Even though Shun Yi was an intern secretary, she was doing the work of the finance department without a moment's rest. Shun Yi gritted her teeth to supervise her and promote their divorce. Inside the office, this is Shun Yi's financial report. Su Qingqing handed it over to Chi Fiwen. After taking a glance, she couldn't help but nod approvingly. All the accounts were crystal clear. She could be parachuted directly in as the head of the finance department. Give her a separate office and let her work as the supervisor straight away. Are you sure? Shen Yi doesn't exactly get along with you, and being the finance supervisor comes with significant privileges. What if she stabs you in the back? You don't use someone you distrust, or you fully trust the person you use. She has capability and can contribute well to the development of the group. I want to try her out. If anything goes wrong, it means I misjudged her. I still have room to bear the cost of trial and error. One Shen Yi isn't enough to leave me ruined. Chi Fiwen said this with a dispassionate tone. Sitting in this position for so long, she had developed a certain amount of courage and wasn't as constrained as before. After hearing Su Qingqing's words, arrangements were made. Shun Yi was led into the adjacent office, only to find inside a single desk, on which rested a nameplate. Head of Finance Department? She looked at Su Qingqing with confusion. You've been confirmed for the job, now you're the head of the Finance Department. If you'd like to keep your secretarial duties, that's fine too. Miss Chi will contact you if necessary. I'm the head of the Finance Department, but my internship hasn't even lasted 3 months yet. Shen Yi's emotions were a bit excited, feeling the recognition of her efforts. It had been barely more than 10 days since she arrived, and yet she had already been promoted to supervisor? So, do you want it or not? Yes, of course I want it. She quickly sat down to give it a test drive. The chair was so comfortable indeed. What's my salary going to be then? Shen Yi looked at Su Qingqing, excitement evident on her face. Aren't all wages docked? No salary for you. Work hard and pay off your debts. Su Qingqing left, leaving Shun Yi frozen in place. I'm not going to bother comparing myself with her. A hollow title will suffice. Who cares about that little money? Shen Yi patted the chair, then touched the computer, filled with joy inside. When reporting to Chief Fiwen, her attitude was dry. Don't think that buying me off this way will sway me. I recognize only UMO as my sister-in-law. Chief Fiwen ignored her. Once the report is done, go back to your seat. Don't come bother me unnecessarily. Humph. Who do you think I'm dying to see you? Shen Yi walked out proudly. Unknowing spectators might have thought she was the boss of this group. Chief Fiwen was busily occupied. Her phone rang. It was Xuehao calling. She furrowed her brows and refused to pick up the call. Very soon, Xuehao sent another message. The text popped up on the screen, and she still saw it. Miss Qi, sir is sick, gravely ill. He's even coughed up blood. Her heart trembled involuntarily as she reached out instinctively to grab the phone and dial back to inquire. But she calmed herself down. She's no doctor. What good would it do if she went there? And there were so many people around Shen Lubai anyway. Would they lack for care? She continued ignoring the calls, pretending not to have seen them. Shen Lubai had recently consumed far too much alcohol, deliberately keeping himself busy non-stop, until he suddenly collapsed from exhaustion. He was now in the hospital receiving intravenous fluids, his condition not as severe as portrayed. But he wanted to see whether Chief Fiwen cared about him or not. So he instructed Xue how to exaggerate his situation. Yet, no word came from Chief Fiwen. Nothing. Maybe she's busy and didn't see it. He didn't know if he said this to Xue Hao or to himself. A feeling of chest congestion overwhelmed him, unable to expel his inner gloom. Uncontrollable coughs escaped his lips. From dawn to dusk, he waited through the day. He dared not sleep during the night, worried he wouldn't know if Chief Fiwen came. However, Chief Fiwen never showed up. The next morning, the sunlight rose, bathing his body in warmth. His face revealed a pale sickliness, heart-wrenching to behold. This was the first time Xue Hao had ever seen Shen Lubai like this, as if every ounce of vitality had been drained from him. Even the Iron Man like Shen Lubai had moments of such fragility. Looking at Xue Hao, he asked softly, Xue Hao, what grievous sin have I committed that she would be so ruthless, not even sparing a glance to check on me? Sir, don't say such things. Miss Qi is merely stuck in a narrow-minded rut. Is that right? To me, it looks like the one stuck in a rut is me. Cough, cough. He started coughing violently. Suddenly, everything went black in front of his eyes, and a metallic bitterness surged in his throat. When he regained consciousness, he saw on the pristine white bedsheet a patch of blood that had turned dark. As Xue Hao's terrified voice reached his ears, Shen Lubai completely fainted. Doctor, what's wrong with him? Liver qi stagnation. The patient has had wild mood swings combined with physical weakness, which caused him to cough up blood. Please step aside. We need to save the patient. Res. Acetate. The patient is in grave danger now. Unable to sit still any longer, Xue Hao immediately drove to Qi Yao Group. Since he hadn't made an appointment, he was stopped downstairs. Xue Hao stormed through anyway. Because he was Shun Liubai's man, no one truly dared stop him. He burst into Chief Fiwen's office, furiously pointing at her nose. How can you be so cruel? Sir waited for you all day and night, yet you didn't come to see him once. Do you intend to wait until he's dead before you're satisfied? What do you mean? Has it become this serious? Chief Fiwen's heart skipped a beat. Xue Hao sneered coldly. It wouldn't have gotten this far if you'd shown up sooner. But after a whole day and night without you appearing, Sir's heart broke. He spat out a great deal of blood. Sir asked me to ask, what grievous sin has he committed to deserve such treatment from you? Upon hearing this, Chief Fiwen lost her composure and immediately rushed out. But Xue Hao grabbed her hand. Now you go just to collect the body? Where were you earlier? Xue Hao mocked her sarcastically. Chief Fiwen paid no heed to it, pushing him away forcefully. She raced down the stairs, drove straight to the hospital. Shen Lubai was still being resuscitated. The prognosis was not good. She waited outside the operating room for over an hour. Finally, the door opened, and the patient was wheeled out. Who's the family? She stepped forward immediately. The patient has overworked himself recently. Coupled with liver qi stagnation, his vital energy has been severely damaged. He mustn't experience any further emotional trauma, or sudden death could result. Pay careful attention to his recovery. Some rest will be needed. Understood. Thank you, doctor. Shen Lubai was taken to the ward. Chief Fiwen looked at his pale face, her emotions tangled, caught between love and resentment. She couldn't let go of the matter between him and Fang Yumao. His deception weighed heavily on her mind. His scheming stuck in her throat like a bone. This relationship had been wrong from the start. She didn't know how long she had guarded herself alone, deep in thought. Perhaps they should reconcile. If Shen Lubai could guarantee severing ties with Fang Yumao and only love her in the future, she would forgive him. Neither of them needed to torture each other anymore. She was willing to be more lenient, since she'd already been inclusive towards Tang Zifeng. Why not extend that same generosity to Shen Lubai? Otherwise, it wouldn't seem fair. After coming to this realization, though a trace of bitterness lingered in her heart, her breathing became quicker, lighter. At least she wouldn't feel so exhausted anymore. Finally, she noticed Shen Liubai's eyelashes flickering. With excitement, she quickly called for the doctor. Soon, Shen Lubai awakened. The doctor performed an examination and confirmed there were no problems. Chief Fiwen sighed in relief, thanking the doctor profusely. After escorting the doctor out, she looked at Shen Lubai and said, Shen Lubai, as long as you promise to break off relations with. Before she could finish, he interrupted her. Chief Fiwen, how did you end up here? Are we even close? His words hit her like a thunderclap. Chapter 113, Divorce. Shen Lubai furrowed his brows, clearly upset, and pressed the nurse call button directly. Medical staff rushed over. In the chaos, someone inadvertently bumped into her. Her body staggered, and she nearly fell to the edge. She stared at Shen Lubai in shock as he cooperated with the doctor's examination without even glancing at her once. Just then, Shuehao entered, sensing something was off. After waiting for the doctors to leave, he pointed at Qi Fiwen and asked, "Mister, do you remember her? Reputation precedes him, Imperial Capital's top lickspittle." Qi Fiwen's heart clenched instantly. In the past, everyone used to say that, and she had long become numb to it. But somehow, those words from Shen Liubai's mouth felt like knives, each one piercing deeply into her heart. "Do you remember that we were married?" At this question, Shen Liubai's eyebrows knotted so tightly they almost formed a braid. "I and her? Are you joking? Was I blind back then? Doctor, come quick. My master is having brain issues." Shuehao quickly called the doctor, who checked Shen Liubai's brain thoroughly, but found nothing wrong. However, when asked about his memories with Qi Fiwen, he remembered absolutely nothing. It was as if an eraser had swept through his mind, wiping everything clean. The extreme sorrow of one person can trigger the brain's self-protection mechanism. Forgetting is one form of this. This was all the doctor could explain. In summary, after experiencing overwhelming despair and vomiting blood, Shen Lubai completely forgot about Qi Fiwen. For a moment, Shuehao couldn't tell whether this was good or bad news. Qi Fiwen read the doctor's report repeatedly, over and over again. Truly, fate was playing tricks on her. She had reconciled herself, yet reality delivered a hard blow. Gathering her courage, she looked straight at Shen Lubai. "Shen Lubai, if I ask for a divorce now, will you agree?" Since he had erased all memory of her, their marriage was already name only and had lost its essence. "Will you agree?" He looked at her extremely calmly, his sharp eyes seeming to pierce right through her soul. Even though it was her asking him, he tossed the ball back into her court instead, leaving no logical sense to it. "I'm asking you." She stood upright, trying her best to appear casual and indifferent. Even if she failed, she was still the first lady of the imperial capital, the only heir of the Qi family, possessing her own pride. Losing was fine, she'd start again. Divorce. That thin pair of lips spat out just one word. Qi Fiwen's heart ached severely. This result was what she had been hoping for so long. So why did she feel anything but happy now? It turned out she was only fooling herself. She was going back and forth in these actions, wanting merely to test how much Shen Lubai loved her versus caring for his ex-girlfriend. How laughable she truly was. Haven't the losses at Tang Zitsong's hands been enough? Monday, see you at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Having said that, she turned around and left without looking back. Shuehao widened his eyes in disbelief. "Mister, this means divorced. Isn't this a good thing?" Shuehao didn't dare to say more. Soon, Monday arrived, and Shen Lubai got ready to go out. After returning from the hospital, he focused on recuperating, maintaining regular work hours, following a disciplined schedule, and eating properly. Throughout these days, he never mentioned Qi Fiwen once. Dressed in a suit, his figure appeared sharp and mature, exuding an aura of aristocracy impossible to ignore. Shen Yi kept watching him, stunned as if seeing a ghost. "Brother, are you really going to divorce Qi Fiwen? Did she achieve her goal so easily? Aren't you the one who doesn't recognize the sister-in-law?" "You're right. Umo and I have known each other since childhood, gentle and obedient by nature. She's sincere towards me. If choosing a partner, she would be an excellent choice." Shen Lubai said calmly. "What about my job at Qi Yao Group? Come to my company. Let you be the finance manager." At this point, it seems that De's position has higher value. But her boss in charge of that position was Qi Fiwen, who always conflicted with her. Yet Qi Fiwen promoted her based on her abilities. That was recognition of her work capabilities. Even if there was no pay, she was working enthusiastically, full of vigor, as if injected with energy. I think someone like Qi Fiwen won't let this divorce happen so smoothly. She must have a hidden plan. No way, I'll help monitor for some time. Whatever you want. Shen Lubai didn't care about her concerns and arrived promptly at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Qi Fiwen also timed her arrival to match the working hours, clearly both eager to get the divorce certificate as soon as possible. They were the first couple to go through with their divorce. Shen Lubai took out the divorce agreement. "All the things I previously promised you in front of so many people will remain unchanged. I'm not the type to forget everything due to amnesia and snatch back what I've given. It seems like I really like those things, but with our divorce agreement, I don't want a single thing of yours." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely sure. It appears that Miss Qi is decisive. Thus, the Nanwan housing complex and collaboration, I will entirely terminate." "Good. I won't be unable to survive just because I lose your orders." Miss Qi has great courage. Both parties initially reached an agreement, signed their names, affixed the seals, and obtained the divorce certificate. "Would you like me to see you off?" He politely said. "Not necessary. Then, let's part ways here." He turned his back and climbed into the car without looking back as the vehicle sped away. Qi Fiwen had a heavy heart. She met the wrong person both times in her romantic relationships. They left her wounded all over. From now on, she would never believe in love again. She didn't drive, but instead wandered slowly on the street. The sky was blue, the wind was warm, and passers-by hurried like flowing water. And she alone felt like a walking corpse. Tired from walking, Qi Fiwen rested by sitting down at the side of the road, doing nothing but quietly gazing blankly at the traffic. She thought of nothing. It was as if a part of her heart was empty, and there was nothing significant about it. Qi Fiwen remained seated until evening when she finally snapped out of it. She called Su Qingqing. "Help arrange this for me. Any kind of handsome man, preferably with 8-pack abs, 180 centimeters tall, skilled at flattering and making people happy." "You're serious?" "Dead serious." "All right, wait a moment while I call some people." After Qi Fiwen returned home, she found various handsome men sitting neatly on the sofa. "Hello, sister." "Hello, boys." That night, she and Su Qingqing went crazy, turning the house into what resembled a nightclub. With colorful lights and green liquor, the scene was lively with music and dance. You, which one do you fancy? Take him. If none works, then take them all. Chi Fiwen said nothing, only grinned foolishly. That night, they did nothing but drink and play dice games. The next day, she didn't go to work. The third day, she still didn't go. Shen Yi couldn't find her every day, so she burst in and saw the array of handsome men, widening her eyes. Even though Shen Yi grew up abroad and was influenced by Western liberal ideas from a young age, she had never seen anything like this. You, how could you do this? Want to join? I'm not that kind of person. Later, Shen Yi expressed. It smelled divine. Chapter 114. Feeling very uncomfortable. Chi Fiwen had played around for several days and started to pull herself together. After all, she still had a large group company to manage. She perked up again and went to the group. Because of the termination of cooperation with DE Group, the order volume plummeted like a cliff. She must quickly find the next business partner so that the group will not face the problem of capital shortage. She had already set her sights on the target. The largest biological company in the country, but their young master is a carefree playboy who only likes to deal with beauties and treat dating like collecting stamps. He goes through beautiful women from different countries and ethnicities. Though he's a player, this person's reputation is surprisingly good. None of his ex-girlfriends say bad things about him. They all want to reconcile with him. Some even seek him out just to become his girlfriend. These women have the mentality that they are special, thinking there's a chance this rogue might turn back because of them. One by one, these women throw themselves into it, initially determined to engage emotionally rather than physically, but eventually, they all fall deeply under his spell. It can be seen that this person has some abilities. Help me arrange a dinner meeting with Mr. Su from the Wanyan Biological Company. Don't do it in the name of the company. Just tell him I've come to visit, asking if he's interested in trying a divorced woman. If normal cooperation were considered, Su Chua probably wouldn't meet with herself. Then take the unconventional route and go big. When Su Qingqing was making the call, Shen Yi happened to come out of the elevator and overheard this conversation. Our general manager Chi wants to ask young Master Su if, having collected so many different types of women, whether he has any interest in someone who is divorced. Alright, then General Manager Chi just needs to wait for your invitation. After all, when a man invites a woman to dinner, the man should take the initiative, right? Su Qingqing followed Chi Fiwen's strategy as instructed. Initially, it was Su Chua's assistant who picked up the phone. After Su Qingqing explained the purpose, the call was quickly transferred to Su Chua. This indicates Su Chua is interested, so this move is correct. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingqing turned around and saw Shen Yi, getting quite a fright. Why didn't you make a sound? Do you know scaring people could give them a heart attack? Who did you just talk to? Is Chi Fiwen so eager to promote herself? She's already divorced from your brother. What's wrong with promoting herself? You're no longer her younger sister-in-law, so don't meddle. Have the next quarter's reports been calculated? But they've just gotten divorced. So what? Stop obstructing my work. I'm busy. Su Qingqing didn't think much of it and left directly. Shen Yi felt extremely uneasy inside. Even though she doesn't like Chi Fiwen either, now that she and Shun Lu Bai truly have no more connection, Shen Yi felt restless instead. But why doesn't she like Chi Fiwen? Although she looks so pretty and actually has a good character. Perhaps because she's too love-centered, yet calculating against Tang Zizong and Jiang Yan, those conniving couple, was commendable. Perhaps due to Fang Yuma saying she's a spoiled miss, very picky. Her preconceived notion makes her strongly dislike Chi Fiwen. But after interacting with Chi Fiwen for a while, Shen Yi found little fault in her. Rather, her appointment of Chi Fiwen as the financial manager made her highly appreciative. Shen Yi felt increasingly confused and uneasy. Just then, Fang Yuma called her via video. For the first time, she felt somewhat reluctant to answer. Ignoring it, but unable to withstand Fang Yuma's continuous calls, she finally picked up. What's the matter? Yi, how are things going? Any progress? They got divorced. Shen Yi couldn't lie to Fang Yuma, so she told the truth. Fang Yuma was initially stunned, then realized the situation and became ecstatic. Yi, is this true? Fang Yuma's voice trembled slightly with excitement. It's true. Moreover, my brother lost his memory and has completely forgotten about Chi Fiwen. He thinks being with you is pretty good. You're a suitable partner. Really, that's great. I'll tidy up and return home. Yi, you're my lucky star. In the future, when I'm with Lu Bai, I won't mistreat you. I need to get back to work. We'll talk later. Shen Yi didn't know why, but her heart felt heavy. At this moment, she suddenly looked up and saw a figure outside. Su Qingqing was standing there. She scornfully looked at Shen Yi. You ungrateful wretch. Su Qingqing swore and then left. Shen Yi felt even more uncomfortable, feeling as if her heart was being roasted in an oil pan. She guessed that Su Qingqing would definitely tell Chi Fiwen, claiming she conspired with Fang Yuma. What did she have to be anxious about? She was originally on Fang Yuma's side. So what if she badmouthed Chi Fiwen? She has never been on good terms with her anyway. Shen Yi quietly cheered herself on. However, when she went to report her work to Chi Fiwen, she still lacked confidence. As for Chi Fiwen, she didn't even look up and continued reviewing the reports. While looking at the reports, she suddenly noticed something was off. Chi Fiwen seemed in great spirits and was dressed beautifully. Her pitch-black long hair, delicate skin, and sexy red lips made her appear stunning. It seemed like she had not been affected by her emotional turmoil in the slightest. This couldn't help but make Shen Yi doubt. Did you ever like my brother? The question slipped out instinctively. Chi Fiwen stiffened momentarily, but quickly returned to normal. Never liked him. You. How can you be so heartless? It's your brother who forgot about me, not me forgetting him. Why are you blaming me instead of criticizing him? And besides, it's working hours now. You're chatting about private matters. That's a fine. There goes your salary for the 9th month. Chief Ewan showed just what kind of unscrupulous capitalist she was. Fine then. Anyway, my brother doesn't like you either. He only likes Sister Yuma. Soon Sister Yuma will return to the country, and then they'll be extremely happy together. And you'll remain all alone. Is Fong Yuma returning? For a moment, her throat clenched with a bitter taste, as if swallowing a ball of dry cotton. That's right. My brother also said Sister Yuma is gentle, well-behaved, and deeply devoted to him, making her an excellent choice as a partner. So, he thinks I'm not gentle or well-behaved enough. That's correct. Chief Ewan forcefully suppressed the bitterness in her heart. What a man, Shen Lubai. To forget her was bad enough, but now he belittled her to this extent. You've made me unhappy, and there goes your salary for the 10th month. Who cares? Shen Yi angrily left. But even after leaving, she felt uneasy inside. Her confrontation with Chief Ewan did not bring her any joy. Instead, it made her feel even worse. She should have resolutely supported Fong Yuma. She was going to be her future sister-in-law. Yet why, upon seeing Chief Ewan seemingly unaffected, did she feel indignant on behalf of her older brother and intentionally try to provoke Chief Ewan? Shen Yi couldn't figure it out, and it troubled her immensely. A few days later, she heard from other secretaries that Chief Ewan had made a date with Su Chua. Rumors about their encounter began spreading around the office. Before they'd even finished eating or met, gossip about them had already surfaced. She found out where they were having dinner. It was at an especially high-end French restaurant, every table requiring advance reservations. Shen Yi wanted to go, but without a reservation, no amount of money could get her in. As night fell, neon lights dyed half the sky red. Dressed impeccably, Chief Ewan arrived for her appointment. Chapter 115, full of tea aroma. The moment she stepped out of the car, Chief Ewan caught the attention of countless people. She was wearing a light purple long dress that made her look radiant and glowing. Using words like alluring or sexy to describe her would seem vulgar. Ignoring everyone, she swayed elegantly as she walked into the restaurant. Su Chua was already waiting there, with fiery red short hair, dressed in pink suit over a floral shirt. He looked like a peacock displaying his feathers for mating. If someone else wore this combination, it would be hideously ridiculous, but he managed to make it work effortlessly. This flashy outfit suited him perfectly, without any sense of incongruity. Su Chua looked at her with a grin, his gaze shamelessly focused on her chest. He even gestured with his hand. Not bad, just the size I like. Chief Ewan didn't get upset. None of her previous girlfriends had cause to curse him, which indirectly indicated that this man had a good reputation. Sitting down, she asked, Mr. Su, have you been waiting long? The coffee in front of him was almost gone. It's worth waiting for a beauty. I've heard about Miss Chi's name for quite some time. Unfortunately, I hate being romantically involved with someone who can be turned around by a nobody, illegitimate son. It would tarnish my reputation. So why did you agree to meet me now? Because your man presents a significant challenge, sparking my interest. If Shen Lubai were still a fool, Su Chua wouldn't bother. But things have changed. Shen Lubai is now one of the most powerful figures in the capital city, able to overshadow anyone. Seduce his ex-wife. Isn't that far more interesting than collecting stamps? Chief Ewan felt a pang of bitterness. Even now, she still had to rely on Shen Lubai. I assume you understand my purpose. I'm looking for business cooperation. What do you think? Let's discuss and try a sample first. Try a sample? What do you think? Being lovers without getting into bed is meaningless. Su Chua smiled. Even though what he said sounded demeaning, combined with his carefree face, it seemed reasonable enough. Chief Ewan's breath hitched momentarily. Her expression remained calm. Is there no other way? There isn't. Then forget it. Let's just have a simple meal today. That would be an honor. Su Chua was straightforward, not revealing any lewd behavior. He might be promiscuous, but he wasn't vulgar. It's more meaningful when both parties consent. Su Chua treated women with chivalry. He handed her the menu and let her order first. While eating, they suddenly heard a familiar voice. Big Brother Shin, we came to this shop during our first date. Do you remember? Brother, I want to eat the chef-recommended set. Upon hearing the voice, Chief Ewan's breathing tightened slightly. How unfortunate, encountering Shen Lubai here. She wished she could find a crack in the ground and vanish into it. I need to go to the bathroom quickly. Chief Ewan cowardly escaped through urine. After staying in the restroom for a while, she sent a message to Su Chua. Sorry, I'm not feeling well and need to rush to the hospital. Let me reschedule another day with you and apologize. Then, she prepared to leave the restaurant through a door closer to the mall. Unexpectedly, as soon as she exited the restroom, she collided with someone. Miss Chi. Fong Yumo approached actively. I thought I saw your hasty figure earlier and thought I must have mistaken it. Miss Chi, Big Brother Shun is also dining here. Are you going to greet him? No need. How so formal? You were married at least. Aren't you even willing to see each other again after a good parting? Not really. My boyfriend will definitely be jealous if he knows. Boyfriend? Fong Yumo laughed. Chief Ewan, are you deliberately saying this to save face? You're now quite famous in the capital city, starting as a pathetic follower and now dumped by Big Brother Shen. Do you still have a place to stand in the capital city? If I were you, I'd just bash my head against a wall and die. Sorry, my marketability is great. I don't know how many people are pursuing me. Really? Isn't that just like being a courtesan? Girls should focus on one man. Just like a book. Otherwise, when your boyfriend checks up on the past, he might discover that this book has been read too much. Fong Yumo's words were cruel. Chief Ewan smiled faintly and discreetly pulled out a pen from her pocket. Fong Yumo didn't understand. What do you mean? This is a recorder. when you acted so arrogant with me. Does Shin Lubai know the real face behind your arrogance? Upon hearing this, Fang Yumo's complexion instantly changed. Chi Fiwen, you are shameless. How could you devise such underhanded tactics? Don't I have a face? You interfered with someone else's marriage, and you still have the nerve to confront me? When I was married to him, you sent me bills, videos of you two together. Your underhanded tactics were crystal clear. You were just trying to force me out. Miss Fang, there's no need to brag in front of me. If you two really end up together, I'll send you a wedding gift and wish you a house full of children, or barrenness. Chi Fiwen. Fang Yumo angrily glared at her. Suddenly, she glanced upward toward the surveillance cameras near the restroom, realizing it was a blind spot. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a familiar figure approaching from the adjacent corridor. As the timing seemed right, Fang Yumo suddenly slapped herself across the face. She then fell heavily onto the ground. Shin Lubai happened to arrive just as this unfolded and immediately helped her up. The imprint of fingers was clearly visible on Fang Yumo's cheek. Even her lip had bled, proof of how hard the slap had been. Don't blame Miss Chi. I understand how she feels. That statement alone framed Chi Fiwen for the crime. Shin Lubai turned his gaze to her. Did you do it? His voice was raspy, his eyes dark and deep. Could Chi Fiwen believe that he thought so lowly of her? Does my answer matter? Chi Fiwen, will your temper never change? How has your character managed to survive in the business world? Relying on your grandfather's connections? It's not your place to lecture me. What relationship do we have anymore? Then you're indirectly admitting that it was you. Apologize to Yumo. And if I don't, Chi Fiwen, don't be ungrateful. Do you want to make the Chi family my enemy? You're threatening me with this? Chi Fiwen gasped, her disbelief evident as she stared at him. After all they'd shared as husband and wife, he could be so heartless. So did you do it? If you did, apologize. The atmosphere froze, locked in an unbearable tension. Just as both sides reached an impasse, someone unexpected appeared. With fiery red hair that looked like a cloud set ablaze, Su Chua strolled into view. Before anyone realized it, his loud voice echoed over the scene. What a grand drama. Darling, what's wrong? Encountering trouble, Su Chua wasn't far from where Shin Lubai stood. He walked directly to Chi Fiwen and wrapped an arm around her slender waist, pulling her close and locking her tightly against his chest. Chi Fiwen stiffened, uncomfortable, wanting to break free, but suddenly heard Su Chua whisper in her ear. If you don't want this situation to get worse, cooperate with me. I'm sacrificing far more than you. Why are you helping me? She shot back her question quickly. I'm such a soft-hearted person. I just can't bear seeing beautiful women bullied. Wherever there's oppression, that's where I step in to save the day. Thank you. Just wait until after this is resolved to think about how to repay me. Their quiet exchanges sounded like those of a perfect couple. Meanwhile, Fang Yumo clenched her molars in frustration. Why was Chi Fiwen's popularity so good? It seemed victory was slipping through her fingers when someone swooped in to intervene. Though Fang Yumo had left the capital for years, she wasn't completely oblivious. Even from afar, Su Chua's name carried great renown. Isn't this Miss Chi? So soon, to find a new lover. Well, it makes sense. Such a pretty girl wouldn't lack for suitors. Fang Yumo feigned surprise with a condescending tone. Chapter 116, Official Pursuit. Chi Fiwen slightly knitted her eyebrows, exhaled, and then flashed a brilliant smile. Also, someone as plain looking as you must not have experienced being pursued by boys. But don't worry, your reverse chasing is pretty good. Fang Yumo turned pale under the scolding, shyly hiding behind Shin Lubai, pitifully pulling his clothes. Miss Chi is as eloquent as ever. Her domineering attitude hasn't changed a bit. Shin brother, she's so scary, it's terrifying to look at her. She won't hit me again, right? Whoa, Shin brother, please save me. Shin Lubai glanced at Su Chua, then looked at Chi Fiwen. I'll ask you one last time. Was it you who hit her? It was me. Then apologize. All right. Chi Fiwen responded decisively and resolutely, which stunned everyone present. Su Chua was the first to regain her senses, tugging on her clothes. What are you doing? I've got your back. Don't chicken out on me. I was watching earlier. It's clear whether you did it or not. Don't back down. I did it, and I'm willing to apologize. Chi Fiwen persisted in saying this and pushed aside Su Chua's hand before coming in front of Fang Yumo. If Miss Chi does so reluctantly, this apology has no meaning at all. An apology should be sincere, with a bow, right? Fang Yumo blinked her eyes innocently, feigning innocence. Right, you're correct. I will sincerely bow. Without missing a beat, Chi Fiwen swung her arm and delivered a heavy slap on her face. Seeing that Fang Yumo's other cheek had also swollen up, she finally felt relieved. It was now symmetrical. After the event, everyone stood there dumbfounded. She started bending over and bowed. The previous slap wasn't mine, I disown it. This slap is mine, and I apologize to you. Chi Fiwen, I'll fight you. Fang Yumo's eyes reddened furiously, completely losing her cool. As she was about to retaliate, Chi Fiwen was already prepared and planning to retreat when a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. A man blocked her path. It was Shin Lubai. Behind her, another person pulled her back with force. It was Su Chua. This slap landed between Shin Liubai's neck instead, scratching several bloody streaks, looking quite terrible. Shin brother. Fang Yumo couldn't believe what she saw. You're blocking me. She hit me. Shin brother, didn't you see? I just want the truth. Did she really hit you before? She hit me twice. Fang Yumo cried while speaking. Shin brother, could you not trust me? Bullshit. Su Chua spat once, taking out her phone. I filmed the entire thing just now. Does Mr. Shun want to take a look? Su Chua took out her phone and played a video from just moments ago where Fang Yumo was acting overly aggressive. Shin Lubai casted a cold glance at the scene, and Fang Yumo stared wide-eyed, looking terrified. Shin brother, It's not like that. Miss Chi was too unreasonable. Are you blind? She never said anything against you from start to finish. You acted like a clown, bouncing around nonstop. You are her man, naturally siding with her. The two of you are conspiring together, bullying me. Shin brother, you must do justice for me. It was because Miss Chi boasted about having a new lover, belittling you endlessly. Since Su Chua was some distance away, many parts of their conversation were not recorded. Fang Yuma clutched Shin Liubai's clothing tightly, making her final plea. Shin brother, I spoke for you. Not only did she insult you, but she also cursed me. That's enough regarding this matter. Shin Liubai broke in. Shin brother. Fang Yuma still held a grudge in her heart. What a perfect opportunity it was. Fang Yuma glared at the pair and said resentfully, I truly envy Miss Chi. Enjoying such good fortune with men, surely everyone would help with a face so good. Upon hearing these words, everyone's gaze fell on Su Chua. Shin Liubai calmly remarked, didn't know Mr. Su changes his taste? I remember the Su family has a family rule, not marrying divorcees. Rules are dead. People are alive and need to adapt accordingly. Mr. Shun, can I pursue your ex-wife? Of course, she and I no longer have any connection. Shin Liubai seemed utterly indifferent. Fang Yuma jumped up again angrily. Mr. Su, when did you become so shallow? Judging a person merely by appearance, beware of being deceived. Who's barking? Su Chua's expression turned cold, rudely glaring at Fang Yuma. Are you incapable of normal conversation? What's this nonsense about tea and language? I don't pursue someone as good-looking as her. Am I supposed to chase after someone plain like you? Go ask around. Every single person I've pursued is first-rate in beauty. Even if you were to strip naked and stand in front of me, offering yourself for free, I wouldn't want you. And I'm not her new lover. I'm just someone who admires her. She hasn't even agreed to my pursuit yet. Baby, see how sincere I am. Won't you give me a chance to protect you? With me here, such trash will never come before you again. All right then, I'll do you the favor. At that moment, Chi Fiwen was full of gratitude towards Su Chua. Fang Yuma wanted to say more, but was stopped by Shin Liubai. Is it not already enough? Shin brother, if you wish to stay longer, be my guest. With that, Shin Liubai left. Having no choice, Fang Yuma could only cast an aggrieved glare at Chi Fiwen and walk away unwillingly. Chi Fiwen let out a sigh of relief and noticed Su Chua's little mischievous actions. His hands were quite wandering. They were pinching her soft waist. She turned her head only to find him grinning widely with great satisfaction. Chi Fiwen quickly moved away from his dirty hand. Welfare time is over. Speaking frankly, your waist really is soft. Surely it must be fun to play with. Chi Fiwen flushed red. Mr. Su, please maintain some decorum. What decorum? Aren't we boyfriend and girlfriend now? You have already agreed to my pursuit. Weren't we just acting? I'm not someone who's frivolous. Mr. Su should look for someone else. Such a heartless woman. Since I've helped you, how are you going to thank me? I'll treat you to dinner? Isn't that too cliché? Is this how it's all over so simply? So what do you want? To sleep with me? Su Chua. Chi Fiwen turned beet red in anger and involuntarily called out his full name. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. I was just joking with you. Let me seriously pursue you. Can I be your knight in shining armor, freeing you from today's trouble? Rest assured, this time, we're serious without any sexual innuendo. Su Chua. She froze. Was he being serious? The words are already out there. If we don't continue this charade, I'll lose face. Let's just casually date for a month and break up afterward. You'll complete your mission and my reputation stays intact. But I won't do anything physical with you. You don't say, I don't tell, and others won't know. You should have heard about me. I respect beautiful women. Unless you initiate, I won't act improperly. How about that? And you can regain a bit of pride in front of your ex-husband. Am I not better than that low-class Thabao? Spit. Spit. Comparing me with her is a disgrace to my good name. Su Chua was talking to himself, while Chi Fiwen held her forehead in despair. She didn't understand what men were obsessed with. But she wasn't exactly losing out either. Fine, 1 month then, I'll draft the contract. Great. Thus, Chi Fiwen and Su Chua came to an agreement, becoming a couple for a month. Chapter 117, Feeling Guilty. Once Su Chua had the contract in hand, he publicly announced their relationship. This seamless transition was hard for many people to accept, and there were whispers behind Chi Fiwen's back. She didn't care anymore. Having shut down all her social media, she focused on her own matters. When Su Chua spread the word widely, she smiled playfully at him. Does this mean I'm your girlfriend now? Yes. Looking at her smile, Su Chua felt as though he were watching a cunning little fox. That blatant calculating look didn't make him uncomfortable at all. Instead, it made him rather happy. In that case, if the public knows, and we show no progress in our collaboration, they might question Mr. Su's abilities and think you let your girlfriend down. Upon hearing these words, Su Chua laughed heartily. You, my dear, have been waiting for me here. What do you want me to do? Chi Yao Group is already quite mature and reputable when it comes to producing medical devices. Collaborating with me will be mutually beneficial. Just as you said, a win-win situation. It helps me get my job done, and your reputation remains unharmed. Su Chua paused, not expecting her to use his own words against him. He even suspected that from the moment he suggested the acting plan, this little fox had been planning this whole time. You have quite the audacity to so blatantly scheme against me. Aren't you afraid I'll get angry and treat you poorly? Mr. Su has a well-known reputation for being gentle towards women. I believe you wouldn't do something so disgraceful. Looks like you've studied me thoroughly. Are you this confident you can handle me? I wouldn't dare. It's just a suggestion. If you truly don't agree, I can do nothing about it. That's enough talk. Where do you lack ability? I see you're full of schemes. I'll discuss this with my father, and the final decision rests with him. Then I thank Mr. Su for this. She said this with a radiant smile. Her demeanor resembled that of a fox even more. Well then, I should return to the company. Call me if anything arises. After finishing her sentence, she was about to leave, but Suchwa suddenly seized her waist, pulling her into his embrace and holding her firmly on his knees. The position was ambiguously intimate. What are you doing? Chi Fiwen finally showed some emotion, revealing a hint of panic, making Suchwa somewhat satisfied. Little fox, scheming against me does come at a cost. You need to prepare mentally. Suchwa stopped teasing and allowed her to rise and leave. She felt anxious and couldn't even respond much before fleeing. Upon returning to the company, Su Qingqing brought over the financial reports. There were several parts Chi Fiwen didn't fully understand. Where's Shenyi? Why have you been handing me documents these past few days? She seems to be avoiding you lately. No matter what, she refuses to enter your office. However, her work has been completed diligently, and she seems to be working harder than ever. She's even stayed up late multiple nights until midnight. Without overtime pay, why is she putting in such effort? Her health isn't great. Tell her not to strain herself too much. If something happens, her brother. Mentioning Shen Lubai left a bitter taste in her mouth, but she quickly suppressed it. Previously, I saw her at the restaurant. Maybe she feels guilty about something. If she doesn't want to meet, that's fine. As long as she works earnestly, that's enough. She marked a few points, instructing Su Qingqing to pass them on to Shenyi. When Shenyi received the report and Su Qingqing delivered all necessary instructions, she was about to leave. Wait a second. Did she mention anything other than work? Shenyi grew nervous. Don't work overtime. Take care of yourself. Anything else? No. Is that all? Clearly, Shenyi didn't believe her. Staring intently at Su Qingqing, she eventually let her shoulders droop heavily, as though struck by a tremendous blow. What exactly do you want to hear? Nothing, Shenyi muttered, sitting back at her desk with a lost look, her eyes wandering aimlessly. Su Qingqing paid her no mind and left. Alone in the office, Shenyi felt increasingly uneasy. Working at Chi Yao Group, her life had once been saved by Chi Fiwen. Trusting her and giving her a high-ranking position recognized her capability. She owed Chi Fiwen gratitude. Still, despite receiving benefits, she foolishly helped Fang Yuma. Taking those favors left her feeling indebted, which meant going against her own loyalty. At the restaurant, upon seeing Chi Fiwen, her first instinct was to hide behind her brother, fearing any eye contact. Thankfully, Chi Fiwen went to the restroom, and later during her argument with Fang Yuma, she hid like a coward and never approached. These past few days, she felt restless, unable to face Chi Fiwen. She anticipated criticism from Chi Fiwen, yet surprisingly, there was none. She felt a void inside her, an unsettled uneasiness that tasted bitter. Exhaling a deep breath, she mustered the courage to go to Chi Fiwen's office. Without even knocking, ready to endure any reprimand or wage deductions, Shen-Yi simply waited for the punishment. However, Chi Fiwen only gave her a surprised glance and said nothing upon recognizing her. Is there something you need? The report has problems. Why didn't you scold me? Fixing it is enough. Am I talking about the report? What I mean is, it's about you. Why didn't you scold me? Chi Fiwen looked at her flushed face, which reminded her of a child who had done something wrong and feared being chastised by an adult. But once realizing the adult was apathetic, the child started making noise, seeking attention from the very adult. Shen-Yi was already in her mid-20s, around Chi Fiwen's age, yet she acted like a 3-year-old little girl. Through their interactions, Chi Fiwen had grown to admire this girl's character despite her flaws. The issue was Shen-Yi's overly kind nature. It made her vulnerable to exploitation. Looking calmly at Shen-Yi, Chi Fiwen crossed her arms. Why should I scold you? I helped Fang Yuma against you and said bad things about you in front of my brother. You're his sister. You have the right to intervene in your future sister-in-law's matters. And as far as I'm concerned, the relationship with your brother ended long ago, so we no longer have a necessary conflict. If you wish to work here sincerely, I welcome it. But if you don't want to, there's nothing I can do. I want to stay. Would you actually let me go? Where could you possibly find such cheap labor like me? If you fire me, then you're absolutely crazy. As Shen-Yi kept talking, her eyes reddened unexpectedly. She felt particularly wronged. Chi Fiwen helplessly massaged her forehead. It was just a casual remark, but Shen-Yi had taken it so seriously, making her seem like a heartless person. I'm not letting you go. The decision lies in your hands. I wouldn't leave anyway. I still need to keep an eye on you. I won't bother your brother anymore. Shen-Yi. Finished. Now she felt worse than before. You're bothering. Chi Fiwen. Wasn't her brain broken? Shen-Yi's mind was also slightly confused, having accomplished her mission far too easily. Chi Fiwen wasn't as terrible as she'd imagined, and she seemed quite suited to be with her brother. But now Shen-Yi couldn't tell right from wrong, and a strange desire began forming within her. She wanted Chi Fiwen to be her big sister-in-law. Chapter 1:18 Little Pakai. I'm going to work. She hurried away like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Chi Fiwen didn't understand her and continued focusing on her work. It had been several days since she and Su Chua last contacted each other, almost forgetting about the person. In the evening, she received a call from an unknown number and hung up directly. At the other end of the line, Su Chua's face darkened slightly. Mr. Su, can't you even get your girlfriend on the phone? Su Chua gave a cold glance, causing the one who was teasing him to shut up instantly. He made another call, but got disconnected again. He was sure that Chi Fiwen hadn't saved his number. What a terrible girlfriend. He directly sent a text message. Chi Fiwen, if you don't answer my call, you're going to be in serious trouble. Chi Fiwen's train of thought was interrupted by the notification tone of the message, and she too became annoyed. Who is it, being so annoying? As soon as she looked at the screen, her heart skipped a beat. She seemed to know whose the strange number was now. She quickly dialed back. A chilling voice came through from the other side. You finally called me? Suchua. Her voice stammered. Suchua immediately threw an address at her, telling her to hurry over. Do I need to wear a dress? Or just something casual? Just something casual, as long as it looks good. Okay. After tidying up a bit, Chief Fiwen headed out. It was a pool party, organized by some rich kid. The place was bustling with people, extremely lively. Many beautiful women dressed in alluring swimsuits were playing around in the water. She caught sight of Suchua right away. After all, his fiery red hair stood out way too much. His hair was longer and tied into a braid, giving off a bad boy vibe. And then, she saw Shenlu Bai at once. He was surrounded by a group of people, sipping alcohol indifferently, with eyes showing no warmth. When she locked eyes with him, Shenlu Bai looked over too, and for a moment, it felt like time stopped. Her heart trembled, and she swiftly averted her gaze, maintaining her composure before approaching Suchua. Here already? Suchua's big hand grabbed her waist. Why don't you pick up my calls? Chief Fiwen forced a laugh. I will punish myself with 3 glasses. Suchua raised his eyebrows, but did not stop her. Without hesitation, Chief Fiwen finished 3 glasses one after another, not acting coy at all. Others clapped and cheered, saying, Our sister-in-law has such great tolerance. Only then did Suchua smile broadly. They are my brothers, they haven't met you yet. Go say hello. Chief Fiwen greeted everyone one by one. Then Suchua leaned down and whispered softly in her ear. This is the first time I've broken the rules and found a divorced woman. They are naturally curious about you, so I brought you here. Little fox, whatever tricks you have planned against me, you'll have to pay back. Your ex-husband is here. Do you have any problems? No. So you know what to do. Yes. Just putting on a show of affection for everyone else to see. Big sister, heard that your ex-husband is Shenlu Bai. Since he's here today, aren't you scared? Not at all. We split peacefully without any disputes. Now both of us are single. Developing new relationships is quite normal. So why don't you go greet him? That's right, go greet him. Suchua was somewhat unhappy. I'll have him come over so you two can meet. That should be enough, don't push it. Even though their relationship wasn't genuine, Suchua still protected Chief Fiwen in public. Everyone else obediently kept quiet. Chief Fiwen felt more at ease, thinking that Suchua was intentionally making things difficult for her when she saw Shenlu Bai earlier. Now it seemed that this really was just a simple gathering among friends. It just happened to include Shenlu Bai, and Suchua clearly wasn't avoiding anyone or anything. Amidst the laughter and cheers, Chief Fiwen watched them play games. Suchua quickly drank a lot, only managing 3 beers before he was completely wasted. What a lightweight drinker. Helplessly, Chief Fiwen took him and placed him in the car. When she was about to leave herself, she realized that she had forgotten her handbag and went back to retrieve it. Then she noticed a strange woman adding something to a wine glass in a corner. She ignored it until that woman walked straight towards Shenlu Bai, taking advantage of the moment when he turned around to talk to someone else to switch his drink. Chief Fiwen's heart started pounding wildly. What was going on? Reason told her not to meddle. But she watched Shenlu Bai drink the wine and almost immediately showed a reaction, seemingly feeling dizzy and unsteady on his feet. He let the woman support him as they left. Chief Fiwen finally couldn't keep calm anymore and quietly tailed behind. Even if they were divorced, even if he had forgotten, she could not stand by and watch Shenlu Bai be taken advantage of. Otherwise, her conscience wouldn't allow her peace. She didn't owe anything to anyone. She just owed it to herself. She saw Shenlu Bai being pushed into a car and then driven to the underground parking lot of a hotel. Chief Fiwen slammed the accelerator, blocking the other car's exit with hers. She got out and knocked on the window. The person inside reluctantly lowered it, glaring at Chief Fiwen. What do you want? Chief Fiwen glanced at Shenlu Bai. He seemed to be in a semi-conscious state. Let him go. Mr. Shun had too much to drink. I'm taking him to the hotel to rest. Chief Fiwen, you're divorced. Don't meddle. I will meddle. What are you going to do about it? I've already called his secretary and his sister. Do you want them to come confront you? You? Chief Fiwen, you have to block me, huh? Yes, I do. So what? Let him go. Reluctantly, the person handed Shenlu Bai over to her. I'll wait here while you take him up to rest, then we'll leave together. She couldn't let this go unwatched. What if the person came back with bad intentions after she left? She hadn't actually called anyone. She didn't want Shenlu Bai's people knowing what she did. This was as far as she would go for him, no more. Chief Fiwen helped Shenlu Bai upstairs. He was unconscious, so heavy that it almost killed her to get him there. After much effort, she finally placed him on the bed in the reserved room. Her task done, she tried to leave, but just as she turned around, her wrist was tightly grabbed by hot hands. In the next second, everything spun. She was pinned beneath him. Despite being supposed to be unconscious, the man was clearly awake. He opened his bloodshot eyes and frowned hard, recognizing her even in his disoriented state. Chief Fiwen. His voice was hoarse beyond belief. Chief Fiwen was terrified. Something was seriously wrong. His body burned like fire, his gaze searing. He felt like a furnace that could burn everything to ashes. Instinctively, she tried to escape, but soon the man gripped her chin firmly, making escape impossible as her lips were seized in a harsh kiss. Struggling only made her restraints tighter. Her clothes ripped under the pressure. The cold air hit her bare skin, making her shiver. Her mouth was already swollen from the kisses when she finally got some breathing space. Furious, she cursed, Shenlu Bai, we're divorced. You can be charged for this. Shenlu Bai slightly furrowed his brow, seeming to dislike her talking, so he directly tore off his tie, balled it up, and stuffed it into her mouth. Then he grasped her waist, slowly rubbing against her. Finally, he thrust deeply. Chapter 119, A Dream. Chi Fiwen did not know how she made it through this night. Shin Lubai was clearly drugged, and she just happened to be the one who became his antidote. Time stretched on, long and unbearable. She couldn't speak, only whimpering, tears soaking her eyes. So much pain. She wanted to tear him into pieces. Afterwards, Shin Lubai tightly embraced her. Her whole body trembled, feeling as if her bones were all apart. With great difficulty, she pulled away from his arms, looking at the sleeping man on the bed. She even considered grabbing a knife and giving him a couple of slashes. But in the end, she did nothing, hastily leaving. When she reached the underground garage, that woman looked suspiciously at Chi Fiwen, disheveled. She was still wearing Shun Liubai's clothes. How could you take so long? You wouldn't be stopping me just so you could take advantage of the situation, would you? Shut up. Don't you know what you gave him? Chi Fiwen roared in anger. So you too. Haven't you left yet? Chi Fiwen had lost all patience, wanting nothing more than to quickly leave this place. Her foot on the gas pedal was trembling uncontrollably. Tonight's Shin Lubai was scarier than he'd ever been. The woman returned to the gathering, feeling extremely unlucky, since such a good opportunity had been thwarted by Chi Fiwen. She couldn't help but call her best friend to complain. Tell me, why am I always so unlucky? Why did I have to be caught by Chi Fiwen? Her arrogance isn't a new thing. She had Shin Lubai as a backing before. I thought after their divorce, her high and mighty attitude would die down. But instead, she immediately hooked up with Mr. Su. But I do have some leverage over her now. With how long she stayed upstairs, it's clear what happened. I'll spill it all to Mr. Su and see her get what she deserves. Just as she was speaking, someone suddenly rushed over. What did you say? What did they do? It was Fang Yuma, her face twisted in jealousy and anger. Shin Lubai went to such a messy gathering without allowing her to follow, so she naturally had some concerns. For someone of his stature, he didn't really need to attend, yet he still went, claiming it was for business. Fang Yuma waited at home for a long time, but when he didn't return, she finally came over. Despite searching everywhere, she couldn't find any trace of Shun Lubai. However, she heard this woman on the phone. In the face of Fang Yuma's threats, the woman had no choice but to reveal everything. Are you sure he was in an unconscious state? I'm sure. That drug has a certain hallucinogenic effect, and I spent a lot of money to get it. I was worried the plan wouldn't work out smoothly, but it turned out to benefit someone else. There's still a chance, still a chance. Fang Yuma mumbled to herself like under a spell. First, she went to the hotel, had people cover up the surveillance footage, then bought off those involved for their testimonies. She erased every trace of Chi Fiwen being there. She also paid that woman a substantial amount of hush money. By the time she finished all this, dawn had already broken. She absolutely could not let Chi Fiwen take away everything she had painstakingly built up. At the hotel, Shin Lubai felt dizzy, instinctively wanting to hold onto the person beside him, but ended up grasping thin air. His arms held nothing. He suddenly opened his eyes, instantly becoming alert. There was no one left on the bed. He sat up. The room was bright and clear, showing no sign of her. Though his clothes were somewhat disheveled, he wasn't naked. He struggled to recall last night's details, but all he received was dull pain in his head, piecing together fragmented moments. He didn't know when Chi Fiwen appeared, but he remembered clearly that something happened between them. He had acted recklessly, even blocking her mouth, denying her any chance to beg or resist. An arbitrary invasion, malicious play. He employed every move he dared to fantasize about, treating it as a punishment. But now, it all seemed like a dream. He rubbed his aching temples, then headed to the bathroom, where he saw his tie thrown into the toilet. He refused to believe that last night was just a dream, so he checked the surveillance. The footage only showed the woman who had drugged him, bringing him to the hotel and helping him upstairs. From start to finish, there was no sign of Chi Fiwen. The time on the surveillance showed that the woman brought him to the room and left within 5 minutes. The rest of the time, he was alone in the room. Still unconvinced, he summoned the woman. The woman shook with fear upon seeing him. It was me. I took you to the hotel. If you were the one who drugged me, does it make sense that you left halfway? I did have the intention to take advantage of you, to threaten you by having a sexual relationship with you. But then I got scared. You're such an important person. If you were to deny it all, even if we slept together, what would I gain? So, I left early. Did you see this person? Yes, I did. Shin Liubai's heart leaped in anticipation, only to plummet back to rock bottom in the next moment. Isn't she Su Chua's girlfriend? She also attended the party, so of course I saw her. She left with Su Chua, and I didn't see her after that. Su Chua Su Xiao. Now Chi Fiwen was someone else's girlfriend. How could she possibly be at the hotel with him in such intimacy? His expression gradually dimmed. It seems their fate truly had no connection. A bitter smile flickered on the corner of his lips. The sweeter the dream, the crueler the reality. He locked himself in the hotel room for an entire day. All talk about amnesia was just an act. He simply couldn't bear the loss, wanting to lose in a way that seemed less painful. He hadn't planned to get together with Fang Yuma either. He just wanted to see Chi Fiwen's reaction. Now he finally understood. It was true that Chi Fiwen no longer loved him. At the thought of this, his nails dug deeply into his palms, breaking through flesh and blood. He stayed until the next day before leaving, instructing that the room be kept preserved, not open to anyone else. It was his personal space. He didn't return to DE Group, but went straight to visit Su Qing from Wanyan Biotech. It's an honor to have Mr. Shin visit without prior notice. Mr. Su, let me cut to the chase. Everyone knows Chi Fiwen was my ex-wife, and soon after our divorce, she found another man, your son Su Chua. Such behavior has made me quite uncomfortable. There are plenty of women in the city for him to choose from, but Chi Fiwen is off limits. Su Qing froze upon hearing this. He really had no idea about what his son had been up to. Su Chua had far too many women to count them all. How could he remember every one of them? He just needed to remember the ones brought home. That's all. He hadn't expected his son to go after Shun Liubai's ex-wife. Even if he did, why rush into it while things were still so sensitive? Shouldn't he have been more cautious and respectful toward the situation? Doing this right after was essentially equal to making Shun Liubai wear a green hat. In this moment, he truly empathized with Shun Liubai. I'll certainly give that boy a good scolding. That will be greatly appreciated. Su Qing then visited the company and discovered that Su Chua had used his position as vice president to sign a contract with Qi Yao Group. He immediately ordered its termination, regardless of how much penalty fees they'd need to pay. First, he didn't want to offend Shun Liubai. Secondly, he looked down on Qi Fiwen's divorce status, thinking it disgraceful for his son to date someone like her. They had a strict family rule, no divorced women allowed. Su Qing bypassed Su Chua entirely and gave the direct order. Representatives from Wanyan Biotech headed over to Qi Yao Group. Chapter 120. Seeing through Fang Yumo's true nature. Regretful? Why? The contract has already been signed. Is such a large group not following the rules? Su Qingqing was very angry. Qi Fiwen, however, remained calm. May I ask what exactly happened? This contract was signed by Mr. Su without the knowledge of the boss. As the vice president, he didn't have the authority to use the official seal, and it was done inappropriately. The secretary's words were rudely cut off by Su Qingqing. The vice president indeed doesn't, but the Su family only has this one son. Wouldn't he have the right to use the boss's private seal? Qingqing. Qi Fiwen stopped her. This matter was indeed infuriating, but she wouldn't risk offending such a large company over just one deal. This is their external explanation. Estimating privately, Mr. Su uses his private seal as he pleases, having a treasured only son who they wouldn't dare accuse of being illegal. They are really stepping on us too much. Su Qingqing felt injustice for her. I'm sorry, we will compensate according to the contract's breach penalty. No need, we haven't started production yet, there's no loss. Let's just end it here, I've caused you trouble. The secretary looked at her somewhat surprisedly. She had expected Qi Fiwen to make things difficult, but never thought she would be so graceful. Young, beautiful, with grace. Moreover, she has excellent abilities. A single woman supporting such a big group has performed commendably up until now. No, let's follow the contract. How could Qi Fiwen not know Su Qing's meaning? This penalty would count as a favor given. In the future, there might still be cooperation possibilities. If faces are torn now, it means another enemy. May I ask, does Mr. Su disapprove of my relationship with Mr. Su? There's partly that reason, though not just because of that. Could there be more reasons? Miss Qi's status seems a little awkward, directly after him, making Director Shun unhappy. After saying this, the secretary left. Qi Fiwen stood dazedly in place, her mind completely blank. So, did Shun Liubai cut off her financial route? Her body wavered slightly. If Su Qingqing hadn't been beside her, she definitely would have fallen hard. How can he do this? It's too much. You've already divorced. He even has someone like Fang Yumo. Why should he do that? Qi Fiwen turned pale, her breathing obstructed, feeling like she was drowning in the sea. It took her a while to recover. Qingqing, I'm fine, go out. I want to be alone. Su Qingqing hesitated to say something, but finally chose to leave. She couldn't help her anger and went to find Shen Yi. As soon as she entered Shen Yi's office, she started throwing things. Shen Yi stared angrily at her. What's your problem, Su Qingqing? Your brother has gone too far. He was unfaithful first, colluding with Fang Yumo, and even forgot about Wan Wan after losing his memory. They've divorced, debts settled, yet he's playing these petty tricks behind the scenes. That's truly despicable. What do you mean unfaithful first? Shen Yi widened her eyes. She knows her brother well, and this accusation doesn't fit him. You don't know that your brother had unclear relations with Fang Yumo during their marriage, even stayed in hotels. These were things Qi Fiwen had told her later. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing lost control, wishing she could demolish Shun Liubai. But unfortunately, she was just a small fry, powerless against such a big boss. That's impossible. I have to go ask my brother. Asking what? Your brother lost his memory. Then I'll ask Sister Rainamo. Furious, Shen Yi left the company and immediately sought out Fang Yumo. Currently, she lived in the old Fang residence, which had been sold off but bought back by Shun Liubai for her temporary stay. Yi's here. Actually, I was going to meet your brother for dinner. Would you like to come along? Sister Umo, when you returned last time, did you engage in anything improper with my brother? Don't lie. I will ask my brother, and if his answer differs from yours, then it's your face that'll be tarnished. Upon hearing this, Fang Yumo's expression changed. She had no choice but to tell the truth. No. Then why were you in the same room? I asked him to come. I wanted to see if I could salvage something. Why specifically at a hotel? Aren't there better places to reconcile? So, tell me the truth. What exactly do you want to achieve? If you don't answer, I'll question each person individually, tie my brother and Qi Fiwen together, compare statements. Would you like to try that? Fang Yumo couldn't hold her ground anymore and had to confess everything. So, you plan to use some despicable tactics? And even bring Qi Fiwen there, intending for her to see this scene? Please let me explain. I was too anxious at that moment. She moved forward to grab Shen Yi's clothes, but was coldly shaken off by her. Caught off guard, she fell heavily to the ground and stared at Shen Yi in disbelief. In the past, Shen Yi would never have treated her like this. Fang Yumo, I won't help you anymore. I will no longer interfere in your relationship with my brother. Before, she had agreed to assist Fang Yumo in arranging an engagement between them. Now she deeply regretted listening to Fang Yumo's one-sided words. Fang Yumo was more despicable than she thought. She could understand Fang Yumo's eagerness to reconcile and was even willing to help her, but it couldn't be right for someone to intervene while knowing they were married. That would make her a third party. Some things she might do as Shun Liubai's sister were unacceptable for Fang Yumo. Once done, it confirmed the act of knowingly being a third party. Shin Yi looked at Fang Yumo with disappointment before leaving. Fang Yumo panicked and rushed after her. "Yi, my dear Yi, just consider how we've grown up together. Please help me. Don't tell my brother about this, alright? What should I not tell him? That I know about it, or that Qi Fiwen also knows?" Shin Yi immediately realized something was amiss. Fang Yumo's eyes darted nervously. Whatever underhanded actions she took, Shin Liubai remained unaware. "What exactly have you done?" "It's just sent out some ambiguous videos, along with the money transfer receipts showing your brother helping the Fang family through tough times. I beg you. They're already divorced, and that's the truth. And your brother has lost his memory, forgetting everything from before. Now I'm with him, and everyone benefits. Would you disrupt this balance? Even if you told your brother, he wouldn't remember anyway. He currently doesn't have feelings for Qi Fiwen. What good would come of losing both me and Qi Fiwen, leaving your brother all alone? Please. I always regard you as my own dear sister." Shin Yi's heart wavered slightly. That's true. Her brother has lost his memory and has no feelings for Qi Fiwen anymore. What would be the point of knowing about Fang Yumo's despicable tactics? Wouldn't letting go benefit both sides? Then let me ask you, apart from these things, what other dirty deeds have you done? Chapter 121. Come on, kill me if you dare. Nope, no more. Fang Yumo felt a bit guilty. I'll ask you one more time. Is there really nothing? No, I'm not lying to you. There is absolutely nothing left. She tried to look at Shin Yi as calmly as possible. Shin Yi had questioned her several times in a row. With Fang Yumo repeatedly insisting that there was nothing, she eventually relaxed. You are not allowed to act like this anymore. Otherwise, I will look down on you. I know. I just got too eager and lost my mind. How did you find out? Did Qi Fiwen tell you? It wasn't her. It was one of her good friends. Miss Qi has everything, but I only have your brother left. Without him, I can't go on living. Look, Miss Qi quickly found someone new, which shows that Brother Shin isn't that important to her. After hearing these words, Shin Yi's mood became somewhat agitated. Don't forget, we are family. You can't ignore me because you've been working for a few days. I regard you as my best sister. Help me. If I don't marry Brother Shin in this life, I will die. Without him, I cannot live on. I mean what I say. She deliberately showed her wrist, where there was an ugly scar. It was the mark left from Fang Yumo's attempted suicide. Shin Yi was startled. Sister Yumo, you mustn't do anything foolish. The anger she had just felt toward Fang Yumo dissipated immediately. They were, after all, good sisters who had grown up together with deep feelings between them. These years spent abroad being treated for illness had been so lonely, yet Fang Yumo had always stayed by her side, helping her endure it all. If Fang Yumo committed suicide over love issues, she might never be able to forgive herself. So, help me once more. She looked hopefully at Shin Yi. What do you want me to do? I think that after knowing each other for so many years, our relationship has ripened naturally. It's just lacking one step. I want to become a real woman worthy of your brother's name. This isn't something I should decide. You can. Only you can do this, since you're his younger sister. Let me think about it again. Shin Yi fell into a dilemma. Her reason told her she shouldn't continue helping this way, for such practices lacked honor. And even if he were her own elder brother, this couldn't continue. But then again, she also understood. Fang Yumo could very well carry out her threats. She'd already attempted suicide once before. Had she not been rushed to the hospital in time, she might already have departed from this world. I will really die. Fang Yumo stared at her with unblinking eyes. As she spoke these words, they sent chills down her spine. Shin Yi's heart was full of turmoil. I know, and I haven't said I won't help you. I knew you were the best, you're my best sister. You would never betray me, you will always be on my side, right? Shin Yi bitterly squeezed out a word. Yes. She left Fang Yumo's place feeling dizzy and off balance. It was clearly their triangle entanglement, yet somehow she felt dragged into it, leaving her caught between conflicting loyalties. Had I known, I wouldn't have helped at all. Su family residence. Su Chua returned home angrily. Where's the old man? Master Su, please keep your voice down. Sir Su is working in the study. A servant hurriedly said. Without giving it another thought, Su Chua strode towards the staircase, only to be firmly held back by the servants. Master Su, you'll get beaten. Su Qing's educational philosophy believed in beating sons into submission. Thus, whenever Su Qing punished Su Chua, he never showed any mercy. Su Chua was no stranger to beatings, though. As long as they didn't damage his face that was famously handsome enough to bring people to despair, he was fine with whatever else happened. If there was any skill in hitting him, let them hit until he died. Su Chua insisted on going upstairs despite being restrained by 2 or 3 servants. At that moment, a stern voice came from upstairs. Let him go. Let him come up. There was nothing the servants could do but comply. Su Chua shrugged his shoulders and straightened his clothes. He directly followed Su Qing into the study. Why revoke the contract? Have you thought about the Su family's reputation when this news gets out? What kind of reputation? Your reputation for using your power to date women. I've conducted comprehensive analysis. Qi Yao is a highly suitable business partner. We've always placed large amounts of orders externally each year anyway. And in earlier years we also cooperated with Qi Yao, so why not now? Because Qi Fiwen is Shun Liubai's ex-wife. Clear enough for you? Your audacity is astonishing. You approached her just after her divorce. Do you know how the outside world talks about it? They say you made Shin Lu Bai wear a green hat. Your eagerness to take over so quickly obviously implies there was some illicit affair even during the marriage. Chief Yuan's reputation is already ruined. Don't you care about yours? What reputation do I have? I'm famous as a womanizer. Su Chua shouted loudly. Restore the contract. Otherwise. Or what? Or sever our father-son relationship. If you leave the Su family, leave me Su Qing, then what are you? I can still attract women with this face. Your face is inherited from me, and everything you have is given by me. Upon hearing this, Su Chua fell silent like a defeated rooster. His proud looks were all given by this old man. The decision will be made in a few days, to avoid bringing trouble to the Su family. What if I don't split? Don't blame me for being cruel and cutting off our father-son relationship. Then cut it. Before Su Chua finished his sentence, his phone suddenly rang. It was Chi Fiwen calling. Su Qing saw his screen display and sneered. Tattletale is here. Su Chua ignored her, turned around directly, and answered the call. Chi Fiwen. Calling her name, he obviously lacked confidence. Your father's secretary came to see me today. I know about this matter. Rest assured, I'll fight with the old man to keep my promise. You misunderstood. He pointed out several problems in the development of Chi Yao Group, which benefited me a lot. Chi Yao Group is not ready to take on such a big project now. Forcing it might harm ourselves. It was my impatience. In a year or two, when Chi Yao Group stabilizes, I'll give you an even bigger order then. Chi Fi went on the other and said, as if it were lighthearted. The discord between Su Qing and his son is something everyone in the capital knows. Su Chua's promiscuity is inherited. Su Qing had a very handsome appearance and was a notorious playboy in his early years. He kept playing around until he was about 35 to 36 years old, and under the threat of death from his parents, he reluctantly married into a prestigious family. Even so, he continued to mess around outside, and Su Chua's mother suffered from postpartum depression, along with long-term grievances, eventually choosing suicide. Su Qing did not remarry, and Su Chua was handed over as a task to his grandparents. Su Qing neglected discipline, indulging in romance with women. After Su Chua grew up, he learned the cause of his mother's death, and due to their long estrangement from his father, their conflicts increased more and more. If Su Qing asked him to go east, he would insist on going west. If Su Qing asked him to die tomorrow, he could choose to close his eyes today. In short, anything that makes his father uncomfortable, he would consider it a victory. Chi Fiwen was afraid this matter would upset the Su family. Originally, it was just between her and Shin Lu Bai. There was no need to involve others. Therefore, she made this call. But she didn't realize that because of this call, Su Chua's heart had greatly wavered. For the first time, Su Chua felt the warmth of being considered by someone else. It was like the fierce eruption of a volcano, yet also warm like a trickling stream. No, even if he was beaten to death by the old man, he must get back the contract. Chapter 122. If you can't afford it, avoid it. Su Chua, I think a month of being fake lovers is long enough. Let's stop here. She paused for a moment, then added. There's no need to involve the Su family or offend Shin Lu Bai. In all of the imperial capital, there's no one more difficult to provoke than this man. I've had my bad luck. I admit defeat. Chi Fiwen. Su Chua's throat felt bitter. He felt like crying. Chi Fiwen was considering him. Damn it, for the first time, there was a woman who didn't care about his money or looks, but only cared about him as a person. Mr. Su, if you have time, I'll treat you to dinner. I have to go now. We'll hang up. Chi Fiwen cut off the call first. Su Chua took a deep breath and tried not to lose composure in front of the old man. He placed his phone in his pocket and looked at Su Qing. You make the call. As long as it doesn't kill me, I will secure this contract. Stupid brat, do you even know what you're saying? For a woman who's already divorced, are you out of your mind? Su Qing exploded with rage. This phone conversation made him take Chi Fiwen seriously. It turned out that this woman wasn't as terrible as the rumors claimed. But admiration aside, to safeguard the group's interests, he knew how to prioritize. Now offending Shin Lu Bai would be utterly stupid. I don't care. I'm going to help her. You might fear Shin Lu Bai, but I don't. I'll beat you to death. Su Qing's hand started itching. He grabbed the rattan cane next to the desk and lashed it hard onto Su Chua's body. Su Chua stood firm, didn't move an inch, and stayed silent. Chi Fiwen didn't allow herself too much time for sorrow because she had to plan for Chi Yao. Even without the orders from Wan Yin Biological, the Chi Yao group could still function normally. But what she never expected was that over the next 2 days, their old partners began calling one after another to terminate future collaborations once their contracts expired. This was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for Chi Fiwen. If things continued like this, the company would go bankrupt. May I humbly ask why? Was there anything we did wrong? She repeated this question countless times, but the other party wouldn't clarify. Deep down, she already had an answer, but she refused to believe it. Finally, someone felt sorry for her and revealed the truth. It's all due to Mr. Shan. Did Shin Lu Bai tell you not to cooperate with me? Not exactly, but during meals, he expressed dissatisfaction with you. We also want to cooperate with DE Group, so we can only show our loyalty to you by cutting ties with me. Niece, please don't blame me. I have no choice. It's fine, I understand. The call ended, and Chi Fiwen only felt blackness before her eyes, taking a while to recover. Clearly, this was retribution, most likely because on that day in the restaurant, she embarrassed Fang Yuma. After that, he gradually left her with no way out. Unwilling to give in, she went out to look for new business partners. Chi Fiwen's schedule was tightly packed, either meeting with bank presidents or new distributors. But the results were mediocre, not enough to cause despair. There were still people willing to collaborate, just in small amounts, unwilling to take big risks. Struggling under such pressure, half a month passed, yet she stubbornly refused to bow her head and seek mercy from Shun Lubai. She arranged a meeting with a vice president of a bank to discuss loan matters. "Miss Chi, let's drink." The vice president grinned at her, his eyes filled with ill intent. He handed her a glass of strong liquor. The moment Chi Fiwen smelled it, she felt nauseous and her stomach churned. With all the recent social engagements, she might have some gastrointestinal discomfort, couldn't eat greasy food, nor drink alcohol, and couldn't stand the smell of smoke. "Sorry, I haven't been feeling well lately, and drinking isn't advisable. Who does business without drinking? Miss Chi, you're not sincere. If I drink this, can you lend me money?" Chi Fiwen was straightforward and skipped the small talk since his gaze on her was already uncomfortable. His face stiffened. Then he said, "That depends on Ms. Chi's sincerity." He set 6 bottles of strong liquor on the table. Chi Fiwen frowned deeply and said, "Since that's the case, there's nothing else worth discussing." Saying that, she prepared to get up and leave. The vice president became angry, thinking Chi Fiwen was looking down on him. He grabbed her arm. "What are you pretending to be high and mighty for? Who doesn't know you offended Shun Lubai and are almost out of options? You've begged every bank, all to no avail. Now, I'm your last hope. I control the credit business in a state-owned bank, and I have connections above me. Except for me, who else can help you? If you can be cozy with Su Xiao, why can't you flatter and fawn over me? Don't you judge people by appearances? That's right, you don't even know what you look like. I have plenty of men, Tang Zizong, Shun Lubai, Su Chua, all of them are handsome. You're a misshapen thing. Stay away from me." Chi Fiwen's face turned red with anger. "Shit, you actually think I'm ugly. I didn't say that, but it seems you've admitted it yourself, so you do have some self-awareness. You." The vice president shook his fat body in anger and slapped her across the face. She was restrained and had nowhere to retreat, so she endured the slap. He forcefully tried to press her onto the table. With all her strength, Chi Fiwen delivered a strong kick to his groin. The vice president writhed on the ground in pain, giving her the chance to flee. She looked back nervously to see if he was chasing after her, but in doing so, she wasn't paying attention to where she was going. And then, she collided with someone. Sorry. Her apologies were cut short as soon as she looked up and saw who it was. It felt as though an invisible hand had tightened around her throat. It was Shun Lubai. Chi Fiwen's eyes filled with panic as she quickly lowered her head, intending to leave. But Shun Lubai grasped her wrist tightly. "Who hit you?" His voice was icier than ever. Chi Fiwen's lips curved into a mocking smile. If not for him, she wouldn't have received that slap. "Let me go." She struggled to pull her hand back. At this moment, the vice president came rushing out, still yelling, "You damn woman, you're looking for death. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you." But suddenly, he noticed Shun Lubai and trembled in fear. In an instant, his attitude changed to one of flattery as he bowed deeply. "Mr. Shun, I haven't lent her any money. Everyone knows there's no goodwill between her and you. Rest assured, I will definitely prevent her from having any way out." "Did he hit you?" Shun Lubai cast a look of disgust at the man before bending down to ask Chi Fiwen. She remained silent. "If you won't speak, he will." Shun Lubai gave Shui Hao a meaningful glance. "Find out which hand he used, and chop it off piece by piece. Ask also if he dared to do anything else inappropriate, and whatever is out of line gets chopped off." As soon as those words left his mouth, the vice president's face turned ghostly pale, his spirit shattered instantly. Seeing Shui Hao approach, he fainted on the spot. Even so, he was taken away by Shui Hao. Chi Fiwen felt no gratitude, only his terrifying presence. A man standing at the pinnacle of power held absolute authority over life and death. She had been too naive before, believing that due to their past connection, Shun Lubai might show a little lenience. Now, if she couldn't stand up to him, couldn't she at least evade? She made another attempt to break free, finally provoking impatience in the man, who then picked her up horizontally and headed toward his private room. "What are you doing? Put me down." Chi Fiwen became frantic. Chapter 123, Pregnant. "Shut up." Shun Lubai was fuming inside. He acted so ruthlessly because Chi Fiwen's health checkup report had come out. He had been eagerly hoping for her pregnancy, but she secretly took birth control pills. The drug detection in the blood test made him almost disbelieve his own eyes. He deliberately cut off all her ways out just to force her into surrendering. However, this woman was incredibly stubborn. She would rather lower herself and ask that lowlife earlier than seek him out for any compromise. He roughly threw her onto the sofa. Chi Fiwen felt dizzy and nauseous, with a stomach ache threatening to make her vomit at any moment. "Chi Fiwen, do you regret divorcing me now?" He looked down on her arrogantly, as if he were a god controlling her fate. As she regained her composure, she stared at him fearlessly. "Divorcing you was the most correct decision I've ever made in my life. I have never regretted it." This sentence completely ignited the man's anger. Ignoring everything else, he tightly grabbed her chin, fixed her head in place, and then leaned down to kiss her. The kiss was aggressive, like an invasion. Chi Fiwen struggled desperately, but to no avail. There was a tearing sound, and her shoulder was exposed to the air. At this moment, Shun Lubai paused by himself. His eyes, burning with rage, focused on a mark on her shoulder. Who did this? Chi Fiwen was bewildered by his question. She only had one man. How dare he even ask her such a thing? Could it be? He had no memory of what happened that night. Just as she was thinking about this, his large hand already mercilessly choked her neck, slowly tightening his grip. "You slept with Su Chua?" Breathing became difficult for Chi Fiwen, her face turning red from suffocation. She managed to utter a few words painfully. "We, cough, we're divorced already." Whomever I sleep with is none of your business. You, let go of me. Chi Fiwen. He whispered her name darkly. You're practically asking for death. Chi Fiwen felt even more wronged. So what about you and Fong Yuma? Haven't you done everything already? On what basis are you questioning me? And what qualifications do you have? I'll let you know that Su Chud isn't necessarily the only man. Now I'm in dire straits. Those men all covet my body. One day, I might lose control. She said angrily. You. The veins on his hand stood out conspicuously, his fingers slowly closing, applying pressure. The feeling of suffocation grew stronger. Chi Fiwen closed her eyes in despair. Tears silently streamed down her cheeks. When Shun Lubai saw that tear, his body suddenly froze. What am I doing? He prided himself on being such a rational person, but each time facing Chi Fiwen, all his reason and calmness disappeared. He was afraid that if he stayed longer, he would hurt her. He quickly retracted his hand, stumbled backward, turning away. Get out. Stay far away from me whenever you see me. Otherwise what? I'll kill you, he said word by word. She couldn't see his face, only seeing that cold and decisive back. These words were true. Chi Fiwen bitterly smiled, then held the torn part of her clothes, leaving in humiliation. The door closed. Shin Liubai's legs moved forward instinctively. He actually entertained some thoughts of chasing her back, wanting to forcefully embrace her in his arms. He must be crazy, wasting his time and feelings on such a woman. She's not worth it. On the way back, Chi Fiwen's stomach felt extremely uncomfortable, constantly dry heaving. She returned exhausted, her eyelids heavy. After finally taking a shower, she fell asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. The next morning, she had to get up early for a meeting at the group company to handle official duties and find partners. While discussing plans with Su Qingqing, she suddenly went black before her eyes and toppled forward. Su Qingqing quickly supported her. You look terrible. Are you alright? You've been too tired lately. Take 2 days off. You're not made of iron. I'm fine. She spoke while her stomach churned violently. Chi Fiwen couldn't hold it any longer and rushed into the restroom, vomiting uncontrollably. Su Qingqing hurried over and gently patted her back. What's going on with you? Did you not eat properly and got gastroenteritis? Maybe. Chi Fiwen also thought it might resemble gastroenteritis, except without diarrhea, occasionally feeling cold, wanting to vomit. Sometimes she threw up, sometimes she didn't, especially when waking up in the morning when the nausea left her feeling restless. To the hospital. I still have many things to deal with. What things? If you really go bankrupt, I'll support you. My house and car are half yours anyway, and if you owe debts, I'll help repay them together. Right now, you must go to the hospital. If you fall apart physically, then what will happen to me? Chi Fiwen hesitated upon hearing this, wanting to say something, but ultimately did not refuse. They arrived at the hospital and Chi Fiwen registered for a gastrointestinal department consultation. After routine blood tests, the results came out in less than 20 minutes. You shouldn't have come to the internal medicine department. You should have gone to gynecology. Gynecology? Does it mean there's something abnormal with my reproductive organs? Chi Fiwen was getting scared. You're pregnant. You should go and check that. These words made Chi Fiwen feel dizzy and lightheaded. It was like being struck by thunder on a clear day. She almost couldn't keep her balance and nearly fell. Su Qingqing remained much calmer and took her to the gynecological department for an ultrasound. 5 weeks pregnant. There's already yolk sac. Come back next week to see the fetal heartbeat and growth. Chi Fiwen held the report slip in her hands, revealing a tiny embryo sac inside. The doctor advised her to take more progesterone and avoid overexertion as much as possible, recommending plenty of rest. Doctor, could it be a mistake? She still clung to hope. I've been regularly taking contraceptive pills until recently. Are you still taking them now? No, I stopped more than a month ago. Before, I didn't take them very frequently, 2 or 3 times. After divorcing Shin Lubai, she hadn't taken any again, thinking she wouldn't need them anymore. When they had their accidental intimate encounter last time, she had been dazed and forgot to take the pill. Moreover, her ovulation period was about to end, so she hadn't worried too much about it. Unbelievably, this type of contraception isn't 100% effective. The small quantity of pills you consumed combined with stopping them for quite some time makes it normal to get pregnant. You can continue checking during follow-ups to assess the fetus development. Chi Fiwen seemed hesitant. The doctor seemed to sense something. Do you not want this child? Let me think about it. Actually, Chi Fiwen was also conflicted. Should she keep this child or not? One concern was health-related. She feared the contraceptive pills might harm the baby. Another, she had divorced Shin Lubai, and now getting pregnant under these circumstances felt rather awkward. But deep down, she always wanted to have a child. Isn't keeping the father's memory alive through his child the best result? Who else would she turn to if not Shin Lubai? In theory, Shin Lubai has excellent genes, good looks, tall stature, and high intelligence, qualities that make him seem perfect for reproduction. Leaving the hospital, she felt everything seemed surreal. Qingqing, I'm pregnant. She looked at Su Qingqing uncertainly. Wan, am I going to be your child's godmother? Whose is the baby? Which little scoundrels? If Shin Lubai finds out, wouldn't he die from anger? Is it Su Chua's? Su Qingqing's face lit up with excitement. Chi Fiwen dared not utter what she had on her mind. If Su Qingqing learned that the child was Shun Liubai's, she'd likely be furious. Telling her she planned to keep the child would probably send Su Qingqing into cardiac arrest on the spot. Forget it. No point telling her. Chapter 124, there are still good men around. It's not Su Chua's. I don't even know whose it is. One night, I hired several drinking companions, drank too much, and don't remember. She said recklessly. Su Qingqing knew about this incident. An evening of entertainment involved meeting a female boss where they hired many male escorts to accompany them for drinks. However, Su Qingqing had left halfway through the event, unaware of what happened afterward. Wan, do you want this child? Actually, keeping it would be wonderful. If I never marry or have kids, I'll raise your child as if it were my own. He would receive double the love. How great would that be? Then please keep it a secret, my pregnancy. I don't want anyone to know, especially Shen Lubai. Why? I am pretending to date Su Chua, and we already messed up our contract. If he finds out I got pregnant so quickly after leaving him, will I still have a life? You're right. Don't worry, I'll keep quiet like a tomb. Even if he wants to kill me, I wouldn't say anything. Let's see next week. I'm worried the birth control pills I took before might have an impact. She was also a bit concerned. Ever since she found out about her pregnancy, Qi Fiwen dared no longer wear high heels and avoided smoky environments entirely. She had initially planned on begging all her contacts for help, but now, she decided to let things go. To her, the group was just external baggage. She had worked hard to manage it merely so as not to disappoint her grandfather. But things are different now. She has a child. For her, family is most important. Even if her grandfather knew, he would support her decision. Her grandfather had left her a sum of money. Even if she went bankrupt, she and her child could live comfortably. The premise being, don't owe the bank a lot of money. If it came down to it, she'd sell the company while it was still relatively easy to get rid of. Qi Fiwen had previously been determined, but now fearing Shen Lubai would find out about her child, she wanted to sell the company and leave the capital city, moving somewhere else to start anew. She hadn't been eating or sleeping well these past few days, always worrying about the baby. One morning, when heading to the company, while using the restroom, she noticed a bit of blood on her clothes. Qi Fiwen became extremely frightened and immediately went to the hospital. The doctor mentioned signs of a potential miscarriage and advised complete bed rest, prescribing some medicine to help maintain the pregnancy. Qi Fiwen was terrified and stopped going to work altogether, staying at home day after day. After about a week of medication with no more spotting, it was nearing 6 weeks. She returned to the hospital to check the fetal heartbeat and development. This time, the baby was fine, but Qi Fiwen felt it necessary to take better care of herself and prioritize her body. When she went downstairs to leave the hospital, unexpectedly someone suddenly lunged toward her. Qi Fiwen was startled and quickly dodged. Still, despite her actions, she got hit on the chest and stumbled backward. Fortunately, it wasn't her belly. Upon seeing who it was, Qi Fiwen realized it was none other than Jiang Yin with her plump face. Qi Fiwen, I'm going to kill you. It was you, wasn't it? Jiang Yin looked dreadful, as though she had lost a significant amount of blood. Wearing patient attire, her hair disheveled and blood stains visible on her pants. Her stomach looked significantly smaller. Qi Fiwen suddenly realized Jiang Yin must have given birth recently. Jiang Yin, what madness is this? It was you, it was you. She kept repeating it crazily. Medical staff arrived swiftly and dragged her away. Miss Jiang, come with us for examination. You've bled heavily post-delivery. Continuing like this could endanger your life. I'm going to kill that hussy. Jiang Yin continued looking furious, losing emotional control. Unable to handle it, the doctors administered anesthesia. As Jiang Yin fell into unconsciousness, her face remained twisted, eyes glaring fiercely at Qi Fiwen as though she intended to devour her alive. Qi Fiwen's chest ached severely. She didn't dare walk much and sat on a chair to rest. She no longer had the energy to pay attention to what Jiang Yin was up to, only worried about the child inside her. At that moment, 2 nurses hurried by. The inpatient fees for room 203 haven't been paid yet, but they're staying in a luxurious single room. Just wait a little longer. She's the president's wife at Tang Corporation. You're new here, right? Mr. Tang has already filed for divorce. That child isn't his. The moment the baby was born, they sent it off for DNA testing. Once the results came back, they abandoned both mother and child. And you mustn't tell anyone about this. Only those in the obstetrics department know. Is this true? This sounds explosive. Well, it's actually false. This woman has been causing a scene every day in the maternity ward. Qi Fiwen was shocked hearing snippets of their conversation. Didn't Jiang Yin undergo amniocentesis to prove the child was Tang Zifeng's? How could this happen? Tang Zifeng wouldn't joke around about a child. There's only one possibility. Jiang Yin tampered with the report herself. The child wasn't Tang Zifeng's, but she still blamed it on him. To silence her, she deliberately leaked the news to let her know. But she never expected that Tang Zifeng was by nature suspicious. Even after the child was born, he still insisted on checking paternity. What a self-inflicted calamity. Qi Fiwen didn't feel the least bit sorry for Jiang Yin, but instead pitted the child for having such a mother. After undergoing further tests at the hospital to ensure everything was alright, Qi Fiwen left to head to the group company and studio, planning not to return for an extended period of time after giving some important instructions. She had no idea that not long after she left the company, Tang Zifeng arrived. Qi Fiwen went to the studio. Are you not coming back afterward, boss? What about me? You can manage fine without me. You've done so well lately that you're capable of handling things on your own. But, Tang Yin looked at her as if he had seen a lighthouse. Previously, Qi Fiwen would visit every few days, even if just to sit and sip tea. His heart always felt settled when she was there. Now hearing that she might not come for several months, just as they were approaching the new product launch date, Tang Yin suddenly grew anxious. If anything happens, call me. I'm not feeling well and need to take care of my health. In that case, health comes first. Tang Yin immediately changed his tone. He saw Qi Fiwen out and handed her a magazine. What is this? Open it when you get home. What is it so mysterious? She was about to flip it open when he hurriedly shut it. I said open it at home. I'll leave first, boss. Qi Fiwen obediently closed the magazine. Once in the car, she couldn't help but open it, discovering a bank card inside. There was also a note beside it. I know you're short on money recently. This is all my savings, 1 million yuan, accumulated by my parents back in our hometown as a down payment for a house. I'm young yet, so don't need a wife now, and I won't be needing it either. I understand this sum is just a drop in the bucket compared to what you need, but I'll keep earning and saving more in the future. Hopefully, you won't think it's too little. This is all I have. After reading, Chi Fiwen felt tears welling up in her eyes. There are still many good men around. Why hadn't she met them? Chi Fiwen didn't touch the money, but she didn't return it to Tang Yin right away. Instead, she handed it over to Su Qingqing. Find a few good investment projects and put this 1 million into them. Let's see how much we can earn in 3 to 5 years. Why play so small? It's not mine. It's Tang Yan's capital for marriage. Make sure nothing happens to it. Don't worry, do you doubt my insight? The call ended, and Chi Fiwen fell asleep in the car from exhaustion. Since getting pregnant, she'd become especially sleepy, as though she could never sleep enough. Finally arriving home, she immediately lay down to sleep. But she hadn't rested for long when Sister Li came rushing upstairs anxiously. Miss Chi, bad news. Tang Zifeng has arrived. Chi Fiwen woke with a frown. What does he want? I don't know, but he looks furious, like he's ready to kill someone. Tell the security to stop him and not let him disturb my rest. Before Chi Fiwen finished speaking, a voice came from the living room downstairs. Chi Fiwen, come out here right now. Chapter 125, Revenge for Aunt Li. Chi Fiwen's heart trembled, and her drowsiness vanished instantly. Call the police first. Aunt Li quickly nodded and rushed to make the call, reporting briefly. She saw Chi Fiwen getting dressed and about to go downstairs, so she couldn't help but stop her. Maybe you should hide in the room instead of going out. Did he bring people with him? A lot of them. Hiding anywhere would be useless. Let's go down. Chi Fiwen was also scared, but hiding now would only infuriate Tang Zifeng even more. Facing him might allow a proper discussion. Chi Fiwen went down first. After hesitating for a long time, Aunt Li finally called that person. Lord-in-law, please come save her for the sake of your past marriage to the young lady. Tang Zifeng is out of his mind, bringing so many people to our door. Please hurry up. Chi Fiwen descended the stairs and immediately saw an enraged Tang Zifeng. He actually looked quite handsome, but recently his face has become increasingly sharp and his gaze increasingly cruel, filled with calculations. What are you here for? She hugged her abdomen instinctively, trying to protect it. Tang Zifeng pointed angrily at her. You know full well that Jiang Yan's child isn't mine, yet you helped her keep it hidden from me. What intentions do you have? If I hadn't been more vigilant, wouldn't I have spent my entire life ruined by you too? Filthy woman, how ruthless you can be. So, this was all about coming here to confront her. Chi Fiwen suddenly understood why Tang Zifeng insisted on retesting. It wasn't just about his character. It seemed that after returning to the Tang family, he had tested multiple times, afraid someone might use bloodline issues as a tool against him. I didn't know that child wasn't yours. Didn't you already do amniocentesis? You believed it then, allowing the child to be born safely. If you believed it back then, why wouldn't an outsider like me believe as well? Besides, we've already broken up, completely unrelated now. Why should I care about your personal matters? Tang Zifeng, aren't you being too unreasonable? Even if she had deliberately concealed the truth, there was no way she'd admit it under any circumstance. Chi Fiwen, don't try to justify yourself. Jiang Yin confessed everything. You knew she was photographed on that ship. You knew everything, but you hid it from me. She doesn't even remember how many men she slept with and still tried to pass off someone else's bastard as a member of the Tang family. Chi Fiwen clenched her fists in anger. As expected, relying on Jiang Yin was a mistake. Such a person would stab you in the back anytime. For self-preservation, they'd do anything. Seeing her unable to answer, Tang Zifeng laughed coldly. Speechless now? Filthy woman, you teamed up with her to scheme against me. I trusted you so much, but you betrayed me like this. After wasting so much genuine feeling on you, how can you live with yourself? Hearing those words, Chi Fiwen felt nauseated. Since it had come to this point, there was no need to indulge Tang Zifeng any further. It's too bad you figured out now that the kid isn't yours. It's truly regrettable that you haven't realized it until you're older. Hasn't occurred to you yet? Don't spout such nonsense to disgust me. I feel like throwing up what I ate yesterday. Your words only touch your own feelings. Go say this openly to others and see if they throw vegetables at you. I've never seen anyone as hypocritical as you. If I hadn't dug up your ancestors' graves, you should be grateful to me. Where did you get off saying you have real feelings for me? In the future, you better not pretend to have any feelings for me, or I'll die prematurely from frustration. You. Tang Zifeng was so angry that he couldn't utter a word. It looked like he was about to charge over and hit her. Seeing this, Aunt Li quickly stepped in front to protect her. Chi Fiwen, I'm going to kill you. Miss, run. Chi Fiwen was also prepared to escape and fled without looking back. Grab her. The people Tang Zifeng brought wanted to capture her, but the loyal housemaids surrounded her for protection. Just as Chi Fiwen escaped through the main gate, she heard Aunt Li let out a painful cry from inside. Her heart immediately clenched. Although Aunt Li had no blood relation to her, she was more than a relative to her. When her grandfather was busy with the group and her parents passed away early, it was Aunt Li who accompanied her through every lonely day. She noticed bamboo sticks leaning against the wall, originally meant for climbing plants. She grabbed one and charged in recklessly, swinging at everyone she encountered. After charging forward violently, she eventually made it back to the living room, where she found Aunt Li unconscious, lying in a pool of blood. Tang Zifeng's eyes were bloodshot, holding a bloody fruit knife. He seemed to have regained some awareness, staring blankly at his hands, and then discarded the knife. Tang Zifeng. Chi Fiwen's voice quivered. It wasn't me. It was this old witch who ran into it herself. I swear, it has nothing to do with me. Tang Zifeng hurriedly explained. Tang Zifeng, I'll take your life. I'll take your life. Qi Fiwen used all her strength, and now there was only one thought in her mind. To kill Tang Zifeng and avenge Aunt Li. What about the child? What about the law? What about ghosts or deities? Right now, even if the emperor himself came, she would still demand Tang Zifeng's life for the murder. You listen to my explanation. Tang Zifeng didn't finish his sentence before a bamboo stick struck down heavily on his head. His vision went black, blood gushing from his head instantly. What are you just standing there for? Tang Zifeng panicked and quickly called for help. The others finally reacted and quickly subdued Qi Fiwen. Let me go? Tang Zifeng, I will take your life. She struggled fiercely but was no match for 4 or 5 large men who easily restrained her. She could only stare at Tang Zifeng with bloodshot eyes, like a desperate, trapped beast. Damn crazy woman. Tang Zifeng touched the blood on his forehead and glared coldly. Since we've come this far, I'm not afraid anymore. Qi Fiwen, you cost me a child, so you'll have to pay me back with another. Tang Zifeng's fury was still unquenched. He moved towards Qi Fiwen and started tearing her clothes. Tang Zifeng, stop it. If you do anything to me, I will definitely kill you. I will spend my entire life hunting you down and killing you. Once you bear my child, you won't feel the same way. Tang Zifeng kept those people around as he planned to commit the violence right in front of everyone. Qi Fiwen felt an unprecedented despair. Why does fate treat her so cruelly? At that moment, Qi Fiwen even thought of death. She wanted to smash her head against the wall. Just then, someone suddenly rushed over. In a few swift moves, the figure had incapacitated those near her. Her weak body fell into the firm embrace of Shun Lubai. She tried to struggle, but had no strength left. Aunt Li. He killed Aunt Li. We must avenge her. She clung tightly to Shun Liubai's clothes and looked up helplessly at him. Shun Lubai, I've never asked you for anything. For the sake of our marriage, please, can you help me eliminate this scum? I want him dead. I want him dead. Chapter 126. I don't matter. Her face was filled with agony as tears streamed down. Each scorching teardrop struck her heart fiercely. Shun Lubai took off his coat and draped it over her, covering the exposed color. He lifted his gaze to coldly look at Tang Zifeng. Killing someone is way too easy. The hard part is making one feel worse than death. Wan, watch closely. I won't let any bully of yours get away. Shui Hao, cripple him. He said this with a deep, sinister tone, resembling Satan from hell. The people brought by Shui Hao's order caught Tang Zifeng. Tang Zifeng struggled in vain, screaming in panic. You're doing what? I'm the president of Tang Group Corporation. You stop. Aya! A piercing cry split the sky. Blood gushed out from below Tang Zifeng's body. His face turned pale, and he passed out. Li Auntie. Qi Fiwen mumbled, calling out her name. She had acted too impulsively and didn't have time for a proper goodbye. Shun Lubai rushed over to check on Li Auntie's pulse after holding her. She's still breathing. Shui Hao, quickly send her to the hospital. After hearing these words, Qi Fiwen cried even harder. Please, save her. She means everything to me. Upon hearing this, Shun Lubai deeply stared at her. His thin lips quivered. He wanted to ask if even Li Auntie was so important to her. Then what about him? Wasn't he less significant than some outsider like her? Ultimately, he remained silent, fearing only disappointment in return. Qi Fiwen followed to the hospital and only felt slightly relieved after watching Li Auntie enter the operating room. Shun Lubai tried to register her for an examination, but she shook her head repeatedly, declining. No, not necessary. I know my body well. There's nothing wrong. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just waiting here for Li Auntie. She insisted stubbornly, standing guard outside the operating room door, eyes anxiously fixed on it. Seeing this, Shun Lubai did not interfere. He sat next to her, noticing her wrist was scraped raw. It was from handling the bamboo pole too forcefully, inadvertently hurting herself. He fetched medicine to carefully tend to her wound. At the moment alcohol touched it to disinfect, she recoiled from the pain, but he held tightly onto her hand. Though the pain was unbearable, she bit her lip and did not utter a sound. Who taught you to be like this? In so much pain, yet not daring to cry out. Still, she remained silent. Is it that you've always refrained from crying out, or is it only in front of me? She still did not answer. Shun Lubai paused in his actions. Are you now unwilling to even communicate with me? You wouldn't care to know how I plan to handle Tang Zifeng later. How do you plan to handle him? Qi Fiwen immediately perked up, quickly asking. Then first answer my previous question. Qi Fiwen pursed her lips, hesitating for a long while before finally speaking. If I call out, will you be gentler? Qi Fiwen, I don't like being counter-questioned. So, please be gentler. She barely spoke. Appearing weak before Shun Lubai was no different than signing her own death warrant. Hearing this, Shun Lubai handled her far more gently, silently showing that yielding could work. Tang Zifeng will go to jail. Tang Group has illegal operations. This could become either a big issue or a small one. I can make it explode or let it pass quietly. And now Tang Zifeng's incapacitated, arrangements inside have been made as well. He won't live to leave prison properly. Do you find it difficult to deal with Tang Zifeng? She curiously asked. It's doable. That is, it's difficult and hard to execute, but with sacrifices, it can still be done. Do you remember when you concealed your identity and I sought your help to take down Tang Group? Do you remember that? I don't remember. He said indifferently. Oh, right, you lost your memory. Just listen and laugh a little then. Back then, you ignored me. I thought taking down Tang Group would be impossible, but looking at it now, it seems there are ways. After all, your company also nearly forced mine into bankruptcy. It won't be long until I declare it too. You knew I have grudges against Tang Zifeng, yet you still chose to stand by and do nothing. I see that this wasn't touching your core interests, correct? Dealing with Tang Group does require some effort. For my sake, it isn't worth it, right? Chi Fiwen seriously looked at him, with mocking self-deprecation in her eyes. I overestimated myself. So when I learned that you have such supreme power, it wasn't just the feeling of being deceived. It made me realize how insignificant I am to you. 1-1. Maybe in the past, she wasn't enough. But she had no idea how crucial she was to him now. To move against Tang Zifeng now, he wouldn't bat an eyelid. Shin Lubai saw the distrust in her eyes and swallowed all his prepared words. What good would it do explaining to her? This woman just doesn't understand him. Chi Fiwen watched the light from the operating room, each second stretching infinitely agonizing. Shin Lubai wanted her to rest for a while, but she obstinately insisted on waiting. Just then, the corridor echoed with heavy footsteps, and a figure rushed toward them quickly. Chi Fiwen hadn't even had time to make out who it was when she was jostled, nearly falling off her chair. Fortunately, Shin Lubai caught her around the waist, steadying her. You sly fox. You're divorced from him already. Why are you still clinging to Brother Shin like this? Fang Yuema's face was twisted in fury. Chi Fiwen almost forgot. Shin Lubai now had a new love interest. Fang Yuema, what do you think you're doing? Shin Liubai's face turned dark as thunder. Brother Shun, don't be fooled by her. She knows all sorts of tricks to deal with men. It's hard enough that you escaped the abyss once. Don't fall back in. And besides, haven't you forgotten what you promised me? She stopped mid-sentence, tears brimming in her eyes. Shin Lubai frowned fiercely. He wondered too what exactly he'd promised. Her intentionally incomplete statements only served to provoke more guesses. Fang Yuema, are you clear about what you're saying? I am perfectly clear. Fang Yuema no longer looked at Shin Lubai, instead turning her gaze toward Chi Fiwen. Miss Chi, since you're already divorced, do you still have the audacity to cling to him? Please return Brother Shin to me. 1-1. Mr. Shun, please stop calling me 1-1. We aren't familiar enough for such terms. Before Shin Lubai could respond, Chi Fiwen cut him off. I don't know why you came, but I sincerely appreciate your help. I owe you a favor, and I will return it in due time. Now please go. I need to wait for Auntie Li here. Don't disturb me anymore. Shin Liubai's eyes grew dim, and in the end, he remained silent, walking away. Fang Yuema didn't forget to glare at her spitefully before following Shin Lubai out. The moment they got into the car and shut the door, Fang Yuema felt an impending sense of danger press against her throat. It was getting harder to breathe. She stared in shock at the elegant yet cold man before her, unable to believe Shin Lubai intended to kill her. Fang Yuema, your clever schemes disgust me. This kind of trick may work once, twice, but not thrice. Should you try this again, the Fang family will meet the same end as the Tang Corporation. Chapter 127, A Quirky Family. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuema's face turned deathly pale. Brother Shin, are you really that heartless towards me? We've known each other for so many years. How long have you and Chi Feiwan known each other? In what way am I inferior to her? Her heart isn't even with you. She changes men as casually as she changes clothes. Back then, wasn't it true that you were one of the men she picked at random? How much feeling could she possibly have for you? Shut up. This struck a painful chord in Shin Lubai. He had also been the man Chi Feiwan chose on a whim. So reckless. If not him, there would have been another man next. Brother Shun, she doesn't love you. Only I love you the most. Can't we go back to how things were? Her words were abruptly cut off by his stern interruption. If you keep talking nonsense, I guarantee you won't be able to speak again. Fang Yuemo stood there, stunned with an open mouth, wanting to say something but too afraid to take the risk. Get out. Impatiently, he said this, tugging at his collar to breathe a little easier. His face was dark and terrifying. In the end, Fang Yuemo was forced out of the car. In Shun Lubai's dictionary, there was no such thing as showing tenderness to women who overstepped their boundaries. If they acted presumptuously, he wouldn't hesitate to treat them harshly. But Chi Feiwan was an exception. She was the object of all his lenience and favoritism. Chi Feiwan waited helplessly outside the operating room, shedding silent tears. She restrained her emotions, not daring to cry loudly. Over and over again, she caressed her flat abdomen. Baby, I hope you're strong enough to stay with your mom and walk through life together. Finally, the light outside the operating room went out. Chi Feiwan immediately stood up to approach them. How is it going? The head suffered a severe blow, resulting in serious intracranial bleeding. Because the patient is old, craniotomy poses increased risks. We need to consult with an authoritative doctor to determine a better treatment plan. The current condition is stable, but the patient may not wake up anytime soon. There might be a second surgery required shortly. Are you her family member? We need the family signature. I'll arrange it right away. Doctor, regardless of cost, please ensure she wakes up. We will do our best. Chi Feiwan immediately arranged for Aunt Li's family to come over. Aunt Li's hometown was in the neighboring city, and she was a single mother. She had a son and a daughter, while her in-laws held the belief in male superiority and female inferiority. Her husband drank excessively and was abusive. After giving birth to a daughter first, Aunt Li endured constant cold eyes everywhere, and when she later found herself pregnant again, her mother-in-law took her to an ultrasound. Upon hearing that it was another girl, they wanted an abortion. Adding to this, every time her husband got drunk, he would beat her and her daughter. Thankfully, her own family encouraged her to divorce, allowing her to work and helping take care of her children. Only after divorcing did Aunt Li give birth to her son. Later, her former mother-in-law came over and made a fuss, demanding to take her grandson away. In the end, Aunt Li had no choice but to let the children go to them. She studied home economics and started working as a nanny. Every month, she sent half of her earnings home for her daughter's expenses and the other half to her son. She knew that most of this money probably ended up being spent by the alcoholic husband, but fulfilling her responsibilities was enough for her. Because of interference from her in-laws, she rarely saw her son, eventually cutting ties completely. Her daughter had married and given birth to twins. Aunt Lee planned to continue working for the Chi family until she could no longer work, then find a nursing home. Recently, Aunt Lee brought along advertising flyers for a nursing home, saying that it was decent, and she would save up to move there when she grew old. Chi Fei-wan was slightly irritated about this. When you grow old and can't walk anymore, I'll support you. You're already my family. Sending you to a nursing home makes no sense. By then, you can play cards and chess with Grandpa. This happened just a few days ago. But now, tears streamed down Chi Fei-wan's face. She called Aunt Lee's daughter. Miss Chi, my husband and I are abroad on a business trip. It'll take us some time to return. Please call my younger brother. I will return as soon as possible. Thank you very much, Miss Chi, for taking care of my mother. Chi Fei-wan had met Li Shui twice. She seemed nice, clearly well raised by Aunt Lee. All right, then I will call your brother Wang Yuan. Chi Fei-wan contacted Li Jia, and after waiting all night, Li Jia finally arrived. She expected only him to show up, but instead, a whole family of 5 arrived. Wang Yuan's father, grandmother, wife, and a daughter. The whole family appeared in the hospital corridor with large bundles of luggage. Chi Fei-wan was quite taken aback. Who is Miss Chi? A man in his 30s shouted at the top of his lungs, ignoring the "Please be quiet" sign posted on the wall. Su Qingqing had rushed over, worried that Chi Fei-wan couldn't handle everything alone. Seeing such a large family, Su Qingqing locked eyes with Chi Fei-wan. I'll handle it. Stepping forward, Su Qingqing took the burden off Chi Fei-wan. Are you Mr. Wang Yuan? Bosses in big cities are different. They even call me Mr. I'm Wang Yuan, and Li Xiu is my mom. Wang Yuan chuckled. Family members may need to sign some forms later. We're very sorry about the accident involving Auntie Lee. Wasn't it a workplace injury? Yes, it was. So compensation and medical expenses should be covered then. Wang Yuan got straight to the point without any concern for Auntie Lee's specific condition. This will be finalized with Miss Li Shui. Why involve her? She's married into another family already, so she has no business with ours now. She belongs to someone else. An old lady beside them immediately interjected with a sharp tone full of bitterness. But it still needs to be negotiated with Miss Li Shui. Auntie Lee is under her care legally. Even if it goes to court, she has the final say. So am I eligible for a share? Why don't you just give me my portion first? The family needs money badly. What do you think, boss? Sorry, we have to discuss specifically with Miss Li Shui. Besides, Auntie Lee isn't dead yet. There's still hope for her recovery. Perhaps we'll end up negotiating directly with Auntie Lee herself. It'd be better if she were dead already. The old woman said cruelly. Grandma. Wang Yuan pulled at the old lady gently, knowing his limits. Su Qingqing's smile had become strained. What do you want us to do now? Just wait for the signatures. Do you want to see the patient? No need, what's there to see? Wang Yuan waved dismissively, showing absolutely no affection for his mother. Where are we supposed to stay? Look, our whole family came because of her situation. We've arrived, but we don't even have a place to put our feet down or eat. Su Qingqing was on the verge of losing her temper. Is this visit really for Auntie Lee? It's clearly all about the money. But since they were here, Su Qingqing couldn't ignore them entirely. She initially booked only one hotel room, but now needed several more rooms. Su Qingqing arranged for them to stay at a hotel close to the hospital with a restaurant inside, where meals had already been paid for, solving their 3 meals a day problem. Are you satisfied? Su Qingqing asked. Satisfied, satisfied. The capital city is truly different. The elderly lady's dark hand touched everywhere greedily. Wang Yuan's father, Wang Ji, showed his big yellow teeth in a chuckle. Wang Yuan whispered with his wife. That little girl looked shyly eager, her eyes full of admiration yet too afraid to touch anything recklessly. Soon, the dinner service arrived, and their attention was all on the food. Not having tasted such delicacies before, they started speaking in their native dialects. The room became instantly chaotic. No one paid any attention to Su Qingqing anymore as she turned to leave, only to see the little girl running over with a bottle of water. It was the mineral water that came with the guest room. Big sister, you worked hard. The little girl's face was rough, but her eyes sparkled brightly. Su Qingqing felt moved and couldn't resist bending down to pat her head. Little friend, what's your name? Wang Zhaodi. Upon hearing this name, Su Qingqing froze. In this era, who would still name their child Zhaodi, which literally means attracting a younger brother? Chapter 128, A Selfish Family of 3. Who gave you that name? My great-grandmother. Alright, Annie understands now. Next time, I'll take you to eat something delicious. My great-grandmother says that girls don't need to eat too well or use too many good things. How is my grandmother doing? Unexpectedly, only this little girl cared about Aunt Lee's situation. Not very well. Can I go see Grandma then? Next time, I'll take you. Auntie still has some things to do. Well, goodbye then, Auntie. Be safe on your way. Wang Zhaodi waved goodbye to her, and Su Qingqing saw through the slowly closing door crack the old woman forcefully slapping Wang Zhaodi's hand. The adults haven't finished eating yet. Why is the child in such a rush? Something destined to belong to another family eventually. Su Qingqing returned to the hospital and recounted the events. I should give Li Shui a call. Chi Feiwen dialed Li Shui's number again. How's my mom? As soon as the call connected, Li Shui urgently asked. She's still unconscious. The doctors haven't determined the surgery time yet. But your brother Wang Yuan has arrived already. It seems he doesn't care much about Aunt Lee's condition, just concerned about compensation. This beast, my mom isn't even dead yet, but he's thinking about money. Miss Chi, I know how much my mom means to all of you. I won't accept this money. Otherwise, she would blame me when she wakes up. These years, your support to our family, we can never repay. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have been able to study abroad, let alone meet my husband. So let me handle this, regardless of how I treat them. Does Miss Chi have a plan? Kind of. Need to think more about it. Your grandmother is truly repulsive. That's not my grandmother. I don't have such a cruel grandmother. I still remember her trying to get rid of me and casually beating me. All the hardships my mom has endured in life were given by them. For me, Aunt Lee is like a half-mother. Regarding her affairs, I will definitely not let it go easily. In the past, since it wasn't under my watch, it didn't matter. But now, if they came seeking trouble, she wouldn't be courteous. After discussing briefly with Li Shui, she began to deliberate over this matter. The next day, Su Qingqing received a call from the hotel. That family had messed up the hotel room, creating piles of garbage everywhere. Grandma Wang had taken hotel items to sell, including hot water kettles, cups, bathrobes, and other items from several rooms to a scrap collector, making merely a few bucks in return. The hotel sought Su Qingqing's opinion on how to handle the situation, whether to remain silent or pursue responsibility. Qi Fiwen hesitated not at all. Report it to the police. The amount of money involved might not suffice for a criminal charge, but the behavior was deplorable and deserved detention as an educational measure. Qi Fiwen assumed they would detain her for no more than a day or two. Unexpectedly, the ignorant, venomous old woman assaulted a police officer, wildly resisting along the way, scratching the face of a female officer. She also shoved another policeman onto the road, nearly causing a car accident. Should the police choose to press charges, imprisonment could be feasible. At first, the old woman took it lightly, assuming she could act as if in the countryside. Sitting down on the ground and throwing a tantrum would be enough to wriggle out of the trouble. Only when she was locked into the detention center did the old woman become uneasy. Before entering, she acted arrogantly. Once inside, she complained of back pain, leg pain, headache, constantly wailing within the cell, and incessantly calling her son and grandson, urging them to quickly get her out. When she learned that assaulting a police officer and obstructing official duties could land her in prison, she was utterly panicked. I want to find the boss lady. I know a boss lady. You dare touch me, and I'll make sure none of you have peace. Even at this point, the stubborn old woman tried invoking Qi Fiwen's name to bully others. Upon learning about it, the Wang family rushed to the police station. Despite their pleading, the officers insisted on pursuing legal action, potentially leading to the old woman facing a sentence of 1 to 2 years. The entire family felt stumped, so they thought of Qi Fiwen. Qi Fiwen had anticipated this. The Wang family was completely incapable of handling such matters. As soon as Wang Yuan arrived and stated his intentions, Qi Fiwen sprang into action enthusiastically. You're Aunt Lee's son, like my own older brother. Wang family's issues are my issues. Miss Qi, you're really kind-hearted. Wang Yuan was deeply moved. Don't call me boss. Don't make us feel estranged. Call me younger sister. We're family, why be polite? I shouldn't have let you stay at the hotel. Tomorrow, come to my house. How could we impose, big sister? Qi Fiwen hustled tirelessly, actively managing the situation. Within half a day, she had the old woman released. While paying the bail, she made sure the old woman saw her actions clearly. Grandma, you've been through quite an ordeal. Let me take you to eat something delicious. Thus, she took the old woman to enjoy foshiakiang, a luxury dish, and purchased ginseng and bird's nest as nourishment. Why is the meat given so little? Such a big restaurant, too stingy. And it's bloody. They didn't even cook it well for me. Mom, you don't understand. This is steak. Wang Ji had stopped drinking these past few days. Experiencing the rich life made his complexion ruddy and his spirits high, as if he were in a second spring. Wang Yuan, being younger and having seen more of the world, felt an intense sense of inferiority amidst such prosperity. The couple obviously became much more restrained. What kind of steak? I think it doesn't even match the black pork from the countryside. Whatever grandma says goes. If she doesn't like blood, then we'll do it well done. Qi Fiwen also has a good temper. Pregnant and suppressing her anger, battling nausea, she forced herself to smile and play along. She swore that she would make this family pay dearly. All the way, Granny Wang was served extremely comfortably. Qi Fiwen also took them from the hotel to her house, let them stay in the finest guest rooms, and instructed the maids to serve them well, fulfilling every demand they had. Grandma, just stay here at ease. I have some things to handle in my group. I may not be back these 2 days. If you miss me, just call me. Also, Grandma, I'm afraid you're not used to using cards. Here's 50,000 in cash. Use it as you please. This can't be. The old lady said this, but didn't let go of the cash. There's nothing unusual about this. Aunt Lee was injured on duty. I need to give compensation fees, so it will be deducted from there. Is there really that much? Just throwing out 50,000 yuan. Of course there is more, probably around 10 million in compensation. It doesn't mean anything to me. If divided according to the children, brother Wang Yuan should be able to get 5 million. After saying these words, she left. She deliberately placed large sums of cash in the living room and dining room cabinets. As long as they acted unscrupulously and touched the money, it would constitute a major economic crime. There are plenty of ways for her to deal with these ignorant and stubborn people. As soon as Qi Fiwen left, Granny Wang told her son and grandson, deliberately avoiding mentioning it to her daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law. In her heart, these weren't considered part of the Wang family. 5 million, how much is that? I couldn't spend it all in a lifetime. Wang Ji also looked dumbfounded. This is too much. Could Li Xiu earn that much? This is compensation. It's different, Dad. Now the key is how to get all the money. Surely we aren't going to split it with that little slut Li Shui, who married a foreigner and ran off abroad. Practically useless to raise. 10 million, when you get another wife. Divorce that barren one. Once we have the money, there will be no shortage of women lining up to give you sons. These few words excited both father and son. Chapter 129, planning something against Chief Fiwen. The old woman, despite her age, still held the reins at home. Father and son still followed her orders without question. The old woman also enjoyed the feeling of being the head of the household immensely. How could the Wong family have ever lived in such good housing? They were already greatly astonished when they went to a 5-star hotel. Now living in Chief Fiwen's villa, they discovered what it truly meant to be in awe. The old woman touched here and poked there, breaking items, but the servants always remained pleasant. Soon, they saw bundles and bundles of cash. The old woman's eyes immediately lit up. She looked around, and seeing no one watching, quickly hid it inside her clothes. As soon as she returned to the room, she summoned her son and grandson. Mom, where did all this money come from? It was in the cabinet. You said this young lady is so wasteful, just letting the money sit around like that. Grandma, wouldn't it be better if we informed our elder sister-in-law before taking it? What nonsense. There's so much of it, no one would notice if a couple of bundles go missing. Anyway, your mom has compensation money set aside. If anyone notices, we can deduct from there. And if no one finds out, it's a bonus we earned. Mom, you really make sense. Wang Ji immediately praised the old woman. Although Wang Yuan thought it was improper, he did not intervene. Then, the old woman slyly asked, Elder grandson, what do you think of an Ira? Chimus, of course. I think she matches with you well. Only she is worthy of my eldest grandson. I've disliked your current wife for quite some time now. She hasn't even borne you a son yet. When I look at that girl, an Ira, she looks to be very blessed. Definitely someone destined to bear sons. Upon hearing this, an image of Chief Fiwen involuntarily appeared in Wang Yuan's mind. He had never seen a woman so beautiful, and it would be false to say he wasn't attracted to her. But he also felt a little inferior, considering how pretty Chief Fiwen was, along with her vast wealth and estate, compared to himself coming from a rural background. They didn't seem well matched. Grandma, why would someone like her ever look at me? Why not? A divorced man is still desirable, and can easily find another mate. Women, once divorced, won't get remarried. The only downside here is that the girl has been married before, but looking at how rich she is and how respectful she is towards me, that's forgivable. Once you marry her, you must ensure she doesn't work outside anymore. Once women go to work, they become difficult to control. And also, the old woman openly discussed methods on how Wang Yuan should train his future wife. Initially, Wang Yuan hesitated, feeling guilty about betraying his wife and unsure if Chief Fiwen would even consider him. However, after just a few words from the old woman, he got carried away, thinking highly of himself and feeling that it was worth a try, especially since there wasn't any loss involved. If successful, his life would change drastically. Soon after, Wang Yuan tidied himself up nicely, used Chief Fiwen's money, dressed up, and prepared himself for the occasion. He called Chief Fiwen, expressing gratitude for her hospitality to the family and suggested having a casual dinner together. Without hesitation, Chief Fiwen agreed. She chose a high-end Western restaurant intending to see Wang Yuan embarrass himself. If he had any self-awareness, he should slink back home. At the hospital, she wiped Aunt Li's body clean again. These tasks could have been left to the caregivers, but feeling guilty, she tried doing them herself as much as possible. How could you be so foolish, not realizing your own frailty? Competing against younger people. Now look what happened. You've exhausted yourself like this. Aunt Li, you're just like my mother. You mustn't leave me. That vicious old hag bullied you, and your ex-husband hit you, right? Now it's all on my shoulders. When will you wake up to see this farce unfold? Aunt Li, I'm pregnant, did you know? You treat me like your daughter, so you now have another grandson or granddaughter. Today Grandpa called me. He's also very saddened. Chief Fiwen said many words while massaging Aunt Li's entire body. When she left the hospital, Su Qingqing called her. You are really going to this date? Of course I am. I want to see just how shameless the Wang family is. From what I gather, they are scheming something against me too. If I fall, then my vast assets would naturally become theirs. Honestly, it's hard to imagine how Mama Su, Aunt Li, suffered through this. She endured so much back then. In the future, they'll pay back everything, regretting every single thing they've done. Chief Fiwen said word by word, with firm resolution. Quickly, she arrived at the Western restaurant. Waiting inside, unexpectedly, she encountered an acquaintance, Shen Lubai. What bad luck. Pretending not to see him, she didn't expect Shen Lubai to sit directly across from her without knowing his place. Without even saying hello. I am, after all, your lifesaver, right? How could I not be afraid that Miss Fong might misunderstand? But what if I tell you that the relationship between me and Fong Yuema isn't what you think? Didn't you say that Fong Yuema is intellectual, elegant, loves you for years, and would make a good partner? The moment you got divorced, she rushed back from afar. Now you're telling me it's not what I think it is. Do you really expect me to believe you? Chief Fiwen said sarcastically. Shen Liubai's expression darkened slightly. He had thought that this might elicit a little jealousy from Chief Fiwen. But clearly, he was being overly sentimental himself. She simply didn't care about his relationship with other women and had never thought of trying to hold him back. At this moment, Chief Fiwen's phone rang. Wang Yuan was stuck at the entrance because his sloppy attire made security deny him access. Chief Fiwen hurriedly went to meet him, only to see Wang Yuan wearing a mismatched tie, a gaudy shirt underneath, and an odd white suit. Altogether, his appearance left much to be desired. The clothes weren't even designer, just cheap imitations. And this restaurant, frequented by the upper class, would certainly not let someone like him enter. If she weren't doing it for appearances, she'd have kicked him far away without hesitation. With great effort, Chi Fiwen forced a smile and approached, insisting he was her guest, eventually leading Wang Yuan inside. As soon as they walked in, she noticed Shen Lu Bai looking straight at her. His gaze landed unfriendly on Wang Yuan. Chi Fiwen remembered how whenever she got involved with Su Chua in the past, Shen Lu Bai retaliated immediately. What about now? Intentionally, she clung to Wang Yuan's arm, leaning close to whisper something into his ear. Wang Yuan's face turned crimson, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Brother Wang, please order whatever you like. I'll pay. How could I possibly allow a young lady to pay? It's my responsibility as a man to treat you. Today he had brought enough money. Is there any alcohol? Bring 2 bottles of Yongchuang Tianshi. Upon hearing this, the server gave him a surprised look. Had the staff lacked discipline, they probably would have scoffed openly. Around them, those who heard couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wang Yuan felt very flustered. Isn't there any? Looking around, he noticed everyone else was drinking red wine. Just bring 1 bottle from their table. Sir, are you sure? That's Lafite Rothschild from 1982. Are you absolutely certain? What do you mean 1982 or Chateau? I just want that. All right, the order has been placed. The waiter glanced sympathetically at Chi Fiwen before walking away. Chapter 130, Not Cherishing Oneself. While eating, Wang Yuan kept complaining that the portion of red wine and foie gras was so small, and the bread could only take a bite or 2. He thought it was too stingy. He even ate the mint used for decoration. While he was eating, he kept sticking out his tongue. This restaurant is not good. Don't be so obsequious towards foreign things. We should find a place and stir-fry a few hot dishes. Wang elder brother is right. Next time, we'll eat at home. You are quite agreeable. Wang Yuan felt a little happy because Chi Fiwen was more approachable than he had imagined. Whatever he said, she never disagreed. Sometimes, when he mentioned things about the countryside, she looked at him with admiration on her face. Really? Elder brother Wang, your strength is greater than an ox's? How lucky his wife must be to have someone like you. I really envy sister-in-law. Wang Yuan's heart instantly inflated into the universe, his male self-esteem greatly satisfied. You don't need to envy her, sister. If you're willing. Elder brother Wang, I've eaten enough. I'm going to the restroom. Okay, go ahead. Wang Yuan felt a little bit disappointed in his heart. But just as well, he took this chance to pay the bill, showcasing his masculine vigor. After Chi Fiwen went to the restroom, she vomited. She rinsed her mouth. As she raised her head, she saw an additional man reflected in the mirror, which gave her quite a scare. This is the women's restroom. So what? He replied indifferently, his gaze fixed on her. What's wrong? Stomach feeling unwell. What does it have to do with you? Chi Fiwen feigned calmness. Chi Fiwen, will you date anyone? How could you bear to eat with someone like that? There was a hint of anger on his face. I thought Tang Zifeng was already your limit. But now, you found someone like him? As a woman, do you even know how to cherish yourself? He grabbed her wrist with some force, leaving her wrist immediately reddened from pain. Chi Fiwen couldn't break free and glared at him angrily. My affairs, what do they have to do with you? Who are you to me? Finished speaking, she raised her leg and kicked fiercely. If Shen Lu Bai hadn't dodged fast enough, the consequences would be unimaginable. His complexion turned frighteningly dark. Chi Fiwen, you've got some guts. How big my guts are, do you want to test? Shen Lu Bai, you should mind your own business. After speaking, she stormed off. Upon exiting, she heard Wang Yuan's disgruntled voice. What kind of wine costs 15,000? Is it made of gold? Sir, let's be reasonable. I asked if you wanted to open it, and you confirmed. Everything here is clearly priced. This meal totals 23,200 yuan. If you can't pay, I'll have to call the police. If you call the police, they won't stand on your side. You're overcharging recklessly. In that case, I'll have no choice but to call the police. The server was about to dial 110. Recalling the memory of the old lady being locked up, Wang Yuan felt somewhat intimidated inside. He only brought 2,000 yuan. The money at home was in the hands of the old lady. He assumed that at most, it would cost 1,000 yuan, never imagining that for the both of them, eating so little, it would cost 2 or 3 10,000s. And that 10% service charge, just giving them money for nothing, was simply too outrageous. But now, he could only accept his fate. Everyone was watching him, making him feel utterly humiliated. Just wait a moment. I'll call my younger sister. She has money. At this moment, there was no point talking about male dignity. He only wanted to leave as quickly as possible. He called Chi Fiwen. Chi Fiwen was hiding in the dark, watching the commotion. Seeing the call, she hesitated for a moment, but still answered. Little sister, where are you? My wallet got stolen. Could you help pay the bill? Deduct this from the compensation fund. Sure. But my stomach hurts. I'm still in the restroom. Could you give me a moment longer? But, how long will you take? They are all staring at me, fearing that I won't pay. My face is completely ruined. But elder brother Wang, my stomach really hurts. There's nothing I can do about it. Can you endure for a bit longer? Sorry for troubling you, elder brother Wang. The last sentence made Wang Yuan think that waiting until the end of days would be worth it. Okay, take your time. I'm not in a hurry. The call ended, and Chi Fiwen retched again. So disgusting. Pretending to be sweet in front of Wang Yuan made her want to throw up. This had nothing to do with morning sickness. Did you do this on purpose? Just then, Shen Liubai's voice suddenly appeared again, startling her. Do you walk without any sound? She shot him a nasty glare. You did it on purpose, didn't you? He looked at her deeply, enunciating every word. What does it have to do with you? Chi Fiwen, you just need to answer my question obediently. I don't like it when you avoid the topic. Shen Lubai, I'm not Feng Yuema, nor your subordinate. How dare you? Before she could finish her sentence, Shen Lubai unexpectedly leaned down and kissed her. Staring blankly at his magnified handsome face, Her mind went completely blank. What's going on here? This brute. He had already divorced her, but still had unclear relationships with Fang Yuemo. And now what was this supposed to mean? Infuriated, she raised her hand and slapped him hard. The sharp sound of the slap rang out clearly, startling the other diners. Wang Yuan also turned his gaze toward them. Qi Fiwen couldn't hide anymore. She glared coldly at Shen Lubai and said fiercely, Shen Lubai, don't meddle in my affairs again. Whichever man I choose, whether or not I respect myself, it's none of your business. I can go for someone like Su Chuo in the industry, or even a crude country bumpkin. All are unrelated to you. Instead of wasting time, you should better manage Fang Yuemo, so that she stops meddling in my life. Having said that, she turned and left. A clear palm print remained on Shen Liubai's face. But he didn't feel the pain, for his heart had already gone numb. Sister, you've finally come back. Wang Yuan looked at her, as if he'd seen a savior. Qi Fiwen pulled him quickly away. Sister, we didn't enjoy our meal fully. How about we watch a movie? Not in the mood. Qi Fiwen almost yelled but restrained herself. Apologizing, she said. Sorry, there's something urgent at the company. I need to go. You girls work too hard these days. You really need a man to depend on. And let men handle external matters while you take care of the elders and children at home, enjoying peace. Taking care of elders and children equals enjoying peace? Qi Fiwen wanted to pry open his head and see what kind of structure was inside. She really wasn't in the mood to deal with him anymore and became somewhat impatient. You can take a taxi back yourself. I'll leave first. Sister, big sister. Wang Yuan called twice, but only saw Qi Fiwen's rapidly disappearing figure. We still need someone like me to supervise women like her, don't we? Wang Yuan sighed as if feeling deeply about the matter. Chapter 131, Be My Bride. Qi Fiwen left Wang Yuan and felt the air was much fresher. She had intended to go to the group company to handle some matters, but unexpectedly, the hospital called. The patient's condition has worsened, an emergency surgery is needed, and the family member must sign at the hospital. Qi Fiwen's heart sank instantly as she immediately turned back, grabbing Wang Yuan and heading for the car. Finally, they arrived at the hospital, and Qi Fiwen nudged Wang Yuan slightly. Go sign quick. Hold on, I need to give my grandma a call. What time is this? Can't you do it later? Sign quickly to save the person. No way, I have to make the call. Then hurry up. Qi Fiwen was anxiously fuming. Wang Yuan immediately stepped aside to make the call. Grandma, right now, her situation requires me to sign in order to save her. How could Li Xiu be so lucky to have someone from such a wealthy family treat her so well? Since this is the case, you can take advantage of this. How should I manipulate? Make her promise to marry you. If she agrees, then sign. Got it, Grandma. This is truly a great idea. Wang Yuan was even somewhat excited. He ended the call, and Qi Fiwen immediately grabbed his hand. Can you sign now? Sister, marry me. I will take care of you for life and always be good to you. If you agree, I'll sign. What are you talking about? Qi Fiwen thought she had misheard him. Wang Yuan was really thinking boldly. Sis, I mean it. You care so much about my mom. After we get married, that means our families are united and your mom is mine. What if I don't agree? Her expression turned cold. In that case, I won't sign. You. All right, I agree. Qi Fiwen gritted her teeth and said, Now can you see the screen? I'll record a video just in case you deny it later. Wang Yuan's intelligence was working properly this moment. Qi Fiwen had no choice but to say, I Qi Fiwen am willing to become Wang Yuan's wife. Is that okay now? Sure thing, sis. Should call you wife now. Wang Yuan was extremely thrilled, snatching up the pen to swiftly sign. Qi Fiwen clenched her fists tightly, planning to arrange some minor hooligans later to drag Wang Yuan to a side alley and beat him up soundly. But for now, she didn't have time to think about that. She fretfully waited outside the operating room, pacing back and forth, restless and agitated. Yet Wang Yuan couldn't wait to register their marriage certificate. Having moved house, he had already brought all important belongings, including the household register. Wife, let's go get the marriage certificate. Aren't you forgetting, you still have another wife? I never registered with her. What? Qi Fiwen was dumbfounded. My grandma says when she gives me a son, only then can we register the marriage. So until now, she isn't technically my wife. Qi Fiwen gained insight, discovering for the first time how shamelessness in people truly knows no bounds. In comparison, Shen Lubai appeared downright adorable. He may be a scoundrel, but at least he's handsome, rich, and tall. Wang Yuan, however, was a scoundrel, also poor, short, and coarse. Then, go fetch your household register, alright? Right now, Qi Fiwen didn't want to see him 1 second more. She didn't even want to pretend anymore. No matter if Auntie Li survived or not, once the surgery was over, she would bid farewell to this family forever. Alright, wife, you wait here for me. With high spirits, Wang Yuan left. However, just out of the hospital, someone invited him away. Qi Fiwen wanted to do something, but others acted for her. Who are you? Wang Yuan, seized by 2 towering bodyguards, was seated inside a long Bentley, looking at the opposing elegant man, feeling a bit frightened. Shen Lubai had followed along and heard those words from Wang Yuan. Could he, of all people, call anyone wife? Who exactly is Qi Fiwen to you? Do you know my wife? Pull his teeth out. Inside the car, Wang Yuan couldn't help but scream painfully. Each bloody tooth was pulled out and thrown into the trash can. With his mouth filled with blood, Wang Yuan was in excruciating pain. I'll ask you again, who exactly is Qi Fiwen to you? She's my wife. Before he could finish speaking, Shen Lubai, losing patience, raised his hand, cut off his tongue. This time, Wang Yuan became smart, instantly covering his mouth, exclaiming, She's not my wife. We have no relation. Are you sure? Positive. But despite that, I'm still annoyed by the look of you. Shen Lubai motioned his hand, directly having his men drag him out of the car and educate him thoroughly. Wang Yuan was beaten to a pulp, both nose and face swollen, his arm even broken. Miserably filing a police report, Wang Yuan described the features of the person who beat him, but there were so many people in the imperial capital, where would he find them? When asked for the license plate number, he couldn't remember, only remembering the car being particularly long. Checking the surveillance cameras showed all data covered, nothing was found. The clues provided by Wang Yuan were undeniably like searching for a needle in the ocean, thus the police refused to handle the case. Wang Yuan returned with his head and face covered in dirt, and the old lady burst into tears at the sight of her beloved grandson in such a state. Grandma, maybe I should just call it quits with Qi Meiji. That person looks powerful. I can't afford to offend him. He beat me, and reporting it to the police wouldn't help either. I suspect they are her enemies. We shouldn't get involved. Let's take the compensation money and leave. Wang Yuan had been scared by the beating, now feeling pain all over his body and limping as he walked. But treatment at a big hospital is so expensive. Without connections, one couldn't even secure an appointment with a specialist. He gritted his teeth and decided not to waste any more money, returning home instead. Hearing this, the old lady's eyes darted around, calculating rapidly. How could we let her off so easily? This happened because of her. You need to ask for some compensation. Without a few $100,000, we're not leaving. I think this house isn't bad. If we can get them to give us the house, then we'll have somewhere to stay. Will that work? Wang Yuan was uneasy. Just leave it to me. I've been through countless battles in our village and never lost. The old lady was brimming with determination. Qi Meiji had no idea about Wang Yuan being beaten and remained at the hospital without eating or drinking water. At last, her eyes were red from exhaustion. After 4 hours of surgery, Li Shui finally arrived. How's my mom? The surgery is ongoing. I don't know how it's going yet. Li Shui grabbed Qi Meiji's hand tightly upon hearing this. You must be tired. Go rest. I'll keep watch. As soon as there's news, I'll tell you. No, I'll wait here. Neither of them left. Li Shui had crossed oceans, switching between several modes of transport without relaxing once, completely stressed out. Qi Meiji, pregnant and sleepless all night, hadn't closed her eyes since the ordeal began. Both were clearly exhausted. 3 more hours passed before the light in the operating room finally went out. That string of tension in their minds tightened instantly. Qi Meiji felt lightheaded due to low blood sugar and almost fainted, but Li Shui managed to support her in time. Doctor, how's my mom? Chapter 132, Arrest the Whole Family. The patient was saved without much difficulty. However, there will be some after effects when she wakes up, such as drooling, paralysis, and inability to speak. That's fine, as long as the person is fine. The two embraced and cried. Miss Qi, let me stay with her. You go back and take a good rest. If I can't hold on, I'll let you know and switch shifts with you. All right then. Qi Fiwen nodded in agreement. She urgently needed some rest. She didn't leave the hospital far away. She found a hotel nearby, booked a room, and went inside. She was extremely sleepy, and once her head touched the pillow, she fell asleep. In her sleep, Qi Fiwen felt an intense pair of eyes staring at her, like a wolf watching its prey. She felt very uneasy, wanting to wake up, but her eyelids were too heavy. This feeling followed her throughout her dream. After a nap, Qi Fiwen felt much better mentally. She glanced at her phone. Li Shui hadn't contacted her, but the Wang family had gone crazy trying to call her. Qi Fiwen decided to go back and check it out. As soon as she got home, she heard the shrill voice of the old woman. You're finally back. Look at my grandson's injuries. You have to give us an explanation. Qi Fiwen looked startled upon seeing the disheveled Wang Yuan. Who was the kind soul who beat him up first? What is this? Don't pretend to be ignorant. It's all because of you that he was beaten. Look, his face is even disfigured. Who did it? I don't know. Someone suddenly pulled me into a car, asked about our relationship, and then sent someone to beat me up. Is this person? Qi Fiwen brought out Shen Lu Bai's photo. Instinctively, she thought it was him. Yes, it's him. He's the one who beat me. Wang Yuan's emotions surged. Shen Lu Bai is so petty-minded. She could date Fang Yuma, but he forbade her from finding another man. However, he did a good job this time. Why didn't he hit harder? It's none of my business that he beat you, right? How can it not be related? Isn't it because of you? The old woman had an intimidating look on her face. So what do you suggest we do? Compensation. We're not asking for much. My grandson's disfigurement will affect his chances of finding a wife in the future. Just compensate us with this house. With a house, it will make it easier to negotiate with others. The old woman just blurted it out. Qi Fiwen was stunned. An exclusive villa in the capital? Huh. Why doesn't she just rob a bank? If so, then I have nothing more to say. Let the police handle it. Qi Fiwen directly dialed the police number. What are you doing? Wang Yuan glared fiercely. My grandma scolds you a bit, and you want to report it to the police? Do you even know how to respect the elderly and young? That's traditional virtue. What gives you the right to criticize me? Are we related by 8 coins? Do I know you well? You've been living off me all this time, acting like bloodsuckers, and now thinking yourself superior. Do you really think you're the most important person here? You're spiteful, short-sighted, and discriminate against women. Old hag, you'll end up in the 18 layers of hell when you die. And you, without ambition, lose sense after a few drinks, incapable of venturing outside, only know how to hit women at home. Spit. Disgusting. And you, Wang Yuan, if you followed your mom, maybe your views wouldn't be twisted, and you'd be self-reliant. But now, following your father and grandma, look at you now, so much worse than your sister. Want compensation? I won't give you a penny. Move out immediately. Spit, you're garbage. And you, How could you be so stupid, having children without a license? There's absolutely no protection for women in marriage. It's your fault not only harming yourself, but also harming your own daughter. Daughter what? In my family, I have only one girl. Since I'm rich and capable, I'll accept a son-in-law, and any child born later will carry my surname. Chi Fiwen put her hands on her waist, berating everyone present. She was full of vigor, speaking nonstop. You. The old woman was furious, her hand looking like dried bark as she pointed at her. Grandson, teach her a lesson. This woman deserves a beating. A beating will keep her in line. All right, Grandma. Wang Yuan was enraged. In their village, whenever women weren't obedient, a rod would do the education. His grandma had endured this way of life. His father had lived under the same treatment, and he, influenced accordingly, treated his wife this way too. Even though Chi Fiwen wasn't part of their family yet, he still believed, as a man, he was naturally superior to all women. He clenched his fists and was about to punch her. But before he could reach Chi Fiwen, two muscular security guards blocked him. The gatekeeper held a walkie-talkie. Security, security. Soon, the security guards arrived promptly, all dressed in formal work uniforms, and their presence was intimidating. Wang Yuan immediately became intimidated. Granum. He looked at Wang Yuan as if seeking help. Chi Fiwen continued to criticize. Are you a spoiled brat? You depend on your grandma for everything. What will you do when she dies? Aren't you going down there with her? You lowly woman, I'll tear your mouth apart, and I don't believe you people dare touch me. The old lady was nearly 70 this year, her hair gray, her figure stooped, thin to the point of being skin and bones, and full of sharpness in her face. Even if she were healthy, she couldn't withstand being pushed or falling once. So she was certain that these people wouldn't dare do anything to her. As expected, when the old lady came over, the rest didn't dare move and could only retreat step by step. Chi Fiwen didn't continue acting like a turtle hiding its head, but stood up. The old lady smirked triumphantly. Little wretch, watch me rip your mouth apart. Then, she extended her hand. Just as it barely touched Chi Fiwen, nothing happened, yet when Chi Fiwen screamed, ouch, and pretended to fall onto the ground. Hurts so much, you pushed me. Wailing, you're all my witnesses, it was her who pushed me. The old lady was dumbfounded. Even if it were a staged accidental collision claim, it should have been her doing it. At that moment, the nearby police arrived. The old lady wasn't stupid either and quickly joined sitting on the ground, groaning in pain. But her rural tricks didn't work here. Otherwise, she wouldn't have entered the detention center once already. The police didn't care about her shouting and crying. After gathering evidence from multiple sides, they took everyone away. I lost 200,000 yuan in cash, plus some valuable antiques and paintings. Combined, the property damage is over 5 million yuan. Officer, please investigate thoroughly. I let them live at my place since they had no one to rely on. But while I was away, they stole our belongings, which is absolutely outrageous. Don't worry, we'll go investigate. Later, the police found out that Wang Ji used the money to buy alcohol and spent several bottles of Maotai at one store. The old lady bought plenty of gold from a jewelry shop. Wang Yuan also used the money to buy lottery tickets, gambling it away. Out of the 50,000, almost none went towards his daughter-in-law or grandson's needs. It was truly regrettable. And the precious items were also found in the old lady's bag, layer upon layer inside. Chi Fiwen's jewelry, small antiques, adding up far beyond 5 million yuan. Such an amount meant that the entire family could end up in prison for many years. Chi Fiwen was soon released. Whether this family would be sentenced depended on whether she wanted to sue for prosecution. She wasn't in a rush and decided to let things sit for a few days. Let them stay penniless in the capital city for a few days, experiencing the vastly different life. By the time they would come to their knees, crying and begging for her forgiveness. Chapter 133, The Pitiful Su Chua. Chi Fiwen went to the hospital, bringing food for Li Shui. She briefly recounted the Wang family's predicament. Li Shui snorted coldly. Truly, some people just can't let go of their thievery instincts. They think everywhere is like that backward rural place where they can get things done by brute force and being unreasonable. My mother was simply too nice. She always kept in mind my younger brother who lives with them and didn't want any trouble. But her excessive tolerance made them think she's easy to bully. My younger brother has been completely ruined. Having such a father and grandmother, what good character can they instill in him? Chi miss, I truly owe you an apology for making you deal with my family issues on my behalf. Thank you so much. After finishing, Li Shui attempted to kneel down as a gesture of gratitude, but Chi Fiwen couldn't stop her. Chi miss, your kindness toward us cannot be forgotten in this lifetime. As for my mother's situation, I don't blame you at all. My mother often calls me and says that she regards you as if you were her own daughter. However, knowing her lowly position, she refrained from expressing these heartfelt words. The mother's courage to protect her daughter is commendable. You've also taken care of her very well within the Chi household. She's never been subjected to any injustices. Thank you, Chi Mississippi. Chi Fiwen's eyes became moist. True feelings are exchanged for true feelings. Not everyone is like those ingrates who can never be tamed no matter how much you give. Chi Fiwen pulled Li Shui back up, letting her rest while she stayed to watch over. She began massaging Li Auntie's body, hoping she would wake up soon. Suddenly, Li Auntie's hand twitched. Chi Fiwen was ecstatic. Li Auntie's eyelids were fluttering. Doctor, she quickly called over the doctor, who confirmed Li Auntie had regained consciousness. A little one. Her mouth seemed slightly crooked, and although her speech was slurred, she retained the ability to speak. Looking at Chi Fiwen, tears streamed down Li Auntie's face. Chi Fiwen then beckoned Li Shui. Mother. Li Shui rushed forward, crying like a child. Quietly observing the reunion, Chi Fiwen stepped out, not wanting to disturb the mother-daughter bond. She missed her own family so much. She remembered that day. It was her mother's birthday. Her father had prepared a huge surprise and took both of them out for dinner. But suddenly, the car malfunctioned, crashing through the guardrails and plunging into the sea. They barely escaped from the sinking car, only to face the rising tide. Stranded on a reef, the water level rose inch by inch, eventually submerging it. Her parents worked together to drag her onto the surface of the sea. At the time, she had lost consciousness due to freezing cold. The rescue team finally arrived, pulling her to safety first, but her parents were too exhausted to hold on further. They sank beneath the waves and, when retrieved again, had already stopped breathing. Since then, every holiday filled her with dread. Especially during the spring festival, all the servants returned home. During those times, her house felt particularly desolate, and she feared the oppressive silence. To retain someone, she offered 3 to 4 times the normal overtime pay and provided various benefits. Every year, Leanne chose to stay behind rather than reuniting with her daughter. She remained by Chief Fiwen's side, telling stories about the year-beast guarding against evil spirits. When given monetary rewards, Leanne refused, saying it was her heartfelt desire to stay and she needed no payment. For Chief Fiwen, Leanne was no longer merely a servant but a cherished family member, an unconnected relation but undeniably dear. She staggered out of the hospital, helplessly sitting down by the flower bed. Just then, a shadow limped toward her, holding out a blood-streaked hand offering a document. Here, little Lord keeps his word, never cheats women. Chief Fiwen froze, staring at the disheveled Su Chua before her. His clothes were torn, his fiery red hair matted and unkempt as though chewed by dogs. Injuries covered his face, hands, and legs, forming a thick crust of dried blood. You? What happened? Who did this to you? Don't worry about who hit me. Here, take it. With a smug air, he shoved the item toward her chest. Chief Fiwen opened it and found an identical blank contract as the previous one. Company 1 Deriving had already signed it, bearing Su Qing's signature and company seal. She immediately understood why Su Chua looked this way. He must have endured severe beatings from Su Qing. Now, only Chief Fiwen's signature was needed to make it official. How about that? Pretty clever, right? Before he could finish, Chief Fiwen directly tore up the contract. Su Chua immediately became flustered, angrily looking at her. What are you doing? Do you know how many beatings I received to obtain this from that old bastard? He quickly bent down to pick up the fragments, holding all pieces tightly in his arms as if they were precious treasures. Chief Fiwen knew Su Chua did it all to uphold his masculine dignity, refusing to break promises to women or lose face before her. Even if it meant defying his father and getting battered this badly, he still managed to retrieve the contract. Despite this, she was genuinely moved. She grabbed the fragments and directly threw them into the trash can. Su Chua tried to pick them up, but she stopped him. There's no need. I appreciate your effort. If I really took this contract, it would mean making an enemy of one Deriving. You're scared that the old man will make life hard for you. No father likes his son disobeying him for a stranger. You managed to get this as a temporary compromise from him. If I were foolish enough to only focus on short-term benefits, it would only accelerate Chi Yao's downfall. So thank you. I don't need this. Hearing these words, Su Chua felt utterly defeated. He still couldn't match the old man. I'm the only son of the Su family, and I'll take over sooner or later. Then, you said then, but I might not last more than 2 or 3 years under your dad. I've already angered DE Group, and if I offend the largest biopharmaceutical company in the country, I'd be finished. Then wait for me. I'll go back right now and seize power. Su Chua glared, turned around, and was about to leave. Chief Fiwen rolled her eyes. What a brute. She quickly pulled him back. Calm down. I really don't need this anymore. I'm thinking about selling the company and quitting. What? Su Chua stared at her wide-eyed. If you sell the company, then what? Go abroad. Find a country where nobody knows me and live quietly. All I need is money. Even if I liquidate now, I could still get a substantial amount. Aren't you going to fight Shen Lu Bai anymore? I can't win, so I give up. She shrugged indifferently. If Shen Lu Bai kept pushing her, she'd have no choice but to flee. I'm sorry. Su Chua looked like a strutting peacock who had lost all his feathers. Still, despite his pride, he hung his head after apologizing. There's nothing I can do to help you. It's fine. We're not close anyway, and you've done enough for me. I'm deeply grateful. She patted Su Chua's shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. She froze and hurriedly pulled open his shirt to reveal a black and blue patch beneath. It looked horrifying. You need to go to the hospital immediately. It's nothing, just superficial injuries. They don't matter. At that moment, Su Chua's stomach growled loudly. Embarrassed, he covered it with his hands and rushed off, saying, I have something else to do, gotta go. Then he sprinted away. But his limping running posture was slow and awkward, almost comical. Chief Fiwen couldn't shake off her concern and followed him secretly. She noticed he didn't drive and wandered aimlessly through the streets like a lost soul. As he walked, he was making a call, seemingly borrowing money. Chapter 134, had an encounter before. Shit, I usually help you like this, and you don't even want to lend me a cent? Am I not going to pay you back? Master Su, please don't make it difficult for me. Your father has called us one by one, forbidding us from having any contact with you, and not giving you a penny. Whoever dares to help you will be in trouble. You unrighteous thing, don't ever expect me to take care of you again. Go away, all of you go away. He angrily threw his phone on the ground and sat on the side of the road in frustration, holding his head irritably. Just at that moment, a hand lightly patted his shoulder. Su Chua's mood was absolutely terrible. He shrugged violently but couldn't shake off the person's hand, instead grimacing in pain. Who is it? Don't bother Master Su. He looked up and saw Chief Fiwen. How did you end up here? Do you want to go eat with me? No. His face turned red, awkwardly turning away. Why? You're obviously starving. Oh, I remember hearing Master Su's big talk before. Any woman who eats with you, regardless of age, always gets a free meal. How could Master Su let the female companion pay? Suchua's neck turned red. Right now, he only felt regretful. Let's go, I'm hungry. I need to eat, and you can watch me eat. She forcibly took Suchua away and went to a decent noodle shop. In front of Suchua, she ordered a bowl of noodles. When she saw the light in Suchua's eyes extinguish instantly. When the noodles arrived, his Adam's apple unconsciously moved. Clearly very hungry, it was just a matter of opening his mouth. Yet stubbornly he wouldn't ask, suffering miserably due to vanity. Chi Fiwen ate a few bites, then put down her chopsticks. I can't eat anymore. Do you want some? You want Master Su to eat leftovers? He glared fiercely. Master Su, just do me a favor and finish it. I dare not eat too much, or I'll get fat. But there's so much left. Wasting it would be a shame. Just help me out, okay? She coaxed him. Suchua carefully looked at her, his gaze landing on her stomach. You seem to have gained a little weight. Chi Fiwen. Starve to death then. That leaves Master Su to reluctantly eat it for me. He even acted as if it were a gracious gift. As he ate, devouring quickly, in the end, not even leaving the soup behind. After finishing, he still seemed to crave more. Chi Fiwen ordered another bowl. I don't want to eat. All right, stop being polite with me. Just don't think of me as a woman. Friends eating a bowl of noodles together isn't an issue. And I won't tell anyone, ruining your reputation. If your conscience bothers you, you can repay me later or treat me back. Suchua's nose tingled with emotion. He had been with so many women, but only Chi Fiwen was different. He stopped being overly sentimental and ate another bowl, finally feeling comfortable in his stomach. Do you have a place to stay? He shook his head. Do you have a vehicle? He continued shaking his head. It seems your dad has been harsh enough. Here's some cash and car keys. Take them and go rent a room yourself. Aren't you afraid of the old man retaliating? I didn't sign that contract. Plus before, I didn't ask for breach of contract compensation. Your father might give me some consideration and won't obliterate me entirely. If it were someone else, Su Qing would hesitate no second to act. But regarding Chi Fiwen, Su Qing was actually wrong in the first place, and she'd done her a favor. If Su Qing acted now, it would seem like bullying someone smaller, making no sense. Chi Fiwen, accompany me to cut my hair, alright? My current hairstyle is truly too ugly. Ugly to the point where he couldn't bear looking at it straight. In the past, he had braided his hair, how free-spirited and dashing. Now, it looks like a dog chewed it. One may die, blood may flow, but one's hairstyle cannot be messy. Chi Fiwen took him to cut his hair. Suchua only had one requirement. It must look handsome. Devastatingly handsome. So stunningly handsome. The kind of handsome that when walking on the street, he'd be the brightest spotlight. This made Tony teacher struggle immensely. After fooling around for a while, he ended up cutting a short crop with little technique involved. The red-haired guy blew up. Do you even know how to cut hair? How am I supposed to pick up girls like this? Master Su, truly there isn't much hair left, almost to the root. Unable to do a fancy style, thus only able to shave close. Wait until your hair grows out. Master Su is going to kill you. I think it looks quite good. Just then, a lazy voice resounded. On the side, Chi Fiwen had already fallen asleep. Hearing Suchua's loud racket, she opened her tired eyes slightly. She found him much better looking than before, revealing a touch of masculinity. Then, she adjusted her position and fell back asleep. Suchua's fiery temper was instantly pacified. He loosened the barber's shirt and came carefully before her, squatting down, gazing at her intently. Her skin was so white, like a freshly peeled egg. She also had long eyelashes, like a long fan. When he got close to her, he could smell a faint fragrance, unable to describe what it was, but it smelled surprisingly good. She was really beautiful. More beautiful than all the girlfriends he had dated before. You probably don't remember, a few years ago at a banquet, I tried to talk to you, but you ignored me. Back then, I hadn't gone astray yet, and you gave me a great sense of failure. Later, I found it again with other women, but none of them matched the feeling back then. Do you know how excited Xiao Yi was when you came? If you hadn't rejected Xiao Yi back then, and we had an intense romance, you would have been the mistress of Wanyan biology by now. Instead, you are like this now. He was talking when Chi Fiwen suddenly interrupted. We would have fallen in love, and then broken up soon after. You'd still be a playboy, and I would have been the woman you abandoned and played with. Afterwards, we would go our separate ways, and even if I encountered difficulties, I wouldn't seek your help. How? How did you suddenly wake up? Because you were too noisy. She helplessly dug her ears. So you heard everything? Suchua's face turned red as if embarrassed beyond measure. He wanted to find a hole to crawl into right now. Chi Fiwen stretched her body. Suchua, there is no possibility between us. You're not my type. I can't change your nature as a playboy. Whether it's the past or present, our ending is bound to be separation. The reason why you feel this way now is because people always choose one thing while fantasizing about another road they haven't taken, excessively idealizing it. Suchua, I greatly appreciate that you got the contract, but you weren't doing it for me. It was just for your own pride. You said Suchua would do something, and failing would damage your pride. Even so, I am deeply grateful. Don't fight with your dad anymore. Go back to the Su family. Winning through such bullying methods is false. When you're no longer afraid of your father cutting off your financial support, you'll be able to stand on your own feet. After saying that, she was about to leave. Suchua stood dumbfounded looking at her. Chi Fiwen, you weren't like this before. In the past, she had also needed to hide under someone else's protection, living a carefree life under their shelter. But now, she seemed to have gone through a lot, and said such words to him. People always have to grow up slowly. She waved her hand, smiling as she left. but she didn't like growing up at all. If possible, who wouldn't want to be protected for life and not touch the disgusting reality of the world? Chapter 135, Reformation. This night, Suchwa walked alone on the street. He was dressed plainly, his usually flamboyant hair now cut short, and he had several band-aids on his face. No one came up to chat with him. The feeling of being the center of attention, as in the past, was all gone. Without the Su family, not being the young master of Wandan biotech, he was nothing. Once the old man cut off his financial support, what could he do besides jumping around in a panic? Therefore, Chief Fiwen was right. Only when he no longer feared such things would he have the qualification to defy the old man. Suchwa felt heavier-hearted than ever before. He walked all night, finally returning home. Su Qing was at the dining table reading the newspaper and eating breakfast. Over 50 years old, but still managing his figure well, still handsome. Su Qing was quite surprised to see him back so early. He thought Suchwa would stay out for days before returning. Are you back so early to apologize? He teased. Yes, I was wrong. I shouldn't have challenged you. Everything I have is from you, and I don't deserve it. In the future, I will learn from you and want to enter the company, starting from the bottom. Suchwa's calm and collected response showed no trace of his previous laid-back personality. Su Qing was stunned, suspecting that his son had been possessed by someone else. A rogue for more than 20 years. Could he have really reformed? Could it be some new trick perhaps? Fine, then go to work. Su Qing thought Suchwa was just playing around and would soon reveal his true nature. However, Suchwa dyed his favorite red hair back to its original color, diligently starting as a small assistant. Even after his supplementary card was activated, he didn't use it, but instead borrowed 1,000 yuan from a colleague, living a tight life. His means of transportation was no longer a sedan, but rather, a shared bicycle. His life was entirely different from before. Few people at the bottom level recognized him. Su Qing was greatly surprised by his son's change. Upon investigation, it turned out that this change occurred after meeting Chief Fiwen. He also found out that Chief Fiwen had torn up the contract, the very same one that Suchwa endured countless beatings and knelt for a whole day to obtain. He arranged to meet Chief Fiwen for tea. At the moment, seated before Chief Fiwen was a charming uncle, his face full of affectionate smiles. Mr. Su, hello. She politely said. Sit down, try the tea I brewed. Chief Fiwen obediently tasted it, but mindful of her baby, she did not drink too much. The tea's aroma is pure. Mr. Su's tea artistry is excellent. Then why don't you brew a cup for me? Me? I'm not very good at it. That's fine. Chief Fiwen couldn't understand what he wanted to do. She truly didn't know how to make tea and saw no reason to flatter someone who constantly made things difficult for her. She directly poured boiling water over the leaves, didn't even discard the first rinse, and poured it all into his teacup in one motion. Chief Fiwen herself took a sip. All right, I confess, I can't distinguish the quality either. I think the tea I brewed tastes great. Su Qing looked at her curiously, more and more satisfied with her expression. If you're still unmarried, I would consider your marriage with my son, even if the person you offended is Shun Lu Bai. Huh, what did that mean? High regard for her. Thank you for your praise, Mr. Su, but now that I'm divorced, I'll keep a distance from Suchwa, right? You are indeed an intelligent person. It's truly regrettable. Su Qing almost sounded sorry. Chief Fiwen didn't mind, as she wasn't very familiar with Suchwa anyway. Rest assured I will. I heard you were privately investigating selling the company's shares. I am willing to take them over, at market price. Really, Chief Fiwen hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. Suchwa has changed greatly. I can sense that he isn't just playing around, but is serious about it. This counts as my token of gratitude. That's really very kind of you. If we do decide to sell, I will definitely come to you, Mr. Su. After talking for a while longer, Su Qing left due to work matters. Chief Fiwen returned happily, instructing Su Qingqing to organize the required documents. While her belly was still small, she should quickly deal with the matter. If Shin Lubai found out, she doubted the child would survive. Apart from her own decision, no one else could determine the child's fate. When Su Qingqing was organizing the documents, Shin Yi saw them. She noticed they were personal controlling stake documents owned by Chief Fiwen, and her heart trembled. After hesitating for a long time, she decided to call her brother. Brother, aren't you going too far? I saw Su Qingqing printing out shareholding documents. They may be up for sale. What? The other end of the phone transmitted an angry voice. Brother, what are you thinking? Do you really hate Chief Fiwen so much that you're driving her to the brink? Brother? Shin Lubai hung up the phone. Shun Yi was both angry and anxious, stomping her feet. She really couldn't understand what her brother was thinking. Just because they couldn't be a couple, there was no need for such ruthlessness, not even leaving the other a way out. Chief Fiwen went to the hospital to visit Aunt Li, staying from day until night. Aunt Li's spirit had recovered quite well, but her body would be hard to restore completely. Because of the head injury, her motor nerves were damaged, making it impossible for her to walk normally. She needed a wheelchair. Her speech was also halting, sometimes requiring guesses about her meaning. But as long as she was alive, there was still hope. Li Shui discussed with her plans to take Aunt Li to live in M country. Chief Fiwen opened her mouth to refuse, but found she couldn't utter the words. That was someone else's mother, and when Li Shui said those words, it wasn't a negotiation with her, but a notification. What right did she have to stop them? Good. Aunt Li always talked about you. You two living together, along with your little grandson, will surely make her happy. She feigned a light tone. I still have some business to handle at the group company, so I'll leave first. It's already this late. Are you sure you should still go? Won't it be too tiring? It's something I've gotten used to. She hurriedly said, then turned and left. She feared that if she stayed any longer, her tears would fall. When the elevator doors closed, she lowered her head, letting the surging tears fill her eyes, dripping down one after another. Grandpa was in the nursing home, needing peace for recuperation. No matter what happened to her, she dared not tell him. The only elder around her with whom she could talk freely was Aunt Lee. Now, even Aunt Lee would leave. In a daze, she left the hospital and returned home. Miss, the servant looked at her, hesitant to speak. Chief Ewan's mind was unsettled, not even noticing the servant's troubled expression. Before the servant could say anything, Chief Ewan interrupted her. I'm tired, and I want to rest. Let's talk about anything tomorrow. But Chief Ewan ignored her, dragging her exhausted body upstairs and returning to her master bedroom. She didn't even turn on the lights, falling directly onto the bed. Soon, she realized something was off. Someone was on the bed. A shadow suddenly loomed closer, startling her. Without thinking, she kicked hard, but he easily dodged, pinning her beneath him. Her hands and feet were all restrained. She tried to shout, but her mouth was quickly muffled. The smell of liquor wafted toward her. Also familiar was the crisp scent, faint mint fragrance. Could it be that person? Chapter 136. Your love is trash, and so are you. Chief Ewan's eyes widened, her heart full of shock and bewilderment. Her eyes had already adapted to the darkness, and she recognized Shin Lu-bai. Finally, the kiss ended, and he let go of her. Chief Ewan, we need to talk. Before he could finish, Chief Ewan slapped him hard across the face. The next second, she turned on the light, hurriedly got out of bed, and eyed him cautiously. On his handsome face, a clear handprint appeared. How did you get in here? She glared coldly at him. Shin Liu-bai's deep phoenix eyes fell on her, filled with emotions she couldn't decipher. It seemed to be reluctance, anger, hatred, and yet an indescribable unwillingness to let go, getting deeper and deeper. Hadn't he lost his memory? Why was his gaze towards her so complicated? Chief Ewan. He struggled to say even her name, pronouncing it slowly as if squeezing each word from between his teeth. He exhaled heavily, lowering his eyelids, hiding the shadowed light inside. When he opened them again, his pupils looked clearly at her. Chief Ewan, since you can be with any man, why don't you consider me? All you have to do is crook your finger, and I'll come over. Try it, will you? There was even a hint of pleading in his voice. Chief Ewan froze. What was Shin Lu-bai up to? You? Are you going crazy? Are you drunk? In the middle of the night, he came to her house and made a drunken scene. Did he even know he was committing a crime by illegally entering a private residence? I wish it were just drunkenness causing such absurd words. Suddenly, he stood up from the edge of the bed and furiously moved closer to her. Frightened, Chief Ewan stepped back repeatedly, but soon her back hit the wall. She tried to sidestep past him, but Shin Lu-bai blocked all her ways. His long arms obstructed her escape route, trapping her in his narrow embrace, making her feel slightly breathless. The tall shadow overhead made her lose direction completely. Chief Ewan, I've used every method to prove whether or not you love me, and all the answers are, you don't love me. The only reason you married me was because I was foolish and easy to manipulate. If it were someone else, it would also work, right? Right. You also don't care if I'm with Fong Yuma, right? Right. No matter how far I push you to extremes, you won't come to beg me, right? Right. Chief Ewan looked defiantly at him. Although there were only 3 short words, why did they burn like fire every time she said them? The man's eyes gradually turned bloodshot. With great force, his big hand grabbed her chin, forcing her to look directly at him. Chief Ewan, how could I believe that someone like you has feelings or emotions? Mr. Shun, I really want to know, what kind of person am I? Could you enlighten me? All you want is a loyal dog, always circling around you, constantly needing your presence. This person can be poor, ugly, short, or fat. You don't care. All you care about is being needed. Chief Ewan, from beginning to end, you only love yourself, and any man works. Any. He emphasized the word any. Chief Ewan almost believed it. Before meeting Shin Lu-bai, that was indeed who she was. She lacked love, desperately needing someone dependent on her to prove her own worth. Ideally, this person would revolve solely around her, didn't have to love her back, but must be a constant part of her life, highly reliant on her. But when did things change? From the moment she met that fool. They were tea-colored amber, crystal clear and clean, forbidding any impurities in her mind. At that moment, she decided, this person was it. Even though he wasn't exactly what she imagined. Once she took him home, she would take responsibility for his entire life. Back then, she didn't realize those surging feelings were love. She was so afraid of water, yet she jumped into the pool without hesitation for him. She boarded a smuggling ship, adrift at sea, where the fear of death loomed over her constantly, yet she insisted on taking a look. Life or death, she had to confirm. Otherwise, how could she rest easy? Mistakenly thinking he was dead, her world nearly collapsed. She set up charity funds to help people with cerebral palsy, but none of the patients brought the same feeling she associated with Shin Lu-bai. Realizing belatedly, she truly fell in love. Yet now, in Shin Liu-bai's eyes, she was a person devoid of feelings. Truly ironic. The dog Tang Zifeng I raised for years wouldn't listen, so I kicked him out without giving any face. And your disobedient dog that I cannot control. I should have kicked you out a long time ago. Why would I keep you around just for the new year? Shin Lu-bai, you must have remembered something and realized that you still have feelings for me. After all, I'm good looking and have a great figure. It's understandable if you're lingering around me. Do you think too much? The very thought of being married to someone like you makes me sick. So are you here tonight, just because you found it too disgusting? Well, I'll soon sell my shares and leave the capital city. I will stay far away from you, out of your sight. Would Mr. Shun be satisfied with that? With these words, Shin Lu-bai should feel reassured, right? But instead, Shin Lu-bai gripped her wrist tightly. You're dreaming if you think you can get rid of me this way. I'll make sure no one dares to take over your company. Shin Lubai, stop causing trouble. It's true, I approached you with bad intentions initially. But what about you? Are you really so clean with Fang Yumo? You two were doing who knows what in the hotel. You hid your real identity from me, but turned around and gave money to your ex-girlfriend, helping the Fang family through hard times. It's you who cheated on me first, betraying our marriage. And now you use me as a pretense, just to make Fang Yumo regret, isn't it? What are you talking about? Nothing happened between me and Fang Yumo. And who's supposed to believe that? She sent me a video, already revealing so much. You stayed in her hotel room for nearly 20 minutes. What did you do there? Do you not know yourself? What video? Let me see it. Go find Fang Yumo then. Leave. Chi Fiwen pushed him hard. Suddenly, a sharp pain twisted in her stomach. It hurt so much. Her face instantly lost all its color as she painfully crouched down, gripping her stomach tightly. What's wrong with you? Chi Fiwen gasped in agony, her lips trembling as she spoke, her eyes red with pain. Shin Lubai, whether I live or die has nothing to do with you. I just hope you keep your distance. Are you bleeding? Is it your period? There was blood staining the floor. Shin Lubai remembered that her menstrual cycle wasn't supposed to be at this time. Yet now she clearly had blood on her, and judging by the situation, it looked severe. To the hospital directly. I don't need your help. At this moment, Chi Fiwen truly didn't have the strength to push him away anymore. Her defiant words sounded feeble and lacked authority. She weakly curled up in his arms, sweating cold beads of sweat due to unbearable pain. Shin Lubai was in a panic and couldn't continue quarreling with her. He immediately ordered a chauffeur to drive them to the hospital. After arriving at the hospital, they went straight to the gynecology department and were then pushed into a ward marked Men Forbidden. Sir, please stop here. Only women may proceed. The nurse tried to block him, but he grabbed her collar forcefully. I am her husband. Then he barged in without hesitation. His cold, intimidating gaze made others hesitate to meet his eyes. Doctor, why is she in so much pain just because of her monthly period? The answer came not from the doctor, but from Chi Fiwen herself. Doctor, is my baby all right? At that exact moment, she disregarded everything else, holding onto the doctor's hand tightly. Shin Lubai froze in place as an explosion of information surged through his mind. Baby? Chapter 137. Acknowledge this child. Chi Fiwen's pain caused her entire body to cramp, and unable to bear it, she fainted. The doctor quickly examined her. Shin Lubai was the only one who stood motionless in place, his gaze absent-mindedly fixed on the frail little figure on the hospital bed. Family members, please step aside. The nurse pushed him out of the room. Shin Lubai was like a machine, his limbs stiff. He didn't know how much time had passed before he finally came back to his senses. Chi Fiwen was pregnant. Whose child was this? Su Chua's? After she left him, she only ever dated Su Chua, and everyone knew Su Chua was a notorious playboy. It was perfectly normal for something to happen between them. When he couldn't sleep at night thinking about this woman, she already had a child with another man. Shin Lubai had never felt so ridiculous. His heart ached. Each breath burned. He wished to rush inside and rip her apart piece by piece. But then he couldn't bring himself to do it. Watching her writhe in pain tore his heart to shreds. During this time, he had pushed too hard, making every moment unbearable for both of them. Only he knew, only he. Finally, the doctor came out. The child has been temporarily saved, but the mother-to-be has recently been too emotionally agitated and overly exhausted. This is why there were signs of a miscarriage. If precautions are not taken in the future, it could become dangerous. During this time, more rest is needed, avoid movement, and don't overthink or overwork yourself. While the doctor was giving advice, a cold and stern voice suddenly sounded beside him. If keeping this child is such an ordeal, then don't keep it, abort it. What did you say? The doctor couldn't believe his own ears. No one can make that decision for the expectant mother. I'm ordering you to abort the child. Shin Lubai became enraged, grabbing the doctor's collar and lifting him up. A suffocating aura of death enveloped the doctor. The doctor broke into a cold sweat. Did you hear that? Heard. Mr. Shun. Recognizing his identity, the doctor trembled in fear. Surgery was immediately arranged. Chi Fiwen was still unconscious when she was wheeled into the operating room. Is the anesthesia ready? Chi Fiwen dimly heard these words and instinctively frowned. She was just here to save her child. Why would they need to use anesthesia? Could it be that the child couldn't be saved? She opened her eyes and saw the glaring surgical light above her. My child. What's wrong with my child? The doctor didn't expect Chi Fiwen to wake up and felt even guiltier. Miss Chi, I'm sorry. This was Mr. Shin's order. We're just following instructions. I'm asking you, can my child still be saved? Chi Fiwen forced herself to stay calm. Her fiery eyes locked onto the doctor. For now, it can, but Mr. Shun wants it aborted. Chi Fiwen's body trembled, missing half a breath. Shin Lubai wanted to abort her child. He must have calculated that this child was from that night, so he didn't want to keep it. Miss Chi, we're about to give you the anesthetic. Let's see who dares. She swept her gaze coldly around. Whoever harms my child will lose their life. But what about Mr. Shun? I'll handle it myself. Struggling down from the operating table, she almost fell as soon as her feet touched the ground. Her whole body was weak, her limbs trembling. Leaning against the wall, she took a few short steps, already sweating profusely from exhaustion. Somehow, she managed to walk out of the operating room and locked eyes with Shin Lubai waiting outside. Shin Lubai frowned fiercely. Didn't it work? He asked directly. Shin Lubai, if you want my child's life, kill me first. Chi Fiwen, how long have you been apart from me? And you're already carrying another man's child. Whose is it? Tell me. Chi Fiwen swayed unsteadily, a mocking smile curling at the corner of her lips. So no one realized yet. Thinking she'd been unfaithful. In her entire life, she'd only ever been with one man, Shin Lubai. Believe it or not, she no longer wanted any ties to this person, as long as it's not yours. Of course, I know it's not mine. It's Su Chua's, or maybe someone else's? Taking large strides forward, he grabbed her wrist tightly. The force was so great, it seemed he intended to break her bones. Even though she was in obvious pain, she defiantly lifted her head and stared at him, refusing to yield. Does it matter who the father is? As long as this child is mine. Shin Lubai, we're already divorced. After the divorce, you go your way and I'll go mine. When will you let me be free? I give up. I can't compete with you. If I sell my shares and leave my hometown, will that be enough? All I want is to stay far away from you and live in peace. I won't bother you anymore. What more do you want from me? Chief Fiwen, you still don't understand what I truly want. How would I know? Her emotions were fluctuating too much, her vision blurred with blackness as her body swayed. Shin Liubai's heart clenched, and he pulled her tightly into his arms. You fools, just stand there and watch. Carry her back inside, and continue the surgery. Chief Fiwen's heart beat heavily. Using all the remaining strength she had left, she clutched his hand. Her nails pierced through his skin. With bloodshot eyes, she spoke slowly, enunciating each word clearly. Shin Lubai, if you dare touch my child, even in death, I won't let you go. I will hate you for the rest of my life. After saying that, she could no longer hold on and fainted. Only when she was unconscious did she not push him away. Her body was cold, her temperature imbalanced. She was also very light, almost weightless in his embrace. He was even slightly worried that she might turn into a wisp of smoke and disappear. Before him stood the operating room. All the equipment and medications were prepared. This was the best time for surgery. The doctor waited beside him. In his mind, her words kept echoing repeatedly. If this child dies because of him, then his future with Chief Fiwen would never have any possibility. Pained, he closed his eyes. If at the beginning he had mistakenly thought the child belonged to Tang Zifeng and yet accepted it, now regardless of whether it was Su Chua's or someone else's, as long as it was Chief Fiwen's child, what could possibly prevent him from acknowledging it? After reaching this understanding, his heart bled, but when he looked at Chief Fiwen, his gaze was tender and soft. Turning around, he walked out. Use the best prenatal medicine for her. He gave orders to the doctor. Chief Fiwen remained unconscious for a long time, deficient in vital energy, exhausted both physically and mentally. This was a huge blow to her constitution. She slept deeply for an entire day and night until the evening of the next day when she finally woke up. The person she saw upon waking was, Shin, how did you end up in my house? Take a good look, where exactly are we? Shin sighed helplessly. Chief Fiwen realized late that she was surrounded by unfamiliar surroundings. Her heart sank to the bottom. This was Shin Liubai's place. Had she been placed under house arrest? And what about the baby? Instinctively, she touched her stomach. Since Shin looked calm, she probably knew nothing. Why am I here? Where is Shin Lubai? She asked urgently. My brother said your health wasn't good and you needed rest, so he arranged a private doctor for you. I'm not sure why he brought you here. He sent me to keep you company so that you wouldn't get too emotional, which could harm your health. What about Fang Yumo? Would she agree? Sister Fang doesn't live here and rarely comes over, so she has no idea. Actually, Shin Lubai didn't allow Fang Yumo to come to his private residence. Fang Yumo, in order to save face, had simply not told Shin. Chief Fiwen frowned deeply. What game was Shin Lubai playing? Chapter 138. The Fang family goes bankrupt. At this moment, Shin Lubai wasn't at home but had gone to the old Fang residence, which now belonged to Fang Yumo. Fang Yumo hadn't expected him to visit, so she hadn't tidied up beforehand. In a hurry, she changed into a light blue long dress, applied some lipstick, and happily descended the stairs. Brother Shin, how did you find time to see me? Did you notice that the decoration here is the same as before? Do you know how much effort I put in to collect all these antique furnishings? Do you remember when you used to come over and we would play hide and seek in the living room? She came down from upstairs, her footsteps lively, and her mouth never stopping. Shin Lubai sat on the sofa coldly, casting an indifferent glance at her. Fang Yumo seemed oblivious to his frostiness, continuing to chatter incessantly. My father called me today and mentioned you. He misses you very much and plans to return to the country soon. Then we can have dinner together like we used to. What did you tell Chief Fiwen? He didn't have the patience to listen to her sentimental talk. He had come to clarify the truth. Hearing this, Fang Yumo's heart skipped a beat, yet she still maintained her composure. Brother Shen, what are you talking about? I don't understand. You tricked me into coming to the hotel that day, and I thought your scheme had failed, but it turns out I underestimated you. What exactly did you send her that made her believe there was something inappropriate between us? Brother Shen, this is her framing me. I didn't do anything. She's trying to create discord between us. Brother Shen, why aren't you questioning her instead of accusing me? It seems I won't get the answers I want. If you're unwilling to tell the truth, then that's fine. Shin Lubai was tired of watching her act, and said indifferently before leaving. Fang Yumo was stunned. She had prepared many lines, but they went unused. Had he believed her so easily? It seemed she still mattered to him. Thinking about this, Fang Yumo beamed with joy, unbeknownst to her. As soon as Shin Lubai left the old Fang residence, he turned to Xue Hao and instructed, make sure the Fang family goes bankrupt. When that happens, she'll surely speak up. Shin Lubai didn't go back home. Instead, he stayed busy outside, though Xue Hao noticed that it appeared intentional. Xue Hao guessed correctly. Shin Lubai didn't know how to face Chief Fiwen or the child in her belly anytime soon. Though he had invested genuine feelings, the outcome was unrequited love. He feared that if he saw Chief Fiwen, he wouldn't be able to restrain himself. He wanted to punish her harshly, yet he couldn't bear to see her cry. He was in an extreme state of conflict. Thus, avoiding each other was the best solution. From time to time, news about Chi Fiwen reached him. She showed no resistance, ate well, drank well, and looked healthier than before. All work-related issues were relayed through Shun Yi. Seeing her so calm, Shun Lubai felt even more choked up inside. 2 days passed, and news arrived from overseas. Fong Yuma was still lost in her smug self-satisfaction when she received a call from her father. The Fong family. The Fong family is ruined. The stock price has collapsed, and someone maliciously bought us out. The Fong family will go bankrupt. Daughter, quickly think of a way. Beg our nephew for help, or the Fong family will be completely finished. How could this happen? Fong Yuma's heart sank. You must find Shin Lubai right away. Now only he can save the Fong family. All right, I'll go immediately. Fong Yuma hurried to DE Group, but was stopped by the receptionist. She hadn't made an appointment, so she couldn't see him. I'm the fiance of your president. Let me go up. I have an urgent matter to discuss with him. Sorry, regardless of who you are, appointments are mandatory. You wait for my retaliation. She then went to Shun Liubai's private residence, where she was once again blocked by the gatekeeper. Our master hasn't returned these past few days. Please go back. Then do you know where he is? My calls to him are unanswered, and I have important matters to address with him. Fong Yuma begged pitifully, desperate because of the situation with the Fong family. The gatekeeper shook his head repeatedly. Frustrated, she called Shin Yi, but both siblings seemed to have coordinated their phones to be off. Just as Fong Yuma was about to leave in disappointment, she caught sight of a familiar figure in the courtyard from the corner of her eye. She gripped the iron gate tightly, glaring bitterly at Chi Fiwen, who was basking in the sun outside. How dare you be here, you despicable woman? Chi Fiwen also noticed Fong Yuma. If not for this gate, Fong Yuma would likely have rushed in and torn her apart. The hatred in her eyes gleamed menacingly. Chi Fiwen opened her mouth to explain, but held back. She also didn't know why Shin Lubai had her locked up, providing her with all the food and drink she wanted, yet hadn't revealed his true intentions. Moreover, she owed no explanation to Fong Yuma. Place the recliner here. I feel like eating some flour cakes now. Make me some and get me a cup of freshly squeezed plum juice. Then she put on her sunglasses, applied sunscreen, and enjoyed basking in the sunlight blissfully. Chi Fiwen, I'm asking you again, will you answer me? Where's this dog barking from? So annoying. Chi Fiwen disdainfully scratched her ears. At that moment, the maid handed her a fresh glass of juice. She sipped it gently. In contrast to Chi Fiwen's carefree demeanor, Fong Yuma, constantly hitting walls everywhere she turned, appeared much more disheveled. Chi Fiwen, Brother Shin doesn't love you, so stop daydreaming. You'll never have him. His heart isn't on you. Fong Yuma could only grit her teeth as she shouted these words through the courtyard gate. Even while saying this, she herself wasn't fully confident about her claims. But what else could she do now but bark uselessly? Chi Fiwen ignored her, while the servants and security personnel looked at Fong Yuma with slightly mocking eyes, as though she were a ridiculous clown. Fong Yuma's cheeks burned with humiliation, and she stormed off angrily. She returned to the company headquarters. The guard said that Shin Lubai hadn't been home for several days. There was nothing she could do waiting there. She stubbornly stayed at the entrance of the company, refusing to leave. She repeatedly called both siblings' phones, but neither answered. Brother. In the upstairs executive office, Shin Yi couldn't stay still anymore and wanted to reach for her phone. However, Shun Liubai's icy glare immediately scared her back into place. The front desk and villa had both called to report that Fong Yuma had visited. Shun Yi very much wanted to meet Fong Yuma, but her brother wouldn't allow it. Do you know the disgraceful thing she has done and still haven't told me? Are you really her sister or my sister? This matter couldn't be concealed any longer. After Shin Lubai confronted Fong Yuma, he then went to speak with Shun Yi. Because they were close, perhaps Shun Yi knew something too. I already know roughly what happened. There's no need for you to protect her further. Yi, even though we don't share the same mother, I've always treated you as my real sister. Now, are you willing to side with outsiders and deceive your own brother? Shun Yi had no choice but to reveal everything she knew. Although Shin Lubai hadn't seen the so-called video, he could already imagine how maliciously it was fabricated. It must have been edited to look ambiguous and confusing, leading to misinterpretation. Otherwise, how could Chi Fiwen suspect anything inappropriate between them in the hotel? He had given Fong Yuma a chance, and it was she who refused to cherish it properly, so he couldn't blame himself for being unsympathetic now. Brother, Rainemo's sister is frail and has already rushed around all day. What if something happens? Your body is weaker than hers, and yet you're defending her? But Rainemo's sister looks much more fragile than me. That's just your perception. Chapter 139, Only the Truth. Shin Lubai cast an unhappy glance at Shin Yi. She looked willful and domineering, quick to boast of her abilities, and not easy to deal with. But in reality, she had a kind heart beneath her sharp tongue and a sense of righteousness. She was more soft-hearted than anyone, always thinking for others. Her heart was the most sincere and kind, and even though she received no salary day after day, she happily worked hard for others. Chi Fiwen might sell her out, and she would still be counting money for Chi. But deep down, he knew Chi Fiwen would never harm her, despite Shun Yi's occasional conflict with her. As for Fong Yumo, things were uncertain. Shun Yi regarded Fong as her sister, but Fong? She schemed at every turn. If he didn't watch over this situation carefully, Shun Yi could end up badly hurt by Fong Yumo. Brother, why can't you and Sister Yumo talk things through nicely? Why did you lock up Chi Fiwen? What exactly is going on? I didn't lose my memory. Huh. Now it was Shun Yi's turn to gape. You didn't lose your memory. So what about Chi Fiwen? In the past, Fong Yumo and I had a betrothal agreement. Young and unknowing about feelings, I just thought when I grew up, marrying Fong Yumo was my responsibility, whether I liked it or not. It was never deeply considered by me. When she couldn't bear it anymore and chose to leave, I didn't feel even a moment of sadness or regret. Instead, I thought it was only natural, and I wouldn't blame her. Chi Fiwen is different. At first, I hated her, but gradually, I genuinely fell in love with her. She has never been my shield, nor was she acting for Fong Yumo to see. I truly want to spend my whole life with her. Your only sister-in-law is Chi Fiwen. Shen Yi opened her mouth in shock. She could sense that her brother was sincere. So, then why pretend to lose your memory, agree to a divorce, or say something confusing like Fong Yumo being a suitable partner? Because Chi Fiwen doesn't love me. She's heartless and uncaring, and for her, I'm optional. As he spoke these words, there was a shadow of melancholy in Shun Liubai's eyes. Shen Yi didn't dare to say anything. If her brother knew that Chi Fiwen called a group of handsome men to sing and drink right after their divorce, Shen Liubai might completely lose his mind. She also believed Chi Fiwen wasn't fond of her brother. Otherwise, how could she act so unconcerned, continuing to work like nothing happened while being ambiguously involved with Suchua? Shen Yi felt uneasy inside, feeling admiration for her brother, whom many cherished, yet Chi Fiwen disregarded him entirely. A lump formed in her chest. Since she doesn't love you, why not choose Sister Yumo? She loves you, and besides, you've grown up together. But I love her. Shen Liubai said it firmly, word by word. With just those few short words, she found herself speechless. Simply put, he was willing to endure it himself. Shen Yi tried to speak, but only managed to choke out a sound after a long pause. Brother. Her voice trembled, hoarse. Her eyes were slightly red-rimmed, fists tightly clenched. Seeing Shun Liubai's lips curve into a self-deprecating smile shattered her heart. Her seemingly superior brother now appeared so humble, insignificant. The office fell into a long silence. Shen Liubai didn't let his sadness linger for too long. Even if Chi Fiwen didn't love him, she would remain his. Forcing something might not be sweet, but as long as it belonged to him, that was all that mattered. He straightened himself up and walked downstairs. It was time to meet Fong Yumo. Fong Yumo didn't know how long she had waited, her stomach growling, having not taken a single sip of water, sitting on the stairs after standing for too long, ignoring the strange looks from passersby. Finally, she saw Shen Liubai. Her eyes lit up immediately, as if she'd spotted her savior. Big brother Shun. She rushed towards him, excitedly grabbing at the edge of Shun Liubai's clothes. I've looked for you everywhere. Your phone is off, and I couldn't reach you in any way. The receptionist wouldn't let me go upstairs and gave me bad looks. You have to help me. State your business. His tone was cold, cutting her short. Fong Yumo remembered why she had come. Without hesitation, she blurted out, the Fong family stock market has collapsed, and we're on the brink of bankruptcy. Please save the Fong family. How do you expect me to do that? By buying up the bottom of the stock market. You need a lot of money, lots and lots of money. Big brother Shen, only you can save the Fong family now. Please, lend us a hand based on our friendship. But I am the one responsible for this. What? Fong Yumo stared at him, wide-eyed, disbelief coloring her expression. Shen Liubai narrowed his eyes, glaring dangerously at her. Right now? Are you considering telling me the truth? If not, then you'll have to wait longer. After saying that, he walked away briskly. Fong Yumo quickly recovered, unwilling to believe it as much as her heart allowed, but she had to face the facts. She hurried over. Big brother Shen, let's talk properly. Upon hearing this, Shen Liubai brought her back to the president's office. She saw Shen Yi, and at that moment, everything became crystal clear. It was as though her soul had been extracted, leaving her with a heavy sadness while looking at Shen Yi. You betrayed me, didn't you? I. Shen Yi's face flushed red. These words filled her with an immense sense of guilt. What exactly did she betray? She kept things from me and schemed with you against me. Now that's real betrayal. Shen Liubai said this impatiently. Go home first. Shen Yi hastily slunk off in embarrassment. Now, she felt humiliated both before Chi Fiwen and Fong Yumo. Fong Yumo gazed at Shen Liubai, tears welling up in her eyes. Brother Shen, are you truly going to be so heartless to me? We grew up together. Are you really going to treat me like this for the sake of a woman you've known for only a year? Her tears dropped heavily, one by one. Anyone who saw her would feel pity for her. But strangely enough, Shen Liubai remained completely unmoved. Why should he care about someone who wasn't even his fiancée? If Chi Fiwen were crying, he'd undoubtedly feel deeply sympathetic toward her. But others' tears, even if they cried themselves to death, wouldn't matter to him in the least. Shen Liubai didn't interrupt her either, sitting casually in a chair with one leg resting over the other, leaning back and crossing his arms confidently in front of his chest. His contemptuous gaze held a hint of indifference and arrogance, as though he were merely an outside observer enjoying the drama unfold before him. Fong Yumo felt trapped with her tears lingering on the brink, unsure whether to let them fall or hold them back. Brother Shen, please, beg you. She continued, pleading pathetically. Shen Liubai remained completely unimpressed throughout it all. In the end, drained of energy and dry mouth, she managed to say, What do I need to do for you to leave the Fong family alone? You're done pretending? He mocked sarcastically. I want the truth, not your exaggerated tales. I didn't embellish anything. I just. Fong Yumo, you can drag this out with me, but I can wait. It's just I'm unsure if your father can last the same way. The stock market opens tomorrow, and the Fong family will be ruined. I'll tell you. With a deathly pale face, Fong Yumo began revealing what she had done, but of course, still simplified parts of it. It's when she learned you and I were at the hotel together, I explained everything to her. We hadn't done anything, but she simply refused to believe me. Looks like you don't actually care about your father's life, he remarked coldly. No, that is the truth. Fong Yumo, you mustn't think I'm as easily deceived as Yi, right? A flicker of fury showed on his face. He thought Fong Yumo took him for a fool, pushing boundaries again and again. Since this was how she wanted to play it, he would hold nothing back either. He gave direct orders to Xue Hao without hesitation. A finger from Fong Haowen. Make sure it arrives soon, otherwise it won't be fresh anymore. Chapter 140, the last time. Fong's family is going bankrupt, and you don't care. Then, do you also not care about your parents' lives? Fong Yuma's face turned ashen. She hurried to stop Xue Hao but stumbled and fell to the ground. No, don't go. But Xue Hao had already left. Finally starting to panic, Fong Yuma crawled on her knees until she reached Shen Lubai. Brother Shen, I've realized my mistake. Spare my family. I'll tell you everything. Crying with tears and snot streaming down her face, Fong Yuma confessed everything. Shen Lubai also saw the ambiguous video. After watching it, he threw his phone to the ground forcefully. The cracked screen cut her neck, leaving a bloody mark, but Fong Yuma didn't dare breathe loudly, crouching even lower. Brother Shen, I've told you everything. Please spare the Fong family. Spare my father. Did I promise? Just because you tell me something, will I let go? He laughed coldly. Upon hearing this, Fong Yuma raised her head in astonishment. You tricked me. I never made any promises. Brother Shun, what am I to you? I admit, I used despicable means, but I did it all out of love for you. Disgusting. The disdain in his eyes was unmistakable, as if he were looking at a bacteria. This look caused Fong Yuma's heart to ache deeply. Since you have no feelings for me, why did you say those things to Yi? Why did you say I was suitable to be your partner, that I was gentle and well-behaved, that we grew up together like childhood sweethearts, and that we knew each other so well? Why did you give me hope, only to plunge me into despair? She screamed and cried. Shen Lubai stayed silent, glaring at her coldly. After pondering for a moment, Fong Yuma gave a mournful laugh. I understand. I completely understand. You weren't speaking to me. You intentionally said those things for Chi Fiwen to hear, right? You wanted to see her reaction, didn't you? From start to finish, you just used me to test Chi Fiwen's feelings. Then let me ask, did you get what you wanted? With tears in her eyes, she looked up at him. Shen Liubai's expression became increasingly grim. She laughed harder. It seems you didn't get what you wanted either, haha. You deserve today. Fong Yuma's words provoked Shen Lubai. What kind of person was she to mock him? He bent down, gripped her throat tightly, showing no concern about hurting her. Cough, cough. Fong Yuma felt immense pain, struggling weakly while gasping for air. Her whole body was lifted off the ground. Did I give you some wrong impression, making you think I have a good temper? Fong Yuma was shocked, realizing how reckless she had been. She always thought their old bond from childhood would mean more than anything else, so she acted without restraint. Plus, his words made her mistakenly believe she still had a chance. Now, she finally faced reality. Shen Lubai had never been a soft-hearted person from the beginning. His kindness was kindness. His resentment was resentment, clear-cut and uncomplicated. I can help you. Help explain to Chi Fiwen. Shen Lubai squinted his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. Only if I go to speak, will she believe. Otherwise, the truth. Cough. If it comes from your mouth, she won't trust it. When a woman has preconceived notions and doesn't trust a man, then anything said by that man will seem like an excuse. Shen Lubai was tempted, loosened his grip, and let her go. Fong Yuma collapsed to the ground like a broken kite. Kneeling there, she couldn't stop coughing. Now, come with me to see her. He stood up and said. Her pupils flickered, and she nodded. But I need to use the restroom first. My stomach hurts. I'm nervous. I'm afraid I might not be able to express myself clearly later. Go ahead. In DE group, without his permission, she couldn't possibly escape. Fong Yuma went to the restroom and picked up her phone, calling Shun Yi. After several attempts, all unanswered, she decided to send a message. Yi, if I die now, you will be the murderer. You'll be the one who killed me. It was her usual tactic. Anyone burdened with the responsibility of someone's life would hesitate and waver. She knew Shen Yi's nature, and she wouldn't ignore her plea. Sure enough, Shen Yi called back. Yumo's sister. You are truly my dear younger sister. All my current misfortune is your fault. If I die today, the burden of my death will be on you, and you will never know peace. Yumo's sister, please don't do this. Hearing this, Shun Yi felt immense pressure. Living abroad, she had received much care over the years, forming a deep bond with Fong Yuma. Fong Yuma often used such rhetoric, and if Shun Yi didn't help her, she would feel like a Chenggujiran. She realized it was not good to use this tactic, but it was hard to change in a short time. Our family has gone bankrupt, and Shun Lubai is still going to hurt my parents. Now he even wants to kill me. Yi, can you be so heartless and ignore me? You are his sister. Only you can save me. What do you expect me to do? Do you remember what I said before? Help me sleep with your brother. Yuma, my brother doesn't like you. Just give up. With your conditions, you can definitely find someone who loves you. Why bother? Your brother likes Chi Fiwen now, and what has he gained? I saw Chi Fiwen at his house. It seems that she's being forcibly detained. Fong Yuma had dealings with Chi Fiwen before, and she knew Chi Fiwen couldn't stand sand in her eyes. Since their relationship was ambiguous, Chi Fiwen would surely need an explanation from Shen Lubai, which meant they wouldn't end up together. Besides, they'd once had a physical relationship, but Fong Yuma erased all traces of it. Shen Lubai hadn't held her accountable for it yet. That proved Chi Fiwen hadn't revealed anything, otherwise Fong Yuma wouldn't have been needed. She decided to gamble once. She bet Chi Fiwen wasn't there voluntarily. Shen Yi fell silent on the other end. Fang Yuma sighed in relief. She guessed right. Qi Fiwen doesn't love your brother. In this world, only I love him the most. No one can match me. I could sacrifice my life for him. Can Qi Fiwen do that? Shun was torn. But romantic relationships need mutual affection. Qi Fiwen doesn't love your brother either. Why should she look down on everyone else? We love Shen Lubai so much, and we don't want him to get hurt. How can we tolerate an outsider hurting his feelings? Yumo, if I really help you, my brother will sever ties with me. It won't happen. He only has you as a sister. You're very important to him. No one can replace your position in Shun Liubai's heart. Qi Fiwen is too terrifying. She'll make your brother lose his mind, and she'll take your place. But I won't. We are such good friends, and the three of us would form the most suitable family. Besides, I'm not just doing this for myself. My parents are in grave danger now. If Shun Lubai and I become a couple, then he will have to take responsibility for me, and my parents will be able to live peacefully. You're saving the lives of our whole family of three. Can you really sit by and watch without helping? This is the last time. Shen was persuaded. Chapter 141, Fire the Gun. Fang Yumo was thrilled. I promise this will be the last time. You're my best sister. How could I always make you uncomfortable? Just this once, our entire family thanks you. What do you want me to do? My brother is about to take me to find Qi Fiwen. We must stop him. If he reconciles with Qi Fiwen, then I'll surely die. I know you're kind-hearted and feel indebted to her. Once your brother and I are together, I'll even kneel to ask for her forgiveness. This is for survival. You understand what's more important. All right, I'll stop my brother. But I won't help you with that sort of thing. I can't betray my brother. Sister Fang, I really can't do it. I can't betray my brother. Although she had some agreement with Fang Yumo in her heart, she hoped her brother would always be the one who was loved. In matters of love, not being able to obtain affection is very painful. She felt deeply sorry for her brother. Therefore, out of selfishness, she chose to help Fang Yumo but wouldn't involve herself in more despicable deeds. It was okay at first, but now that her brother's feelings were clear, she couldn't act recklessly anymore. Fang Yumo realized she couldn't persuade Shun anymore, cursing her profusely in her heart. This ungrateful person, despite her careful care abroad and keeping a trump card, Shun wasn't obedient at all. When she came out of the bathroom, Shun Lubai was about to take her to see Qi Fiwen. But halfway through the car ride, Shun frantically called Shun Lubai. Brother, I got into a car accident. What should I do? I think I hit someone. Are you hurt? Yes, my arm seems broken. Woo, brother. It hurts so much. Shun cried from pain. I'm coming right away. Shun Lubai hung up the phone and glanced at Fang Yumo behind him. Just stay quietly at the Fang family mansion. I'll deal with you next time. Get out of the car. Fang Yumo quickly got out of the car, watched his car drive away, and temporarily sighed in relief. Shun Lubai arrived at the accident scene where Shun arm was pierced by steel, luckily without hitting the bone. Otherwise the arm would have been useless. My brakes failed suddenly, and then I rushed out onto the road and crashed into someone else's car. I thought there was someone, but luckily, only I am injured. Shun didn't know what method to use to stop the situation, so she bit the bullet and used the most clumsy way. Shun Lubai took her to the hospital, rushing back and forth. He asked the doctor to prescribe the best medicine. Girls must not leave scars, otherwise they won't look good. He advised. Brother. Shun looked at him, her nose tingling, tears dropping one after another. Does it hurt? Yes, extremely. She hugged him and cried until she was sobbing. Shun Lubai stroked her head as he comforted her, suddenly thinking of something. His body stiffened. Whether it was injections, medication, or minor scrapes, Shun always cried. Fang Yumo also liked to cry when throwing tantrums. But for the long time he was with Qi Fiwen, she didn't cry enough for him to count on one hand. Every time, she stared at him stubbornly, tightly biting her lips, unwilling to show weakness or lower her head. She was clearly a girl. Tears were her weapon, yet she didn't shed them easily. Tell me, under what circumstances does a girl stop crying? Shun was completely confused, not understanding why he suddenly asked this. You just need to answer me. Always refusing to cry. Perhaps because she has become accustomed to being strong, or maybe she doesn't believe anyone will cherish her tears. Shun Liubai's mind pictured her serene, beautiful face, indifferent as if nothing mattered to her. Besides her family, no one ever met her criteria, and he wasn't lucky enough to become her family. Shun Lubai stayed with her throughout the night, waiting until Shun was fine before deciding to go find Fang Yumo. Fang Yumo had calculated all night long, considering how she could get Shun Lubai into bed with her. Actually, she knew even if they slept together, Shun Lubai probably wouldn't show her any mercy, yet she still entertained fantasies. If Shun Lubai continued rejecting her, then everyone would perish together. Fang Yumo hadn't slept all night, filled with resentment beneath her eyes. She waited anxiously for dawn, finally hearing movement outside. Shun Lubai strode in. Come with me. Shin brother, I beg you one last time. Can you let the Fang family off? Not possible. Only if you cooperate will I spare their lives. Then could you grant me this wish? If you hadn't feigned madness, wouldn't we already be husband and wife? We should have already gone further, so why turn things into this current state? Shun Lubai frowned upon hearing this. He disliked hypothetical situations the most. It's utterly meaningless. Anyway, at this point, they should stick to their separate paths. There's no possibility between you and me. Stop making me nauseous and follow me. Making me nauseous? I begged you to have me, practically offering myself without any dignity left as a girl, and yet you feel disgusted by me. Since that's how you feel, there's nothing more for me to say. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with a desolate air. Then let's go. Everything must come to an end now. She stood up and walked toward Shin Lubai. When she got close, she suddenly pulled out a black gun from her sleeve and pointed it at his waist. Don't move. At these words, Shuehao immediately stopped in his tracks, watching her cautiously. Don't be reckless. Let him go. Relax, I'm not going to shoot right now. Tell Chief Yuan to come over. If you want to save him, get over here. No police, no extra people. Chief Yuan has to come alone. Shuehao's face darkened as he started thinking of a plan. However, Shin Lubai spoke up then. Call Chief Yuan and tell her to come rescue me. Inform her that if she doesn't come, I'll die. Shuehao froze for a moment, quickly understanding, and hastened to make the call. Chief Yuan answered. Is there anything? Her clear and calm voice came through on the other end. Bad news, Mr. Shun is being held hostage. His life is in danger. Miss Chi, please come and save him. Who's holding him hostage? Chief Yuan's heart tightened instantly as she hurriedly questioned. Fang Yimou. Chief Yuan felt her anger rise at the mention of this name, worried about losing her temper due to her pregnancy. No way. Let her kill Shin Lubai if she dares. And with that, Chief Yuan hung up the phone. When it was called again, it was already switched off. Huh. Fang Yimou couldn't stop laughing uncontrollably. Shin Lubai, so this is the person you like? A wolf-hearted and dog-spirited woman who clearly doesn't care about you at all. What exactly are you hoping to gain? Shuehao, video call the mansion. If we can't get Chief Yuan to show up, they'll all suffer. Shin Liubai's expression was grim as he coldly said. The villa's maid answered and rushed to find Chief Yuan. Mr. Shun. Mr. Shin's video call. I'm not answering. She was lounging in bed binge-watching TV shows, lazily replying. They might just be playing some romantic game, and she didn't want to interfere. But if you don't answer, we're all doomed. Miss Chi, please, we're only working here. The young maid was almost crying. Having no choice, Chief Yuan picked up the video call. Then, she saw Fang Yimou pointing a gun at Shin Lubai. His complexion was terrible, full of menace, which frightened her. What nonsense are you doing? Is it a real gun? Seeing Chief Yuan sit up straight, fully alert. Do you not believe me? Would you like me to shoot one round to convince you? You go ahead. Chief Yuan said indifferently. Chapter 142. Do you deserve it, Chief Yuan? She couldn't believe it was true, nor could she believe that Fang Yimou would dare to kill Shin Lubai. Do you think I don't dare? Fang Yimou grew increasingly flustered, shouting while her hand trembled, hesitant to fire the gun as if fearing something. It was her first time. How could she be so decisive about killing someone? Shoot me here. Just then, Shin Lubai dropped a bombshell with his words. He pointed to his right chest. Everyone stared at him in shock. Shin Lubai, are you out of your mind? Chief Yuan's voice was sharp through the screen. I told you to shoot. What are you waiting for? Aren't you going to kill me? Shoot. He didn't even glance at Chief Yuan, but roared furiously at Fang Yimou instead. Fang Yimou was utterly frightened, all traces of bravado gone. Aye. She couldn't explain herself. Then, Shin Lubai grabbed her hand, placing it against his own chest, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet tore through, creating a bloody hole. The blood gushed out like water from an open gate, unable to stop. Fang Yimou, holding the gun, trembled even more violently. It wasn't me, it was you. Keep the gun steady, don't move it out of position. This is the heart, which can deliver a fatal blow. Understand? He held Fang Yimou's hand against his chest. If this shot were fired, it would surely be lethal. Chief Yuan couldn't remain calm anymore. Shin Lubai, what exactly are you doing? Are you letting him kill you, or committing suicide? Chief Yuan, do you see now? If you don't come, I'll die. It takes roughly an hour from the villa to here. I'll give you 1.5 hours. I hope to see you in 1.5 hours. Shuehao, end the call. No, don't hang up, Shin Lubai, are you crazy? Chief Yuan's voice abruptly cut off because Shuehao had hung up. Shuehao had to admit, his master was becoming increasingly mentally unstable, performing self-harm effortlessly. Truly, for love, he had lost even his life. Fang Yimou was still in shock when suddenly, her wrist ached. Shin Lubai effortlessly gripped her wrist and twisted her arm, causing her severe pain. That gun, easily taken from her grasp and toyed with in his hands. Fun, isn't it? Shin Liubai's face was pale due to blood loss from his wound. This made his eyes terrifyingly black, like those of a bloodthirsty beast. Let's play a game too. If she shows up in an hour and a half, I'll be in a good mood and let your entire family go, on the condition that you all disappear and never appear before me again. I will forget everything. But if she doesn't come, and I'm in a bad mood, none of you will escape. Your life will be spent in prison. Fang Yimou stared at him dumbfounded, understanding his intent, and shouted emotionally. Shin Lubai, you actually shot yourself for her? Just to see if she cares enough to come save you? Isn't that absurd? I thought I was disgusting enough, but it turns out you're even worse than me. Hara! Fang Yimou laughed loudly. Her laughter pierced Shin Liubai's eardrums. Shuehao, make her silent forever. Shuehao quickly dragged her away. Outside came Fang Yimou's screams of agony, soon falling silent. The room became eerily quiet. Shin Lubai slumped onto the ground. He pressed on the veins. The bleeding had stopped, but the pain remained. He was like a child separated from his parents, standing there expectantly looking far into the distance, hoping to catch sight of a loved one. Chief Yuan, you must come. At the moment, Chief Yuan was anxiously rushing, not because she feared Fang Yimou would go berserk, but because Shin Lubai might act too impulsively. He actually had Fang Yimou pull the trigger. She sat in the car, fastening her seatbelt. Baby, I'm going to rescue your dad now. I hope you stay strong and don't worry too much. Your dad has gone mad. I'm afraid if he gets more extreme, either he kills himself or someone else. I have to see him. She touched her stomach, then slammed the accelerator and drove straight out of the garage. When passing through a red light, suddenly a child ran across the road from the opposite side. She was startled and sharply turned the wheel. She hastily avoided the collision, and the cars behind her reacted quickly by braking hard. As a result, a chain reaction of rear-end collisions occurred. Because they had just started moving from a green light, the speed of all vehicles was not high, so there were no casualties. But because of this, traffic was completely paralyzed. Though Chi Fiwen neither caused a rear-end collision nor hit anyone, she bore undeniable responsibility. Someone had already called the police, and Chi Fiwen wanted to leave. I have an emergency at home. Can I go check it out? I'll take full responsibility for any compensation required. Even without insurance coverage, I'll compensate for emotional distress. Who doesn't have emergencies? This whole thing started because of you. If you leave, how will we explain it to the traffic police? Fine. Chi Fiwen helplessly waved her hand, feeling anxious but powerless to do anything about it. She called Shuehao. The phone was answered quickly. There's been an accident, and I need to deal with it. Where's Fang Yumo? I want to speak with her. You have 40 minutes left, came Shun Liubai's voice over the call instead. Shen Liubai, if you can still talk on the phone, can't you think of a way to save yourself? I'm pregnant, and my pregnancy hasn't even stabilized yet. What exactly are you thinking? If you don't come, I'll die. With that, Shen Liubai hung up without hearing her response. You're insane. Chi Fiwen yelled furiously into her phone. She couldn't leave from here, yet there he was pressuring her. She wished she could split herself in two. Finally, when the traffic police arrived, Chi Fiwen swiftly filled out the necessary documents and submitted the insurance claim application. She left her car behind, asking the insurance company to handle the matter before letting them drive it away. Then, she got into a taxi. Within an hour and a half, accounting for the car crash and rush hour traffic, reaching Fang Yuma's location would be impossible. She was more than half an hour late. It was eerily quiet inside. Chi Fiwen borrowed a wrench from the driver, carefully walking in, expecting chaos or fierce fighting. Instead, she found the place disturbingly peaceful. She only saw Shen Liubai. He sat alone as if abandoned, his lifeless demeanor resembling a homeless child. He remained completely unresponsive until he finally looked up mechanically at the sound of her footsteps. You're late. Yes, I'm late. And you're still alive. Where's Fang Yuma? She glanced around, realizing there was no sign of Fang Yuma. Why are you late? I already told you, it was a car crash. Chi Fiwen, if you're going to lie, can't you pick something more plausible? You're pregnant, and yet after your car crash, you show up fine and dandy without a single scratch. Fury flared in his eyes, veins bulging as though he'd crawled out from some abyssal hell. He stepped toward her with large strides, frightening Chi Fiwen back step by step. If you don't believe me, so be it. Her trembling voice betrayed her rising panic under Shun Liubai's menacing glare. He radiated fury akin to that of a devil reborn, terrifying. I am such a fool, allowing you repeatedly to hurt me. Do you deserve this lenience? Chi Fiwen, do you even deserve it? No, I don't. From now on, never give me another chance. Let me tell you the truth. I didn't come here to save you. I came here to collect your corpse. I just want to see how you die, then I'll feel satisfied. Fine, right? Chi Fiwen roared these words back at him. Chapter 143. Explanation. When Shun Liubai heard these words, he wore an expression of so it is, which pierced her heart even more. She shouldn't have come. Furious, she turned to leave, but didn't expect Shun Liubai to tightly embrace her from behind. In the next second, he harshly bit her shoulder. She inhaled sharply at the pain, crying out in discomfort. She could even feel her shoulder bitten open, with blood slowly seeping out. This is your punishment. As he stared at the deep blood mark, his eyes became murky. He yanked hard, tearing her clothes into pieces. Before she knew it, she was pushed onto the sofa. Chi Fiwen's heart trembled as she desperately tried pushing against his chest with both hands. You can't. I'm not past the first 3 months, and there are signs of a miscarriage. We cannot do that. But he paid no heed to her words. Shen Liubai, don't be like this. Let me apologize to you, okay? At that moment, where was her usual defiance? For the child, how insignificant were these humiliations? Shen Liubai stiffened his movements for a moment, his heart pierced by something sharp. Such a stubborn person, willing to apologize for another man's child. Since it was so, he would only go further. He intended to mark her, exclusively with his marks. Afterward, whoever dared to touch her, even if they touched just a few fingers, would lose those fingers. Shen Liubai, her voice was drowned out. In this unfamiliar setting, she was mercilessly consumed. The wound on his chest reopened again, and hot blood dripped down, landing on her white body. Tears welled up in her eyes as she painfully curled up. Before losing consciousness, she managed one last sentence. Shen Liubai, I hate you, I utterly despise you. Unsurprisingly, blood had appeared. Shen Liubai calmed down and began to panic, hurriedly dressing her before getting into the car and rushing to the hospital. On the way, Shuehao spoke up. Master, I looked into it, and there really was a car accident. A chain collision, but no casualties. It was caused by Miss Chi avoiding a child who ran a red light. She waited until the traffic police came to handle the situation before leaving. Upon hearing this, Shen Liubai's whole body froze. A bit flustered, he shouted. Why didn't you say that earlier? I wanted to say it, but when I went in, I heard some unpleasant. Anyway, given your state now, if I said it at that crucial moment, wouldn't you have been in an awkward position, quite uncomfortable? Shuehao, consider I never said anything. Shuehao quickly shut up, and even proactively raised the partition between the front and back seats. Shuehao, I'm invisible. Shen Liubai's mood was extremely complicated at this moment. He tightly gazed at the pale woman in his arms, whose dress was slightly stained with blood. He kept praying in his heart. She must be fine, and the baby too. Otherwise, he'd be completely finished. Finally reaching the hospital, Shin Lu-bai ignored his own bleeding wound and urgently found a doctor to treat Chi Fiwen. When the doctor learned the reason for the bleeding, regardless of Shun Liu-bai's identity, he loudly scolded him. Absolute nonsense. The pregnant woman is already like this. There should be absolutely no sexual activity throughout the pregnancy, and yet you still. Get out of my way, let me save her life. The doctor couldn't help but curse loudly. Shin Lu-bai was scolded like a grandson, looking entirely different from his previous authoritative demeanor. He anxiously waited outside, ignoring the excessive blood loss from his wound. When the ward door opened, he rushed over but, due to excessive blood loss, felt dizzy. Supporting himself against the wall, he anxiously looked toward the unconscious woman lying on the bed inside. Doctor, how is she? The baby is healthy, but the pregnant woman's physical condition is too weak, even showing signs of malnutrition. If this continues, we'll have to recommend a miscarriage to ensure the safety of the mother. How did this happen? Shin Lu-bai frowned deeply, immediately ordering Xue Hao to investigate. She clearly ate well every day, so why was she malnourished? The results showed the villa staff informed that these past 2 days, Chi Fiwen had a terrible appetite. Even though she forced herself to eat at meal times, everything was vomited out shortly afterward. Each time she ate, she forcibly made herself do so. Her morning sickness started late, only appearing around 8 weeks. Even the smell of cooking oil made her feel unwell. What can we do now? First, we need to infuse nutrients intravenously into the pregnant woman and observe her for 2 days in the hospital. The most important thing, strictly prohibit intercourse. The doctor emphasized forcefully. It's very easy to cause heavy bleeding, endangering both lives. Shin Lu-bai nodded repeatedly, guaranteeing that he wouldn't act recklessly anymore. Shin Lu-bai stayed by the bedside, merely stopping the bleeding from his shoulder wound simply, without even having the time to remove the bullet. His eyes never blinked once, unwilling to miss the instant she woke up. Time passed minute by minute, and he remained motionless. It wasn't until nightfall that Chi Fiwen finally awoke. Baby. The first thing on her mind upon waking was the child in her belly. The baby's still there. Right now, the baby isn't the most serious issue, it's you. Your body is too weak. If this continues, the doctor will suggest you abort. Chi Fiwen's complexion grew even paler upon hearing these words. Was it really so hard for her to have a child? She closed her eyes sorrowfully. Her fingers clenched the blanket tightly. It doesn't matter. As long as we take good care of ourselves, everything will be fine. He held her hand, gently kissing her knuckles. She wanted to pull away but lacked the strength to do so. This child belongs only to me, and has nothing to do with you. No, it does matter. Regardless of who the father is, from now on, he can only call me Dad. His eyes burned fiercely, leaving no room for debate or objection. We've already divorced. What if we haven't divorced? Chi Fiwen froze, incredulously staring at him. My amnesia was fake, our divorce was fake, and even Fang Yumax's existence was fake. From beginning to end, it was all a means for me to test you, to see how much you love me, how important I am to you. But does the answer even matter? Whether you love me or not, I have no intention of letting go. He spoke each word deliberately, his eyes brimming with an overpowering possessiveness. As long as you, Chi Fiwen, are by my side. Fang Yumax is in jail now. The Fang family is bankrupt, and her parents have become beggars. I didn't reveal my true identity to Fang Yumax willingly. Once, when rushing back, I accidentally hit her while driving, and she figured out who I was. At the hotel, she drugged me, but to stay alert, I stabbed myself in the leg. I assure you, there was nothing untoward between us. Do you think Fang Yumax would edit such a video for you if anything had truly happened? She'd more likely send you the full footage. If even one word I've said today is false, may Shin Lu-bai be condemned to eternal damnation without respite. When he swore, his gaze fixed on her with unwavering sincerity. Chi Fiwen felt her mind overwhelmed with too much information at once, barely able to process it all. Most unbelievable of all, their divorce, was it actually fake? Chapter 144, Treating the Wound. Chi Fiwen felt she must not have been fully awake yet. This was certainly a dream. I'll take another nap. 1-1. Everything you're experiencing is real. We are still husband and wife, and I will not hold your infidelity against you. After this child is born, I will treat it as my own. Chi Fiwen was stunned, coming to her senses, pinching herself in secret. It hurt. In other words, she was not dreaming. Shin Lu-bai, come closer. Shin Lu-bai moved closer as requested, saw her hand coming, didn't dodge, and took a solid slap. If she weren't so weak now, that slap would have been much harder. But at present, it wasn't even loud enough. Are you insane? How dare you joke about something like this? She clenched her fists tightly. I know you're angry right now, but your priority is to regain your strength. Once you're better, you can beat me up however you want. His large hand gently stroked her head, the affectionate gaze in his eyes resembling an oceanic swell of surging waves. Chi Fiwen felt more suffocated than ever. What kind of person had she fallen for? Obsessive, dark, and deeply calculating. He hadn't suddenly become this way. He had been like this from the start. Pretending to be foolish was just his strategy. When he turned around and dealt with the Shin family, there was no hesitation or wavering, and now the Shin family was on the brink of bankruptcy. He hated himself and cut off all her options, which didn't matter to him. But she almost died trying to get out of such a predicament. Because their levels were different, Shin Lu-bai couldn't empathize, instead thinking he had made huge compromises. Chi Fiwen's heart slowly sank into the abyss. Even if this child isn't yours, can you accept it? Yes. What if my heart isn't here either? Yes. And what if I cheated? She summoned her courage and continued asking. Upon hearing this, Shin Liubai's gaze instantly grew cold, his pupils slightly narrowing. You won't cheat. If you do, it's because I wasn't good enough, and some outside seductress tempted you. Whoever dares to touch you, I'll dismantle their over 200 bones one by one and feed them to the dogs along the way. I mean every word. He spoke clearly. Chi Fiwen only felt a chill down her spine. Go out, I need to rest. I'll stay with you. Not necessary. I want to rest alone. All right, then I'll wait outside the door. Call me if anything happens. No need outside the door. Wan. Shin Lubai called her name softly. Chi Fiwen immediately fell silent. She knew waiting outside the door was already Shin Liubai's biggest compromise. After he left, the ward became quiet, but Chi Fiwen's heart remained unsettled for a long time. She didn't dare to get too angry, fearing the child in her womb wouldn't withstand it. After eating a little and sleeping again, she felt slightly better. Shin Lubai really didn't come in to disturb her, letting her breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, Xuehao came in. Miss Chi, please persuade Mr. Shin quickly. He's been guarding outside without sleep or rest, neglecting his wounds, which are now showing signs of infection. His temperature is high, but he refuses medical attention, insisting on staying by your side. Why is Shin Lubai being so stubborn? I've never seen him like this before. Ever since he met you, I'm getting confused about him. Xuehao said anxiously. Let him come in. Chi Fiwen ultimately couldn't bear it. Fear was genuine, but so was her kindness and love for him. She couldn't forget all that they'd shared in the past, nor could she sever Shin Liubai's life-saving grace during numerous perilous moments. Soon, she saw Shin Lubai whose cheeks were burning red. His lips had no color, and his steps were unsteady. The wound had split open again, and the clothes were stuck to the wound with blood. Why don't you deal with the wound? Shin Lubai pressed his lips together and said nothing. Chi Fiwen felt somewhat exasperated, realizing he was waiting for her to express concern. Call the doctor over to treat him. Set up a bed nearby. Shin Lubai finally agreed to treatment. The bullet was almost growing into the flesh, requiring the cutting of muscle to remove it. Normally, this should have been done in the operating room, but Shin Lubai was adamant, staying in the ward beside Chi Fiwen. He refused general anesthesia, opting for local anesthesia instead. Fear was building within him, afraid that after falling unconscious, Chi Fiwen might vanish when he wakes up. Despite his control over all matters, without error, her presence caused frequent miscalculations. He did not like this feeling. Due to the local anesthesia, Shin Lubai could still feel the sharp pain, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. On the side, Chi Fiwen also watched with great distress. Gently. She couldn't help but call out. Upon hearing this, Shin Lubai looked at her in surprise, and then smiled at her. Those two short words had already set off fireworks in his heart. This sound was more effective than any painkiller. After the surgery, the doctor prescribed some anti-inflammatory drugs and postoperative recovery medications. There would be side effects after taking them, drowsiness. Shin Lubai refused to take them, enduring the pain. Can't you just sleep? I'm in no condition to run anywhere. Shin Lubai didn't answer. This isn't a minor injury, is it? If it doesn't heal properly, and you end up weak later, don't blame me for disliking you. Get better soon so you can take care of me earlier. If your condition worsens this time, I'll inherit your billions and find a little puppy. Wan. Out of consideration for others' safety, you shouldn't have such thoughts. His tone was calm and steady, without a ripple, yet it made one's heart quiver. I'll do anything you ask, except this. Will you take good care of your wound? Yes. After that, Shin Lubai became much better behaved. Chi Fiwen also felt relieved. Currently, she was in a special period and didn't want to argue with him too much. She focused on nurturing her body, combining food and medicine supplements, and her complexion improved significantly. Su Qingqing called her. The Wang family couldn't hold on any longer. The money they had wasn't enough for even a small inn, and they'd been evicted. That wasn't the main issue. The key problem was that the old hag had already planned to sell the child. They'd found a family that couldn't bear children and were going to send the little girl there for adoption, at a price of 10,000 yuan. Would the mother agree? Of course. She ran off with Wang Yuan without a marriage certificate, determined to give him children. Abandoning their daughter means nothing to her. What an idiot. Chi Fiwen gritted her teeth. She had always wanted a child, and finally, she was pregnant, suffering through the hardships of preserving the fetus. Now, the daily morning sickness was torturing her endlessly. This experience immediately put an end to her idea of having another child. Regardless of gender, all her children would carry her surname. Why shouldn't daughters inherit the family business? It would be easy to find someone to join the family by marriage. I'll handle this matter. Just watch how I deal with them. Let me. At this moment, Shin Lubai suddenly came in from outside the ward. You eavesdropped on my call. Shin Lubai was getting craftier, starting to listen at doors. He must have done it countless times before. Chapter 145, Sisterly Nose. Shin Lubai did not consider himself to be shameless. Sometimes relying on some disreputable means to get what he wanted was also a pretty good method. He didn't care about the process, only the result. Evening, are you alright? Were you talking to Shin Lubai? How come I heard his voice? No, there's something here. I'm hanging up. Shin Lubai furrowed his brows. Did you not tell Su Qingqing that you've been with me all along? Do you think I am proud of being confined by you? Should I tell her and let her worry about me day and night? She replied irritably. Upon hearing this, Shin Lubai realized his mistake. You can tell her now, we are husband and wife. It is natural for us to be together. It was better for him not to bring this up, because as soon as he mentioned it, Chi Fiwen got angry. She had already experienced a divorce once, and was even considering raising her child alone overseas. Now, it turned out that she was legally married to Shin Lubai. She carefully compared the marriage certificate for a long time and unwillingly believed that her divorce certificate was fake. She even called the police station to verify, and she was still considered married. Chief Fiwen didn't want to argue, so she skipped over this topic. What do you mean by saying you're coming? You need more rest. Don't let scum like these affect your mood. Isn't it just about making them hit walls everywhere in the capital and avenging Aunt Lee? I will take care of it. How do you plan to do it? In fact, giving away that girl might not be worse than living in the Wang family environment. I will also have someone sent to greet her, and they won't mistreat the girl. Wang Ji has a gambling addiction anyway. It's easy to provoke him. As long as we focus on this, it will be enough to drive them into a desperate situation. Will they retaliate when pressed too hard? She asked nervously. Let them fight each other like dogs. It won't affect us. Chief Fiwen nodded contentedly. She felt quite at ease letting Shen Lubai handle these shady matters. The Wang family stayed in the capital until now because they lacked the funds to return home, and they were burdened with massive debts. As long as Chief Fiwen pursued legal action, the whole family would end up in jail. They even went to the hospital and asked Wang Yuan to beg Aunt Lee, but were refused. Aunt Lee didn't know her son was here yet, but any matter leaves clues. When Aunt Lee refused Li Shue's proposal to go abroad with her and enjoy her later years, this was one indication. Mama, I am not at ease leaving you alone in the capital. Hey Shue, you have a husband and children, and you have a career abroad. You do not need me. But Miss is different. Aunt Lee strained to express her full thoughts clearly. As long as I recover well, I can still take care of Mississippi. She is all alone. She needs me. But she agreed for you to go abroad. That is her being kind-hearted. I cannot abandon Mississippi. Even if I stop working for the Chief family, I must stay in the capital to see Miss live happily. But I am your daughter, Mama. Though Miss has done favors for our family, how could it compare to having your own flesh and blood daughter? Li Shue, after all, had a bit of selfishness and desired reunion with her mother. But Aunt Lee shook her head resolutely. Mama, Li Shue wanted to say more, but was cut off firmly by Aunt Lee. The mother and daughter pair fell into a brief stalemate. At this moment, commotion sounded from outside. You can't go in. This is a private room, sir. A disheveled figure burst into the mother and daughter's view. Aunt Lee stared incredulously at the man before her. Li Shue was equally surprised. How do you dare to be here? She reacted first, and quickly pulled Wang Yuan aside. Mother is still recuperating. Why are you disturbing her? What business do you have? Call security and escort him away. Li Shue said anxiously. At this moment, Wang Yuan suddenly knelt down heavily. Mom, if you don't save me, your son will die. What exactly happened? Aunt Lee inquired anxiously. Mom, don't listen to his nonsense. I'm not lying. Big sister, why are you so cruel? I am your real brother. Can you really watch as my entire family goes to jail? Aren't those your father and grandmother? My child calls you aunt. Mother, isn't that also your granddaughter? Wang Yuan, that is the Wang family's problem. Get out. Security. Li Shue mercilessly called the security, driving him away. Wang Yuan cried at first, and then cursed, cursing that Li Shue wasn't human. After people were driven out, the ward became quiet again. What exactly happened? Mom, you don't need to ask anymore. Speak. Aunt Lee had never been this serious. Li Shue had to fully recount the event. She didn't hold back anything, persuading them with full details. The Wang family showed up, not inquiring about Sister Li's condition, but instead bringing along their whole household to take advantage of Chief Fiwen. They even coerced Chief Fiwen with a signature threat. In secret, they had stolen money and valuables from the Chi household. Now tangled up in legal issues and unable to pay, the entire Wang family was at risk of imprisonment. Why cough? Why did you hide this from me? Sister Li's face turned red with anger, making her speech even more awkward. You're still recovering. I didn't want you to worry about these matters. Then what did you mean by asking me to leave with you? Who is going to worry about it? Miss Chi. Li Shue's voice lacked confidence as she spoke. Upon hearing these words, Sister Li raised her hand and slapped her across the face. The Chi family has bestowed countless favors upon us. If not for such kind masters, how could you have gone abroad to study? You've disregarded their kindness, that's one thing. But now you're dumping all these dirty affairs on her. Are your morals eaten away by dogs? I can't deal with those shameless ruffians. You're older than Miss Chi by a few years, if you can't handle it. Why do you think she can? Does she owe us something? I will not go abroad with you. I don't need your support. I'll be fine on my own. Mom, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Go find that scoundrel, I'll talk to him. Mom, let me handle it. Don't damage your health. He's the flesh from my body, I'll talk to him. Sister Li's speech was hesitant, yet every word was articulated clearly, resounding with determination. Wang Yuan wasn't far off, still lingering downstairs. And it wasn't just him. His glib-tongued grandmother was also present. Without Sister Li, the Wang family felt like they'd lost their backbone. My mother wants to see you go up. Grandma, you were right. She finally agrees to see me. Go, let her give us money. The old woman made to rush forward. Li Shue quickly blocked her. Only Wang Yuan can go up, not you. You little hussy, who do you think you're talking to? I'm your grandma. All the money spent on you was wasted. That money should have all gone to your brother. Write a debt note for him. Return it within a year. No, 1 month. Li Shue couldn't help but laugh through her anger. That wretched old woman was as disgraceful and nauseating as ever. Chapter 146, Learning Muay Thai. Li Shue ignored her completely. My mom said she only wants to see you, not others. Do you want to come or not? If not, fine. You little bitch, am I just anyone? I'm her mother-in-law. You have no upbringing. If I were at home, if you spoke to me like this, I'd break your legs. If you don't come, fine. Li Shui turned and started walking away, but Wang Yuan quickly blocked her path. Grandma, I'll go up first. It's hard enough to meet here. If we ruin everything now, it would be bad. After all, our whole family is at risk of going to jail. All right, you go up then. Make sure Mom gathers all the money. Finally, the old woman relented. Wang Yuan followed upstairs, asking all the way about how much Li's wife had in savings, hinting that as the older sister, Li Shui should show some generosity. In the countryside, many people have daughters for the sole purpose of earning a dowry and using it to support their sons. Wang Yuan was the only child of the family, always influenced by the old grandma, feeling that continuing the Wang family line was extremely important, and everyone else must serve him. Li Shui pretended not to hear, too lazy to even respond with a hum. Wang Yuan's face turned red. He felt a bit angry, his fists clenched, wanting to hit someone. At home, whenever he wasn't happy, he'd beat his wife and daughter because in his mind they were outsiders. Sisters were also outsiders. After all, they'd marry into other families and give birth to other men's children. If not demanding from his mother-in-law, he might still expect some support from his sister. He really wanted to use his fists. When they reached the hospital room, he saw Li's wife and immediately fell on his knees, banging his head on the floor repeatedly. Mom, please save me. Your only son is about to go to jail. The Wang family doesn't even have a male heir yet. Something can't happen to me. The family line can't end with me. Li's wife knew they owed a huge amount of money. If the case proceeded to compensation, including mental distress damages, it could total several million yuan, enough to keep them locked up for 10 to 20 years. But what could she do? She was merely a housekeeper. No matter how close she was to her employers, she didn't have that kind of money, nor did she have the influence to stop Qi Fiwen. After all, these were consequences they deserved. Why? Why has the whole family come? Isn't it for seeing you? Speak the truth. Li's wife said coldly. Wang Yuan wasn't familiar with her, meeting her only a few times a year. Seeing her serious expression now, he was actually a bit scared. As a child, Wang Yuan liked her very much, as she would always bring back lots of delicious snacks and toys during the New Year holidays, even new clothes. But later, he came to hate her. His grandma told him his mother was evil-hearted, leaving home because they were poor. She deliberately abandoned him and cursed the Wang family from afar. She also said that his mother liked to dress up, often flirting with men, doing shady business outside. She left him uncared for, and only his grandmother saved him. Since then, he despised his biological mother. Every year, even though he got a lot of money, he didn't remember any favor from her. Instead, he thought it was due. After all, as a son, in the village women only earned respect and honor when they bore a son. Only having a son ensured their remains could be buried in the ancestral grave and recognized by ancestors. He gave face to his mother. She could hold her head high in the village because of him. Until now, he believed it was normal for Li's wife to take out several million. Failing to do so proved her incompetence. Grandma says that now you're rich, so we've come to rely on you entirely. You can't drive us away. Grandma already told the villagers that we're coming to enjoy life in the big city, eating fancy food and drinking fine wine. We can't go back to the village anymore. Even if we die, we must die in the capital city. Mom, how much have you given to my sister over the years? That money is mine. Up to now, I don't even have a house. What kind of patrons are those you work for? That guy surnamed Qi has a black heart. He told us to spend freely, then turned around and accused us. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Li's wife's heart sank in sorrow. Wang Yuan turning out this way was no surprise, entirely within expectation. But years ago, the Wang family had driven her own family into a dead end. They couldn't leave their child without creating chaos in the family. She had no choice but to endure and compromise. This boy, aside from sharing blood relation with her, showed no resemblance to her. The selfish traits of the Wang family were learned perfectly by him. Your sister told me you used signatures to threaten others, right? How can that be called threatening? Isn't it mutually agreed upon? Wang Yuan mumbled, still fuming about this issue. What if she refuses? That means your patrons are bad, too stingy to save a life when it matters most. Wang Yuan's distortion of facts caused Li Shui to laugh coldly again, emitting hoarse laughter. If her mom wasn't there, she'd likely have rushed over and beaten Wang Yuan up by now. Li's wife closed her eyes in sorrow, breathing out a sigh. I sent home 50,000 yuan, I told your grandma. It's for your down payment. In the city of our hometown, it's more than enough. I gave your sister the same amount, and the rest I kept for my old age. Neither of you will get a single cent. I advise you to surrender yourself. In prison, I'd feel a bit more at ease. You can still reform. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan stared at Aunt Li with disbelief. You would have your own son surrender and go to jail? Is there anyone as heartless and ruthless as you in this world? Do you even sound human when you say that? And why should she also get 50,000? She's just a married-off daughter. She shouldn't have so much money. It's all for others. And why do you need so much retirement money? You have a son. Won't I take care of you when I grow up? Look at my grandma, living with us. Isn't this wonderful? Give me the money. Now is the time we're short on cash. Give whatever you have, quickly. Towards the end, Wang Yuan was practically yelling. Aunt Li looked at him indifferently, as if she didn't know this person. What needs to be said has been said. You leave. After saying this, Aunt Li closed her eyes heavily, unwilling to look at him any longer in disappointment. Wang Yuan was enraged, losing his mind completely, and started swinging his fists wildly, wanting to beat Aunt Li up badly. Li Shui had been waiting on the side. Seeing this scene, a cold smirk appeared on her lips, then she immediately acted. Her movements were fast, accurate, and lethal. One sweeping kick and the man was flipped to the ground. How dare you hit me? Wang Yuan, fuming, grunted and got up instantly, ready to attack again. However, he was no match for Li Shui. He had brute strength but couldn't compare with Li Shui's agility, and Li Shui knew how to use leverage, striking at places like his chest, elbows, armpits, making him wince in pain. Very soon, he was bruised and battered all over. In the end, Li Shui straddled Wang Yuan, delivering every punch with great force. Do you enjoy the feeling of overpowering weaker people with your fists? Don't you usually discipline your women and children like this? Men who hit women are nothing but animals. Your dad was an animal, and so are you. Do you know where I first went to study abroad? Thailand. I specially went there to learn Muay Thai, so that one day I could teach you how to be a decent human being with my fists. Chapter 147. Does she love me? You despicable bastard, you dare to hit my mother? Let me see if I don't beat you to death. Li Shui had held this hatred for decades, and now she was finally able to release it. Even if Wang Ji, her father, had come today, she wouldn't have hesitated to hit him too. Wang Yuan was beaten so badly that his face was bruised and swollen. But strangely, not a single bone in his body was broken. Even the medical examination showed no sign of minor injury. Still, he was in pain everywhere on his body. In this state, Wang Yuan was driven out. Seeing her grandson like this, the old woman immediately started crying and rolling on the ground. You wicked mothers. How could you beat my precious grandson into this condition? I'll call the police. Shut up, you dead old hag. I've been looking at you with distaste for so long. Let me tell you this. I won't give you a single cent. You'd better get as far away from me as possible. And if I ever see you again, I'll beat you every time. Everyone, take a look. This heartless mother, while her son is on the verge of death, she doesn't even care. The sister has seized all the family's assets and won't share any with the brother. How can there be such a black-hearted sister in this world? The old woman began throwing herself around on the ground. A crowd quickly gathered to watch. Li Shui's face turned red with anger, feeling it was her and her mother's bad fortune to be tied to people like this. Despite everything, the old woman's cries worked effectively, and many people started pointing fingers at Li Shui. At that moment, several individuals rushed over, holding microphones and cameras. They spoke to the old woman. We are journalists from the television station. What difficulties are you facing? We can help you solve them. You see this slut? She's taken all of her younger brother's property, forced her younger brother to lose his home and become entangled in lawsuits. And as for her mother, after giving birth to her child, she abandoned her entirely, ignoring her for nearly 30 years. Such a heartless mother. Truly, how can someone like this exist in this world? Old lady, please tell me your story in detail. We will provide you with payment for the show. And just like that, the TV station took her away. Soon after, the video aired both on television and online. In the video, the old hag described the alleged atrocities committed by Aunt Li and her daughter in vivid detail, and the public believed it wholeheartedly, their rage reaching its peak. Each episode of the program ended on an intense note, driving viewers to constantly demand updates. The old woman also received her fee for the program, tens of thousands of yuan. She hadn't expected that at her advanced age, she'd actually earn some money. The production team also promised to help her recover her debts. The second piece of good news at home was that Wang Ji also made money, and he made it fast. One day, he earned 1 million cash. They had never seen so much money before, so they forgot about their debts and splurged on food and luxuries. They kept the rest as capital and continued gambling. Then, the next day, they earned 3 million. On the third day, 5 million. Without thinking about paying off their debts, they planned to use it all as capital, using the idea of generating more wealth from existing funds, believing that soon they would be billionaires. But on the fourth day, things started going downhill for Wang Ji. First, he lost 50,000, not minding it too much, then later another 100,000. It wasn't enough to affect his overall capital. However, he started losing more and more, eventually losing everything he had previously won, and not only that, he was now short 500,000. He thought about leaving, but then someone quietly approached him, telling him that the casino could offer high-interest loans. All he needed was some bad luck, but once his luck returned, all the money would be back in his hands. With that thought in mind, Wang Ji signed the papers and borrowed money, returning to the gambling table. Within less than a week, Wang Ji owed 10 million to the loan sharks. Since he couldn't pay, they broke one of his fingers and forced him to sign an organ donation agreement. If he couldn't repay the debt later, all his vital organs, the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, would belong to them. He was completely at their mercy. The family panicked again. Chi Fiwen regarded the Wang family's misfortunes merely as a joke and laughed about it. She had already returned to her own home, and Shen Lubai moved back with her. Her attitude towards Shen Lubai remained indifferent, still unable to let go of her anger. Healing their relationship would take some time. Shen Lubai didn't dare say much, since he knew full well it was his fault. What do you plan to do next? Kill Wang Ji and sell his organs? Make everyone else in his family go to jail? That's too simple. Why must we kill anyone? So barbaric and uncivilized. Taking a few organs from their bodies won't kill them. Just half a kidney, corneas, bone marrow, blood. People won't die, but they'll be weak afterward, easily plagued by illnesses. And also, when we accuse the Wang family of theft, we can simply pin it on one person. Who do you think they'll choose? It will definitely be that daughter-in-law. Yes, but unfortunately, I don't recognize that. Shen Lubai chuckled. I want someone from the Wang family to go to prison, and I'd like to see which generation among grandfather, father, and grandson will step up. When Chi Fiwen heard all this, she couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. He's full of Machiavellian tactics. The fact that she was still alive and Chi Yao's company hadn't gone under showed just how lenient he'd been. After Shin Lubai finished speaking, he looked up and met Chi Fiwen's fearful gaze, his heart sinking heavily. His fists clenched soundlessly. He had always been pretending. He wasn't a good person. His mind was brimming with cunning and devious plans, and he treated people and situations accordingly. He believed in the philosophy: if one doesn't act for oneself, heaven will destroy and earth will bury you. If it meant achieving success, he didn't care how despicable the method was. His way of life was fundamentally different from Chi Fiwen's. He didn't want her to see his true self, but things weren't going as smoothly as he'd hoped, like now. You're afraid of me. His voice was deep and heavy. Yes, I'm afraid. She spoke honestly. Sharing a bed with someone like him made her restless every night. How could she not be afraid after he manipulated her and forbade her from being scared? Shin Lubai became flustered upon hearing her words and grabbed her chin forcefully. Be afraid all you want, but you'll stay by my side. For the rest of your life, you'll be Mrs. Shun, nowhere else. Give up on those thoughts. His tone was stern, filled with threats. I know you're aware of what I'm capable of, so don't make any sudden moves, or I'll become displeased. As he finished speaking, he noticed an even greater disdain in Chi Fiwen's eyes, which made him uneasy. He wanted to make amends somehow, but he didn't know what to say. Other than keeping her close by through intimidation, what else could he do? He had poured out his heart to her before, yet she still feared him and refused to reconcile. This might be the dumbest method, but it was also the most effective. Chi Fiwen turned her head away in disgust, signaling that when Shin Lubai learned to respect and trust her, they could talk then. Right now, she didn't want to continue this conversation at all. As Chi Fiwen went back to her room to rest, Shin Lubai wanted to follow, but his legs felt like lead, preventing him from moving. Just then, Shuehao came over to deliver some documents and saw a distracted Shin Lubai who was preoccupied and couldn't focus on reading the files. Even more surprisingly, Shin Lubai began asking questions to the emotionally clueless Shuehao. Do you think she loves me? Shuehao blinked, wondering how he could answer in a way that would satisfy the boss. She loves you. Then why wouldn't she abort the child she has with another man and have one with me instead? Why does she look at me with such disdain and refuses to say a word more? And why did she seem so disappointed and shocked when she found out our divorce wasn't successful? Why? Sir, give up. Miss Chi doesn't love you. Her heart isn't here. So I knew it. But whose heart could it possibly belong to? Such was perhaps. The mention of Suchua's name made his voice harsher. Chapter 148, Targeting Humanity. Shuehao didn't dare to breathe loudly. If he dies, then Wan's heart will return to me, don't you think? Shuehao dared not answer even more. Shin Liubai's thoughts were becoming increasingly terrifying, almost driven mad by this woman. Speak. Shin Lubai glanced at him extremely coldly. Sir, do you still remember why Miss Chi was so angry with you before? It was because of your repeated concealment. If this time you take action against Su Chua and manage to keep it a secret, everything will be fine. But if the matter is exposed, or doesn't even need evidence, once something happens to Su Chua, she will suspect you. Then, there will really be no possibility between you and Miss Chi. After these words, Shin Lubai became deflated like a punctured balloon. What should I do to make her fall in love with me? To be completely devoted to me? He shouted out loud. What should I do to have her show a little love? I don't ask for much, just that in our remaining years, her heart always has a place for me. That she can talk to me, smile at me, care about me when I leave the house. She is stingy to the point that she won't even pretend. Sir, since it is this painful, how about you both let go, so that both parties could be better off? Shut up, never say such things again. I want her to belong only to me forever, forbidden from going anywhere else. Shuehao dared not advise further. Even though Chi Fiwen stayed by his side, her heart wasn't with him, causing him pain. But allowing Chi Fiwen to leave would probably cause him even greater anguish. Even if Chi Fiwen suffered day and night, she could only suffer alongside him. Today, Chi Fiwen was in a good mood and decided to meet with the Wang family. She picked 2 bodyguards and invited Su Qingqing to come along. The Wang family had nowhere to live now and were staying under a bridge. It had been damp and cold these days. The old lady's rheumatism had flared up, and she kept groaning. She hadn't seen Wang Ji, assuming he had already gone to the operating table, probably to donate organs. Compared to their initial arrival, they were all drastically thinner now. Everyone except one was dressed shabbily, looking like beggars. Only Wang Yuan's wife was dressed relatively neatly. This surprised her slightly. Just as she was pondering this, she saw a middle-aged man sneak over and quickly pull Wang Yuan's wife away from the bridge. The woman was crying and resisting, but Wang Yuan slapped her twice. Chi Fiwen suddenly realized a possible explanation. Sex trade. Was Wang Yuan making his own woman sell herself? She quickly ordered her bodyguard to stop the pair. When the woman caught sight of Chi Fiwen, she regarded her as a savior, throwing herself on the ground and bowing continuously. Each bow was delivered with force, blood already appearing on her forehead. Save me, Wang Yuan, this beast isn't human. He forced me to sleep with different men. All the money he made, none came to me. He also beat me, cursed me, and didn't even give me a single meal. They even gave away my daughter. I didn't see a penny from the money involved. Wah, do you now see what kind of person this man truly is? I see. It's my fault for being too stupid. There are so many men in this world. How did I end up picking one out of the trash? But my ID card and household registration are with him. Without him, I can't go anywhere. And they threatened me. If I reported it to the police, they would kill me and throw me into the river. No one would ever find my body. After hearing this, Chi Fiwen clenched her fists tightly in anger. She hated men who bullied women the most. Qingqing, call a taxi and get her a physical checkup at the hospital. Then settle her down. In a few days, I'll buy her a train ticket and send her home. Thank you, you're my benefactor. What about my daughter? Despite it all, the woman had not lost her humanity. She still cared for her offspring. She's doing well. Do you want to see her? No. The woman wept sorrowfully. I'm a useless mother. I couldn't protect her. Now that her life is better, she doesn't need to suffer with me. Let it be. Best to forget about us entirely and let her grow up happily. Crying, the woman left. Another man, however, bound, shook in fear. After all, this was a legal business. Now go find that family, reclaim the money, then get out as far as possible. Yes, yes, yes. Since it wasn't far from the bridge, the man rushed there quickly. Soon after, arguments were heard under the bridge, and cries of despair from the old woman could also be heard. Wang Ji tried to resolve this with his fists but was starved beyond strength. He had no energy, and the opponent, a fully grown man, matched him in power. Soon enough, he was beaten to the ground, and the money was snatched away. With great difficulty, the grandfather and grandson caught up, only to witness Qi Fiwen. The moment Wang Yuan saw her, he was terrified and instinctively took a step back. It was the old lady Wang who stepped forward quickly, pointing her finger at Qi Fiwen's nose and cursing at her for being an inferior little thing. What do you come here for? Wang Yuan asked with trembling voice. Have you all reached any decision? Who's going to jail? You evil woman. What have we Wang family done to offend you that you are treating us this cruelly? Am I cruel-hearted? Wang Ji initially won money. If only he wasn't so greedy, your debts would have been paid off long ago. How did you know? Could it be you? Wang Yuan realized something and looked at her even more fearfully. I'm here today for one answer. Who's going to jail? If you can't make up your mind today, don't blame me when I lock all three of you away. Qi Fiwen said this with perfect calm. Though Shun Liubai's methods were devious and despicable, there was no denying they were very effective in dealing with these small people, especially when these three selfish individuals had to start choosing one to sacrifice themselves. Grandma, I'm still young, and our Wang family hasn't even had a son yet. I cannot go to jail. Well, then who will go? My dad should go. His body has already broken down. He won't be able to earn money anymore. He might even need medication from now on. Where will we get that kind of money from? We may as well send him inside. Let the prison guards take care of him for us. Can they really take care of him? It's still about serving time in jail. So what else can we do now? In any case, I can't possibly go inside. Grandma, are you going? How could I go? I still need to take care of your kids later. The old lady was already 80 this year. Though agile and with good teeth, taking care of children would definitely push her to her limits. She certainly didn't want to serve time in jail either. Everyone wishes to live freely. She was still hoping for Wang Yuan to show filial piety toward her. Though her son was close to her heart, but after donating so many organs, he's basically useless now. His life pretty much wasted. With her advanced age, should she take care of him? Thus, they listened to the grandson's suggestion, send him inside, and let the prison guards take care of him. So, without struggling for too long, before Wang Ji returned, they'd already made the decision. My son will go, the old lady said. Fine, then it's settled. Let him surrender himself. Toxic woman, you're a toxic woman. The old lady Wang kept cursing. Qi Fiwen glared at her coldly. If you keep mouthing off, I'll change my mind. Wang Yuan immediately covered his grandmother's mouth, holding her nose too and nearly suffocating her. Only then did Qi Fiwen leave in a good mood, conveniently collecting Wang Yuan's wife's documents before departing. Su Qingqing felt somewhat unsatisfied. So we're just letting it go? One person takes the blame, what about the other two? Don't worry, Wang Ji won't comply so obediently. After all, he's counting on Wang Yuan to take care of him in the future. How could he willingly go to jail? Chapter 149, Disagree to keep this child. Qi Fiwen's guess was spot on. After Wang Ji's surgery, he was observed in the hospital for a day and, having not died, was sent back. The people of Du Village wouldn't waste money taking care of his recovery. Under a bridge, one naturally cannot recuperate properly, so Wang Ji wanted to go home. He had an idea, let the old lady take the blame for him. The old lady didn't have many more years left, but he himself was only 55 and still had ambitions. But upon returning, he saw the grandmother and grandson had already packed their things. Wang Lao Mrs. proposed that he take the blame, which shocked him greatly. Since my son is like this, you want me to go to jail? Will I even have a way out then? Wang Ji was clear-headed enough to know that going inside would be a dead end for him. Who made you lose all the money and now owe a mountain of debt? Ultimately, it's your fault. Isn't it because of your greed that you took money you shouldn't have taken? That money, did you use it to buy alcohol? Alcohol worth several $1,000s. How willing you were. Did you ever think about whether our family lived or died when you drank? At first, if only Wang Yuan had come over, why did you make all of us leave our hometown? If you hadn't had this thought, we wouldn't have faced this disaster. So ultimately, it's still you. Alright, you're blaming me now. I've handled so many matters in the house. How can everything be without error? You didn't stop me at the time either. When you came over, did I see you eat any less? Others respect their elders, but here you are wanting your parents to go to prison. The mother and son argued heatedly, leaving Wang Yuan exasperated. Have you decided who is going to prison yet? Finally, Wang Yuan shouted. He goes. Your grandma goes. The next day, Qi Fiwen got the news. Wang Ji was dead. Due to living in such a bad environment post-surgery, he became infected and didn't receive medication in time. But soon the forensic doctor determined the fatal wound was on the head. He was struck on the skull, causing massive bleeding, leading to his death. In the end, the old lady confessed to the crime. But there's no way she could move a rock that heavy and hit him so many times. Finally, the police arrested Wang Yuan. So he died by his own people's hands. Qi Fiwen sighed after hearing this. They didn't have to die. If only they weren't so greedy. If Wang Yuan had come alone, even if he was a bit greedy, it would have been understandable. But there was someone like the old lady whispering and scheming constantly, inciting him to try dangerous things using backward rural methods while disregarding the law. This is what dragged the family into this abyss. When Wang Ji earned money, he could have left. But human nature is just so evil. Shen Lubai also saw through him, knowing he'd surely gamble again, leading to this current situation. Step by step, he sealed his own doom. Qi Fiwen calmed down and felt as though she was partly responsible too, her heart heavy with regret. What about the old lady? She's making a fuss outside the court, insisting that she killed him, but the police aren't fools and won't listen. If she sincerely apologizes to Li cousin and her daughter, I'll let her grandson suffer less inside. Wang Yuan can be released. Given Wang Ji's condition was tough anyway, if it's ruled as an accident within the family, there will be no severe punishment. Therefore, if sentenced, Wang Yuan might spend 10 to 20 years in jail and could be released if he behaves well. However, the old lady probably won't live until then. At least the person can get out safely. Su Qingqing delivered the message, but the old lady refused to admit her wrongdoings, sticking to her belief that she was right. Not having sons was sinful. Even tolerating a husband's violence and divorcing was sinful. Not favoring the son with resources was sinful. She was not wrong. What gave Qi Fiwen, a young girl, the right to criticize her? She even insulted Qi Fiwen. If your family doesn't have a son, in our village, that's being childless. If you had uncles or elder brothers, you'd be ostracized. You little tramp, you'll eventually belong to someone else, giving birth to a child with another surname. Your family's legacy will be extinguished. Qi Fiwen almost lost her composure due to anger at these comments. She couldn't believe how deep-rooted this old woman's thoughts were, seeming to act as if bearing a son elevated her to a superior status, thus looking down on Qi Fiwen. Make her apologize. Qi Fiwen was furious and demanded the old lady apologize. Whether sincerely or not, just an apology would do. As Qi Fiwen was confronting the old lady, unexpectedly, Aunt Li returned. Aunt Li moved poorly and was in a wheelchair. Aunt Li, Qi Fiwen rushed over quickly, causing Shen Lu by great alarm. Be careful with yourself. Oh. She switched to walking, but she moved swiftly nonetheless. Sister Li, you've been discharged from the hospital. Miss, you didn't come to see me. Qi Fiwen did not dare to tell her that she was going abroad with Li Shui, and she couldn't bear to see her for fear of reluctance which might lead her to try to stop them. She had planned to watch from afar on the day of boarding as a farewell. Miss is worried about everything. I know it all. My previous mother-in-law's family got what they deserved. Miss, don't get involved anymore. All right, if you say not to worry, then I won't. I'll listen to you. Over the years, Sister Li had let go. There was no need to be stubborn against that old lady. Living well was the best revenge. Miss, I wonder if you would take me in, this invalid. I don't want money, I can pay rent. If you don't like it, I can live outside and visit occasionally, that would be fine. What are you saying? Qi Fiwen couldn't believe her ears. Miss Qi, my mom wants to stay. She criticized me, and I have deeply reflected on my actions. I'm sorry, Miss Qi. Li Shui bowed deeply to express her apology. It's not. Sister Li, do you really want to stay? You mustn't fool around with me. I will take it seriously, she said hastily, her eyes turning red. Miss, will you reject me? No, I am longing for your company. You mustn't change your mind, and in the future, I won't allow you to leave. I won't leave. This place is my home now. I'm not going anywhere. Sister Li also cried, and the two hugged each other tightly and sobbed. That night, after eating a meal, Li Shui left. But Qi Fiwen didn't keep Sister Li in the villa. Instead, she sent her to a nursing home, arranging a professional doctor and nurse for her to rest peacefully. Even though they couldn't see each other often, just knowing the other was healthy and safe was enough. Weekly visits were more than enough for her, and she didn't plan to hide her pregnancy anymore. After sending Shen Lubai away, she told her grandfather tremblingly. Her grandfather's expression immediately turned cold. I disapprove of keeping this child. His cane struck the ground heavily, making a crisp sound that reverberated painfully in her eardrums. She immediately stood up, like a child who had done something wrong. Chapter 150. The death of her parents has always been a blow. Grandpa. She looked at her grandfather anxiously, not knowing what to do with her hands. Why? This is the offspring of the Qi family. But this is also Shen Liubai's offspring. I don't approve of this grandson-in-law. Her grandfather's face was cold and stern, filled with anger. Qi Fiwen's eyes dimmed. She still had feelings for Shen Lubai, but she clearly knew that she would not live off the love of a man alone. She had independent thoughts and a successful career. She could live better without depending on a man. Shen Lubai used power and authority to force people to bow and admit their mistakes. That is tyranny and disrespect towards her. No matter what his purpose is, in the course of their relationship, it has been full of distrust, deception, intimidation, and coercion, all one-sided. Qi Fiwen can sincerely feel unburdened by guilt. She has never done anything wrong to Shen Lubai. Yet, what she receives is not equal affection. She loves Shen Lubai, but loves herself more, and will no longer lower herself for a man. She still holds on to her previous thoughts and wants someone to center around her, love her wholeheartedly, need her, not make her fear him. If Shen Lubai cannot provide that, she doesn't mind finding someone else. Grandpa, if Shen Lubai continues to be domineering and disregard my feelings in the future, I won't even need Grandpa to say it. I will not be with him. I don't plan on telling him that the child is actually his. Unless he learns how to respect me, consider my wishes, and stop interfering and oppressing. If I can't wait for that day, then I will leave and give birth because Shen Lubai doesn't deserve my love. If you separate from Shen Lubai and carry his child, Have you considered how your life will be afterwards? Being a single mother is very tough. Why not get an abortion, take it easy, and find someone worth entrusting your life to later? The grandfather became anxious. He wanted to reach out and hold Chi Fiwen's hand, but she stepped back, just in time to avoid him. She protected her belly. Grandpa, I want to keep this child. Give me a reason. Because this is the child of Chi Fiwen and Shun Lu Bai. Because I want a blood-related close relative. I yearn for his arrival, needing me from the moment he was conceived inside me. Grandpa, I can live without Shun Lu Bai, maybe even live without men forever, but I want this child. In the future, with this child, I don't plan to marry either. Why burden myself with pain and search for someone who might affect my emotions? With a child, I can fulfill my duties to the Chi family, and there will be an heir for the Chi family in the future. Whether it's a boy or girl, it'll carry our surname. If it's a girl, when she grows up, we'll arrange for her to bring a son-in-law into our home. You are just too stubborn. Grandpa doesn't know what to do with you. Her grandfather's eyes reddened, looking at her with heartache. He fears Chi Fiwen will have a hard time raising a child alone. He also looks down on Shun Liu Bai's behavior. This period, Chi Fiwen must have had a very difficult time. Grandpa, this is the path I've chosen myself. I have no regrets. Children are more loyal than men, right? At the very least, even if we argue or become estranged, due to blood ties, we'll reconcile in the end. The death of your parents has struck a tremendous blow to you, right? I can die for this child as well. You? Her grandfather looked at her in shock, unable to stop his trembling fingers. You? Do you know what you're saying? My parents could die for me, so can I for my child. Chi Fiwen did not feel anything unusual. She smiled faintly, instead feeling a sense of relief. She had long thought of death, only continuing to live because Grandpa needs her, the Chi family needs her. Every day she lives, she carries a heavy burden. Her parents died because of her. She protects the child in her belly as a form of emulation. Perhaps her sacrifice could ease her conscience. See, for her own child, she can give up everything. This isn't driven by maternal love, it's atonement. The death of your parents wasn't your fault. Have you ever blamed me? At these words, the grandfather's body trembled violently. For the first time, he felt the meaning of old and feeble. He couldn't see Chi Fiwen clearly anymore, only seeing a blurred shadow. I remember during the time I was hospitalized, you wouldn't visit me. When I returned home, your look at me was icy cold. I stayed overnight at the cemetery, yet you didn't come find me. You knew where I was. Grandpa, you must have hated me, right? You died to save me when you could have simply had another child. A child can be replaced, but your only son can never be. Because I am the bloodline of the Chi family, because my father wanted me to live. Otherwise, you wouldn't have liked me either, would you? Later, you tried to let go of your grudges and get along with me. But I could feel that our relationship was always awkward. As a child, I could feel Grandpa's love. But why did Grandpa always push me away when I needed him the most? Wan, I'm sorry. I thought you were too young back then, and you didn't understand anything. Grandpa's tears flowed down his face. It's okay, Grandpa. It's all in the past. I can really understand you. I don't blame you at all. Because I'm the same as you. I hate myself too. Why should two lives be sacrificed for one person? I still can't understand this. Chi Fiwen shrugged. She still couldn't figure it out. She touched her belly. So, I want to try raising one. I want to see what kind of magic a child has that can move people so much. Grandpa, rest assured, I will live well. After all, my parents hope I live well. She stepped forward and hugged her grandpa. Grandpa, I love you very much, and I don't blame you. I only blame myself. Chi Fiwen silently added in her heart. The grandpa's body was emaciated, like an old candle flickering in its final moments, with not many years left to live. She decided to become increasingly brilliant, just in case her grandpa would leave anytime soon, and the last image he saw of her would forever be bright, like the morning sun. That way, he would leave with peace of mind. Chi Fiwen had said everything she needed to say, then left. The elder stayed alone in the room, unable to come back to reality for a long time. Yizhou came in and saw Grandpa with a dazed look on his face. What's wrong? Old man, why are you crying? Go call Shun Lu Bai. I have something to tell him. Yes. Yizhou felt the urgency from the old man and quickly agreed. Let him keep it secret from Wan. Absolutely don't let Wan know. Soon, Shun Lu Bai avoided Chi Fiwen, returned to the convalescent hospital, and met the old man alone. The old man looked at him with a complex expression, seemingly disliking him, yet also valuing him highly. Shun Lu Bai was now a proper grandson-in-law, so naturally, he behaved more politely compared to his earlier self when he lacked manners. Grandpa, hello. Don't call me Grandpa. I haven't recognized you as my grandson-in-law yet. The old man pounded his cane heavily, wanting to strike Shun Lu Bai right there. Shun Lu Bai kept his head down, not daring to resist. The old man hadn't forgotten his purpose and temporarily suppressed his anger. Chapter 151, The Cemetery. If, from the beginning, you had approached me as the president of DE Group, I would have commended you, young man, and supported your relationship with Wan. But just look at the reckless things you've done. Everything you've done to Chi Yao's company is crystal clear to me. You scoundrel. Is this how you pursue a girl? Grandfather's reprimand is justified. I was against it initially, but if you can help Wan untie her inner knots, I might consider accepting you and even speaking up for you in front of Wan. Really? Shun Lu Bai suddenly became interested. Of course, but whether or not you possess such an ability is uncertain. What exactly are Wan's inner knots? Wan was in a car accident with her parents. The car lost control and plunged into the sea. She was saved by her parents working together, and they subsequently drowned due to exhaustion. Wanwan has always felt that she survived to atone for their sins, which deeply affected her after their deaths. At that time, she was only 5 years old. I suffered the loss of my beloved son, so I inevitably harbored some resentment towards her. However, being a father myself, I understand how far parents can go to sacrifice themselves for their children. My son did nothing wrong. I too would sacrifice myself for my child. But back then, I was consumed by grief over losing my son, leading me into a complicated mix of love and hatred towards Wanwan. I was fixated on this pain and gradually tried to adjust and control my emotions. I thought she was too young then to retain these memories, but I never expected how perceptive this child truly was. Even now, she still remembers everything, yet she has never blamed me. The elder sighed, feeling increasingly guilty about his granddaughter. Shenlubai paused. He knew about the death of Qi family's couple. He thought it was just an accident and didn't expect it to cause such profound psychological strain on Qi Fiwen. She had been carrying the weight of 2 lives all this while, moving forward heavily burdened till today. He always assumed Qi Fiwen was carefree, brash, and domineering. But actually, she was very sensitive, severely lacking in affection. Her behavior usually fell into 2 extremes, either excessively sacrificing herself for others or needing to be extremely needed by others in order to gain a sense of security, affirming her existence in the world. Now he understood everything. Why she unconditionally indulged Tang Zizong's infidelity. Why she married someone easy to control. Shenlubai internally reproached himself deeply. He thought that he loved her so much that he could even tolerate a bastard child. But actually, he hadn't understood Qi Fiwen at all. Her stubbornness and strong-willed nature were merely shields to conceal her vulnerable heart. Grandfather, thank you for letting me understand her better. Shenlubai stood up and bowed deeply to the elder. I will do everything possible to make her live only for herself, without those psychological burdens. In that case, I'll leave her in your hands. If you can successfully help her put her past behind her, I will acknowledge you as my grandson-in-law. Thank you, grandfather. All right, go back and accompany Wanwan. Today she told me about her parents' matter. She must feel very upset inside. Go comfort her. Shenlubai, moved by what he heard, hurriedly left. Qi Fiwen didn't go home, but went to the cemetery instead. The scenery here was beautiful, far away from the bustling city. Every day, people cleaned the tombstones and sent flowers occasionally. Whenever she felt unhappy before, she would come here. The caretaker's small house was quite spacious, and one room was specially reserved for her own use. She stood firmly in front of the grave, staring at the black and white photo above, where her parents looked like they were still 30 years old, forever young. If they were still alive now, wouldn't her dad already be an endlessly talkative middle-aged man? Wouldn't her mom be even gentler? If they found out she was pregnant, they'd definitely be excited, perhaps preparing baby clothes early on, eagerly waiting for the birth of the child. Thinking about all these things made everything around her blur. Qi Fiwen raised her hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes. She was truly pathetic. Why should she cry? It has been so many years since then. But why? Was it like turning on a faucet, unable to close no matter how hard she tried? Just at that moment, mountain winds began to roar, and dark clouds gathered. The caretaker quickly came over. Miss Qi, it seems there will be a heavy downpour soon. Hurry down to the foot of the mountain to avoid the rain. This storm is ferocious and terrifying. I'll go down later. Please go ahead. All right, I'll leave her umbrella for you. If it rains and you haven't come down, I'll come up again to fetch you. After the caretaker left, Qi Fiwen really wanted to have a good rain bath for herself and the baby in her belly. Parents, grandfather says I am too stubborn, but I think I am all right. I don't know if I have done the right thing, but I think. I probably don't regret it. She does not regret anything she does. Indulging Tang Zizong, bearing humiliation quietly, she does not regret it. Having a fool as an in-law, being swindled out of money and taken advantage of, she had no regrets. Living for the Qi family, she had no regrets. Living for her child, she had no regrets. Confessing everything to her grandfather, she had no regrets. And not wanting Shenlubai either, she didn't regret it. Right at that moment, a thunderbolt fell from the sky. A deep purple lightning split the night sky. The wind roared violently, branches breaking off. This wind came too fast, catching Qi Fiwen off guard. Her slight body couldn't withstand it. She was forced to shut her eyes tightly, and her body tilted. Qi Fiwen lost control of her balance and started to fall backward, but suddenly, she landed in a strong and warm embrace. She smelled a familiar scent. She looked up in shock, meeting a pair of deep, penetrating eyes. How did you end up here? Her voice was carried away by the wind as soon as she spoke. Nonsense, it's dangerous for you to be alone here. Do you know that? Shenlubai directly pulled her into his arms, shielding her from the wind. The two quickly left the cemetery. As soon as they reached the foot of the mountain, heavy rain poured down. They hurriedly took shelter in the house, but even so, their clothes were already soaked through. Since Qi Fiwen had stayed here before, there was a special room dedicated to her on the second floor, where the gravekeeper's daughter regularly cleaned and aired the beddings, making sure it was ready to live in any time. There were spare clothes for her, while Shenlubai, with his wet clothes, was given a clean set of pajamas by the gravekeeper, barely managing to make do. The problem now was that there was only one bed, one set of blankets, not even a mat to sleep on the floor. Where should Shenlubai sleep? It seems we can only stay here tonight. We'll head back downtown after the rain stops. His gaze landed on the only large bed in the room. Qi Fiwen's temple throbbed incessantly, yet she refused to offer an invitation, pretending not to notice the hint. How did you end up here? Couldn't find you when I went home. The weather forecast issued an orange level warning for torrential rain, so I had to search everywhere for you. Your grandfather said that you mentioned your late parents today, so I guessed you might be here. Why would he even tell you this? Chi Fiwen sounded slightly upset. Chi Fiwen, your in-laws may be gone, but you still have me. There will always be someone living for you. My purpose in this world is to find you, protect you, and spend my entire life with you in eternal harmony. And that person is me. He moved closer step by step. She looked exceptionally beautiful and captivating tonight, like a delicate little waif. He decided to take time to truly understand her, starting from her past experiences he hadn't been part of, gradually uncovering the inner workings of this woman's heart. An outwardly spiky little hedgehog who behaves rebelliously actually turned out to be a pitiful little rabbit. Chapter 152. Isolated from the world. Chi Fiwen suddenly heard sweet nothings and felt very uncomfortable. Her temples were pulsating. I don't know if there's you or not, but I will definitely have this child, she said unconsciously. Shen Liubai's body instantly stiffened. He clenched his fists silently, suppressing his anger, and did not explode. It's late, let's go to sleep early. Go wash up first. Chi Fiwen nodded, feeling damp on her body, afraid of catching a cold. The hot water steamed, making her head dizzy. She blacked out in front of her eyes, her body swayed. But fortunately, she quickly grabbed the edge of the sink to barely stabilize herself. The things on the wash basin were accidentally dropped to the ground and shattered into pieces. She was still dizzy. Wan, are you alright? Shen Liubai's voice came anxiously from outside the door. Chi Fiwen wanted to speak, but her chest was tight, her breathing was difficult, and the sound she made was soft and weak. The man outside waited for her reply in vain and broke the door open directly. Chi Fiwen didn't have time to cover her naked body. Chi Fiwen looked at her like that, quickly opened a gap in the window, then quickly draped her with a bathrobe and carried her out. Do you have no common sense? It's very easy to suffocate inside like that. He was a little angry. I'll be more careful next time, she said softly. Shen Liubai couldn't bear to scold her and gently put her down. You rest first. I'll be right back. You haven't washed yet. Where are you going? She was a little puzzled, but Shen Liubai didn't explain. She couldn't fall asleep for a while and aimlessly scrolled through her phone, seeing a weather warning. This heavy rain was exceptionally strong and rare, and many companies and schools had already suspended operations. Chi Fiwen aimlessly played with her phone and suddenly smelled the aroma of food, her nose twitching. How fragrant. She suddenly remembered that she hadn't eaten much all day, originally not feeling anything, but now smelling the aroma, she suddenly felt hungry. Looking back, she saw Shen Liubai carrying food over, a bowl of meat sauce noodles paired with refreshing cucumber threads. Its appearance was average, commonly found on the streets, and she had never been interested. But now, she wanted to try it. Did you make this? She suddenly thought that tomb keepers don't cook. It was always his university-going daughter who delivered meals for him. He nodded. Can you make this? Sometimes my stepmother intentionally starved me, so I would secretly prepare snacks. Back then, I only cared about filling my stomach, later gradually understanding some of life's pleasures, raising my own standards. Therefore, my cooking is quite good. Shen Liubai was unreserved in praising himself. Chi Fiwen took a bite and was amazed. This meat sauce noodles were absolutely incredible. She had always been plagued by morning sickness, and eating was a major challenge. But now she actually wanted to eat voluntarily. Seeing her devouring heartily, Shen Liubai suddenly had the idea of personally cooking for her to solve her 3 daily meals. He wasn't afraid of being laughed at. He just wanted her to have a good appetite and enjoy her meal. The bowl of noodles was quickly finished, and she still wanted more. Shen Liubai tapped her head. It's not good to eat too much at night. It's easy to accumulate undigested food. If you want more, I'll have plenty of opportunities to cook for you in the future. All right then. Chi Fiwen nodded. Seeing that his body was still wet, she urged him to hurry up and wash up. Where am I sleeping tonight? There's only one bed. Go share with the tombkeeper. I'd rather sleep on the hard floor. Then go ahead and sleep. She didn't believe it. But unexpectedly, Shen Liubai was so stubborn, he really spread out a layer of clothes randomly on the ground and lay down. Chi Fiwen was suddenly left without options. Come on up. Will you push me off? Chi Fiwen was a bit angry. No, I won't. Shen Liubai immediately came over, a hint of triumph flickering in his eyes. Chi Fiwen felt her heart block for a moment. This bastard was sure that she wouldn't be so heartless, so he deliberately did it. He was bullying her, thinking of all sorts of incidents. Her tears couldn't stop falling. You just know how to scheme against me. This is my place, yet you're asking me to give in first. Shen Liubai was at a loss when he saw her tears. I'm sorry, I should give in. Could you please show mercy on me and let me sleep on the bed? The floor is cold and hard. If I sleep all night, I'll catch a cold. Wan, you're so kind. You wouldn't let me suffer, would you? Wan, can I come sleep on the bed? I promise I won't do anything wrong. I'll just sleep quietly. My dear Wan, can I? The pleading words came one after another, finally making her feel a little better. Now that's what begging looks like. She sniffed and showed mercy for once, saying, all right, then you come sleep here. So, you like this kind of thing? Shen Liubai smiled. What kind? Chi Fiwen furrowed her brows as she looked at him. Shen Liubai smiled without answering. Chi Fiwen was the type of person who became soft-hearted easily. Sometimes, she would even get angry with herself for being too lenient. If you wanted to make her feel comfortable, just go along with her wishes, plead pitifully, and even if she were swindled, she'd still be counting money for someone else. Otherwise, how could she have fallen for Jiang Yan's tricks? Since she liked it, he'd just pretend to be that way. He was good at pretending. That night, Chi Fiwen slept soundly, then suddenly felt someone moving closer restlessly, strong arms wrapping around her, a burning chest pressing tightly against her, making her whole body feel uneasy. She tried to struggle, but had no strength to change anything. She slowly became more alert. Shen Lubai, what about your promise to just sleep plainly? What was this hugging and cuddling supposed to mean? But from behind her came only steady breathing. Had he fallen asleep? She was somewhat surprised. Had he gone to sleep faster than her? She pushed at his chest, but there was still no response. She tried to get out of Shen Liubai's embrace, but instead was held tighter. His chin pressed against her head as a muffled murmuring sound emerged. Wan Wan. He whispered her name. Qi Fiwen eventually gave up, could do nothing more but stop, after some grumbling on her part. She got too tired eventually and drifted back to sleep. After she fell asleep, in the darkness, the man behind her slowly opened his eyes, revealing sharp determination. Without using some tricks, how could he further their relationship? You can only be mine. Word by word, it sounded like claiming ownership as he lowered his head and kissed her forehead firmly, like stamping it. It's you who first attracted me. Don't try to leave me. Qi Fiwen had a nightmare. In her dream, she was stalked by a terrible monster. Throughout the dream, those blood-red eyes followed her relentlessly. The next day, although the weather wasn't so severe anymore, it remained gloomy. Due to the strong winds, the trees on both sides of the road had broken and fallen, blocking the highway. Thus, they couldn't leave for now. They were forced to stay for a few more days. The tombkeeper had a small vegetable garden here. Though most of it was damaged, there were still fresh vegetables that could be eaten. Shen Lubai cooked them in different ways every day, which made her appetite significantly better. Though she didn't compliment him, she always cleaned her plate. If it weren't for weight control, she'd want another bowl. Shen Lubai had great motivation each time he cooked. Seeing her enjoy her meal pleased him more than signing a billion-yuan contract. For these couple of days, it felt like they were isolated from the world. They went to clean tombstones, picked vegetables in the fields, and returned home to watch soap operas. Qi Fiwen started to think about leading an ordinary married life with Shen Lubai. Don't dwell too much on the past, give him a chance. After all, in these few days, he was obedient and responded positively to any request, also knowing how to beg softly. It made Qi Fiwen feel hopeful about the future. If Shen Lubai could continue to behave this way, she truly wanted to live happily ever after with him. After all, finding someone you love and who loves you back is not easy. However, what she hadn't anticipated was that Shen Liubai's true nature never changed. Chapter 153, A Little Lesson. Soon, the road was cleared, and they returned to the city. Qi Fiwen had temporarily stepped away from managing the company affairs, handing them over to Su Qingqing and Shen Yi. Her top priority now was to take good care of herself during her pregnancy. But unexpectedly, she received a phone call in the morning. Qi Yao Group had landed a huge order. She quickly arrived at the company. Are you sure it's an order for a 5 billion project? Did you make a mistake? Given Qi Yao's current situation, there are still people willing to place such large orders? Aren't they worried about losing everything? Over the phone, Su Qingqing kept teasing her, refusing to elaborate further. She even drove over to pick Qi Fiwen up. Su Qingqing smiled mysteriously all the way, bringing her to the meeting room. There, she saw someone familiar. Suachua. She almost couldn't believe her eyes. Was this really the Suadashai she knew? Dressed in a polished suit with a proper tie, his shirt buttons were buttoned up to the top. With a cropped haircut and a stern expression, he carried an air that was clearly intimidating, the embodiment of a seasoned business elite. He looked drastically different from the playful delinquent he used to be. Suachua. Her voice stuttered slightly. What? So excited seeing young master that you can't form a complete sentence anymore. The moment he spoke, it felt just like old times, which made her relax a little. Clearly, the soul wasn't switched. How did you get here? Now, I'm the director of Wanyan Biotech. You can call me Director Sua. Director? Did you parachute into the position? Not parachute, more like natural talent. I started as a small assistant, but happened to receive a foreign client. That foreigner dressed like a vagrant, and everyone dismissed him. But I, with keen insight, immediately realized his potential greatness. So I took the initiative to serve him tea and coffee. Turns out, he was actually the vice president of a renowned foreign biotech company. Suachwa opened the floodgates, unable to stop once he started. In summary, he had his own unique insights and a remarkable eye for seizing business opportunities. Within less than a month at his company, he secured 2 significant contracts. He was promoted extraordinarily quickly, even becoming a director soon after. His ascent was astonishing, but he achieved it. These 2 contracts alone could bring billions in profit to the group. The title of director was practically nothing compared to his accomplishments. Regardless of whether Sua Qing's influence was involved behind the scenes, it was already proven that Sua Chua was an extraordinary talent. One who previously didn't care much about working seriously, but now could handle responsibilities on his own when focused. After ascending, my first action was to come over with a contract to sign with you. Are you touched? Isn't that too reckless? What if we lose? Then your pedestal will fall. I don't fear that. And besides, Xiao doesn't think I'll bet wrong. With boundless confidence, Suachwa looked at her. Qi Fiwen was also deeply moved by his trust. Since this is the case, she couldn't betray Suachwa's belief. She couldn't let him fail. If you're willing to believe in me, then I'll prove to you that Qi Yao deserves cooperation. Qi Fiwen, you deserve to cooperate. Suachwa silently added in his heart. They both signed off the contract smoothly, taking immediate effect. This time, no one would break the agreement. Since the partnership deal is sealed, will you treat me to dinner? Sure. What do you want to eat? I want noodles. Suachwa took her to the same restaurant they visited last time, ordering the same food as before. He still let her eat first, and only when she was done did he begin eating. What are you doing? Qi Fiwen looked at him perplexedly. Hardship remembrance meal, understand? I must remember this meal, and I'll often invite you to eat here. It's to remind myself. That meeting with Chi Fiwen left an indelible impression on him. Without her, there wouldn't be the Suochua of today. Even Chi Fiwen herself hadn't fully realized the profound impact she'd had on Suochua. They enjoyed a pleasant meal together, and afterward, Suochua suggested taking her for a drive. Chi Fiwen hesitated. Wait a second. I'll check with Shen Lubai. Upon hearing this, Suochua grew extremely unhappy. You go out to have fun, yet you need someone else's permission? If marriage offers such little freedom, then I'd rather remain single forever. This is basic respect, Chi Fiwen shot back irritably. The phone soon connected. Chi Fiwen told Shen Lubai about signing the deal with Wanyan Biotech, and said she'd be going out with Suochua, returning home later. Shen Liubai's response came slowly over the line. Is it okay? She asked cautiously. Do you want to go out? Chi Fiwen internally disliked it. Sometimes it was really difficult to gauge Shen Liubai's thoughts. He never directly expressed his emotions, always responding with counter-questions, as if needing to know his opponent's intentions first before planning his next move. But she was his wife, not his enemy. Since he was asking for her opinion, she was also very straightforward and told the truth. I want to go. Suochua and I haven't seen each other for a long time. All right, then have fun. When you want to come back, remember to give me a call, and I'll pick you up. Sure. Then Suochua took her for a drive, bought thousands of game coins, and took her to grab dolls. When she walked out of the arcade with a pile of dolls in her arms, the other young girls looked at her with envy. She glanced at the sky and realized it wasn't early anymore, so she called Shen Lubai to come pick her up. I can send you home. No need for so much trouble. Let him come pick you up? Didn't you dislike him before? How did you suddenly reconcile with him? You've become unexpectedly proper all of a sudden. He's still my husband. We agreed on certain things that should be fulfilled, which is the minimum. Security is something both sides need to give. Only then will it help us last long. How does it feel like you're running a business together? It's kind of the same logic. Marriage was profound, and Chi Fiwen was still exploring step by step, aiming to operate their relationship to its best state. She was confident as long as she decided to work hard. She said goodbye to Suochua and waited by the road. What she didn't know was that Shen Lubai had already arrived, his car parked on the opposite side of the road. It was a black Mercedes-Benz van. The man inside had a grim expression. He knew exactly where they went and what they did. Sharing a bowl of noodles. What kind of relationship would lead them to this point? When Chi Fiwen was grabbing dolls, Suochua stood beside her with his arms crossed, indulgence all over his face. As a fellow man, Shen Lubai felt a strong sense of crisis. He felt that his territory had been invaded, someone coveted his prey, and this feeling made him very upset. He wanted to drive the invader away, giving him a little lesson. Let him not see Chi Fiwen for a while. Sir, what does that mean? Let something happen to him. Keep him in the hospital for a while. As long as he doesn't bother our lives with Chi Fiwen, it's fine. What if Miss Chi finds out, wouldn't it? Am I afraid she'll find out? She openly meets her lover. Am I not supposed to be angry? Shen Lubai said grimly. She even brazenly informed him that she'd go out with Suochua. If Chi Fiwen could do it, then he could too. He promised not to hurt her, but that didn't mean he couldn't hurt others. Suochua truly deserved to disappear forever. Chapter 154. It was him. Chi Fiwen waited for a while, and then Shen Lubai arrived. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat oppressive. Shuihao glanced at her, looking like he wanted to say something, but held back. She looked at Shen Lubai in the back seat. His expression seemed rather grim. Chi Fiwen tried hard not to laugh inside. She knew that Shen Lubai must be jealous, yet he liked to pretend to be serious. Though obviously concerned, he still feigned generosity. Since he had already acted generously, he would deliberately express dissatisfaction, making her feel it, hoping that she would take the initiative to speak up and never associate with Su Choi again in the future. Isn't Shen Lubai afraid of suffocating himself? Such twisted emotions almost turned him into a pretzel. She clearly knew what Shen Lubai wanted, but still pretended not to understand. Really tired. Let's go home quickly. I want to have a good sleep. Miss Chi, my master hasn't eaten yet. Is that so? At this time, he must be very hungry, right? Good thing. I've already eaten, otherwise, sleeping after a meal would result in nightmares. After hearing these words, Shen Lubai silently clenched his fists. He was angry. When they returned home, she immediately went upstairs to her room to rest. Shen Lubai didn't come to find her. After freshening up, she went downstairs. Has the son-in-law eaten? Not yet. The son-in-law has gone to the study. Being really stubborn, aren't you? So narrow-minded, huh? Men need coaxing too. How troublesome. She couldn't cook. She often went to the beauty salon for skincare, meticulous enough not to miss even her fingertips. These 10 fingers, as white as leeks, had never been dirted by cooking water. But now she was actually washing her hands to make soup. She was boiling water, planning to cook a bowl of noodles and get by. While waiting for the water to boil, she aimlessly browsed her phone and saw a piece of news. Suchua had met with a car accident, breaking his calf bone. There was no danger to his life, nor would there be any disabilities, but it would take 100 days for recovery in the hospital. At this moment, the water boiled, and the pot was bubbling. She snapped out of her daze and opened the lid, forgetting how hot it was. The instant her fingers touched the pot, she pulled away. Her fingertips were red and soon formed a blister. Due to intense emotional fluctuations, her stomach began to tighten slightly. She hurriedly turned off the fire and immediately called Suchua. The phone rang for a long time, unanswered. She persisted in calling, and eventually, Su Qing answered. How's Suchua doing? He's not dead yet. Are you unhappy? What do you mean by that? She sensed Su Qing's anger and was quite puzzled. Do you think this is just an ordinary traffic accident? This is clearly intentional. Looking around the whole city, other than someone specific, I can't think of anyone else who would do this. Didn't Suchua meet with you today? An accident happened on the way back. He promised that the contract wouldn't change. After this cooperation, I hope our families will not have any contact in the future. I, the Su family, only have this one son. Even if he's useless, he's the only one. Miss Chi, please let him alone. With that, Su Qing hung up the phone. Chi Fiwen could not snap out of it. After thinking about it, she calmed down and dialed again. Su Qing answered extremely impatiently. Miss Chi, is there anything else? This shouldn't be done by Shen Lubai. You should clarify your statements. If you suspect him, present your evidence. Just accusing without proof. Can anyone do that? Suspicion is suspicion. The truth is the truth. Your assumptions cannot determine reality. Chi Fiwen was also upset. In the past, she was very polite to Su Qing. First because she didn't want to offend anyone. Secondly because of her respect for Su Chua's father, considering him an elder. But for him to casually make accusations, putting all the blame on Shen Liubai's head was unfair. Su Qing was speechless. He indeed found some clues, but he had no evidence in hand. If Miss Chi doesn't believe me, then that's fine. I don't have much more to say to you. From now on, we'll keep our distance. You explain yourself clearly. You claim it's Shen Lubai. Show me the evidence. On what grounds do you accuse recklessly and irresponsibly? Don't hang up the phone. Su Qing ended the call, leaving Chi Fiwen so frustrated that she called back, but this time it was switched off. She felt like a helpless child, extremely wronged. She felt wronged on behalf of Shen Lubai. She believed that Shen Lubai might have small issues, but he wouldn't go so far as to orchestrate a car accident. She rushed upstairs, not even bothering to knock before pushing open the study door. With red eyes and panting, she spoke. Su Chua got into a car accident. It wasn't you, was it? Come with me and explain it clearly. Why does his father randomly slander you? Why? Because he's older. Does everything he says have to be true? Hurrying forward, she grabbed Shen Liubai's wrist and tried to drag him to the hospital. But Shen Lubai didn't budge an inch. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move him. She looked at him suspiciously. Why won't you go? It was me, he's not wrong. As soon as these words were spoken, they hit her like a thunderclap on a clear day. He was so forthright, taking the blame without the slightest cover-up. Now, had he completely abandoned even the pretense of keeping peace? Was he no longer willing to tell a lie? Why? She shakily forced out 3 words. This is a lesson for him to stop disturbing you and the child in the future. So, you're still mad today? I asked you. If you didn't want me to go, I wouldn't have gone. But you wanted me to. Chi Fiwen was enraged by this answer, shaking all over with fury. She stepped forward and slapped him across the face. A clear handprint appeared on Shen Liubai's cheek. If I wanted it, why did you hurt him? You can be unreasonable, but he cannot. I might indulge you, but I cannot indulge him. You indulge me? After saying this, Chi Fiwen raised her hand again. This time, Shen Lubai firmly grasped her wrist. Wan, that's enough. I've said it before, I can make exceptions for everything except this. You've betrayed me once, and I won't indulge a second time. The fact that I haven't killed Su Chua already shows my restraint. So don't push me. Hearing this, Chi Fiwen felt an urge to laugh. Her body grew cold, trembling uncontrollably. She shook violently, looking as though she might cry or laugh. It turned out that Shen Lubai was truly the one responsible. She had argued with Su Qing unnecessarily, defending him all along. It turned out that she had caused harm to Su Chua. This time it was only a warning, but next time, it could cost him his life. She had almost thought that Shen Lubai had reformed, learning to respect others, but now it was clear it was all fake. Everything was just an act put on display for her benefit. In reality, he had never changed. He still loved to act unilaterally. Shen Lubai, you're absolutely crazy, utterly stubborn. Hurting him, does it pain your heart, does it? Shen Lubai narrowed his eyes dangerously, clenching his fists tightly, fearing that he might lose control and hurt her. You've always doubted that this child is his, right? Isn't that the case? If not his, then whose could it be? Yes, exactly, it's his. Are you satisfied? I want to have a child with him, and let me tell you this. This will be the only child I will ever have. If you insist on staying with me, I won't bear any children for you in the future, nor will I allow you to father illegitimate children. You think about it. Chapter 155, Utter Disappointment. You can say whatever you want. He only had this light-hearted sentence, seemingly not caring about any of it. He didn't have deep feelings for the next generation. He didn't need a child to inherit the family business. As long as it was from Chi Fiwen's belly, he would treat it as his own and carefully nurture it. But there is one point. The child will have only me as their father. If one day in the future, he comes to question me, that will be Su Chua's end. Shen Lubai. Chi Fiwen's heart hurt intensely. He was utterly beyond redemption. She felt a growing distance between them. How she wished he could still be that little fool from before. Why did she have to uncover the scam? Looking back now, that period was the happiest time of her life. She closed her eyes in great pain, no longer shedding tears. Her eyes felt as if they were dried up, without a single tear left. She finally understood what grief reaches its peak when the heart dies meant. I will keep my distance from Su Chua. After saying this, Chi Fiwen limply lowered her arms and turned to leave. Shen Lubai noticed her odd state and instinctively grabbed her wrist, wanting to say something more. However, Chi Fiwen mercilessly shook off his hand. Don't touch me. She wouldn't even spare him a glance, walking away without looking back. Shen Lubai had the sense that their hearts were growing farther apart. But it didn't matter. As long as she was here physically, he didn't think he had done anything wrong. Chi Fiwen remained quiet all day. The next day, she went to the company. Su Qingqing was quite surprised to see her. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be resting at home? Chi Fiwen said nothing. What's wrong with you? Your complexion looks very off. Is everything all right between you and Shen Lubai? Qingqing, Qi Fiwen's emotions, which had been bottled up all day, finally erupted. She hugged Su Qingqing and broke into uncontrollable sobs. Why does it have to be like this? Everything was fine at first. Su Qingqing didn't know what happened, but one thing was clear. Qi Fiwen wasn't the type to cry often. Even if she did, it would be privately, hiding away. She was always so strong-willed. But now, she cried miserably, like a child. Su Qingqing quietly consoled her, knowing that presence was the best comfort. Don't work anymore. You can't overexert yourself right now. Leave everything to me. I'll take you out for a walk. Don't stay cooped up here. Su Qingqing took her to the campus of D University and even found a wheelchair, fearing Qi Fiwen might strain herself walking too much. The two talked about many funny moments from their school days. Do you remember? We met during the school celebration. You were the host, and I went backstage to see a friend. By accident, I dirtied your dress. You took scissors and snipped off the dirty part immediately, then casually tied it with a tissue, creating a beautiful hemline. I was completely awed, and later I found out you were a laughingstock in our finance department. Recalling old memories made Qi Fiwen feel some nostalgia. Are you still bringing that up? You almost made me embarrass myself in front of everyone. Besides, I wasn't that exaggerated, just bad at studying and getting scolded often. With the floodgates opened, both women shared laughter, and Qi Fiwen's mood improved considerably. At this moment, Su Qingqing excitedly slapped her shoulder. Who is that person over there? Isn't that Jiang Yan? Qi Fiwen looked in the direction Su Qingqing pointed, and sure enough, it was really Jiang Yan. She hadn't paid attention to Jiang Yan's movements for a long time, not since the incident involving Sister Li and the arrival of the Wang family. She had focused solely on helping Sister Li get justice. And amid her struggles with Shen Lubai, she truly had forgotten about Jiang Yan. When the scandal broke, Jiang Yan wanted to divorce Tang Zizong. Tang Zizong ended up in jail, and Tang Group was on the brink of bankruptcy, unable to pay its debts. So, what about Jiang Yan? Despite the events, she didn't appear distressed. She was still impeccably groomed, even more radiant than before. Her figure was well restored, showing no signs of having just given birth. She wore a short skirt, high heels, and dressed glamorously while hanging onto the arm of a 60-year-old man, chatting and laughing together. Jiang Yan also acted coyly, kissing the old man's face playfully. Su Qingqing shivered. So disgusting. Wait for me a second, I'll go find out who that old man is. Su Qingqing's curiosity was blazing. She returned quickly, having gathered some useful information. Jiang Yan's skills are truly impressive. Do you know who that man is? He's a famous real estate tycoon nationwide. Most domestic real estate developments are under his control. Amazing, isn't he? And her child, it seems to have been sent to her hometown, entrusted to an uncle to raise, with money being sent monthly. She's really ruthless. A person like her, you can guess. Selfish and only thinking about her own good life. Jiang Yan is now that man's kept songbird. That man already has children from his 3 marriages. His first wife died during childbirth, the second was assassinated while riding in his car, and the third one divorced him peacefully. He's already declared he will never marry again, yet women still flock to him. Who would have thought Jiang Yan managed to hook up with him? Jiang Yan clearly wants to marry him, so she could get a share of his massive fortune. She thinks she's smart, but does she think everyone else are fools? That old man knows well. After all, he's this age for a reason. It's precisely because he fears people with ulterior motives that he announced publicly he won't marry anymore. Nevertheless, Jiang Yan will reap some benefits, just depending on how long the old man can live. Can she survive on crumbs falling through his fingers? That's her business. It's none of mine. Qi Fiwen didn't care about others' private affairs at all. Everyone lives their own life. If Jiang Yan wanted to degrade herself by pleasing men to make a living, it was her choice, not hers. She wouldn't throw stones into someone's pit or dissuade them either. Tang Zizong was already in jail. In Qi Fiwen's eyes, Jiang Yan had paid a price, forever having to rely on men to survive. Qi Fiwen preferred to avoid getting involved, but not everyone shared her sentiment. Jiang Yan noticed the two of them. After speaking a word to the man, she walked over to greet them. How long has it been since we last met? Qi Fiwen, and look how gaunt you've become. Have you gained weight? You should eat less. You're one of those easy-to-gain weight constitutions. Watch out. If you get too fat, that old man might not want you anymore. Are your features sagging? Your face looks quite loose and drooping. For someone who depends entirely on her looks, don't you spend any money maintaining your appearance? You're so stingy. How common. Qi Fiwen simply no longer wished to argue. It wasn't as though she were dead. Jiang Yan delivered her insults herself. Why shouldn't she get a return? As Jiang Yan uttered just one sentence, Qi Fiwen unleashed an endless barrage of comebacks like firing a machine gun. Before long, Jiang Yan found herself speechless, staring furiously at Qi Fiwen. You, all her you. S couldn't produce a coherent comeback. Qingqing, let's go. Qi Fiwen, you wait for me. This time I won't lose to you again. Behind them came Jiang Yan's confident voice. Qi Fiwen instantly felt puzzled. A lover without marital security. How dared she speak such words to her? Could it be she had something more hidden up her sleeve? Chapter 156, Seeking a Reward. Qi Fiwen was worried about any potential ulterior motives from Jiang Yan, so she asked Su Qingqing to hire some private detectives to investigate. Although their encounter with Jiang Yan briefly interrupted their plans, it didn't affect their mood at all. Qingqing, would you help me with something? Go check on Su Chua. Wasn't he in a car accident? Su Qingqing had also seen the news. It was Shen Liubai's doing. What? Su Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief at how extreme Shen Liubai could be. Was he trying to kill him? No. He just wanted to teach him a lesson so that he wouldn't bother me anymore. He doubts that my child is Su Chua's. Whenever I get close to Su Chua, he can't help but overthink things. Ching, I can't control Shen Lubai. He's a dangerous presence in my life, making me feel completely unsafe. I don't know what else he'll do. He says he won't harm me or my family, yet he uses them to threaten me. I can't risk my life depending solely on his conscience. A relationship should be built on love and trust, not coercion or manipulation. No wonder you're so heartbroken. But that baby isn't Su Chua's either. Ching, if one day he threatens your life, tell him everything you know. Don't keep it hidden from me. Wan, then what will you do? I don't know. I can only drag this out. Chi Fiwen didn't know what would happen in the future and had no foolproof plan. For now, she could only take it step by step. You should go see Su Chua. I'm a little worried about him. All right, I'll go for you. The next day, Su Ching went to the hospital. After inquiring from various medical staff, she confirmed that Su Chua merely had a dislocated bone, which had already been set, but he would need some time to recover. When she left, she happened to see Su Chua sitting in a wheelchair with a thick cast on one foot. He was using great effort to move the wheels of the chair rapidly towards the exit. Behind him, others were running after him, trying to catch up. The wheelchair couldn't outrun two legs, and eventually, he was stopped. Master, you should rest properly and not concern yourself with company matters. I have clients to meet. Don't delay my deals. Master, stop this nonsense. The entire Wandan bioengineering company is yours anyway. Why do you need to personally negotiate these contracts? The salespeople will work tirelessly for you. I am the salesperson. Master, please return to bed immediately. And thus, they carried both Su Chua and his chair back inside. Su Ching couldn't help but mutter under her breath. This Su Chua isn't as exaggerated as the rumors make him out to be. He doesn't seem irresponsible at all. In fact, he looks quite dedicated. Su Ching called Chi Fiwen and updated her on the situation. She sighed in relief. There shouldn't be any serious issues then. Ching, thank you so much. Before she could finish her sentence, she heard footsteps behind her and quickly hung up. When Shen Lubai entered, he saw Chi Fiwen putting her phone down. Who were you talking to? Chi Fiwen didn't answer. So unwilling to talk to me, huh? Shen Lubai gazed deeply into her eyes, a shadow of an unreadable emotion in his own. As expected, even when your vocal cords healed, you pretended to be mute because you didn't want to speak a single word to me. If you don't feel like talking, that's fine. In the future, I'll be the one speaking to you. Today on my way, I found some little trinkets I thought you'd like. He bought several sizes of Lucky Cats figurines, each chubby and festive looking. Placed on her dressing table, they look quite nice. Do you like them? She remained silent. In that case, I'll assume you do. In a low murmur, almost speaking to himself. Then I'm going to ask for a reward. Kiss me once. If you don't initiate it, I will. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved closer, and Chi Fiwen tried to evade, but he cruelly clamped her mouth. This kiss was unavoidable. His tongue invaded fiercely, claiming her mouth entirely. She was forced to tangle with him, becoming overwhelmed with his scent. Clearly intentional, the kiss was rough, causing pain, leaving her lips swollen and red. Breathless, she struggled for air as the kiss ended. He remained quiet, meeting her furious gaze. Then, without another word, he turned and left. Shen Lubai was going to the company. As he departed, he reminded the servants to take good care of Chi Fiwen. If they noticed her vomiting, poor appetite, or refusing to eat, they should notify him right away. Yes, master. Don't mention anything related to me to Miss Chi. I know you're all loyal to the Chi family, but I hope you understand who has the final say in this house moving forward. From now on, I will pay you separately. If you stay loyal and follow my instructions, it will benefit us all. Do you understand? The group exchanged glances, hesitated, and ultimately nodded in agreement. After all, in the capital city today, who would dare to offend Shen Lubai without understanding his power? Besides, the son-in-law wouldn't harm the young mistress, and they weren't exactly betraying the Chi family. Whenever Chi Fiwen lost her appetite and couldn't eat, the servants would call Shen Lubai. No matter how busy he was, Shen Lubai would rush back promptly to cook for her personally. Chi Fiwen's taste leaned towards sour and sweet flavors. The more appetizing, the better. He even visited famous chefs at restaurants to inquire about recipes for old pickled cabbage. After tasting numerous meals suited for pregnant women, he almost forgot that he originally had a sweet tooth. Chi Fiwen felt as if the chef in the house knew everything about her cravings, like the roundworms living in her stomach. When she thought that today's meal wasn't sour enough, she'd suddenly feel more satisfied with the next one in the evening. Sometimes when she threw up badly and couldn't eat anything, fresh pickled plums were delivered by the servants, making her feel happy again. With good eating habits came an improvement in her mood as well. After roughly a week, it was time for her 12-week prenatal checkup. This screening examination worried her quite a bit. She didn't sleep well the night before, waking early the next morning to gather previous medical records. The toughest first trimester was finally nearing its end. Shen Lubai hadn't returned the night before. He had social engagements and drank all night, staying directly at the company headquarters. He likely wouldn't return today either, so Chi Fiwen hadn't mentioned that this was the day of her prenatal checkup. Su Ching was occupied, Aunt Li was at the nursing home, so she could only bring along a random servant for company. Once at the hospital, she entered alone. Didn't your husband come with you? The doctor glanced behind her. He's busy. Before Chi Fiwen finished her sentence, the clinic door suddenly opened. Shen Lubai appeared, looking windswept and disheveled. I'm late. Chi Fiwen stared at him in surprise. How did he know to be here? His eyes were bloodshot from lack of sleep, yet he still made an effort to arrive early to accompany her for the checkup. Most importantly, she hadn't told Shen Lubai anything. Doctor, how is she? The pregnant woman has been on bed rest until now. At 12 weeks, we need to establish medical records and perform extensive blood tests. It's preferable for the husband to be present in these situations. Understood. After leaving the examination room, Shin Lubai sent the servant back home and stayed to wait in line with her for the blood test and ultrasound. Shin Lubai also joined inside to watch. Chi Fiwen couldn't see the screen, but he could. The baby's heartbeat was strong and resonated deeply within her heart. During the exam, the baby was especially cooperative, and the color ultrasound images were extremely clear, showing a tiny curled-up human figure. Some results came out immediately, while others required a week of waiting. The pregnant woman has mild anemia and calcium deficiency. Both need to be addressed through medication and dietary supplements. Don't be negligent once you get home. If there are any issues, seek help right away. Shin Lubai nodded repeatedly. Upon leaving the hospital, he suddenly leaned in close to her ear. It's a boy. Huh? Chi Fiwen looked at him in shock. You saw it. Chapter 157. The child is yours. We have a son. Shin Lubai smiled gently and patted her head. You've worked hard. But I had a dream about giving birth to a girl. I didn't expect the dream to be opposite. Anyway, whether it's a boy or a girl, I like them both. Boys must take my last name, Chi. Alright, I'll do as you wish. Sour boys and spicy girls. So this saying is true after all. Chi Fiwen couldn't help muttering quietly. Chi Fiwen was about to get into the car, but then she saw a Muyin Yongping store across the road, and suddenly, she couldn't move her legs anymore. Although the baby was still in her belly, she wanted to take a look. Shin Lubai read her mind, held her hand, and took her over proactively. Chi Fiwen was in a good mood and didn't care too much about anything else. The baby was healthy, and she had survived the most dangerous first 3 months. These were all reasons to be happy. Are baby clothes really that cute? Even such small babies need toys, and there are so many varieties. There are so many safety seats. I like pink baby strollers. This baby bed isn't bad either. Do baby cookies taste good? I want to try one. Unknowingly, she had already spoken a lot. Although she clearly knew that the child in her belly was a boy, she still bought many pretty little dresses. After all, at an early age, there is no distinction between genders. Shin Lubai also felt an unprecedented sense of warmth. She smiled at him. Her little mouth kept talking nonstop, and it felt like there was a little lark chirping in his ear. He gained an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. As long as Chi Fiwen belonged to him, that was enough. Chi Fiwen still had some reason left. She knew that preparing now was too early, but unexpectedly, Shin Lubai paid for everything she liked. The baby products were transported away by cartloads from the store. You're going to keep what you like. We have lots of empty rooms at home. Even more things will fit easily. All right then, taste this. He took out some small snacks from his pocket. Teething biscuits, vegetable crackers, blueberry meltables. These were the baby snacks she wanted to try. She couldn't resist tasting them, but except for the blueberry meltables, which were slightly better, the rest were terrible and completely tasteless, like chewing wax. Not tasty. She stuck out her tongue. At least it's not tasty, otherwise you'd be fighting with your son later on. If you made him cry, whose side should I take? Chi Fiwen finally snapped back to reality. Was he truly okay with the child being his? Though she was clear in her heart that the child belonged to Shin Lubai, the parties involved were unclear, even mistakenly believing the child was illegitimate. Shin Lubai loved her to this extent, so why couldn't he try respecting her and listen to her thoughts? He shouldn't act solely under the guise of doing it for her good or make decisions without consultation, indulging in his personal desires. Wasn't it hard to discuss matters with her? Thinking about this, her eyes dimmed. Shin Lubai, when will you start seeing me properly? Wouldn't peaceful coexistence like now be wonderful? Shin Lubai, if you can accept the child, why can't you tolerate Su Chua? Don't mention that person's name. Her sentence wasn't finished yet, but Shin Liubai's face had already turned cold. The surrounding atmosphere instantly became oppressive, and she could feel the man's strong anger. This child isn't Su Chua's. Can you stop bothering him already? It's not his, then who is it? Are you telling me you've been with another man? Shin Lubai lost control, gripping her shoulders tightly. The strength was so great, as if he were trying to dislocate her arms. This child is yours. Do you believe me? It's been half a year since our divorce. The child is only 3 months old. What do you think? Shin Lubai gave her a cold laugh. Chi Fiwen's heart sank to the bottom. Believe it or not, up to you. After saying that, she slapped his hand away and stormed off. If Shin Lubai trusted her at all, he would have given serious thought to her words. Why wouldn't he believe her? She still remembered the time when the housekeeper had falsely accused him, and he had asked her if she believed in him. She had stood firmly on his side at that moment. She had never doubted him, yet she had been so terribly deceived. Shin Lubai watched her angry figure leave, feeling a dull ache in his heart. Their relationship had just barely mended, and it was back to square one. How could this child possibly be his? Could she lie any more reasonably? He had already said he would treat the child as his own. Why was she still lying to him? Did she not trust him? Chi Fiwen was furious. Once home, she felt her stomach tightening in waves. She quickly laid down on the bed, daring not to move recklessly. Just then, her phone rang. It was Su Qingqing calling. I found it. Su Qingqing's voice was agitated. Chi Fiwen immediately understood. It was related to Jiang Yan's matter. Do you know where Jiang Yan gets her confidence from? What is it? Her and the old man's son are dating. The old man has 3 sons and a daughter, with all 3 sons having potential to inherit. The news outside says all 3 have shares in the equity and jointly manage the business. But none of them are content. They all want to monopolize the inheritance. And guess what happened? After getting close to the old man, Jiang Yan found the 3rd son and teamed up with him. She's been secretly drugging the old man. She might be his last woman, so her word still carries some weight with him. Once she succeeds in helping the third son gain the inheritance rights, they'll get married. Does she really believe this story? Chief Fiwen was shocked. This was obviously a scam by the man. If he marries Jiang Yan, isn't that the same as admitting he conspired to usurp power? Even if they don't get a marriage certificate, everyone knows Jiang Yan is the old man's mistress. By familial hierarchy, she'd be considered his stepmother. If this got out, it would definitely be laughed at. How could the third son be so stupid? Thus, in the end, it was Jiang Yan who was foolish. Moreover, Jiang Yan was already remarried and brought along a child from her previous marriage. The scandal of Zhang giving Tang Zizong horns caused quite the commotion. A person with such a questionable track record, how could she possibly become the final victor? Jiang Yan had a little bit of cunning intelligence, always thinking that others were clapping for her, treating others like fools, only to end up being the most foolish herself. Haha, Jiang Yan believes it. Jiang Yan is pregnant again, and the old man is ecstatic, believing himself still capable of fathering children at his age, boasting about how virile he is. No one even knows whose child this is yet, and it's only been such a short time since her last delivery. She's really gambling with her own life. Chief Fiwen furrowed her brows slightly. After her pregnancy, she'd studied these issues thoroughly, so she knew it could cause significant harm. Jiang Yan was truly daring. She wants to help someone secure the inheritance rights, then become the CEO's wife, before coming after me. Since that's her plan, how can I let her dreams come true? Let's expose her affair with her stepson. Why not wait until Jiang Yan succeeds, and then gets cruelly abandoned by the third son, left with nothing? Wouldn't that be more satisfying? Do you really think she has the ability to help someone get the inheritance rights? If she had that kind of talent, would she have ended up in this situation now? You're right. All her pig brain can do is entice men. She doesn't have any real skills. Who told her to always have a heart to harm others? Now it's retribution for her sins. Su Qingqing directly sent those ambiguous photos anonymously to the old man. Chapter 158, Kidnapping the Grandfather. Jiang Yan was still shopping extravagantly at the mall, spending money like water. This feeling of extravagance made her intoxicated. At this moment, her phone rang. It was a text message from the old man, telling her to come back immediately. She was completely confused. Wasn't it agreed that today he would be busy and have no time to see her? Jiang Yan had now learned to be smarter. She had learned to cultivate her own influence, even planting a maid in the house. Although this maid was only responsible for cleaning the courtyard, she was still useful when necessary. Each time, she would ask in advance how the old man's mood was. If it was good, she would sweet-talk him more and ask for more things. If his face looked very unhappy, she would restrain herself, not doing anything outlandish in the short term, and not making him angry. This time was no exception. The master has lost his temper so much I could hear it outside. He even called the third young master back and seemed to have beaten him. The third young master screamed miserably. Hearing this, Jiang Yan's heart sank heavily. Could it be? The matter has been exposed? Can you check what exactly happened? I don't dare. I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Can you take a look near the door for me? The servant couldn't resist the temptation of money and peeked into the door. He got a shock. Blood, so much blood. The third young master is lying on the ground, bleeding a lot. The master is still kicking him as if he wants to kill him. Who are you talking to? Grab him. At this point, there was a voice from the other end of the telephone. It was the old man's voice. Soon, there was no sound from the other side. The call was disconnected, and whether the servant was alive or dead remained unknown. Jiang Yan was terrified. It was probably because the matter was exposed. What should she do? This child belongs to the third young master. If the old man finds out, would he let it go? It's not his child. Her own biological son could be beaten almost to death, let alone her, a woman without any legitimate title. Jiang Yan dared not go home, so she went to the bank, wanting to withdraw the cash and then escape. Unexpectedly, the bank informed her that there was something wrong with her account, and they needed time to verify the funds. Jiang Yan couldn't wait. She left in a hurry. But leaving penniless was more painful than death. Since she had already offended someone, why not offend one more? Jiang Yan had a vicious plan in mind. She dialed a number. I've been supporting you for some time, giving you a lot of money. It's your turn to do something for me. What is it? Chief Fiwen was resting at home when she suddenly received an unknown call. She didn't want to answer it at first, but the caller persisted. Just as she hesitated, the caller sent an impatient photo message. When she opened it, her pupils contracted instantly, and her whole body froze in horror. In the picture, her grandfather was tied to a sofa. His silver hair, always combed meticulously, was now disheveled. He was unconscious, with no obvious bruises or wounds on his body. Chief Fiwen regained her senses and trembled as she dialed back. Who are you? I'll give you whatever you want if you let him go. If anything happens to him, I'll make your whole family pay. That last sentence was practically shouted out. A huge sense of fear enveloped her. It was the fear brought on by danger threatening a blood relative. The man chuckled coldly. I want money. You name the ransom. I don't want anyone to get involved, especially the police and Shin Lu Bai. In an hour, come to this place to find me. If I find out that you've brought people, I'll kill him and rip up the deal immediately. All right, I'll go. Chief Fiwen answered without hesitation. After disconnecting the call, she immediately gathered her valuables. All the precious jewels were packed together. Then she asked Su Qingqing to go to the bank and withdraw as much money as possible. Why do we need so much money? My grandfather has been kidnapped. I need to bring money to rescue him. What? Have you told Shin Lu Bai? No. They specifically requested that Shin Lu Bai must not be informed. I need to go alone. That's dangerous. And you're pregnant. I can't think about that right now. He's my grandfather. After my parents died, he raised me and taught me how to be a person. He's my last family member. I cannot just watch him die. Even if I die, it has to be before him. I won't let anyone leave me again. Aside from normal aging and dying, I reject everything else. Chi Fiwen was nearly breaking down, her voice trembling. There's no time. Hurry up and help me get the money, as much as possible. Su Qingqing knew it was futile to dissuade her and could only comply. After gathering the money, Chi Fiwen quickly drove towards the destination. It was an abandoned factory on the eastern outskirts, an area where almost no one lived anymore. On the way, she called Yi Zhou. Initially, no one answered. After several attempts, someone finally picked up. Yi Zhou's voice was weak. Wan. I've been betrayed. Are you alright? Not dead. Where's the old man? The old man is in trouble. You're always with him, so I thought you might have gotten into some trouble too. It's good to confirm that you're safe. Where's the old man? Wan, whatever you're about to do now, stay calm. But Chi Fiwen had already hung up the phone. Yi Zhou's heart almost leaped out of his chest. Having served as the Chi family's private doctor for many years, he knew their affairs like the back of his hand. He considered Chi Fiwen as his own little sister. He knew exactly what kind of reckless things her personality would lead her to do. Bearing with a splitting headache, he thought of Shun Lubai. Shun Lubai? Wan's in trouble. I know. Shun Liubai's voice carried an undercurrent of anger. Do you know where she is now? I'm on my way there. I promise I'll save both of them. Then thank you. Finally, Yi Zhou's heart settled down a bit. At this moment, Shun Lubai pressed hard on the gas pedal, speeding away. Still, even at such speed, Chi Fiwen had managed to pull ahead of him by quite a distance, showing just how fast she was driving. A pregnant woman, emotionally agitated, was now cruising along an empty and desolate highway at 150 miles per hour. It was nerve-wracking just thinking about it. When Su Qingqing informed him of the situation, Chi Fiwen had already taken the money and left. He wanted nothing more than to grab Su Qingqing through the phone and teach her a harsh lesson. If anything happened to Chi Fiwen, Su Qingqing would be done for. Chi Fiwen finally arrived at the destination. Her legs were trembling as she got out of the car. She took several deep breaths. Her grandfather was still waiting for her to rescue him, so no matter how scared she was, she had to keep going. With resolve, she headed toward the factory. A suffocating and decaying odor greeted her. The place had clearly gone without cleaning for years. The foul smell of oil and rotten leaves and would made her feel sick. Chi Fiwen walked inside and saw her grandfather tied up in an open space. Behind him stood a lanky man wearing a baseball cap, sporting a 10-centimeter long knife scar on his face, a truly terrifying sight. Who are you? What grudge do the Chi family have with you? You don't have a grudge with me, but your Chi family has crossed paths with someone who owes me. And benefactor? Chi Fiwen, your days of luxury are over. At that moment, high heels clicked from deep within the factory. Jiang Yin slowly emerged. It's you. Chapter 159. You don't get another chance. Yes, it's me. Surprising, isn't it? This method is too extreme. I didn't want to use it. But now, I have no other choice. If someone has to go to hell, it must be you. Even if you're dead, you have to die before me. Jiang Yin said darkly. She couldn't leave the capital with everything intact, so she decided to fight for it and pull someone down with her. As for this scarred man, she met him by chance. Tang Zifeng was in jail, and she escaped a terrible fate, quickly rising again with an old man. After rising, she wanted to step on others, so she went to the prison to taunt Tang Zifeng. She still remembered Tang Zifeng's furious spitting of blood. Tang Zifeng, do you think I really love you? From the moment you entered Chi family, I've noticed you. I just wanted to take Chi Fiwen's things away. Unexpectedly, you were so easy to manipulate. Watching you betray Chi Fiwen for me, I was extremely happy. I had plans on betting my future on you. Although you are a private son of Tang family, they at least recognized you, giving you some shares, right? Being with you would be better than being at someone's mercy. Unexpectedly, your luck was so good that you directly inherited Tang family, and I thought my good days had come. But what did you do? You tried to kick me out and planned to be together with Chi Fiwen. Do you know how much I hate you then? I wanted to kill you. After that, all my emotions towards you were fake. Those men might mistreat me, but I have to say, the experience wasn't bad. Each of them was better than you. Each time with you made me feel sick, and I had to act hard. You know very well about your quality inside, don't you? I knew that child wasn't yours, and I altered the report. It was risky to plant this child on you, but I still did it because I wanted to see you raising someone else's child. With flattery, I found another man after you. Look at how powerful I am. You've been wearing a green hat all along. If I were you, I'd die already. Standing across the glass, Tang Zifeng became pale with anger, unable to catch his breath, then suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the ground. Even if he didn't die immediately, he would be as good as dead. She left the prison triumphantly, just in time to meet someone getting released from prison, who was destitute and could not afford even a meal. Jiang Yin observed secretly for several days and found that this person couldn't find a job due to having served time in prison and being pointed at for his appearance. It was then that she generously offered him a place to live and a stable job. From then on, he was grateful to her and willing to do anything for her when necessary. There were people around Chi Fiwen who made it difficult to capture her. She thought of the old man in the nursing home, who was easier to kidnap, so she kidnapped the old man. She knew Chi Fiwen well and was sure that she would come no matter what. Now seeing Chi Fiwen looking flustered made her ecstatic. Finally, she had a taste of vindication after so many years. Chi Fiwen, do you want to save your grandfather? Yes. What do you want in exchange for letting him go? These past few years, the person competing with you was me. Whatever you have, direct it at me. My grandfather has been kind to you. Please don't hurt him. Kind. You say it's adoption, giving me a home, but in reality, I'm not more than a servant, a toy for you to play with, making me cautious and uneasy in this family. I lived every day in trepidation. That's your assumption. No one asked you to behave that way. We could have been sisters. However, you have a narrow mind and always assume the whole world owes you something. Wasn't our Chi family considerate enough toward you, feeding and schooling you? On one hand, you enjoy the benefits of the Chi family, but on the other hand, you complain and curse us. Is this the way you operate? Jiang Yin turned red with rage. She didn't understand why Chi Fiwen, a wealthy young lady, sometimes spoke so uncouthly. If you continue talking like this, I'll kill him. Furious, Jiang Yin snatched the sharp knife from the scarred man and aimed it at the chest of the old man. At that moment, Chi Fiwen's heart almost leaped out. She quickly stopped her. Wait, Jiang Yin, I am here already. Don't you want to take revenge on me directly? You know my grandfather's health isn't good. If something happens to him, he dies here, then you're done. However, if you release my grandfather and take me as hostage, you can torture me however you wish. So don't act impulsively. The person you truly hate is me. Direct your hatred at me. Chi Fiwen moved forward step by step. She was intentionally provoking Jiang Yin, which would increase the success rate of trading hostages. Jiang Yin thought about it and decided it made sense. You, go tie her up for me. Wait a moment. You let Grandpa go first. I came alone and I am not very strong, so it's easy to control me. But if Grandpa doesn't leave safely, I will not surrender. I took a taxi here. The car is still outside. Let Grandpa get in the car. Otherwise, we can only end up like fish dying in a dried-up net. Jiang Yin hesitated for a moment and decided to let the grandfather go. The moment grandfather got into the taxi, she was caught. The scarred man grabbed her neck with an expert lockhold, causing her unbearable pain. The suffocating sensation overwhelmed her entire body. Make her kneel. The scarred man kicked Chi Fiwen at her knee joint, forcing her to kneel on the ground. She breathed heavily in disarray. Jiang Yin laughed triumphantly, pointing at her. Chi Fiwen, you're having your comeuppance today. Why don't I take a guess? Why are you acting so rash? Did someone find out about your infidelity? Unable to escape anymore, you had no choice but to deal with me. How did you know? Could it be? Jiang Yin looked shocked. It's obviously me. Next time, when you're sure of something, then you tell me. You're so stupid, revealing your true intentions so early without being absolutely certain. Moreover, do you really believe that the third young master will marry you? Everyone knows you slept with an old man. In the eyes of others, you're just a public transportation kind of woman. Anyone can have you. He was merely deceiving you. After helping him secure his inheritance rights, he will kick you aside. Saying this, you should even thank me instead, otherwise, your future would be even worse. But there won't be a next time for you. Chi Fiwen grinned at her. Her bright face and alluring red lips sparkled with every smile and frown, as if she were a notorious enchantress capable of bringing nations to ruin. Though seemingly battered, her beauty remained captivating. Enraged, Jiang Yin slapped her hard. She tasted blood in her mouth, but wasn't disturbed by it. She never intended to walk away unscathed coming here. Whether dead or alive, she didn't care. This life could now be repaid to the Chi family. Her grandfather would no longer have the right to blame her for killing his son. Now, she was paying her debt with her life. As for the child in her belly, she felt deep remorse, truly expecting this baby. There was already a solid umbilical cord connecting them inside her womb, delivering blood oxygen and nutrients, providing survival conditions. This connection through their bloodlines was something even her grandfather couldn't give her. But now, everything ends here. Closing her eyes, she awaited calmly as Jiang Yin prepared to kill her. Just then, however, the sound of a car engine from outside reached their ears. Did you bring reinforcements? Jiang Yan's face showed panic. Chi Fiwen turned to look. A figure emerged against the light. Perhaps the slap was too harsh. Her eyelids grew heavy, and she could not make out who it was. Only when the person drew near did she finally recognize his features. How could Shen Lubai be here? Too proud as Chi Fiwen was, her first reaction was to turn her head away. She did not want him to see her in such disheveled condition. Chapter 160, Release the person. Even if she were to die, she wished to quietly wither away. Shen Lubai saw the person he held dearest kneeling on the ground, her cheeks swollen and red, her mouth corners seeping blood. A surge of anger rushed to his head. If Chi Fiwen wasn't still in the other person's hands, with that glaringly bright knife pressed against Chi Fiwen's neck, he might have already rushed over to tear the person apart. Jiang Yin. He coldly spat out 2 words. In that instant, Jiang Yin felt as if she had been called out by the king of hell. Her complexion was deathly pale, her legs trembling, yet she still forced herself to stay calm. You don't come any closer, or I will kill her. Shen Lubai could only hold back his moves. I can let you leave the capital city. I ensure no one will touch you. You want money, want to go abroad? It's all possible. Just don't hurt her. Jiang Yin was slightly tempted, but now she had regained her senses. She had already kidnapped a person, there was no way back for her. She didn't believe Shen Lubai would really let her go. She knew what Tang Zifeng endured while imprisoned in the jail. This man would definitely take revenge. Since it was certain she was going to die anyway, why not drag 2 others down as sacrifices today? With this thought, her courage also grew. She raised her eyebrows looking at Shen Lubai, making clucking sounds. What if I don't let her go? Shen Lubai narrowed his eyes. Then what do you want? Even though you made Tang Zifeng sit in prison, which helped me a great deal, I still hate you. I had already won. Chi Fiwen was destined to be abandoned and unloved. But because of your presence, everything changed. Don't you love her very much? Well, then let's see how much you love her. Jiang Yin scanned the dilapidated house and found a discarded steel pipe. She kicked it lightly, causing the pipe to roll until it reached Shen Liubai's feet. Break one of your arms. If you don't obediently follow my instructions, she'll end up disfigured. The knife was pressing against her delicate cheek, icy and intimidating. Qi Fiwen's heart jolted heavily upon hearing this, because she believed Shin Lubai would truly do it. Last time, hadn't he shot her? Shin Lubai, don't listen to her. She hates me with a vengeance. There's no way she will let me go. Sacrificing yourself is the stupidest thing you can do. And what about you? Shin Lubai asked in return, bending down to pick up the stick. You clearly know you have no means of escaping, but you still came. She told you not to tell me, so you didn't tell me? Do you doubt me? His tone was slow, his voice steady like fine wine. Each word resonated profoundly in her heart. Qi Fiwen's mind went blank, doubting if she didn't trust Shin Lubai, or if it was for some other reason. She wanted to bear it alone, to repay her parents' kindness. She doubted him, and she was afraid, fearing the loss of her grandfather. Is it true that if I sever one of my own arms, you'll release her? I don't know either, but I can guarantee that if you don't follow my instructions, she'll suffer greatly. If you don't believe me, I'll stab her right now. Jiang Yin said, smiling sweetly. Shin Lubai stared at her, his eyes filled with profoundness. I believe you. Then hurry up. No. Qi Fiwen screamed just as the stick was raised high and forcefully slammed down, cutting through the wind with force, heavily striking his arm. A muffled crack resounded, echoing painfully in Qi Fiwen's ears. His arm hung lifelessly, unable to see exactly how bad the injury was under the sleeve, but one could feel it was severe, because blood flowed incessantly, dripping from his fingertips to form a small puddle on the ground. Shin Liubai's face turned white from pain, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. His body could hardly endure such excruciating pain, forcing him to kneel on one knee, his uninjured hand supporting himself on the ground. Sweat dripped down, veins visibly pulsating on his temples. Are we done? He painfully spoke out those words, his clenched teeth bearing the agony so hard that he started bleeding in his mouth. Jiang Yin was also stunned, not expecting Shin Lubai to go to such lengths. She calmed down, unsure why, without feeling joy in his misfortune, rather her anger flared up. Why does Qi Fiwen have someone like him by her side? Why has her constant striving for survival and courting favor among men resulted in nothing compared to the sincere truth he showed? Why Qi Fiwen? Why should it be her? Qi Fiwen, your fate is indeed good. Truly someone willing to give their life for you. What virtues have you earned? Her features twisted cruelly, her voice shrill. Qi Fiwen couldn't hear anything Jiang Yin was saying, only dumbfoundedly staring at Shin Lubai. There was so much blood on the ground, the air thick with a strong metallic scent. Shin Liubai's body swayed, seemingly about to collapse at any moment. No. Without thinking, she rushed forward, wanting to support him before he fell. Luckily, Jiang Yin was quick-handed, otherwise, the knife would have sliced across Qi Fiwen's throat. She quickly pulled the knife back a little, tightly gripping her clothes. Rip. Her arm got slashed. It hurt. If a wound is just a little deep and it already hurts so much, what about Shin Lubai? Isn't he in excruciating pain by now? Wan. The scene that had just unfolded left Shin Lubai shaking with fear. His pupils dilated like an earthquake was happening. What are you doing? Do you want to die? Saving you is so unbearable for me. Are you seeking death? Not like that. She stammered her explanation. She hadn't wanted to die. She had simply gone blank and only wanted to embrace him. Suddenly, she felt how foolish she was. Why had she hesitated so much when clearly she liked Shin Lubai, and he deeply loved her? Why should they torment each other this way? Jiang Yin, what exactly do you want before you'll release her? Speak. How about you break another leg? I enjoyed watching earlier and would love to see it again. Jiang Yin said triumphantly. Qi Fiwen listened with her heart racing in terror. No, Shin Lubai, don't do any more stupid things. Let me be honest with you. I don't even love you. I have never loved you. What's the point of your sacrifice? Go away, as far as possible. I don't want to see you. These words were sharper than any physical pain, stabbing directly at Shin Liubai's heart. His heart almost died of pain. Jiang Yin smirked, enjoying this drama. Even if you don't love me, I will still save you. It's enough that I love you. You want to watch, right? Well then, watch all you want. Shin Lubai managed to get up despite his condition, one hand shakily gripping the iron rod. Jiang Yin was waiting for him to break another leg, but instead saw Shin Lubai steady himself and suddenly throw the steel pipe toward her. Jiang Yin instinctively dodged, retreating several steps. At that moment, a black shadow flashed past the window. Master, look out. The scar-faced man acted swiftly, pulling Jiang Yin down to the ground. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The scar-faced man was hit in the chest by a bullet. Master, you're fine. Cough. The scar-faced man coughed up blood incessantly. Hot blood soaked her entire body in red patches. Jiang Yin was terrified. Outside, a horn sounded. Listen up, people inside. You are surrounded. Please release the hostages, or we will take special measures. For instance, on-site execution. Seizing the opportunity, Shin Lubai quickly ran over and tightly embraced Qi Fiwen. Are you okay? Your hand. I'm not. Careful. Shin Lubai suddenly frowned and immediately shielded Qi Fiwen in his arms. Before Qi Fiwen could even react, she heard a muffled groan from him. Something dropped and dripped onto her neck. It was wet and warm. Chapter 161, Save him. Following that, another gunshot rang out, followed by Jiang Yan's anguished scream. Qi Fiwen raised her eyes to meet Shin Liubai's deep and unfathomable phoenix-like gaze. Are you very angry with me? He suddenly asked. Qi Fiwen was just about to respond. No. But then she saw blood seeping from his neck. You? In a panic, she reached out and touched something sticky and thick at the back of his head. Are you hurt? Her voice trembled. Call an ambulance, quickly. Who let you come here? You wait for me. I'll go find help. As she moved to leave, he tightly embraced her. Just let me hold you for a moment. There's no time left. His voice grew weaker. What do you mean, no time? Chief Fiwen, I truly love you. Even if I have countless faults, thousands of imperfections, I really love you. His right hand, holding her close, slowly slipped away. This time, she firmly held him steady. Though unsteady on her feet, she did her utmost to keep him upright so he wouldn't fall. Doctors, police, anyone, please help me. Please save him. Someone, save Shin Lubai, save him. She cried out. The last time she had felt this helpless was on the sea. She could feel Shin Lubai slipping away from her. This feeling was more unbearable than death itself. Shin Lubai, please, don't leave me. Please. I've made a mistake. I know I've done wrong. I shouldn't have been so stubborn. I shouldn't have argued with you. How foolish can I be? Only realizing certain things when it comes to life and death moments. Shin Lubai, open your eyes and look at me. If you die, I'll never forgive you my whole life. Soon after, many people rushed in, dressed as SWAT officers. Medical personnel were also present. She desperately grabbed a doctor in a white coat, trying to speak, but found her throat choked up, unable to utter a word. She watched Shin Lubai, soaked in blood, being placed onto a stretcher bed. She followed closely, sitting nervously in the corner of the ambulance. Until the operating room lights turned on, she was lost and waiting outside. She stood there alone, incredibly frightened, softly sobbing. She gently caressed her still flat abdomen. Now, only this unborn child accompanied her. Dad will be okay, right? Let's pray Dad doesn't have any problems, alright? What should Mom do? I don't know. I really don't know. Time ticked by, making every second unbearably agonizing. Finally, Xue Hao and Su Qingqing arrived. Yizhou also hobbled over. Qingqing. Seeing Su Qingqing, Qi Fiwen immediately hugged her, crying like a child. It was the first time Yizhou and Xue Hao had ever seen her this way. Qi Fiwen in public was always radiant, charming in her every smile and frown. But now, she appeared frail and innocent, like a gardenia flower battered by wind and rain. I'm here, everything will be fine. Su Qingqing said this without any real confidence. Everyone silently waited. At last, the operating room door opened. The patient's left hand has been fixed with a steel plate. It is not seriously damaged. However, the brain. What's wrong with the brain? Qi Fiwen anxiously inquired. There's internal bleeding pressing against the main nervous system. Whether or not the patient will awaken, and when, nobody knows. Hearing this, Qi Fiwen felt weak at the knees and would have fallen if Su Qingqing hadn't supported her. Wan, are you alright? I'm fine. She forced herself to speak through her bitterness. Gaining some balance, she exhaled heavily several times. I can endure. I will go guard him in the ward. You need to take care of yourself too. Su Qingqing worriedly glanced at her belly. I understand. She stroked her abdomen. This was Shun Liubai's child, which she naturally intended to protect well. She believed this baby would surely be resilient. Shin Lubai was transferred to a VIP ward, under the premise of eating meals on time, resting properly, and keeping herself in good health. Qi Fiwen stayed by Shun Liubai's side day and night. She had already mentally prepared for the worst. Shin Lubai might never wake up in his lifetime, so she was ready to stay by his side forever. Previously, she had always complained that he wasn't calm enough, but now, ironically, she thought he was too compliant. Even so, Qi Fiwen had visibly lost weight. She even went to visit her grandfather. Seeing her, the old man became so upset he pounded her shoulders, then tightly hugged her. He wept. It's Grandpa's fault. It's Grandpa's fault. Wan, Grandpa is sorry to you. The grandfather was apologizing. To 5-year-old Qi Fiwen, he was apologizing. She hadn't done anything wrong, yet she was labeled as the person who had caused her parents' death and was despised by her last remaining relative. Qi Fiwen finally waited for this day, tears streaming down uncontrollably. But she wasn't 5 years old anymore. She was now 24, already beyond needing such validations. For a week in the hospital, Qi Fiwen cared for Shin Lubai while subtly complaining. Do you know? Managing the Qi Yao group is hard enough. I've thought about quitting countless times. Now, we also have the DE group. How can one person be involved in so many industries? Don't you feel tired? I've been reading documents until my eyesight blurs. Plus, I'm pregnant. If things get worse, you should wake up and manage it yourself. Shin Lubai, can you wake up? I really miss you. Even your sulking face was kind of cute. She whispered softly, lowering her lashes dejectedly. Just then, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed his fingers twitch slightly. Stunned, she immediately focused intently. But there was no movement for a long time. Qi Fiwen internally laughed bitterly. It must be her own anticipation making her see things. Just as she was about to give up, suddenly, Shin Liubai's fingers moved again. She froze for a moment, then finally reacted, rushing to call the doctor. He moved, his finger moved. Is he waking up? Qi Fiwen was so excited her speech became choppy. The doctors ran a series of tests on Shin Lubai and were surprised to find that the blood clot in his brain was gradually shrinking. This was a good sign. Perhaps he would awaken within a short period. Qi Fiwen suddenly felt endless hope for life again. 2 days later, just at dusk, Shin Lubai finally opened his eyes. Those amber-colored pupils stared fixedly at her. Wan. He struggled to call her name, his voice hoarse from being bedridden and not speaking for so long. Qi Fiwen, hearing the familiar voice, couldn't stop the flow of tears. Shin Lubai, let's stop arguing, alright? Let's live a good life this time. Before she could finish her sentence, the man before her suddenly said, Wan, I'm not him. We haven't seen each other for a long time, right? At these words, she stood there stunned. Not him. What did that mean? Chapter 162. Two people. Qi Fiwen sat blankly by the bed, watching Shin Lubai eat with focus. A simple bowl of nourishing millet porridge made him look truly delighted. Would you like to eat? With bright eyes, he looked at her sincerely. Chief Ewan shook her head mechanically. I'll finish it then. And then he cleaned his plate entirely. Chief Ewan hesitated for a moment and asked again. Are you really not him? He nodded seriously. I'm called Shotzi, the fool. Shotzi. That's right. Everyone calls me this. I am here during the day, and he is in charge at night. He always refuses to sleep well at night, busy doing all sorts of things, causing me to feel drowsy during the day. Shotzi, resting his cheek on his right hand, grinned at her so widely that his eyes nearly curved into crescents. There was a simplicity radiating from his entire being, yet his eyes were so clear, they seemed like pure mountain pools. Looking at him felt as though one's soul became void of all impurities. Yes, it was these very eyes. From the first glance, she couldn't forget them. They stirred compassion within her, making her want to treat him kindly. So, their first encounter was actually with Shotzi? Chief Ewan still struggled to accept this fact. She even suspected that Shun Lubai intentionally acted this way just to irritate her. But when the nurse came over to give him an injection and Shun Liubai's eyes immediately turned red, looking at her pleadingly for help, Chief Ewan realized that Shotzi wasn't lying. She had met Shotzi in the morning and Shun Lubai at night. But from when exactly did Shun Lubai begin existing? When getting the injection, Shotzi shed 2 tears, which Chief Ewan found highly out of place. Because she had subconsciously assumed that Shun Lubai was pretending, but such a purely innocent and foolish act made her question her belief. Wan, it hurts. Pointing to his reddened wrist, he looked at her pitifully. Eat candy. Candy? I love it. After tasting the rich milk candy, he happily squinted his eyes once more. He also loves eating candy. Despite his clear fondness for sweets, he always restrained himself. Why? He said. He can't show his heart's desires. No matter how much he likes something, he must control himself. This way, he has no weakness. With no weakness, no one can defeat him. Upon hearing these words, Chief Ewan's mind exploded with thought. Yet he appeared so fond of her. Her eyes misted up instantly. Seeing this, Shotzi panicked immediately. Ignoring his own injuries, he insisted on getting out of bed to stroke her head. Don't cry, don't cry. Did Shotzi say something wrong? Doesn't your wound hurt? It hurts, my head hurts, my arm hurts. It hurts a lot, but I can't bear seeing Wan cry. I like Wan. I want to have meals with Wan. But the other self of his also likes monopolizing Wan, which makes him angry, though there's nothing he can do about it. Being able to see Wan again fills him with such joy that he's willing to endure all these pains. You should lie down and stop moving around. Chief Ewan could only suppress her sorrow. Witnessing Shotzi's sincere nature deeply affected her emotionally. Obediently lying down, Shotzi asked cautiously, Are you unhappy to see me back, Wan? Chief Ewan paused, feeling a heaviness in her chest. How should she respond? Happily, I'm very happy. These words weren't exactly true, but enough to deceive Shotzi. Soon, Shotzi's face lit up with joy. Could you tell me when exactly he began showing up around me? It was after the drowning incident. Shotzi reflected carefully. Drowning. Recalling the specific event, it was indeed from the time of the family pool accident. I couldn't save you, so I had to let him out. Before that, we shared our existence fairly between us. Then he refused to return the body to me. Shotzi complained, pouting his mouth. Immediately after, he broke into an incredibly brilliant smile. But I don't regret it at all. This declaration carried an air of pride. Chief Ewan looked at him, suddenly becoming deeply conflicted in emotions. She yearned for Shun Lubai to come back, yet didn't want to harm this simple and kind-hearted fool. Are you that fond of me? Yes. Whenever talking about his fondness for her, Shotzi's eyes sparkled extraordinarily. That brilliance was something she had never seen before. Not even from Shun Lubai, who loved her to the extent of sacrificing his life for her. Why? Chief Ewan was genuinely curious. Because, you said you would protect me, feed me, and provide me a home to live in. Since people started calling me a fool, no one has treated me as well as you. You're the only one. Back in the days when Shun Lubai got injured in the brain and truly became a fool, during the daytime, he was naively unaware of people mocking or bullying him. At night, the rational Shun Lubai would scold his daytime self for being stupid. As time went on, he slowly began to understand a bit. He understood that one must live with dignity. But he was hungry. He wanted food. He wanted to live. So, those notions of honor and dignity didn't matter. As long as there was food, anything was acceptable. Even if it meant barking like a dog, crawling on all fours, picking things up with his mouth, and bringing them back. He would get food then. Or, even after getting beaten, there would still be food. Despite his compliance, he still starved and froze. The warehouse window let in drafts, and the bedding was damp. At night, that other person would appear but never stayed in the warehouse. He had his own way to leave. He could communicate normally with people, eat delicious food, and do many things. The fool envied him, yet also clearly understood that they were 2 different people. He couldn't be Shun Lubai, and Shun Lubai couldn't be him. He thought he would continue living like this forever, until Chief Ewan appeared, like a beam of intense, blinding light, suddenly piercing through his monochrome life, turning his world into one filled with colors. Meals could be eaten slowly, sitting at the dining table, eating meat, drinking soup, taking one's time without rushing. There was no need to worry about being beaten, or fear not having clothes to wear. He now had a big, soft bed. She would pat his head. This, for the first time ever, happened. How much he wished she could keep patting his head. Previously, he believed that in his life, eating was the most important thing. But now, Wan was the most important. Chief Ewan had no place to cry. Had she seen the current Shun Lubai at first glance, she probably would have backed out early on and wouldn't have brought him home. But by chance, she met the fool first and fell for him instantly. Why was her fate so bitter? Why did it seem life kept playing tricks on her? She had already prepared herself to spend the rest of her life with the fool, only to be told that Shen Lu Bai was normal, composed, and calculating, with ruthless methods. Now that she had finally come to accept Shen Lu Bai, God seemed to play another trick, returning her to square one, facing a fool who stared dumbly at her. This person was Shen Lu Bai, but not him. Qi Fiwen could only force herself to stop overthinking, deciding to focus on taking care of him properly until after leaving the hospital. Being unable to stay in the hospital for more than half a month, the fool started yelling about leaving. He was terribly afraid of injections and medicine, turning pale every time he went for checkups. Once they left the hospital and returned home, the doctor no longer wore a white coat, which made the situation better. He wasn't as scared. After each medication change or injection, he needed a lot of comforting. Wan, it hurts. Wow, it's mealtime. I love this. I love this too. I love everything as long as it's food. The first bite Wan eats. Wan, can we sleep together? Chapter 163, Hypnosis. Pregnancy, what does that mean? Will there be a baby in the belly? Is it real or fake? How can a person fit inside? Baby, how can I protect you? Baby, please don't despise me, alright? I won't go out. I won't embarrass you. Baby, can we not mention him? I don't like you always bringing him up. Baby, I can also protect you. The fool was very sunny and cheerful, but she would also feel sad and hurt. When she mentioned Shen Lu Bai, there was an undeniable sadness on her face. Her eyes flickered with fear, as if worried about losing herself. That gaze of a young animal made one's heart ache. Qi Fiwen could only avoid such topics, but still missed Shen Lu Bai in her heart. People are truly self-destructive. When Shen Lu Bai eagerly pursued her, she ignored him completely, mercilessly hurting each other without caring about the consequences. But he suddenly disappeared like that. No formal announcement of death, no proper farewell, just gone. It seemed as if her world had collapsed all at once. She stared at that identical face, but the person before her wasn't him. This feeling was truly too painful. Early Saturday morning, she received Yi Zhou's call. You asked me to recommend a psychiatrist expert. I do know someone. He returned yesterday, and I've asked him to find you. Is that so? Is he good at researching schizophrenia? He's pretty skilled at it. What's wrong? Nothing much. Qi Fiwen didn't say too much. She didn't want others to know yet about this matter. Currently, only she and Xue Hao were fully aware. The rest were kept in the dark. Soon, the doorbell rang. She went to welcome their guest and saw a gentleman who looked cultured, wearing glasses, holding a briefcase. Hello, I'm introduced by Dr. Yi. My surname is In. Dr. In, please come in. After Dr. In took his seat, Qi Fiwen briefly explained Shen Liu Bai's condition. Can you take me to see him? Dr. In, please follow me. Upon seeing a stranger, the fool became alert and retreated far away. Baby, who is he? She blinked her eyes, asking nervously. This is my friend. He won't harm you. Come over, he wants to get to know you and have a chat, alright. Qi Fiwen spoke gently, easing the fool's suspicion. She then walked obediently over. Your baby's friend? That makes you my friend, too. It's nice to meet you. She extended her hand amicably. Dr. In shook it and began asking about her medical history. The fool frowned slightly, unsure, looking at Qi Fiwen, answering truthfully only after seeing Qi Fiwen nodding at her. As the questioning continued, the fool became increasingly restless. I don't want to answer anymore. Her face turned red with anger. Dr. In stopped further inquiry. Why don't you go play? Qi Fiwen sent her off. Dr. In, is she doing well? The patient is very resistant to these questions, seems not to like the other personality. Based on my years of experience, the other is the primary personality, having absolute control over the body. His sudden complete disappearance might indicate that he has no lingering attachments to this world. Qi Fiwen's heart felt as if it were going to tear apart upon hearing this. Shen Lu Bai, did he really have no lingering attachments? This time, could she not keep him anymore? Do you have any solutions? I can try hypnosis, attempting to awaken the other personality. Dr. In furrowed his brows. However, it requires his cooperation. If he refuses to fall asleep voluntarily, it will be very difficult for me. Miss Qi, you need to help. How can I help? Make him trust me, follow my instructions. Qi Fiwen looked towards the courtyard where the fool was diligently picking flowers, her heart melting softly, a faint ache emerging. In the end, she still resolutely nodded. She wanted that Shen Lu Bai back. Even though she knew she didn't have the right to determine the fool's destiny, she did it anyway. There were some things she wanted to clarify with Shen Lu Bai, rather than remaining ambiguously distressed like this. Well, let me prepare the guest room then. Dr. In left, and she came to the fool. Here, it's for baby. Just like presenting treasures, she excitedly handed all the flowers in her hands to her. How come they are all red flowers? The flowers in the courtyard were colorful, yet the ones in the fool's hands were all vivid shades of bright red. These flowers resemble baby. Resembling baby, those flowers were bright, enthusiastic, and beautiful. Like her lips' freshness. Like her dazzling eyebrows and eyes. Yet, no matter how beautiful the flowers were, none could compare to baby. Then let's find a vase to put them in, alright? Can we place them by baby's bedside? Yes, we can. Suddenly, the fool lowered her head, searching for something within that bouquet of flowers. Finally, she found the most brilliant rose and tucked it behind her ear. Wan looks even better now, like a painting. After saying that, he pulled Qi Fiwen to look in the mirror. The person in the mirror had an oval face, elegant eyebrows, bright eyes, a pert nose, and ruby lips. A perfectly beautiful appearance. Yet, her complexion was slightly pale and haggard, showing a delicate fragility. That fiery red hue dyed her jet black hair and tinged her brows and eyes. It gave her more vitality, making her appear even more stunning. She didn't realize that this fool, could have such refined taste. Can you go talk to that brother later? Just answer his questions. I'll be right by your side, alright? But I don't like his questions. He pouted, clearly upset. Can you do it for Wanwan as a favor? Upon hearing these words, the fool froze. Favors. In the past, he was adept at asking for favors, knowing the pain of doing so. After meeting Chief Fiwen, he never had to humble himself anymore. But now, his Wanwan was asking him for a favor. How could he let her use the word favor? I promise I'll do anything. Anything you ask. The fool panicked and clutched her hand tightly. Wanwan, you should never ask anyone for a favor. His Wanwan should always be above others. How could she ask for help from someone else? Thank you, Chief Fiwen said sincerely. Then, she took the fool to the guest room, which had been decorated warmly. Dr. N wore an amiable smile, having him lie back on the reclining chair and stretch out his body to relax as much as possible. Soft music played in the room, with sounds of pine forests and ocean waves. However, these weren't enough to make him completely relax, until Chief Fiwen read a storybook to the fool, who finally drifted off into slumber. As he fell asleep, he murmured softly, Wanwan, no one has ever told me a story. Chief Fiwen looked at his serene face, smiling contentedly. Her heart felt even guiltier. The fool truly trusted her with all his heart. Dr. N began hypnotizing him, guiding him step by step into the depths of his own mind. As an observer, Chief Fiwen saw what the fool feared the most inside. He feared being abandoned, feared hunger, feared cold, feared getting beaten. His inner self was still that of a 7 or 8-year-old boy, pure and clean. Even after years of oppression, he still harbored a childlike innocence, without any thoughts of seeking revenge on society. His greatest wish was, Chapter 164, Planting a Tree for Shun. A little wooden house, lit by a single lamp, with a warm bed inside. The windows were tightly shut as the heavy rain outside pattered on the glass, creating soothing white noise that helped sleep. Evening is beside me. She's smiling at me. The deepest wish in the fool's heart held someone. Right now, someone is knocking at the door, and you're going to open it. Open the door, open the door. The fool muttered. The door opened, and there was someone outside who looked just like you. Why have you come? You've taken my body for so long. It's my turn now. Go away, leave me alone. The fool gradually began to become restless, fidgeting uneasily in the armchair, even swinging his fists at the air before him. You don't have any strength left, you're about to lose. Dr. N kept suggesting, wanting the fool to lose so the other personality could return. I'm so tired. Yes, you're very tired. You can't hold on anymore. Give up. No, I'm not tired. I won't give up. I don't want to go. Suddenly, the fool roared and abruptly opened his eyes. Those eyes resembled a wild beast's. He stared fixedly at Dr. N and lunged forward, pinning him down. His other hand couldn't move, so he swung his right fist without hesitation toward the doctor's face. You're a bad person. I'll beat you to death, you big meanie. The fool angrily said. Chief Fiwen quickly tried to stop him, but the fool was still not fully awake, overwhelmed by anger and not considering Chief Fiwen. He only knew someone was holding him back, preventing him from hitting the bad person. Infuriated, he furiously swung his fists. But when he looked up, he saw Chief Fiwen. He froze, but it was too late to retract his punch. It narrowly missed her face, slamming heavily into the ground. His hands were covered in blood, some his own, some from Dr. N. He finally regained his sanity, his eyes turning red like an injured cub. Evening. Are you also on the bad person's side? Do you also want me to disappear? Each word felt as heavy as a mountain, pressing heavily on her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. She opened her mouth several times, yet no sound came out. The fool's eyes welled with moisture, and he ran off in despair. Chief Fiwen came back to her senses and hurried to help Dr. N stand up. Doctor, are you okay? Cough, cough. It's fine. So far, it can be considered successful. If we attempt another hypnosis session, I am confident. Dr. N, let me see you out. I will double your consultation fee. Thank you for your efforts. Miss Chi, don't you want your patient to recover? He's not a patient. The fool wasn't a patient. This was simply the life he was meant to have. If not for the incident back then, during the day, he would always be the fool, and she might never uncover his secret. She would treat the fool well all her life, respect each other cordially, and be deeply satisfied. Because the fool met all her needs. Desperately needing her, he would never betray her. Now, everything had returned to its original point. What was she still dissatisfied with? When Shin Lubai was around, they were constantly at odds. Now that he's gone, she tries desperately to win him back. How truly laughable she is. Perhaps she should let it be. No expectations, hence no disappointments. The fool has every right to take a proper look at this colorful world. She wanted to protect the fool earnestly. This had always been her initial purpose. After sending Dr. N off, she stood at the doorway for a long while, looking into the distance and waiting for someone to come home. Since that person doesn't want to come back, she won't wait anymore. She instructed the kitchen to prepare a pile of delicious dishes and sent them to the fool's room. Sitting on the bed, curled up in a ball, the fool's left hand hung limply over the edge, while the right one tightly hugged his knees. His hands were still torn and bleeding, untreated. At this moment, he timidly raised his eyes to look at her. The fool cried. His eyelashes still glistened with teardrops. She involuntarily thought of Shun Lubai, unable to picture the stern man shedding tears. That was someone who could shoot himself or sever his own arm. Do you want to come eat? She asked softly. The fool didn't answer. Chief Fiwen sighed. I'm hungry. If you won't eat, neither will I. Let me starve myself, then. You cannot skip meals. The fool panicked. Then accompany me. Pouting, the fool seemed quite pitiful. Nevertheless, he slowly got off the bed, reluctantly coming to the little table on the balcony. Chi Fiwen served him food, all the ones he liked. Of course, there was nothing the fool disliked. I'm sorry. She spoke first. Staring blankly at her, the fool appeared stunned. You are you, he is him. I want him back, but you are also very good. Moreover, you haven't done anything wrong. The first person I set my eyes on was you. From now on, just be yourself. Really, can it really be like that? Of course, I will never mention that person's name again. But calling you a fool all the time isn't good either. How about I call you Shun? Shun. He repeated his new name and slowly smiled. Shun, I will take care of you for the rest of my life. Evening, you are so nice. The fool smiled sincerely. And then, he started to happily eat. Evening, this is super delicious. You should try it too. Chi Fiwen decided to accept the fool and told everyone about Shun Liubai's split personality. As she expected, none of them supported her staying with the fool. Yi Zhou advocated active treatment to bring Shun Liubai back. Her grandfather hoped the two would divorce. Su Qingqing thought Su Chua was a better option. But Chi Fiwen was stubborn. Her mind was made up, and no one could change it. From now on, she would have to work harder, handling a large number of affairs at the DE group. Because Shun Liubai had left a contract stating that if anything happened to him and he couldn't handle the group's affairs, Chi Fiwen could take over as the vice president of DE. He had already entrusted everything to Chi Fiwen long ago. After Chi Fiwen finished telling everyone about the matter, her heart finally felt settled as it never had before. Since things have come to pass, they need to settle down and live day by day. The little life inside her belly was growing bit by bit. With the fool being half a father, the child wouldn't lack for paternal love. She declined their visits in the short term, fearing their nagging, even excluding Grandpa and Aunt Lee. As night fell, she and the fool finished dinner and took a walk to aid digestion. After taking a walk and returning, the fool saw a stranger in the house and became afraid. He immediately hid behind Chi Fiwen, tugging at her sleeve. But then he remembered something, puffed out his chest, and stood in front of her. He spread his arms wide. I will protect you. A person with bandages around his head and a steel plate in his arm actually said he would protect her. Chi Fiwen smiled, warmth filling her heart. These are tree planting workers. Planting trees. Soon, they moved a big tree from a large truck, its trunk thick enough to require two people's arms to encircle it. What's going on? The fool looked utterly confused. I want to plant a tree for Shun, build a wooden house on it, and sleep inside listening to the rain during heavy downpours. Chapter 165. He's back. The fool's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Does Shun like it? Yes, I like it very much. The fool was so happy that he wanted to jump around. He hugged her and kissed her again and again, then started staring at those people planting trees, taking a shovel himself to help fill the soil. That night, the tree was planted, and next they had to take good care of it so it could survive. He was excited to stay by the tree, but was pulled back inside to sleep by Chi Fiwen. Yawning, he said, all right then, I'll check if the tree is alive tomorrow. By now, both were sleeping in separate beds, as the fool didn't understand anything anyway. Chi Fiwen was also exhausted, as a lot had happened during this short day. Hypnosis, self-reconciliation, telling the truth to family and friends, and planting trees late at night. She quickly lay down and fell asleep almost immediately. Just then, someone pushed the door open in the darkness and slipped in silently. The dark figure slowly approached the bedside and extended a hand towards the person on the bed. It seemed about to touch her cheek, but those fingers quickly recoiled as if they had been shocked. Thus, the shadow stood beside the bed gazing for a long time. When Chi Fiwen woke up the next morning, she found the fool still not getting up. Are you sick? Otherwise, with this fool's personality, he would probably have woken up before dawn just to keep watch over that tree downstairs. I'm tired, just really tired. I can never sleep enough. Chi Fiwen touched his head gently and found no fever. Still, she wasn't entirely reassured, so she asked the doctor to come take a look. The doctor couldn't find any illness either. It might be from the medication he took last night. Its side effects included drowsiness. So Chi Fiwen let the fool rest properly. The fool slept all morning and was full of energy in the afternoon, wanting to go water the tree despite having one hand impaired. He also brought over quite a few bouquets. One likes flowers, we should plant more. The fool spent the entire afternoon doing this tirelessly. By evening, he was covered in mud, with a dirty face, but looked at her with a foolish grin. All dirted up. Chi Fiwen sighed helplessly and wiped his cheeks and hands carefully with wet wipes. Hungry? Let's eat first, then wash up after. Good. Tonight, will you sleep together with me? Really? The fool was thrilled, spinning around in place. After dinner, the fool eagerly pulled her upstairs. Will you continue reading storybooks to me? Only a simpleton like him would think that two unmarried people sharing a bed was just simply sleeping together. Chi Fiwen read storybooks to him. The mermaid is truly pitiful. How could she be so silly? The fool muttered softly and gradually drifted off to sleep. Chi Fiwen yawned too and turned off the light. Soon, her breathing became even. In the darkness, a pair of eyes opened. The man felt his breath quicken at the presence of the little one next to him. Immobile, his fists clenched tightly without a sound. Just then, Chi Fiwen mumbled in her sleep, drawing closer. Instinctively, he avoided her, leaving her hugging air. What's wrong? Chi Fiwen rubbed her sleepy eyes, puzzledly asking. The fool didn't speak. Chi Fiwen just hugged his arm and fell back into dreamland again. The man tried to withdraw his hand, but when he moved slightly, she hugged tighter. He could even feel the astonishing elasticity. He felt the blood rushing to his head, his earlobes flushed red. Angry and anxious. How could Chi Fiwen be so immodest, sleeping together with the fool so soon? And so proactively? Did she have any regard for him, her husband? Shen Lubai got angrier the more he thought about it. He still woke up at night, just not for as long as before. Unlike before when he occupied 12 hours of the night, now each time he emerged lasted only 2 or 3 hours. He shouldn't exist anymore. However, he couldn't let go of Chi Fiwen and still wanted to see her once more. After seeing her once, he couldn't help but see her many times more. But he didn't expect Chi Fiwen to be so forward. Though he and the fool were two different people, she acted so willing to embrace them. Even though they shared the same body, but they weren't the same person. Shen Lubai thought more and more angrily. You get up. Chi Fiwen was awoken. What's wrong? Confused, she turned on the light and saw the somewhat angry fool. I have an injury on my arm. You're pressing on it, it hurts. But I'm sleeping on your right side. Just pressing it. I'll sleep alone again. All right. Chi Fiwen didn't argue and left yawning. When she returned to her own room, she alternated between laughing and crying. Her feeling was correct. Someone really watched her in the middle of the night. She felt that person's presence. He was still here, he hadn't left. So, she tentatively proposed sleeping together. She pretended to be asleep and soon felt the fool's body gradually stiffen, his breathing also becoming a little rapid. He wanted to push her away, but couldn't do it, showing a look of frustration and urgency. In that moment, she almost couldn't resist turning on the light to confront him face to face. But, she held back. Shen Lubai suddenly disappearing was to scare himself, wasn't it? So let him taste being scared too. Clearly jealous of himself. How could he bear to give her up to a fool who understands nothing? The next day, Chi Fiwen saw the fool and was still full of guilt. It felt like she had been secretly meeting someone else. The fool mumbled in the morning. How come it feels the same as before? Never enough sleep. Could it be? He suddenly became nervous and jogged off to find Chi Fiwen. Last night did I seem weird at all? No. If so, why were you gone when I woke up in the morning? I got up early for some morning exercise. What's wrong with you? Did you have a nightmare? Nightmare? I don't know. I don't remember anything. Chi Fiwen patted his head. Maybe your brain injury affected your memory. It doesn't matter. Right, my head got hurt. So that's why I always feel like I haven't slept enough. My brain needs rest. The fool quickly cheered up. Chi Fiwen felt even worse inside. She wanted to take the fool out to enjoy this beautiful human world properly. Let's go out today and play. Injured, not convenient. And, I might embarrass you. His head hung low, timidly speaking. Just walk around, shop a bit, it'll be fine. From his accident until now, a month had passed, and her belly was more noticeable. If wearing tight clothes, one could see the small belly rising from the side. If wearing loose clothes, it wouldn't be visible at all. Now, the baby in her stomach was nearly 5 months old. Mid-pregnancy was the most comfortable time, with hardly any nausea left. Except for normal prenatal checkups, she didn't need to go to the hospital frequently. It was a clear autumn day, the Xiang Mountain in the west suburb was red, and many tourists went there to pitch tents for camping. She drove the car, prepared plenty of food and drinks, and took the fool along. Upon arrival, she directed the fool to set up the tent, which he did with great seriousness. There were also orchards here, and it was the best season for ripe fruits and vegetables. They went together to pick fruit. The fool's face was filled with joy, diving into the grove. Very soon, he returned carrying a basket, carefully hugging something in his arms. Chapter 166. How can you be so indiscriminate? What's wrong? The bird fell down. He was hurriedly explaining. It turned out that the fool found a fallen bird's nest, with 2 fledglings inside. Their cries had become much weaker. The fool took her there and discovered a bird in the tree calling anxiously, flying around incessantly. Chi Fiwen asked the fool to climb the tree and place the nest on a sturdy branch. Afterward, they observed for a long time, noticing the mother bird kept watching but would not come closer, eventually flying away directly. After waiting for half a day, they didn't see the mother bird return. If this continued, the fledglings would starve to death. Why doesn't its mother want it anymore? The fool was very confused. Chi Fiwen estimated it might be because of the human scent contamination, leading the mother bird to abandon her fledglings. Can we take them home and raise them? The fool looked at her hopefully. They need food. Can you share your own portion? I can, the fool said resolutely. Then let's raise them. I'll have someone send over some bugs they can eat. Chi Fiwen made a call, and soon someone quickly delivered a box of little bugs. The fool carefully fed them. Seeing the fledglings regain vitality, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Shun, why do you keep stealing from Xiao Wan? You've already eaten 4 worms. What are their names? Upon hearing this, Chi Fiwen looked puzzled. This one is called Xiao Shun, it represents me. This one is called Xiao Wan, representing you. The fool cheerfully explained. Chi Fiwen smiled faintly. Never mind, as long as the child is happy. That evening, the weather was bad with an unexpected downpour, making the roads slippery and dangerous to drive down the mountain. The two stayed overnight at the homestay. As night fell, Chi Fiwen was somewhat looking forward to it. She deliberately requested a single room, leaving Shen Lubai no place to hide. After the lights were turned off, she pretended to sleep while actually observing the changes beside her. The fool was initially quite far away, but now he was gradually moving closer. Is Shen Lubai back? His hand gently played with her hair, brushing it once then pausing, like his indescribably heavy thoughts. Chi Fiwen couldn't bear to wait any longer and quickly turned over. You? Just as Shen Lubai started speaking, Chi Fiwen reached up and captured his neck. He only felt soft lips pressing against his, which seemed extremely unreal. Rarely did Chi Fiwen take the initiative. Not only that, but she even hooked onto his lip with hers, refusing to let go. Shen Lubai regained his composure, filled with burning anger, and forcefully pushed her away. You? How can you act so indiscriminately? I'm acting indiscriminately? Where am I being promiscuous? You're my man. I should be able to do anything I want to you. Chi Fiwen was getting upset. Shin Lubai, until when will you keep avoiding me? If you're still here, why won't you see me? You? Shin Lubai was left astounded. How could she have found out? Chi Fiwen got up and turned on the light, falling into the confused eyes of the bewildered individual. Wan, what's going on? The fool was rubbing his head, not understanding when he woke up. Shin Lubai, stop deceiving me. Chi Fiwen became even angrier. Wan, I'm not him. If you mention him again, I'll get angry. The fool puffed out his cheeks angrily. Chi Fiwen paused in surprise. It wasn't Shin Lubai? Have you seen him? Suddenly realizing something, the fool quickly grabbed her hand. He'd never used such strength before, squeezing her wrist painfully. She gasped sharply from the pain, but he wouldn't let go. Are you sleeping with me every night just to meet him? The fool stared at her in shock, followed by fury. Why? Why lie to me? You big liar. Angry, the fool pushed her away and rushed out the door. Chi Fiwen tapped her head and quickly chased after him. But outside, it was still raining, dark like midnight, and he quickly disappeared into the rain curtain. Afraid that he might be alone and in danger, Chi Fiwen mobilized the employees of the homestay to search together, and even reported it to the police. Chi Fiwen, despite her pregnancy, also joined in the search. It was now autumn, and though it wasn't cold during the day, at night, especially in the mountains during the rain, the cold air became increasingly unbearable. Even draped in a thick coat, Chi Fiwen still felt the chill. If she was this frozen, how about the fool who only wore a thin nightgown? Wouldn't he freeze badly? Besides, the wound on his arm hadn't healed entirely yet, and the steel plate inside hadn't been fully removed. A shun. She shouted his name along the way. Suddenly, she heard movement in the grass. She was about to check, but soon Cat's mule sounded. It wasn't a shun. Disappointment flickered across Chi Fiwen's eyes, and she pressed onward. The cat stopped calling. Chi Fiwen took a few steps. Then her heart suddenly tightened, as if she had sensed something in the distance. She rushed swiftly to the patch of grass where she had heard the sound earlier. Pushing aside waist-high weeds, she found the fool shivering with cold inside. In his arms was a frail kitten. Clearly a stray, it was dirty, skin and bones, drenched from the rain and shaking from the cold. At that moment, it nestled close to the fool's chest, drawing warmth from him. A shun. Her throat felt as if it were choked up. The fool slowly raised his gaze. His eyes had lost their former luster, filled with disappointment and pain as they looked at her. He didn't say a word. Let's go back, all right? It's too cold. If you stay out here much longer, something bad will happen. Are you worried about me? His pale lips moved. Of course I care about you. Do you care about me? Or are you concerned for him? If I die, he'll disappear completely, right? After speaking, the fool closed his eyes and slumped forward. Chi Fiwen caught him firmly. So cold. He didn't have an ounce of normal body temperature. Cold like a corpse. Her heart skipped half a beat. Hurry, take him to the hospital. Quick. Chi Fiwen couldn't lift him alone, so she quickly instructed the security guard accompanying her to carry him to the hospital. Chi Fiwen looked at the cat on the ground. It might not survive the night. Since she was already raising 2 birds, why not also raise this one? Chi Fiwen scooped up the kitten directly and took it with her. They had originally planned an autumn outing, but now, straight to the hospital it was. The fool suffered persistent high fever and started babbling incoherently. I'm not him. I want to live. There's nothing wrong with wanting to live. Why? Why does everyone want me gone? Each sentence was like a judgment of her sins. That's right, what was wrong with the fool? He just wanted to live. The more Chi Fiwen thought about it, the more guilty she felt. She really wished she could drag Shin Lubai out and beat him up soundly. They had been loving the same person all along, but now, she seemed like some kind of scum girl, playing both sides. The fool remained unconscious for over 2 days, running a low-grade fever during the day and spiking a high fever at night, repeating over and over again. She was worried that if this continued, his mind would be even worse off. She stayed by his side, never idle, buying all kinds of toys and miscellaneous snacks. She also gathered a lot of beautiful cartoons, planning to watch them all with the fool. As for Shin Lubai, if he wanted to come out, fine. If not, never mind. This coward, afraid of just one kiss, leaving her to deal with such a mess. He was truly a conscienceless individual. Chapter 167, Wanting to Earn Money. The fool finally woke up, but her gaze was distant, and she didn't talk much anymore. Among all the gifts, she only chose a stuffed bear, hugging it tightly. Sometimes when Chi Fiwen came back from getting medicine, she would hear him talking to his toy. He stopped as soon as she arrived. A shun, is there anything you'd like to tell me? The fool neither looked at her nor replied, quietly smoothing the fur of the plush doll. If anyone else had treated Chi Fiwen this way, she'd have lost her temper long ago. She doesn't tolerate rudeness from anyone. But since she felt guilty first, no matter how the fool treated her, she endured it silently. Wouldn't you like to watch Tom and Jerry? He still didn't say anything, but his eyes were already on the TV screen. There's no child who can resist Tom and Jerry. If that doesn't work, then we'll show Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. And if that doesn't work, then Boonie Bears will do. Sure enough, the fool watched with great interest, even forgetting to eat. Chi Fiwen was munching on snacks when suddenly she felt a wave of nausea in her stomach. She quickly rushed to the bathroom to throw up. She wasn't too confident, so she called the obstetrician. Doctor, I'm already 5 months along. Why am I still experiencing morning sickness? It varies from person to person. It's a normal phenomenon, don't worry. Well, alright, can you help me schedule a prenatal checkup? Recently, I felt the baby moving more clearly, probably because I'm further along. She chatted for a while with the doctor and hung up. As she stepped out of the bathroom, she bumped right into the fool. He was standing right by the door. Were you waiting to use the restroom? She looked at him questioningly. The fool gave her a complicated look, then turned around and went back to bed, continuing to watch TV. Chief Ewan spoke gently, apologizing. Shun, it was my fault. Please give me one more chance. I promise, I will never mention him again. Next time if he dares to show up, I will definitely drive him away. Why should he just appear when he wants and leave whenever he pleases without giving us any warning? Really? The fool finally spoke to her. Really? Chief Ewan quickly said. Shun, I won't do anything to hurt you again. I have no right to make you choose. Only you can decide for yourself. I brought you out to play because I genuinely wanted you to be happy, nothing else. That incident was accidental. The fool seemed conflicted, seemingly hesitating about whether to trust her again. In the end, the kind-hearted and innocent fool chose to believe her once more. After starting to talk to her again, the fool curiously stared at her belly. Why does the fat only grow on your belly? There's a little one inside, growing slowly. The little one. He appeared deep in thought. The fool could have been discharged, but he insisted on staying a few more days. He actually made a new friend in the hospital, a small nurse from the obstetrics department. They often chatted together happily. Chief Ewan also breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that the fool might become self-isolated. Now that he was willing to actively make friends, this was good news. At just this moment, she also needed to handle affairs from 2 corporations, becoming very busy. So she let the fool play by himself. When Chief Ewan returned after being busy for 2 days, she discovered that the fool was gone. Where did he go? She asked the hospital, and they replied that he had checked himself out in the morning and left. She found the close friend the fool had made. Why did he leave on his own? I don't know. He seems really eager to earn money. Someone recently took photos with him and gave him 20 yuan. Then he left. Absolutely absurd. Chief Ewan frowned deeply and immediately sent people to search. Shuehao traced his location and found that someone had taken him to a disreputable bar. It was chaotic inside. There were men and women, male couples, female couples, all sorts of combinations. An innocent lamb, knowing nothing, would certainly fall prey in such an environment. On the car ride there, Chief Ewan couldn't wait to rush over. Her heart was pounding in her throat, ready to leap out at any moment. Finally arriving at the bar, the sound inside was loud and messy. The smell of alcohol and cigarettes was extremely pungent, mixed with heavy perfume. Chief Ewan felt almost nauseated and barely held it in. Where is he? He's in the private room upstairs. Shuehao quickly answered. Chief Ewan immediately went up, kicking the door of the private room open forcefully, surprising those reveling inside. Chief Ewan immediately spotted the fool in the corner, surrounded by 2 men and a woman who were tearing his clothes. He cried like a child, continuously begging them to stop. Who are you? The leader of the group irritably said. Chief Ewan simply held out her hand, and Shuehao handed her an electric baton. She decisively moved towards the corner. What are you doing? This is a private room reserved by us. Get out. If you don't leave now, I will call the police. We're here voluntarily. What are you trying to do? Some tried to block Chief Ewan's path. Chief Ewan wasted no time on idle talk and immediately struck with the electric baton, incapacitating the attackers with shocks that left them trembling and sprawled helplessly on the ground. White Hand. The fool looked at her helplessly, his clothes torn. Chief Ewan's heart clenched in anguish. This was not Shin Lu Bai, the man of immense power and deep cunning. He wasn't even a fully normal individual. He was just a child, bruised and wounded. She had promised to show him all the world's beauty. She had wanted every day after he left the Shin family to be good. But now, he was bullied again, and those beasts were about to do such vile things to him. It didn't matter that the aggressors included women. Some were men too. Chief Ewan felt an unbearable pain in her chest. She pulled the fool to his feet and patted his head. I'm here. Don't be afraid. You go out with Shuehao first. I'll handle this. At the moment, Chief Ewan almost forgot that she was pregnant. Right now, she could fight them barehanded. Will you get hurt? No, I have backup. Then I'll wait for you outside, White Ann. The fool was led away. Chief Ewan ordered the door closed, determined not to let anyone escape. Confess. Tell me exactly how you tricked him into coming here, and what you've done to him. We just wanted to play a bit. They stubbornly replied. Just wanted to play? Is that so? Then let's play. She started with the man who had tried to block her earlier. With one fierce strike of the baton, she delivered a harsh blow. Did you think it was fun to beat him like that? Did you fail to notice his mental condition? Did you lure him here with a few measly coins? What did you plan to do with him? How many dirty things did you imagine with such a group of people? Do you even know whose he is? You dare touch the man of Chief Ewan and still expect to live. Rage burned within Chief Ewan. A whole gang, bullying a fool. Even the most obvious observers could see that there was something wrong with him. These people had zero compassion. Instead, they lured him here to do unspeakable acts. Some were stunned unconscious by the baton. Others resisted and received brutal beatings. Finally, someone decided to tell the truth. I went to the hospital to visit a friend and met the fool. He was handsome, so I tried to ask for his WeChat. When he didn't understand what WeChat was, I realized he was mentally challenged. He wanted money, so I took a photo with him and gave him 20 yuan. Then I lied to him, telling him many of my friends also wanted to take pictures with him for payment, and he believed me. We only acted on impulse. We haven't done anything yet. Please be merciful and let us go. We've learned our lesson and will never do this again. After hearing this, Chief Ewan's face darkened even further. What if she hadn't come? What if she had arrived late? Chapter 168. The fool has secrets now. Is this kind of bar legal? Chief Ewan raised an eyebrow and said lightly. It seems to be on the edge. Just raid them all. As for you guys, luring people with intellectual issues and attempting coercion, you all deserve jail. Chief Ewan showed no mercy at all. After dealing with these scum, she quickly went downstairs. She returned to the car, and the fool had already put on Shuehao's coat. He didn't dare to look at Chief Ewan. Chi Fiwen wanted to scold him, but seeing his disheveled appearance, like a defeated stray dog, her heart softened completely. After thinking for a moment, she took the initiative to give him a hug. Are you feeling better? The fool's whole body tensed up, tears brimming in his eyes. I'm sorry, Fiwen. I caused you trouble. It's fine as long as you're safe. Otherwise, I would really go crazy. She had promised to take responsibility for his future. How could she let him experience such terrible things? Why do you want to make money? If you need money, just tell me. It's dangerous out there. Even if you want to go out, you can tell me, and I can go with you. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. He lowered his head, looking pitiful. Chi Fiwen couldn't bring herself to say harsh words. After all, he was still a child who had just gone through such a terrifying experience. After going back, Chi Fiwen prepared clean clothes for him and asked him to wash up. He clutched tightly at the hem of his clothes, looking at her nervously. Will you think I'm dirty? They touched me. Touched where? What did they do to you? They touched my face, tried to kiss me, and were about to pull down my pants. I held on. They didn't succeed. The fool became even more anxious. Chi Fiwen finally exhaled a breath of relief. Thank goodness, at least he hadn't lost his innocence yet. It's fine, we'll wash up, and it will be okay. Will you wash me? Chi Fiwen felt her heart stop momentarily. No, that's not right. Although she had children with Shun Lubai and shared the same body, they were essentially two different people. It felt so strange, almost like betraying Shun Lubai. Just wash your face. It's dirty here. The fool pointed at his cheek, where a lipstick mark still remained. Chi Fiwen breathed a sigh of relief. I'll help you. She gently wiped bit by bit with a face towel. The fool behaved obediently, like a little stray dog. Just as Chi Fiwen was wiping seriously, she suddenly heard a soft voice. Can I kiss you? Chi Fiwen paused. What did you say? As soon as those words fell, she felt thin lips land on her forehead. Indeed, she had overthought it. The fool was so innocent. He didn't even understand the intricacies of relationships between men and women. What he meant by kiss was simply placing a kiss on her forehead. Fiwen, I really like you. The thoughts of what those people intended to do to him were horrifying. But now he thought about it further. If it was Fiwen instead, it seemed not scary at all. Rather, he felt a hint of anticipation within his heart. He hoped Fiwen would kiss him. He hoped Fiwen would undress him. He hoped Fiwen would be a little more assertive. Such strange thoughts. Why did he anticipate being teased by Fiwen? For now, the most he knew was how to place a kiss on the forehead. After the kiss ended, he looked at Chi Fiwen blankly, filled with panic in his eyes. Fiwen, my body. Something feels different. Am I about to die? My body. Chi Fiwen was slightly puzzled. She scanned him over, but noticed a certain area below. Her cheeks immediately turned red, feeling immensely guilty as if she had corrupted a child. You should watch Tom and Jerry. Can it cure me? It can. After watching Tom and Jerry for half an hour, he finally calmed down. He looked extremely happy. Fiwen, you're so amazing. How did you do it? Chi Fiwen broke into a cold sweat. She really wanted to find a hole to bury herself in. Cough, cough. She cleared her throat a few times to cover up. Don't wander off recklessly in the future. Don't believe strangers. Do you understand? It's late. Time to sleep. Chi Fiwen wanted to leave, but was held by his hand. Stay with me, please. I'm scared. The fool was genuinely frightened. Chi Fiwen also felt a bit sorry for him. All right, then I'll stay with you. Shall I tell you a story? While telling stories, she finally managed to coax him to sleep. Chi Fiwen supported her chin, looking at his peaceful sleeping face. The fool and Shen Lubai were easy to distinguish. Initially, it was because she had just met the fool, and later on, it was all Shen Lubai, leaving her no chance to properly understand the fool. If she had the chance in the future, she would surely be able to distinguish between the two instantly. No matter how much Shen Lubai resembled the fool, she would see through him in a glance. The fool's gaze was too pure, something no amount of acting could replicate, especially when compared to Shun Liubai's deep complexity. The more she interacted with the fool, the more she realized he was truly human. Whether he was the fool or Shen Lubai, it didn't matter who ultimately stayed by her side, because she wasn't the one making the final decision. She didn't have that right. Chi Fiwen thought the fool only wanted money out of curiosity, and after this bitter experience, he'd give up on it next time. Unexpectedly, he didn't stop trying to earn money at home. He helped the servants with their tasks, planting flowers, washing vegetables, cleaning, all to earn a little pay. The servants were unsure what to do, so they told her, then you should give him a little. How much should we give? You decide. Did he mention what he wants the money for? He didn't. Chi Fiwen became even more puzzled. Did the fool want to buy something special? When she returned in the evening, she handed him an envelope containing a few thousand yuan. Is this enough? I don't want your money. The fool became flustered. Why not? No matter what, I can't take your money. He seemed slightly upset. Do you want to buy something? You can tell me, and I'll buy it for you. It wasn't suitable for the fool to use things like credit cards. He might easily get scammed. It would be best if he didn't go out alone. If he went with her every time, there wouldn't be any opportunity to spend. If he simply wanted to save some cash, she could just give it to him directly. But now, the fool stubbornly refused to accept it. There's something I want to buy, but I have to buy it myself. He said resolutely. What is it you want to buy? I won't tell you. Does our family Shun have secrets now? Even from me. She looked at him with a hint of disappointment. The fool was deeply conflicted, his expression filled with anguish. It's not that I can't tell you. It's just later. I'm not hiding it deliberately. Late. Don't be mad at me. The fool was almost crying, unwilling to reveal what he wanted to buy. Chi Fiwen couldn't bear to press further. All right then, I won't ask anymore. If you run into any trouble, come find me, okay? Even if the sky falls, I'll support it for you. Wan, you're really good. The fool gazed deeply at her, the light in his eyes threatening to drown her. Chi Fiwen felt a pang of guilt. She hadn't done anything extraordinary. The fool had given his whole heart to her, practically living for her. But her heart was divided among many people, trivial matters often occupying her mind. She couldn't match the fool's purity. Besides, her original intention for seeking him out was impure. She felt she was flawed all over, unworthy of such a wonderful person as Shun. Chapter 169. To work. Chi Fiwen didn't know what the fool wanted money for, but since he wanted it, she instructed her servants to be lenient. Each time he helped with chores, she would give him 100 yuan, and by the end of the day, he could earn several thousand. Regardless of what he would buy, it would probably take only a few days. But unexpectedly, the fool insisted on working harder than ever before. This money naturally came from Chi Fiwen's pocket and ended up in the fool's hands. The fool carefully placed the money in a box at the farthest corner of his wardrobe. Chi Fiwen didn't care what he planned to buy. As long as he could stay this happy forever, that was enough for her. The tree that had been transplanted appeared listless for half a month, but began to recover under careful nurturing. Originally, spring was the most suitable season, but she didn't care about timing if it would make the fool happy. If this tree didn't survive, she would simply replace it with another one. Buying a few trees wouldn't strain her finances. As for the treehouse, she intended to consider it once the tree was firmly alive, though she had already sketched out the preliminary design. She showed the plan to the fool, who clutched the blueprint and was overjoyed. Do you like it? I love it. It's exactly like my dream. Chi Fiwen hesitated to respond. She had replicated it precisely as he described in his dreams. A child's imagination was truly pure, filled only with sweet cakes and warm beds. Late is really good to me. He hugged Chi Fiwen tightly, only to bump into her protruding belly. He stared at her stomach intently. It seems a little bigger. Of course, the baby inside is growing bit by bit. So miraculous. Late is amazing. Muttering to himself, he continued speaking. Looks like I need to hurry. Not trying hard enough. I need to go faster. He muttered strangely. Chi Fiwen was nearing the late stages of her pregnancy, and as the baby slowly grew, fetal movements became more pronounced. She feared premature birth, oxygen deprivation, and failed prenatal examinations. Her nights started with poor sleep, waking frequently. The next day, she would carry dark circles under her eyes while still heading to the group headquarters. She drank half a cup of coffee to keep alert, but dared not drink more. She was busy processing documents when unexpectedly, Su Qingqing called. Late, someone wants to see you. Who? Su Xiao. Chi Fiwen was very surprised. Why did he come? His body must have recovered well. She should have gone to see Su Chua before. She felt extremely guilty about the previous incident, but because of Shen Lubai, she couldn't personally appear. However, Shen Lubai refused to show up now, so she decided to visit Su Chua. She hurried back to Chi Yao Group and saw that brash man. This time, he wasn't wearing his usual black suit. Instead, he was dressed in a white sweater and casual pants. His hair had grown longer, slightly curled, giving him a fashionable appearance resembling a Korean drama male lead. He sat in the waiting area, surrounded by quite a few female employees. You sure have good romantic luck, and your facial features indicate prosperity. Your marriage and family will surely be harmonious. And you might suffer a bit. Watch out for bad men. Don't get tricked financially or emotionally. What about me? What about me? People behind were eager to inquire. Let me check yours. As Su Chua spoke, he caught sight of Chi Fiwen out of the corner of his eye. He immediately got up and walked over. You've arrived. Is your stomach already this big? Su Chua was astonished as he stared at her belly. The last time they met, she was still so thin. How could it be that after a month and a half, her stomach resembled an inflated balloon, swelling suddenly? Wait, when did she have a child? Su Chua's mind momentarily froze. Come upstairs and talk. Chi Fiwen led him to her office, had her secretary prepare tea, and she faithfully sipped lemon water. When did this happen? So fast. Su Chua widened his eyes. Whose child is it? Shen Liubai's. Uh-huh. So, you were pregnant while you were with me? Did you cheat on me? Watch your words. We were just putting on a show for others, nothing serious. Don't look so hurt. Luckily, I didn't actually become close with you. Otherwise, I'd be committing infidelity within marriage. If Shen Lubai used it against me, I might be utterly ruined. Infidelity within marriage. Su Chua was even more shocked. What are you two up to? Just tell me why you're here. I'm here to work for you. Upon hearing these words, Chi Fiwen choked on her water. What did you say? What are you here for? To work. Your family business overlaps with mine, and I can quickly adapt. My identity has been exposed. They always call me Little Vice President. Everyone coddles me, and there's no way I can improve myself. So I discussed it with my old man. I'm here to assist you. Your father agreed? Of course, after all, I've undergone a qualitative change. My old man naturally hopes for my betterment. I've also assured him that I won't have any ulterior motives towards you, which is why he agreed. Su Chua had also come to terms with things. Initially, he did harbor some resentment. If he had really been with Chi Fiwen, it would have been like his previous girlfriends, playing around for a while, and once the novelty wore off, they would part ways. He could never become the red mole or the white moonlight. Because he hadn't taken another path, everything seemed overly idealized by imagination. Both Su Chua and Chi Fiwen were intelligent people. Moreover, he was still quite promiscuous, having abstained from women for several months, and now he felt somewhat famished. He wasn't as reckless as before, but he still wanted to experience love to embellish his beautiful life. If he had truly been with Chi Fiwen, given how unfaithful he was, and her inability to tolerate flaws, she would sooner or later finish him off. After resolving these thoughts, Su Chua came over calmly. Upon hearing these words, Chi Fiwen knew she could be very good friends with Su Chua, unrelated to romance. Just a simple aristocratic connection. Do you really want to work for me? Do you know what the salary was for the last person who approached me? How much? Su Chua's eyes sparkled. Just then, the door opened, and Shun Yi walked in. Here is the report from the last quarter. I've double-checked everything carefully, and there are no mistakes. Chi Fiwen signed it directly since she trusted Shin Yi's competence. Explain to Su Xiao what your position and salary are. I'm the finance department manager. Before coming to the group, I had no professional experience. After working as a secretary here for a month, I was promoted to supervisor, and now, after half a year, I've become a manager. How about your salary? To pay off my debts, I'll need to work for free for 10 years. Su Chua, owing money to Chi Fiwen? How could she owe him money? For showing disrespect to the superior, bit by bit, it gets deducted. How disrespectful can one be? Su Chua was astonished. Shun Yi felt a little embarrassed because in the past, she indeed behaved improperly, always helping Fang Yuema against Chi Fiwen. Mind your own business. The fiery pepper shot back and stormed out angrily, slamming the door hard enough to almost shake the doorframe off. Shin Yi, if the door breaks, it will cost you money. Take it away. Do I care about that money? Shin Yi's voice roared back angrily. Chapter 170, Call me sister. By now, you know how she owes them money, right? Chi Fiwen helplessly supported her forehead. Shin Yi's competence in handling matters is undeniable, but the girl's temper flares easily. She's like a walking gas canister. Su Chua was greatly enlightened. I can't owe you money. How about I work for you for free? But you have no work experience. The starting salary here won't be high. How have I not had work experience? I was a director at Wanyan Biotechnology who secured 2 big orders with commission of several 10,000. Family businesses don't count. I'll offer you the position of general manager of sales department, much higher than hers. Starting salary of 5,500, no probation period. How does that sound? General manager of sales department? Su Chua's eyes lit up. Although the base salary isn't high, the commission percentage isn't bad. Anyway, nobody knows your salary. Aren't you better than Shin Yi? Do you know? Shin Yi is Shun Liubai's real younger sister, mademoiselle of the Shun family. She endured difficulties from the beginning, being successful despite coming from a life of sickness. If you come to me, there will be no mistake. Chi Fiwen started convincing him. Su Chua was already inclined. After making the comparison, he thought his base salary of 5,500 was too high. He forgot that he was someone who sprinkled tens of millions as pocket money. All right, I'm determined to take this general manager post. All right, then I'll let Qingqing assist you. You know the field, so I trust you 120%. Chi Fiwen trusted people she relied on, allowing them complete freedom without interference. Su Chua felt respected. At Wanyan Biotechnology, he did everything hand in hand. But here, there was no such restraint. There weren't so many sycophants either, and no one would call him Little Su President or Vice President. He decided to prove with his own strength that it wasn't a loss for Chi Fiwen to appoint him as general manager. He would perform even better than Shin Yi. By the way, one more thing. Your romantic affairs are none of my business, but you can't hit on girls from my company. Why not? I'm afraid with how promiscuous you are, today with one girl, tomorrow with another, eventually all my female employees end up in your hands. They will all vie for you, leading to chaos. My standards are very high. Regular women aren't attractive to me. In that case, I must warn you further. I have 2 flowers around me. One is Su Qingqing and the other Shin Yi. One I regard as a sister, the other as a younger sister. If you dare to flirt close to home, I'll go crazy. All right. I won't flirt within your group. I'll find others outside. Su Chua raised both hands as assurance. Chi Fiwen was only slightly reassured. Su Qingqing wouldn't look at such a promiscuous man. Plus, she has no interest in romance. However, Shin Yi was different. She was naive despite looking fiery-tempered. Such a young girl could be easily deceived. Chi Fiwen had to prepare herself ahead. Su Chua didn't betray her trust. As soon as he came, he began to compete for customers against Wanyan Biotechnology and had already lured over a few deals. Chi Fiwen could only say, good job. That evening after work, Shin Yi waited for her outside the door. I want to visit brother. Accepted. Shin Yi is the person Shin Lubai values most. Naturally, Chi Fiwen didn't keep anything from her, including the matter of personality split. Shin Yi couldn't believe it. Her respected and admired brother was truly a fool. Since everyone has already accepted the setup where Shin Lubai pretends to be stupid for bigger plans, it's hard for those closest to accept his sudden return to normalcy. Chi Fiwen reluctantly accepted, since she had to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the fool. Whether he is mentally ill or suffering from multiple personalities, she accepted it. Regardless of whether he is a fool or Shin Lubai, she will treat him well. Shin Yi evaded it for so long, but still took this step. Shin Yi got into her car. Chi Fiwen, is this child my brother's? What do you think? You've been pregnant for 6 months. By logic, you should have already divorced. But, I trust your character. I feel you still have feelings for my brother. It's impossible for you to do something wrong against him. So this child is my brother's, right? When Chi Fiwen heard this, her nose turned sour. Su Chua saw it, and said the child belonged to Shin Lubai. Shin Yi also believed in her integrity. Yet, Shin Lubai, the originator of this issue, consistently doubted her loyalty and assumed this child was Su Chua's. Truly laughable. She exhaled deeply and nodded. Shin Yi became excited. Then you must take good care of yourself. Don't work too hard. I'm willing to work another 20 years. No, serve you for a lifetime. I definitely won't refuse that. You need to watch out for the Shin family. Shin Yi finally managed to say this. Chi Fiwen's gaze changed. Does the Shin family have any ideas? My brother has temporarily handed over all the shares of the DE group to you. Now he's a fool, so he no longer poses any threat to them. The Shin family wants to rise again and has rallied quite a few people. Recently, the Shin family received a large sum of money, enough to bring them back from the brink. Do you know where this money came from? Shin Lubai has already pushed the Shin family to the limit. How could anyone possibly lend them money? I don't know where the money came from either. Suddenly, they have tens of billions. I might even be underestimating. With so much money, they can easily get through the current predicament. Moreover, they also want to acquire DE Group and have been inquiring about it recently. If something happens to you and the baby, and my brother hasn't left other instructions, according to kinship inheritance, all the assets would fall into the hands of the Shin family. Shin Yi said worriedly. Shin Yi always thought the Shun family's actions were despicable, and she really disliked the atmosphere there. She believed that her parents didn't love each other as much as for material benefits, which drove them together. As for Shin Mo, Shin Yi just couldn't connect with him. Shin Mo pursued pleasure, was narrow-minded, held grudges easily, and behaved improperly like a wastrel. It was her not-so-blood-related elder brother who she admired deeply and looked up to. He protected her. He taught her how to study. Through his words and actions, he instilled in her the correct values. But such a good elder brother harbored so much hatred inside. Even though he was mired in the mire, he taught her to keep her heart pure and bright. She pitted her elder brother. The Shun family deserved whatever happened to them, but her elder brother must be safe. Are you here today to see your brother, or to tell me all this? Chi Fiwen realized something. Shin Yi's face turned red, and she couldn't speak. You want both, don't you? Mind your own business. Shin Yi had her private thoughts exposed, puffing up like an angry pufferfish. Chi Fiwen almost melted. She considered Su Qingqing as her sister, and Su Qingqing gave her much sense of security. Now, she could provide Shin Yi with that same security. Being a sister is actually pretty joyful. Why don't you call me once sister then? Chapter 171. Shun family and dogs not allowed to enter. Who asked you to call me sister? Stop being self-centered, okay? Shin Yi's face turned red. I'm not going to your house for dinner anymore. You go back by yourself. The small blowfish had a thin skin. After her secret was revealed, she directly opened the car door and ran away. Chi Fiwen didn't stop her. It would be the same next time. Anyway, there is plenty of time ahead. Chi Fiwen buckled up and turned on the music, preparing to drive. Unexpectedly, Shin Yi came back after leaving. Do you want to go again? Get in the car quickly. You get out and let me drive your car. I have something to do. Where's your car? Chi Fiwen was somewhat puzzled. I suddenly think your car looks nice. You drive mine, and I'll return it tomorrow. Since Shun Yi wanted to drive, then let her drive. The two exchanged car keys, and Shin Yi drove off. Not long after her car left, a vehicle tightly followed behind. Shin Yi stepped on the gas pedal, driving on the city road close to 100 miles per hour. Even so, the car behind still chased relentlessly. Chi Fiwen had just got into the car when she received a call from Xue Hao. As soon as she answered, the other party's tone was anxious. Miss Chi, where are you now? I'm in the garage. What's wrong? You go back upstairs first. I'll come pick you up immediately. Recently, the Shin family has been making some moves. I found that Shun Mo sent people to follow you, fearing it might not bode well for you. When Chi Fiwen heard this, her heart sank. That just now, Shin Yi drove away with her car. Wait a moment. Why did they suddenly switch cars? Was it because Shin Yi discovered something? At this moment, a message popped up on her phone. It was an audio message sent by Shin Yi. Chi Fiwen hung up the phone and clicked open the audio. Older brother is my family member, second older brother, and my parents are also my family members. If there's anything they've done wrong, I hope that you and my older brother, for my sake, don't completely wipe them out. No matter what happens to me later, let them have a way out. Sister, will you agree with me, right? Shin Yi, who usually has such an outgoing and lively nature, yet her words sounded desolate at this moment, as if it were a last testament. When she heard the words sister, her nose twitched, and she could no longer control her tears, which flowed down uncontrollably. She called Shin Yi, but there was no answer. Chi Fiwen was extremely worried, muttering anxiously. Shin Yi, don't do anything stupid. She called Xue Hao. Yi drove away with my car. She just left me a very strange voice message. I think she's about to do something stupid. Help me check where she is. Just as Chi Fiwen was speaking, a mechanical news female voice suddenly interrupted on the car radio. A chain rear-end accident occurred at the intersection of Dongzheng Road and Hunan Road, causing traffic congestion. The police and paramedics have arrived. Drivers are urged to bypass promptly. Chi Fiwen's head felt thunderous. Instinctively, she thought it was Shun Yi who had met with an accident. She hurried over. Just 2 kilometers away from the crossroads, the traffic started to jam up and the cars ahead remained motionless. Chi Fiwen parked her car by the side of the road and quickly walked forward. She walked fast, feeling a tightening in her abdomen. She bent over in pain, supporting her stomach. At this moment, a kind-hearted food delivery guy stopped and asked her how she was doing. Miss, are you alright? Are you uncomfortable with your big belly? I need to go to the front. Take me there, and I'll give you money. Get on. She hopped onto the electric bike, her mind full of anxiety. Finally, she arrived at the scene of the accident, and the police had already set up the warning lines. A strong smell of blood floated in the air. There were flames inside, and a gasoline odor could be detected. Chi Fiwen saw her damaged Maybach right away. It was her car. Chi Fiwen directly handed the wallet to the young man and wobbled down, walking towards it. The police stopped her. An accident occurred ahead. You cannot enter. My sister is inside. Move, my sister is inside. Chi Fiwen lost control of her emotions, nearly shouting. Upon hearing this, the police did not stop her and allowed her to enter the cordon. Chi Fiwen saw Shun Yi lying in a pool of blood, a steel piece piercing through her abdomen, and there was a bloody hole on her forehead. Blood continued to spill uncontrollably, like an unshut faucet. The arriving medical staff carried her onto an ambulance, and Chi Fiwen also climbed aboard, stopping the bleeding, administering oxygen, urgent cardiac resuscitation. Chi Fiwen watched beside her, her heart wrenching painfully, and her nails deeply pierced into her palms. "Doctor, save my sister," she murmured to herself, not daring to speak loudly for fear of disturbing the doctors. Chi Fiwen tightly gripped Shun Yi's left hand. The little hand was so cold. It didn't even have the normal temperature of a human body. Chi Fiwen's eyes stung with sorrow, and large tears rolled down her cheeks. "It's okay, everything will be fine," she consoled herself. Finally arriving at the hospital, the patient was rushed into the operating room immediately. Shuehao had come with the police, determining it as an accidental traffic accident. At the red light, the Maybach suddenly lost its brakes, unable to stop, thus running the red light, which became the primary cause of this car crash. Shen Yi avoided hurting any innocents by steering the car onto the median strip, colliding with a lamppost before stopping. The injuries wouldn't have been that severe, but unfortunately, at that moment, another car emerged from behind and fiercely rammed into them. As the car collided repeatedly head and tail, it compressed to deformation. Shen Yi in the driver's seat suffered serious injuries and fell unconscious, her life hanging by a thread. The driver from the rear vehicle was driving under the influence. He has already been arrested, his license revoked, and a minimum sentence of 5 years set. After multiple interrogations by the police, the drunk driver claimed that he mistook the situation because of excessive alcohol consumption, thinking it was green when the front car passed through, and followed recklessly. This person would undoubtedly be sentenced to jail. He took full responsibility, making it impossible to implicate others. Deep down, Chi Fiwen knew very well that all this was orchestrated by Shun Yi's family. Before leaving, the police told Chi Fiwen to give them a call if the patient improved a bit, as they needed to take her statement. After the police left, Shuehao finally spoke up. "If Miss Yi wasn't the one who switched cars with you, the one in trouble now would have been you. The adults might still have a chance to be saved, but the child inside your belly." Hearing these words, Chi Fiwen's gaze turned icy. Shen Yi not only saved her life, but also the life of her unborn child. What could she possibly offer to repay such kindness? Thinking back to that one call of sister, Chi Fiwen felt heat prickling the corners of her eyes. She vowed to capture every single culprit still at large and make them pay dearly. "Go put up a sign outside the hospital entrance." "What kind of sign?" Chi Fiwen's face was etched with frosty fury, her gaze freezing. Her lips parted lightly, and she articulated each word slowly and firmly. A sign saying, "Shin family members and dogs not allowed to enter." Chapter 172, Handmade Bookmarks. Soon, the nurse came out in a sweat. "The patient's condition is critical. The family needs to sign the critical illness notification form quickly." After saying this, she handed the thin piece of paper into her hand. It was so light, yet it felt as heavy as 1,000 June weights. Chi Fiwen hesitated to put pen to paper. "Hurry up, the patient's condition can't wait." Her mind went blank, and mechanically, she signed her name before the nurse snatched away the form and rushed off. Chi Fiwen suddenly felt dizzy, her body swayed, and she nearly fell. Fortunately, Shuehao supported her just in time. "Miss Chi." Chi Fiwen pulled herself together and endured with difficulty. "If Mr. Shin were here, he would definitely get justice for Miss Yi. It's really hard for you, Miss Chi, especially since you're heavily pregnant. It doesn't matter whether he's here or not. Yi got hurt because of me. I don't need anyone else to seek justice for her. What does being pregnant have to do with it? My child isn't made of paper, it will endure storms." Chi Fiwen stood straight, her fists tightly clenched. Shin Yi called her sister, not sister-in-law. She wasn't someone who couldn't live without Shin Lubai either. At this moment, her resolve was unwavering. Later, Shin Mo and Mrs. Shun Luqing hurriedly arrived but were turned away. Even when they brought people to cause trouble, they were sent back by Chi Fiwen's group. She and Shin Lubai were still husband and wife, which meant Chi Fiwen could exercise proxy guardianship over Shin Yi. The surgery lasted 3 hours, and by the time Shin Yi was wheeled out, Chi Fiwen hadn't even had a proper look before she was taken to the sterile intensive care unit. The doctors were preparing for the second operation. Chi Fiwen thought the most serious injuries were to the abdomen and forehead, but unexpectedly, a small piece of iron from the car accident had pierced Shin Yi's heart. The surgery was too risky. The doctors only had a 40% chance of successfully removing the iron fragment. The patient has lost a large amount of blood and her body is extremely weak now. A second operation is about to be conducted, and the chances of success are smaller. If, the doctor hesitated, unable to fully articulate. "If what?" Chi Fiwen asked anxiously. "If we can invite the renowned overseas heart surgeon, Dr. Edward, there might be hope. He's known as the golden left hand, with a 90% surgical success rate. However, he rarely leaves his country to perform surgeries. Heart surgeon Edward. I'll find a way." Chi Fiwen immediately instructed Shuehao how to look into it. The doctor gave them 12 hours. After subtracting the time needed for the flight over and rest, Chi Fiwen didn't have much time left. Shuehao was efficient, quickly finding out which hospital Edward was at. Haynes Hospital, under Haynes Biotechnology Group. Currently, the person in charge of Haynes Biotech is Miss Tina and her husband, Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng. Chi Fiwen hadn't heard this name for too long, and upon hearing it now, she seemed dazed as if from another era. Is that Lu Zheng I know? Yes. I've already contacted the hospital side. Dr. Edward doesn't have the final say. It's up to the higher-ups in the group. That means even if Edward wants to come, he can't without approval from above. Right now, no one was more suitable than her to reach out to Lu Zhang. After all, she knew him best. Qi Fiwen exhaled deeply, glanced at the tightly closed door once more, and gritted her teeth. Give me his number. Xue Hao gave her the number he found, and Qi Fiwen discovered Lu Zhang hadn't changed his number. Qi Fiwen directly found Lu Zhang's number from her contact list. She dialed, expecting him not to answer so quickly, but surprisingly, the call connected shortly. Upon answering, there was silence on the other end. Lu Zhang, she tentatively called out his name. Still, there was no response from the other end. Qi Fiwen doubted that Lu Zhang might have accidentally pressed the button. Just as she intended to hang up and dial again, the other side finally responded. It's me. Once familiar faces, their conversation now was stiff, both unconsciously holding their breath, proceeding cautiously, unsure why they felt awkward. I have a patient here urgently needing surgery, and we need Dr. Edward to come to China for the operation. I don't know if you agree. Of course, I can pay. Money is no issue. You can ask for any other conditions, as long as they're within my capability. There was a prolonged silence on the other end. At this moment, Qi Fiwen had no leisure time to dwell on their past grievances. Lu Zhang had harmed her several times in the past, eventually attempting to bankrupt Qi Yao Group and even make her go to jail. But now, she had to ask a favor, humbling herself, hoping he wouldn't make things difficult for her and could release Dr. Edward quickly. I want a set of paper art bookmarks. Suddenly, he spoke, his voice low and hoarse, filled with song. What kind of bookmark? Qi Fiwen thought she must have misheard. What bookmarks? Paper art, quilling, handmade bookmarks. You make them personally. When Dr. Edward arrives at the domestic airport, you hand over the items to him, and he'll naturally conduct the surgery. Lu Zhang, how am I supposed to do paper art? In such a short time, where can I find the skills to make handmade bookmarks for you? And how many in a set? Are you intentionally making things difficult for me? Since that's the case, then never mind. Don't. I'll make them. Just let Edward board the plane. You have 4 hours left. Lu Zhang kindly reminded her, then hung up. Qi Fiwen immediately searched online about paper art. Quilling is one of the forms of paper art, originating in the 18th century as a handcraft practiced by British royalty and nobility. It's about rolling paper into various shapes and patterns using different colors. Qi Fiwen was completely at a loss. She didn't know how to do this, and he hadn't specified clearly how many in a set. Now, all she could do was try her best. She asked Xue how to buy the materials, locked herself in an empty ward, and watched tutorial videos. The more she watched, the more familiar it seemed. As if she already knew. But how could someone who's never learned this skill get it on the first try? Qi Fiwen placed her phone aside and began moving her fingers according to the patterns that suddenly emerged in her mind. At first, she was somewhat clumsy with cutting, coloring, and applying glue. Gradually, she became proficient. It was as if she knew how to do it all along. How many in a set? I'll make you 24 bookmarks, based on the 24 solar terms. Start of spring with the spring flower, rainwater with magnolia, awakening of insects with peach blossoms, white dew with reed flowers, frost descent with hibiscus, minor cold with narcissus. Suddenly, these words popped into her mind. She muttered under her breath. Spring flowers, magnolia. Qi Fiwen focused on her work, and about 2 hours later, a set of handmade bookmarks was ready. After finishing, she stared blankly at the lifelike flowers and fell deep in thought. Why did she know these things? Why did Lu Zhang specifically request this? But she had no time to overthink. After completing the task, she immediately arranged for the operating room and requested the hospital's best doctor to assist Edward. She also prepared the car to pick him up, ensuring her own safety after learning from past mistakes, making sure Shin family couldn't take advantage of any situation. She arrived at the airport just as the time was about to expire. Edward got off the plane, a 50-year-old middle-aged man with deep-set eyes, a hawk-like nose, and wearing glasses. Are you Miss Qi? The other party spoke fluent English. Yes, I am. Has what Lu wanted been brought? Qi Fiwen handed over the packed bookmarks. He inspected them briefly before handing them to his assistant. Take me to see the patient. Qi Fiwen quickly gestured for everyone to get in the car. Unbeknownst to her, those bookmarks were directly sent to the VIP lounge. A man sat on a sofa reading a newspaper. Mr. Lu, your item. Chapter 173, The Braided Promise of 100 Years. The bookmark was placed inside a wooden box. After accepting it, he hesitated for a long time before opening it. His fingers lingered over the box as if what lay inside was something immensely precious. Finally, he opened it reverently and couldn't help but smile faintly at what was inside. Qi Fiwen, you finally paid back what you owed me. How many years has it been? You little liar. The promise of the braided childhood. I almost believed it. His smile gradually turned into a deep bitterness. Memories flooded his mind of the little girl who followed him around excitedly, calling him brother every step of the way. Brother, look, I learned this new paper art, and I made you a handmade bookmark. Brother, what should I do in the future? I like drawing. Should I become a designer? Be it jewelry or fashion design, my first set of works will always be for you. Shall we go fly kites? Will you stay with me for a long time? Let's make a pact. Unchanged for 100 years. In the end, their two fingers had tightly clasped together. The promise of 100 years through the childhood braid. But in the end, one forgot, and one broke the promise. Lu Zhang bitterly smiled and slowly stood up. He went to the car and instructed the driver to wait at the airport. Tina asked me to follow Mr. The driver respectfully stated. Lu Zhang glared coldly. What? Are you sent here to monitor me? I know what I'm doing. I will keep my promise to her. Don't annoy me, just get lost. Upon hearing this, the driver immediately lowered his head and didn't dare to say more. Alone, Lu Zhang drove to the sanatorium. Without prior notice, he moved forward directly, as if through a deserted place. When he arrived at the ward, Yizhou opened the door and saw Lu Zheng, which frightened him. "You, how did you come?" "Security. Security. Xiao Yi, I let him come. Go out, let me talk with him alone." Still, Yizhou wasn't completely reassured. "He's already here. If he really intends to harm me, what can you do? Go out. Stop telling everything to Wanwan. You traitor. All right then, call me if anything happens. I'll be right outside the door." Only after saying this did Yizhou leave unwillingly. The door closed, and Lu Zheng solemnly bowed deeply. "Grandfather, if that event hadn't happened, you should be married to Wanwan by now, right?" "Grandfather, isn't it too late to mention these things?" Lu Zheng raised an eyebrow. "Are you still angry? Do you really think I care about Qiyao Group? If I wanted, I could bankrupt them before Shin Lu Bai even came into play." Lu Zheng said angrily. "I know, of course I hate all of you, but I have feelings for Wanwan, leaving me caught between loyalty and love. Your family fell from prosperity to ruin under my hands. But no matter how precarious it seems, as long as I'm here, Qiyao remains intact, ensuring Wanwan's security. You may declare hatred for Wanwan and wish her dead, but when she truly faces danger, you send someone to rescue her. I've never interfered in Wanwan's affairs because I trust you won't truly annihilate her. Is grandfather mocking me for lacking cruelty? Bearing my parents' revenge, but stopped by personal emotions?" Lu Zheng clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with anger as he glared unfriendly at the old man. "If you can't take it, then kill me. Consider it as repaying the debt." "Am I afraid to?" Enraged, he stepped closer, grabbing the old man by the neck. The old man offered no resistance, but instead closed his eyes. "I've left a will. Yizhou is obedient and will abide by it. When I die, it won't implicate you. Just a normal passing away from illness. Child, if this death can resolve your years-long grudge, then do it." "You?" Lu Zheng felt frustrated. His fingers tightened, blood rushing to his temples. He wanted nothing more than to strangle him. But if the old man died, he and Qi Fiwen would truly be on the path to nowhere. An irreconcilable feud with his parents' killers weighed heavily on him. Yet, Lu Zheng abruptly withdrew his hand, stumbling back several steps until the wall stopped his retreat. He breathed heavily, devastated, glaring fiercely at the old man. "Child, you shut up. I have no relation to the Qi family. I am Lu." Having said that, he staggered off. Yizhou noticed his disheveled state, his eyes evasive. He looked like a stray dog in the storm, ferocious on the surface, yet beneath it, there was actually some pitiful vulnerability. Without thinking further, Yizhou entered to check on the elder. "Old sir, are you okay?" The elder gently shook his head and sighed deeply. "Sir, may I ask a bold question? Since Lu Zheng is not a good person and has made several moves against Wanwan and the group, why do you still indulge him so much? He's dangerous, yet you insisted on seeing him alone. Do you know how worried I was for you? If something happened to you, how could I face Wanwan? Lu Zheng isn't wicked at heart. He won't cause us any real harm. Look what you're saying, as if you know him well." "I do know him well. He's like a child of this family." The old man mumbled. Yizhou didn't hear clearly, but he saw that the elder was looking at the door with a deeply sorrowful expression. In the dark night, Lu Zheng ran wildly until he was completely exhausted, stumbling once and falling into the grass. He sprawled out his arms, panting heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. He wanted to cry and laugh at the same time, but all that came out from his throat was a hoarse sound. It choked him. His extreme anger and sadness prevented both tears and laughter, leaving him with only violent coughs. It felt like his insides would be coughed up, eventually curling up his body, hands hugging his abdomen. Tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes, and they turned extremely red. In the end, he was utterly spent. "Qi Fiwen, what am I supposed to do with you? What should I do?" On the other hand, Qi Fiwen couldn't sleep all night, waiting for the surgery to finish. This operation took longer than expected, lasting 6 hours in total. Everyone emerged drained, sweat drenching their faces. Edward, being older and having endured such a long surgery, could barely stand straight, needing support to come out. "Dr. Edward, you've worked hard. Is she all right?" she anxiously asked. Edward had no strength left to speak, only nodding. Qi Fiwen was so moved that she almost burst into tears. She immediately arranged for someone to send the doctors and nurses to rest. She followed Shenyi to the ward, where she was finally transferred from ICU to a regular ward. Shenyi was pale as snow, wearing an oxygen mask and a loose hospital gown. After just 2 days in the hospital, her figure seemed alarmingly thinner. Qi Fiwen caressed her head. Her hair had also lost some of its former shine, becoming dry. You must recover quickly, hear me? Sister still needs you to keep accounts for me. Without you, my finance department manager, I'd lose half my power. Please get better soon." She was so tired that she eventually fell asleep on the bedside. She slept deeply, not even aware when someone lifted her up. A tall man gently carried her and slowly laid her on the adjacent sickbed. Mr. Shuehao entered the room, seeing the man and becoming extraordinarily emotional. Chapter 174. The maternal grandparent's wealth could rival a nation. The man turned around and looked at him with clear eyes. "Are you Shuehao?" Shuehao's heart sank. It wasn't the master. The fool saw the disappointment in his eyes and felt sad, looking down. Everyone hoped that person would return. Was it wrong for him to stay? "How did you come here?" Shuehao was confused. "Hush, let's talk outside. Don't disturb her sleep." The two went to the corridor outside. "It's been days since I've seen Wanwan. I miss her. I'm afraid she won't eat well or sleep properly. So, I asked Qingqing's sister to bring me here to find her." "Qingqing? Sister?" Shuehao's head started to ache. Clearly, Su Qingqing is several years younger than him. Master, I don't know if you can hear me, but I have to try. Suddenly, Shuehao solemnly grabbed the fool's shoulder, stopping him from moving and sincerely looked into his eyes. Master, stop being a coward. Miss Qi needs you so much right now. The Shin family is planning a coup and has already contacted major directors to seize DE's shares. Without DE as a pillar, Miss Qi's situation will be dangerous. You listen, Miss Qi needs you. If you don't step out now, you'll never be able to later. Did you hear me? Do you find me annoying? The fool lost patience and pushed away his hand. Shuehao had said all he could. After visiting Qi Fiwen, the fool left without waiting for her to wake up. When leaving, he glanced back multiple times, looking at Shuehao as if fearing that he would suddenly start talking nonsense again. Shuehao sighed as he watched his back. Master, you're truly sealing your own fate. Qi Fiwen slept for a while, but due to the baby's vigorous movements during the night, she woke up. She checked on Shen Yi's condition and then stepped outside to breathe some fresh air. Then, she noticed Shuehao standing guard outside. It's late, why don't you go rest? I'm enough to keep watch here. Miss Qi, you're pregnant. You must prioritize your own safety. I will. There are caregivers here, and I rarely feel tired. You should go rest too. You look quite exhausted. Upon hearing this, Shuehao didn't leave, nor did he speak, hesitating over something. Qi Fiwen immediately understood something. Do you have something to tell me? The Shuns have already colluded with the board of directors and are planning an early meeting tomorrow morning, where they need Miss Qi's attendance. Shuehao felt somewhat uneasy. Qi Fiwen had been working non-stop and just got some rest. Not knowing the specifics within DE yet, she was stepping forward to face the difficulties alone. She was pregnant yet still so busy, making Shuehao feel somewhat guilty because he couldn't help her with even this small issue. The Shuns are uniting the board? They don't own any shares or positions in the group. What gives them the right to unite the board? The second largest shareholder, Yuan Director, has always harbored ulterior motives. He's extremely talented and serves as the group's second in command. In the past, the master was able to restrain him. Now, Yuan Director has other ideas. The Shin family is taking advantage of this, planning to use the fact that the child in your belly isn't the master's bloodline to expel you, a foreigner, from the company. At that time, arbitration by the directors will state that the master lacks the ability to manage the group, splitting the shares in half, one part given to Yuan Director and the other to the Shin family. Qi Fiwen frowned coldly upon hearing this. If they were planning to kill her, it wouldn't be this complicated. Still, the Shin family wasn't stupid and had prepared accordingly. Do you know where the Shun's funds come from? I investigated it, and it seems they sold off the dowry of the madam. Qi Fiwen was shocked. What dowry? Several billion yuan. She had never heard how powerful Shun Liubai's maternal grandparents were, with a dowry worth tens of billions. The master's maternal grandfather settled in Hong Kong and is a famous antique collector. The items in his possession, if sold, could practically be described as rivaling the wealth of a nation. Shuehao paused for a moment, using an extremely apt adjective. Qi Fiwen. The master's initial capital came from casually selling a small trinket, which auctioned for about 30 million yuan. Casually? A small trinket? 30 million yuan? Qi Fiwen fell silent once again. Why doesn't he maintain ties with his maternal family anymore? At first, the master's grandfather opposed this marriage. But the madam insisted on Shun Nan, cutting off all father-daughter relations just to marry him. She left her hometown alone and moved to the capital city, supporting Shun Nan as he started from scratch. Later, even when she was pregnant, she kept busy with Shun Nan's business matters. It was only then that her grandfather grew disapproving and sent a box filled with valuable dowry. The madam took out only one item, and it solved Shun Nan's financial problems. Later, the madam suffered from postpartum weakness due to difficult childbirth, and not long after she finally gave birth to her child, she passed away soon after. These items were then secretly withheld by Shun Nan. Not being good at business, Shun Nan experienced losses year after year and covered up these deficits by selling off the madam's dowry. For all these years, the master has been trying to reclaim the madam's dowry so it wouldn't be wasted by Shun Nan. However, he only managed to retain a jade pendant that the madam wore close to her body. Over the years, he has already bought back quite a number of items sold by the Shun family from some antique dealers. But he is also about to run out of money. This sum of cash should be from the last batch of antiques sold. For these years, Shin Lubai had persistently traced his mother's legacy items and redeemed them one by one. Whenever there was news, no matter how far he had to travel, he would personally arrive. After hearing this, Qi Fiwen could barely imagine how wealthy Shun Liubai's maternal family was. Miss Qi, tomorrow will be a tough battle. They will undoubtedly use the child in your belly against you. This child, Shin Lubai must have mentioned this child to you before, right? What did he say? He said this child is Su Chua's. And he also wants to deal with Su Chua, doesn't he? She raised an eyebrow. Shuehao dared not speak, fearing more words would lead to more mistakes. Qi Fiwen let out a deep breath. It was now meaningless to be angry with Shin Lubai. She had never complained about his absence during such moments, because she always thought it was her own business. Even if the sky fell down, she could bear it herself. She didn't need anyone to shield or protect her. She could do it herself. Just get some rest early. I'll be on time tomorrow. After saying that, Qi Fiwen returned to rest. She was originally a little restless, but once she thought about the upcoming hard fight the next day, sleepiness immediately crept over her. She dreamlessly slept through the night and woke up again at 7 in the morning. After having breakfast and bidding farewell to Shenyi, she went to the company. There was still plenty of time before the meeting began, so she could change clothes and put on makeup. Finally, when the meeting time came, she still hesitated to move. Director Yuan couldn't wait any longer and sent a secretary nearby to invite her, yet she still moved slowly. When she finally delayed enough time, arriving half an hour late to the conference room, everyone looked at her with mild anger. Their eyes felt like daggers. Chief Fiwen acted as though she hadn't seen it. Looking towards the front, she noticed her seat was taken by Shen Nan. Chief Fiwen smiled faintly and asked, "What does this mean?" Chapter 175, The Fish is Hooked. Shen Nan stood up and spoke in the tone of an elder. "My son loves you deeply, but when he met with misfortune, he left all his properties to you. However, you are not worthy of him. Everyone knows your reputation, and the child inside your belly is certainly not my son's. This belongs to the Shun family business, and you think that by relying on a bastard, you can get it? That's absurd. Regardless of whether the child in my womb is Shun Liubai's or not, it's a private matter, so why bring it out into the open like this? Besides, Shun Liubai is part of my Qi family now, as he married into our household. A married son is like water that has already been thrown out. How do you have anything to do with him?" After this sentence, Shen Nan was left speechless. Back then, it was they who looked down on their own son for being foolish, disgracing the family, which was why they had agreed to let him marry into another family. "Someone, please escort him aside. This is where the group meeting is held, not a place for him to resolve family matters." Chief Yuan had brought enough people, directly lifting Shun Nan along with his chair. Just as he was about to be moved out, Yuan Kong stepped forward. "Wait, this isn't just a personal matter. For DE Group, you're an outsider. The company isn't controlled solely by one person and doesn't bear the last name Shun. I own 20% of the shares and am the second largest shareholder. If the majority shareholder encounters problems and cannot lead the group anymore, we can use legal arbitration to allow others to buy his shares. Basically, the others would dilute Shun Liubai's equity, and Yuan Kong would become the authority figure. Even if Shun Liubai managed to retain some shares by chance, he'd still be marginalized and unlikely to return to his former peak. Yuan Director, Shun Liubai is only temporarily unable to act, not permanently. First, I agree with what you said. If someone remains inactive for a long time, measures like this could be taken. But the reality is that Shun Liubai is merely taking a temporary rest, and I'm taking over for him. As a couple, and according to the legal contract he established beforehand, I have the right to take over temporarily. Since she was going to use legal clauses, Chief Yuan would also counteract them similarly. But I heard he really went crazy this time. Didn't he pretend to be foolish for many years before? He concealed it for so long, and no one discovered the truth. Are you sure he's actually insane this time? What if he's only pretending to test your ambitions? Do you guys really want to stir up trouble? Chief Yuan firmly sat in the main seat, coldly glancing around her. She was originally attractive, but combined with her carefully done makeup, she was stunning at the moment. Even though Chief Yuan was pregnant, her figure hadn't changed much, just with a slightly swollen abdomen. Viewed from behind, her waistline and hip curves were still beautifully defined. This kind of person, with beauty, a great figure, and a strong personality, exuded an air of dominance, never backing down against anyone. Yuan Kong exchanged a look with Shun Nan after that, then continued raising challenges. "We suspect you've colluded with your lover and harmed Shun Liubai, rendering him unable to hold power. All of this is your conspiracy. You're letting the bastard in your belly inherit his position, effortlessly gaining all of Shun Liubai's properties. Once proven that Chief Yuan's unborn child isn't Shun Liubai's, they would immediately apply for a legal investigation. A person entangled in lawsuits wouldn't possibly manage the corporation effectively, right? By the time public opinion heated up further through media outlets, the spittle of netizens alone would drown her. It was you who ruined my son, you wicked woman." Yuan Kong and Shun Nan played off each other perfectly, creating the atmosphere. Shen Nan's eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down his face as if he cared immensely for this son, yet Chief Yuan poisoned him cruelly. Pointing at her, Shen Nan recounted her misdeeds, mainly about improper conduct, an atrocious private life, and constant liaisons with men. They even presented powerful evidence. Photos showing her together with Su Chua, Lu Zheng, Tang Zifeng, and several other unknown handsome men. The camera angles were rather tricky, making it seem as if they were whispering close together, looking quite intimate. Chief Yuan smirked inwardly. Are you truly his father? To obtain the property, they couldn't care less if the whole world knew Shun Liubai wore a green hat due to her infidelity, and possibly more than once at that. Thinking of this, she felt a twinge of pity for Shun Liubai. The child hasn't been born yet. How do you prove that it's not Shun Liubai's? You can perform an amniocentesis and extract DNA. Upon hearing this, Chief Yuan remained silent for a moment. Of course, she knew about this. Zhang Yin had undergone the procedure before. But this was a moment to demonstrate acting skills, requiring her to play along. She deliberately feigned panic, glancing nervously around and stuttering. Ow, how does such technology exist? Don't make stuff up. What an ignorant woman. Even if the child isn't born, paternity can still be determined. You'll dream on thinking you can ascend through having a bastard. I won't undergo any amniocentesis. You definitely intend to harm the child inside me. Seeing her fear, Shun Nan felt assured and pushed harder. Yuan Kong also looked like he was enjoying the show, leisurely opening his mouth. Miss Qi, this is your only chance to prove your innocence now. If the child is Shun Liubai's, we naturally have nothing to say. But if not, then you've plotted against your own husband, which would be a legal case. As for your personal life, let public opinion decide. You two old men are too overbearing. You think you can investigate whenever you want? You can doubt me whenever you feel like it? With empty words, you want me to suffer unjustly? Sure, I'll agree to the test if this child isn't Shun Liubai's. Then I'll turn myself in and admit that I harmed my own husband. But if this child is Shun Liubai's, I demand Director Yuan to transfer 5% of his shares to me. And I want Mr. Shun Nan to return my mother-in-law's dowry. You dare you? Chi Fuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with fiery intensity as she stared at them without blinking. Such an extravagant demand indeed stunned both of them. Yuan Kong hesitated slightly. 5% of shares were worth tens of billions. The critical point was that this wasn't something money could measure. Share changes happened very rarely, and if he lost this time, he didn't know when he'd be able to regain his strength. This, Mr. Shun, this is your family matter. It has nothing to do with me, right? Director Yuan, you're joking. This concerns our shared interests. If you want to split that 30% share with me, you must stand by me. Of course, if you insist on refusing, then never mind. I'm sure the child in her belly isn't my son's. After their divorce, this woman hooked up with another man. Judging by the timing, this child is Su Chua's. Do you really have proof? Yes. I've investigated thoroughly. After my son divorced this woman, there was no intimate contact between them. Fine, I'll believe you once. 50-50 split of the shares. After exchanging agreements, Shun Nan responded. Good, we'll bet on this. You actually want to bet? Chi Fuan pretended to be scared. The fish has bitten the bait. Chapter 176. I'll see who dare touch her. Shun Nan looked at her in this state and was absolutely certain. Director Yuan, look, she's all bark and no bite. She knows what we care about the most, wanting to force us to give up with such conditions. Unfortunately for her, she made a wrong bet. Both Director Yuan and I are people of great ambitions. How could we be deceived by a little girl like her? Mr. Shun is right. You brat is Su Chua's child. You and the Su family colluding to take action against my son is just to seize his wealth. You despicable lovers have harmed my son like this and yet wish to escape punishment. Very well, even though Su Chua stayed home, he also got blamed. You must not talk nonsense. Whatever you say isn't true. Checking will clarify things. I won't go. You must go even if you don't want to. The wager has already been established, and you still wish to back out. Shun Nan directly reached out. Let go of me. I will go myself. But Shun Nan didn't listen, fearing that she would escape at the last minute. So he forcefully dragged her into the car. The other board members followed along as they headed towards the hospital in large numbers. Chi Fuan entered the operating room under the accompaniment of a female board member. Amniocentesis poses risks for both pregnant women and fetuses. The first 24 hours after the procedure are the most dangerous, potentially causing fetal asphyxia, premature rupture of membranes, and other issues. It's very likely the baby will die in utero. Chi Fuan had to gamble. She was gambling with the life of herself and her child, betting that they would surely lose. She wanted to vent this grievance and make the Shun family pay the price. Let those who take advantage of others when they're down crawl back into their trash can and learn to live quietly from now on. Chi Fuan saw a nurse walking towards her holding a long needle. Frightened, she gripped the female board member's hand tightly. Cold sweat broke out across her palms. Don't be nervous. You will feel a sting soon, but it's normal. There's nothing to be afraid of. Chi Fuan closed her eyes, not daring to look at the needle. Just before the needle was about to pierce her skin, unexpectedly the surgery door was violently kicked open. Chi Fuan was startled as she stared blankly at the person rushing inside for a long moment without recovering her senses. How did this happen? This is an operating room. Forcibly entering is illegal. The doctor became flustered. Lu Zheng, with bloodshot eyes, swept coldly around, scaring the medical staff into immobility. He rushed straight over and picked Chi Fuan up horizontally in his arms. After Chi Fuan was carried out of the operating room, she came to her senses. Why are you here? Lu Zheng glanced deeply at her before putting her down and shielding her behind him. A group of old men bullying a girl. What kind of thing is that? Whoever dares touch her will lose their life. This is an internal issue within DE Group. This is also the Shun family's private matter. You are one of the adulterers mixed up with Chi Fuan. Chi Fuan, it seems you're no longer discreet. Cheating openly like this? Shun Nan shouted in anger, but secretly he was ecstatic. Chi Fuan jumped into the trap all by herself, not needing any push from him. If Wan choosing to cheat on someone else were to choose me, it would be an honor. Do you criticize a woman by slandering her reputation first? Low, despicable, utterly disgusting. Lu Zheng, why did you come? Chi Fuan tugged at his sleeve from behind. Isn't he supposed to be overseas? How could he appear here? Perhaps, did he come to the capital city with Dr. Edward? It was truly unexpected that Lu Zheng appeared to protect her. I've received your gift, and I like it. He turned back to look at her, his eyes full of complex emotions she couldn't read. Gift? That wasn't really a gift, was it? With me here today, no one can harm you. You can't resolve this. Unimaginably, the relationship between Lu Zheng and her had escalated to this point of open confrontation, yet in this situation, he actually stepped in to protect her. It's only the trivial matter of DE Group, which Chun Lu Bai voluntarily handed over. Yet, so much trouble has been caused. Wan, don't be attached to it. The Chi Yao Group will return to its former glory. This time, no one will hinder Chi Yao's steps anymore. I'll send you to the peak admired by millions, enjoying the brilliance of the world. The last sentence seemed as if Lu Zheng had gathered immense courage, as if he had abandoned something important. Hearing these words, Chi Fuan was filled with profound shock. Lu Zheng could single-handedly cause the decline of Chi Yao Group year after year. Yet, he could also have the means to make it rise again to stand at the top admired by millions. But, what could possibly happen that made Lu Zheng suddenly change from an enemy into a friend? Lu Zheng looked at her with burning eyes, seemingly trying to see through her. Even the smallest expression of hers couldn't escape his watchful eyes. Wan, will you go with me? He extended his hand toward her. Chi Fuan lowered her head, looking at the large palm before her mind suddenly recalled a childish voice. Wan, Don't be afraid, come with me. Why did the two voices overlap in her mind? Chi Fiwen had a fleeting moment of bewilderment and her hand instinctively rose, reaching for his palm. At that very moment, Shuahao called out to her. That brought her back to her senses. Her hand had already grazed the edge of his fingers. Like being electrocuted, she pulled back instantly. Seeing this, Lu Zheng attempted to swiftly seize her hand, but came up empty. In that instant, his heart began to slowly cool. 1-1. He looked at her in disbelief. He had set aside all hatred and prejudices, stepping beyond what seemed impossible. Yet Chi Fiwen rejected him outright. I'm sorry. Chi Fiwen took a step back, letting out a deep breath. I can only resolve this myself. 1-1. Are you willing to take unnecessary risks to harm your own body? I have no choice. There's a knife at my throat now. If I leave with you, it would confirm that I cheated on my husband. There will likely be more accusations placed upon me. She lowered her voice. These words must not reach Shun Nan and Yuan Kong. 1-1. Do you care about those trivial titles? You used to be fearless. I'm no longer alone. I have a husband, and I have children. I don't want them to also face disdain. Thus, however hard this path may be, I have to walk it. Your kindness I deeply appreciate, Lu Zheng. Whatever troubles you bear, I forgive you. Past events I choose not to pursue further. Go in peace. You forgive me? Do we truly end all grudges? Lu Zheng's smile grew more bitter. In the end, he turned out to be the one forgiven. Are you done with your sentimental drama? Today, Chi Fiwen isn't going anywhere. Shun Nan already sent people to seal off all exits. Chi Fiwen could run, but there was simply no way out. Take her into the operating room. Stop delaying. The paternity test results can come out in 3 hours. Shun Nan was growing impatient. Tall and strong security guards stepped forward to restrain her. Don't touch me. I'll go myself. Chi Fiwen snapped coldly. So be it then. Yuan Kong made a please proceed gesture. Chi Fiwen stared at the door of the operating room. Regardless of what consequences lay ahead, she accepted them. There was no turning back. She steadied her heart and moved forward resolutely. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from the end of the corridor. I say, who dares touch her? Chapter 177. The child is mine. Chi Fiwen doubted her own ears. How could it be his voice? Someone was coming down the corridor. A tall and upright figure, dressed in a suit, with a tie neatly knotted. His eyes had lost their innocence, dark and deep like an unfathomable cold pool, with mysterious and obscure gaze. Chi Fiwen forgot to breathe, losing her ability to speak, and her ears could not hear the sounds from all around. The colors of heaven and earth faded, leaving only his bright and dazzling figure, as if gathering all the colors of the world. Gradually, his figure became blurred. Tears filled her eyes and fell involuntarily. Mr. Shun, son. Yuan Kong and Shun Nan both looked uncomfortable. They thought they could plot some things while Shen Lubai was away, but if he returned to normal, it would be difficult. Shen Lubai kept looking at Chi Fiwen deeply, his eyes never leaving her since the start. He came up to her in big strides, ignoring Lu Zheng, pulling her into his embrace, and gently stroking her back with his big hand. His voice was hoarse and gentle, carrying an indescribable longing. I'm back, Fiwen. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. You don't have to be so stubborn. You've come. Chi Fiwen finally found her voice, trembling uncontrollably. Why did you take so long to come? Why? Why did you take so long? Don't you know how long I've waited for you, you coward? They bullied me. Chi Fiwen cried fiercely, like a helpless child. Her tears fell in torrents, wetting his shirt. Shen Liubai's heart ached even more. He heard what Shuahao said, and was eager to regain control of his body. However, for some unknown reason, the fool resisted. If it were nighttime, he might have forced himself out. But if it were daytime, his power would weaken significantly. The fool firmly disagreed, and there was nothing he could do about it. When he was anxiously waiting, unexpectedly, the fool left voluntarily without saying a word. This way, he effortlessly gained control over the body. Shen Lubai didn't have time to think much, and rushed here. Fortunately, he made it just in time. Shen Lubai let her cry her fill, and when her sobs subsided, he wiped her tears. Your eyes are swollen from crying. I'll let Shuahao send you home. I'll handle things here. I won't go home. I want to stay here. She wanted to see these two get their comeuppance. Something happened to Yi. Do you know? The situation is very bad. She hasn't woken up yet. It's done by the Shin family. Their intention was to deal with me, but this silly girl took it upon herself. I know everything. They bet with me about the child in my belly. I know too. I won't let them hurt the child. You know everything. She choked out, sobbing. Do you know that I miss you? Chi Fiwen gathered her courage and said it out loud. Shen Liubai's gaze flickered, tightening his grip on her waist, with a gaze sticky like glue clinging to her. She turned red under his intense stare. I didn't know before, but I know now. Since he refused to leave, just wait nearby and watch me handle it. His voice darkened slightly. Chi Fiwen obediently stayed behind him, not even noticing when Lu Zheng left. When she searched for his figure, Lu Zheng was already gone. Director Yuan, what do you mean? Mr. Shun, your return is truly wonderful. I am also concerned about your safety. Mainly, Mr. Shun came to see me, claiming Miss Chi has questionable character. Your situation might not be accidental, but deliberately caused. I am also considering the group's future, unwilling to take any risks, right? Mr. Shun, you won't blame me, will you? Yuan Kong was slick, absolving himself in one sentence. Shen Nan, standing aside, was ready to curse. Son, if Chi Fiwen wasn't guilty, why haven't we been allowed to visit you or see Yi until now? This clearly shows something suspicious. The child inside her isn't yours. She's put a green hat on you. Just now, hey? Where did one of her lovers go? Shen Nan also noticed that Lu Zheng was missing. Son, look closely. This woman is promiscuous and immoral. She doesn't deserve you. I am doing this all for your good. Shun Nan preached endlessly, portraying himself as a loving father thinking solely of his son. Seeing this scene, Shun Lubai felt nauseous. The child inside her is mine. Son, look at these photos carefully. Shun Nan was getting anxious. However, Shun Lubai tore all the photos into pieces right in front of him and threw them back. Let me repeat, the child in her belly is mine. The photos are all malicious fabrications. I am no longer a member of the Shin family. I have married into the Chi family and am one of the Chis. So, stop trying to cozy up to me. Even if I die, you will never get a penny of my property. Moreover, I've hired a lawyer who will hold a press conference today to notarize everything. If anything happens to me, my assets will be entirely managed by my wife, Chi Fiwen. She can do as she pleases, and no one else has the right to interfere. If anyone continues to spread rumors, don't blame me for being unfriendly. Upon hearing this, Yuan Kong and Shun Nan exchanged worried glances. Shin Lubai hugged Chi Fiwen and left. When they got in the car, Chi Fiwen was still somewhat in disbelief. Are you really back? She feared that she might turn into a fool at any second. It's me. He caressed her face. Chi Fiwen's throat tightened with emotion. If this hadn't happened, were you planning to avoid me forever, never seeing me again? You bastard, why did you show up? Couldn't I have handled it myself? She said angrily, pounding on his chest with all her strength. In the end, she was tightly embraced by him. Shin Lubai knew he had acted like an ostrich, unsure how to face her, so he shut himself away. What a disgrace. From now on, I will never leave again. He spoke each word slowly, as if making a solemn promise. Chi Fiwen was locked tightly in his embrace, trying to struggle free but powerless to do so. She cried and accused him, finally fainting in his arms as her vision went dark. Wan. Shin Lubai panicked and rushed back to the hospital, only minutes after having left, taking her to the gynecology department. Fortunately, it was just due to extreme emotional fluctuation, causing a temporary loss of consciousness, which wouldn't affect anything. However, the doctor did remind them that pregnant women in their late stages must pay extra attention to their health. Chi Fiwen fell unconscious for 2 hours, but woke up feeling refreshed, her spirit much better. I want to see ye. As these were 2 different hospitals, they would need to drive over. Shin Lubai nodded and took her there. On the way, she couldn't help but ask, what do you plan to do next? Chapter 178, All Dowry. Gradually weaken Yuan Kang's power, insert informants around him, and watch his every move. If one day he turns against us, we'll finish him off entirely. Even if something unexpected happens and I suddenly leave, this will stop him from threatening you. As for the Shin family, I have never completely wiped them out, just to make Shun Nan feel like he still has a chance to rise again. Now, my mother's dowry is almost gone, and it's time for him to realize that no matter how much money is spent, uselessness remains useless. As he said this, an overwhelming aura of malevolence surrounded him, as if he were a yaksha risen from hell. Chi Fiwen cautiously inquired, you've never really mentioned anything about your mother. Had Shui Hao not told me, I wouldn't have known. What did he say? Just that your mother eloped with your father, and not long after giving birth, she passed away. Your father has been squandering her dowry all along. A man who rises thanks to a woman's dowry is indeed quite embarrassing. Moreover, no matter how many good things he sold, accumulating untold amounts of money, over so many years, the Shin family still remained on its last breaths, even more disgraceful. Although this amniocentesis wasn't successful, Chi Fiwen already had another plan in mind. It was only 3 months until the baby was born. At that time, the first thing to do after the child's birth would be to take hair samples for a paternity test. At that point, the bet would continue as usual. They would bleed heavily. I just don't understand how your mother could fancy him. Was she love blind? At the start, my mother concealed her identity to study on the mainland, where Shun Nan was her university classmate. She thought Shun Nan didn't know her true background, but actually, her identity had already been exposed at the very beginning. Shun Nan didn't focus on studying or career, but instead studied the financial situations of each student, analyzing who could help him and who he could step on. Also, back then, he looked quite handsome with a silver tongue. My naive mother fell deeply under his charm. After graduation, my mother took him home, but my maternal grandfather saw through him immediately and strongly opposed their marriage. Mother was originally wavering, but Shun Nan used despicable means. When he realized she wanted to withdraw, he deliberately got her pregnant. Was that you? Yes, me. That made mother consider eloping. Those things weren't taken by her willingly. It was Shun Nan taking advantage of when my maternal grandfather wasn't at home and moving things away without consent. Wait, does your mother know about that? That's too outrageous. Mother didn't know at the beginning. She lived hard, raising funds for him everywhere. One day, Shun Nan mysteriously solved their financial problems. Mother assumed it was because of his talent in business, believing he could handle trade successfully. But later, after Shun Nan experienced business losses, he always quickly recovered, and the amounts involved were huge. That's when my mother began to suspect something. She found out Shun Nan was stealing goods, and they fought fiercely. It nearly led to her losing the fetus and having a miscarriage. Shun Nan justified himself by claiming he had done it to give her a better life. But by then, my mother already regretted her decision and felt powerless. She wanted to return to Hong Kong, but after that incident, she could only rest in bed. She planned to leave with me after childbirth, but my father noticed her intentions. Despite multiple attempts to retain her, he started behaving improperly, even bringing women home. That enraged her so much that after giving birth, her vital energy was depleted due to depression, which led to her tragic death. So, your maternal grandfather doesn't know about any of this? My maternal grandfather fell severely ill after my mother left, weakening his health considerably. The relatives on that side concealed the truth. My maternal grandfather believed my mother had a happy life, so there was no further investigation. Although I miss him dearly, I can't abruptly reveal myself to him. If he discovers the horrifying truth about my mother's death, he might not be able to endure it. Never imagined it to be like this. What about those antiques? I've bought most of them back and placed them in a bank's safe deposit box, registered under your name, with the password being your birthday. Mine. Since they're part of the dowry, they naturally belong to your future daughter-in-law. You should rightfully possess these things. Shin Lubai said it lightly, as if he didn't care much about those items at all. Even though Chi Fiwen has seen a lot and never blinked when spending money since childhood, her heart still raced dramatically now at the sudden wealth of countless priceless antiques. Is this a small bank safety deposit box? This is money. Isn't it worth hundreds of billions? Even if we go bankrupt in the future, with just this alone, we'll have nothing to worry about for generations. Do you like it? Shin Lubai watched her with a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Yes. Chi Fiwen answered without hesitation. The more of such valuable items, the better. If I hadn't come, what would you have done? This is what Shin Lubai was most curious about. Chi Fiwen has never been an impulsive person. This time, the situation was obviously unfavorable to her, yet she still agreed to the DNA test. Why? I have a contingency plan. Did you fabricate the report? Can't you think of other possibilities? Chi Fiwen felt somewhat exasperated. What else could it be? Did you collude with the hospital? Chi Fiwen clenched her fists tightly. He was accusing her of infidelity far too hastily. Yes, I colluded and fabricated the report. Chi Fiwen thought that even if she told him now that the child was his, Shin Lubai probably wouldn't believe her. He had already made up his mind, assuming the child belonged to Su Chua. If so, she would embarrass one more person when the baby is born by presenting multiple fake reports that will blind them all. Shin Lubai looked at her, puzzled about what he did wrong. However, this trip wasn't without gain. At least their relationship had improved significantly. Chi Fiwen's character seemed much gentler than before. Previously, she acted like a porcupine, aiming all her spines directly at him. Now, she appeared afraid he would leave again without saying goodbye. She also showed signs of cherishing every moment they spent together. When they arrived at the hospital, Chi Fiwen saw Shin Yi still unconscious and felt extremely disappointed. What about Yi? I can't let this go. The driver responsible for the car accident works for Shin Mo. If you hadn't shown up, I was planning a car accident myself, intending to leave Shin Mo half dead in the hospital. Fight poison with poison. They had ways to clean themselves off any evidence. Chi Fiwen could do it too. I'll make Shin Mo stay in the hospital and return the money from selling the antiques. How are you going to do it? Shin Mo once forced a girl into doing something, which resulted in a fatality. Shun Nin didn't know about this. It was handled by Lu Qing. What? Upon hearing this, Chi Fiwen gritted her teeth. What a despicable man. In the future, I'll make sure he behaves. Simple actions like breaking hands and legs, leaving him as a vegetable lying in bed unable to move except his eyeballs. Oh yes, he must be incapacitated. He previously showed improper intentions towards Wan Wan. Thinking of this, Shin Liubai's gaze grew colder. He held no mercy for those three individuals. His only pity went to his little sister who had been harmed by them. They also attempted to hurt the woman he loved while he was away. Since all the antiques had left the Shun family estate, from now on, it would truly mark the end of the Shun family. Chapter 179, ran off with the money. Shun Lubai directly sent the evidence anonymously to the phones of Shun Nan's family of three. The three were having dinner, but none of them had the mood to eat a bite. What are we going to do next? Such a good opportunity has slipped away. In my opinion, let it be. Your son is already capable. There's no way to stop him anymore. We might as well take the money and go abroad. After all, the business has failed more or less. Before Lu Qing finished her sentence, Shun Nin heavily slammed the table with a dark face. As long as I am alive for one day, Shin family's business must continue. Many years ago, he told Shin Liubai's maternal grandfather that he wanted to do business and hoped the latter could provide some financial support. The other party scoffed at him and pointed his finger at him, saying he was not cut out for doing business. He had been harboring this resentment in his heart for all these years and had been trying every possible way to prove himself. Shin Liubai's mother also advised him not to do business. If it really wouldn't work, they should just scale down and not expect miracles. But he thought if you're going to do something, you have to do it big. Invest big, reap big rewards. For all these years, the business kept losing money, and he felt extremely embarrassed and angry. Men want nothing more than saving face. He still had tens of billions of yuan in his hands, which was enough to revive a company. He wasn't at the end of his rope yet. Father, why don't you save that money for my wedding instead? Our quality of life doesn't need to decrease. Once I get married, you can soon hold your grandson. That money is for investment. Neither of you shall touch it. Shin Nan, don't be foolish. Are you even fit for doing business? If it weren't for what Shin Liubai's mother left behind, you would have ended up sleeping under a bridge by now. Can you please stop Churton making trouble? You've long since run out of luck. You're over 50 years old already. How can you still be so naive? If you could make it, you could have gotten rich decades ago, not now. These past years, you've been leeching off someone privately. Lu Qing tore apart the pretense. She simply couldn't bear to watch their last bit of security being thrown into his businesses again, which was nothing but a bottomless pit. Shin Nan lacked the ability to do business, but wouldn't let anyone say otherwise. Damn bitch, what did you say? Shun Nan angrily swung his fists. Lu Qing immediately threw down her chopsticks. So what, do you actually think you can hit me? I'm not the kind of person who can be easily bullied like Shin Liubai's mom. I know everything you've done these past years that people shouldn't see. If you dare do anything against me, I will divorce you. Not only will I expose you and ruin your reputation, I'll take 2/3 of your money along with our son. Father, I side with mother this time. Stop messing around. The more you tinker with the money, the less there will be. You. Shin-nan's face turned the color of liver. Just as the three of them were deadlocked, all three phones rang in unison. It was so synchronized it made everyone's hearts quiver. All eyes turned toward the phones, where some photos were displayed. When Shin-mo saw the pictures, he opened his eyes wide in shock and immediately threw the phone away, like it was a hot potato. No, it can't be possible. Lu Qing also remembered. How could this happen? Who is this girl? Shin-nen realized something was wrong. Have you guys been hiding something from me? Before Shin-nen could hear Lu Qing's response, the phone rang again. It was a call from Shin Lubai. Shin-nen immediately understood. You insolent child, what are you planning to do? According to the black market records, the last batch of antiques in your hands fetched 1.48 billion yuan. I want you to cough up the whole amount. If I don't see this money before dawn, Shin-mo will go to jail. He won't survive the imprisonment, meaning your Shin family will die out. Shin-mo isn't worth that much. Shin-nen clenched his teeth. Up to you. If you don't give it to me tomorrow, I'll still find ways to take it back. It's just a matter of time. Shin Liubai's voice was icy cold, and after making the announcement, he was about to hang up. Shin-nen suddenly softened his tone. Are we father and son really destined to be this way? I'm your biological father. Your blood runs through my veins. That's exactly why I feel so disgusted. Shin Lubai coldly interrupted him. Having a biological father like you means I must have sinned greatly in a previous life. He said without hesitation. You, quit pulling that sentimental crap. The reason you kept me alive was because you wanted to use me to contact grandfather's family someday and extort money from them. Why do you think I fell from the building all those years ago? I always thought it was Lu Qing and her son, but never imagined that you would be the culprit. What did you gain from this? Did you keep me half dead just so you could control me? Were you afraid I'd overshadow you and seek revenge for my mother? You know all this? Shin-nan's voice trembled. So stop pretending. Watching you act breaks my stomach. After saying that, Shin Lubai hung up the phone. Who is this girl? And what have you done behind my back? Shin-nen was burning with anger, unable to vent it anywhere except by giving Shin-mo a hard kick. Shin-mo endured 2 kicks, writhing in pain until he finally grabbed Shin-nan's leg on the last one. Father, save me. If I go to jail, I'll never come out. He won't let me leave alive. You've broken ties with him. I'm your only son, and nothing must happen to me. Shin-mo forcibly took advantage of a girl when he was young and ignorant. That girl, she killed herself. I thought I had smoothed everything over with money, but I didn't expect Shin Lubai, that despicable person, to dig it all up again. Give him the money. We must save my son. As a mother, Lu Qing didn't hesitate for a moment. Spend the money to save the boy. It doesn't matter whether it's tens of billions or even trillions. If it could save her son, she would act without hesitation. But Shin-nen hesitated. I need to think about it. Father, stop thinking. Save me. I'll make money for you in the future. Don't bother me. I'll give you an answer before dawn. None of you are allowed to bother me. Shin-nan roared and stormed out of the house. Mom. Shin-mo looked helplessly at Lu Qing. Lu Qing patted his head gently. There's nothing to worry about. Your father will definitely use the money to save you. Now you're his only son. He has no other choice. But as mother and son waited until dawn, Shin-nen still hadn't returned. His phone was off, and there was no way to find him. Shin-mo began to panic. Lu Qing checked their account. Every penny had been withdrawn last night. This can't be. It's impossible. Shin-nan, the selfish little man, had left them behind and fled with the money. We should report this to the police. I want to divorce him and get our money back. We can't report this to the police, or my past will be exposed. We can't. As Shin-mo was speaking, the sound of police sirens came from outside. Mom. At that moment, Shin-mo's face turned ashen. What do we do now? Sister. Sister can save us. Sister is kind-hearted. You must beg her. If Shin Lubai, that madman, can show some mercy, we'll be saved for sure. This was the only method Shin-mo could think of now. All their hope rested on Shin-yi. Chapter 180, Why Marry Her? Shin-mo was caught when his wrongdoing was discovered. Shin-nan, with the jointly owned property of the couple, disappeared without a trace. The Shun family owed a huge amount of debt, and the creditors found Lu Qing, demanding repayment. The bank repossessed the house. The creditors took away everything in the house. Lu Qing ended up homeless. Chi Fiwen heard these pieces of news, but she didn't flinch even slightly. None of these people deserved forgiveness. She only hoped that Shun Yi would get better. Now at night, she was sleeping increasingly poorly. The baby moved vigorously, a very mischievous child. She often woke up in the middle of the night after being kicked, and then couldn't fall back asleep. Previously, she always endured such long nights alone, but now it was different. Shin Lubai forcibly required them to sleep together. There were only single beds in the hospital, so Shin Lubai pushed 2 beds together. When sleeping, he would hold her close and not allow her to move too far away. At first, Chi Fiwen wasn't accustomed to it, but after enduring several nights, she eventually accepted her fate. In the middle of the night, she went to the bathroom. With a big belly and a thin body, she felt a bit short of breath. Feeling short of breath, she sat down holding the bed rail. Her movements were very light, and she thought she wouldn't disturb Shin Lubai, yet unexpectedly, he still got up. Do you need to use the bathroom? Did I wake you up? No, I am a light sleeper. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? He asked anxiously. Chi Fiwen recovered. There's nothing, go back to sleep. I'll try to be as gentle as possible. After saying this, she went to the bathroom. Unexpectedly, Shin Lubai got up and tightly supported her. Chi Fiwen didn't say much more. Chi Fiwen thought that him waking up this time was just an accident. Later, when she woke up again, she found that Shin Lu Bai was still like this. One night, 2 nights, it continued to be this way. She also noticed that when she showered, each time she came out, Shin Lu Bai would pass by the door, initially thinking he was going to get something. But with repeated occurrences, she realized that he had been guarding outside the door all along, afraid that she might suffer from lack of oxygen inside. They hadn't discussed their respective feelings during this period, seemingly tacitly avoiding the topic, because both knew that once brought up, it would only add to the conflict. Shin Lu Bai resented her for not caring enough about him, always placing her own feelings above his, making him someone optional. He yearned to be attended to by her, placed on her heart's pedestal. Even a dog knows how to protect its food, and he, a full-grown adult, meant nothing to her. Not concerned if he was stolen away by Fang Yumao. Not concerning whether he truly loved her, just wanting permanent companionship was enough. He hated Chi Fiwen's self-centeredness. Chi Fiwen despised being bound or threatened. Shin Liu Bai's behavior continuously touched her breaking point, plus endless deception and scheming. The two obviously deeply loved each other, yet they were filled with thorns. Good at protecting themselves, also skilled at hurting others. The sun was shining brightly outside. Chi Fiwen stood guard over Shin Yi without blinking, and Shin Liu Bai had already been standing beside them for 2 hours. Chi Fiwen only said 4 sentences to him. Are you not going to work? If so, go ahead. Hungry? If not, eat later. Will you get better? The last sentence was still about someone else. Mister, there is a video conference with the board of directors. At this moment, Shuihao lightly approached and spoke softly in his ear. Shin Lu Bai then left the ward. Even when the two of them walked away, Chi Fiwen did not notice. Her eyes focused only on Shin Yi. He wished he could be lying in her place. After the meeting ended, Shin Lu Bai was still distracted. Sir, are you alright? Shuihao simply couldn't bear to watch anymore. Since his return, Sir became even more profound, speaking less than before. Now, it seemed he was almost becoming a stone watching his wife. Speak your mind. Sir, can't you tone down a little toward Miss Chi? Your attitude is showing too much. But she doesn't love me enough. To her, affection is dispensable. As long as someone constantly stays by her side, whoever it is doesn't matter. I am replaceable, but to me, she is irreplaceable. Sir, it's not as exaggerated as you put it. I still feel that Miss Chi cares for you. Just appearances. Shin Lu Bai said sarcastically. She can bravely fight for Andy Lee. She can go all out for E. But me? Tell me, if I ran into trouble, would she do the same? Didn't you have an incident before? Jiang Yan was shot and caught. Could Miss Chi really confront people in prison? You don't know. While you were undergoing surgery, Miss Chi was so anxious. It's a pity that Mr. hit himself. Otherwise seeing her state would have been great. Mister, I'm not criticizing you, but why must you act unsuitably at suitable times? Shuihao, I have a project in Africa, and I think you're quite suitable for it. Shuihao, Mister, forget I said anything. How about Lu Zheng? Is he still in the capital? Yes, he hasn't left. He visited quite a few leaders in the same industry, but we don't know what he's up to. Keep an eye on him. He mustn't get close to Wan. This person is very dangerous. Lu Zheng indeed has been restless recently. He decided to make Chi Yao Group regain its former glory. He visited many prominent figures in the pharmaceutical industry. If interests couldn't persuade them, then force would be used. Things were almost ready. As long as Chi Yao connected everything, the company would surely rise to new heights in the future. He didn't rush to appear in front of Chi Fiwen. Instead, he actively visited the nursing home. Surprisingly, he could calmly accompany the elder for chess games. You might as well tell me what you want. You've come here for several days now, either helping with my rehabilitation or going for walks. Recently, you even started conceding moves and letting me win at chess. If there's something you want, I will grant it if I can. I am going to marry Wan. Cough cough. The elder had trouble catching his breath and began coughing continuously. Lu Zheng gently patted his back with unhurried movements. After patiently waiting for the elder to regain his composure, Lu Zheng leisurely looked at him. Are you joking? Both of you already have families and careers established. How dare you bring this up? Wan and I can just divorce, right? My marriage was merely for appearances. My wife Tina likes women. She married me just for show, to conceive a child. My marriage can end any time. The only question remains, when will Wan agree? I'm getting impatient. Wan doesn't like you. She does. Lu Zheng raised his voice. She just temporarily forgot about me. Since I can't take extreme measures against the Chi family, I'll have Chi Fiwen marry me and stay by my side forever to pay for past sins. Do you really love her and want to marry her, or are you marrying her out of revenge? What's the difference? Lu Zheng arched an eyebrow. You kid, if you keep being so stubborn, the only one wasting your life will be yourself. Your love isn't pure enough, and neither is your hatred. You want to give your all to Chi Fiwen, but you can't completely let go of the past. Every time you treat Chi Fiwen kindly, memories of old grudges resurface, and you find yourself unable to resist treating her coldly. Over and over again, even if Chi Fiwen deeply loves you, the relationship cannot last. Moreover, Chi Fiwen already has someone she loves. If you're concerned about me, you shouldn't worry anymore. I care only about results. My wife is destined to be Chi Fiwen. If you can't accomplish this, I don't mind handling it myself. I'll give you 1 month, and my patience is limited. Lu Zheng delivered the ultimatum. What if I refuse? What can you do? I'll tell her that she's carrying 2 deaths on her. My parents died because of her. Chapter 181, Life for Life. You dare. The old man was agitated, hitting his cane hard. But Lu Zheng remained fearless. His phoenix eyes flickered slightly, full of coldness. I mean what I say and do what I say. Lu Zheng sneered and left the sanatorium. The old man's condition had almost improved, but after this incident, he had a high fever that night, and his condition became critical. Yi Zhou wanted to contact Qi Fiwen, but the old man stopped him. Do not tell Fiwen. She is already exhausted. I cannot add trouble to her. Mr. Qi, your situation is very dangerous. What danger? Haven't we gone through enough? With you here, it will be fine. Cough cough. Yi Zhou didn't sleep all night, taking care of the old man all night long. By dawn, the old man's temperature stabilized a bit. At his age, a night of high fever made it difficult for his body functions to recover. The elderly man clearly looked much more haggard. He sat in his wheelchair, looking out the window, as if waiting for something. Yi Zhou understood. The old man was thinking of Qi Fiwen. He opened the food box, but the old man couldn't eat anything. At least have a little so your body can recover faster. Whether good or bad, it doesn't matter anymore. My life has come to an end, the old man said solemnly. He always wanted to accompany his granddaughter for a few more years, but since Lu Zheng came to collect the debt, he would repay with his life. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Yi Zhou panicked. This big man's eyes were red now, feeling sore in his nose. Xiaoyi, you followed me for 5 or 6 years. If you were in a big hospital, given your skills, you would have been renowned both at home and abroad by now. But you chose to stay here with me as a mere house doctor, managing my 3 meals a day. Child, I'm sorry to have troubled you. Grandpa, without you and the Qi family, there wouldn't be the day when I become successful. I am willing to stay with you. In my heart, you and Fiwen are both my family. I know, Grandpa knows everything. Grandpa also considers you as our own child. So, after I pass away, I hope you protect Fiwen on behalf of a brother. I will definitely. Grandpa, stop saying these things. I will cure you, believe in me. I trust your medical skills, unfortunately. Forget it. Listen to me first, because Grandpa has an important thing to tell you. Aren't you curious why I indulge Lu Zheng so much? Because the Qi family owes Lu Zheng too much. The elder fell into the whirlpool of memories. So many unpleasant things that now have to be mentioned. After so many years have passed, those memories seem to never fade. Once recalled, they feel like yesterday. When Fiwen's parents passed away, she became reclusive. Doctors diagnosed her with possible depression. She even had suicidal thoughts, afraid to interact with me, believing it was all her fault. I realized it when it was too late. I failed my son and daughter-in-law, not taking good care of their only daughter. I came up with a plan, finding a peer to keep her company. Lu Zheng's father was the second in command of the group, and his grandfather and I were comrades in arms who jointly founded Qi Yao Group. Anyone could possibly covet the Qi family's wealth, except for the Lu family. The Lu family treated others sincerely without any ulterior motives. After Lu Zheng arrived, it took more than half a year, and finally, Fiwen accepted him. Fiwen began to depend on him, gradually moving past the shadow of her parents' death and heading towards recovery. Lu Zheng became the person Qi Fiwen cared about most. They ate together, went to school together, played together. Indivisible and talking about everything. Lu Zheng directly moved into the Qi household. On weekends, when he returned home, he would bring Qi Fiwen along. The Lu couple regarded her as if she were their own daughter, raising her as such. Later, seeing how well the two children got along, I took the initiative to arrange an engagement with the Lu family. What? Yi Zhou widened his eyes, never expecting that Qi Fiwen and Lu Zhao had a prenuptial agreement. Almost everyone thought they would be together. When to get married was just a matter of time. But fate refused to favor these two children. What happened later? In the year Fiwen turned 12, she was kidnapped by a group of criminals. They demanded a large ransom, and when I heard the news, my blood pressure soared, and I fainted directly. It was Lu Zheng's father who remained calm and decisive, diverting group funds to save people. Later, when the police caught up, the kidnappers tried to escape by killing their hostage. His father sacrificed himself to save Fiwen. How? How did he manage to save her? At that time, the deal was done money for people. Lu Zheng's father planned to take them away. Then, the sound of police cars rang out, prompting the kidnappers to attempt to kill and silence. At that moment, they aimed at Fiwen and shot. His father protected Fiwen in his arms very well. He died on the spot. Yi Zhou sighed. After Lu Zheng found out about this, he moved back home and stopped talking to Wan Wan. Later, his mother became severely depressed and committed suicide right in front of him. I wanted to raise Lu Zheng, but he blamed the Qi family for his parents' deaths and intended to seek revenge. He grabbed a knife and tried to kill me, but Wan Wan blocked him. Lu Zheng left after that, and I didn't dare take care of him anymore. I handed him over to some relatives in his hometown, but the child ran away on his own and went to an orphanage. I sponsored the orphanage, hoping the boy could live better, but then, he disappeared again, and I had no idea where he went. I've always felt guilty toward this child. If it weren't for saving Wan Wan, his father wouldn't have died, and his mother wouldn't have committed suicide. It's understandable that he resents the Qi family. Wait, what about Wan Wan? Why hasn't she ever mentioned this? Because Wan Wan lost her memory. She suffered severe bleeding from blocking the knife and hit her head when she fell. When she woke up, she forgot everything about Lu Zheng. Her memories got confused, and she thought she spent the time from age 5 to 12 in isolation and depression. I was afraid telling her would hurt her again, so I never brought it up. If Wan Wan learned that her actions caused the destruction of Lu Zheng's family, I feared something terrible might happen to her. She's pregnant now, well into her late stages, and shouldn't go through any more distress. Only now did Yi Zhou finally understand why the elder tolerated him so much. So, Lu Zheng likes Wan Wan, but what about Wan Wan? If she remembers, does she like Shen Lubai or Lu Zheng? The elder sighed deeply upon hearing these words. I won't let her remember, nor will I let her choose Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang himself is unsure of his feelings and would only end up hurting Wan Wan. I admit that the Lu family has been truly kind to us. These are 2 lives, and no matter how much I try to repay them, I can never settle this debt. Now, I can only pay with my own life. Let all this karmic entanglement end with me. The old man arranged to meet Lu Zhang again. But after just one night, the elder looked even more worn out, with grayer hair. Lu Zhang hesitated for a moment, feeling a pang of compassion, but quickly turned cold-hearted again. Do you have a plan, grandfather? Chapter 182. Your life isn't worthy. Lu Zhang, the Qi family does indeed owe you. If it weren't for my hypertensive coma back then, your father wouldn't have gone to deliver the ransom. Since this matter started because of me, let it end with me. This is my will. All properties under my name are left to you. Qi Yao also has your father's hard work, so it's yours as well. My death won't lead to any pursuit. Yi Zhou will quickly cremate me, and Wan Wan won't suspect a thing. If you don't have any questions, I will settle my life before your eyes, and I hope you won't bother Wan Wan anymore in the future. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhang remained silent for a long while. Seeing his lack of response, the old man resolved himself and took out a sharp fruit knife from his pocket. He aimed at his heart, ready to make the fatal cut for a swift death. But unexpectedly, Lu Zhang finally reacted. He quickly grabbed hold of the blade. Blood gushed out, staining the table red. Lu Zhang was beside himself with rage. Old man, how old were you when you died? And how old were my parents when they died? Do you think I care if you die now to balance it out? You've taken away my home, my parents. You sure talk easily. 2 lives, you want to shoulder them all by yourself? Do you deserve that? Do you want to take Wan Wan's life? Haven't you already done so? When Wan Wan was held hostage in the jewelry store, where were you? If Qi Fiwen had died that day, she would have gotten what she deserved. But since she's still alive, what she owes me remains. I don't want your life. I want Qi Fiwen. Whether you die or not, I couldn't care less. After you're gone, I'll tell her the truth. Then, when you're no longer here but knowing this fact, do you think she would be more devastated? So, don't use such deceptive methods. I want Qi Fiwen, or else, I'll tell her the truth and let her choose. Either she atones by marrying me, or she repays me with her life. Hearing this, the old man felt overwhelming sorrow deep inside. Is there really no other way? Lu Zhang's hatred has completely distorted him. He would destroy anything he couldn't obtain, leaving no room for negotiation. I'll let her marry you. Just don't tell her. Qi Fiwen can't even get past her own parents' death. If she finds out she's also tied to 2 murder cases, how could she possibly live with herself? After hearing this agreement, Lu Zhang snatched the knife from him and threw it forcefully aside. His hands were shaking. The blood flowed quickly. It wasn't pain he felt, but fear. If he had been slower just now, it might have been too late to stop it. His parents didn't need such recompense. The old man wasn't qualified enough. Without looking back, Lu Zhang left. In his heart, he knew that Qi Fiwen was also innocent. No one forced his father to go deliver the ransom, and no one made him block the bullet to save Qi Fiwen. Nor did anyone force his mother to jump off the building and commit suicide. But those people who caused this were nowhere to be found. In a short span of days, he first lost his father and then his mother. His once perfect home crumbled suddenly. Back then, he was only 15, just a teenager. After losing both his parents, he had no outlet for his anger and ended up venting all his hatred onto the Qi family. The Qi family couldn't stand their ground either. They did, after all, die for Qi Fiwen. Grandpa Qi wanted to adopt him. He touched his head guiltily. Child, I know you're sad, and I feel the same way. I deeply regret the passing of your parents, but you must continue living. From now on, you're my Qi family child. The Qi Yao group belongs to you, and Fiwen will marry you in the future. I will compensate you doubly, child. He wanted him to let go of his hatred. But every time he closed his eyes, the tragic deaths of his parents appeared vividly in his mind. When he arrived at the Qi residence and saw Qi Fiwen's face, he couldn't control his emotions. That night, he had a very reckless idea. Kill them. Let them accompany his parents in death. He went to the old man's room with a knife and stabbed wildly. Qi Fiwen suddenly jumped onto the bed, taking a deep stab to her body. Lu Zhang, brother. The little girl called out his name painfully. He was terrified, his hands covered in warm blood belonging to Qi Fiwen. The old man woke up startled and wanted to call the police. Don't. Grandfather. Please don't. Qi Fiwen hastily stopped him, calling the police. Brother Lu Zhang would be ruined. Brother Lu Zhang, please don't harm my grandfather. It's me who owes you. I'll pay you back. Qi Fiwen pulled the knife out, blood splashing everywhere. Weakly leaning against the bed, she shakily held the knife in her hand and handed it over to him. Take a look. How should you stab to feel relieved? Fiwen managed a weak smile with difficulty. Brother Lu Zhang, I'm sorry. Kill me, Wan Wan. I am guilty. So many people have died because of me. I truly deserve to die. Like enchanted, he reached for the knife. The moment he touched her hand, it felt like being electrocuted. His hand trembled, and the knife clattered to the ground. He looked down at Qi Fiwen lying in a pool of blood, her face ashen. Panicking, he fled. It was as if there were ferocious beasts and floods chasing after him from behind. What was he afraid of? He feared the look in Sister Wan Wan's eyes. A look that begged only for death, for release. He had once sworn to protect his sister, to grow up quickly so he could marry her and bring her home. Her parents' deaths weren't her fault. She didn't deserve to live in guilt. But when it happened to him, he realized how hard it was to let go of hatred. He didn't know how to face Qi Fiwen. That single slash had stripped him of all his courage. Later, he went to his relative's house and secretly discovered they had taken money from the Qi family. He didn't want to spend a penny from the Qi family, so he ran away from home and went to an orphanage. The Chi family donated money to the orphanage too. This time, he made up his mind. He'd rather starve to death on the streets than have anything more to do with anyone or anything related to the Chi family. Later, someone adopted him and taught him skills, letting him study. He never met Chi Fiwen again. As time passed, he slowly grew up and matured. He came to understand. Chi Fiwen wasn't a murderer, and she didn't deserve to die. Finally, he mustered the courage to find her in the capital city. He went to the Chi Yao group. When they met again, there were countless emotions tangled together. He was speechless. For him, the whole world seemed to revolve around her presence. She smiled as she walked toward him. His heart rose and fell wildly. But then, she extended her hand in friendliness. Nice to meet you. I'm Chi Fiwen. Are you here for the job opening? I happen to need talented people like you. Shocked. Heartbroken. Unfathomable. How could this be their first meeting? My name is Lu Zhang. He painfully managed to choke out these words. Good name. Chi Fiwen praised. So, it was just about having a good name, was it? Once upon a time, they were the most familiar people to each other. He didn't even know how he got through that day. She treated him as if he were just some high-priced talent she had lured over. She was extremely kind to him. She invited him to dinner, showed him around the company team, and enthusiastically introduced the people around her. Lu Zhang, this is my boyfriend, Tang Zizong. At that moment, his heart bled again. He had to admit a fact. Chi Fiwen had forgotten him. While he was lost in endless longing, she had wiped him completely from her memory. She had effortlessly moved on with her life, while he had been stuck in the same place for years. He couldn't accept it. Thus, revenge took root from that moment and never ceased. He didn't even know whether he was seeking vengeance for his parents or punishing Chi Fiwen for forgetting him. Chapter 183. What the Fool Left Behind. A massive shadow loomed over Lu Zhang. He was grief-stricken, furious, and unwilling to accept defeat. All these emotions converged, making it hard for him to breathe. A sudden sweetness in his throat triggered a violent cough. To his shock, it was blood. The blood stained the grass red as he gasped for air. Are you okay? A kind passerby saw Lu Zhang and was very concerned. I'll call 120 for you. Lu Zhang harshly shoved her away, his face clearly telling her not to come near. Don't meddle. He staggered forward without stopping for a moment. The old man seemed to have completely collapsed, devoid of all vitality and spirit. He looked older, with hazy eyes barely able to see what was in front of him. Yizhou watched him anxiously. This negotiation appeared to have failed, delivering a heavy blow to the old man. He didn't dare to make a sound, fearing he might disturb the old man's last breath. He silently draped an overcoat on his grandfather and stood by quietly. After refusing food and drink for an entire day, the old man fell sick beside his bed. His heart rate was low, his breathing labored, his eyes vacant. Yizhou panicked. The previously stable condition had suddenly become unstable again. An emergency surgery was performed, but the elder was advanced in years, having already undergone several operations. His body was now riddled with injuries. Any further surgery was out of the question, leaving only medication to maintain his health. But this amounted to giving up on life. Death was a foreseeable outcome. The old man also realized that his time was running out. Do not tell Wanwan. Wouldn't such a major event be told? Just wait, until she's finished there. That young girl, if something happens to her, how could we let her recover if we don't wait? I can hold on. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Yizhou's face. Grandpa, my entire life has been about atonement. The elderly man's consciousness began to fade. Chi Fiwen knew nothing about what had happened here. She stayed by the hospital, waiting for Shinyi to regain consciousness. Her recent diet was good, and the meals delivered lately were to her liking. With a good appetite and eating more, her complexion had improved significantly. Another year-end approached. Snow had started falling outside, but the room remained warm and cozy. Chi Fiwen was taking a shower in the bathroom. Just bending down to grab something and standing back up caused dizziness and blurred vision. She almost lost her balance and quickly grabbed the railing. A buzzing filled her ears, her vision became unclear, the world spun around her, and she struggled to breathe. It seemed like someone was calling her from outside, but she couldn't hear. Suddenly, she found herself in a warm embrace. It's all right. Shin Lubai hurriedly patted her head, his voice trembling slightly. Chi Fiwen finally regained clarity, looking around her. The toiletries were scattered everywhere, shards of glass lay broken, and her feet had stepped on them, seeping blood. Yet, she hadn't felt any of this. She was completely numb. Looking into the mirror, she noticed that her face lacked all color, pale white as though she were on the brink of death. My clothes. I haven't put my clothes on yet, she said weakly. Shin Lubai rushed to fetch her a bathrobe and wrapped it tightly around her. Don't catch a chill, go to the bed. I'll clean up for you. Shin Lubai carried her to the bed, letting her rest while checking her injuries. Fortunately, the cuts weren't deep, so it wasn't serious. Disinfection followed by a bandage was enough. Your hair is so wet, you might catch a cold. As he spoke, he dried her hair. His movements were exceptionally gentle, as if afraid of causing her pain. Listening to the white noise of the hairdryer and feeling his tender care, Chi Fiwen began to feel drowsy. Chi Fiwen eventually drifted off deeply. The man stood by the bedside, watching her with a look of helplessness, then lightly kissed her forehead. Chi Fiwen slept soundly. These past few days, being in the hospital meant that her grooming and sleep were both compromised. Today, after returning home, she wanted to take a proper bath and eat a meal before resuming her watch. Unexpectedly, she fell asleep directly. Moreover, something soft and fluffy next to her made her feel quite warm. Chi Fiwen suddenly touched something hard. How can I make one like me? The voice startled her awake. Chi Fiwen's sleepiness vanished instantly as she realized the plush toy bear in her arms was speaking. This voice was Shin Liubai's. More accurately, it was the fool's. Chi Fiwen stared in astonishment, noticing the faint red glow emanating from the bear's eyes. Was there some electronic device inside? Upon opening the zipper, she discovered the bear's eyes were cameras that could record video, mimic speech, and even sing and dance, equipped with a variety of functions. She had let her staff buy a bunch of toys, but didn't check each one individually, assuming they were ordinary plush dolls. It seemed the fool didn't know either and accidentally activated the switch. I'm hungry, give me something good to eat. The little bear said pitifully. Then I'll charge you. Let's see what the fool has said. The fool suddenly left, and she didn't have time to feel sorrowful because too many things were pressing down on her, making it hard to breathe. Moreover, Shin Liubai had returned. She had forgotten that his return meant someone else had to disappear. Thinking of the fool suddenly, her heart softened a bit, but also ached. Tears fell silently. I am truly unfeeling. The fool had been gone for several days, and she hadn't had time to be sad. So, in the end, she cared more about Shin Liubai. For the fool, it was more out of the responsibility of an early promise. There was a USB drive inside the toy bear that could be removed. She plugged it into the computer and found that it had saved quite a few videos. As long as someone approached, the device would automatically start recording. She saw in the footage, the fool sitting all alone, head drooping. I don't want to go, I want to live, but I'm useless. The scene shifted, and the fool appeared unusually positive and optimistic, clenching his fists with high morale. I want to make money, I want to support Wanwan. The fool talked to himself to the bear, laughing foolishly. Wanwan is like a rose, I want to plant her a garden full of roses. The fool then blushed, looking embarrassed yet somewhat smug. I secretly carved our names on a tree. Chi Fiwen watched, her eyes gradually blurring. There was someone, regardless of blood ties, giving love without reservation or selfishness. Both her and Shin Liubai had been at least somewhat self-centered at times. Only the fool had given fully without reserve. I'm sorry. Suddenly, her crying stopped. Chi Fiwen couldn't catch her breath, as if an invisible hand was tightly choking her throat. She felt a hard box inside the bear's body. Taking it out and opening it, she saw vivid red glass roses intricately carved inside. They were normal flower-sized, very weighty. That color, vivid like a pool of blood. Chi Fiwen looked, stunned in disbelief. Could it be? This was the meaning behind the fool's efforts to make money. Chapter 184. A flower that will never wither. She quickly scanned through the video, and finally, it mentioned this rose. Wanwan is like a rose, but those flowers are all too delicate. They wilt after just a few days. My Wanwan should never wither, only growing more beautiful. I asked many people what kind of flower wouldn't fade, and they said fake flowers. I went to buy some, but they were too ugly, not fitting for Wanwan at all. As I passed a shop, there were many shiny things inside, including a sparkling rose. The boss said it was crystal, very expensive. I need to earn money quickly to buy it. Wanwan is pregnant. There's a little baby in her belly. She'll be so tired. Both she and the baby need care, so I must buy this crystal rose quickly. Even if I leave, there will still be an unfading crystal rose by her side. Teddy bear, I've placed the gift in your belly. You help me give this gift to Wanwan. I don't dare to say goodbye to her. Teddy bear, I really can't bear to part with Wanwan. Wah, I shouldn't cry. Wanwan doesn't like me crying because that person never cries. I can't protect her anymore, so I have to entrust her to someone who can protect her. I know. I could never measure up, because I'm such a fool. After Chi Fiwen finished watching, tears streamed down her face like broken pearls, unable to stop. She tightly clutched the glass flower. Her scorching hot tears fell onto the heart of the flower. At that moment, Shin Liubai arrived. Seeing her sobbing uncontrollably, he was deeply worried. What's wrong? Wanwan. That fool has left, and I never thought about him. I'm just heartless, saying that I would take care of him forever. But deep down, I was still looking forward to his departure, so he would return you. His wooden house wasn't even built yet, but he already filled the yard with roses. He worked odd jobs, doing various tasks, just to buy me a flower that would never fade. But he didn't even know he'd been tricked. It's made of glass, it's not worth much. You tell me, how could he be so foolish? Knowing fully well that I don't love him, treating him so offhandedly. But he responded with utmost sincerity. I am a bad woman. I can't handle such feelings. Shin Liubai, you damn jerk. Why did you leave me with such a mess? If you want to leave, just leave. What do you think I am? What do you think of him? Chi Fiwen erupted emotionally. The oppression from the past, while had nowhere to hide now. She was like a small leaf boat in a storm, constantly being tossed around by the waves. And now, Shin Liubai became the warmest harbor, hugging her tightly. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. You get out. Go away. I don't want to see you. Overcome with emotion, Chi Fiwen just wanted to be alone. But Shin Liubai refused to let go. Enraged, she bit him hard on the shoulder. Her mouth soon filled with a faint metallic taste of blood. She was like a wolf encountering meat, refusing to let go, gasping for breath, her eyes bloodshot. Her entire body was trembling, emitting umph sounds from her nose. This bite, she exerted all her strength. Shin Liubai endured the pain silently, not blaming her, only gently stroking her head. It's all my fault. Just let it out. I should have come back earlier. Wanwan, you can blame or hit me. Just don't torment yourself. Think not only of yourself, but also the child. Chi Fiwen's pin-up anger was finally released. Soon, her body grew limp, devoid of any strength. Shin Liubai immediately steadied her. I've called the doctor. Let her examine you properly. That fool is gone. And I didn't even bid him a proper farewell. I am truly irresponsible. Shin Liubai, stop playing with me, okay? Don't keep changing personalities, alright? I'm caught in the middle, alienated from both sides. Do you know how much I loathe myself right now? That fool did nothing wrong, but what did I do wrong? She clutched her chest tightly, feeling as though a knife was carving at her heart. It really hurts. Upon hearing these words, Shen Lubai felt a dull ache in his heart. He truly deserved to be called despicable, leaving her in such a difficult position. From now on, it won't happen again. Qi Fiwen calmed down, sitting idly as she awaited the doctor to check her. It's normal for late-stage pregnancy symptoms, such as insufficient blood supply causing anemia and dizziness, along with limb numbness. However, your condition seems rather serious. Bed rest is recommended. Additionally, pregnant women must pay attention to their emotions as it directly affects the baby. Many medications aren't suitable for pregnant women, thus dietary adjustment and natural aromatherapy are suggested for sleep regulation. Thank you, doctor. Hearing that Qi Fiwen was fine, Shen Lubai sighed in relief. As the doctor left, there were only the two of them in the room. Qi Fiwen looked disoriented and lost. You should sleep again. There's still time. It was just dawn outside. Qi Fiwen remained silent. Shen Lubai got into bed and held her tightly. Fei, what must I do for you to forgive me? Before he could finish his sentence, his lips were covered. Qi Fiwen kissed him urgently. She even bit him with her teeth. Her breathing was already erratic. Shen Lubai quickly realized. Fei, you. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, they were drowned again. After a while of chaotic nibbling, she buried her face in his chest, her shoulders shaking, accompanied by muffled sobs. Shen Lubai, can we stop arguing? Can we reconcile? The past is the past. Let's not mention it again. Let's start over, shall we? She lifted her misty eyes, appearing like a delicate porcelain doll that could easily break. Shen Lubai was careful with each breath. He hugged her tightly, hardly believing it. Is it true? It's true. Don't deceive me. Qi Fiwen, please don't deceive me. This time, Shen Lubai initiated the kiss, deepening it further. The two were deeply entwined in a passionate embrace, unwilling to part for fear that the other might vanish. This additional nap was particularly warm, and they didn't wake up until the afternoon. Just as Qi Fiwen was about to go to the hospital, she received a call from them. What? She woke up? I'm coming right away. Qi Fiwen was so delighted she became incoherent. In a rush, she arrived there, tears streaming down her face at the sight of Shen Yi waking up. Why are you crying? I didn't die. Shen Yi managed these words with great difficulty, though her tone sounded hard, yet her eyes brimmed with moisture. Qi Fiwen hugged her tightly. Idiot, how dare you gamble with your life? The Shen family didn't stop, they dragged you into it too. You stupid girl, you'll kill me with anger. Do you want me to feel guilty all my life? Is this your new way of getting back at me? Qi Fiwen scolded her while crying at the same time. She felt both joy and sorrow in her heart. Shen Yi pouted. If only she wasn't physically weak, she'd definitely be able to fight her for 300 rounds. Lur, you're going to strangle me. She coughed dryly. Qi Fiwen quickly loosened her grip. Are you alright? I didn't mean to. She was extremely anxious. Seeing her like this, Shen Yi's nose tingled slightly. They looked at each other, but did not say more. Shen Yi had awoken, but still couldn't move freely, requiring help to eat. However, since she was awake, getting out of bed was just a matter of time. After observing her condition for 2 days, Shen Yi had completely escaped danger. Her limbs were able to move, and she could walk, albeit experiencing pain with every step. As she started recovering a little, she mustered the courage to ask some questions. Big brother, where are mom and dad? And where's second brother? Chapter 185. Someone was hugging her. Your father left with the money and went abroad. Your second brother was imprisoned. Now all of the Shun family's debts fall on your mother's shoulders. She is running away from creditors everywhere. I want to see them. Shen Yi carefully examined Shen Lubai's expression, fearing he would not agree. But his face was calm, showing no sign of objection. All right. Without any hesitation, he agreed, letting her breathe a sigh of relief. She certainly knew that there were many issues with the Shin family, but they were, after all, her parents and older brother. No matter how wrong the parents may be, children should be forgiving. But not now. Wait until you are feeling better. Shun Yi nodded obediently, cooperating actively in treatment and still being very concerned about her family. She currently felt quite conflicted inside. Helping her elder brother deal with the Shin family made her appear heartless. But watching them harm her elder brother, she couldn't tolerate it either. Caught in between, she struggled, and at such a young age, she had almost grown white hair out of worry. Shin Yi's recovery was going well, finally allowing her an opportunity to go out for half a day. She first visited the prison to see Shinmo. Shinmo's hair had been shaved short, and he looked much thinner, with injuries visible on his exposed arms. The moment he saw Shin Yi, he became extremely agitated. Sister. He held the phone handset, tears immediately streaming down. You saved me. It's not a place for humans here. If this continues, I'll die. Little sister, have some empathy for me. We're real siblings, do you remember? When we were kids, I helped you fight, took you to fly kites. Second brother. Shin Yi felt heartbroken seeing his current state. Second brother, your personality is too impetuous. Being here could actually serve as good discipline. I will make elder brother let you off lightly, ensuring nothing bad happens to you. You just need to reform yourself here. After you've served your time, I'll come pick you up and bring you home. What are you talking about? Serve my time? Do you know how many years I'm sentenced to? 10 years. 10 whole years. Are you asking me to stay in this hellish place? Shin-mo was shocked. Whose sister are you anyway? What relationship do you have with him, that you're taking sides against us? Second brother, I am doing this for your own good. To hell with you. Shin-mo burst into curses out of frustration, unable even to keep pretending any longer. In a fury, he threw the phone onto the table, stood up violently, and began pounding on the glass furiously, wishing he could break out immediately and strangle Shin-yi. Though Shin-yi couldn't hear his voice, she could clearly read his lips. Go die already. I don't have a sister like you, you wretched woman, such a wicked woman. Shin-yi felt her heart ache painfully. She held the receiver stubbornly, knowing fully well that he couldn't hear her, yet she still spoke. Second brother, I will wait for you to come back home. Even if you refuse to acknowledge me, in my heart, you will always be my second brother. She placed the phone back gently, hesitantly casting one last glance before pushing her wheelchair to leave. When she reached outside, Shin Lu-bai and Chi Fei-wan were waiting. Both were highly uneasy and insisted on following over. Why are you crying? Did that bastard say something? If necessary, I can just make him mute. Chi Fei-wan was indignant. No, he is, after all, my second brother. Shin-yi quickly stopped her. All right. Chi Fei-wan had no choice but to relent. She couldn't disregard Shin-yi's feelings since those were blood relatives, and making decisions would not allow complete rationality. Shin-yi has already sacrificed a lot by cutting ties with her own family. Forcing her to watch her parents and older brother perish was impossible, surely leading to her living a lifetime of guilt later on. Brother, what about second brother? Shin-yi tried to speak, but faltered. Shin Lu-bai naturally understood. He won't die, at most, suffer more hardship while inside, and he'll eventually get out. If upon release, he remains unsettled. It won't happen, it absolutely won't. I will definitely persuade him. Shin-yi said quickly. Only then did Shin Lu-bai nod. Little sister was too kind-hearted, thinking these people had potential for reform, willing to give them chances repeatedly. He was well aware this was unrealistic, but he couldn't bear to destroy the innocence still present within Shin-yi. This was a precious quality that he didn't dare wish for himself. All he could do was protect carefully so Shin-yi would not be bullied. I want to see Mom. I will accompany you. I will accompany you too. Chi Fei-wan also followed along. Since Shen Mo was locked up, a solo visit wouldn't work anymore. Lu Qing was physically fit and capable, now at a dead end, capable of anything. Moreover, she favored sons over daughters, having sent her daughter abroad when she was ill and not cared for many years, focusing all her attention on her son, indulging him to become this way. Regardless of whatever trouble arose, she'd help clean up, hence Shin Imo never faced the proper consequences for his actions, becoming increasingly reckless. Those who aid the wicked deserve to die even more. Logically, Lu Qing should be imprisoned for harboring a criminal, but he chose not to. Instead, he let Lu Qing run herself ragged outside, fruitlessly, which was the most desperate situation of all. When Shen Yi arrived at the arranged place, she saw Lu Qing, disheveled and grimy. Once a noblewoman of high society, she now looked utterly disheveled and wretched. Her clothes were dirty, some even with holes. Her hair was dry, rough, and tangled, her face sallow and emaciated, without any hint of vitality. Shen Yi almost didn't recognize her when she first saw Lu Qing. This was her mother. Mom. Shen Yi's lips trembled as tears rolled down her cheeks. Lu Qing wanted to lash out, but upon seeing Shen Lu-bai and Chi Fei-wan, she swallowed the words already on her tongue. You can't abandon your brother. We're family, you have to save him. Mom, I've already visited second brother. I told him to reform properly while inside, and I'll wait for him outside until he gets out. On the way here, I've made arrangements to settle the Shun family's debts. The money will count as a loan from elder brother, and I'll repay it bit by bit. Life won't be as good as before, but I'll work hard to support you. Let's just wait together for second brother to come out, okay? Shun Yi looked earnestly at Lu Qing. Lu Qing's face flushed with anger. Naturally, she could not accept this outcome. Her beloved son was in jail, likely being tormented severely, unable to withstand even a single moment there. And they wanted her to wait for his release? My dear Yi, please do me this one favor. You've saved your brother. You're our only hope. You can do it. She gave Shin Yi several pointed glances, hoping she would plead well with Shin Lu-bai. If she only asked, Shin Lu-bai would certainly agree. Shin Yi hesitated, looking towards Shin Lu-bai, but eventually shook her head firmly. Mom, if second brother did wrong, he needs to take responsibility for it. How could I raise such an ungrateful child like you? He's your own brother. If it weren't for you, how could we have ended up like this? It's all because of you. Knowing this, I shouldn't have given birth to you. Mom, even if you don't acknowledge me as your daughter, I won't help you. A mistake is a mistake, and second brother must accept the consequences. Elder brother has never completely destroyed you, yet you tried to harm his wife and children. Is this proper? Before she could finish, Lu Qing, unable to bear it any longer, delivered a forceful slap. Shin Yi was terrified, instinctively closing her eyes. But soon, she opened them again, because Chi Fei-wan, heavily pregnant, without hesitation shielded her. Shin Lu-bai moved swiftly, grabbing Lu Qing's descending arm. Almost simultaneously, both had acted. Shin Yi felt a lump in her throat. Some people were abandoning her, and others were hugging her. Chapter 186. Aunt taking care of the child. Ouch, ouch. Lu Qing shouted, her face twisted with pain. Do you even deserve to be a mother? Chi Feiwen snapped back to reality, tightly guarding Shin Yi. She glared furiously at Lu Qing. What do you know? This girl has betrayed us and helped outsiders. I should have never given birth to her. You wretched beggar ghost. All these years I raised you. But what have you given me in return? Your brother is suffering inside, and you just stand there doing nothing. What good are you? You might as well die. If I could trade you for my son, I would have done it long ago. Shin Yi heard these heart-piercing words, her eyes turning red severely as tears streamed down endlessly. choking her speechless. Chi Fiwen felt the ache deep within her heart. If she had such an adorable and sincere daughter in the future, she'd wake up smiling every night from her dreams. Clear on right and wrong, knowing kindness and evil, yet still kind-hearted and independent. If Lu Qing could only stay calm, Shen Yi would surely take great care of her. But she's insatiable, harboring deep-rooted gender prejudice. Chi Fiwen roared at her. You gave birth to her, but did you raise her? At what age did she go abroad for treatment? Have you ever taken care of her? When she needed you most, where were you? All you do is revolve around your son. Haven't you heard the saying, too much kindness spoils the child? It's because of you that Shen Mo turned out this way. All coming from the Shen family. Neither Shen Lubai nor Shen Yi grew up by your side, yet they each turned out decent and independent. But Shen Mo, he's worthless mud that can't be supported onto the wall, solely because of you as his mother. Chi Fiwen's sharp words cut like a blade, piercing deeply into Lu Qing's heart. She cared about this son the most, yet now Chi Fiwen clearly pointed out, it was precisely because of her that Shen Mo met this fate. How could Lu Qing bear it? I'll tear off your mouth. Lu Qing was infuriated, but with Shen Lubai present, she couldn't even touch Chi Fiwen's clothes, so she just stood there yelling helplessly. Chi Fiwen became even more emboldened. Do you know what? Shen Mo doesn't even want to see you. He hates you. He thinks it's all your fault. You've caused him so much harm. He curses you day and night in prison. He says he never wants to see you again, that you two should live apart until death. Even after getting out, he wouldn't recognize you. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. My son wouldn't be like that. He wouldn't. Lu Qing looked panicked, retreating step by step. It's not possible, my son wouldn't. She kept repeating herself, as if caught in some spell. Mom. Shen Yi looked at her anxiously. Shen Yi wanted to check on her condition, but was slapped away by Lu Qing screaming at her. Get lost, you tramp who ruined my son. Shen Yi's wrist turned red instantly. Chi Fiwen's heart hurt immensely. I'm fine, Shen Yi softly replied, looking like a pitiful little rabbit. Lu Qing left in a staggering hurry, grabbing a passerby, and started calling them names. Crazy person. My son, you're my son. Lu Qing grabbed another young man and started calling him son. My mom she. Shen Yi looked somewhat worried. She'll be fine. With those words from him, Shen Yi was reassured. She gazed deeply at Lu Qing's retreating figure. She had already thought this through before coming. Even though she mentally prepared herself, once it actually happened, she still couldn't help but feel heartbroken. She even felt guilty, thinking if she hadn't helped her elder brother and Chi Fiwen, the Shen family wouldn't have become like this. But if she hadn't helped, she would feel she had committed a tremendous sin. On both sides were her close family members. Choosing one meant inevitably abandoning the other. She truly suffered immensely. She drooped her head, listless in spirit. Even when Chi Fiwen spoke to her, she lacked any energy to respond. You haven't been out for a while. Let me take you somewhere nice to eat and blow off some steam? No, I want to go back to the hospital. Chi Fiwen glanced back at Shen Lubai. Let's go back. They returned to the hospital. Chi Fiwen made sure Shen Yi fell asleep before leaving the ward. I'm afraid Yi will leave unresolved issues behind her mind. Even though she didn't make a mistake, her actions led to the disintegration of our family. Her elder brother ended up in jail. Her mother became mentally unstable. Her heart must be hurting badly. She feared someone falling into depression. She almost got depression herself once. Every day, she questioned her own value and wanted to end her life. She was really afraid Shen Yi would follow that path. She sincerely regarded Yi as her sister. Let her take care of the child. What? Chi Fiwen was surprised and looked at him. Find something to distract her, teach her professional childcare, and let her take care of our child. Big brother. Chi Fiwen couldn't help but pat his shoulder lightly. Only Shen Lubai could come up with such an idea. When Shen Lubai told Shen Yi about this when she woke up, I'm going to take care of the child? Shen Yi was terrified. I can't do it. You can learn. Your brother and I discussed it, and we don't trust anyone else with this responsibility. We trust you the most in the family. We believe that taking care of the baby is best left to you. You're his aunt, and he will surely revolve around you in the future. Your brother really needs you, so help me out just this once. I haven't asked much of you before. Consider this my request. You're the sister I trust the most. When Shen Lubai initiated an assault of sincerity, no one could resist. Shen Yi immediately felt her blood boil. All right, I'll take full responsibility for your child. How could she let down the trust of her elder brother? Shen Yi found new motivation again and began to study nursing knowledge diligently, constantly looking up information online about how a top-tier postpartum nurse takes care of a baby. Even though the child wasn't born yet, she had already filled a thick notebook with notes. Not only that, but she had started purchasing necessities like diapers and cribs. Chi Fiwen saw that her spirit had returned and sighed in relief. Now she finally had time to sit down and have a serious talk with Shen Lubai. Shen Lubai, after our divorce, we slept together once, so the child is yours. Think carefully now, was there such an instance? Is this okay to say? Chi Fiwen kept practicing what to say, always feeling a bit odd about how it came out. I haven't been with any other men. The only man for me is you. My relationship with Su Chua has been pure. As Chi Fiwen muttered to herself, her phone rang. It was Yi Zhou calling. Chi Fiwen suddenly remembered how busy she'd been lately and hadn't visited Grandpa for quite some time. It was time to bring Shen Lubai to see Grandpa. Yi Zhou, is Grandpa all right? I'm planning to visit this weekend. It's me, Wan. The gentle voice of Grandpa came through on the other end. Grandpa. Chi Fiwen was somewhat surprised. Why are you using Yi Zhou's phone to call me? Grandpa gave a bitter laugh. He didn't have the courage to dial her number himself and had Yi Zhou assist. Wan, come over. I have something important to tell you. I'll bring Shen Lubai along. There's no need to bring him. Come alone. All right, I'll be right over. Qi Fiwen faintly sensed that the matter Grandpa wanted to discuss was crucial, so she hurriedly drove off. Chapter 187. 2 Lives. Inside the convalescent hospital. Xiaoyi, will this work? The old man anxiously looked at Yizhou. Yizhou's nose felt sour as he struggled to hold back his tears. The old man had aged rapidly recently, looking very sick and emaciated. To keep Qi Fiwen from worrying about him, he specifically called a high-end makeup artist over. After a quick special effects makeup, the old man appeared more spirited. His hair was also dyed, making it less white. Still, his thin frame remained unchangeable no matter what. Grandpa, you look very good. Will I fool Fiwen? She is heavily pregnant. I don't want to give her extra trouble. When Yizhou heard these words, he felt even worse inside. The old man was almost at the end of his days, and yet, he still thought about Qi Fiwen. He had already planned everything. If he were to suddenly pass away, Yizhou should hide the truth, using going abroad for treatment as an excuse, delaying until after Qi Fiwen gave birth. I'll be able to fool her. You're nearly fooling me too. That's good, that's good. The old man tried to comfort. Soon, Qi Fiwen arrived. Grandpa, Qi Fiwen rushed toward him like a baby swallow returning to its nest. The old man watched nervously. My baby girl, you have to be careful. You're pregnant. It's fine, fine. Seeing Grandpa, there's nothing wrong anymore. Your complexion looks better, but aren't you much thinner than before? I'm on a diet. Diet. Yes. I also want to follow the fashion trend. The main reason is Xiaoyi said I'm too fat, which is bad for my health, so I must control my diet. Recently, I've even found it hard to eat meat. Isn't it natural that I lost some weight? The old man started complaining. Only now did Qi Fiwen feel reassured. Grandpa, why did you call me here? Fiwen, divorce Shen Lubai. I want you to marry Lu Zhang. Qi Fiwen. She stared at her grandfather in shock, questioning if she had hallucinated. You? What did you say? The grandfather sighed, saying, I think Lu Zhang is a decent child. Marrying him would put my mind at ease. Grandpa, do you know what you were saying? Even if I weren't with Shen Lubai and didn't have his child, I wouldn't get together with Lu Zhang. Didn't you ask me why I kept indulging Lu Zhang? Well, today I'll tell you. I owe the Lu family too much. His parents died because of me. Lu Zhang became an orphan because of me. Since Lu Zhang likes you and wants to be with you, it's the only chance for me to redeem myself. Qi Fiwen found it hard to digest all the information instantly received. Lu Zhang's parents died because of Grandpa. Lu Zhang liked her, using her for redemption. Is there such an absurd thing in this world? Grandpa, do you take me for someone who can be used to atone for sins? Am I some merchandise? Qi Fiwen couldn't understand, taking one step back at a time. Suddenly, the familiar Grandpa became utterly estranged. The old man tightly gripped the handles of his wheelchair soundlessly, suppressing the cough rising up in his throat. He was deeply regretful inside, but powerless. So it had to be him to play the role of the villain. Fiwen, if you don't agree, then you should not acknowledge me as your grandpa. I'll consider having no granddaughter like you. In the future, do not visit me. When I die, you do not have to send me off. Let Xiaoyi handle my funeral. Grandpa, Qi Fiwen was emotionally agitated. How could he say such things? Not recognizing her. Grandpa, I know you owe Lu family. Giving them Qi Yao Group, I would have nothing to say. I am willing to compensate and repay them for my entire life if needed. But interpersonal debts shouldn't be repaid like this. How can you use me to compensate? Shen Lubai and I are still husband and wife. I'm carrying his child. You treat me like a commodity and use me to compensate him. What am I supposed to do? If there's no other way, I can talk with Lu Zhang, alright? Even if it costs my life, it would be better than pushing me onto him. Qi Fiwen constantly begged. But for some unknown reason, the grandpa acted heartless, turning his back. In 3 days, if you haven't divorced Shen Lubai, then don't come see me again. I will disown you as my granddaughter. Grandpa, Xiaoyi, show her out. The grandpa acted so coldly, without once turning back to look at her. Fiwen, go outside. Though feeling bitter inside, Yizhou showed no emotion on his face. Qi Fiwen was forcibly taken out. She continuously knocked on the door, but it was locked from the inside. Grandpa, can we talk calmly? Grandpa, please see me. Grandpa, if you won't see me, I will kneel right here. Qi Fiwen showed determination. She directly knelt down on the ground. Yizhou wanted to help her up, but Qi Fiwen obstinately remained kneeling. Xiaoyi, tell her that if she continues pressuring me, I will take sleeping pills right now. Grandpa, don't. Qi Fiwen's heart had gone cold, as if she were falling into an abyss. Wanwan, get up. You're both members of the Qi family. Grandpa is more stubborn than you. Qi Fiwen was pulled up in a daze, her steps unsteady. Yizhou, tell me, did something happen? Why would Grandpa suddenly make such a demand? I don't know. Yizhou stammered a bit. Did Lu Zhang come by? Stop asking. It's definitely him. I'll talk to him personally. Qi Fiwen clenched her fists and asked Su Qingqing to prepare some materials. She called Lu Zhang, who surprisingly asked her to meet at her own hotel. Moreover, it was at 8 p.m. Qi Fiwen frowned. Can't we change the time? Missed deadline, no waiting. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Having no choice, Qi Fiwen went over despite not being able to inform Shen Lubai even once. She didn't know how Shen Lubai would feel if he found out on his own. But right now, she didn't have time to think about anything else. She arrived at night. The lights in the suite were dim, with only the bathroom light shining bright. Splashing water could be heard from inside. Someone was showering. Qi Fiwen sat rigidly on the couch, patiently waiting. She waited for half an hour before the person came out. Lu Zhang was wrapped in a bath towel, his hair wet. He casually dried his hair as he walked out. You're here. Would you like something to drink? There's freshly squeezed juice. No thanks. She coldly rejected the offer. Lu Zheng poured himself a glass of red wine and sat down on the sofa. What do you want? Lu Zheng, let's not pretend we don't know what this is about. Did you go see my grandfather? What exactly did you say to him? Otherwise, why would Grandpa bring up such a matter so suddenly? Oh, I remember now. I saw him once. What did you say to him? I said I wanted to marry you. Lu Zheng, if I'm not mistaken, you are still married. Do you not find that shameful? And I am currently married with a child on the way. And you think this marriage works? Marriage. Lu Zheng. She truly underestimated how shameless Lu Zheng could be. Why don't we set a price? How much money do you want? Qi Fiwen, 2 lives, 1 intact family. Tell me, how much money is appropriate? Lu Zheng stared at her darkly, feeling cruelly satisfied inside. Remember it now. Recall it in this critical moment, during the most torturous period when your body and mind are both suffering. The intense pleasure of vengeance overwhelmed him, losing all sense of reason. Qi Fiwen, hearing these words, felt a strange palpitation in her chest. Why did those words sound somewhat familiar? Chapter 188, Boldness. Had her grandfather never told her before? Her slight headache was making it difficult for her to focus on thinking. She adjusted her breathing and looked at him through the pain. Lu Zheng, so what do you want? The Qi family owes you a life, so now you want to marry me, right? Marry one and get one free, which just offsets 2 lives. Is that so? Qi Fiwen took something out of her bag. A stack of documents was placed in front of him. This is all of the Qi family's assets. If you sign, it will all be yours. My grandfather and I will leave with nothing, unable to even afford the convalescent home. I don't covet it. Lu Zheng said indifferently. Since this is the case, then there's only the second path left. Lu Zheng looked at her curiously. Qi Fiwen decisively took out a fruit knife from her bag. You come at me, or I come at you. What are you planning to do? There's no way I'll marry you. Since we owe 2 lives, let me and the child in my belly make up for it. Then you go first. All right. Without hesitation, Qi Fiwen slashed directly at her wrist with force. The moment the blood flowed out, Qi Fiwen saw Lu Zheng's previously calm expression change finally. He thought he wouldn't, but she was willing to go all the way. Letting her marry Lu Zheng would be better than killing her outright. Wanting a life, huh? She was ready to go all in. Qi Fiwen, have you gone mad? Lu Zheng roared as he held onto her veins to stop the bleeding frantically. With his other hand smeared in blood, he quickly grabbed the phone to dial 120. 120 sent an ambulance promptly, and the doctors patiently guided Lu Zheng on how to stop the bleeding. Lu Zheng found the emergency kit in the suite, taking out bandages used for dressing wounds. He tightly wrapped them. But Qi Fiwen wasn't cooperating at all. The pain and blood loss made her pale as paper. Beads of sweat as large as soybeans appeared on her forehead. In pain, her breathing trembled, and she kept pushing away. You damn well sit still for me. Why bother saving me? Don't you hate the Qi family? When you wanted the Qi family to go bankrupt, and I was kidnapped, you didn't pay the ransom wanting me to die. So why save me now? Shut up. His voice was red at the edges, roaring furiously. It seemed as if he wanted to tear her apart. Lu Zheng was scared. He was in pain. What was he afraid of, and what pained him? Fortunately, Qi Fiwen didn't have the strength to struggle anymore. Losing too much blood had left her dizzy and unsteady. She lay weakly on the sofa, murmuring, Lu Zheng, don't push me, or else I'll do anything. Qi Fiwen. Lu Zheng enunciated her name word by word, each syllable squeezed out between gritted teeth. Qi Fiwen's eyelids became heavier and heavier. At this moment, she began to hallucinate. She saw the door of the suite open. Someone rushed towards her quickly. It was Shen Lubai. Such a face, she could never tire of looking at. Even dying this way would be worth it since she'd seen him once more. Qi Fiwen had a very long dream. In the dream, she was a bystander, watching 2 children laughing and playing around. They were barely 5 or 6 years old, doing games, eating, and going to school together, inseparable. Time passed rapidly in the dream. Visible growth as they turned into teenage boys and girls. But Qi Fiwen couldn't see their faces clearly. They remained blurry. In the end, the two had a major falling out. Even as an outsider, Qi Fiwen could feel that they meant a lot to each other, growing up together and blossoming feelings of affection toward each other, each significant in their lives. However, the two parted ways. She didn't know where the boy went, only seeing the girl alone, shutting herself off, curling up in the corner like an abandoned doll. Qi Fiwen felt the desolation and bitterness, longing to comfort the girl. Qi Fiwen discovered she could move again, immediately stepping forward. Since both of your hearts belong to each other, no matter what happens, as long as you hold on, there will be a result. Go find him, don't give up. It's not me giving up, not me giving up. The girl mumbled incessantly, sobbing. Did he give up? No, it's you who gave up. The girl suddenly said something nonsensical. Before Qi Fiwen could fully comprehend what it meant, the girl abruptly lifted her head and stared directly at her. Qi Fiwen suddenly saw her clearly. It wasn't someone else. It was herself when she was a teenager. Her mind went blank, feeling as though her heart had been pierced violently by a cone, causing intense dull pain. She suddenly opened her eyes wide. Above her head was pure white, the scent of disinfectant between her breaths. Fiwen, you're finally awake. You terrified me. It was Su Qingqing's voice. Qi Fiwen came to her senses and realized she was in the hospital. Did I die? No, you scared me half to death. Fortunately, Lu Zheng stopped the bleeding in time, and Shen Lubai rushed you to the nearest hospital. If we had waited any longer, you would have lost too much blood and needed a transfusion. In that case, the baby inside you wouldn't have survived. Now it's just a simple treatment. We can't even give you antibiotics for fear of things getting worse. All we can do is pray there's no deterioration. A slow recovery is fine as long as both you and the baby are safe. Chi Fiwen let out a sigh of relief, her hand complexly caressing her slightly protruding abdomen. She was such an irresponsible mother. The baby hadn't even been born yet, but had already suffered so much inside her. She felt deeply guilty. Where's Shen Lubai? She thought seeing him before fainting was just a hallucination, but it turned out he really was there. The old man called you, and Shen Lubai answered it. After some heated words were exchanged, he stormed off in anger. Oh no. Chi Fiwen's heart clenched. Grandfather must have told him everything. I need to go to the convalescent home. You're in this condition, and you still want to go somewhere? Absolutely not. You stay right here, and take care of yourself. Su Qingqing sounded angry. Chi Fiwen also felt utterly powerless. Her wrist injury hurt severely, leaving her arm unable to move at all. There were so few medications she could take now because of the baby. Her recovery was incredibly slow, and she still felt dizzy from blood loss. But, can you go for me? I'm worried about Grandpa. Shen Lubai is usually calm, but when it comes to anything related to me, he loses his cool. If Grandpa takes a hard stance, the two of them will definitely clash. Please check on them. I can't rest easy otherwise. All right, I'll go. But you better lie down and rest. Su Qingqing left. Alone in the ward, Chi Fiwen didn't know why, but her eyelids started twitching badly. She tried calling Shen Lubai and Yi Zhou, but for some reason, neither of their phones was getting through. She felt increasingly uneasy, and her stomach began tightening. Baby, nothing bad is going to happen, right? Her words seemed to be for the baby, or perhaps for herself. Surely, nothing bad will happen, right? Chapter 189, Grandpa passed away. Su Qingqing returned soon. Chi Fiwen anxiously asked, how did it go? Did you see Grandpa? What about Shen Lubai? When I got there, Yi Zhou had just taken him for a checkup, so I didn't see Shen Lubai. I'll call Shen Lubai. She picked up her phone and was about to dial Shen Liubai's number when unexpectedly her grandfather called first. She answered the phone quickly. Grandpa, are you okay? Has Shen Lubai disrespected you in any way? If he has offended you, please don't take it personally. He's worried about me. Concern can make people act irrationally. You must. She wanted to say a few good words on behalf of Shen Lubai. After talking for quite a while, there was no response from the other side. Grandpa, are you angry at me? Angry that she chose such an extreme way to solve the problem? No. The elder man's voice was unusually low, as if his throat was a little uncomfortable. Grandpa, are you okay? Her heart grew even more uneasy. Grandpa is fine. I won't force you anymore from now on. It was my mistake. I'll talk to Lu Zhang. Really? Chi Fiwen was extremely happy. Grandpa is tired and needs to rest. All right, then rest well, Grandpa. I'll come visit you again once I recover. After the call ended, Chi Fiwen's heart finally calmed down. Meanwhile, at the sanatorium, Shen Lubai stood upright with his mobile phone in hand, as if reinforced concrete had been injected into his spine. Beside him, Yi Zhou knelt down beside the bed, sobbing uncontrollably. The elderly man lay motionless on the bed, pale-faced and rigid, having passed away peacefully. That phone call was just computer-synthesized sound, which managed to deceive Chi Fiwen briefly. Shen Lubai forced himself to remain calm. The priority now was to ensure that the elder could rest in peace. Yi Zhou, we need to prepare for Grandpa's funeral. What do you intend to do? Yi Zhou yelled out loud, immense sorrow causing him to lose control over his emotions. To handle Grandpa's remains properly and bury him as soon as possible. And this must be done discreetly. We cannot let Lu Zhang discover or provide him with opportunities. What are you saying? Yi Zhou was incredulous. Wanwan not being able to see Grandpa one last time was cruel enough. Now if you cremate him immediately, Wanwan will never get a chance. He is her closest family member. If you do this, she will hate us. You've seen her current condition. As a doctor, you know better than me. She just suffered blood loss and fainted, and she's already in the late stages of pregnancy. If you want both of them to die, then by all means, tell her. Shen Lubai said coldly and grimly. Yi Zhou opened his mouth to say something, but couldn't utter a word. As a doctor, he naturally understood the situation clearly. But, Shen Lubai, if you really do this, Wanwan might never forgive us for the rest of her life. I'll bear the consequences of this decision. You don't need to worry about it. All you need to do is keep what you know to yourself. Shen Lubai glanced at him, his gaze cold and filled with menace. I'll do it. I must send off Grandpa one last time. Yi Zhou bowed deeply 3 times toward the elder before rising to help tidy the deceased gentleman's appearance. As he combed the elder's hair, tears streamed down his face continuously. They say a man doesn't shed tears easily unless it hits the depth of his sorrow. He, just someone who'd benefited from the Chi family, felt this much grief already. How about Chi Fiwen? He didn't even dare imagine how Chi Fiwen would endure the news of her grandpa's death. Shen Lubai stood watching nearby. When Chi Fiwen was unconscious and hospitalized earlier, her phone rang. It was the old man calling. Afraid of making the elder anxious, Shen Lubai took the call instead. But before he could speak, he heard. Wanwan, are you alright? Are you deliberately forcing me to send off my own grandson? No matter how reluctant you are, you must marry Lu Zhang. This is non-negotiable. Grandpa, it's me, if I'm not mistaken. Chi Fiwen is already married. Shen Lubai was seething with rage. Wanwan, is she doing okay? Grandpa, what do you mean by letting her marry Lu Zhang? Haven't I died yet? I hope that the two of you divorce. If you initiate it willingly, it would be best. You are unworthy to be my granddaughter's husband. It seems like it's impossible to resolve this over the phone. I'll come personally to discuss this with you. Shen Lubai was so enraged that his face turned cold. At that moment, only one thought dominated his mind. If a god obstructs me, I'll kill the god. If a devil blocks my path, I'll destroy the devil. Even if that person was Chi Fiwen's beloved grandfather, they couldn't separate them. But when he arrived at the sanatorium, he saw an elderly man whose twilight years were drawing near. The elder still insisted that Chi Fiwen should get divorced and marry Lu Zhang. Then I want to see how you force her into a sale. Even if I die, she's not allowed to remarry, let alone that I'm still alive. You coerced her into divorcing me, causing her to become like this now. You don't deserve to be her grandfather. From now on, whatever happens to Fiwen will be my concern. I'll handle things for the Chi family, and you should stay here and enjoy your twilight years without interfering in young people's affairs anymore. Shen Lubai, are you really willing to sacrifice everything for Wanwan? She is my life. Good, very good. Young people have spirit. Then I entrust Wanwan to you. Her happiness for the rest of her life is in your hands. Don't let anyone hurt her, especially Lu Zhang. Cough, cough. After finishing his words, the old man started coughing up blood uncontrollably. Grandpa, Yi Zhou tried to rescue him, but the elder stopped him. I don't have much time left. I can't hold on any longer. Yi Zhou, tell him what you know. I don't have time. Wanwan, cough, cough. I entrust Wanwan to you. The old man struggled off his wheelchair and wanted to kneel before Shen Lubai. This made Shen Liubai's heart tremble. How could he accept it? He rushed forward and supported the elder. In his final moments, the old man held onto his wrist tightly and pronounced each word clearly. I entrust Wanwan to you. No matter when, do not leave her alone. She is too lonely. Before he finished speaking, his body collapsed. Shen Lubai firmly caught him in his arms. Yi Zhou staggered and fell to the ground, crawling over with his hands and knees. With trembling hands, he pressed against the elder's neck. No pulse. Grandpa dash. Yi Zhou let out a mournful cry, filled with sorrow. Shen Lubai experienced a brief moment of dizziness, his mind consumed with thoughts. What about Wanwan? How will my Wanwan survive? While Yi Zhou dealt with the elder's remains, Shen Lubai contemplated how to cover everything up. This was the only solution he could think of right now. As Shen Lubai returned from his deep thought, he joined Yi Zhou in arranging for the elder's funeral matters. Chi Fiwen couldn't come, but it didn't matter. He, the future son-in-law, would pay his respects. He couldn't be away too long, so everything about the elder's condition was kept simple and private. No one was notified. A very few people at the sanatorium who knew were secretly confined by him. The entire sanatorium was surrounded tightly. 3 days later, you tell Wanwan that you're taking the grandpa abroad for treatment. Say it will be intensive treatment, with no contact with the outside world. Why not leave now? If grandpa dies today and we go abroad tomorrow, it's not because I fear Wanwan finding out, but because I fear Lu Zhang discovers it. I understand. You want to handle the sanatorium business, and I need to return to accompany Wanwan. Shen Lubai left the sanatorium. On the way back to the hospital, he called Shuehao. Lu Zhang has been in the capital city for too long. Tell him to go back where he came from. Chapter 190, Passive Imprisonment. Shen Lubai returned to the hospital. I called you. Why didn't you answer? My phone was dead. He plugged his phone in to charge very naturally, then walked to the bedside. Are you worried about me? Or are you worried about your grandfather? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Chi Fiwen felt somewhat helpless. If both of them were concerned, and Shen Lubai hurt her grandfather, she would really have no way to be with him. Even if he didn't hurt anyone, but went there and burst out in a fit of anger, leaving a bad impression on her grandfather, it would make her situation extremely difficult. Naturally, she hoped that Shen Lubai could get along harmoniously with her grandfather because they were both very important people. Shen Lubai, can you be a little nicer to my grandfather? I know, now that he's old, he's a bit stubborn, unpredictable at times, and sometimes we can't understand him. I don't agree with everything he does either, but the surface formalities still need to be observed. Just do it for our future. Be respectful to the old man. He is old, and there isn't much time left for him to accompany me. He raised me, he is my most important family member, and you are my man, my lifelong partner. I hope that you two can get along better. Just give in a little for my sake. He's like a big kid. Lifelong partner. Yeah, after the baby is born, I'll give you a gift, one that I'm sure you'll like. She planned to take the child's DNA test result and go find Yuan Kong to obtain that 5% equity, which will severely hit him. She would give this equity to Shen Lubai. Of course, the biggest gift should be this child. This baby is their child. All right, I'll wait. The term lifelong partner, how beautiful it sounds. Only hoping it could truly come true. Shen Lubai did not know what price he would have to pay, but it was foreseeable that it would be devastating. During this period when Chi Fiwen was unaware, he had to cherish every single day. I don't know why, but my eyelids have been twitching fiercely today, and I feel so uncomfortable in my heart, having difficulty catching my breath. It happened suddenly, making me very uncomfortable. She muttered, I'll rub it for you. Shen Lubai rubbed her chest. Only then did Chi Fiwen feel more comfortable. Why don't you ask me why I tried to kill myself, and why I was at Lu Zhang's hotel in the middle of the night? Your grandfather told me. He said it? Then how did you respond? I promised him that I would make you happy. Relationships aren't repaid in such a way. Perhaps my persistence convinced him of my sincerity, so he stopped pressuring you. As for Lu Zhang's side, this is no longer just your issue alone, I'll face it with you. In the future, we'll repay these debts together. Okay, Chi Fiwen felt relieved. Finally, there was a satisfactory conclusion to this matter. What she didn't know was that Lu Zhang wanted to come see her, but was stopped by Shuehao's people downstairs. Lu Zhang raised an eyebrow. So, do I not even have the right to visit patients now? Mr. Lu, don't put me, a mere employee, in a difficult position. Shuehao replied indifferently. Lu Zhang smiled sinisterly as he was about to force his way in. A conflict between the two groups seemed imminent when unexpectedly Lu Zhang's phone rang. The sudden ringtone immediately broke the tense atmosphere. Lu Zheng looked at the caller ID and furrowed his brow slightly. He turned around to take the call. Tina, what's wrong? Our father passed away unexpectedly, and my two brothers want to fight me for the inheritance. I need your help. I'll be back right away. They were still legally married. His honor was tied to hers, as well as her loss. If Tina couldn't get the inheritance, Hynos would have nothing to do with him. Once Tina succeeds in inheriting the family fortune, he will control 30% of the shares and all trading rights in the Asia-Pacific region. His father was originally the second-in-command of Qi Yao Group, focusing on pharmaceutical business. In a sense, he inherited his father's legacy. With this trading right, he could monopolize the market in the Asia-Pacific region and become a prominent figure. After hanging up the phone, Lu Zheng hurried to leave, but after taking just a few steps, he suddenly remembered something. He turned around and looked at Shuai. Is this Shun Liubai's doing? Shuai smiled without answering. Lu Zheng's spine began to feel cold. If this really was Shun Liubai's plan, his influence was far too vast. This point made him very wary. He squinted dangerously towards the hospital. Chief Fiwen, he would be back. Lu Zheng boarded a flight that day, but strangely, that flight was cancelled due to mechanical problems. Hoping to return home sooner, he chose maritime transportation. However, an accident happened in international waters. Someone wanted him to disappear forever. Chief Fiwen stayed in the hospital for 2 days, and the wound on her wrist had healed. She experienced some spotting during this period, and the doctor said she might have signs of preterm labor. Chief Fiwen was also a little afraid. She was already in the late stages of her pregnancy, so there couldn't be any mistakes. She wanted to stay hospitalized until delivery, but she became too anxious at the hospital, couldn't sleep well every night, and became increasingly frail. The doctor suggested that she return home to rest, with a doctor on standby at her house along with some items needed for childbirth in case of emergencies. Chief Fiwen could only return home. The familiar environment indeed made her more comfortable, stabilized her mood, and improved her spirits, bringing her back to life a little. After previously spotting, nothing else happened, and it seemed like a false alarm. Carefully guarding herself for 2 weeks still resulted in no incidents, so she relaxed her guard. She hadn't been able to enjoy the spring festival celebration properly this year. This year, with mobility issues, she couldn't go out to play. Her grandfather went abroad for closed-door treatment, and Yizhou said that this time there was a high chance of completely curing the root of his illness. With proper care afterward, he could live another 10 years without issue. 10 years. Such a beautiful and anticipated decade. So, for the so-called closed-door treatment, she had no objections, only hoping that when it was over, a physically healthy grandfather would be returned to her. Shen Lubai, let's go to the temple. I want to pray for a blessing of peace for Grandpa. While we're at it, let's get marriage talismans for Qingqing and Yi. They're not exactly spring chickens anymore. You're not allowed to move around. I've been stuck at home for 3 whole weeks now. Every day feels like I'm in jail. Let me go out. Not possible. Shen Liubai's word was final. As long as it concerned her health, he strictly followed the doctor's advice. If you won't take me, then fine. Chief Fiwen slammed the door in anger and refused to acknowledge him. Not wanting to go out versus being forbidden from going out were 2 completely different things, alright? I just want to go out and eat something good. I just want to have a beauty spa treatment. I just want to go shopping crazily. I just want to see people. Even touching a small animal would be nice. Chief Fiwen furiously complained to Su Qingqing, and she had also complained to Shun Yi before. However, Shun Yi stood firmly on her brother's side, thinking her brother was right. I feel like I'm in prison. My lady, just bear with it for a while. Isn't your situation special? I want to eat hot pot with 9 grids, Japanese cuisine, red wine foie gras. Should I bring you some tonight? Yes. What are you going to bring? The vegetable salad I made. Chief Fiwen. I want to eat something spicy. No way. Shen Lubai will kill me if he finds out. He won't. There's a hole under our fence blocked by weeds. If you send it through, no one will know it came from you. Are you sure eating spicy food won't cause problems? It won't. Spiciness does no harm to the baby. Shen Lubai is just overly nervous. The most important thing for pregnant women is to be happy. If I end up postpartum depressed, it'll be partly your fault. I'll deliver immediately. Chapter 191, Nutrition Certificate. Chief Fiwen excused herself for eating too much and wandered around the yard to digest. After half an hour, she finally heard the sound of a cat meowing outside. Shen Lubai immediately noticed it. What's wrong? Are there stray cats near the house? Who knows? Isn't it spring already? It's normal for old cats to call out. Hey, I feel a bit cold. Would you go get the blue shawl from the 3rd rack in the cloakroom for me? Remember, the blue one. I like that one. The shawl had been lost long ago. Shen Lubai wouldn't be able to find it. The time he wastes would be enough for her to finish eating. Alright, wait for me and watch your step. Shen Lubai went to fetch the clothes. She quickly slipped to the place with a dog hole at the back. Su Qingqing. I'm here, I'm coming. Su Qingqing struggled to push her head through the weeds and handed over the food box. I made you spicy beef and also some braised dishes from my mom. They're clean and hygienic, completely different from the garbage sold outside. Eat less? I'm worried about your stomach. Let me taste a bite quick. I've been on such a bland diet. I'm about to ascend to heaven if I don't have something spicy soon. I'll become depressed. To be fair, Shen Lubai is doing this for your own good. Look at you since you got pregnant. How many twists and turns there have been. Oh yeah, I saw the father of the child. At first, Chief Fiwen didn't catch on. It's the strongest looking guy, the one who took you back to your room. I met him today when entertaining clients. He's now modeling at car shows. His body looks better than before. Chief Fiwen finally remembered. Among that group of handsome young men, indeed, there was one who was most attractive, with the best physique. She had drunk too much, and it was he who sent her back to her room. Apparently, he was 2 years younger than her. His family conditions weren't great, so he left university early to work in society and wanted to develop in the modeling circle, but wasn't quite making it big yet. Their company was also quite shady, dressing them up as social butterflies to attend all sorts of ambiguous events. For example, the Vienna Club. Did you say anything to him? Chief Ewan suddenly became nervous. Of course not. What if he uses the child to blackmail you? I know exactly what these young people are thinking. They just want to find a rich widow to rely on, so they don't have to strive anymore. Now not only young girls take shortcuts, even men no longer strive. Su Qingqing scoffed at these people who take shortcuts. You see, how did you let him succeed? Did he take advantage of your drunken state? Luckily, Shen Lubai doesn't care about the child in your belly. Truly, he is very tolerant and can bear a lot. He's a real man, and I respect him very much. Chief Ewan felt embarrassed. What a misunderstanding. Qingqing, let me explain. The matter is, Chief Ewan didn't have the chance to finish because a cold cough came from behind. It's done, I'm leaving. Faced with Shen Lubai, Su Qingqing was terrified and hastily crawled out of the dog hole. What are you doing? Chief Ewan didn't dare to turn around, but instead stuffed food into her mouth quickly. Su Qingqing hadn't brought much, so it easily filled Chief Ewan's mouth. Her little mouth was packed full, puffing up and down like a squirrel storing food. Chief Ewan spit it out. Shen Lubai grabbed her by the collar and lifted her up. Chief Ewan hurriedly increased her chewing speed. Then, she forcefully swallowed. Cough, cough. It got stuck. Her face turned red, unable to breathe smoothly. Shen Lubai panicked and immediately ordered someone to bring water. Chief Ewan quickly drank it down. He helped her pat her back to ease her breathing. Only after seeing her improve did he sigh with relief. Chief Ewan, do you intend to scare me to death? Doing bad things right under my nose. You clearly don't respect me. Shen Lubai intended to lecture her thoroughly, but then Chief Ewan unexpectedly tiptoed and kissed his lips. He instantly froze, his mind blank. Chief Ewan finished her assault and let go. She savored the moment by licking her own lips. Is it tasty? Spicy beef, made by Qingqing herself. Shen Lubai, what do you want to eat next time? Would you like me to let you taste it? Chief Ewan. He helplessly held his forehead, unsure whether he should be angry. The breath was suspended in his throat, unable to rise or fall. Well, I admit my mistake, won't do it again next time. The diet has really been too bland, without any flavor. My body has stabilized. I can try eating some random stuff. If you want to eat, tell me, I can make it for you. You? Make it. Chief Ewan suddenly remembered something. Shen Lubai, honestly tell me, have you ever cooked for me before? For a period of time, she suffered severely from morning sickness. No matter what the chef at home prepared, she would end up vomiting it all out. But for a while, she managed to eat. Every dish was tangy and refreshing, stimulating her appetite and making her feel less nauseous. Could it be, Shen Lubai? I just tried doing it casually. Shen Lubai admitted it awkwardly. Chief Ewan's heart warmed. He had decided that this child wasn't his, and yet she was still being ambiguous with other men. Even so, Shen Lubai chose to unconditionally include her in his care. I'm still hungry. Would you make me something? I don't like the meals made by that nutritionist at all. I want what you make. Even if it's plain noodle soup, I'd think it's delicious. Hearing these words, Shen Lubai looked affectionately at her and pinched her nose tip gently. All right, then wait for me. Chief Ewan stood at the kitchen door, watching Shen Lubai tie an apron on and prepare to cook for her. This feeling was quite wondrous, as though she was floating on clouds, enveloped in warmth. Need any help? I can assist you. Shen Lubai initially wanted to say no, but swallowed the words back. Could you help wash this? Sure thing, I promise to get it sparkling clean. Chief Ewan smiled broadly and threw herself enthusiastically into the task. Shen Lubai didn't bother with complicated dishes. He simply made plain tomato and beef noodles. She wasn't really hungry, yet smelling the strong tanginess made her fingers twitch with anticipation, and she gave him face by finishing everything. I can't move anymore, so stuffed. Shen Lubai gazed at her lovingly. Are you wanting me to cook for you from now on? It's not a bad idea. If you cook, I'll guarantee 2 big bowls per meal. To inspire someone to cook diligently, apart from verbal praise, actions are required too. Finishing all the food is the best form of flattery. Shen Lubai suddenly realized there's meaning in staying tucked away in the kitchen. Being able to make his wife and children happy with their meals wouldn't be bad either. Just let me get ready. Chief Ewan thought Shen Luobai's preparation merely entailed studying some recipes occasionally or cooking once in a while since he was still such a busy man. But after over 10 days, Shen Lubai placed a small notebook in front of her. What's this? Chief Ewan curiously opened it and couldn't believe her eyes. Advanced Nutrition Certificate? Chapter 192. That night wasn't a dream. Passed the exam casually, didn't expect it to be so easy. Shen Lubai modestly said, but Chief Ewan felt that his tail was almost reaching for the sky. Wasn't this bought with money? International Association approved. Do you think money could buy anything? Shen Lubai lightly tapped her head. These past few days, he had prepared fully and studied many books on nutritional dietetics. With his cooking experience, it wasn't difficult for him to grasp. He turned down all of his work and spent his time in the kitchen researching. He hired chefs from the 8 great culinary traditions who gave him hands-on training. Shen Lubai had an extraordinary learning ability, overheard things he never forgot, and he quickly grasped the essentials. So he learned fast, yet even then, there were still consequences. His arms bore countless burn scars. But happily, effort reaps reward. You've been saying you're busy these past few days, spending less time with me, just to work on this. If I'm going to be responsible for your 3 meals a day, naturally, I need to prepare. You are serious about 3 meals a day? As long as I am at home, I will cook for you. I will also create a suitable meal plan to ensure balanced nutrition while satisfying your palate. Chi Fiwen was starting to not believe how agreeable Shen Lubai could be. She mentioned something casually, but he exceeded her expectations by accomplishing everything perfectly, giving her a perfect response. Too surprising. How come you have become so good all of a sudden? In the past, he enjoyed arguing and quarreling with her, always competing stubbornly, hurting each other mutually. But now, completely compliant. When she made mistakes, he did not get angry or punish her. This was a transformation. I don't want to argue or make trouble anymore. Every day from now on, I want to treat you well. It doesn't matter whether you love me or not, whether this child is mine or not. As long as you are by my side, that's enough. Chi Fiwen, perhaps you really don't need me. Anyone can replace me, coming beside you. But I truly need you. I cannot live without you. Our time is too precious. Grandpa's passing won't stay hidden much longer, and every day he prolongs is another gift. If he continued being disagreeable with Chi Fiwen, disagreeable with himself, continuing each unpleasant day, he'd really wish to kill himself. Every moment was a treasure to him. Chi Fiwen heard these words and felt tears pricking her nose, annoyed by his submissiveness and frustrated by his foolishness. An observer sees clearly, while those involved often miss it. Since Shen Lubai stood in the eye of the storm, he constantly feared loss, always feeling she loved him insufficiently, seeing him as disposable. When would he understand his own emotions? He, too, was her necessity. Chi Fiwen held his face, expelling a heavy breath. There are some things I want to tell you later because they are established facts that no one can change. I want to slap you in the face and show you how ridiculous you've been. But now I realize, this holds no significance. I want you to know earlier, to be happy sooner, more important than winning battles myself. Shen Lubai, listen carefully. I will say it one last time. The child in my stomach is yours. Wan, stop deceiving me. I've already said, even if the child isn't mine, I'll treat them as my own. Haven't you believed me enough during this period? Disappointment swirled in Shen Liubai's eyes. Chi Fiwen grew furious. She pinched Shen Liubai's cheeks hard. You idiot. How many times must I tell you? Do you even remember that time Su Chua and I attended a banquet, and you were present? You got drunk, and what happened after that? Don't you remember anything? Say it again. Shen Lubai immediately grew solemn. Someone got you drunk, trying to force themselves upon you. I thought, even if we divorced, seeing you in such a situation, if I ignored it, my conscience would be troubled. So I came to rescue you, and unexpectedly got myself entangled. Chi Fiwen said helplessly. So it wasn't a dream? Dream. I always thought it was just a dream I wished for. It's all true? Then why can I find nothing when I investigate? After an immense wave of joy, Shen Lubai quickly calmed down. Certainly someone has tampered with things. Someone didn't want him to reconcile with Chi Fiwen. Why didn't you look for me afterward? When something like this happens, isn't it you who should come to me? You didn't come to me. So should I go after you? I didn't even expect to have a child. I thought about hiding it, and this child would be completely mine. But then, your misunderstanding of me deepened, making you think I was some kind of frivolous person who could be with any man. During that period, we were always arguing, and sometimes I wanted to talk to you properly, but I just couldn't control my emotions. Eventually, things got worse. Fortunately, everything can still be fixed in time, right? So, the child is yours, which means we have a child together? Shen Lubai was still somewhat overwhelmed by this revelation. This child was actually his. He had almost aborted the child before. Thank goodness, everything can still be fixed in time. He wanted to pick Chi Fiwen up and spin her around, but realized he didn't dare touch her belly. He paced back and forth in excitement, looking alternately at her belly and her face, muttering indiscernibly under his breath, barely containing his joy. In his overabundance of happiness, he even allowed her to go out and play. Chi Fiwen was thrilled beyond measure. If only I'd known there'd be such benefits, I would have told you much earlier. Without wasting another second, Chi Fiwen returned to her room to change her clothes. Shen Lubai forced himself to calm down, yet his fingers continued trembling involuntarily. It all felt like a dream to him. So much so that he pinched himself hard to make sure it was real. The skin on his thigh turned blue from the pressure, yet he still dared not believe it. Wanwan's child is mine. Wanwan hasn't betrayed me. The child? Thank goodness I didn't harm it. How wonderful if it's a boy. If it were a girl, she'd look just like Wanwan. I should have taken prenatal education more seriously. Why was I so stupid? Why didn't I trust her? Shen Lubai muttered to himself for what seemed like ages. He sent a message to Xue Hao, instructing him to thoroughly investigate exactly what had happened that night. But as he kept retyping, either typos or accidental deletions ruined his messages. Instead, he opted to call. Sir, are you okay? Hurry and check every single detail without leaving anything behind. Make sure everything is clear. Investigate thoroughly, absolutely. His words were incomprehensible, disjointed. Shen Lubai felt he had never lost composure like this in his entire life. After about half an hour, Xue Hao managed to uncover some clues. Mister, the surveillance footage from that night was tampered with, deliberately edited over. If my investigation is correct, Miss Fong did it. And the full recording? It's been sent to your email. Shen Lubai trembled as he opened it, and spotted Chi Fiwen's figure. Seeing her at that moment instantly calmed his heart. That night, it wasn't a dream. Chapter 193, Time is running out. Xue Hao also found the woman who had drugged him. Seeing that there was no way to hide the matter, she spilled everything. It was Fang Yuma who had tampered with things. She made him mistakenly believe that nothing had happened. He actually believed it. How could he be so stupid? Wasn't it clear whether or not he had done it? Why did such a vivid dream seem real? And why didn't he believe it? Why didn't he ask her? Now Shen Lubai regrets it to his bones. If they had discovered earlier, Wouldn't there have been fewer misunderstandings and conflicts between him and Wanwan? Now, isn't it too late already? Shin Lubai suddenly remembered the passing of the old man, and his heart turned cold instantly. The remaining time became even more precious. Chi Fiwen finished her makeup, dressed beautifully, and went out. Shin Lubai thought it was a private date for the two of them, so he had planned the itinerary, going to the amusement park to watch the fireworks show, watching a love movie. But Chi Fiwen called Su Qingqing and Shin Yi, wanting to eat hot pot together. Shin Liubai's face immediately darkened. Can you really deny my request to gather with my best girlfriends? She made the decision first, and had already sent messages notifying them. Now she looked at Shin Lubai pitifully, blinking her starry eyes. Wanwan, can't you just settle down and go on a date with me quietly? He didn't want to share the time with them at all. We will have plenty of time to be together, and we won't see them every day. Besides, they aren't strangers. One is your sister. Hot pot is much better when enjoyed with a group of people, isn't it? And since you're coming with me too, isn't that fine? Besides, haven't you wronged me for so long? Always suspecting me of being ambiguous with other men? Shouldn't you make up for it? All right. Shin Lubai reluctantly agreed. Chi Fiwen happily hugged him, thinking it was the best time now. The misunderstanding between the two had been cleared up, and Grandpa had agreed for them to be together. Although Lu Zhang's favor had not yet been repaid, he wasn't in the capital now, allowing her a bit of respite. The baby in her belly was healthy, and her own physical condition was also quite good. The future held endless possibilities. Chi Fiwen felt a brightness in her eyes whenever she saw anyone, even a blade of grass by the roadside. Her eyes were brimming with vitality, even more than the spring outside. Simply being noticed by her brought happiness. As they got into the car, Chi Fiwen couldn't help but hum a melody. An unnamed tune. It was an English song, very soft and soothing, making people comfortable. What's this song? I don't know exactly. It's considered a local folk song. It's about a farm owner who fell in love with a slave in her household and wanted to elope with him. But the slave refused. He thought such an elopement would be improper and would tarnish the young Mrs. reputation. The young lady was extremely disappointed, believing that the slave didn't love her, and told her father with sadness. The farm owner didn't expect the slave to think this way, approving silently, and began observing the slave secretly. He discovered the slave was upright and ambitious, and started promoting him intentionally. The end result was that the slave became the new farm owner, respectful to his parents-in-law, and deeply in love with his wife. How do you know foreign folk songs? I learned it when I studied design in the UK. By the way, I haven't seen Aunt Lee in a long time, and I miss her. With Grandpa in the nursing home, they could keep each other company, chat, and eat together. Now that Grandpa has gone abroad for treatment, I'll have to visit her often. As soon as she said this, Shin Lubai firmly rejected it. No, you cannot go. Why? Chi Fiwen looked at Shin Lubai, puzzled. Your body is still weak. You managed to come out once, but you're already thinking about next time? You'll give birth at any moment. Don't run around recklessly. Let's wait until after the child is born before doing anything else. After I give birth, I'll need to recover, which takes too long. Not long. Once you've recovered, you can go wherever you want. Shin Lubai could only hide it until then. Since the baby might be born anytime soon, Shin Lubai was keeping Chi Fiwen restrained from moving around freely. When her recovery period ends, there will be no hiding anything anymore. Well, alright. Chi Fiwen could only agree. She didn't think too much about it, completely unaware that her beloved grandfather had already left her forever. Upon arriving at their destination, she was surprised to find not only Shin Yi and Su Qingqing waiting there, but also a shadowy figure. Suchua had come as well. Suchua wasn't as flamboyant as he used to be, neither driving his flashy purple night car nor sporting his fiery red hair, though out from under Su Qing's eye, he remained somewhat mischievous. Still, the carefree and spirited young master now dresses less extravagantly, but retains a modern charm. Just standing there, countless girls threw themselves at him. He chats with girls, familiar with perfumes women use, aware of new bags, and capable of reading palms and faces. The girls eagerly offered their hands for him to touch, letting him feel whatever he wanted. Do you think he was just teasing little girls? His words were logical and often hit the nail on the head. Shin Yi muttered beside him. Is he really not a fraud? Unfortunately, Suchua heard her as he returned. Suchua raised his chin arrogantly and declared confidently, I'm proficient in all 6 arts of tea, fortune-telling, astrology. I'm skilled at everything. It seems like you've worked hard learning these tricks just to deceive girls. Your intentions aren't upright. Shin Yi fired back and limped away. She had some lingering after effects. Her leg was slightly lame due to a bone misalignment that would require a long rehabilitation process. Shin Yi knew she couldn't rush this, so she could only take it one step at a time, maybe even accepting that she might always have a slight limp. How did you get here? Chi Fiwen looked at Suchua in surprise. Could I be left out of a free meal? You've been gone for so long, and even I, with my noble conscience, am still a bit worried. So I should thank you for still thinking about me. But haven't I heard that you've already corrupted every girl within 10 miles of my company? Ho ho. Suchua gave an awkward chuckle. Yo, Mr. Shun, you're here too. Suchua crossed his arms and mocked her sarcastically. How do you dare to talk to my brother like that? Shin Yi was fuming. What's wrong with how I talk to my enemy? Mr. Shun is the one who sent me to bed for a whole month with just a single move. And I'm alive only because Mr. Shun kindly spared my life. Now that I work under Chief Fiwen, are you trying to silence me permanently? Master Su, I've offended you before, and it was my fault. Let me apologize now. I'll drink 3 cups as punishment when we start drinking later. Suchua, he looked as though he'd seen a ghost. Was this really Shin Lubai, who normally held himself above others, apologizing voluntarily? Big brother. Shin Yi also stared blankly. Master Su is right. When there's fault, it should be acknowledged. I owe Master Su a favor, so if you need any help in the future, don't hesitate to ask. Su Chua ignored Shen Lubai and jumped in front of Qi Fiwen. What's going on? He actually apologized to me. Chapter 194, Implication. I don't know. Qi Fiwen feigned ignorance mischievously. Su Chua became even more frightened. Does he only say this on the surface but secretly think about how to get rid of me? If you can restrain yourself a bit and stop those girls from coming to the company for you, I might consider putting in a good word for you. Su Chua's face showed his reluctance, as if he had made a great decision. All right, please help me with this. Qi Fiwen walked up to Shen Lubai and affectionately looped her arm around his. Can I have a bowl of cold tofu pudding later? Shen Lubai furrowed his brows. Avoid raw and spicy food. But I really want to try it. Please. Qi Fiwen begged coquettishly, her soft and tender voice making it hard for Shen Lubai to resist. Even his most stern attitude began to soften. Just one bite. All right, tasting it will be fine. Seeing Qi Fiwen was being cooperative, Shen Lubai relaxed his brow. On the side, Su Chua watched with awestruck tension. Although he complained inwardly about Shen Lubai, under such absolute strength, he understood his own place well. He is the only son of the Su family, and he certainly doesn't want to die prematurely. When Qi Fiwen passed by Su Chua, she gave him a subtle wink and discreetly formed an okay gesture with her hand. Su Chua shot her a grateful look. So easy to fool. Qi Fiwen was elated inside. Now there weren't so many troubles.